Yu Wei, bound to the Wanjia supermarket system, traverses to an ancient year of famine and faces an onslaught from a mob on her inaugural day of business. As an ordinary university student, she decisively gathers her belongings and seeks refuge with the state, supported by a formidable think tank. Yu Wei's interdimensional enterprise flourishes as she acquires treasures and lost skills from antiquity, retrieves mysterious totems from the beastmen realm, obtains biotechnologies from a post-apocalyptic world, exchanges for advanced technologies in the interstellar realm, and even imports body-refining elixirs from the realm of cultivation. The development of Huaguo thus takes off like a rocket, soaring in all dimensions, leading a neighboring nation to exclaim in disbelief at the impossibility of it all. Chapter 1. Crossing over with a supermarket, Yu Wei pushed open the door of her supermarket, only to discover that she and the store seemed to have crossed into another realm. The wide concrete thoroughfare had vanished, replaced by a dilapidated cobblestone path. The towering buildings were gone, supplanted by houses of blue bricks and tiles or pure wooden structures. The few emaciated pedestrians she observed were clad in coarse ancient garments, their long hair flowing freely. She rubbed her eyes, yet the scene outside the supermarket remained unchanged. Her mobile phone, dialing 110, displayed no signal. Standing in bewilderment, Yu Wei suddenly noticed a dark figure darting toward her, halting abruptly before her. "Divine Maiden, I am willing to be a sacrifice. I beseech you to save my mother and sister. They are on the brink of death." What divine maiden? What sacrifice? What nonsense is this? Instinctively, Yu Wei looked down and saw a filthy, emaciated child kneeling before her, repeatedly bowing his head. Having never been bowed to under the red flag, Yu Wei jumped back in surprise, sidestepping him. "What are you doing?" The child swiftly turned toward her, pleading, "Divine Maiden, please." Seeing the child prepare to bow again, Yu Wei's scalp tingled. Her mind hadn't yet caught up when her hand reflexively grasped the back of his collar, lifting him effortlessly. He was so light, and indeed so filthy. As she held him aloft, Yu Wei took a closer look at his appearance. He appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, with dark skin and a gaunt frame, entirely devoid of the chubby cuteness she had previously encountered in children. She suspected he weighed less than 20 pounds, making him no heavier than a bag of rice. Noticing the abrasion on his forehead, Yu Wei comprehended the weight of his earlier blows. "Stop bowing. I will go with you." The child's mother and sister were not far from the store. They were just outside the door, down the second alley to the left. The alley was dark and foreboding, but Yu Wei gathered her courage and followed the child inside. He pointed to a corner where a woman held a child, her eyes closed. "Divine Maiden, this is my mother and my sister." Yu Wei gasped and crouched down to check the breathing of both the mother and the child. Fortunately, though faint, they were still alive. The child, tears streaming down his face, explained they're about to starve. His sobs intensified, especially when he called out for his mother and sister, who showed no response, though she had already surmised their plight. Hearing the reason struck Yu Wei like a thunderclap. She made a swift decision. "Wait here." With that, she dashed into the supermarket, scanning the shelf for something edible. Bread, spicy strips, candy, instant noodles. 8 treasure porridge would suffice. Grabbing a can of 8 treasure porridge, Yu Wei tore it open and thrust it into the child's hands. "You know how to use a spoon, right? Feed it to your mother." The child eagerly accepted the offering. The porridge was soft and fragrant. The child swallowed hard, yet he didn't take a bite himself, instead carefully scooping it out to feed his mother. The woman instinctively swallowed as Yu Wei watched, relieved. As long as she could eat, she wouldn't die. After consuming a third of the can, the woman, having regained some sustenance, opened her eyes. Residual sweetness lingered in her mouth as she observed her son feeding her. She instinctively swallowed again. "But just one spoonful." She closed her mouth. "Huaguo, I'm not hungry anymore. You eat." Huaguo shook his head. "Mother needs to be full. She must take care of my sister." The woman, her muddled mind awakening, quickly reached out, and upon feeling her daughter's breath, she sighed in relief. Then she raised her hand and, without hesitation, bit down on her bloodied wrist, bringing it to her infant's lips. "Here, dear, eat this and you won't be hungry anymore." Just then, Yu Wei, carrying a cup of milk, let out a sharp exclamation. "What are you doing?" Yu Wei rushed over, grasping the woman's elbow, and when she saw the horrifying wounds on her wrist, her heart sank. They were all interlaced bite marks, with old wounds still fresh and new ones added. The latest bite, nearly piercing to the bone, had bled little. She must be severely anemic. Initially excited about her journey, Yu Wei felt as though she had been doused with cold water. Even knowing that many lived poorly in this era, witnessing the vivid red blood before her, she abruptly realized that this was a real world. Their suffering was genuine, their lives endangered. The woman addressed the child as Huaguo. Was it because he was her fifth child? What the preceding for? Yu Wei dare not ponder further. You cannot drain all your blood and expect to care for her. How much blood can one body contain? Moreover, this woman had evidently not eaten her fill in a long time. She was already frail, and further bloodletting would surely lead to her demise here. The child must live. She cannot die, the woman insisted stubbornly. Yu Wei took a deep breath. I have milk. You can feed her without bleeding. Only then did the woman notice the cup Yu Wei held. The transparent, flawless glass cup must be something only a noble could possess. The woman dared not touch it, murmuring, Am I dead? How can I see such a beautiful glass cup? Yu Wei, merely having picked up a glass cup, felt speechless. First, tend to your daughter. The woman looked down and saw her daughter's grave condition. Ignoring everything else, she hastily fed her daughter with a spoon. As the milk touched the infant's lips, the newborn, filled with a will to survive, eagerly swallowed. One mouthful after another, she showed no signs of stopping. In less than 5 minutes, the infant finished the 150-milliliter cup of milk, finally gaining some strength to let out a feeble cry. Is she still not full? Yu Wei took the cup back. I'll prepare a bit more. That's enough. That's enough, the woman exclaimed, hearing her daughter's cries, laughing and weeping simultaneously. Thank you for saving me and my daughter. The woman expressed her gratitude repeatedly, searching her clothing before producing a large, somewhat tarnished silver bracelet and pressing it into Yu Wei's hands. I have nothing else to repay you with. This bracelet is the most valuable thing I possess. Please do not scorn it. Yu Wei felt the weight in her hands, and at that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Beep, the first transaction has been completed, and the Huaguo supermarket system has officially activated. Chapter 2. What kind of famine is this? System successfully activated, loading the ancient world of famine, protective shield distributed. Task 1. 1/20th transactions completed. After completing each task, the host can return to their world to restock, and the profits from transactions can also be brought back after tax deductions. Divine Maiden, the woman, sensing Yu Wei's silence, hesitantly called out. Yu Wei confirmed, You wish to use this bracelet to purchase a can of 8 treasure porridge from me. The silver bracelet in her hand was quite large, intricately designed, and appeared to be of considerable value. Was it truly an exaggeration to trade it for a can of 8 treasure porridge? However, upon hearing her words, the woman's legs weakened, and she knelt down on the ground. Your Highness, please forgive me. It was my greed. In this world, gold and silver hold little worth. 1 tael of gold cannot even procure a pound of rice. I actually thought to exchange such a silver bracelet for a bowl of such delicious porridge that Yu Wei was astounded by the prices in this place. She murmured, What must the famine be like? After pondering for a moment, she handed another can of 8 treasure porridge to the woman. I intend to conduct business here, selling rice, flour, water, and some food. You should be my first customer, so I gift you this can of porridge. My only request is that you help me spread the word, encouraging more people to come here to purchase goods. What say you? Rice for sale, water for sale. A youthful, high-pitched voice rang out, followed by a chorus of similar exclamations. Those lying in the alley, awaiting death, momentarily stirred, believing they had misheard. Yet, soon after, one of them remarked, Am I dead? How can I hear someone shouting about selling water and rice? Did you hear that too? The voices continued to rise, and suddenly, everyone sensed something was amiss. Driven by the instinct to survive, they shakily stood up, leaning against the walls as they made their way toward the source of the sound. As they drew nearer, they turned a corner to behold a large red sign, a vast expanse of colored glass beneath it, and at the entrance, a strangely dressed young woman alongside a frail child. However, at that moment, their attention was not captivated by the precious glass or the peculiar Yu Wei. Instead, all gazes were fixated on a basin and a bucket. The transparent basin and bucket, both made of an unknown material, sat atop a table, filled with what appeared to be clean water, and pristine white rice. Water. It's water. After a brief pause, they surged toward Yu Wei with frenzied desperation. Upon reaching her, they disregarded all decorum, attempting to bury their heads in the bucket for a drink. The frail child, Godon, rushed to block Yu Wei, filled with anxiety and regret. He should have urged the owner to reconsider. He knew well how frantic these people could become. However, to his astonishment, upon reaching the shop entrance, they seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, exerting all their strength yet unable to advance. Godon stood there dumbfounded. Yu Wei, witnessing this, finally felt reassured. She called out to the disaster-stricken individuals, mere half a meter away, "I have water and rice for sale. Gold, silver, jewelry, books, anything useful I will accept. I have a gold bracelet weighing 2 taels. I only wish for a bowl of water and a bowl of rice." One person produced a gold bracelet covered in dust, extending it toward her. Yu Wei accepted it, surprised by its weight. She promptly placed the bracelet aside and lifted a 10-pound bag of rice. "Do you have something to hold the water?" Then she spotted a broken bowl that Yu Wei exclaimed, "Please, wait a moment." She quickly entered the shop, retrieving a metal rice bowl, filling it to the brim with water, and first handed it to the woman. The moment the woman received the water, she drank deeply. Nearby, someone couldn't resist the urge to snatch it, prompting Yu Wei to sternly admonish, "If anyone dares to steal at my shop's entrance, I shall never sell to them again." The would-be thief instinctively paused, yet by the time they considered moving again, the woman had finished the water in her bowl. With a satisfied belch, she appeared revitalized, her eyes shining brightly. "It's really water." The crowd became even more animated. "I want water too. I have 3 taels of silver. I have 200 copper coins. I only need a sip of water." The clamor intensified. Yu Wei, feeling a surge of authority, declared, "Everyone, line up, one at a time. Otherwise, I shall close the shop and cease sales." Closing the shop was unthinkable, nor was it feasible to stop selling. But the disaster-stricken believed her. As they began to queue, the woman respectfully returned the bowl, saying, "Thank you, young lady." Yu Wei waved her hand. "This bowl is a gift for you." Before the woman could take it back, she ladled another half bowl of water. Then she handed the bag of rice to the woman. "This is your rice." The woman gasped in astonishment. "Is all of this truly mine?" "Indeed," Yu Wei replied, a hint of shyness in her tone, "that if you can carry it, I could give you 2 more bags." "That's enough, that's enough." The woman clutched the large bag of rice, her eyes brimming with tears, before breaking into sobs. She could survive, yet she was the only one in her entire family who could. Yu Wei felt a pang of sorrow. Taking a deep breath, she accepted a gold hairpin from the second person in line. "Please, everyone, do not rush. I have plenty of water and rice. You may all purchase." The hairpin was lighter than the bracelet, but still substantial. This individual brought a bowl, and Yu Wei first filled it with water. Once they finished drinking, she put a scoop of rice into a plastic bag, weighing around 2 pounds, and handed it over. "Thank you, revered goddess. Thank you, revered goddess." The person expressed their gratitude, sitting beside the shop with the rice, unwilling to leave. The third individual presented a pearl necklace. Pink pearls. Each pearl was the size of a thumb, round and uniform. With a mere wipe of a damp tissue, they gleamed clean. The allure of beautiful jewelry was irresistible to girls, and Yu Wei was no exception. The person offering the necklace appeared anxious. "Revered goddess, is this acceptable?" "Absolutely," Yu Wei replied, tucking the necklace into her pocket. "I truly adore this. Allow me to gift you a can of 8 treasure porridge." As she spoke, she beckoned Godon to fetch a can of 8 treasure porridge and instructed him on how to drink it. Additionally, she provided a 10-pound bag of rice. Water was first poured into a bowl for him to drink, then another bowl was prepared for him to take away. It was the turn of the fourth individual. A slender, timid boy, clearly lacking confidence, tremblingly handed over a bag. With a swift motion, he opened it to reveal over 100 copper coins, pleadingly gazing at Yu Wei, softly stating, "Revered goddess, I only have over 100 copper coins. I only need a sip of water." He gestured with his hands, indicating he truly needed just a tiny bit of water. The copper coins appeared simple and antiquated, although they were of little worth in terms of gold and silver. Wait, this was an ancient world. If she were to take these copper coins back, could they not serve as antiques? "Pass me the bowl," Yu Wei commanded, extending her hand to receive the coins. Under the boy's astonished gaze, she poured half a bowl of water for him. After he drank, she added a handful of rice into his bowl. This is the first time I've received copper coins. I find it quite interesting, so I'm gifting you some rice. As her words concluded, several eager individuals, wishing to barter their seemingly worthless copper coins for a sip of water, fell silent. Chapter 3. The Glimmering Eyes. Selling rice and water proved surprisingly simple. As the line of customers finished their purchases, only a mere 10 minutes had passed. Yu Wei glanced at the back-end transaction count, 14/20. The earlier rush had seemed large, yet there were only 13 individuals. Each possessed something of value, at the very least a silver hairpin. Even the one with the hairpin received a bowl of water and a scoop of rice, all expressing profound gratitude. Those who had exchanged more goods dared not stray far from the shop's entrance, for in these times there were too many starving individuals. They huddled together for warmth, assured that with food in hand, they would not resort to robbing one another in front of the revered goddess. Is there truly water here? And rice? A startled exclamation broke the air, drawing Yu Wei's attention as a cart followed behind Godon's mother. The carriage was quite large. Although not extravagant, it was evident that it was constructed from fine materials. The two individuals seated at the front were impeccably dressed, with not a single patch on their garments, and they appeared remarkably clean. However, upon gazing at the rice and water before Yu Wei, their expressions transformed into one of astonishment and disbelief. They rubbed their eyes, and upon realizing that what they saw was not a figment of their imagination, they promptly leapt down from the carriage. "Miss, no, divine maiden, are you truly willing to sell us rice and water?" Yu Wei smiled warmly, "Of course. I have come here to engage in business. Can we purchase as much as we desire?" One of them inquired eagerly. Yu Wei replied with caution, "Some can be bought in entirety, while others cannot." After all, her mission was not yet complete, and she could not allow them to monopolize her stock. However, water can be purchased freely. The water she spoke of was drawn from the faucet at the wash basin behind her, disinfected tap water that posed no risk for consumption, albeit with a slight hint of bleach. Yet, they seemed unconcerned by this detail. "Regardless of the quantity, we shall take it." As the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, a young girl, approximately 16 or 17 years old, emerged, adorned in a blue waist-length RU skirt and matching oversized sleeves. She leapt down from the carriage and bowed to Yu Wei. "We do not possess much gold or silver. May we purchase a portion first and return later for more?" "Certainly." Yu Wei nodded in agreement. She observed as the girl gestured, and one of those remaining in the carriage brought down a large wooden box. Upon opening it, Yu Wei was momentarily dazzled. Inside lay 6 or 7 gold ingots weighing 10 taels each, a dozen silver ingots, several gold hairpins, and silver hairpins scattered haphazardly, and a blue pearl the size of a quail egg, that we wish to exchange these for 50 pounds of rice and 5 buckets of water. Is that feasible? Noticing Yu Wei's silence as she stared at them, the girl grew anxious and bit her lip. "If it is insufficient, may we deduct from what is delivered later? Rest assured, I will remain here while they return with the rice and water. I am the legitimate daughter of the Meng family from Qingzhou. They will not abscond with the goods." Yu Wei had no knowledge of the Meng family from Qingzhou or Baizhou, but upon seeing the trove of gold and silver jewelry, she decisively nodded. "Of course, you may bring your companions in to assist with the loading." "Thank you, divine maiden." Miss Meng expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my family." Yu Wei inquired. "Did you bring buckets?" "Indeed." Miss Meng nodded vigorously. The two men in charge of the carriage fetched 5 wooden buckets and followed Yu Wei into the shop. Once inside, they were astounded. The shelves were filled with vibrant goods they had never encountered before, the floor laid with pure white stone slabs, and the ceiling illuminated by objects brighter than luminous pearls and candles, casting a brilliant glow throughout the establishment. Who could possibly doubt that this was the domain of a divine maiden? Miss Meng and her companions felt a rare sense of restraint. Once Yu Wei paused, they finally lifted their gazes. They then noticed a red, tubular object. "Place the buckets here. I will fill them with water." As they positioned the buckets, Yu Wei inserted a long hose and turned on the faucet. The sound of rushing water filled the air as crystal-clear liquid flowed into the wooden containers. "A miracle, truly a miracle," exclaimed one of the younger men, excitement evident in his voice. Yu Wei instructed Miss Meng. Have one person stay here. When the buckets are full, we will exchange for new ones. Miss Ming nodded and spoke to the elder among them. Uncle Lu, I appreciate your assistance. Do not worry, miss. I will ensure not a drop of water is wasted. Uncle Lu replied solemnly. Yu Wei led Miss Ming to the grain section, gesturing towards the various bags of rice. The smallest is a 10-pound bag. The medium is 20 pounds, and the largest is 30 pounds. You may choose the size. I will take one 30-pound bag and two 10-pound bags. Miss Ming promptly decided. She signaled the younger man to carry the rice and bowed to Yu Wei again. Thank you, divine maiden. If you don't mind, you may simply call me boss. Yu Wei responded, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to being referred to as a divine maiden. Miss Ming remained silent. Yu Wei pondered for a moment and asked, Are there many people like you in the city? Miss Ming was taken aback and instinctively questioned, Did not the divine boss say we could freely buy and sell? Yu Wei shrugged. While I am here to conduct business, I do not intend to serve a single customer. I hope to attract more individuals to purchase from me. After a brief pause, Yu Wei added, Rest assured, I will not have you work for free. If you help me bring in another customer, I will gift you a bag of flour. The flour was modest, merely 500 grams per bag. Yu Wei placed a bag into her hands. Consider this a deposit. How could I accept this? Your willingness to sell to us is already a great kindness. Since your aim is to assist more people, I shall certainly comply. Miss Ming responded, her gaze toward Yu Wei filled with greater respect. Yet Yu Wei insisted, placing the bag of flour into her hands. This bag of flour is of little consequence to me. Take it home as a treat. Miss Ming, unable to decline, accepted it, assuring, I will have Uncle Lu bring more people. Rest assured, they all possess silver and will not cause you any loss. 3 bags of rice were a simple task for the young man. However, once he carried them out, he did not return, as he needed to stay outside to guard the rice. Once the water was filled, Yu Wei turned off the faucet, and Uncle Lu carried the water outside to place on the carriage. Bowing to Miss Ming, I shall return swiftly. There is no need to rush, Uncle Lu, Miss Ming replied gently. After you return, prepare a pot of thick congee to share. It will surely attract nearby families and bring them along. Understood, Uncle Lu replied, that Yu Wei perceived Miss Ming as an earnest individual. Since no one else was present to buy, she took 3 lollipops and distributed one to Miss Ming and one to Go Dan. Boss, what is this? Miss Ming inquired, puzzled by the lollipop. Lollipop, Yu Wei gestured, demonstrating how to eat it. Go Dan and Miss Ming clumsily followed her example, unwrapping the candy and placing the lollipop in their mouths. As soon as it touched her tongue, Miss Ming exclaimed, So sweet. She immediately added, May we also purchase some lollipops? Of course, Yu Wei realized she had overlooked some items. I also have white sugar and salt, as well as many other foods. Would you like to buy some? Chapter 4. More is a gift for you. The sugar and salt are truly exquisite. Miss Ming sampled the sugar and salt that Yu Wei had unwrapped. Both items gleamed a pure, snowy white, devoid of any impurities. Even though Miss Ming's household had seldom utilized such high-quality ingredients, she understood that this kind of salt and sugar was worth its weight in gold, especially in the present day. Yu Wei then presented chocolate to Miss Ming. This is chocolate, capable of swiftly replenishing energy and providing a strong sense of satiety. This is a biscuit, while somewhat dry. It is filling, convenient to carry, and can be consumed immediately upon opening. This is a sausage, which can also be eaten right away, and it is quite fragrant, along with instant noodles. Before she could finish, Yu Wei heard the rumbling of a stomach. Miss Ming, feeling embarrassed, covered her belly, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. The sight of the blushing beauty momentarily captivated Yu Wei, who exclaimed, You are truly stunning. Miss Ming, even more flustered, replied, You are even more beautiful. Miss Ming exemplified classical beauty with her oval face and willow-like eyebrows, her fair complexion exuding grace. In contrast, Yu Wei possessed more pronounced and striking features. Having been praised for her vibrant looks since childhood, flattered by the compliment, Yu Wei waved her hand. Come, let me treat you to lunch. It's the perfect opportunity for you to experience the power of instant noodles. After inquiring whether Miss Ming and her son Go Dan had ever tasted chili, she chose the classic braised beef flavor for Miss Ming and the old hen soup flavor for Go Dan and his mother. As for herself, she preferred spiciness. opting for the explosive pepper beef flavor. Yu Wei instructed them on how to open the seasoning packets. Miss Ming managed to remain composed, while Go Dan and his mother were astonished. This is salt, and this is oil. Oh, dear goddess, may we not use the entirety of the seasoning packets? Do as you wish, but at least half a packet is necessary for optimal flavor. Go Dan's mother, suppressing her reluctance, carefully tucked one seasoning packet away while meticulously pouring the other, even tearing open the packet to lick it clean with Go Dan. As soon as the water was poured in, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. How fragrant! Go Dan looked eagerly at the noodles, his nose twitching in delight. His mother gasped in astonishment. Is this truly chicken soup? Surely, this must be a selection made specially by the goddess. Indeed, the goddess shows compassion to all. Yu Wei, oblivious to her musings, glanced at the time and declared, "It's ready to eat." Taking a bite of the noodles, Yu Wei felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Indeed, indulging in instant noodles occasionally was a delight. While Yu Wei found it satisfactory, both Go Dan and his mother, as well as Miss Ming, were utterly astonished. The noodles were chewy, the broth savory, and every mouthful was rich in flavor. Truly delicious. Miss Ming promptly decided, I must purchase more instant noodles to take home. Yu Wei readily agreed. As for instant noodles, you may buy as many as I have in stock. Miss Ming was deeply moved. Thank you. Before they could finish their meal, they heard Uncle Lu's voice from outside. Miss, we have returned. A group approached the supermarket, only to be halted at the entrance, having just activated the protective barrier. Yu Wei touched her nose and, with a flick of her thought, deactivated it, calling out, Please come in. The people outside remained still. Just moments before, a rich aroma had enveloped them, and they could not resist the urge to sniff the air, all eyes drawn to the front desk. It was Uncle Lu, who had already experienced such a sensation, who first regained his composure and stepped inside. Miss Goddess, I have brought members of the Lin, Su, Zhao, and Wang families. Yu Wei greeted the crowd warmly. Welcome, Goddess. The individuals outside first bowed respectfully before cautiously entering. Having witnessed the barrier that had suddenly appeared, they now recognized Yu Wei as indeed a goddess. Those who had arrived with some ulterior motives concealed them more securely. Uncle Lu, the most enthusiastic, had a box carried in. Upon opening it, Yu Wei was momentarily dazzled. Gold, silver, jade, jewelry, and ancient texts filled the two boxes to the brim. Lu Uncle, still a bit anxious, inquired, Goddess, do you truly wish to accept all of this? Yu Wei's gaze fell upon a jade Buddha, its translucent quality evident even to one unversed in jade. She decisively waved her hand. Yes, I want it all. Miss Ming, feeling more at ease, asked, with these items, can we purchase 500 jin of rice, 100 barrels of water, 1 barrel of oil, 2 bags of salt, and 1 bag of sugar? 500 jin of rice would last her family for half a month. She did not wish to be greedy, but there were others waiting outside. Miss Ming, is it truly appropriate for you to buy so much on your own? Young Master Zhao interjected, tapping the palm of his hand with his fan, prompting his servants to bring forth their offerings. Goddess, this is our Zhao family's sincerity. As one box opened, it revealed half a box of gold ingots and half a box filled with pearls of various sizes. Another individual from the Wang family opened his box to reveal an array of exquisite silks and a half box of uncarved jade. Yu Wei's eyes sparkled, overwhelmed by the treasures, yet she remained grounded, recalling her previous words to Miss Ming. Miss Ming is my first major customer, and since you have brought them here, I will honor your request for 500 jin of rice and 200 barrels of water. I still have approximately 1,000 jin of rice, 400 jin of flour, and other edible noodles available for you to peruse. With that, she directly handed a 3 kilograms bag of flour to Miss Ming. This is a token of gratitude for you bringing people to me. Miss Ming gleefully embraced the flour. Young Master Zhao swiftly directed his servants. Can we exchange this box from the Zhao family for 400 jin of rice and 100 jin of flour? Others began to express their discontent. Young Master Su remarked, Zhao, do not be excessive. There is only 1,000 jin of rice left. Are you attempting to claim nearly half for yourself? You are disregarding us. Miss Lin smirked. It is only right for Sister Ming to take more. But do not think you can take more than our family, especially since I have brought even more than you." As she spoke, Miss Lin had her box opened. The contents were quite similar, all in a box. However, she presented a large wooden box that, upon opening, revealed a stunning set of ruby hair ornaments. The exquisite craftsmanship instantly captivated Yu Wei's attention. Seeing Yu Wei's expression, Miss Lin finally felt relieved. As tensions began to rise, Miss Ming quickly intervened. "Everyone, let us not quarrel. After all, this transaction must first be discussed with the goddess. Let's hear her thoughts." With that, the families quieted, all eyes turning to Yu Wei. Considering the overflowing contents of the 4 open boxes, Yu Wei pondered and stated, "Logically, the items you brought are similar to those of Miss Ming, yet I currently do not possess enough rice and flour. Perhaps we could divide it evenly. I will accept half a box of items. Dividing it is indeed a fair proposal, but I shall not take the items back with me. Like Sister Ming, I will take 1 barrel of oil, 2 bags of salt, and 1 bag of sugar. If there are any leftovers, consider them a gift from me. I hope you will not think it too little." Miss Lin smiled gently. Chapter 5. I must admit Yu Wei was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Such generosity. Half a box of gold and silver artifacts given without hesitation? For this alone, she waved her hand. "I truly have no excess rice or flour, but I can offer you a selection of other items. You may take them home to sample, all of which are delightful and useful." The others had no objections. Yu Wei called upon the familiar Uncle Lu to assist in transporting items from the warehouse, emptying the store and warehouse of rice and flour. Transaction count, 2020 in progress. Yu Wei was taken aback. The Ming, Su, Lin, Zhao, and Wang families totaled only 5. Wait a moment. Could it be that Miss Ming had been counted twice? Yu Wei suddenly realized. This pertains to the number of occurrences rather than the number of individuals. Therefore, as long as she delivers the promised rice, flour, and water, she can return home. The tasks of fetching water and moving items were handled by the people they brought along. Yu Wei instructed Miss Ming and her companions to each take 2 large plastic bags while simultaneously introducing them to the products in the store, picking a little of each item for them. Chocolates, jellies, instant noodles, cookies, cola, orange juice, and yogurt filled the 2 plastic bags perfectly. Try these when you return. If you enjoy them, you may come back to purchase them next time. Once they had gathered their items, Miss Ming and the others did not leave, but chose to stay and accompany Yu Wei. This was primarily due to their substantial water demand, with only 1 faucet available. The process was rather slow. Aside from the Ming family, the others also requested 50 barrels of water each, totaling 300 barrels. It was at this moment that Yu Wei comprehended that the famine in this world was a consequence of drought. Although these prominent families could acquire water, they too faced difficulties. If not for the limited capacity of their water tanks, they would have eagerly purchased 500 or even 1,000 barrels. Filling a single barrel took approximately 3 minutes. Thus, 300 barrels would require 900 minutes, equivalent to 15 hours. After a brief calculation, Yu Wei decided to take a more relaxed approach. "You can fetch the water yourselves, and let me know once you are done." Saying this, she promptly retrieved a longer hose, extending the line outside the supermarket, even bringing out a collapsible bathtub. Consequently, they would no longer need to move the hose, but could simply scoop water. In response, Miss Ming inquired, "Dear lady, may I purchase this large tub?" Yu Wei replied, "Next time, I will bring a few for you." The others, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "We want some too. I will trade too with a golden Buddha. I will trade too with warm jade." Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively. "We shall discuss this next time." The others then fell silent. After stepping outside the supermarket, Yu Wei activated the protective shield and ascended to the 2nd floor to rest. The 2nd floor was her home, adorned just as it had been before her journey. Even the contents of the refrigerator remained unchanged. Yu Wei, not wishing to skimp on herself, took out some large shrimp and beef brisket from the fridge, preparing a tomato beef stew and boiled shrimp, along with a dipping sauce, ensuring she had a hearty meal. As dusk descended after cleaning up, Yu Wei noticed that the families were still transporting water through the night and decided to turn on the large light at the entrance of the store before lying down to sleep. Completely unaware that her illumination had created a significant shock for them, she awoke the next morning at 8 o'clock. having spent less than 15 hours. Yu Wei sluggishly steamed 10 dumplings for herself. After finishing, she leisurely took a bottle of yogurt and descended. How much is left? Only 3 barrels remain from our family. Uncle Lu respectfully replied. The others have all returned home. All right. Yu Wei observed that the remaining water in the bathtub was sufficient for 3 barrels. So she first turned off the faucet and coiled up the hose. After scooping out the remaining water, she generously offered the leftover portion in the bathtub to Uncle Lu and his companions. Once the bathtub was folded away, Yu Wei told Uncle Lu, I will temporarily close the store to restock. The reopening time is uncertain, but it should not be too long. Uncle Lu's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, Then next time, may we purchase more items? Of course, Yu Wei readily affirmed. Uncle Lu felt relieved and clasped his fists. Then I will return to inform the young lady, so she can prepare more gold and jewels. Yu Wei nodded, waving her hand. You may return now. Uncle Lu bowed deeply once more. Thank you very much. He then departed with his companions. Just as Yu Wei was bringing the ladle and the folded bathtub inside and had just closed the glass door, an excessively arrogant voice exclaimed, Is this where the water and food are? Hand over your water and food. A group of several dozen individuals with fierce expressions rushed forward. Startled, Yu Wei quickly activated the protective shield, and the group collided with the shield outside the glass door, causing them to stumble and fall. Get out here! The leading burly man scrambled to his feet, violently striking the supermarket door with an axe. His gaze towards Yu Wei filled with insatiable hunger, not a lustful gaze, but one driven by the desire for food. Yu Wei felt goosebumps rise instantly. It's just a door. Do you think it can hold us back for long? The burly man revealed his yellowed teeth, his expression twisted with malice and excitement. You look delectable. Once we break through the door, we will stew you. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Yu Wei instinctively took a step back, catching a glimpse of the return option on the system panel, and eagerly clicked it. In the next moment, the scenery before her shifted. The dirt road outside, and the ferocious mob vanished, replaced by the familiar expanse of a broad main road. The aroma of tea eggs from a neighboring stall wafting into the supermarket. The door she had previously closed was now wide open, the dirty spots on the floor cleaned. Yet the shelves bore noticeably fewer items. She had truly returned. Yu Wei felt her legs give way, and she collapsed onto the ground. Oh dear, Wei Wei, what happened to you? Her mother, behind the cash register, was taken aback. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yu Wei burst into tears. Oh, Mama! Her mother, bewildered yet concerned, quickly embraced her, comforting, It's all right, it's all right. Did you not pass your exam? It's okay. We could try again next time. Yu Wei was terrified by the thought of those cannibalistic mobs. The gaze that regarded her as food was utterly horrifying. In a world of famine, such mobs were undoubtedly numerous. With only a combat strength of 0, 5 represented by a large goose, she could not hope to contend with dozens of people, let alone 2. Moreover, her time to restock was limited to 24 hours, which meant that after this period, she would have to face those mobs once more. When in doubt, one must seek the aid of the state. While sobbing, Yu Wei trembled as she retrieved her phone and dialed 110, weeping, Hello? I wish to surrender myself and the system. Chapter 6. Only the most unscientific possibility remains. Jiangcheng Falaji, 3rd Substation. This is the situation. In 24 hours, I will be transported back again. No, it is now 22 hours and 37 minutes until I will cross over once more. Yu Wei attempted to calmly recount her experience of this journey. However, the expressions of the 2 policemen sitting opposite her grew increasingly subtle and speechless as they listened, tinged with hidden sympathy. The female officer gently suggested, Miss Yu, would you like to go to the hospital for a thorough examination? Have you, bumped your head recently? Yu Wei replied, What? Are you questioning my sanity? I have not bumped my head. I have no history of mental illness, nor am I hallucinating. She directly dismissed her suggestion. She had anticipated this reaction and simply extended her hand to reveal an unremarkable surprise. A large box appeared in her grasp. Before anyone could react, she unfastened the box's clasp and opened it, revealing an exquisitely crafted complete set of ruby jewelry before their astonished eyes. The incandescent lights reflected mesmerizing hues off the surface. Is this magic? The male officer exclaimed in astonishment, noting their continued disbelief. Yu Wei put away the ruby set and replaced it with a large wooden chest that suddenly appeared on the table. Upon opening the lid, it revealed gold and silver treasures, causing both officers to stand in shock. Yu Wei's mother, quicker to react than them, asked, Wei, where did this come from? Am I hallucinating? Yu Wei directly handed a gold ingot to her mother, exclaiming, this is absolutely real. Wait, is this still a magic trick? The male officer questioned, his own disbelief evident. Magic, after all, was merely an illusion. The large wooden box could barely be dismissed with a mere illusion, yet this time. It was impossible. Such an enormous crate. How could it possibly be brought into the police station? This was a matter of space. Have you ever read a novel about alternate dimensions? The two officers across the room felt their scientific worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. The female officer, dazed and confused, stood up. I believe we need backup. 20 minutes later, 3 individuals appeared before Yu Wei, the deputy director of the precinct, the captain of the criminal investigation team, and the police department's psychological consultant. The deputy director, a man in his 40s, maintained excellent physique, and his long-standing position of authority lent him an air of gravitas. After a brief self-introduction, he cut to the chase. You claim to possess a system in an alternate space? Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving the police? I trust you can discern whether I am lying. Despite her nervousness, Yu Wei spoke with clarity. A flicker of appreciation crossed the deputy director's eyes. Prior to this meeting, he had already reviewed the surveillance footage, and, through frame-by-frame analysis, he had preliminarily concluded that she had indeed conjured the large wooden box and this immense crate from thin air. Can you demonstrate your ability once more? The deputy director inquired. Yu Wei replied affirmatively. She stepped out from behind the table, positioning herself to be more visible to the deputy director and his colleagues. When she placed her hand on the crate, it vanished. After a brief pause, she waved her hand again, and the crate reappeared. Even the seasoned deputy director was taken aback by this display. He stood up abruptly, his fists clenched. I intend to take some items from the crate for testing. Of course, Yu Wei readily agreed. The female officer donned gloves and selected several items to take away. The deputy director resumed his seat, this time with a faint smile and a gentle tone. Could you tell me about the world you traversed? I am not well versed in it. All I know is that it is a realm plagued by war and famine, where many go hungry. They used these treasures to exchange for grains. Yu Wei lowered her head bashfully, admitting that she had been too focused on completing her task to fully understand that world. No matter, I was merely inquiring. The deputy director replied amiably, then asked, why did you decide to surrender these items? Yu Wei, obedient and sincere, responded, I perceive myself as an ordinary person, and I fear I might not outwit the denizens of that alternate world. Moreover, I believe my system could benefit our nation. She gazed at the deputy director with hopeful eyes. Surely, my system and I can bring advantages to our fatherland? Rest assured, even in a world of famine, you can contribute significantly. Yu Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Observing her innocent demeanor, the deputy director felt an inexplicable urge to smile. The results of the evaluation of the items in Yu Wei's crate arrived swiftly. The gold and silver were indeed authentic, as were the pearls and gemstones. This entire crate could elevate Yu Wei to riches overnight, propelling her to the pinnacle of her life. Meanwhile, her personal information had also been thoroughly investigated. The deputy director pressed his earbud and heard the report. Yu Wei's records are impeccable. Neither she nor her family has ever traveled abroad. Comprehensive documentation of her life exists, and we have examined the surveillance footage from her family's supermarket. There was a 2-second glitch in the footage, and after that interval, many items had mysteriously vanished, with no signs of hacking. Furthermore, the water meter indicated a consumption of 5 tons of water during those 2 seconds. With all scientifically explicable conspiracies ruled out, only the most implausible possibilities remained. The deputy director, having mentally prepared himself, was not surprised. He decisively stated, I will report your case immediately. How much time do you have left? Yu Wei glanced at the clock. 21 hours and 53 minutes. I will expedite the reporting process. But we must also prepare for contingencies. The deputy director checked his watch and inquired. You mentioned that the people in that alternate world are in dire need of water and grains? Indeed, Yu Wei nodded obediently. The deputy director affirmed, I will arrange for some grains to be sent to your warehouse, and for water, we will continue using the tap water you have. Yes, yes. Yu Wei nodded in agreement. The deputy director asked her, Is there anything else you need? You can tell me. Nothing else. Yu Wei shook her head honestly. Very well. Then you may remain in the police station to rest. If you require anything, seek Officer Shaolin. The deputy director pointed to the female officer who had previously questioned Yu Wei and briskly departed. Officer Shaolin smiled at Yu Wei. Come along, miss you. Your parents are waiting for you outside. I will escort you to the lounge. Thank you. Yu Wei beamed back a bright smile. Meanwhile, the deputy director hurried back to his office to make a phone call. Hello, brother. I have a matter of utmost importance to report to the chief regarding a significant opportunity for our nation's economy and development. Chapter 7. The Quest for Recognition. The deputy director was on the phone, leveraging connections, organizing data, reporting, and repeating the same information to various individuals, all while being utterly swamped with work. In a lounge, Yu Wei held a fruit platter, nibbling on fruit while trying to relax. Her parents had become aware of the events surrounding Yu Wei, and both wholeheartedly supported her decision to surrender the items. Initially worried, her mother was now able to enjoy watching cartoons alongside Yu Wei. She had come to believe in the strength of their nation. An hour later, Officer Shaolin informed Yu Wei that her supermarket stock of grains had been replenished, in addition to the warehouse and the original shelves designated for grains. They had slightly rearranged the supermarket shelves to create a corner that now contained an additional 2,000 pounds of rice. Yu Wei gave a thumbs up. You all are amazing. Completing it in just an hour, far surpassing her own efficiency. Indeed, seeking the support of the fatherland was a wise choice. With the issue of supplies resolved, how could safety be far behind? Yet, Yu Wei was unprepared for the astonishing efficiency of the state. Having spent less than 3 hours in the lounge, the deputy director returned. He informed Yu Wei, I have reported your case, and the second-in-command wishes to meet you. Yu Wei was taken aback. Huh? How did this leap occur? She had anticipated a lengthy reporting process, with layers of review and perhaps 2 more trips to the alternate world to gather additional evidence to substantiate her claims before finally meeting the top leader. In reality, the report had resulted in a meeting with the high-ranking official just 3 hours later. Even though Yu Wei considered herself to be relatively composed, she could not contain her excitement and anxiety. Her hands trembled. I am to meet the top leader? Yes, don't be nervous. The second-in-command happens to be nearby in Jiangcheng, which is why he wishes to see you, the deputy director reassured her in a gentle tone. How could Yu Wei not be anxious? But having made the decision to surrender, she was mentally prepared and did not back down. All right. The second-in-command had indeed arrived in Jiangcheng, even within the precinct. Yu Wei was escorted into the deputy director's office, where she met the warm and welcoming second-in-command. Upon seeing Yu Wei, he smiled. So, you're a comrade, Yu Wei? You are indeed a spirited young person. Please, have a seat. The second-in-command's overly warm demeanor alleviated some of Yu Wei's tension. She obediently sat on the sofa opposite him, her hands resting on her knees with her back straightened. Her exceedingly well-behaved appearance nearly elicited a chuckle from the second-in-command. Do not be nervous. Just consider this a casual chat. Yu Wei struggled to maintain her composure, but proved futile. With a distressed expression, she said, Sir, perhaps you could pretend not to notice my nerves? The second-in-command could no longer contain himself and laughed aloud. Indeed, she was a delightful child. The second leader, halting his laughter under Yu Wei's melancholic gaze, cleared his throat before saying, The challenges you currently face are twofold: the prolonged duration of selling water and the onslaught of rioters. The issue of selling water is easily resolved. I shall arrange for additional faucets to be installed in your supermarket. Would that be agreeable to you? Yu Wei responded with resolute enthusiasm. Absolutely. As for the rioters, while your supermarket is sufficiently fortified, you require means of both offense and self-defense. Therefore, I will take the liberty of requesting some weapons for you. However, a portion of these weapons must be returned each time you come back, to be returned to you before your next journey to the other world. Yu Wei raised both her hands and feet in agreement, exclaiming, "That sounds wonderful." She knew that what seemed like an urgent difficulty for her was merely a trifling matter for the nation. The connection to the other world is of paramount importance and uniqueness for us. The second leader pondered for a moment, stating, "I still need to discuss the specifics of your arrangements upon my return, but later, 3 individuals will come to find you. They will temporarily form a small team with you, and you may express any needs to them. They will assist you in resolving them or escalate the matter if necessary." Yu Wei nodded repeatedly, "I understand." Observing Yu Wei's eager compliance and her demeanor akin to a dutiful junior, the second leader sighed in resignation. "Do you have any other requests? Feel free to voice them." Yu Wei indeed had a request. "Will I have a position?" The second leader chuckled softly. "Is that your only concern? No desire for a house, a car, better treatment?" Yu Wei replied earnestly, "The nation will not neglect me." The second leader felt a swell of gratification. Upon hearing Yu Wei's subsequent words, his contentment deepened, for she declared, "I wish to submit a portion of the items I bring back." The second leader waved his hand dismissively. "The nation will not take advantage of you. We will purchase them at fair market prices. We would not stoop to exploiting a young individual." Yu Wei was momentarily taken aback, feeling even more touched. "The nation protects me, and I wish to contribute to it. This is my duty, and I hope you will not refuse." Sensing the second leader's inclination to decline, Yu Wei boldly interjected, "Moreover, the items I bring back in the future will surely be more abundant, and it is the nation's support that allows me to navigate the other world more smoothly. Therefore, a portion of them rightfully belongs to the nation. Matters of the future can be discussed later. At the very least, the items from this first venture, which you risked your safety to obtain, should belong solely to you. If you are willing to part with them, the nation will purchase them. Let us not dwell on anything else." The second leader made a decisive pronouncement. Yu Wei, feeling a tinge of grievance, acquiesced. "Very well." The transaction regarding the 5 boxes of goods was certainly not the second leader's concern. In truth, after his conversation with Yu Wei, he departed, having merely come to Jiangshang to hear about this matter. He had pressing obligations and needed to convene a meeting remotely regarding Yu Wei's affairs to establish some regulations. The second leader had scarcely left for half an hour when the 3 individuals he designated arrived. The first, a lean man with a bronze complexion and a close-cropped hairstyle, stood at a height of 185 meters and spoke first. "Miss Yu Wei, I am Hang Haoyan, 25 years old, a military officer of the rank of captain, and I shall be your bodyguard henceforth." Following him was a young man, also 1.8 meters tall, with a warm smile, dressed in a white shirt, and possessing captivating, charming eyes. "Miss Yu Wei, I am Ruan Jiaoyang, 27 years old, engaged in market research and sales, and I hope to be of assistance to you." Lastly, a woman with shoulder-length hair tied in a low ponytail, her features cool and adorned with glasses, introduced herself. "Miss Yu Wei, I am Xiaohuai, a military physician, and I will be responsible for your health from now on." Faced with these 3 formidable elites, Yu Wei radiated a sense of confusion and innocence. "Hello. I look forward to your guidance." The trio exchanged glances, and Xiaohuai, sharing Yu Wei's gender, spoke first. "We understand your time is limited. If you don't mind, shall we proceed to your supermarket? We can discuss matters en route." Chapter 8. The second crossing. On the way back to the supermarket from the police station, Hang Haoyan drove the emergency vehicle assigned to Yu Wei, with Ruan Jiaoyang seated in the front passenger seat, while Yu Wei and Xiaohuai occupied the rear, leaving space for Yu's father and mother in the middle. Along the way, Ruan Jiaoyang inquired about the supermarket situation. As Yu's parents had been operating the supermarket for over a decade, they possessed far more knowledge than Yu Wei, who had only occasionally assisted during holidays and was thus unfamiliar with inventory matters. In the lounge, Yu Wei had already shared her experiences with her parents, with the tacit approval of the deputy director and others. Consequently, when Ruan Jiaoyang asked, Yu's parents were quite cooperative, setting aside other considerations. The couple had a thorough understanding of supermarket operations, having run it for many years, and it was not a small establishment, aside from fruits and vegetables. They stocked almost everything. Upon learning that the second floor would also accompany Yu Wei in her traversal, Ruan Jiaoyang promptly contacted the necessary parties to deliver a large freezer, a substantial refrigeration unit, and an array of fresh meats and fruits, along with a significant quantity of prepared meals, freshly made, clean, and sanitary. When Yu Wei and her group arrived at the supermarket, the freezer and refrigeration unit had just been delivered. Yu Wei opened the door to allow them access to the second floor. The second floor consisted of a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with an area of 140 square meters, which could accommodate 2 large cabinets. However, after inspecting the premises, Ruan Jiaoyang signaled to Yu Wei and stepped onto the adjacent balcony, stating, "Miss Yu, since this apartment will accompany you in your travels, it may not be suitable for long-term residence." Yu Wei had contemplated this issue as well. However, as this was their only home, relocating was not a decision that could be made hastily. She simply replied, "I will discuss it with my parents. But please help me find a suitable place. We certainly won't have time to move today. I'll have my parents stay at a hotel for a few days." Although they were not moving immediately, Yu Wei tidied up the house, cleaning the guest room that was rarely used, while Hang Haoyin and the others began assisting in moving items upstairs. They transported rice, flour, compressed biscuits, various canned goods, instant noodles, and self-heating rice, among other items. There was no need to consider Yu Wei's strength, for the space that had previously contained the gold and silver treasures she had brought back from the other world was now empty. She had entrusted all the items to Ruan Jiaoyang and his team, who were to deliver them to experts for research. Although small, this space measured 8 cubic meters, which sufficed for transporting goods. Naturally, this space was filled with rice as well. Once the guest room was nearly full, they ceased their efforts. Meanwhile, the renovations on the first floor had also been completed. To the left of the supermarket entrance, 6 new faucets had been installed against the wall, connected to appropriately sized pipes, ready for use whenever needed. Yu Wei tested one and found the water flow to be twice as fast as that of a standard faucet. Even the faucet in her bathroom had been upgraded, ensuring that she could sell water more efficiently. Additionally, the supermarket had been reconfigured by Ruan Jiaoyang, with some shelves replaced, and the vacant space was filled with rice and flour. Once all these tasks were completed, the sun had set. After a long day's work, everyone lacked the enthusiasm to cook and opted instead to dine at a nearby restaurant. Yu's parents packed their belongings into the car, but insisted on spending the night at home. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiaoyang and the others settled in on the floor above Yu Wei. Among the crowd, Yu Wei felt the most at ease. Having prepared everything that could be prepared, she believed that the system had bound itself to her not to lead her to her demise, so her next mission should not be excessively outrageous. Thus, Yu Wei slept soundly that night. The following day, however, she encountered 5 pairs of panda eyes. While it was understandable for her parents, Yu Wei could not fathom why the others appeared equally sleep-deprived. "I have compiled some materials for you. In the future, you may select your desired items there." Ruan Jiaoyang first handed the substantial booklet he held to Yu Wei. Upon opening the weighty tome, Yu Wei was met with topics such as how to discern the quality of jade, classifications and values of silk and satin, and the various ancient crafts. The sincerity of this gesture was almost overwhelming for her. Xia Huai, on the other hand, was dragging a suitcase, though the booklet she provided Yu Wei was considerably smaller. She remarked, "These are some emergency measures along with detailed remedies for common ailments, which can be complemented with the medications in the suitcase." Yu Wei accepted this with great enthusiasm. Finally, there was Hang Haoyin, who also carried a suitcase that appeared far more upscale. He checked the time and promptly opened the case. Yu Wei glanced over and was momentarily taken aback, her fingers trembling as she exclaimed, You cannot be serious. Is this my weapon?" Hang Haoyin clarified, "You have not undergone training, so they did not equip you with more weapons, but these should suffice." "No, I mean, did you really bring me a gun?" Yu Wei replied incredulously. "Do I look like someone who can wield a firearm?" "You need not worry." Hang Haoyin responded as he produced the gun, explaining, "We selected the most user-friendly model. The magazine is already loaded, and to change it, simply press here. The safety is located here, currently locked. Just pull it back to disengage. This model has a relatively low recoil, so as long as you remember not to aim at your allies, you should be fine." Yu Wei silently tucked her chin into her chest, rapidly studying the weapon. After confirming that she could replace the magazine and operate the safety, and having practiced a bit of aiming, she hastily returned the firearm. Unless absolutely necessary, She had no intention of utilizing such a device. In addition to the gun, the suitcase contained 3 electric batons and a dagger. Yu Wei cautiously retrieved one of the electric batons while discreetly stowing the rest at the cashier's desk. Lastly, there was the backpack slung over Hang Haoyan's shoulder. Noticing Yu Wei's gaze, he remained composed, stating, "We would like to test whether you can bring someone along to the other world." Yu Wei felt the prospect was bleak. "Last time my parents were present, I went alone. It is worth trying," Hang Haoyan reassured, undeterred. Perhaps transporting others required physical contact or other prerequisites. If a skilled warrior accompanied her, Yu Wei would feel significantly more confident. Hence, she did not reject the idea. With everything prepared, only 15 minutes remained until Yu Wei's journey commenced. Yamama brought out a bowl of beef noodle soup and placed it before Yu Wei, saying, "First, have your breakfast." "Oh yes, I'm a bit hungry," Yu Wei admitted, rubbing her stomach. Without hesitation, she began to eat at the cashier's desk. Once she finished her meal and the bowl was cleared away, Yu Wei noticed the countdown had dwindled to 10 seconds. She extended her hand toward Hang Haoyan, who firmly grasped it. His broad palm enveloped Yu Wei's hand. Both he and Yu Wei exerted strength. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0. The supermarket was devoid of life, while outside, day transformed into night in a mere second, leaving only the gentle glow of the supermarket's lights. Indeed, she was the sole traveler to have crossed over. Yu Wei was not surprised. What intrigued her was how much time had elapsed here while she had spent 24 hours in the modern world. She recalled that before returning to the present, she had been surrounded by a mob. Peering outside, Yu Wei squinted, but darkness obscured her vision. Should she venture out? After a moment's hesitation, she made her decision. Stepping out could lead to danger. Yet remaining inside, while the world outside might have progressed for days, was equally perilous. Surely, the mob could not have gone without food and water while guarding the supermarket. With this thought, Yu Wei felt a surge of anxiety. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a nearby freezer. She gritted her teeth and extracted a can of beer, gulping it down in one go. The alcohol did not embolden her, yet the chill of the beverage provided clarity. Cautiously, she approached the entrance, opting not to open the door, but rather to peer through the glass. There was no movement. Just as Yu Wei exhaled in relief, she caught sight of a small figure lying on the ground to her right, a child, seemingly no more than 2 or 3 years old, in a state of unconsciousness. Startled, her upbringing of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young compelled her to open the door. However, in the next heartbeat, she heard a sinister laugh. "Wretch, you finally emerged." Yu Wei's pupils dilated as she beheld a twisted, malevolent face emerging from the shadows, brandishing a chipped axe aimed directly at her head. Chapter 9. Scum. Unworthy of existence, the grotesque visage and the descending axe. Yu Wei's eyes widened, and instinctively, she reached out her hand. The axe was silently halted. Suspended mere inches from Yu Wei's face, the excitement on the twisted face momentarily frozen. A faint crackling of electricity filled the air as the man convulsed violently. His hair frizzing outwards, a plume of white smoke escaping his mouth as he collapsed backward, eyes rolling up into his head. Still dazed, Yu Wei gradually lowered her gaze to the electric baton in her hand. Oh, right. She had indeed brought the electric baton to open the door. But how had she ended up using it? Bewildered, Yu Wei stared at her hand, and then at the unconscious man sprawled on the ground. Her attention finally shifting to the others who had rushed out. Those who followed. No, what were they looking at her for? In the darkness, Yu Wei could not ascertain how many were surrounding the supermarket, but at a glance, she noticed several instinctively taking a step back. Some murmured in trembling voices. Is she truly a goddess? If she were human, how could she incapacitate someone with just a gesture? Regardless of her true nature, it was of no concern to them. Some gazed hungrily at Yu Wei's supermarket, their eyes glimmering with desire. She was flesh, and her store was filled with rice. Did you see that? If we can seize that rice, we can feast. In mere moments, all eyes shifted towards the supermarket, through the transparent glass doors and walls. They clearly saw a substantial corner of the store piled high with rice. How long could that much rice sustain them? It was an unfathomable amount. If they did not seize it, they would eventually starve. Better to take the risk. The shift from fear to greed among the crowd transpired in mere seconds. In the next moment, everyone surged forward. In the darkness, the number of people was indistinct, but those at the forefront pressed against the invisible barrier. Even with her eyes closed, Yu Wei could strike at those approaching. Yet, even if they were incapacitated by her electric baton, the onslaught would not cease. They continued to charge toward the supermarket, heedless of their fellow beings beneath their feet. Yu Wei was unaware of how many she had struck. Axes, knives, hoes, and shovels flew past her, all repelled. Twisted faces loomed at the entrance of the supermarket, inducing a visceral discomfort within Yu Wei. She regarded the now depleted electric baton in her hand, and then looked at the relentless throng fixated on her in the supermarket, finally uttering her first words of the day. "You cannot enter, nor can you harm me." However, the frenzied mob outside paid no heed to her words. Their eyes remained fixed on the treasures within the supermarket, occasionally flickering to Yu Wei, still tinged with hunger. Yu Wei resolutely filled a basin with water and, with a decisive splash, doused the crowd. Sudden silence enveloped the exterior of the supermarket. The bloodthirsty mob finally noticed Yu Wei's expression, which was devoid of warmth. They heard her declare, "I will not allow you inside. You may remain here and see how long you can endure." The number of rioters was indeterminate, and neither Yu Wei nor Hang Haoyan had ever contemplated a direct confrontation. Why would Yu Wei take such a risk when the supermarket can ensure her safety? If Hang Haoyan were to arrive, perhaps there would be another possibility, but he was not present. In this context, she could easily employ a strategy of delay. Ruan Jiaoyang had specifically arranged for her to have prepared meals to deal with situations like this. Observing that the crowd had ceased their aggressive shouts, Yu Wei maintained a calm facade while feeling a sense of relief within. The reason these individuals had turned into a mob was their instinct for survival. She could see that many had regained their composure and looked at her in the supermarket with a hint of fear, clearly wavering in their resolve. Yu Wei's expression grew more indifferent as she said, "Consider your actions." Without hesitation, she turned and walked away, intent on ascending to the second floor. She believed that if she remained downstairs and displayed any sign of weakness, they would entangle her further. "Where do you think you're going? I haven't even thanked you for bringing us food." A weak voice called out, and the mob parted to reveal the speaker. It was the burly man she had initially incapacitated with her electric shock, supported by others. His gaze towards Yu Wei was increasingly filled with venom and a twisted sense of satisfaction. "Aren't you going to stay and watch, goddess?" The supermarket's lights illuminated the area just outside the glass doors, casting light 3 or 4 meters ahead. After awakening, the burly man ordered the others to step back, and what met Yu Wei's eyes were the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Blood had splattered and dried, leaving behind dark crimson stains. While the bodies of those trampled were contorted, their eyes crushed and reduced to hollow sockets. A surge of nausea and terror overwhelmed Yu Wei, paralyzing her as she confronted the horrifying sight of death for the first time in her 21 years of life. The impact was immense. Just then, she heard the burly man exclaim, "Bring the pot. Today we feast on meat." For a fleeting moment, she wished she had not comprehended the gruesome meaning behind his words so quickly. However, the mob outside was already cheering, eagerly lifting the corpses from the ground. They regarded the remains of their companions as mere provisions. Yu Wei felt a desperate urge to flee. But at that moment, the burly man seemed to anticipate her actions. He turned to her with a grin. "Goddess, are you afraid? This meat is a gift from you. Without you, we would have no meat to eat." A wave of malicious intent washed over her. Though her mind was in turmoil, Yu Wei defiantly retorted, "They died because of you. Their unrest is due to your cannibalism. It has nothing to do with me." The burly man's expression darkened in surprise at her response. The pot was placed over the fire, and the body was tossed in. Despite not being swayed by his manipulation, Yu Wei found herself unwilling to witness such a grotesque act and began to turn away. Yet at that moment, she heard a faint cry. She turned back to see one of the burly man's subordinates holding a small child, the very one used to lure her earlier. Seeing Yu Wei halt in her tracks, the burly man's sickening smile widened, dripping with malice. "Goddess, are you going to save this little lamb?" The child, stripped of clothing, dangled by one leg near the edge of the large pot. So small and fragile, The child's cries were weak, akin to a mewling kitten. A surge of fury ignited within Yu Wei, clouding her thoughts. Noticing her hesitation, the burly man grew increasingly animated. Goddess, why not kill me? If you do, you can save him. What do you say? Can you bring yourself to kill me? Ha ha! You are the goddess, can you take a life? His escalating excitement seemed to validate his assumption that Yu Wei, as the goddess, could not kill. All those who had perished moments ago had been trampled, not slain by her hand. Goddess, will you save him? Come out, and you can save him, he boasted, feeling as if he stood above the divine. The repeated title of goddess was a mockery of her sanctity. The very thought of breaking the goddess's compassion, of inflicting pain upon her, sent shivers down his spine. But in the next moment, he was taken aback. A dark, gaping barrel was aimed at him. Though he did not comprehend its nature, he could see the flames of wrath dancing in Yu Wei's eyes. Scum, you do not deserve to live. As the words left her lips, she pulled the trigger. The thunderous sound echoed, startling not only the mob, but also the families of Mingzhao who had rushed to the scene. As the burly man fell backward in disbelief, they noticed the crimson spot on his forehead, a fatal shot. Divine intervention. The remaining mob, paralyzed by fear, dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy. Some collapsed in terror, wetting themselves in their fright. The child they had been holding was dropped to the ground, groaning as he regained consciousness. Upon first opening his eyes, the child saw Yu Wei and cried out, "Goddess!" Yu Wei emerged from the supermarket. With each step she took forward, the mob retreated, their previous bravado evaporating. Approaching the child, she knelt down and lifted him into her arms, turning to glance at the burning torches not far away. Oncle Ali, starlat, sidestepped the kneeling mob and hurried over, clasping his hands in respect. "Goddess, is there anything we can assist you with?" None of these ruffians could be allowed to escape. Yu Wei turned and re-entered the supermarket. Uncle Li exhaled in relief, declaring loudly, "We will handle this properly. Rest assured, goddess." A rustling sound interrupted her thoughts. Yu Wei, awakening from her dreams, frowned in annoyance and opened her eyes. What is that noise? The rustling ceased, but her mood remained sour. Pressing her forehead, she felt a throbbing pain and a hint of nausea. Then she heard a soft sound, followed by the child's weak voice. "Goddess, I'm sorry." Yu Wei was taken aback. She opened her eyes wide to see the child, clad in an oversized coat that could serve as a dress, kneeling before her, revealing thin wrists and ankles. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The child, timidly responding, said, "You brought me here." Yu Wei was perplexed. Why would she bring a child into the supermarket? Wait. As realization dawned, her eyes widened. This child was indeed the one she had carried back. At that time, she had intended to take the child upstairs, but realized she couldn't ascend with someone in her arms. So, she had found a blanket for the child and draped her own coat over her. Ultimately, she had decided to stay on the ground floor with the child. Before bringing the child back, in a fit of rage fueled by alcohol, she had shot the leader of the mob right between the eyes. One shot, one kill. Her palms still throbbed from the recoil. Oh, right. She had taken a life. Yu Wei tilted her head, letting out a soft sound. However, having consumed only one can of beer, which was now fully digested, she could not expel anything. After a few dry heaves, she looked at the child, still kneeling, and rubbed her temples, lifting the child. "Get up. No need to kneel." The child complied without resistance. "Where are your parents?" "My mother and father are both dead." The voice of the young one trembled with a hint of sorrow, recalling the malevolent figures who had slain both my mother and father, and, even more horrifically, consumed them. Cannibalism had undoubtedly crossed Yu Wei's threshold of tolerance. A wave of profound disgust surged within her, overshadowing the shock of her own murderous actions. Could those who had dined upon human flesh still be deemed human? Deliberately steering clear of her own transgressions, Yu Wei rose from behind the cash register, only to realize that her hands had grown numb from the pressure. She shook them out and made her way to the entrance of the supermarket. Outside, the bodies had been meticulously cleared away, leaving not a trace of blood upon the ground. Uncle Lu, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, greeted Yu Wei with a respectful bow. "Goddess, you have returned." Surprised, Yu Wei inquired, "Is it just you?" "Yes, I fear to disturb you, so the others have returned." Uncle Lu answered respectfully. Yu Wei gestured for him to come closer. "You have worked hard. Please come in for some water. Certainly. As Uncle Lu entered, Yu Wei handed him a glass of water, pointing at the faucet nearby. If it is insufficient, feel free to refill. Thank you, goddess. The cool, sweet water flowed down his throat, bringing relief at last. He savored the water, drinking it slowly before reporting, "We have captured those ruffians and temporarily confined them in the shop across the street, which used to belong to the Meng family. Some individuals remain there to guard them, awaiting your command on how to handle them. What should be done with them? Release them? Execute them?" For the first time wielding the power of life and death over others, Yu Wei found herself paralyzed with indecision. Uncle Lu discreetly observed her and said, "We have interrogated them. They survive by consuming humans. Even when food is available, they prefer human flesh. A beast that has tasted human meat must be slain. For having savored it, humans will forever be on their menu." It was just as the imposing figure outside the supermarket had proclaimed, declaring their intent to seize all the food. "Let us put an end to them." Yu Wei seemed to be persuading herself. If we release them, they will return to their predation, harming those who are innocent and defenseless, like this young one. Uncle Lu responded respectfully, "Yes, we will handle it appropriately." Yu Wei exhaled deeply, uncertain if she would be haunted by nightmares in the dead of night, yet she felt no regret. The ruffians did not die before her. Uncle Lu ensured they did not tarnish her vision, opting instead for immediate disposal. Yu Wei steeled herself and spoke to Uncle Lu, "I have restocked supplies. If anyone wishes to purchase goods, they are welcome." Indeed, Uncle Lu's spirits lifted instantly. He beheld a corner of the supermarket overflowing with rice and flour, and several new faucets had been installed at the entrance. Excitedly, he rushed back to summon others, leaving Yu Wei alone with the young one. If the little one had any relatives, Yu Wei would have returned her to them. But now, she was utterly alone. If left to wander, she would likely perish outside. While Yu Wei could take the lives of the ruffians, she found herself unable to do the same to an innocent child. After a lengthy pause, she finally asked, "How old are you? What is your name?" "I am 5 years old, and my name is Xiao Chao," the child replied. Yu Wei gazed at her frail figure, which looked no older than 2 or 3, and softened her tone. "Are you hungry?" Xiao Chao quickly clutched her belly. "No, I am not hungry." But as soon as she spoke, her stomach let out a loud growl. Her face paled, and she pleaded, "Goddess, please do not drive me away. I will not cast you out." Seeing the tears welling in Xiao Chao's eyes, Yu Wei longed to pat her head but noticed the grease coating her hair. Instead, she gently placed a hand on her shoulder and went to retrieve 2 fresh loaves of bread, each with a mere week's shelf life. After breaking one, she offered it to the girl. "Have something to eat? Rest assured, I will take care of you." The soft bread exuded an enticing aroma, wafting into Xiao Chao's nostrils. Starved and unable to resist, the child bit into the bread. It was soft and delectable. "Delicious. Is this food from the heavens? To taste such exquisite food makes my life worthwhile." Xiao Chao cherished the bread, eating it slowly, savoring each bite. "Boss, I must trouble you once again today." Yu Wei looked up to see Miss Meng, accompanied by 5 large boxes being carried behind her. Chapter 11. These are exquisite vegetables. One by one, the boxes were opened before Yu Wei. The first was filled to the brim with gold. The second contained paintings and calligraphy. The remaining 3 boxes held jewelry, fine silks, and writing materials. The items selected by Miss Meng for Yu Wei were of the highest quality, whether they were paintings or writing supplies, all exceedingly rare. Yu Wei could not recognize everything, but her crash course from the previous day bore fruit. She identified a couple of items resembling those depicted in her catalog, all marked as quite valuable. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she was wholly focused on conducting business and did not dwell on it. "What would you like to purchase?" 4 of the boxes will be for rice, flour, and water, while the last box, "I wish to acquire something else," Miss Ming replied, glancing around the supermarket. "The gifts you provided last time were delightful." Yu Wei calculated briefly and said, "I can sell you 1/5 of the rice and flour over there, as I must reserve some for others. As for water, I can provide you with a larger quantity." 1/5? Miss Ming's incredulous gaze fell upon the corner, unable to believe her ears. "Can I truly buy that much? There must be at least 10,000 jin of rice and flour there." This means I can purchase a minimum of 2,000 jin of rice. Yu Wei waved her hand nonchalantly. If there are leftovers later, I can sell you more. Miss Ming bowed gratefully. Thank you, boss. With such an abundance of rice, Miss Ming continued, then 300 barrels of water will suffice. After a moment, she added apologetically, cooking rice requires a significant amount of water. Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively. If you have the time, feel free to come back for more. Even if it exceeds the limit, my water bill will not exceed 10 yuan per ton. 1 ton can fill over 100 barrels, so I truly do not mind. Seeing Yu Wei's calm demeanor, Miss Ming silently pledged to remember her kindness. The goddess is benevolent, yet she cannot take it for granted. Miss Ming was merely the first to arrive. Her rice had yet to be fully transported when the others began to arrive. Yu Wei recalled how they had all come to assist her while she was intoxicated, and to her surprise, each one had brought 5 boxes. For these wealthy patrons, Yu Wei was equally generous, offering each 1/5 of the rice and flour from a corner. Their reactions mirrored that of Miss Ming. Initial shock followed by deep gratitude. The 6 faucets outside had been divided among them, each taking 1, while the remaining 1 would be shared among them. As they busily cleared out the corner of rice and flour, a collective gasp escaped their lips upon calculation. Each household had not merely 2,000 jin of rice. They had nearly 4,000 jin. Half a jin of rice is sufficient to feed an adult for a day. With such ample supplies, they could sustain themselves for at least half a month without worry. If they rationed carefully, it could last them for a month. Once the corner of the supermarket was emptied, it felt eerily vacant. After everything was moved, the others stepped outside, leaving only Miss Ming and her companions within the supermarket. It was then that they noticed Yu Wei emerging unexpectedly from the back of the store, dragging a shelf taller than herself. With a flourish, she revealed a layer of vegetables atop it. Crisp and vibrant cabbages glistened with droplets of water, appearing remarkably fresh. Miss Ming could not resist the impulse to stride forward and gently touch the vegetables. They were cool and tender, undeniably real, not a figment of her imagination. Miss Ming exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, can we buy these vegetables?" "Of course, anything available in the store can be purchased," Yu Wei replied. She had merely brought out the spare shelves due to the emptiness, not anticipating Miss Ming's enthusiasm. In an instant, she was taken aback as the other 4 rushed to her side, exclaiming, "I want to buy too. I'll go fetch the money right away." Seeing their excitement, Yu Wei raised her hand, saying, Wait. Don't rush. You can all have some, and I still have meat here. Do you want to buy that as well?" "Yes." They chorused in unison. At that moment, their gazes toward Yu Wei grew increasingly complex. Despite knowing her uniqueness, they were continually astonished. When crops were failing, who still had the heart to cultivate vegetables? Even for them, acquiring vegetables was a challenge, and what they found were often wilted. If there were still people who could enjoy fresh vegetables, it would likely be the one seated upon the dragon throne. Yet now, they too could make a purchase. The 5 shared a tacit understanding and hurried to the entrance, instructing their family members to fetch money, while they themselves resolutely remained inside the supermarket. This heap of vegetables could only be divided among themselves, and no latecomers could snatch it away. Yu Wei suddenly remembered, by the way, "Does anyone have children's clothing at home?" "I do. I still have my little sister's clothes from when she was young," Miss Ming answered eagerly. Yu Wei was unreserved. "Please bring me 2 sets." Miss Ming immediately instructed her people. The others, who had not been as quick, lamented, casting reproachful glances at Miss Ming. "How could you be this kind of Miss Ming?" Miss Ming was unfazed. Wasn't it cleverness to enhance the favorability of the goddess? The people under Miss Ming were efficient, soon delivering not 2 sets but 6. Just as Yu Wei was about to take the child for a bath, Miss Ming volunteered. "My nanny has come along. She used to take care of my little sister. Why not let her help with the bath?" "Sure," Yu Wei agreed, lacking experience in caring for young ones. She picked up the child hidden behind her and handed her over. The frightened little one teared up but dared not cry. Allowing the unfamiliar nanny to hold her, comforted somewhat by Yu Wei's presence. Yu Wei mainly went to teach the nanny how to use the items in the bathroom, especially shampoo and body wash, instructing her not to be frugal. When the child emerged 10 minutes later, she was now a clean little one. The previously dark skin had been covered in dirt, and once cleaned, the child's delicate features were revealed. Yu Wei took a towel to dry the child's hair and, seeing the little one depend on her, felt a bit troubled. Setting aside her lack of childcare skills, even if she were willing to raise the child, she would periodically return to the modern world. What would happen to the child then? This time, she would be gone for 24 hours, and it seemed about 12 hours had passed here. What would happen next? If she stayed a few more days, would this small child manage to survive without starving? Or encounter mob violence again? But what could she do if she didn't take her along? Observing Yu Wei's conflicted expression, Miss Ming seemed to understand and cautiously inquired, "Boss, how do you plan to settle this little girl?" Yu Wei sighed, "I don't know." Seeing the child's timid demeanor softened Miss Ming's heart. "If you don't mind, why not entrust her to me?" In Chapter 12, Grappling with Her Conscience, Yu Wei learned from Miss Ming that the Ming family had a tradition of donating to the charity orphanage. Of course, given the current circumstances, the orphanage had long since collapsed. However, the Ming family had encountered several children from the orphanage, temporarily sustaining them with a bowl of congee to prevent them from starving. For Yu Wei, as long as the child didn't starve and wasn't left in any dire situation and had a chance to grow up well, that was sufficient. Since the Ming family had experience, she nodded in agreement. "All right, then I shall entrust this child to you." Pointing toward the rice and flour area, she added, "Please carry a bag of rice. Consider it a gift for the child." Miss Ming accepted without hesitation. The little one, with tears in her eyes, asked, "Goddess, are you abandoning me?" "No, dear. I'm not good at taking care of children. Go with Sister Ming." Yu Wei gently patted her head. Tears fell from the child's eyes, yet she refrained from throwing a tantrum. Instead, she sniffled, "Will you come to see me again? If you miss me, you can come along when Sister Ming visits." Yu Wei was not inclined to venture out for now, as the outside world was perilous. She felt it best to avoid exposing herself to the harsh realities of the ancient world plagued by famine for the time being. Miss Ming squatted down, stroking the child's head. "Rest assured, whenever I come to the store, I will send someone to check on you. If you wish to join, I will bring you along." "Thank you, sister." Though the little one was crying, she remained well-mannered and obedient. No wonder the goddess favored her. She was a charming and gentle child. The messenger returned swiftly, bringing a modest-sized box. However, upon opening it, Yu Wei was dumbfounded, for it contained items she had never even heard of before. It was the exclusive light cloud gauze for the royal family, along with moonlight brocade. Miss Ming introduced the contents of her box. Yu Wei humbly inquired, "What is special about these offerings?" "They are merely beautiful and rare," Miss Ming explained, pointing to the light cloud gauze. 10 top embroiderers can produce only 3 rolls in a year. As for moonlight brocade, due to its unique materials, only about 30 rolls can be made annually. In this box, there were 3 rolls of light cloud gauze and 3 rolls of moonlight brocade. "Curious," Yu Wei asked, "is all this from your family?" "We have some assets at home, so we possess a few rare items," Miss Ming replied casually. Even without understanding the intricacies of this world, Yu Wei recognized that possessing offerings meant one was certainly not an ordinary person. Miss Lin brought a large piece of emerald jade, carved into the shape of a celestial mountain. Yu Wei estimated that, disregarding the craftsmanship, such a large piece of jade could fetch several tens of millions when sold. Yet, they were merely exchanging it for some vegetables. Yu Wei silently pinched her conscience, glancing at the items the other 3 had brought. Young Master Zhao presented a dagger with a scabbard encrusted with jewels. Young Master Wang brought a wild ginseng aged 500 years. Young Master Su contributed a piece of agarwood. Their values were evidently not low. Yu Wei's silence led them to misunderstand, and Miss Ming cautiously asked, "Is what we brought sufficient to purchase the vegetables here?" Yes, Yu Wei waved her hand, "All right. You can divide it among yourselves." The group had a mutual understanding, promptly sending someone to bring the box inside and carefully place the vegetables within, fearing any damage. Considering the remaining 3/4 of vegetables upstairs, Yu Wei silently resolved not to take any more. Although they were willing, she felt a bit embarrassed to keep reaching into their pockets. Perhaps it was better to wait a couple of days. The good news was that the rice and vegetables counted as 2 separate purchases, so Yu Wei's task had progressed. Task 2, transaction count 1050. On the first day, she had already completed 1/5 of the task. 50 more transactions did not seem far off. Once Miss Meng and the others departed, Yu Wei decided to reward herself with half a watermelon. Holding half a watermelon, she took a spoon and scooped out the sweetest centerpiece, the sugary flavor bursting in her mouth, causing her to squint her eyes in bliss. While enjoying the watermelon, Yu Wei also set up her tablet to watch Tom and Jerry. Indeed, indulging in watermelon while watching cartoons was one of the most delightful activities. Is there really rice for sale here? In a narrow alleyway, approximately 50 meters from the supermarket, a group of ragged individuals huddled together, peering curiously at a shop that exuded an unmistakably distinct charm. Indeed, one exclaimed, "I purchased some just a couple of days ago." The mere thought of that small bowl of white rice made his lips involuntarily moisten. It was rice, after all. Even in its raw form, it held a fragrant allure. He had even used the remaining water to cook a bowl of rice, its aroma so enchanting that he nearly devoured the broken bowl itself. Alas, it was but a modest portion, and despite his efforts to conserve, he had finished it. Thus, he resolved to return for more, inviting others to join him, though with certain stipulations. They would have to share some of their rice with him after purchase. Yet a voice of skepticism arose, questioning whether the others would actually sell to them amidst the throngs. "You shall go regardless," declared the one who had tasted the rice, disregarding the chatter as he dashed towards the shop. "Goddess, I wish to buy rice." A youth, having consumed barely a third of his watermelon, looked nervously at the entrance of the supermarket. Unbothered by his tattered clothing, Yu Wei noted the urgency written on his face, as if it bore the word mission. Setting down her watermelon, she stood up promptly. "Of course you can." The boy sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his dirt-streaked face as he cautiously produced a slender gold bracelet from his pocket. I would like a bowl of rice and 2 bowls of water, just like last time." Yu Wei recognized him. "You are the child who gave me the copper coin before?" The boy's excitement was palpable. "Goddess, do you remember me?" Indeed. Yu Wei did not inquire about the source of the gold bracelet, but instead fetched a bag, filling it with 2 jean of rice, and added, "You may fetch 5 bowls of water. No need to complete it today." The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. "All right, thank you, goddess." He obediently stood aside, awaiting the Meng family to finish their water collection. Unexpectedly, Yu Wei called out, "Uncle Lu, this is my customer. He has purchased 5 bowls of water. Please allow him to fill some." Uncle Lu, stationed nearby, responded with a hearty laugh. "Ah, of course. The 6th tap is in use by us. Come here, young man." The boy was taken aback, instinctively shaking his head. "I can wait. They are buying more, and besides, a spot was reserved for you." Yu Wei gestured for him to proceed. The boy couldn't help but look up at Yu Wei, although he appeared disheveled and lacked prospects. The gentle and accepting gaze she offered made him feel no different from the steward of a wealthy household. An inexplicable warmth surged within him, leaving him unaware of its origin. He simply engraved this moment with Yu Wei into his heart. If only he could do something. Chapter 13. Is this where you sell grain? Following the boy, several others rushed over, eager to purchase grain and water. The boy who had just collected water hurried back. One at a time, "Please, do not disturb the goddess." Yu Wei was surprised. "Are these people you brought?" The boy appeared somewhat awkward, lowering his gaze. Yes. Would the goddess be displeased with him for bringing so many destitute individuals? "Thank you." Yu Wei expressed her delight, counting the group, which now totaled 6. They possessed little of real value, typically small gold ornaments or silver bracelets and ingots. Yu Wei assessed their worth, distributing half a jean of rice for the lesser items and over a jean for the more valuable ones, with water uniformly allocated at 3 bowls each. Observing her task tally rising to 1650, Yu Wei felt an uplift in her spirits, particularly when she heard the boy ask, "Goddess, may I bring more people to buy grain in the future?" Without hesitation, Yu Wei replied, "Absolutely." The boy beamed, revealing a brilliant smile, his dimple prominently visible on his soiled face. Once they reached a point beyond Yu Wei's sight, the boy sought his share of the rewards from the others he had gathered. Though they were all impoverished, they were kind-hearted individuals. Seeing the interaction between the boy and Yu Wei had stirred a sense of fairness within them, preventing any attempt to shortchange him. However, in these times, everyone was frugal, with one offering a small handful of rice and another providing a fifth of a bowl of water. The boy accepted it all without complaint, carefully stowing it away. And when the coast was clear, he slipped away. With no customers at the supermarket, Yu Wei sat at the entrance, cradling her watermelon, perfectly sheltered from the sweltering winds outside, engaging in conversation with Uncle Lu. It was through him that she learned her location was called Qingke-cheng, part of the Yuyan Kingdom's Qingyao province. Qingke-cheng was merely a modest county, rather inconspicuous within the broader scope of Qingyao province, let alone the entire Yuyan Kingdom. Moreover, being near the border, it was particularly vulnerable during times of strife, as chaos often first erupted at the frontier. Consequently, the population of Qingke-cheng was even scarcer than Yu Wei had anticipated, with many fleeing from calamity and others escaping the ravages of war. Having finished her watermelon, she tossed the rind into a nearby trash bin and inquired, "Why do you remain here?" "This is our home," Uncle Lu replied, his gaze resting upon Yu Wei. "Furthermore, having you here is far better for us than anywhere else." Yu Wei failed to notice the unspoken words lingering on Uncle Lu's lips. She was engrossed in examining the system panel, spending considerable time searching for an option to reset her location, only to find none. This meant she could not simply abandon the supermarket. She was uncertain how many tasks it would take to conclude this world, but she was certain that the subsequent tasks would only grow more arduous. She did not wish to spend excessive time in this alternate realm, so perhaps focusing on restoring the flow of people to the city was not an unfeasible idea. Casting a glance at her supermarket, she reminded herself that she had a nation backing her as a chosen individual. "Will you leave this city in the future?" Yu Wei asked. "Even if we were to leave, it would only be if this city truly fell," Uncle Lu responded. Yet, he did not voice the grim reality that if the city were to fall, they would likely only leave as corpses. A plan began to take shape in Yu Wei's mind as she queried, "Are you referring to your Meng family, or will the other 5 families be involved as well?" The goddess jested. "I can only be privy to a portion of the Meng family's intentions." Uncle Lu chuckled amiably. "No, that is insufficient." Yu Wei refrained from hastily implementing her plan, merely smiling as she said, "That's good. It is always easier to deal with acquaintances." Uncle Lu nodded in agreement. The population of Qingke-cheng was indeed sparse. Throughout the day, aside from the Meng family and the few individuals the boy had brought, Yu Wei managed only 2 transactions, both involving a bowl of rice and a bowl of water each. She wondered if she had perhaps overstocked. Yet, she was not anxious, as the Meng family and the other 5 families would certainly support her should she decide to make purchases. On the following day, the relentless sun continued to blaze overhead. Yu Wei had spent 3 to 4 days here, and the skies had not once opened to rain. This indicated that although the drought had passed, the rainfall remained significantly lower than in previous years. Moreover, the sowing season had long since elapsed. Even with favorable weather, no crops could be planted this year, leaving the populace to endure hardship. Unbeknownst to Yu Wei, her shop had begun to circulate amongst the remaining residents of Qingke-cheng. These individuals, apart from those like the Meng family who had their reasons for staying and the Wang family who were not in immediate haste to leave, consisted of those who could not escape due to lack of strength or resources for self-preservation. They had initially intended to meet their demise in Qingke-cheng, in the place where they had grown up. Little did they expect that a remarkable store would open within the confines of Qingke-cheng. As long as one possesses the most seemingly useless gold and silver items, they could be exchanged for food. Even a mere silver hairpin could yield a handful of rice. Thus, on the 3rd day of her journey through time, Yu Wei discovered a surge in customer traffic at her store, with no less than 21 patrons. Although their purchases were modest, the rapid increase in task progress lifted her spirits immensely. Particularly uplifting was their promise to spread the word about her rice and flour offerings. Yet, by the end of the day, a single 30-pound bag of rice remained unsold. Yu Wei gazed at the warehouse, half filled with rice, then at the corner of the supermarket, also brimming with her stock, and finally at the original grain and oil section of the store, realizing that these sporadic customers would not suffice to clear the inventory. Task 2. Trade 3950. With just 11 transactions remaining to complete the task, she estimated that it could be accomplished by the next day. Yu Wei decided to indulge in a hot pot to celebrate. She retrieved a package of hot pot meatballs from the freezer, along with a box of lamb slices, a box of beef slices, and an assortment of vegetables. ensuring a delightful balance of ingredients. After preparing the electric hot pot and sautéing the ingredients, she added boiling water, turned the heat to maximum, and awaited the bubbling sound that would signal it was time to add the food. The enticing aroma wafted through the supermarket, causing those lurking nearby to swallow hard. Several individuals could not resist stepping closer to the supermarket, even if only to savor the delightful scent. However, at that moment, they heard the approaching sound of galloping hooves. As they turned to look, they were met with the sight of several robust men on horseback, armed with large blades. Upon reaching the supermarket entrance, they reined in their horses and dismounted. "Is this where you sell grain?" Chapter 14. Not a robbery, but a redistribution of wealth. The three men, each around 30 years of age and impressively built, stood at the entrance of Yu Wei's store, refraining from entering immediately as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, the overpowering aroma enveloped them, and their empty stomachs rumbled audibly. From several meters away, Yu Wei, holding a pair of chopsticks with a beef slice, felt a twinge of guilt for eating, yet did not want to waste the food. Ultimately, she savored the beef slice. After retrieving the cooked ingredients from the pot and reducing the heat to its lowest setting, Yu Wei called out to the men outside. "Are you here to make a purchase? Please come in." The three strong men finally stepped inside. Upon entering, their eyes were irresistibly drawn to the pot on the counter, from which the delicious aroma emanated. "What is this? It smells amazing," the tallest man exclaimed, unable to suppress his curiosity as he swallowed hard. Yu Wei, noticing their weapons, felt a surge of caution and prepared to use her system to expel them. Yet she responded to their inquiry. "This is hot pot." "Hot pot?" The burly man licked his lips and turned to the crew-cut man beside him, asking, "Brother, can we buy some of this hot pot to take home? It smells too good." The crew-cut man, sensing Yu Wei's apprehension, clasped his fists in apology. "Goddess, please forgive us. We mean no harm. We merely heard that you sell grain and wish to purchase some. Then could you leave your weapons outside?" Yu Wei decided to be forthright. The crew-cut man paused for a moment before replying. "All right, Lao Lu, you guard the horses. Why do I have to go?" The gluttonous man protested reluctantly. Nevertheless, he eventually took the three blades outside. Only then did Yu Wei emerge from behind the counter, leading them to the corner piled high with rice. "How much do you need?" The crew-cut man was taken aback upon seeing the large amount of rice. They had only known that grain was sold here, unaware of the sheer quantity available. "Do you have brown rice?" he inquired eagerly. Yu Wei shook her head. "No, I only have white rice and flour." "That makes sense," he thought, realizing that a goddess would not deal with inferior grains. In truth, Yu Wei had not considered that modern brown rice was more expensive. She simply reminded them, "I do not offer delivery. You must take it with you." Outside, there were only 3 horses, not enough to carry a significant load. "We will find a way," the crew-cut man assured, unable to contain his excitement. "Are you truly willing to sell rice to us?" Yu Wei asked, puzzled. "Why not?" She continued, bemused. "We are bandits," he admitted, closely observing Yu Wei's reaction. Yu Wei paused, then scrutinized them, asking several questions. "Have you eaten human flesh? Have you assaulted women? Have you killed innocents?" The crew-cut man was taken aback, but quickly replied, "Our entire village has never resorted to cannibalism. If a woman does not consent, we do not force ourselves upon her. And the people we have killed are corrupt officials and tyrants." Yu Wei smiled. "Then you may become my customers. But you clearly fear us," the crew-cut man impulsively remarked. Regretting it immediately, he realized that they could have seamlessly purchased the grain without issue. Why had he asked? What if the goddess had second thoughts? Although he did not see himself as a villain, he understood he was hardly a saint. Yu Wei offered no further explanation, stating simply, "If you bring money, you can purchase rice. We did not bring much. May we buy a small amount first?" The crew-cut man unfastened his bundle to reveal silver and gold ingots inside. The other man could not help but ask, "Can we buy 20 pounds of rice with these?" "Lao Zu," the crew-cut man snapped. Lao Zu lowered his head, feeling guilty. The bundle contained only a few silver ingots and 4 gold ingots, which amounted to a modest sum. 20 pounds was indeed a bit greedy. Yet, with so many people at the mountaintop, 20 pounds would only suffice for a single pot of porridge to fill their bellies. The crew-cut man bowed to Yu Wei, "Goddess, please calculate normally. Are you short on silver?" Yu Wei inquired, surprised. We previously redistributed wealth from the rich to the poor, leaving us with little money. Huaguo disregarded his elder brother's warning and quickly lamented. After the drought, we shared what we took from the wealthy. There are few people here now, so we can no longer rob. The crew-cut man's temple throbbed violently. Why say rob? Why not just say redistribute wealth? Yu Wei, unfazed, considered her remaining rice stock and declared, "Since you're noble bandits, I will sell to you at a slightly discounted price. This time, I will sell you 3 bags of rice, totaling 90 pounds. However, I must lay down some ground rules. You must leave your names, and I will inquire about you later. If you're truthful, future purchases will be at a discount. But if you deceive me, I will refuse to sell rice to you again. We would never lie." The crew-cut man sighed. "Please keep him quiet." He then bowed to Yu Wei. "Thank you, goddess." Yu Wei asked, "Do you have water?" The crew-cut man replied, "We are fortunate. Our well has struck an underground spring, providing enough for now." The 30-pound bags of rice were easily manageable for the crew-cut man, who hoisted 3 bags onto his shoulder and prepared to leave. Before mounting his horse, he clasped his fists. "By tomorrow at the latest, we will return to purchase more grain. Please reserve some for us, goddess." "Very well." Yu Wei nodded cautiously, not stepping out of the supermarket. Lao Lu cast a reluctant glance back at the hot pot inside, inhaling the savory aroma before mounting his horse and following the crew-cut man. After bidding farewell to the trio, Yu Wei beckoned a curious young boy who had been peering in from a distance. "Come here." "Goddess, did you call for me?" The boy looked around, seeing no one else, and scampered over. "Do you know where the Meng family is?" Yu Wei inquired. "I do." The boy nodded vigorously. Yu Wei felt relieved. "Go to the Meng family and fetch Miss Meng and Uncle Lu. Just tell them I have something to discuss. When you return, I shall reward you." It was merely a simple errand. She didn't require compensation. If it weren't for the fact that Yu Wei was willing to sell him a bowl of rice for a little over 100 copper coins, he would have perished long ago. The youth, now possessing some food, had no desire for payment at this moment. Yu Wei remained non-committal, simply stating, "Go ahead. I will wait for you here." Chapter 15. Can we purchase 1,000 jin of grain? 20 minutes later, a cart halted at the entrance of Yu Wei's store. The youth, who had taken a ride, hurriedly leaped off the cart, intending to run, but heard Yu Wei call out, "Wait a moment." He obediently paused, asking, "Goddess, is there anything else you need me to do?" "Yes," she replied. He complied and waited outside. When Miss Meng and Uncle Lu entered, they found Yu Wei preparing noodles. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," she invited. As the noodles finished cooking, she placed them into a round iron lunchbox, filling it generously, and carefully added some broth before stepping outside to hand it to the youth. "Thank you for your errand. Have a bowl of noodles and take a break." "No, no, no." The delicate white noodles made the youth feel as though he had been scalded, and he quickly averted his gaze. He felt awkward. It was far too extravagant. "What I've given you is yours, and I do not enjoy eating noodles. If you do not eat them, they will only go to waste." Yu Wei feigned a motion to discard them. "That cannot happen." The youth instinctively reached out as he saw Yu Wei genuinely about to throw them away. He couldn't fathom why someone would not enjoy such delicious white noodles. Yet, considering Yu Wei was a goddess, he thought it somewhat understandable. She likely dined on divine delicacies. Perhaps these simple noodles did not meet her standards. Otherwise, how could she sell rice and noodles at such a low price? As he accepted the offering, Yu Wei entered the supermarket. Miss Meng and Uncle Lu, remaining in the supermarket, had little inclination to admire the pile of grain that had accumulated, primarily due to the overwhelming aroma wafting through the air. The enticing scent was almost intoxicating, unaware that her pot of hot pot could still tempt others. Yu Wei tidied up the 2 small cooking pots on the table and poured 3 cups of orange juice, pushing 2 towards them. "Give us a try. The orange juice is delightful." "You are too kind. What would you like to ask?" "As long as I know, I will certainly share." Miss Meng responded as she received the orange juice. Taking a sip of the freshly chilled drink, the coolness seemed to dispel the heat. Her eyes brightened. "Delicious. There is more if you finish this." Yu Wei gestured towards the large bottle nearby before directly inquiring, "Have you heard of He Baozi and He Yinshan?" "I have heard of them." Miss Meng's expression shifted, her brows furrowing. Why was the owner suddenly inquiring about them? What had they done? "Can you tell me more about them?" Yu Wei did not answer directly, but instead posed another question. After contemplating, Miss Ming shared what she knew. He Yinshan was not far from Qingke City, a territory occupied by a band of mountain bandits, and He Baozi was their leader. It was said that before turning to a life of crime, he was a monk. Indeed, Miss Ming was well informed. From her account, Yu Wei gleaned a relatively objective evaluation. Although they were bandits, the group from He Yinshan were not particularly malicious. Their actions were similar to what the previous three had described, while they had not killed innocents. They had robbed them, though without causing fatalities. This fell within Yu Wei's acceptable moral boundaries for this era. Additionally, from the characteristics described by Miss Ming, she confirmed that the previous three were not impersonating others. After deliberating, Yu Wei noticed the worry in Miss Ming's eyes. They truly haven't done anything wrong. They simply wish to purchase grain from me. However, there are some wicked individuals I do not wish to sell to, which is why I wanted to inquire. Miss Ming sighed in relief. On the side of He Yinshan, they could be considered righteous bandits. With the confirmation of He Baozi's identity, Yu Wei smoothly transitioned to another matter. Miss Ming, last time Uncle Lu mentioned that your family does not wish to leave Qingke City? Yes. Miss Ming suddenly stood, cupping her hands in a gesture of respect towards Yu Wei. I came here alone this time to ask you for a favor. What favor? Yu Wei was taken aback by her solemn demeanor. If possible, please sell more grain to our Ming family. Sensing a potential misunderstanding, Miss Ming quickly clarified. I do not wish to monopolize it. Rather, I want to distribute porridge to aid the remaining people in the city. Yu Wei clapped her hands together. Perfect. I did not want to relocate my shop, but I need more customers. Miss Ming was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening. Are you saying you agree? Yes, I agree. Moreover, I will offer you the grain at the lowest price for your porridge distribution. It was as if fireworks had exploded in her ears. Miss Ming felt momentarily disoriented. As she stepped outside the supermarket, the blinding sunlight caused her to feel dizzy, and the sweltering air hit her face. Uncle Lu, I must be dreaming. No, you are not dreaming. Uncle Lu was even more excited. Qingke City is saved. Tears welled in Meng Jiwei's eyes, but a broad smile graced her face. Yes, Qingke City is saved. I have secured Qingke City. He Baozi had stated he would arrive the following day. And indeed he did, arriving in the early morning. When Yu Wei opened the supermarket door, she saw He Baozi and his companions, looking as though they had been waiting for a long time. She instinctively glanced at the time. Sure enough, it was indeed 8 o'clock. She had been so focused on opening the shop that she had not slept in, yet these individuals had arrived even earlier than her. Feeling that they were rather peculiar, Yu Wei stifled a yawn. You're here quite early. Please come in. He Baozi brought in the same 2 individuals from the previous day, while Lao Lu, not catching the scent of hot pot, expressed disappointment. Thank you, goddess, for selling us rice yesterday. We all had a hearty meal. He Baozi expressed his gratitude first. Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively. It's just business. I didn't incur a loss. However, He Baozi did not share the sentiment that the price was unfavorable. He simply lacked more funds and could only class his fists, promising, not everyone is willing to sell grain to us bandits. Your Grace, we will remember it. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Our He Yinshan may lack other resources, but we have many strong individuals willing to help. Such remarks, laden with the essence of this society, made Yu Wei's lips twitch. Yet, coincidentally, she might soon require assistance, so she did not decline. All right, I will remember that. If I need anything, I will send someone to find you. For now, let us proceed with your purchases. He Baozi promptly had 8 boxes carried inside. The 8 boxes filled the supermarket to the brim, and upon opening them, Yu Wei could only exclaim in astonishment. The boxes contained primarily gold and silver, with a few pieces of jewelry and jade. After all, they did not possess the discerning eye to identify genuine goods. Gold and silver were the most reliable forms of currency. He Baozi pointed to the boxes. May we purchase 1,000 jin of grain with these? Chapter 16. Such a divine item exists. 8 boxes of gold and silver for merely 1,000 jin of rice, equivalent to 20 bags of 50 jin each. Had this proposition been made a week prior, Yu Wei would not have dared to dream of it. Yet now, He Baozi presenting 8 boxes, appeared anxious, clearly fearing it would not suffice. Despite the 8 boxes, their value was still not enough to match what the Meng family had provided for a single box. The Meng family had only purchased 4,000 jin. They also intended to buy some water for their needs this time. The Black Leopard remained tense when he heard Yu Wei say, "If it were now, I could sell you 1,500 jin." After a moment of calculation, Yu Wei provided a figure. However, she added, "But I do not recommend that you purchase so much this time." The smile on the Black Leopard's face froze before it could fully manifest. He managed to remain composed, stopping 2 of his more anxious brothers, and asked, "What does the goddess mean? I will return to procure supplies tomorrow or the day after. I estimate I will be back in no more than 3 days." Yu Wei glanced at the system. Task 2, trade for 350 times. She had already realized that her last return took 24 hours, which for this place equated to approximately 12 hours. Surely, she would not stay in a modern era for an entire week this time. Next time, I will bring some aged rice. Although it is old, the rice is certainly not spoiled. If you do not mind, you could wait until then to purchase, and you could buy more. The Black Leopard was taken aback. He did not expect the goddess to consider him so thoughtfully. Gratefully, he clasped his fists together and said, "Thank you for considering us, goddess. However, our village has many people, and 1,000 jin would indeed be nearly sufficient for 5 days. Moreover, as long as we are fed, we can seek our livelihood afterward." Yu Wei replied, "You meant to say you would resort to robbery, right?" Since they were not concerned, she decided not to comment further. As for water, she had consistently offered a low price, and the Black Leopard and his companions only needed 100 barrels, which they agreed to with a wave of their hands. When they saw the faucet dispensing water, the Black Leopard's eyes brightened even further. Indeed, there were many wondrous items here. It was astonishing that there were even 6 sources of pure water. If he could possess just one, the Black Leopard merely imagined it. After collecting the water and carrying away their 1,500 jin of rice, he left a token with Yu Wei before departing. This was the token the Black Leopard had mentioned previously, and from now on, Yu Wei could send someone with the token to request the Black Leopard and his group to come down from the Heiyun Mountain for assistance. Unknown to Yu Wei, after the Black Leopard and his companions exited the city, they conferred among themselves, having heard that the goddess was attacked by rioters a few days prior. They noted that there were currently no rioters in Qingke City. In a few days, when we venture out, we should also take a look. If there are rioters, we will deal with them, first to prevent them from disturbing the goddess. What the elder brother said is correct. Ha ha, do not worry, elder brother. The goddess treats us with such kindness. We must repay her. After the Black Leopard and his companions left, 3 or 4 more refugees arrived to purchase rice and water. As time passed, more refugees came to the supermarket, and some returned repeatedly. For instance, the boy in front of them, a young lad. He was quite the eater. At the moment, he was in a growth spurt. After exchanging for 2 jin of rice last time, even with careful rationing, he now had only half a jin left. This time, the boy intended to buy another 2 jin of rice. Yu Wei weighed the rice and then cheerfully asked, "Do you have time today? Could you run an errand to the Meng family for me?" "I have time." The boy recalled the delightful white noodles from last time. The noodles were chewy and sweet, with a savory broth. After finishing, he almost licked the bowl clean. He refrained from licking it because he needed to wash the bowl and return to Yu Wei. Licking the bowl seemed inappropriate. Well, he did not want the white noodles. Rather, he felt it was not worth such a full bowl for merely running an errand. Familiarity breeds ease. The Meng family had grown accustomed to the boy, and the doorman did not stop him. Upon learning that Yu Wei had sent for him, Meng Jiwei immediately set aside her tasks and headed to the supermarket. In addition to Uncle Liu, she brought 2 others with her. Upon arriving at the supermarket and seeing Yu Wei, she smiled, "Boss, did you summon me today because the time you mentioned has finally arrived?" "Indeed, it is about time." Yu Wei glanced at the system. Task 2, trade for 750 times. Meng Jiwei intended to finalize the grain transaction here, which would count as 1. The rest. Yu Wei felt confident she could manage when 2 refugees came in the afternoon. If it proved difficult, she could have the boy help find 2 more people. With that in mind, Yu Wei handed the boy the 2 jin of rice, reminding him, "I have placed a gift for you inside. This weather is unsuitable for long storage, so it would be best to consume it today. All right. The boy noticed that Yu Wei did not provide him with a bowl of white noodles and assumed perhaps she had given him a small gift. He grinned and, understanding the situation, did not disturb Yu Wei and her companions, clutching his food and departing with a bowl of water. After turning several corners and entering his current dwelling, he opened the bag to discover it was filled with round, plump items resembling buns, yet larger, softer, and fluffier than buns, all in a golden hue. As he opened the bag, a sweet aroma wafted forth. Unable to resist, the boy took a bite. The flavor was even sweeter and more delightful than he had imagined, leaving him momentarily stunned. This food was undoubtedly worth several times more than white noodles. He had merely run an errand. How could he accept such a precious gift? Yet having taken a bite, there was no returning it. The boy silently scolded himself. You glutton! The food could only be eaten. He needed to ponder how he could repay the goddess. The boy was clever and realized that Yu Wei seemed to appreciate having people visit her store, and his eyes lit up as he instantly decided to genuinely promote Yu Wei's shop. But that is a tale for another time. Inside the supermarket, Yu Wei pushed 2 items from the front desk toward Meng Wei, saying, I almost forgot these. You can see if you want them. What are these? Meng Wei inquired curiously. Compressed biscuits and self-heating rice, Yu Wei explained. The names alone suggested their nature. But how could rice self-heat? It must be some form of magical technique, but why were the biscuits compressed? Yu Wei, who had not previously considered this question, hesitated and said, Perhaps it is to ensure greater satiety? Before Meng Wei could inquire further, Yu Wei directly opened a packet of compressed biscuits. The type she had purchased was military grade, weighing only 100 g, yet providing the energy equivalent of a full meal. The texture of the compressed biscuits might be slightly inferior, but they were convenient and filling. Ruan Jiaoyang felt they might be useful here, which is why he had specifically prepared some for Yu Wei. After hearing Yu Wei's brief introduction, Meng Wei suddenly stood up, her excitement causing her to lose her composure. You actually have such a miraculous item. Boss, could you sell me all of these compressed biscuits? I will pay any price. Chapter 17. The General's Residence. Meng Wei's enthusiasm took Yu Wei by surprise. She looked down to find her hand firmly grasped by Meng Wei, the grip strong enough to cause her discomfort. Uncle Lu was also excited, but, being somewhat older, regained his composure more quickly. Following Yu Wei's gaze to her grasped hand, he promptly advised, Miss, since the goddess has brought forth this miraculous item, she naturally intends to sell it. You must release the goddess's hand. I apologize. Meng Wei suddenly came to her senses. I lost my composure. Is your hand all right? No harm done. Yu Wei shook her head. Though her wrist was slightly red, it was nothing serious. What she could not comprehend was, the taste of these compressed biscuits was not particularly good. Why did she wish to purchase so many? You must have heard Uncle Lu mention that, despite the situation in Qingke City, we will not leave. Meng Wei took a deep breath. Because my Meng family has guarded the border for generations. As long as the border city remains intact, we will not depart. If the border city falls, we shall perish alongside it. Yu Wei was taken aback. So you are? The legitimate eldest daughter of the Zhennan General's residence, Meng Wei. It had previously been mentioned that Qingke City was in close proximity to the border city of Chuyang City. This proximity, to be precise, was 50 li. 50 li may sound distant, but for a marching army, it could be traversed in a single day. Within this 50 li stretch, there was no third city. Thus, if Chuyang City fell, Qingke City would be the first to bear the brunt. Given the current state of Qingke City, the situation across the border in Chuyang City was even more dire. Disasters abound, and this year's harvest is nearly non-existent. The sovereign on the dragon throne is but a wasteful, indulgent figure, unwilling to curtail his own expenditures. Instead, he has withheld provisions meant for the borderlands. He nonchalantly decrees that Chuyang City should manage its own affairs. However, the land here is hardly suitable for cultivating rice or wheat. How could they possibly cope? Relying on past savings, Chuyang City managed to hold on for 3 months, but now it teeters on the brink of collapse. With fierce foreign foes and a foolish emperor at home, her father remains steadfast and stubborn, vowing never to retreat. His only selfish wish is to compel her to leave Chuyang City with his own life. Yet upon arriving at Qingke City, Meng Yu Wei is resolutely unwilling to depart again. Thus, the father and daughter find themselves locked in a stalemate until the appearance of Yu Wei's supermarket. Meng Yu Wei feels both fortunate and regretful. She is fortunate that such an extraordinary establishment has emerged, yet regretful that its scale is modest, with limited supplies. Thankfully, during this second shipment, the store's inventory has increased significantly. Beyond their initial purchase, she has secured promises to acquire the remaining stock. Upon her arrival today, a glance assures her of stability. Although the provisions may not suffice for the tens of thousands of troops stationed at Chuyang City, sending just a few thousand caddies would barely suffice for a single meal. Nevertheless, it is enough to create a refuge in Qingke City for the severely injured or the families of soldiers from Chuyang City. By distributing porridge daily, they could alleviate some of the burden on Chuyang City. Unexpectedly, she learns that Yu Wei possesses the miraculous item known as compressed biscuits. However, Yu Wei admits to having brought only a limited supply, as she was unsure of their needs. Could I request that next time you bring more compressed biscuits? Meng Yu Wei asks, hands clasped, bowing deeply to Yu Wei. Oh, please don't do that. I just meant I brought a small amount this time. But I will certainly try to bring more next time, Yu Wei replies, contemplating how, if they relocated, she could use the second floor as a large storage space for these biscuits. With this thought, Yu Wei quickly moves to assist Meng Yu Wei. Yet, even with a firm push, Meng Yu Wei remains unmoved. Yu Wei gazes in disbelief, widening her eyes in astonishment before trying again. This time, Meng Yu Wei does respond. Lifting her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yu Wei should not overreach, but what does it mean to overreach? I previously mentioned I do not wish to relocate. Ignoring the fact that she cannot move her shop, Yu Wei insists, I do not wish to relocate, and I desire for the foot traffic in Qingke City to increase. So what you wish to do aligns with my own goals. My decision to stock more goods is not solely based on your request. Yet, despite Yu Wei's assurances, Meng Yu Wei understands that her words will inevitably influence Yu Wei's choices. At the very least, compressed biscuits are not as favored by the Zhao family as plain rice. Yu Wei, oblivious to Meng Yu Wei's complexities, silently relinquishes her intention to help her up. You can get up by yourself. I have yet to finish speaking. Finally, Meng Yu Wei straightens and sits properly. Yu Wei then opens the self-heating rice, explaining how to use it. After adding water and inserting the heating packet, the aroma of the meal soon wafts through the air. Meng Yu Wei observes objectively, this item is convenient, though it does waste a bit of water. Wealthy families would likely be inclined to purchase some. Yu Wei realizes that she is not particularly fond of self-heating rice. She nudges, you should both give these a try, especially the self-heating rice. I'll plan how much to buy next time. Very well, Meng Yu Wei replies, handing the self-heating rice to Uncle Lu while she samples the compressed biscuits. Miss, I would also like to try the compressed biscuits, Uncle Lu expresses. Meng Yu Wei readily breaks one in half for him. The flavor of the compressed biscuits is rather bland for Yu Wei, but for Lu and Meng Yu Wei, the firm biscuits offer a hint of sweetness. After consuming only half a biscuit and a few sips of water, they find themselves nearly satiated. Uncle Lu even indulges in a portion of self-heating rice and becomes quite full. Thus, with some moderation, a single biscuit could suffice for an entire day. Most importantly, these compressed biscuits are compact, making them easy to store and transport. After all, to achieve such satiety from porridge and rice would require at least half a gene of rice daily. Just in terms of weight, that represents a significant reduction. Moreover, as the deity mentioned, the nutrition here is comprehensive, likely allowing individuals to forego side dishes without adverse effects on their health. Given their current inability to find vegetables, consuming these compressed biscuits may indeed be preferable. All right, I will take these supplies down, but I have nowhere to store them. You should first take the rice from this corner back with you, Yu Wei indicates. Meng Yu Wei promptly responds, very well. I will send Uncle Lu back with money and people. As for herself, naturally, she will remain here. Uncle Lu acts quickly, and soon, individuals arrive carrying box after box. More and more people continuously bring rice and load it onto the ox carts for transport back to the Meng household. Initially, when a dozen boxes arrive, Yu Wei remains composed. Just in this corner, There is nearly 10,000 gene of rice, not to mention the compressed biscuits, regular biscuits, and instant noodles she has bundled. Even if sold at a discount, a dozen boxes seem quite reasonable. However, as the number of boxes escalates to 20 and then 30, Yu Wei can no longer maintain her composure. Before she can inquire, a familiar voice calls from outside the supermarket. "Miss Meng, this is rather ungracious of you. We agreed to shop together, yet you've secretly hoarded all the remaining provisions from the deity's shop." Chapter 18, Returning to Modern Times. Rushing in from outside are the representatives from the other four families. The one who first spoke is the impatient young master of the Zhao family. He watches as bag after bag of rice is carried away, and the sight of buckets of fresh water causes a pang of anguish in his chest. He cannot question Yu Wei directly, so the one to bear the brunt of his ire is the one who has disrupted their tacit understanding. Meng Wei, I have indeed reached an agreement with you, but the reason I am closing this deal is due to my collaboration with the owner, Meng Wei states candidly, having already conferred with Yu Wei, and she speaks with confidence. The provisions I have purchased will be used for distributing porridge and for sheltering the injured soldiers and their families returning from Chuyang City. The young master Zhao is taken aback, skepticism etched upon his face. "Why are you doing all this?" Miss Meng, Lin Xiaojia interjects, her expression complicated. "Are you truly not leaving?" Meng Wei smiles gently. "Of course not. My family is in Chuyang City. How could I leave alone?" The young master Zhao regards Meng Wei, then glances at Lin Xiaojia, uncertain of their intentions. He is not a local of Qingke City and has only lingered here for over half a month due to personal matters. Just as he was preparing to depart, he discovered Yu Wei's supermarket and decided to delay his journey. But the Wang and Su families are local gentry, although Meng Wei is not ostentatious. Her status is already quite prominent. In an instant, the young masters Wang and Su grasp her intentions. The ever-smiling young Master Wang, usually likened to a cheerful Buddha, suddenly loses his smile, while the usually taciturn young Master Su steps forward. They clasp their hands in respect. "Miss Meng, your righteousness is commendable. I too have my selfish motives. Had this not been Qingke City, and had Chuyang City not been ahead, I might not have acted thus." Meng Wei acknowledges with a shake of her head. One's actions should be judged by their deeds, not by their intentions. Young Master Wang responds with a smile. "After all, our Wang family originated from Qingke City. We should contribute to its well-being. Not to mention, while I do not wish to give away my entire fortune, I hope you will graciously accept 3 to 5 boxes of treasures. I too, from the Su family," young Master Su adds quietly. Lin Xiaoji interjects. "And do not forget about me. Though I do not claim to live and die with Qingke City, I shall not depart unless absolutely necessary." What remains unspoken is their willingness to contribute, primarily due to Yu Wei's miraculous supermarket. The existence of such an enchanting establishment has ignited a flicker of hope within their hearts. Having only restocked for the second time, the store has already accumulated an abundance of goods. What might transpire by the third or fourth restock? Could there truly be a turning point? As they exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding blossomed among them. Yet at that moment, a voice shattered their silent accord. Young Master Zhao cast a suspicious look at them. "Are you plotting something beneficial without me? Do not forget our prior agreement. You cannot abandon me. Whatever you contribute, I shall match." Observing young Master Zhao's flamboyant demeanor coupled with a lack of cleverness, Miss Lin chuckled. "If you are willing, we would be more than pleased." Young Master Zhao's expression turned serious. "I can't shake the feeling that your words are rather peculiar." Miss Lin, unable to contain her amusement, replied, "No, absolutely not. It is merely your misconception." "Is it truly just his misconception? Yet, why does it seem that the others regard him with a subtly complex gaze?" Meng Wei watched as they bickered, her eyes softening with warmth. She solemnly clasped her hands and bowed. "Yu Wei is here. Thank you all." Although Yu Wei's store was abundant, the Meng family was sizable, and with the Lin family's assistance, the relocation of goods moved swiftly. The promised 5 chests of wealth arrived promptly. Yu Wei glanced over and discerned that the contents were substantial and valuable. Beyond those 5 chests, each had brought additional boxes, primarily to purchase the self-heating rice from Yu Wei. For impoverished families, this was a luxury, yet for them, it was just right. Moreover, it contained vegetables, especially the self-heating hot pot, which included both meat and vegetables, precisely what they were lacking. Secondly, upon learning that Yu Wei also had vegetables and frozen meat, they all wished to procure some. Yu Wei distributed the portion they purchased, leaving the remainder for Meng Wei. Though not abundant, it would be added to the kanji, serving as nourishment for them. Meng Wei felt moved and responded, "All right." The assistance received was overwhelming, and expressing gratitude to Yu Wei now felt somewhat inadequate. She etched every gesture into her memory, vowing to repay it when the opportunity arose. At the very least, she must strive to safeguard Qingke City, ensuring the supermarket need not relocate elsewhere. Since the other 4 families had also come to buy a batch, Yu Wei's task was effectively complete. The return option had yet to appear, simply because the water had not been fully collected. Instead of waiting idly for water, Meng Wei and her group bid farewell to Yu Wei and departed with a portion of their team. While Qingke City may be merely a county town, it was larger than most. Even with many empty houses, the remaining populace should not be too few. They needed to send people to search gradually, recording the names of those who remained, noting the locations of those unwilling to move, and gathering those without shelter. For those who had died at home, they must collect the bodies and bury them to prevent decay and the spread of disease. Those on the brink of collapse needed immediate nourishment in the form of thin kanji to restore their strength. Finally, they needed to establish several kanji distribution points. Since the other 4 families wished to contribute, the number of distribution points could be increased. They also needed to contact Chuyang City. There were many pressing tasks, and Meng Wei hoped that by the next time Yu Wei visited, at least a plan could be in place. She wanted Yu Wei to see that she was earnest in her intentions and capable of fulfilling them, ensuring that Yu Wei would not be disappointed in her. Unbeknownst to Meng Wei, much of the drive she felt was to gain Yu Wei's acknowledgement as she observed the bustling crowd swiftly collecting water. Bucket after bucket of water was transported back, and finally, the return option appeared on her system. Uncle Lu, who had been counting, called for a halt and looked at Yu Wei. "Goddess, are you planning to leave?" "Yes." Yu Wei did not wish to delay further. She nodded to Uncle Lu and instructed him to inform Yu Wei that she would return as swiftly as possible and would strive to bring more supplies. Uncle Lu clasped his hands and stood respectfully understood. The scene before her flickered, and Uncle Lu vanished. Wei, how did you end up over there?" Yu Mama exclaimed in surprise. Yu Wei turned around to see Yu Mama and others at the cash register. The sunlight outside was scorching, unlike the morning. Yu Wei asked, "How long was I gone?" 3 hours. Yu Mama gasped, "How long did you stay this time?" Chapter 19. Ruan Jiaoyang laughed in anger. Last time, Yu Wei had been gone for a day, which felt like merely 2 seconds. These 3 hours had been a blur for Yu Mama. Yu Wei reassured her, "I wasn't gone long, just 3 or 4 days." "Really?" Yu Mama feared Yu Wei might be lying to spare her worry. Yu Wei chuckled. "Truly, when calculated, it has been 3 days and 3 nights. I left at night, and it is only daytime on this side now. Therefore, spending a day there equates to just an hour here. Mom, look at how much is still left in the supermarket. If I stayed for several years, wouldn't it be completely emptied?" At this, Yu Mama began to believe. Once she saw Yu Mama calming down, Yu Wei rubbed her empty stomach and smiled at Yu Papa and Xiaohuai. "Dad, Sister Xiaohuai, I'm hungry. Shall we eat something while we talk?" 20 minutes later, within a private dining room at a restaurant, after sipping a bowl of soup that provided some sustenance, Yu Wei finally addressed their most pressing concern. "This time, I can stay here for 72 hours. That is 3 days. Compared to last time's single day, this feels quite ample. Furthermore, the items I brought back this time are more varied and plentiful." Observing the significantly expanded yet still crammed space, Yu Wei felt a surge of mixed emotions. Ruan Jiaoyang promptly contacted the higher-ups, while Xiaohuai remarked, "After we eat, I'll take you for a full checkup." Hang Haoyan inquired, "What about the weapons I gave you before?" It was then that Yu Wei remembered she had forgotten about it. She pulled out the box and awkwardly smiled. "I also left the used electrobaton at the supermarket front desk." She had casually placed it there, and with so many subsequent matters, it slipped her mind. The return of the electric baton can wait a bit longer, Hang Haoyin said as he opened the box to inspect it. After using it, Yu Wei had returned the gun to its place. However, as soon as Hang Haoyin took it, he sensed something was amiss with the weight. Upon opening it, he discovered a bullet was indeed missing. His expression turned grave. Did he use the gun? While eating, Yu Wei recalled an unpleasant memory. Had she lost the meatballs? She placed the meatballs aside, choosing not to dwell on them, and evasively replied, "Oh, I did use it. The situation was urgent, and this could intimidate them, making it easier to resolve matters." Hang Haoyin immediately detected her evasiveness, and just as he was about to press further, Xia Huai discreetly stepped on his foot. Ruan Jiaoyang took over the conversation, smiling. "Weapons are meant to be used. You didn't injure yourself, did you?" "No, you all specifically chose one with low recoil for me." Noticing they did not pursue the matter of the missing bullet, Yu Wei felt a wave of relief. Hang Haoyin and the others were fine. Their psychological resilience appeared robust. However, Yu Papa and Yu Mama were different. How could they accept it if they knew she had taken a life? Setting aside the past, they would undoubtedly struggle to eat now. After all, it had been several days. Even if Yu Wei had initially found it hard to accept, she had later endeavored to reframe her mindset, forcing herself to come to terms with it. Yet in the following days, she had not dared to look at the gun again. The meatballs have become unappetizing, yet there remains a plethora of delectable dishes to savor. Fish soup and poached shrimp are indeed enticing delicacies. Once the meal concluded, Ruan Jiaoyang retrieved his tablet. "I have explored 3 types of properties: unrenovated new houses, well-furnished second-hand homes, and rental options. All are located within nearby neighborhoods, including our own, boasting appealing layouts. You, an uncle, and aunt can consider which ones you prefer. The budget allocated from above is sufficient to purchase approximately 3 properties." Yu Wei silently gave a thumbs up. How generous. A glance revealed that these were among the finest neighborhoods nearby, with prices significantly higher than her current residence. Moreover, the properties Ruan Jiaoyang was considering were spacious, surely not smaller than her present home. According to him, renovations would be handled entirely, with dedicated personnel to oversee the process. This implied that Yu Wei need not worry. As long as she voiced her preferences, everything would be arranged. Nevertheless, even with the prospect of moving, the primary residence would be her father and mother. Yu Wei was aware of her situation, essentially tethered to the supermarket. She handed the tablet to her parents. "Dad, Mom, please choose. I believe renting one property and purchasing another new home would be ideal. I actually quite like this one, located in the neighboring community, very close. If we buy the top floor, we can even have a rooftop garden. The top floor of a spacious apartment is only 6 or 7 stories high. Furthermore, we could grow our own scallions, ginger, garlic, and small vegetables. Wouldn't that be more fragrant than store-bought?" The inherent Shinnom bloodline of the Huaxiao people stirred within her mother, who hesitated. "Isn't this too expensive? With the budget for 3 properties, purchasing just one would save us money." Ruan Jiaoyang chuckled. "Consider it as relocation compensation. With relocation, 1 property is all you receive, and you would still be at a loss. It is better for you to select all 3. The remaining 2 can be rented out." No, we only need 1." Yu Wei's parents quickly waved their hands. Since Yu Wei expressed her preference, they decided on the new home. The rental property would be chosen by her parents. Her mother, being decisive, swiftly selected the one closest to the supermarket, also in the neighboring community, but in an elevator building. This way, they could take daily strolls in the community to check on the renovation progress of the new home. Since a decision was made, they could move today. They could hire a moving company, but they had to pack their own belongings. Aware that Yu Wei and her parents would undoubtedly be busy, her father and mother insisted they would manage. "Didn't you say you needed a full body checkup? Hurry and go get examined. It's only 3 days. You must have other matters to attend to, right? We'll handle the packing. After dinner, we can all move together." Yu Wei indeed had matters to discuss, and 3 days were quite busy for her, so she did not insist. Moreover, the subsequent conversation was not something her parents should overhear. After securing seats in the supermarket, Yu Wei turned to Hang Haoyin. "I used a gun, and I even killed someone." Hang Haoyin replied, "Then you need to write a report." After a pause, he elaborated. "A report of 300 words will suffice. primarily detailing where it was utilized. Both Hang Haoyin and Xia Huai showed no surprise, effectively calming Yu Wei's spirits. She continued, I have gathered some information. Pausing for a moment, she noticed Ruan Jiaoyang extracting a voice recorder from his pocket. Observing Yu Wei's silence, he gestured for her to continue. Please go on. I'll record this, and we can write the report later. Yu Wei, thank you. After a moment of bewilderment, she resumed speaking. I am in a nation called Yuengua, summarizing what she understood. Yu Wei ultimately mentioned Meng Jiwei as request. Her fingers curled slightly as she raised her gaze to the 3 sent by the nation to assist her, her expression earnest. I want to help her. Rest assured, when I say I wish to assist her, I do not intend to burden the nation. I merely hope to procure sufficient chenmi and compressed biscuits in the short term. I will liquidate a portion of my gold and silver, and I will contribute a considerable sum. Ruan Jiaoyang chuckled. Yu Wei, do you not grasp the implications of your submission? Chapter 20. Do I have a golden finger, yet still struggle against you? Ruan Jiaoyang's reaction caused Yu Wei's heart to sink. Her temper flared. I have the right to manage my own funds, do I not? If you refuse to assist, I can simply purchase from multiple sources. Do you lack confidence in us since you have submitted? Ruan Jiaoyang interrupted her. Through you, we have acquired numerous resources from another world. Assisting them is something we ought to do, not merely a burden placed upon your shoulders. Your submission signifies that you and the Huaguo supermarket system are under our protection. As long as your actions do not cross any boundaries, we will support you. Even if there has been no explicit discussion regarding your placement, support for you has already been mandated. A mere 100,000 is trivial. For a nation capable of sustaining billions and with ample food reserves, it is inconsequential. Ruan Jiaoyang's anger stemmed not from Yu Wei's unilateral decision to assist those individuals, but from his frustration with their own inadequacies, which failed to instill confidence in Yu Wei. However, seeing her bewildered and helpless expression felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, prompting him to soften his tone. I apologize. I became too impassioned. Upon reflection, how long have we known each other? Yu Wei is just an ordinary girl, and her understanding of these matters is undoubtedly shallow. It is all right. Yu Wei felt somewhat lost, yet she suddenly sensed a heavier burden on her shoulders. If I solely rely on my judgment, what if I make the wrong decision? Xia Huai chuckled. Making a mistake is merely falling into a pit. What is so terrible about that? Our nation has encountered numerous pitfalls before. Besides, if you stumble in another world, what will we lose? Apart from some surplus resources, what else could we possibly forfeit? Yu Wei felt enlightened. Indeed, the quantity of grain required by the other world is but a drop in the bucket for Huaxia. Moreover, though the nation professes to support her, there are still boundaries in place. Minor errors can be absorbed by the nation, while significant mistakes can be curtailed at the source. Every day, I proclaim, it feels so good to cling to the nation's support. I will surely be more cautious in the future. Acknowledging her mistakes, Yu Wei brimmed with confidence. From now on, I will report to you first. Since they had cleared the air, the task of preparing resources was entrusted to Ruan Jiaoyang, who had more connections. The compressed biscuits could be ordered directly from factories associated with military supplies, and the factories receiving orders would be thrilled. As for chenmi, they would directly contact the grain warehouse personnel. Huaxia boasts numerous granaries, storing enough food for the populace for at least a decade. When discussing these grains, one could indeed refer to them as chenmi, as some have been held for 10 years. Nonetheless, the quality of these grains is unquestionably satisfactory. Coincidentally, this year, 1 or 2 granaries are preparing to clear out their old stocks to replenish with new grains. They regularly rotate the oldest stocks every 2 years, eliminating the need for a new granary application, thus avoiding some complications. However, compared to the granaries, the capacity of Yu Wei's supermarket is minuscule. Determining the ratio between grains and compressed biscuits will be a headache for Ruan Jiaoyang. Meanwhile, Yu Wei had accompanied Xia Huai for her examination, utilizing a special passage. They conducted blood tests, ultrasounds, and various measurements, completing the entire process in a short span of time. In fact, she only waited half an hour for the results. The outcome was quite healthy. There were no major issues, and the only minor ailment was myopia of 200 degrees, with no signs of subhealth, surpassing 90% of her peers. Upon reviewing the examination report, Huaguo offered Yu Wei his assessment. Yu Wei widened her eyes. How is that possible? I am nearsighted by 500 degrees. She simply disliked wearing glasses. It did not affect her daily life, so she often rested her eyes except when necessary. Admittedly, the primary reason was the inconvenience of contact lenses, and she feared that wearing frames would make her eyes appear bulging and unattractive. It appears that her vision has indeed improved somewhat, and she claims to be in good health. What a farce! Are there any university students today who are truly healthy? She's hardly the type to engage in physical fitness or health-conscious activities. Her words are but empty bravado. Is she truly capable of nurturing her own body? Huaguo's expression was peculiar. Yu Wei responded, "It is possible." Huaguo resolved, "Before you go, I will conduct another examination, and upon your return, we shall check again to ascertain whether any changes stem from time or frequency." Yu Wei's voice rang out, "All right." The report was retained by Huaguo, becoming one of the entries in Yu Wei's dossier. Upon exiting the hospital, they encountered Hang Haoyin leaning against a car, waiting for them. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, this striking gentleman with a slim waist and long legs was particularly eye-catching. Yu Wei glanced back at Huaguo and whispered, "Do you all choose companions based solely on looks? How is it that each one of you is either handsome or beautiful?" Huaguo replied softly, "I have heard that young women today are often enamored with appearances." Yu Wei raised her thumb in admiration. "Your leadership is commendable. Indeed, I am a connoisseur of beauty. I can appreciate a good-looking person to the extent of indulging in a second helping." Yet, in the next moment, Yu Wei found Hang Haoyin utterly repugnant. He declared, "3 days is not a long time. Starting now, you'll train with me for 3 hours each day." Yu Wei, who averaged less than 3 minutes of exercise daily, was incredulous. 3 hours? That is quite excessive. Just when she thought Hang Haoyin had spoken reasonably, he continued, "Ideally, it would be 8 hours a day, but I fear you may not endure that." Yu Wei felt a wave of darkness wash over her. How could it be that the state had assigned her a tyrant? Half an hour later, in a private training facility, Yu Wei followed Hang Haoyin into a room, with Huaguo trailing behind. Concerned that Hang Haoyin might indeed turn into a tyrant and exhaust Yu Wei. Although dispirited, Yu Wei recognized that, in the absence of a means to transport individuals to another world, she had no choice but to enhance her own abilities. They were all considering her well-being, and she ought to feel grateful, though she felt no such gratitude. After being thrown to the ground once more, Yu Wei felt her back go numb. Hang Haoyin, without breaking a sweat, commanded, "Get up and continue to attack me." Yu Wei lay still. "Can we not take a more gradual approach? I am but a novice." Hang Haoyin spoke plainly. "There is no time for a gradual approach. If you wish to accomplish anything in another world, you cannot remain idle in a supermarket, waiting for others to bring you information. Otherwise, the next time you encounter a mob intent on devouring the living, if you fail to strike their forehead and frighten them off, inciting their wrath, you will witness innocent lives being boiled alive." His piercing gaze bore into her, silently questioning, "Can you accept this?" Yu Wei cursed under her breath. Was it merely a matter of enduring pain? Bring it on. I refuse to believe that I, with my significant potential, cannot surpass you. Chapter 21. A room filled with over 20 individuals' reality proved that the world would deliver a harsh lesson to those who boast. 2 hours later, Yu Wei lay on the ground, unable to lift a finger as Hang Haoyin continued to hurl insults. After 2 hours of watching, Huaguo approached to check Yu Wei's condition. After examining her arms and legs and listening to her soft groans, she remarked, "You've reached your limit. We can stop now." Hang Haoyin set aside his mocking demeanor and regarded Yu Wei earnestly. "You managed to endure 2 hours your first time. That is impressive." Yu Wei, still somewhat dazed, could hardly comprehend why she was receiving praise. Huaguo noted in her small notebook, "Your stamina exceeds that of the average person, though it remains uncertain whether this is due to your inherent qualities or your unique experiences. Regardless, this is advantageous. Your training progress can surpass that of others." Yu Wei pondered. "So you didn't initially intend for me to train for 3 hours?" Huaguo could not suppress a laugh. If we had intended for you to train for 3 hours, we should have started with the basics, not sparring right away. Although Hang Haoyin primarily dodges, this training was excessive for a novice. In our plan, it was sufficient for you to endure over half an hour. We did not anticipate that you would tap into such high potential. With her last ounce of strength, Yu Wei rolled her eyes. Xia Huai closed her notebook and said, Hang Haoyin, and I will loosen your muscles and massage your body. Otherwise, when you wake up tomorrow, you will find yourself utterly exhausted. Yu Wei grunted in agreement. Xia Huai warned, brace yourself. It may be somewhat painful. Yu Wei was lifted onto a soft mat, with Xia Huai tending to her upper body while Hang Haoyin focused on her legs. Despite being mentally prepared, as soon as they began, Yu Wei yelped in pain. Ouch! Ouch, ouch! Xia Huai smiled gently, her hands never ceasing. Endure it. It will soon feel better. Yu Wei felt like a salted fish on a chopping board. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape the grasp of the two skilled hands. Once the massage concluded, Yu Wei's eyes were vacant. Her body present, but her spirit had drifted far away. Even when it came time to get into the car, Hang Haoyin scooped her up like a princess. Upon returning home, her appearance nearly startled her parents. Once they learned she was merely fatigued from prolonged training, they felt relieved. The second floor had been nearly packed by her parents, with only Yu Wei's secondary bedroom remaining intact, albeit some of her clothing had already been packed. This room featured a small balcony and a private bathroom, and since Yu Wei had no desire to move into the master bedroom, her belongings were left undisturbed. Although the furniture had seen many years, her parents had cared for them meticulously, so most remained in good condition. Consequently, most items were prepared for relocation, destined for the rental property. In her current state of exhaustion, Yu Wei was unable to assist with the move. However, there was no need for her to worry, as Ruan Jiaoyang was overseeing everything, signing rental and purchase contracts, arranging for moving services. He managed each task with precision, allowing Yu Wei's parents to simply follow along. As for Hang Haoyin, as Yu Wei's bodyguard, he remained at the supermarket, now also serving as a part-time cashier. Yu Wei, drenched in sweat, was assisted by Xia Huai in a bathtub for a soak to wash away the perspiration, and then helped onto the bed, being surrounded by girls. Yu Wei felt no embarrassment from her exhaustion. In a half-conscious state, she sensed Xia Huai applying ointment to her and occasionally massaging her. The cool salve, paired with Xia Huai's gentle touch, lulled Yu Wei back to sleep. She fell into a deep slumber from 5 in the afternoon until 7 the next morning. She awoke briefly, only to be fed a bowl of porridge by Xia Huai while still half asleep. Upon fully awakening, she discovered a military cot set up in her room, with Xia Huai lying on it, sleeping soundly and peacefully. As Yu Wei shifted, the blanket became tangled around her. The moment she moved, Xia Huai opened her eyes, alert and sharp, not appearing as though she had just woken up. Seeing Yu Wei sprawled across the bed, Xia Huai calmly addressed her. You are awake? Yu Wei nodded, attempting to rise but letting out a small gasp. The aftereffects of her intense workout were still present. Her limbs felt weak and her muscles ached. Yet, truth be told, it was far better than she had anticipated. She recalled how, during middle school, a few rounds of frog jumps under the teacher's supervision had left her legs feeling unresponsive. Though sore now, at least she had some strength to utilize. Let's wash up and grab something to eat, Xia Huai suggested. Afterward, we will head out. Yu Wei paused in her movement to get out of bed, incredulous. We still have training? The 3 question marks were sufficient to convey her disbelief. Xia Huai couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of her lips. Clearing her throat, she said, although we do have training, it won't be of the same intensity as yesterday. Moreover, our outing isn't solely for training. The items you submitted last time have yielded some insights, and there are now established protocols regarding your matters. We are merely attending a meeting, not heading straight to training. Choosing to selectively forget Xia Huai's mention of further training, Yu Wei proceeded to brush her teeth and wash her face before heading to the rented accommodation for a meal. Upon seeing Yu Wei looking slightly under the weather, both Yu Papa and Yu Mama felt relieved. Learning that Yu Wei had to attend to some matters, they quickly said, we'll keep an eye on the supermarket. Someone is delivering goods, and we can help manage that. Yu Wei opened her arms and embraced her parents, feeling affectionate. Dad, Mom, it's so wonderful to have you around. The elderly couple smiled, their eyes crinkling with joy. "You are our daughter. If we don't take care of you, who else will? Go on, get busy." "Are you staying here tonight?" Yu Wei decisively replied, "Of course, we'll watch a movie together tonight." The two parents were especially delighted. After dining, they all set out together. Yu Wei first dropped her parents off at the supermarket before she got into the car. Ruan Jiaoyang gripped the steering wheel and drove straight out of the city towards the suburban forest. As they approached a military zone, checks were conducted at intervals along the road. Yu Wei was unsure of where the necessary documents came from, but it seemed she had already been through this checkpoint once. The inspectors recognized her and waved her through without further ado. Upon finally reaching their destination, Yu Wei gazed at the three-story building concealed within towering trees, genuinely questioning, "Is this truly where I am meant to be?" Even without prior experience, she could deduce that a military zone built with such secrecy was certainly no ordinary establishment. "What makes you think you shouldn't be here?" Xiaohui offered no further details and exited the vehicle, beckoning come on. With the presence of familiar faces like Xiaohui, despite her nervousness, Yu Wei did not falter. Upon arrival, they were no longer subjected to further inspection. However, Yu Wei sensed that the number of passers-by around them was unusually high, and they seemed to be observing her with curious gazes. "Is there something peculiar about me?" Yu Wei inched closer to Xiaohui, whispering her inquiry. Xiaohui, having noticed the same, replied softly, "They all admire you." Yu Wei was perplexed. "What do you mean?" But before she could ask further, they arrived outside a conference room. As the doors swung open, Yu Wei was met with the sight of over 20 individuals seated within, all turning their intense gazes upon her. For a fleeting moment, Yu Wei contemplated fleeing. A glance around the room revealed that half of the attendees had gray hair, while the others, though not gray, appeared to be at least in their 30s. They seemed to belong to a composed age group. Yet Yu Wei felt as though they were eager to pounce on her. Fortunately, Xiaohui stepped forward, her tall figure shielding Yu Wei from the majority of the crowd. "Report, we have brought Ms. Yu Wei." Good, coming quickly." The person sitting in the center spoke authoritatively. Xiaohui glanced back at Yu Wei, offering her a reassuring look. Yu Wei straightened her posture and timidly followed Xiaohui into the room. She noticed several high-ranking officials in military uniforms, adorned with stars and insignia on their shoulders. While she was not well-versed in such matters, it was evident that they held significant positions. A special seat was reserved for Yu Wei, surprisingly positioned towards the front. Xiaohui signaled for her to sit down, while she and Hang Haoyan each pulled a chair from the wall and positioned themselves behind Yu Wei. Sitting up straight, Yu Wei noticed everyone's eyes on her and tentatively greeted, "Hello, everyone." Good. "She is indeed a spirited girl," exclaimed an elderly gentleman in his 70s seated opposite her, laughing heartily as he introduced himself. "My surname is Zhang. I enjoy researching antiquities." "You may call me Grandpa Zhang," Yu Wei replied. "Just by observing your impressive rank and the stars on your shoulders, it's evident that you are not merely an enthusiast of research." However, unable to identify who they were, she decided to listen attentively. Grandpa Zhang. Upon hearing her address, the room erupted in introductions. "I am Mo Yun, a biologist, and I am only 36 years old. Feel free to call me Sister Mo," Yu Wei complied. "Sister Mo. I study sociology. My surname is Lin. You may call me Uncle Lin." Uncle Lin. As the group buzzed with excitement, Yu Wei struggled to keep up with the names and titles being exchanged. "All right, let us not overwhelm our guest." Ms. Yu Wei, a composed figure among the crowd, interjected. Though the others remained animated, they quieted down. Yu Wei's gaze shifted to the one calm individual, her admiration palpable. Clearly, he was an esteemed figure. His presence alone commanded respect. Grandpa Zhang shot a disapproving glare at a middle-aged man seated nearby, rolling his eyes. It seemed that this young man was feigning calmness, likely due to his background as a strategist, possessing a subtle cunning. Fortunately, the attendees, seasoned by the trials of life, recognized Yu Wei's discomfort and moderated their enthusiasm. The opportunity to speak was then afforded to the middle-aged man, who addressed her. "Hello, Ms. Yu Wei. I am Zhang Zhonghua, a colonel. I will be your primary supervisor moving forward." As he spoke, he stood and saluted Yu Wei on behalf of everyone here. "I thank you for your selfless contributions to the supermarket." Startled, Yu Wei jumped to her feet, momentarily forgetting her weak legs. Overwhelmed, she fumbled to align her fingers and raised them to her brow in a salute that was less than perfect. No need for thanks. It is my duty. The attendees observed her flustered demeanor, yet not a single person mocked her for her imperfect salute. Instead, they were touched by her sincerity. Please take a seat. Zhang Zhonghua gestured toward Yu Wei. After you, she insisted. Zhang Zhonghua chuckled and sat down, prompting Yu Wei to relax and follow suit. Without further ado, everyone present here will serve as your advisors in your endeavors. We have historians, sociologists, jade experts, sculptors, and cultural heritage practitioners among us. The extensive list left Yu Wei feeling dizzy. Zhang Zhonghua added, those present are merely the leaders. You will meet more individuals in due course. With time, you may find it difficult to remember all their names. Yu Wei felt embarrassed, realizing she had yet to fully grasp the names and positions of everyone in the room. This entire building will serve as our office moving forward, Zhang Zhonghua concluded, including any items you bring back with you. Yu Wei swallowed hard. Surely I won't need such a large space? Although she often returned with numerous items, at least half were gold and silver. Were they meant to be hoarded? Zhang Zhonghua appeared far more confident than Yu Wei. What you bring back represents a wealth of information and items from another world. Currently, we have no more suitable place. Hence the allocation of an entire building for our use. Yu Wei silently placed a hand over her heart. Sensing her silence, Zhang Zhonghua shifted to another topic. Your supermarket has limited capacity. We plan to assist in its expansion. We will prepare supplies in 2 batches. One set that can definitely be moved to your second floor room, and another set to be placed within the expanded area. This batch of supplies primarily consists of the rice and compressed biscuits she had mentioned. The division into 2 batches was due to uncertainty regarding whether the expanded area would be perceived as part of the time-traveling supermarket. Additionally, the items Yu Wei had brought back during her last visit had also been thoroughly researched. With the information brought back by Yu Wei, they have confirmed that she has traversed into a genuine alternate world, rather than a mere ancient period of this world. Though Yu Wei does not fully grasp the distinction, she understands one thing. The copper coins she has retrieved cannot be classified as antiques. Indeed, they do not qualify as such. Mr. Zhang observed Yu Wei's look of disappointment and burst into laughter, stating that these items from another world possess immense research value and are certainly not worth less than antiques. Moreover, why shouldn't artifacts from the ancient times of an alternate world be considered antiques? The intangible cultural heritage expert opposite her interjected with gleaming eyes, exclaiming that the embroidery she brought back features a long-lost stitching technique, along with 2 others that have never been documented. If thoroughly studied, it could hold great significance for the preservation of our intangible cultural heritage. Noticing the spark of excitement in the young lady's eyes, Mr. Zhang inquired with a smile. I now represent Huaxia and wish to purchase the items you've brought back. Are you willing to sell? Without a hint of hesitation, Yu Wei replied, I am. Mr. Zhang decisively concluded. Then you may choose the items you desire, and we will ensure they are reserved for you. Following that, we will arrange for your employment contract, with a monthly salary of 50,000 and a reimbursement limit of 10 million. The state will fully cover 6 insurances and 2 funds. The valuation for the last batch of items you brought back is nearly finalized, and once we have your bank card information, we will transfer the funds to you shortly. Chapter 23. When the state takes action. Its influence is unmistakable. As Yu Wei exited the military district, her steps felt buoyant. When the state takes action, its impact is evident. The balance in her bank account, previously a mere 4-digit figure, now displayed an overwhelming series of zeros that left her bewildered. Most significantly, such a substantial amount could only be transferred immediately by the state. With her current balance, she could afford not just 1, but 10 luxurious apartments if she so wished. Yu Wei truly yearned to proclaim that she never intended to profit. To her, money was merely a numeral. It is worth noting that this was merely the value of the 5 boxes from her first journey. This time, she had returned with nearly 100 boxes, despite her firm refusal of a 50% share in favor of a 30% cut after some haggling. It was evident that even this share represented an astronomical sum. By the time Yu Wei regained her composure, she had already entered her vehicle. With her fists clenched, She exclaimed, "Let us go. I've long desired a cake from a private dessert shop, but its price has deterred me. Now that I am wealthy, I shall indulge. I will buy one and toss another." It was all in jest. Upon arriving at the dessert shop, she ultimately purchased just one small 5-inch cake, which cost her over $300. For a college junior with a monthly living expense of $1,500, such a purchase was indeed a luxury. Yet for the newly affluent Yu Wei, spending $300 to $400 left her bank balance virtually intact. In addition to the cake, she also bought a large watermelon, happily carrying it back from the supermarket. Previously bustling with shoppers, the supermarket area was now undergoing a transformation as the state cleared the surrounding population through relocation. To date, at least the building housing the supermarket and several nearby structures had been vacated, with new occupants, such as the workers expanding the supermarket, moving in. It must be noted that the reputation of Huaxia as a major infrastructure power is well-deserved. It has been a mere short time since the decision to expand, and the foundational structure of the first floor has already taken shape, suggesting that completion is imminent. The shelves within the supermarket have been rearranged and replaced with specially designed fixtures that enhance storage capacity, albeit rendering them less conspicuous. Additionally, a new doorway now connects the supermarket to the newly constructed areas on either side. The grain and oil section has been expanded, merging with a previously enlarged area, reducing the number of shelves while retaining a display of various types of rice, flour, and oil, all under the unified Huaxia brand source from the granaries. As for the second floor, apart from a secondary bedroom and half a living room, the remainder is stacked with rice and compressed biscuits. Self-heating hot pot options were largely omitted from this selection, as were other snacks. Furthermore, the state has provided a type of collapsible large bucket, roughly the size of a wash basin, standing taller than Yu Wei's shoulders, equipped with a sealing lid, suitable for transporting water. Once folded, it occupies minimal space. Yet professional organizers have meticulously positioned nearly 300 of these 1 cubic meter buckets in corners, ensuring they do not encroach upon other items while maximizing capacity. Yu Wei was left in awe. For lunch, they dined at the newly converted cafeteria in the adjacent building, where Yu Wei and her parents possessed cards granting them free meals. The food was delectable. After satisfying 8/10 of her hunger, Yu Wei saved the last 2/10 for her cake. The afternoon consisted of a rigorous 3-hour training session. Although she was not as utterly exhausted as the day before, she still felt considerably fatigued. The difference lay in that today, rather than being carried out in a princess carry, she had her arm draped over Xia Huai's shoulder as she was half supported out. The following morning at 8 o'clock, with 28 hours remaining until her next journey, Yu Wei felt considerably better than the previous day. Today's 3-hour training session was rescheduled for the morning, and in the afternoon, she was taken to the military district for live shooting practice. With a nearsightedness of 200 degrees, her shooting performance was dismal, hitting 8 rings out of 10 shots, failing to achieve an average of 1 ring per shot. Yu Wei wished to hide herself. However, Hang Haoyan remained unfazed, stating, "Your posture is already quite standard. Given your level of nearsightedness, this score at a distance of 20 meters is quite normal. I will request a crossbow for you, allowing you to continue practicing your aim once you arrive there." Yu Wei nodded, humbly accepting the advice, and subsequently devoted herself more earnestly to her practice. Half an hour later, she progressed from 8 rings and 10 shots to 30 rings. One cannot deny this as a form of improvement, at the very least. She was no longer missing the target altogether. However, the session lasted only half an hour before Hang Haoyan called a halt. Yu Wei protested, "I can continue practicing." Hang Haoyan raised a hand, pinching her arm, causing her to yelp. He retorted, "Still want to practice? Do you wish to lose your arm?" Upon returning, she once again underwent a round of medicinal oil massage before classes commenced. Indeed, the military district had arranged for several esteemed individuals to provide her with lessons, as Yu Wei was unable to bring anyone along and had to rely solely on herself. After all, with 2 worlds in motion, the exchange of information had its delays, and matters in the alternate realm would ultimately rest upon Yu Wei's own judgment and decisions. While she was not expected to become a genius overnight, the aim was to ensure she would not be easily deceived. In these tumultuous times, historians provided her with insights into famous historical battles, the transitions between dynasties, and the importance of ancient social life and customs. Although the lectures were engaging and lively, they could not mask the reality that Yu Wei was essentially attending summer school. Particularly, after 3 hours of class, the instructor cheerfully assigned her homework, instructing her to familiarize herself with the powers and families near the borders for her next journey and write a reflection on it. Yu Wei found herself with little choice but to agree, promptly responding, "All right." The instructor's smile softened further. "Good child." He reminded her, "Given the uncertainty of the current situation, do not involve yourself. Remaining an independent observer is your greatest advantage." Yu Wei nodded thoughtfully. "Understood." After a peaceful night's sleep, the clock struck 9 in the morning, with 3 hours remaining until her next journey. After having breakfast, Yu Wei obtained several books from the esteemed historian, who did not impose any requirements regarding how much she should read. The primary reason for providing the books was her inability to attend classes due to time constraints. Otherwise, the most efficient learning method would have been the historian's direct instruction. Yu Wei organized the books and ventured out to explore the newly constructed section of the supermarket. Originally, the supermarket spanned 150 square meters, but it had now expanded to approximately 700 square meters. On either side, the layout followed the supermarket model, with a 50 square meter fruit market on the left and a 100 square meter grocery store on the right. The remaining 400 square meters were allocated for 3 warehouses at the back, measuring 50, 100, and 250 square meters respectively. The supplies within these warehouses were uniform, consisting solely of compressed biscuits and rice, each occupying half of the space. Similarly, Yu Wei's storage area had reached its capacity, now expanded to 80 cubic meters, filled almost entirely with food. Only 1 cubic meter remained for her favorite treats. After all, the space remained static, and preserving a few cakes or similar items from the other world, which had a short shelf life, was prudent to avoid cravings during extended stays. As she counted down to the last minute, an even larger weapons case was handed to Yu Wei, wishing her a safe journey. Chapter 24. The Third Crossing to Qingke City. Compared to 2 days ago, when the atmosphere was desolate and nearly devoid of people, Qingke City now, though still sparsely populated, exhibited a newfound vitality. This transformation was due to the establishment of 4 porridge distribution points within the city. Each day, every individual could receive a bowl of porridge in the morning and evening. Although the porridge was not particularly thick, it was made from fine white rice. It is worth noting that even in times of peace, they could not afford to have plain white rice at every meal. 2 bowls of porridge could provide a semblance of fullness, and the addition of salt imbued them with more strength. Occasionally, the porridge even contained minced meat. In just 2 days, significant changes had occurred. The citizens, who had previously lived scattered throughout Qingke City, were now organized into 4 distinct regions based on the cardinal directions. Each area housed its residents in close proximity. Coincidentally, Yu Wei's store was located near the city center, rendering the 4 distribution points conveniently close to her supermarket. However, it was only proximity. Her surroundings remained pristine, devoid of other inhabitants. This led her to initially believe that Meng Jiwei and the others were progressing slowly upon her arrival. Pushing open the supermarket door, Yu Wei could see the dawn breaking outside. The orange sun hung on the horizon, enveloping the entire city in a warm glow. "Goddess, you have arrived?" The young servant, who had been guarding outside all night, was dozing off when he heard the sound. Turning his head, he instantly woke with excitement. Yu Wei found him somewhat familiar. "Who are you?" "I am a servant of the Meng family. The young lady instructed us to take turns waiting for you here," he replied respectfully. Yu Wei's first inquiry was, "How long has it been?" The servant answered, "A day and 2 nights. Thus, upon returning to the modern world, the flow of time continued to adhere to the same ratio. 2 days in the modern era equated to 1 day here. Thank you for your efforts. Since it is so, please return and inform Jiwei that I have arrived," Yu Wei said with a smile. "Moreover, I have delightful news to share with her." Upon hearing the phrase, "delightful news," the servant could hardly contain his excitement. He bowed to Yu Wei and dashed away. The supermarket was not far from the Meng residence. and everyone there was well aware that any news regarding Yu Wei and the supermarket needed to be relayed to the master at the earliest opportunity. Merely 20 minutes later, Meng Yu Wei arrived in a carriage, clearly in a rush, as evidenced by a couple of ink stains on her sleeves. However, she paid no mind to such details and hurried into the supermarket. Upon seeing Yu Wei seated behind the cashier counter, she immediately relaxed. "You have returned." "Yes, I have returned." Yu Wei set down a plastic stool outside the cashier counter, smiling. "Please sit and speak." "Very well." Meng Yu Wei had much to discuss with Yu Wei, but what weighed most on her mind was, "You mentioned having a surprise to tell me." Meng Yu Wei had a vague inkling of what it might be, yet the thought was so delightful that she dared not dwell on it too deeply. Her anticipation was laced with restraint, creating a palpable tension. Without further ado, Yu Wei revealed, "The quantity of supplies I brought exceeds my initial expectations, not only enough to sustain you, but also to support a portion of Chuyang City." This crossing was unlike the previous ones. In the past, Yu Wei would blink, and the external scenery would shift, with more people disappearing from the supermarket. However, this time, she felt a deceleration of time. In that moment, an intuitive understanding dawned upon her. During this crossing, she could expand the supermarket by adding an additional warehouse, with the new area not exceeding twice the original supermarket size. What was there to hesitate about? Yu Wei promptly selected the 250 square meter warehouse. This figure might seem excessive, yet it represented a wealth of resources. Meng Yu Wei was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly raised her hand and pinched her arm sharply. The pain confirmed she was not dreaming. Her eyes welled with tears, and she abruptly stood, bowing deeply to Yu Wei. "Yu Wei stands here to express gratitude on behalf of the soldiers and citizens of Chuyang City and Qingke City." "Thank you, goddess." Yu Wei was taken aback. "Please do not kneel." In her excitement, she leaped over the counter to support Meng Yu Wei. Yet, Meng Yu Wei persisted, performing a gesture of respect before finally rising with Yu Wei's assistance. Yu Wei felt a bit overwhelmed, her gaze toward Meng Yu Wei shifting to one of incredulity. "Weren't we supposed to be sisters? Why are you being so formal?" Meng Yu Wei chuckled at her antics. Yu Wei, feeling slightly aggrieved, protested, "Weren't we supposed to call me boss, not goddess?" With a serious demeanor, Meng Yu Wei replied, "Etiquette cannot be overlooked." While Yu Wei was simply thrilled by the prospect of bringing more food, Meng Yu Wei understood the gravity of sending a batch of grain to Chuyang City. Even if it were only enough to last 5 to 10 days, it presented an opportunity to seize change and hope. Thus, her gratitude was profound. However, noticing Yu Wei's discomfort, she shifted the conversation to the situation in Qingke City. "Aside from our 5 families, there are a total of 671 remaining citizens, including 113 children under 5 and 197 elderly over 50. 1/3 of them own property in Qingke City, yet they are willing to temporarily relocate closer to the porridge distribution points. Today marks the 3rd day of our porridge distribution, and their condition has improved significantly. Once they have recovered, we plan to find them work to provide some income. While we will continue the porridge distribution, we cannot sustain them indefinitely without reciprocity. This is a necessary step. To restore vitality to the city, we must attract more residents and enable them to earn a living. But initially, we need the Meng family's assistance," Yu Wei mused. "Indeed, we intend to hire them," Meng Yu Wei explained. "We will tidy up the vacant houses in Qingke City. For once the injured return, there will be a need for help with laundry and cooking." "What do you require of me?" Yu Wei inquired. "Simply let everyone know you are here. The mere knowledge that the goddess is present will provide them with reassurance," Meng Yu Wei stated earnestly. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was Yu Wei's paramount role. Although her food stores were abundant, even if she planned to offer Meng Yu Wei a favorable price, it was still beyond what she could consume at present. After visiting the warehouse and observing the rice, Meng Yu Wei cast a complex glance at Yu Wei. Before Yu Wei could notice, she averted her gaze. "The boss claims this is aged rice, yet the grains are plump and dry, with a beautiful color. This hardly resembles the characteristics of aged rice. It is likely last year's harvest at most. With the deposit you provided last time, you may take a portion of the grain with you. I will not concern myself with whether it is for porridge distribution or for Chuyang City," Yu Wei offered, leading her there to reassure her and to test whether they could access the warehouse. If entry was restricted to only her, she would need to make room in her storage space. Even if she managed to free up some time, moving alone would still be exhausting for her. Fortunately, the warehouse had restrictions that required her presence to unlock it, which did not prevent others from entering. Yu Wei was a decisive person. After inquiring about the quantity, she immediately decided to call for assistance in moving the items. Not only did she summon the members of the Meng family, but she also called upon individuals from several other families. Simultaneously, through Yu Wei's introduction, she discovered the existence of collapsible barrels, which filled her with delight. With these barrels, they could deliver water to Chuyang City. Chapter 25. What difference does this condition make compared to giving it away for free? Although Chuyang City was fortunate to have 3 deep wells, the rainfall was insufficient and the water in the wells was gradually diminishing, barely providing each person with a bowl of water per day, just enough to avoid death by thirst. The city faced shortages of both water and food. The army of Shilin Kingdom showed no intention of launching a strong attack. They merely planned to encircle the city, waiting for it to succumb under pressure, at which point they could effortlessly seize it, turning their sights towards Yuyin Kingdom. A few days prior, Yu Wei had sent a message to Chuyang City, receiving a reply that merely expressed concern for her mental state. The inexplicable emergence of a store filled with countless grains and water, along with numerous extraordinary delicacies, seemed like a dream. Miss Lin also received a message relayed by her uncle, urging her to take Yu Wei away quickly to restore her sanity, lest the Meng family be left without an heir. In response, Miss Lin chose not to reply. Had they not witnessed the supermarket's wonders with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a miraculous establishment existed. Thus, mere words were insufficient to persuade General Meng and the others. Delivering food and water to Chuyang City was an inevitable task, yet the problem lay in the fact that Chuyang City did not believe in their capabilities. Therefore, they could only transport supplies from Qingke City. The distance between the two cities was neither too far nor too near, 50 miles, which could be traversed in a day. But that day could bring about any number of unforeseen events. Qingke City might appear desolate, but that did not guarantee the absence of people outside its walls. Not to mention the mountain bandits and spies sent from Shilin. Even ordinary refugees could become a threat. After all, they were transporting food. To convince Chuyang City of their ability to provide sufficient supplies, they would need to send at least 4 or 5 carts of grain, and given the scarcity of water, they would need to deliver at least 10 barrels. In terms of calculations, 10 ox carts was already a conservative estimate. However, among the 5 families, only the Meng and Lin families had servants proficient in martial arts. The other 3 families had only their guards trained in combat. They also needed to retain some individuals in Qingke City as a precaution against potential theft. After much deliberation, the consensus was that they were short-handed. Perhaps they should take a box of compressed biscuits, a bag of rice, and some special food, traveling light and keeping a low profile. Young Master Su sought a stable approach. Young Master Zhao fanned himself, frowning. Must it be so troublesome? Can't we just let them come? Miss Lin shot him a glare. Do you think we Haven Tea considered that? It's just that we cannot persuade them. We must bring more supplies. Yu Wei remained calm. Noticing Miss Lin's intent to speak further, she interjected, Ching, we must prepare for the worst. Can you guarantee that what my father and your uncle said is true? Is the situation in Chuyang City really that favorable? A round trip will take at least 3 days if we send 5 carts. It might allow them to hold out for another day or 2 until the second batch of supplies arrives. The discussion reverted to its initial point. Yu Wei closed her eyes. If it comes to that, we will hide and return to address any potential dangers after delivering the supplies. I agree. Lin Qingqing clenched her fists. Young Master Wang stroked his plump chin. Then I shall send all the valuables from my home to the goddess in exchange for food and water. It is better than risking theft. You lack hands to deliver the supplies? After listening to their discussion for a while, Yu Wei finally grasped the situation. She was astounded that conditions in Chuyang City could worsen, but upon hearing of their manpower shortage, an idea struck her. Didn't you mention that the bandits from Heiyun Mountain are righteous thieves? Why not invite them to help deliver the supplies, or at least guard Qingke City? The atmosphere turned heavy as Yu Wei and the others were taken aback. The Heiyun Mountain Bandits? The very ones who had robbed me once? Young Master Zhao's temper flared. Invite them? ISNT, that like leading sheep to the tiger's den? Lin Qingqing, unamused, delivered a sharp pat on his back, offering an apologetic smile to Yu Wei. Goddess, please forgive him. He lacks common sense. Yu Wei found the world quite small. Yu Wei contemplated seriously. However, the people from Heiyun Mountain have always avoided dealings with aristocratic families and officials. Yu Wei rummaged beneath the cash register and produced a token. This can summon their assistance. Just tell them I request their help in transporting goods and guarding the city. The ordinary wooden token, cast on the counter, made Yu Wei's pupils dilate. She picked it up, feeling the invisible cloud pattern embossed in the corner. It was indeed the token of Heiyun Mountain. Yu Wei and her companions were aware that the people from Heiyun Mountain had come to purchase grain. Yet she had not anticipated that they would leave behind such an important token. Thank you. Yu Wei could not refuse this token. Yu Wei smiled brightly. I do not lend it for free. You must help me attract customers and bring back more people from Chuyang City. You must understand, my mission this time goes beyond mere doubling. Task 3. Trade 300 times. This considerable leap caught Yu Wei off guard. Yet the thought of more people moving into Qingke City allowed her to reluctantly accept the terms. However, she harbored greater concerns about the next task. Who knew how many trades would be required next time? It was essential to lay a solid foundation in advance. Yu Wei began to look at Yu Wei with a gaze full of gratitude, echoed by the admiration of the others. What difference does this condition make? Compared to giving it away for free? Heiyun Mountain, towering and lush, Heiyunzhai perched on the upper half of the mountain, a location easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. Contrary to common perceptions, the atmosphere in Heiyunzhai was vibrant with life. If one did not mention it was a bandit-esque lair, it could easily be mistaken for a paradise. Tall stone walls surrounded the village on 3 sides, leaving only the cliff at the back open. Yet, no one could scale the towering cliffs. Since the last time Black Leopard procured grain, the inhabitants of the village had not gone hungry. In fact, the able-bodied youths in the village had feasted and returned after a day's labor, coming back with a bountiful harvest. They had captured a corrupt official attempting to flee from the neighboring county, bringing back dozens of boxes of gold, silver, and jewels, along with several boxes of calligraphy and paintings, items that seemed quite valuable. Brother, we have money now. Let us cook more rice and ensure everyone is full. The 6th brother patted his belly, concerned for his younger sister. Those who had ventured out were well fed, while those at home had only eaten sparingly to save for them. It seemed these boxes were worth far more than the 8 boxes of gold and silver they had sent previously. Thus, they would be able to procure even more grain. Wouldn't they? Would that not resolve their food shortages? The goddess had mentioned closing the shop for a few days, and it remained uncertain when she would return. So it was wise to ration their food. Black Leopard had his own considerations. He waved his hand, suggesting they temporarily refrain from venturing out and conserve their supplies until they could buy more grain next time. All right, the 6th brother obediently agreed. Black Leopard inquired, have the people you sent to keep an eye on Qingke City returned yet? Not yet, the 6th brother replied, just as a young boy rushed in. Brother, someone from Qingke City has arrived. They have your token. Chapter 26. How about 10 copper coins per pound? Are you from the Meng family? Black Leopard had given out more than 1 token, but in Qingke City, there was only 1 Yu Wei. However, did the goddess have such a close relationship with the Meng family? Now, was it a matter of borrowing or merely running errands? Lu Shu clasped his hands together and said, Indeed, I am Meng Jia's envoy, Lu Jiang. The Black Leopard grunted, inquiring, Is the Divine Maiden looking for me? Yes. Lu Shu replied straightforwardly. The Divine Maiden has sent me to invite you out of the mountains to escort a batch of grain. You? You dare to ask me to transport grain? The Black Leopard scoffed, a mocking curve to his lips. Lu Shu remained unfazed, although the grain was purchased by us. Delivering it is part of our collaboration with the Divine Maiden. So, it is indeed a collaboration? The Black Leopard held no ill will toward the Meng family. Compared to some noble families that preyed upon the common folk, the Meng family had guarded the borders for generations, earning his respect. However, without Yu Wei, he would not have involved himself in Meng's affairs. At that moment, he took the command token, rubbed it thoughtfully, and then tossed it back, saying, "Return the token to the divine maiden." "When do you depart?" Lu Shu replied, "The sooner, the better." The black leopard stood up. "Wait here in the village. We will descend the mountain in half an hour." The Meng family, along with the other 4 families, managed to gather 10 larger carts and 10 robust horses, feeding and harnessing them, positioning them outside the supermarket. Among them, 2 carts were loaded with bags of rice, 3 carts were filled with compressed biscuits, and 2 carts contained a large collapsible barrel filled with water. When the black leopard arrived, the 3rd barrel was just being filled and was lifted onto the cart. He glanced at the empty carts, but said nothing, leading his people into the supermarket. "Divine Maiden, we have arrived," he announced as 5 boxes were placed in the supermarket. Yu Wei, seated in a soft chair behind the cash register, raised her hand to greet the black leopard. "You've come. I will trouble you in the next few days. It's merely delivering some items. It's no trouble at all." The black leopard brushed off the matter, for they were accustomed to seizing other supplies, and few would dare to steal from them. He opened the boxes. "This is the money we have brought this time. We will return to collect the grain later." Yu Wei had no objections. All right. The task of delivering grain was urgent. Even with 7 faucets running, it would take over half an hour to fill a large barrel with water. Thus, Meng Jiwei decided to send only 3 barrels of water, leaving the remaining 2 carts for grain transport. With the black leopard's presence, transporting the grain became even swifter. They split into 2 groups, one taken from the warehouse and the other from the supermarket. There was an entrance on the side of the warehouse, preventing congestion. After the items were moved, the black leopard couldn't help but ask Yu Wei, "Is all this grain old?" Yu Wei nodded. "Yes, I mainly brought old rice this time." The black leopard thought of the pristine, white rice, and his gaze toward Yu Wei became complex. Yet, he said nothing, merely clasping his fists and assuring her, "I will ensure this batch of grain reaches Chuyang City safely." Bags of grain were loaded onto the carts, with each person receiving 4 large portions of self-heating rice, for compressed biscuits, and a 15L bottle of water. This bottled water had rarely been used before. With their carts filled with supplies, the convoy set off. The black leopard brought 40 men, while Lu Shu led 10 from the Meng family, and the other 4 families contributed 20, totaling 81 individuals heading toward Chuyang City. After witnessing the quantity of grain brought by Yu Wei, Meng Jiwei felt relieved. With convenient items like compressed biscuits, Meng Jiwei and the others decided to reserve them entirely for the people of Chuyang City. However, the remaining rice was sufficient to sustain the entire population of Qingke City for quite some time. Meng Jiwei had already given all her family's wealth to Yu Wei last time, and now she could not provide anything more. They would have to wait for those heading to Chuyang City to bring back goods before they could purchase more grain. The other 4 families still had reserves. Therefore, after the black leopard and his group departed, young Master Zhao arrived first. "Divine Maiden, did you bring vegetables and meat this time?" "Yes," Yu Wei confirmed. Not only did she bring them, but she also had an additional freezer. "I am troubled, Divine Maiden. I would like to buy some." Young Master Zhao was clearly prepared, immediately clapping his hands, and 3 large boxes were brought in from outside. In addition to purchasing vegetables, he also bought some self-heating hot pots. After tasting the spicy and numbing flavor of the self-heating hot pot a few days ago, he was quite enamored. Even if it was expensive, he was determined to buy enough for himself. Once he completed his purchases, the other families, having discussed beforehand, came in succession to buy a batch. Lin Qingqing, who purchased the most, even gifted a small portion to Meng Jiwei. Quietly moving the boxes upstairs, Yu Wei, who had already filled her bedroom and small balcony, exclaimed, "No, I cannot sell vegetables and meat in the coming days." She needed to quickly sell the grain and not monopolize her space. She truly could not bear it. Fortunately, only these 5 families knew that Yu Wei had vegetables, and only they could afford her prices. Thus, for the time being, Yu Wei did not need to worry excessively about storage issues. The only concern was the task of completing 5 300 transactions. Meng Jiwei had not completed any transactions with her this time, one of which was accounted for by the black leopard. Rather than fretting over storage, she felt it more pressing to complete the task swiftly. Yu Wei contemplated that while the copper coins in this world could be considered antiques, their value lay in research, and rarity increased their worth. Thus, she did not need to carry back too many copper coins. However, pricing in copper coins was not out of the question. She could utilize connections with the Meng family or the other families to exchange copper coins for silver and gold. This batch of grain and compressed biscuits had been purchased with state funds to aid those in the other world, and Yue had no intention of profiting greatly from it. Yet, she was uncertain about appropriate pricing, so she called for Meng Zhiwei. Despite being busy with other matters, Meng Zhiwei arrived at Yue's side promptly. To her surprise, as soon as she arrived, Yue asked, "How much do you think I should price the old rice I left behind?" Meng Zhiwei was taken aback, puzzled. "Isn't it based on the previous price?" Yue explained, "The previous ale was for new rice. This time it is old rice. Moreover, this old rice is different. It was specially prepared for me to bring after learning about your situation. This is a gesture of friendship, and we never intended to set a high price." In truth, if it weren't for system restrictions, Yue would have even considered donating a portion. However, her system was essentially for trading and running a store, and she sensed a warning when she thought about donating. Moreover, she genuinely needed a low-cost yet sustainable trading option to prepare for potentially larger future trading tasks. Yue deliberated. "What do you think of the price of 10 copper coins per pound of rice?" Meng Zhiwei's eyes widened, staring intently at Yue. Chapter 27. Someone is delivering grain. Meng Zhiwei's reaction startled Yue, and she hesitated. "Is 10 copper coins too expensive?" "No." Meng Zhiwei's voice was hoarse, as if she was suppressing something. She asked, "Why are you so kind to us?" Yue shyly touched her nose. "It's not quite like that. You have given me many things, and besides, this rice is not expensive on my side, and there is plenty of it. Unlike gold, silver, and jewels, which can be lost without dire consequences, people truly perish without food and water." Did Meng Zhiwei really not know the value of gold, silver, and jewels to Yue? She certainly did. Yue's demeanor was not subtle. However, Meng Zhiwei harbored no resentment, for at times like these, gold and silver held little utility. As she had stated, one must first survive. Only by living could one contemplate other matters. The ability to provide a steady supply of grain was more than enough for her to feel gratitude toward Yue. Moreover, Yue specifically sought out Jimmy, and the divine compressed biscuits were not offered at exorbitant prices. The quantity allocated to her this time was already substantial. Presently, Yue's thoughts gravitated towards the ordinary citizens. She seemed to hope that the common folk could rely on themselves to procure the grain sold in supermarkets. If this were to come to pass, the spirits of the city's populace would undoubtedly transform. Yue blinked. "So, you mean to say that 10 copper coins is not expensive?" "Indeed, it is not," came a reply. "Before the wars and famines, such pristine rice would cost 30 to 40 copper coins per pound. You needn't sell to us at a loss. The money we previously offered was voluntary, and you should not feel pressured," Meng Zhiwei replied earnestly, wishing to prevent Yue's goodwill from being exploited. Yue blinked again. "I've already considered that. I will only offer low prices to the people of Qingke City and Chuyang City. The populations of these two cities are not large. Qingke City has already assessed its population, and Chuyang City, being on the border, should have a count as well. Furthermore, I will not allow unrestricted purchases. In Chuyang City, each individual can buy no more than 5 pounds, while in Qingke City, it is limited to 2 pounds. Moreover, each person may only purchase once per day. This will significantly reduce the likelihood of reselling." Yue pondered, feeling that the vague sense of rejection and hesitation had dissipated. The system had acknowledged her approach. Thus, as long as her methods adhered to the supermarket's operational rules, they would be recognized by the system. Yue sensed that this system, while silent, was not merely a utilitarian tool. It appeared to possess its own judgmental logic. Pausing, Yue turned to Meng Zhiwei. "However, there is one exception to this limitation. For the troops in Chuyang City, not everyone can individually purchase grain, so we may designate specific individuals to gather the numbers and buy on their behalf. As for the situation, if the grain is insufficient, simply reduce the quantity. My limitation pertains to the upper threshold, not the lower." Meng Zhiwei took a deep breath and said, "Your kindness is beyond words. Rest assured, Our 5 families will not seek to profit from the low-priced grain. Yu Wei was indifferent. Anyone can buy, as long as they remain within my limits. Not to mention, she was only offering discounts to residents of these 2 cities. There were also many items that would not be discounted at all, such as oil, salt, vegetables, instant hot pots, instant noodles, spicy strips, chocolate, beverages, and yogurt. Currently, only a few from the wealthiest 5 families in the city occasionally brought back a few of these to satisfy their cravings. But if the burden of purchasing grain were alleviated, the sales of these items would gradually increase. Yu Wei had no intention of offering discounts on these products, as she still had a keen interest in gold, silver, and jewels. With Yu Wei planning to sell low-priced grains, Meng Jiwei's plans could be better implemented. After returning, she conferred with the other 4 families and promptly dispatched messengers to disseminate the news. In Qingke City, it was uncertain if even 10 households remained. Those confirmed to have perished were recorded in one ledger, while those who had fled due to famine, with their fates unknown, were noted in another. The unoccupied houses were initially recorded under the city lord's name. By the way, the current city lord is Meng Jiwei. The previous county magistrate had long since fled, leaving the county office vacant, which was temporarily commandeered by Meng Jiwei and her associates. Although the refugees had only departed a month or 2 ago, many areas of the city had already fallen into disrepair. The abandoned houses were overgrown with weeds, and some roofs had collapsed. Moreover, some had been forcibly entered, leaving their interiors in disarray. Meng Jiwei's current task was to clean up these unoccupied houses. For houses that required only cleaning, at least 80 would be paid per household, with additional compensation for those with more rooms. For those with minor damages to doors and roofs, at least 150 would be offered, again adjusted based on the number of rooms. For severely damaged walls that required extensive repairs, wages would be settled daily. Of course, this last category of repair work would only be assigned to individuals of considerable strength. They would judiciously assign the houses requiring only cleaning to the young and elderly, as even if 3 or 4 individuals were needed to tidy up, it would still result in a respectable income, especially given that 10 copper coins could buy a pound of rice. While Qingke City was bustling, the situation in Chuyang City was dire. Located on the border of the Yuyan Kingdom, Chuyang City served as a crucial defense against the Shilin Kingdom. It was situated within a deep gorge, flanked by steep mountains, making it a place that was easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. However, even the most defensible position requires sustenance. The court had not sent provisions for 5 months, despite General Meng's prior foresight in stockpiling grain. The supplies had been exhausted after 5 months. They had long resorted to boiling porridge made from tree roots and bark. Now, even tree roots and bark were scarce. Many had resorted to consuming guanine soil, leading to swollen bellies, with some even dying from the bloating. The deep wells in the city yielded diminishing water, and even General Meng's lips were cracked. Yet due to extreme dryness, there was scarcely any blood to flow. "Are there any mules or donkeys left?" General Meng inquired of his deputy. The deputy, with a heavy heart, replied, "There are none. The last 3 donkeys in Chuyang City were cooked 5 days ago. Those 3 donkeys were mixed with tree bark and roots, along with a few handfuls of grass found in certain areas, and shared among the people of the city. Though each person received only half a bowl of broth and a bit of meat, it was a rare feast in recent times. Then we must slaughter the horses." General Meng said with great difficulty, as though he had aged a decade. The deputy knelt on one knee. "General, you must not. If we kill the horses, how shall we resist the cavalry of Shilin? If the people starve to death, how can we speak of resisting Shilin?" General Meng had made his decision. The deputy was at a loss for words. Although he knew it was futile, he still attempted to persuade. "General, perhaps we should retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. I, Meng Qingshan, was born with Chuyang City and shall die in Chuyang City." The deputy's expression was grave, but not unexpected. Had the general not possessed such a disposition, they might not have been so loyal. Yet, he still sought to persuade. Meng Qingshan looked at his deputy. "Slaughter half of the horses so that everyone can have a hearty meal. You take the people and escort them away." The deputy's expression changed. "I swear to follow the general to the death." My request for you to escort the people away is motivated by my selfish desire. Yu Wei has always been reluctant to leave, and I hope that you, by any means necessary, will take her away from Qingke City. This was Meng Qingshan's only selfish wish. The deputy's lips moved, but he found it difficult to refuse. Meng Qingshan's expression softened. Go now, take a group of youngsters and leave. You need not accompany me to accompany Chuyang City in its demise. The deputy's eyes glistened with tears. General, Meng Qingshan waved his hand, and the deputy turned with heavy steps. Just as he reached the door, it was forcefully pushed open. General, someone has brought grain. Chapter 28. Gather 3,000 people. The door swung open with such force that it struck the deputy's nose. With a yelp, he raised his hand to cover his nose, unable to stem the flow of blood. However, at that moment, neither he nor Meng Qingshan focused on his injury. In unison, they exclaimed, "Someone has brought grain?" "Yes." A young soldier burst in, his thin, dark face aglow with excitement. "There is so much grain." Meng Qingshan strode forward. "Quick, take me to see." The deputy, still clutching his nose, followed closely behind. He thought to himself, could it be that the court had suddenly found its conscience? If grain had indeed arrived, they would not need to slaughter horses, and he would not have to lead the people in retreat. Perhaps Chuyang City would be saved. Chuyang City stands as a formidable stronghold at the border. The soldiers stationed at the city gates, despite their hunger, maintain an upright posture and possess keen gazes. After verifying Lu Shu's identity, they allowed him entry into Chuyang City. The populace here far surpasses that of Qingke City, yet the conditions do not appear significantly improved. Everywhere, one encounters emaciated citizens, many of whom fixate on the provisions laden on the cart, their mouths watering incessantly. Had it not been for the escort provided upon entering the city, some may have succumbed to the temptation of seizing the food. This group of individuals could not approach the military encampment directly, instead halting just outside its perimeter. Behind them, there were citizens unable to restrain themselves, inching closer, their eyes glued to the carts. Lu Shu's expression darkened as he reflected on the scenes he had witnessed along the way. As Meng Wei had articulated, the state of Chuyang City was even more dire than described in the correspondence. Upon spotting a familiar figure approaching from a distance, Lu Shu felt a surge of emotion at seeing Meng Qingshan, who appeared considerably thinner than before. He hastily stepped forward and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "General, I have arrived late." Lu Jiang, surprised to see Lu Shu, glanced at the 10 visible carts with disappointment. With so little grain, what could be accomplished? Meng Qingshan shared this sentiment, pondering more deeply. Has Yu Wei truly sent all the family as supplies? One can only imagine the effort she exerted to gather such provisions. Yet, for an army, it is but a drop in the bucket. His first instinct was to suggest Lu Shu take the supplies back. But upon witnessing the gaunt figures surrounding him, all eagerly eyeing the 10 carts of grain, he found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "Let it be this time, but in the future, do not send such small quantities. It is insufficient for our needs." As he spoke, he prepared a signal for the grain to be mixed with horse meat for cooking, in hopes of providing the citizens a bit more sustenance. Lu Shu, who had been waiting for an opportunity to speak, seized the moment, interrupting Meng Qingshan. "General, the message from Miss Yu Wei is indeed true." Meng Qingshan sighed, his gaze complex. "Lu Jiang, are you also indulging in her folly?" Knowing that Meng Qingshan would not easily believe, Lu Shu remained patient, retrieving a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket and unwrapping it. "General, please try this. A single piece is sufficient to replace an entire meal." Meng Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. "You need not attempt to deceive me with food. Send these items to the barracks and have them prepared." Seeing Meng Qingshan's stubbornness, Lu Shu gritted his teeth and knelt again, declaring, "I, Lu Jiang, am willing to pledge my life. The miraculous compressed biscuit is genuine. One piece can satiate hunger, and there is indeed ample grain. Should I speak falsely, I will present my head before you. I implore you, General, to test it." Meng Qingshan studied him intently for a while. "You are no longer one of my soldiers, yet in my heart, I shall always remain your soldier. Lu Shu proclaimed with conviction. I am willing to wager my life to earn your trust in Miss Yu Wei. With that, he unsheathed his dagger, resolutely drawing it across his neck. Meng Qingshan's expression shifted dramatically. He rushed forward and kicked the knife from Lu Shu's grasp. However, Lu Shu acted too swiftly, and a shallow gash marred his neck, blood oozing forth. Meng Qingshan grasped Lu Shu's shoulder to inspect the wound, finding it merely a superficial cut, which relieved him slightly. He then kicked Lu Shu's leg. Is this how you treat a life worth saving? Lu Shu remained obstinate. If you do not test it, I will have no face to return to Miss Yu Wei. Meng Qingshan seethed, his chest heaving in agitation. This fellow dared to threaten him? Did he believe he could watch him die without intervening? This was indeed true. He could not bear to see Lu Jiang perish. Gritting his teeth, Meng Qingshan said, If I eat this biscuit, will you cease your reckless behavior? Indeed. Lu Shu nodded. Without hesitation, Meng Qingshan took a bite of the compressed biscuit. It was surprisingly flavorful, though somewhat dry and difficult to swallow. Just as he thought this, a bottle of water was handed to him. Not bothering to inquire further, he took a small sip. The biscuit, no larger than a palm, was consumed in just a few bites. However, what began as a casual endeavor grew increasingly serious, despite its small size. The persistent gnawing hunger within him had astonishingly vanished. He felt a sense of satiety. General, how do you feel? Lu Shu, well aware of the biscuit's efficacy, inquired with a confident expression. Meng Qingshan fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Is the information in the letter true? Are the miraculous compressed biscuits and the extraordinary shop genuine? Lu Shu nodded solemnly. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Meng Qingshan commanded, Follow me and elaborate on the details. A quarter of an hour later, having succinctly relayed the critical information, Lu Shu took a small sip of water. Meng Qingshan, gazing at the compressed biscuits and self-heating rice before him, found himself at a loss for words. Prior to witnessing them firsthand, he had deemed such claims absurd. Yet, as the self-heating rice cooked before him, its tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, he could no longer deny its authenticity. These were indeed items beyond the realm of ordinary existence. Furthermore, the compressed biscuits were not merely a temporary ruse. After a brief interval, he felt an even greater sense of fullness, entirely oblivious to hunger. Is what you say true? Are there truly tens of thousands of pounds of rice and over 1 million compressed biscuits? I stake my life on it. It is true. Lu Shu affirmed resolutely. At this moment, Meng Qingshan was uninterested in hearing about life and death. He stepped outside, observing the boxes of compressed biscuits and the collapsible water containers. These were indeed objects he had never encountered in his 40 years of life. Meng Qingshan swiftly made a decision, disregarding the sun dipping low in the sky. I will select 3,000 men. Once they are well fed, we shall depart for Qingke City with gold and silver. Chapter 29. Night Journey as Dusk Fell. 3,000 elite soldiers, armed with torches and harnessing horses to carts, exited the gates of Chuyang City. These 3,000 were the finest chosen from the Night Raid Battalion, whose members were free from night blindness, as their tasks were inherently nocturnal. The current mission suited them perfectly. Conversely, Lu Shu and the others experienced some night blindness. However, it mattered little. Half of the horses were hitched to empty carts, and with 1 or 2 men sitting on each cart, their pace remained swift. The group moved rapidly, pausing only once for a single soldier to consume a compressed biscuit and take a few sips of water. Consequently, they reached Qingke City by the second watch around 2 a.m. Despite the sparse population of Qingke City, there were still guards at the gates. Upon noticing the silent approach of a large contingent, one guard panicked, yanking the rope to sound the alarm, the bell tolling throughout the city. After pulling the rope, he prepared to retreat and call for reinforcements, for the crowd outside appeared far more numerous than the inhabitants of Qingke City. However, before he could flee, a familiar voice echoed, "It is I who has returned." The guard happened to be a servant of the Meng family, hesitating as he peered out. "Lu Guanjia, it is I," Lu Shu called out. "Quickly, open the gate." The servant was about to comply when he suddenly halted, exclaiming, "I cannot open the gate alone. I must return to summon others." As he spoke, He gestured to his companion, indicating to remain alert for any unusual movements, then dashed away. He recalled that the young lady had mentioned Lu Guanjia would not return until the following day. His unexpected return raised alarm. Had he encountered danger? Was he being held captive? The mere thought intensified the servant's anxiety. His legs moved with remarkable agility, and when he encountered Yu Wei on the way, his eyes brightened. "Miss, please come with me quickly. Stewardly has returned, and he brought many people with him." Lu Shu remained quietly outside, waiting. Among the 3,000 individuals, the young general leading the group was unfamiliar with Lu Shu, so he too waited in silence. However, Baozi cast a glance at Lu Shu and suddenly remarked, "There were at least 3 people over there." Lu Shu replied, "I am aware." Baozi, puzzled, asked, "Then why?" Lu Shu, instead, smiled and said, "Isn't it good that they possess a sense of vigilance?" Baozi shrugged, saying, "Well, it's not me they're guarding against." When Yu Wei arrived and saw the large crowd outside, along with the glint of armor visible under the torchlight, she knew the information was indeed accurate. "Open the gate." The city gate swung open. The individuals outside entered the city in an orderly fashion, and Yu Wei waited behind the door. "Lu Shu, you have returned. You have worked hard." Lu Shu laughed heartily. "It was nothing. I traveled back by carriage." Yu Wei nodded and then turned to the young man beside her. "I am Yu Wei, the cavalry general, Yin Song." Yin Song returned a respectful salute. Yu Wei smiled and said, "Thank you for your efforts. It is late now, and the goddess is already rested. Why don't you come with me to rest for a few hours? We can visit the goddess's shop to procure supplies in the morning, shall we?" Yin Song nodded solemnly. "Then I must trouble you." Mississippi, fortunately, they had managed to prepare some housing nearby amongst residents and the marketplace. With 3,000 people accommodated, it would certainly be cramped, but far better than lying in the open. 2 hours later, daybreak arrived. Yin Song awoke at the first light penetrating the room, and as he moved, those around him also stirred. This brief rest had fully restored their spirits. Upon stepping outside, he saw Yu Wei waiting. "Miss," Yin Song greeted her with a fist salute. Yu Wei smiled and said, "It is still early. There is almost an hour left until the shop opens. General Yin, why not take your men for breakfast first?" Yin Song frowned, asking, "Can we not go earlier? The situation in Chuyang City is tense, and I do not wish to waste any time." Had it not been for the fatigue from their night journey, he would not have taken a moment's rest. Yu Wei looked at Yin Song, her tone firm. "She is the goddess. She is willing to assist us, and we must not be greedy." Yin Song pursed his lips, realizing he had been too hasty. "I apologize. I am merely worried about Chuyang City." Yu Wei shared his concern, but they had made significant time by traveling overnight, and she felt that 1 hour was not a pressing issue. Besides, waiting an extra hour would allow them to carry 2 or 3 more barrels of water to Chuyang City. Is 2 or 3 barrels of water worth an hour's wait? Yin Song's doubts were superficial, and Yu Wei led him to the entrance of the marketplace. Every evening, Yu Wei would activate the protective barrier and head upstairs to sleep. However, the water pipes had long been extended outside, with Yu Wei's designated personnel on guard, promptly swapping out a filled folding barrel for another. Since Lu Shu and his group had arrived, the faucet had remained open. Now, 26 barrels of water were neatly arranged around the marketplace. Can 1 additional barrel of water suffice for 1 or 2,000 people? Yin Song was astonished. Yu Wei explained, "These barrels were lent to us by the goddess. They not only have a large capacity, but are also remarkably lightweight. Next time you come, do remember to bring the barrels back, and I will have someone teach you how to use them." Seeing the barrel, Yin Song could not help but step forward to test it. He tilted the barrel, and not a single drop leaked out. Finally convinced, Yu Wei then took him to breakfast. The meal consisted of porridge. Yu Wei had instructed that all the grains for the porridge were sourced from her family's previous stockpiles. She was generous with the rice, resulting in a thick and hearty porridge. Additionally, the porridge was enriched with minced meat and vegetable fragments, and seasoned with oil and salt, creating an exceptionally savory taste. Yin Song observed his men barely lifting their mouths from the bowls, focused solely on consuming the porridge, feeling quite embarrassed. However, when he finally tasted it himself, he was utterly astonished. Upon realizing his bowl was empty, Yin Song's already serious expression grew even more solemn. Yet, no one noticed the faint blush creeping up his ears. General Yin, have another bowl. I have prepared plenty. Yu Wei called for someone to serve him more porridge. Yin Song instinctively declined. I am fine. In these times when food was so precious, being able to enjoy a bowl of thick porridge was already a privilege. How could he be greedy? Yu Wei directly took a bowl and handed it to him, saying, "Here in Qingchua City, we do not lack for food. What is there not to enjoy about a hearty meal?" As she spoke, a full bowl of porridge was placed in his hands. "Eat up once you finish. We must load the water onto the carts." Chapter 30. Today, there is a bowl of hearty porridge. Yu Wei, adhering to her previous routine, opened the marketplace at 8 o'clock. However, as soon as the door opened and she beheld the scene outside, she instinctively took a step back, glancing at the system. Indeed, she was still in the ancient world of famine. She had not changed realms. But what was the meaning of the multitude waiting outside? There were so many people that it was difficult to see the end of the crowd, likely surpassing the entire population of Qingchua City. "Boss, you're up?" came the familiar voice of Yu Wei from the crowd. Yu Wei finally opened the door fully, nodding to Yu Wei as she approached. "Did you bring all these people?" "They're the troops from Qiyang City, who rushed over last night," Yu Wei explained briefly. Yu Wei wanted to give a thumbs up. Their spirit of endurance and hard work was indeed commendable. Since they had arrived, Yu Wei simply stepped aside. "All right, then you can organize them to come in and move the supplies." Yesterday, she had intentionally cleared out some space, filling the marketplace once more. Yu Wei had already conferred with Yin Song, selecting the strongest individuals from his team to transport the supplies, while the others were tasked with organizing. This time, Yin Song's group had brought 100 carts, of which 30 were designated to carry a barrel of water each, 20 for rice. And the remaining 50 were prepared for compressed biscuits. Although the horses they brought were military steeds, with the supply situation dire, one could not expect them to be well fed. They were merely surviving. These horses had yet to recover, but war horses were inherently strong, and the distance between the two cities was not great, allowing them to carry heavy loads without issue. This meant they would transport 20,000 pounds of rice and 50,000 pounds of compressed biscuits. Although Yu Wei had mentioned that they could purchase rice at 10 copper coins per pound based on their numbers, Yu Wei had not bought the supplies at that price this time. Instead, she had sent half of the valuable items from Qiyang City to Yu Wei as payment for the balance. Receiving 30 boxes of goods, Yu Wei thought, "Thank goodness we moved so much over. Otherwise, I would have nowhere to store it." She could not help but remind Yu Wei, "Remember to mention the low price I offered them. I've already asked General Yin to convey a message to my father." Yu Wei smiled, noting that compiling a list of the military personnel would take some time. Yu Wei nodded, understood. Yu Wei turned to Yu Wei and suddenly asked, "Do you think there is a way for Qingchua City to become Qiyang City's most steadfast support?" "Of course," Yu Wei answered without hesitation. Yu Wei was taken aback. "Why do you have such confidence in me? I'm just a girl." "What of it? I'm also a girl," Yu Wei replied, patting the shoulder of the younger girl who looked to be merely 16 or 17. "Besides, with me around, what is there to fear?" Qiyang City. The 10 carts of supplies sent by Lu Shu provided the soldiers and the townsfolk with a rare opportunity to enjoy a proper meal. Soldiers shared a single piece of compressed biscuit among 2 or 3 of them and divided a small bowl of water. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the city were provided with porridge, cooked by Meng Qingshan's subordinates, each receiving half a bowl. This modest portion of porridge transformed the spirit of the entire Qiyang City. It was this half bowl that calmed the restless hearts of Qiyang City and instilled in them a belief that food would soon arrive. "General, we have captured some individuals," the deputy commander declared indignantly, kicking the kneecaps of the 2 men before him, forcing them to kneel. Meng Qingshan observed the captives in silence for a moment before inquiring, "But what wrong have I, Meng, committed against you?" The 2 remained silent. The deputy commander cast a disdainful glance at them, stating, "They are merely spineless, cowardly, and vain, which is why they transmitted our information to the Shilin Kingdom. If it weren't for your orders, General, I would never have suspected them." The attire of these 2 individuals resembled that of the deputy commander, indicating they held ranks similar to his. In fact, one of them had been boasting with the deputy commander just days prior. insisting he would die in Chuyang City without retreating a single step. Yet, after the food arrived yesterday, they sought to send messages to the Shilin Kingdom. The reason the Shilin Kingdom only surrounded and did not attack was that they knew Chuyang City lacked reinforcements and provisions. The longer this continued, the weaker Chuyang City would become. If they learned that supplies had been delivered, the people of Shilin Kingdom would certainly not remain idle. Would they wait until the enemy had regained their strength to attack? Aware of this, Meng Qingshan had decisively dispatched individuals yesterday. However, he had not anticipated that 2 of his own generals would betray the Yuyin Kingdom. Very well, take them away. Meng Qingshan gestured dismissively, unwilling to look at them any longer. At that moment, one of the men suddenly raised his head and asked, "General, why do you remain in such a pitiful Yuyin Kingdom?" Meng Qingshan replied, enunciating each word, "Because this is my homeland, the country I am sworn to protect. But with incompetent rulers and treacherous ministers, what is worthy of protection?" The man protested, "It is not worth it. Yet the people of Yuyin Kingdom are worthy of my protection," Meng Qingshan asserted before waving his hand to silence him, ordering them to be taken away. Once the men were led away, Meng Qingshan exhaled deeply, weariness etched across his features. The deputy commander noticed and offered consolation. "There is no need for sorrow, General. They have brought this upon themselves. Moreover, we shall soon have provisions, presenting us with an opportunity to retaliate." Meng Qingshan was not grieving. Rather, he was troubled by the thought that even junior officers could be bribed. How could the common citizens and ordinary soldiers be expected to resist? He was acutely aware that spies from both kingdoms were present at the border. Thus, he understood that his sudden actions could only temporarily hinder the flow of information. Time was of the essence for both sides. As seconds ticked by, when the sun had just passed its zenith, the deputy commander approached with a beaming smile. "General, Yin Song has returned." Meng Qingshan sprang to his feet. "Take me there at once." Yin Song's return was far more sensational than Lu Shu's previous entry into the city. After all, Lu Shu had only brought 10 carts of food and water, whereas Yin Song had brought 100. 100 carts of supplies formed a long procession, and the citizens of Chuyang City lined up eagerly, their eyes fixed on the food, swallowing in anticipation. Even Meng Qingshan's appearance failed to attract their attention. However, Yin Song noticed him, hastening to kneel before Meng Qingshan and exclaiming loudly, "General, I have fulfilled my duty and returned with provisions. Furthermore, I confirm that Qingke City has ample supplies. We shall not face a food crisis." In that moment, Meng Qingshan could not focus on the excitement of the citizens. He was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the 100 carts of food, laughing heartily. "Indeed, heaven has not forsaken Chuyang City. Bring forth the provisions, and immediately prepare porridge to distribute. Today, every citizen shall receive a hearty bowl." Chuyang City had not been this lively in a long time. In the heart of the city, 20 large cauldrons were set up, flames roaring as the aroma of porridge made from white rice wafted through the air. Countless citizens stood in line with their bowls, eagerly awaiting their turn at the cauldrons. Soldiers guarded the pots, maintaining order, even though they had to wait. Everyone was more than willing to do so. After all, the general had assured them that each person would receive a bowl of hearty porridge. Furthermore, there would be at least 1 serving of porridge each day henceforth. This meant they had hope, as the first batch of 20 cauldrons of porridge was ready. Those at the front observed soldiers evenly sprinkling a bag of pure white salt into the pots. Others poured a peculiar-looking oil into each cauldron, adding a generous quantity. When the porridge was ladled into the first bowl, the recipient disregarded the soldier's warning about the heat and took a sip. The scalding porridge filled his mouth, and he could only taste a hint of salt before his tongue was numbed by the heat. Yet he knew that oil and salt had indeed been added. They had not eaten anything with oil for a long time, and their salt had long been exhausted. Now, this simple dish of oil and salt was more suited to their long-starved stomachs. Bowls of porridge were distributed, ensuring that every elder, child, and young adult received one. Their reactions were similar. Despite the porridge being hot, they all hurried to consume it, soothing their long, empty bellies. Soldiers took turns serving porridge, while those who were not involved in serving received their rations in the camp. Everyone was entitled to 2 pieces of compressed biscuits and a bowl of water. One piece of the compressed biscuit served as their reserve food, providing them with a sense of security. The mere addition of an extra piece of biscuit immediately transformed the atmosphere in the military camp, particularly after the soldiers who had stealthily transported provisions returned. They spoke highly of the wonders of the supermarket and the full warehouses of food and compressed biscuits. Thus, the tale of a remarkable establishment known as the supermarket in Qingke City, filled with provisions, spread throughout Chuyang City. At this juncture, General Meng issued orders to dispatch a second group to procure more food, while simultaneously encouraging the residents of Chuyang City to follow suit and travel to Qingke City. Qingke City had food and water, but lacked manpower. Many were eager to explore Qingke City, while some expressed doubts about its authenticity, suspecting that such rumors were merely a ploy to lure them away from Chuyang City. However, more were willing to trust General Meng's credibility. Furthermore, even if Qingke City turned out to be a deception, they could always return on their own. As the second food convoy set off for Qingke City laden with treasures, the ranks included citizens packing their belongings to accompany them. The weakened citizens rode in carts, watching Chuyang City fade from view, their hearts filled with trepidation as they beheld the cracked yellow earth. Were they truly making the right decision? Little did they know, a large group was on the way, as Yu Wei had just seen off the Black Leopard and his men. The 5 boxes they brought contained not only gold and silver, but also jewels and paintings. Yu Wei had informed them about the low-priced food. Although they were bandits and not from Qingke City or Chuyang City, they were grateful for the previous food delivery. The 41 individuals in their group each bought 5 pounds of rice at the lowest price, while the remaining jewels were exchanged by Black Leopard for grain at the normal price of chun rice. When calculated, the price of chun rice was only 1/5 of the previous pricing. Thus, even though they had 5 fewer boxes than last time, after purchasing 5,000 pounds of rice, they still had enough to acquire other necessities. Oil and salt were indispensable, and they bought a bit of vegetables and meat, along with colorful candies and packages of instant noodles, all recommended by Meng Wei. Before leaving, Black Leopard had asked Yu Wei 2 questions. Shen Nu, will you leave Qing to open a shop elsewhere? How long will you stay here? Yu Wei replied, I do not know how long I will remain, but while I am here, I will continue to operate my shop in Qing. Subsequently, Yu Wei noticed that He Baozi's expression had grown peculiar, as if he were grappling with a difficult decision. Yet, he said nothing and departed. Yu Wei did not dwell on the matter. Thus, when He Baozi, after much hesitation and deliberation, negotiated with Meng Wei to relocate everyone from the village to Qingcheng, shedding their identities as bandits to become ordinary citizens, she was taken aback. Of course, that is a matter for another time, so let us set it aside for now. After bidding farewell to He Baozi, Yu Wei's activities were reduced to reading. There was little else to do, as Qingcheng was currently hiring laborers and distributing porridge, yet no one came to purchase grain. It was not that everyone lacked funds. Rather, they were all preoccupied with working diligently to save money. Purchasing grain now would be impractical, as they had no place to store it, and if it were stolen, they would have no recourse. Yu Wei was not in a hurry about this. After all, once there was grain available in Chuyang, the situation would undoubtedly change. She had no desire to return before matters reached a resolution, especially since she was getting along quite well with Meng Wei and the others. She was not eager to change clientele and undergo the adjustment process anew. Should they require assistance, she could return promptly to prepare. With the support of the state, she bore a sense of confidence. As night fell completely, another large group of people arrived outside Qingcheng. Meng Wei received the news once again and hurried to the city gate, where she recognized the familiar military uniforms and bamboo armor, quickly instructing the guards to open the gates. What brings you here at this hour? Upon approaching, she realized there was a familiar face among them. Uncle Pong? Pong Dainiu, Meng Qingshan's deputy, smiled broadly. Isn't it just the right time to stock up on provisions and bring along some citizens? Meng Wei's expression turned serious for a moment, but it was fleeting. She soon composed herself. Uncle Pong, your timing is a bit late. The Shen Nu has already retired for the night. If you wish to transport grain, it will have to wait until tomorrow. No matter, Pong Daniel replied. I am not in a rush. I happen to have a letter from the general for you. And there are also some matters to arrange, which will take some time. Yu Wei was taken aback, but promptly arranged accommodations for them. Another day passed, and the cleared courtyards increased, allowing for the accommodation of 5,000 people, despite the influx. Pong Daniel accompanied Yu Wei to the Ming residence, where he handed over the letter he had brought. After reading it, Yu Wei finally understood why Pong Daniel was in such a hurry to come with a large contingent. To be precise, although they brought more people, only 4,000 were there to transport grain, while the remaining 1,000 were to be stationed in Qingxueching as guards, obeying Yu Wei's commands. Additionally, they brought approximately 2,000 citizens and families of military personnel to Qingxueching, necessitating Yu Wei's arrangements. I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements, Yu Wei replied, her thoughts turning to her father. But did he send someone just because of the arrivals from Qiangcheng? Is he concerned about potential movements from Shilingua? At 8 o'clock in the morning, upon opening the door, Yu Wei had a fleeting moment of disbelief, as if the previous day's grain transport had been merely a dream. How else could there be such a large crowd gathered under the eaves of the supermarket? Moreover, it was Yu Wei who approached first, saying, "Boss, you are awake?" Yu Wei touched her forehead and murmured, "Am I having prophetic dreams?" Yu Wei, unable to hear clearly, inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing. You're here to buy grain, right?" "Please come in," Yu Wei said, stepping aside to allow a group of unfamiliar men, likely in their 30s, to enter. "This is Pong Daniel, General Pong, my father's deputy. He has brought many citizens from Qiangcheng," Yu Wei explained to Yu Wei. "Qiangcheng still requires a large quantity of supplies, which is why we have come to transport grain twice in quick succession." Yu Wei had already noticed the additional crates in her space, confirming that this was no dream. "How much do you need?" "We have brought 200 carts," Pong Daniel said with a respectful gesture. Yu Wei had already discussed the matter with Pong Daniel the previous day, speaking gently. "We would like to purchase as many compressed biscuits as possible and take all the water with us. By the way, we brought back some water barrels, but we couldn't carry all of it due to a lack of storage." Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. Just return the empty barrels when you're done." After contemplating for a moment, she added, "The compressed biscuits were prepared for you. Feel free to take them. By the way, did you manage to tally the population as I requested?" Pong Daniel replied respectfully, "We have counted a portion." He handed Yu Wei 12 ledgers, which had been meticulously filled out by Yu Wei and the well-written maidservants and housekeeper. As Yu Wei glanced at the densely packed traditional characters, she had 6 points to express. Although she could barely decipher the characters, it strained her eyes. Additionally, the writing was arranged from right to left and lacked punctuation. Clutching the 12 ledgers, Yu Wei said, "Just tell me how many people were recorded. I cannot go through them one by one." "There are 8,000 in total," Yu Wei replied, noting that the roster was difficult to complete in a timely manner, so they would proceed with this figure for the purchase. 8,000 people, with each requiring 5 pounds, meant a total of 40,000 pounds, sufficient to fill 40 carts. Thus, the final tally was 40 carts of rice, 60 carts of water, and 100 carts of compressed biscuits. The section in the warehouse designated for compressed biscuits had already emptied by 1/5. Besides these, there was also room on the carts for a bit of oil and salt. Yu Wei even personally funded 20 boxes of various flavors of self-heating rice and an entire box of 24 packs of spicy beef instant noodles. Handing them over to Pong Daniel, "Uncle Pong, please take these to my father. Half are for you and the others as additional meals. And I kindly ask you to persuade my father to eat a little." The aroma of the instant noodles was rich, and they were easy to prepare, laden with oil and salt. The self-heating rice offered both vegetables and meat, suitable for nourishment. Were it not for the distance, she would have wished to bring the meat she purchased along. Regrettably, given the weather, it would spoil by the time it arrived. Upon hearing that there would be provisions for them as well, Pong Daniel felt warmth in his heart and smiled, responding, "All right, I will ensure the general appreciates your thoughtfulness." Although the number of people was large, the time taken to load the provisions was considerably longer than before. The main issue lay in the fact that Yu Wei had only 2 doors for entry and exit, no matter how many people there were. Only a dozen or so could assist in the loading process. Ultimately, one cart filled with compressed biscuits carried 1,000 pounds, and the first horse-drawn cart had already exited Qingqiueching. The accompanying soldiers had already departed a considerable distance, and Peng Daniu, as the lead, turned to Yu Wei with a fist salute, saying, "Thank you for your assistance over these past 2 days." "It is no trouble," she replied. As the compressed biscuits and water they purchased were exchanged for 13 boxes of valuable goods. Once they left, Yu Wei was left with only a barrel and a half of water. Half an hour after their departure, guests arrived at her establishment, led by Lin Qingqing. She organized the crowd, instructing, "Form a line. Everyone will have the chance to buy. No pushing or shouting." With well-fed and spirited attendants maintaining order, the queue behaved calmly. Yu Wei glanced over and estimated there were about 60 people. Her eyes brightened as she warmly welcomed them. "Indeed, I have ample grain, so you need not worry." As she spoke, she swiftly grabbed a large plastic bucket, and with a flick of her wrist, a bag of rice materialized within it. She deftly tore open the string, pulled over a nearby table, and scooped rice with a ladle into the bag, calling out, one by one. The newcomers to Chuyang City stood in stunned silence, although they had heard tales of the supermarket's wonders and the unique abilities of the goddess. Witnessing this scene firsthand made them truly appreciate that the goddess possessed genuine celestial powers. This ability must indeed be akin to the concept of Xiuli Qianquan. Thus, they felt assured in following the general's guidance. Suddenly, many eager gazes fell upon Yu Wei. Without overthinking, she noticed the first person approaching, a woman around 30 years of age. The woman handed Yu Wei 20 copper coins, and after glancing around, Yu Wei fetched a basin, opened a biodegradable plastic bag, and ladled the rice inside. There was an electronic scale on the table, and after weighing the rice, she handed it to the woman while advising, "Don't discard this bag. Please use it for your next rice purchase." Although the woman was unfamiliar with the scale, her experience in shopping allowed her to estimate that it contained at least 2 jin, if not a bit more. Grateful, the woman cast a thankful look at Yu Wei before quickly stepping aside to allow the next anxious customer to buy rice. It seemed that Yi Qingqing and the others had already informed them, as each had brought 20 copper coins, enough for 2 jin of rice. As Yu Wei became increasingly adept at scooping rice, her arms still grew weary after serving over 50 customers. Once the last transaction concluded, everyone left excitedly with their purchased rice. Yu Wei rubbed her wrist and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingqing sent others to escort the customers back. Choosing to stay with Yu Wei, she smiled and remarked, "These are all families coming to Qingkai City. They can leave someone at home to guard it while they buy rice. Once the residences in the city are cleared, even more people will come." Previously, Yu Wei had desired a larger influx of customers. However, after filling rice for over 50 individuals in one go, she recognized the importance of delegating tasks. Just then, a young boy hurried by with a broom, and Yu Wei's eyes sparkled as she called out, "Child." The boy instinctively halted. Through the glass, he saw Yu Wei smiling brightly and beckoning him. "I wish to hire a temporary store clerk, with meals and accommodation provided, and a generous salary. Will you join me?" 3 minutes later, the boy stood awkwardly by the entrance of a supermarket, clutching his broom, hesitating to step inside. His shoes were filthy, and he didn't want to dirty the clean floor of the supermarket. Yu Wei did not press him, but stood at the entrance to discuss the terms of employment. "For now, I will only hire you. I will open the store at 8 in the morning, so you can arrive around that time. You can have the same breakfast as me. Does that work for you?" The boy grew even more bashful, replying, "I'm fine with just some plain congee." Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively. "I don't need your portion of food." She continued, "As for your wages, it will be 100 won per day. You may choose to be paid daily, every 10 days, or monthly." The boy repeatedly shook his head. "Since you're providing meals, I don't need a salary." "No, you will take it. I'm not short of those few hundred won," Yu Wei asserted firmly. The boy dared not argue, his expression increasingly touched. Yu Wei added, "I will speak with Ji Wei later about renting the neighboring courtyard. If you have nowhere to stay, you can come here. If you do have a place, I will give you some housing allowance." The boy didn't understand what housing allowance meant, but he indeed had no place to reside, so he decided to stay next door. With her first employee secured, Yu Wei felt elated. "All right, you may go back to your tasks. Can you come by tomorrow?" The boy, recalling the half-cleaned courtyard, replied affirmatively, Yes. The next day, as Yu Wei opened the door, she spotted the boy outside. He had somehow tidied himself up and appeared much cleaner than the previous day. Though his clothes and shoes were still tattered and patched, they were at least not covered in dust. Yu Wei couldn't help but peek outside, asking, "How long have you been here?" It wasn't suspicion on her part. It was mainly because the boy's darker complexion could not hide his dark circles, making him look as if he hadn't slept all night. The boy shook his head not long. Indeed, he had merely stayed up late finishing the cleaning of the courtyard. Yue scrutinized him for a moment, but didn't pry further, simply stepping aside. "Come in." Today, Yue was making dumplings, specifically pork and cabbage dumplings. With 33 in a bag, she devoured 15 herself and casually brought out the remaining 18, declaring, "Here, as your breakfast." The boy's eyes widened. "These are dumplings?" The dumpling wrappers were soft and white, clearly made from fine flour. Anticipating his reaction, Yue instructed, "Don't say anything. Just eat." The boy swallowed his words, took a dumpling with the chopsticks, and bit into it. The savory broth mixed with the meat flavor burst in his mouth, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was delicious and utterly shocking. How could he be eating something so exquisite? This was meat. How many places could one find meat nowadays? Had he not remembered Yu Wei's earlier instruction to remain silent, he would have certainly expressed his surprise again. With the dumpling in his mouth, the boy hesitated, unsure whether to swallow. Upon looking up, he met Yu Wei's gaze. He instinctively swallowed the dumpling and quietly finished the rest. Yu Wei asked, "Are you full?" "If not, I have more." I'm full. The boy nodded quickly, fearing she might offer him another bowl. Yu Wei pointed towards the exterior. "Go wash the dishes." The boy obediently went to wash the dishes. When he returned, Yu Wei suddenly recalled she had forgotten to ask his name. The boy grinned. "My name is Taiju." "Excellent. A very contemporary name." "All right, Taiju. Your task is to assist the customers buying rice. Let me teach you how to use the electronic scale." The scale was straightforward to use, and Taiju quickly grasped it. Yu Wei provided him with a stool. Place 2 bags of rice to the right of the entrance, and set up a table and bucket nearby. You can fetch water yourself, and when no one is around, feel free to attend to your own tasks. After appraising him, Yu Wei clapped her hands. "Oh, and please run an errand for me to the Meng residence. Tells Yu Wei I need a batch of employee uniforms." Taiju was well acquainted with the route to the Meng residence. The gatekeeper, having recognized him, promptly relayed the message. Meng Yu Wei was not home. She was busy at another location in the city. Fortunately, Uncle Lu was present and, understanding Yu Wei's intentions, quickly gathered several sets of recently made but undelivered clothes for servants and maids, even thoughtfully preparing several pairs of shoes in different sizes for Taiju to take back. Upon receiving the items, Yu Wei handed Taiju a set that was roughly his size, saying, "You should take a bath and change your clothes." Taiju's eyes glistened with gratitude as he looked down, murmuring, "Thank you, goddess." It had been a long time since anyone had shown him such care. Yu Wei noticed a drop of water fall to the ground and shook her head helplessly. "All right, go wash up." The first-floor restroom was available for bathing, and Yu Wei instructed him on how to use the various facilities before providing him with a new towel, allowing him to wash himself. He spent a total of around 10 minutes washing his hair and bathing. When he emerged, Yu Wei was astonished to discover that Taiju was actually a rather handsome young boy with a gentle demeanor. His drooping, innocent eyes gave off an air of vulnerability, especially when he looked at Yu Wei with a focused, fervent, and devout gaze, resembling a little puppy. Although Taiju's previous set of clothes was tattered, he could not bear to discard them and instead used his bathwater to clean them. In the adjacent yard, Yu Wei had been granted a free rental by Meng Yu Wei. Taiju went over to hang up the clothes, and upon returning, he finally felt emboldened to roam freely in the supermarket, for he was immaculate. Although Yu Wei mentioned that he need only guard the entrance for incoming customers, how could he possibly be content with a mere 100 a day? Consequently, Yu Wei observed Taiju wandering around the store before approaching her and inquiring, "Goddess, do we have any rags?" "Indeed," Yu Wei replied, gesturing to a towel draped inconspicuously in the corner near the entrance. Taiju promptly retrieved it, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to work. Yu Wei interjected, "No need to call me goddess from now on. Since you're my employee, You may refer to me as boss or store owner. Yes, goddess store owner. Taiju obediently amended his address. Yu Wei nestled into a reclining chair to read, while Taiju diligently wiped away the dust that settled on the snacks and merchandise. As Yu Wei grew weary and succumbed to sleep, Taiju continued cleaning the doors and windows. Upon awakening, Yu Wei watched educational videos as Taiju scrubbed the floor. When she finally decided it was time to rise from the reclining chair behind the cash register, she was greeted by the sight of a freshly revitalized supermarket. What was once clean now appeared even more pristine. Observing the beads of sweat forming on the youth's forehead, Yu Wei sighed, "You need not be so busy. A sweep and a mop morning and evening would suffice. A more thorough cleaning can be done every 5 or 7 days when we can do it together. It's no trouble at all. I enjoy working, goddess store owner. Please don't deny me the chance to work." Taiju exclaimed, his face reflecting anxiety. Even if Yu Wei had more to say, she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she conceded, "Very well. The cleanliness of the store is now entrusted to you. If I hire more people in the future, you all can work together." Taiju instantly brightened, exclaiming, "Thank you, store owner." Yu Wei felt a twinge of guilt for seemingly exploiting a child laborer. She glanced at the naive boy affectionately and said, "I will prepare lunch. You keep an eye on the store and take a moment to rest. There may be customers in the afternoon." In Chapter 34, titled Midnight Arson, for lunch, Yu Wei chose a prepackaged meal similar to a rice bowl, one featuring stir-fried dried tofu with meat and another with scrambled eggs and tomatoes, accompanied by half a Shanghai green. The tomato and egg dish was set aside for Taiju, as it was light and would not irritate his stomach. In a matter of minutes, Yu Wei returned with 2 portions of food. Upon opening his container, Taiju was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Customers are here." Taiju quickly swallowed his words, placed his meal aside, and hurried to the entrance. Yu Wei casually set up his order inside and stood behind the cash register to observe Taiju's inaugural day of work. The customers who arrived today were primarily from Chuyang City. Yesterday, Lin Qingqing had brought a group to purchase grain, while others received 2 servings of free porridge daily. It was hardly sufficient to stave off hunger. Thus, today another 50 to 60 individuals had come. This time, it was young Master Wang who organized the crowd, ensuring order before entering the supermarket to greet Yu Wei. "Goddess, it has been a few days. How have you been?" "Well enough," Yu Wei replied with a smile, inquiring, "How is your work proceeding?" "We've nearly accommodated 3,000 people, but it remains quite busy," young Master Wang admitted with a hint of frustration. He leaned in slightly, whispering, "The main issue lies in the arrangements, but thankfully General Meng has sent 1,000 men to assist, albeit it has caused some inconvenience." Yu Wei offered reassurance. "Take your time." "Indeed," young Master Wang replied with a smile. "May I take a look around? I wish to purchase some food to take back." Yu Wei was more than willing, as selling snacks was profitable. As young Master Wang began selecting items, Yu Wei felt a sudden wave of discomfort. Instinctively, she glanced up and locked eyes with one of the individuals waiting to buy grain. The person appeared unremarkable, thin and dark, with an ordinary face that blended into the crowd. Upon noticing Yu Wei's gaze, he responded with a surprised, flattering smile, his expression a mix of admiration and trepidation. It was a look not unlike what many common folk, even young Master Wang, displayed upon encountering her. Yet, Yu Wei felt an inexplicable aversion. Suppressing her feelings, she casually turned her gaze away and settled back into the reclining chair behind the cash register, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Taiju worked swiftly, and the rice for the 50 to 60 customers was soon sold out. Yu Wei checked the system and confirmed that Taiju's efforts counted toward the system's transaction tasks. Just as she closed the system, a sudden realization struck her. Even Meng Jiwei and the others had looked down when they first learned of Yu Wei's divine status. Hesitant to meet her gaze directly, ordinary citizens and refugees, too, tended to speak to her while averting their eyes. In the past few days, other citizens in line had primarily focused on the large bags of rice at the supermarket entrance. Even when Yu Wei sold rice herself yesterday, few had bothered to look at her. Yet this person seemed more interested in her than the food. Trusting her instincts, Yu Wei resolved to act. When young Master Wang returned to settle his bill, she voiced her concerns, There's a man among today's visitors who strikes me as peculiar. What other characteristics does he possess, apart from gender? Young Master Wang's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Yu Wei shook her head. He has an unremarkable appearance, of average height, and seems to possess no distinguishing marks. Young Master Wang clapped his hands. Very well. I shall instruct my men to keep watch over all the men who came today. With that, he lost interest in casual conversation with Yu Wei, packed his items, confirmed the prices, and hurried off to fetch money, making his way toward Meng Jiwei. Yu Wei felt reassured by Meng Jiwei's reliability, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, as she heard Tai Zhu's distant shouts while dozing, confusion washed over her upon awakening. She donned her coat and stepped outside the supermarket, only to be met with the sight of fierce flames consuming the adjacent yard and figures attempting to extinguish the fire. What had initially sparked her curiosity turned into shock. What has happened? It appeared that arson was at play. Meng Jiwei was actively fighting the flames, while Lin Qingqing shielded her anxiety with a cloth, her expression grave. Clearly, some individuals with ulterior motives had infiltrated their midst. With the prolonged drought, the wooden structures were particularly susceptible to fire, and once ignited, the flames spread rapidly. Fortunately, several large barrels of water were stationed outside Yu Wei's supermarket, and with the assistance of 50 skilled soldiers led by Meng Jiwei, they managed to extinguish the blaze before it could spread further. Thankfully, the fire did not rage near Tai Zhu's quarters, but rather on the opposite side. Nevertheless, as Yu Wei gazed at the charred yard, a sense of dread enveloped her. Although her supermarket was safe, if the fire spread, her few water hoses would be ineffective. If Qingke City were to be lost, where would her customers come from? The mere thought of such a possibility ignited her anger. We must uncover who is responsible. Individuals had already ventured into the scorched building in search of clues, and Meng Jiwei followed suit. Upon her return, her face bore a grim expression, and she faced Yu Wei with an apologetic demeanor. Boss, I apologize. I have failed in my duties to oversee the city's people, allowing someone to exploit the situation, resulting in the destruction of the warehouse door. Yu Wei was taken aback, skepticism etched on her face. My warehouse door can be ruined? Indeed. Meng Jiwei replied, as she led Yu Wei to inspect the damage. A wooden door on the side of the yard closest to Yu Wei was now charred and tattered. Meng Jiwei dared not allow anyone to touch it. Yu Wei found herself bemused. This is not the door to my warehouse. Huh? Meng Jiwei responded, perplexed. Yu Wei pondered for a moment and explained, you may understand it as me having deliberately aligned the two doors for you to enter. The warehouse that she brought was quite peculiar. Her supermarket in this world had not expanded, and the warehouse resembled more of a folded space. This meant that as long as they repaired the wall and the door, they could still access the warehouse as before. Otherwise, they would have to enter from within the supermarket. Hearing this, Meng Jiwei finally felt relieved, saying, That's good. She had almost feared that the warehouse had also sustained damage. If that were the case, how would Chuyang City cope? Yu Wei yawned and softly remarked, let us go back and get some sleep. We can discuss everything tomorrow. Meng Jiwei replied, all right, you rest first. We will handle matters here. The next day, after rising, Yu Wei recalled the arson incident from the previous night. She quickly sprang out of bed and rushed downstairs to open the door. During the day, looking at the neighboring area, it appeared even darker. Having only taken 3 steps outside, Yu Wei immediately returned to the supermarket, knowing that someone had set their sights on the supermarket. She certainly needed to protect herself diligently. As she observed Tai Zhu approaching from next door, Yu Wei was about to greet him when she noticed his anxious expression. Upon seeing Yu Wei, he hurried over and lowered his voice, saying, Shopkeeper, let us go inside. I have something to discuss with you. Yu Wei was taken aback, but followed his lead into the supermarket. Tai Zhu cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was watching before retrieving a letter from his pocket. Looking grave as he said, Shopkeeper, when I woke up today, I found this letter by my bedside. The envelope was an ordinary white one, appearing unremarkable. It bore 3 characters, Shun Nu Shou. Yu Wei took a while to recognize the characters and furrowed her brow, asking Tai Zhu, do you know if this is meant for me? Huh? Is this for you? Tai Zhu was bewildered, scratching his head. I don't know. He had simply noticed an unfamiliar object on his pillow and felt a bit frightened. Among the people he knew, Yu Wei was the most formidable, which is why he sought her out. Yu Wei contemplated, "I understand. It's nothing to worry about. You should have breakfast first." Today's breakfast consisted of 4 fist-sized buns, which Taiju devoured in one go. Yu Wei had already finished, and, seeing Taiju done, she instructed, "Go pour some water and take it to the people next door." Taiju responded loudly, "All right." He went off to attend to his task, and Yu Wei rubbed her temples, setting down the letter. This was different from the roster that Meng Jiwei and the others had given her. It was not written in standard script, but appeared somewhat cursive. As she was not well versed in traditional characters, the cursive writing left her utterly perplexed. Thus, she waited for Meng Jiwei to arrive before handing it to her for review. Initially intending to discuss the affairs next door, Meng Jiwei instead focused on the letter, and the more she read, the graver her expression became. Yu Wei silently waited for her to finish before asking, "What does it say?" After a prolonged silence, Meng Jiwei finally spoke. "This is a letter from spies of Shilin Kingdom addressed to you. They invite you to open a shop in Shilin Kingdom and promise to purchase your grain at a high price." Yu Wei was momentarily stunned but soon felt unsurprised. She merely inquired, "Were they also responsible for the arson yesterday?" Meng Jiwei nodded, "Most likely. It's not that they casually send people. Rather, some spies have been living in Chuyang City for decades, even since the time of their grandfathers, making it impossible to identify each one. I cannot even be certain that there are no spies among the original 1,000 or so people from Qingke City. Thus, when sending people over, Meng Qingshan had also dispatched 1,000 capable individuals, allowing Meng Jiwei to command them as she saw fit. Little did they know these individuals would act so swiftly and create such a commotion. Yu Wei furrowed her brow. "We must identify them." She harbored a small mind. The mere thought of selling grain to those who wished to burn her warehouse was displeasing. "We will conduct an investigation. May I keep this letter for now?" Meng Jiwei asked. Yu Wei dismissed it casually. "Take it if you wish. I have no interest in it." After Meng Jiwei took the envelope, she informed Yu Wei, "We found the man you mentioned, but after we located him, he committed suicide by poison." Everyone knew that peace would not last long in Chuyang City. However, what Yu Wei did not anticipate was that the day after the fire, Shilin Kingdom launched an assault on Chuyang City. The news had already spread, and all Meng Qingshan and the others could do was capture another batch of spies. By the time the news reached Qingke City, Chuyang City had already clashed with the troops of Shilin Kingdom 2 or 3 times. Fortunately, due to the favorable terrain of Chuyang City, they managed to hold their ground, albeit with certain casualties. Moreover, their supplies were not merely grains. They also included military provisions and other essentials. They were currently lacking in military equipment. The knives and bamboo armor they possessed had been in use for over a year and had lost their sharpness. Additionally, there were arrows. They had indeed crafted some, but the stock was limited. "If we simply defend without counterattacking, how long can our supplies last?" Meng Qingshan inquired of the logistics general. The logistics general clasped his hands respectfully and replied solemnly, "The food can last at most 15 days, while the arrows may only last 5. Ensure everyone is well fed. Then gather large stones and rough timber. We must endure as long as possible." Meng Qingshan stated coldly, "Let us wait until the soldiers regain some strength, and we will discuss the rest later." "Understood," the others in the study responded in unison with clasped fists. Once everyone had departed, Meng Qingshan turned to Pang Daniyu and instructed, "Select a few individuals to venture outside the city and investigate the situation in Shilin Kingdom, ideally learning about their supply status." Pang Daniyu clasped his fists, yes. In Qingke City, despite knowing that a battle had erupted in Chuyang City, they could not possibly take up arms to assist. Moreover, Qingke City currently had fewer than 5,000 inhabitants, insufficient to contribute on a battlefield where numbers were counted in tens of thousands. However, there was one thing they could do. They could send grain. Meng Jiwei immediately purchased 20 carts of grain from Yu Wei, gathering 200 individuals to prepare for the delivery. Among these 200, 100 were soldiers from Chuyang City, while the other 100 were recruited from the 3 families, in addition to a few young men from Qingke City who were drawn by tasks issued by Meng Jiwei. With capable soldiers present, Their primary tasks were transporting goods and leading horses, making this journey manageable. Among these individuals, nearly half were from Chuyang City. They returned not only because the task reward enticed them, but also because they had friends and relatives in Chuyang City and wished to persuade them to join them in Qingke City. In my absence over these 2 days, if you encounter any issues, seek out Qingqing and young Master Wang. They will assist you, Meng Jiwei advised. Upon hearing Meng Jiwei's words, Yu Wei was momentarily taken aback. Are you also going? I wish to take a look. Meng Jiwei smiled at Yu Wei. Do not worry. I will not remain there. Managing Qingke City is my current task. Yu Wei cast a doubtful glance at Meng Jiwei. Although she had known her for a short time, their interactions had been frequent. For some reason, Yu Wei felt there was something amiss in Meng Jiwei's clear, youthful gaze, perhaps a hint of menace? Reluctant to provoke Meng Jiwei, Yu Wei chose to nod. All right, then return quickly. When you come back, I will prepare a gift for you. Meng Jiwei was momentarily surprised, her smile becoming more genuine. All right. Perhaps due to the news of the conflict in Chuyang City, the morale in Qingke City had become somewhat restless. This was evident in the increased number of people coming to Yu Wei to purchase grain. Originally, only a handful of families from Chuyang City would arrive, buying in 2 batches every 2 days, but today over 200 people came to buy grain. Observing the progress of her tasks, Yu Wei reassured herself that this was indeed a good thing. She could only wonder how things were faring for Meng Jiwei. Unfortunately, the circumstances for Meng Jiwei were not favorable. She departed from Qingchuecheng with both people and provisions, and at first, everything seemed fine. However, as they reached the midpoint between Chuyangcheng and Qingchuecheng, over 20 individuals clad in black, their expressions unremarkable, yet their gazes fierce, suddenly emerged before them. It was evident that this group had set their sights solely on them. Without uttering a word, they sprang forth with lethal intent. Commoners, take cover. The rest, follow me, commanded the centurion in a stern voice. In an instant, both sides clashed. Yet, Meng Jiwei and her companions had the additional burden of safeguarding the provisions and the ordinary people. Despite their numerical advantage, they soon found themselves overwhelmed and unable to defend adequately. Realizing they could not seize the supplies immediately, 5 of the attackers abruptly shifted their focus, charging directly at Meng Jiwei, who was shielded by 3 individuals. As bloody blades swung down, malevolence twisted their otherwise mundane faces. The centurion's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Protect the young lady." Chapter 36. Interrogation. Since these assailants had altered their strategy, they would not allow an easy rescue for Meng Jiwei. Initially, she had kept her distance from the chaos surrounding the provisions, but now, under attack, those nearby were swiftly entangled by others desperate to defend her. While reinforcements from afar could not reach her in time, the 3 individuals beside Meng Jiwei raised their weapons and bravely engaged the 5 adversaries. However, with 3 against 5, especially skilled fighters at that, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Meng Jiwei clumsily evaded, striving not to hinder her protectors. Yet, her efforts proved futile. Within mere breaths, the 3 defending her sustained injuries. Seizing the opportunity amidst their defensive gaps, one of the 5 assailants lunged at Meng Jiwei, aiming to strike with his blade. A sheltered young lady, caught under the weight of a villain's menacing weapon, could only stagger and evade as best she could. Tension surged among the onlookers. Miss, 100 soldiers, alongside 20 or so guard from the Meng family, surged forward with renewed vigor toward Meng Jiwei. Even when faced with the black-clad attackers determined to obstruct them, they were willing to exchange injuries for the chance to reach her. However, just as all eyes were fixed on Meng Jiwei, flames suddenly erupted from the cart laden with provisions. The dry wood and provisions ignited instantly, engulfing the 20 carts, save for 5 that contained water, in a mere 5 seconds. Provisions, someone exclaimed in shock, causing a ripple of alarm. As everyone's focus wavered, the black-clad assailant pursuing Meng Jiwei seized the moment, dashing toward her with his blade poised at her throat. Although Meng Jiwei was not their primary target, eliminating her would still be a considerable achievement. The gleam of excitement in the attacker's eyes faltered when he noticed the previously timid young lady raising her head. Fear and trepidation had vanished from her gaze, replaced by an icy calm. Before the assailant could react, she executed a swift kick that sent his weapon flying. Following that, she delivered a powerful backward kick that struck him squarely in the abdomen. The excruciating pain contorted his face, and in that moment of agony, his own blade found its way into his gut. The last sight the black-clad man beheld was Yu Wei's indifferent expression. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned. The once beleaguered Yu Wei and her companions were now the pursuers, relentlessly attacking the remaining black-clad foes. The 20 or so assailants faltered within mere moments, with more than half succumbing to fatal blows, while a few resorted to biting their own poison fangs in despair. Ultimately, only 3 captured individuals remained, their jaws and limbs swiftly incapacitated. Among the ordinary folk who had accompanied them, 5 were also apprehended, including 2 guards from the Meng and Wang families. Even in captivity, those individuals displayed no fear. Instead, they scoffed. "What can you achieve by capturing us? The provisions you purchased were all set ablaze by us." Yu Wei raised an eyebrow. "Who informed you that those were provisions?" Their derisive laughter abruptly ceased. With a mere glance from her, the contents of the carts were revealed. Inside the boxes lay stones and weeds, while the rice bags contained nothing but splintered wood. They were left in a stupor. "No, that cannot be," one cried out. "Why not?" Yu Wei waved her hand, and soon their jaws and limbs were likewise rendered useless. She cast a decisive glance toward Cheng and commanded, "Those delivering water, proceed onward. The rest, return with me." With that, she mounted a horse. Although they had lost 15 carts, the horses remained unharmed. They had prepared in advance and promptly rescued the horses. Aside from Yu Wei, 14 others also mounted their steeds. The remaining group included those delivering water, who would still reach Cheng, while another faction hastily extinguished the flames and escorted the captured individuals back to Cheng alongside Yu Wei. Upon arriving at Cheng, Yu Wei wasted no time and brought the captured individuals directly to the Lord's mansion, unceremoniously tossing them into the dungeon. "Miss, shall we interrogate these individuals now?" the centurion inquired, bowing respectfully to Yu Wei. She nodded. "Let us proceed with the interrogation." The centurion hesitated, noticing Yu Wei's lack of movement. He gently suggested, "Would you not prefer to rest first? I can report to you once the interrogation concludes." Yu Wei shook her head. "I shall remain here." The centurion, seeing her resolute demeanor, felt compelled to comply, albeit reluctantly. Initially, due to Yu Wei's presence, the interrogation methods were rather mild. It seemed that those who had managed to endure until now possessed considerable mental fortitude. The gentle techniques employed were ineffective in eliciting any confessions. Gritting his teeth, the centurion opted for harsher measures. Soon, the dungeon was filled with anguished screams and the metallic scent of blood. The centurion instinctively glanced at Yu Wei, only to find her expression unchanged, as if she were oblivious to the gruesome scene unfolding before her. He silently redirected his gaze, acknowledging her formidable nature. It was evident that she was indeed the daughter of a fierce father. With renewed determination, the centurion unleashed his full efforts. Among the captured, one of the infiltrators from Cheng was the first to break under pressure. After living a relatively tranquil life, he had merely been tasked with gathering intelligence. Surviving previous interrogations had been a feat in itself. Yet, he had little to divulge. Aside from this incident, his role was simply to deposit the information he gathered at a designated location, where someone else would compile and transmit it. This time, he had gathered with others upon witnessing the signal to convene for this mission. He relayed the signal, but knew little else. Even the individual who collected his messages remained a mystery to him, and he was unaware of who had set fire next door to Yu Wei. Only that he himself had not been involved. Realizing that no substantial information would surface soon, Yu Wei chose not to waste further time there, entrusting the proceedings to the centurion who had accompanied her earlier and departed. Yu Wei, alerted by Tieju, rose from her reclined position at the front desk and spotted Yu Wei, who appeared lost in thought outside the market. It was the first time she had seen Yu Wei in such a state. and concern filled her voice. Are you all right? Meng Jiwei snapped back to reality. Iem fine. Knowing of Meng Jiwei's fishing plans for the day, Yu Wei surmised that something must have transpired. She invited Meng Jiwei to sit down and said, "If there is anything you wish to share, I will do my utmost to assist you." Meng Jiwei gazed at Yu Wei and softly replied, "I am merely worried about the situation in Chiyangcheng," to which Yu Wei could offer no remedy, as even her shop could not be relocated to Chiyangcheng. However, Yu Wei, with a flourish akin to magic, produced a piece of cake and cheerfully placed it before Meng Jiwei, saying, "If you're feeling down, indulge in something sweet. This is my favorite cake, and I offer it to you." As Meng Jiwei gazed at Yu Wei's beaming smile, warmth blossomed in her heart. After expressing her gratitude, she accepted the cake. Before Yu Wei was another portion of cake. She took a bite, feeling a sense of satisfaction rise within her from the sweet treat. Do not rush. Trust your father. He managed to defend Chuyang City even in times of scarcity, let alone now when we can be well fed. Chapter 37. Will crossing over make one stronger? Yu Wei's words rang true. Upon the return of those sent to deliver water, they informed Meng Jiwei that the situation in Chuyang City remained tenuously stable. Although arrows were in short supply, the citizens and logistics personnel were crafting more. While the daily consumption exceeded the production of arrows, they could at least delay the inevitable depletion. During this truce, they would also take the opportunity to open the city gates wide enough for 2 people to pass and quickly retrieve some arrows. As for the provocations and taunts from the Shilin Kingdom's army, Chuyang City paid them no heed. 5 days passed swiftly. Chuyang City resembled a turtle shell. Though unable to retaliate, the Shilin Kingdom found themselves equally at a standstill, particularly as their supplies had been incinerated. With their provisions obliterated, they could only temporarily retreat, granting Chuyang City a much-needed respite. Meng Qingshan walked through the military camp, observing the numerous injured soldiers, his expression grave. There were archers on the opposite side, and safety atop the city walls was not guaranteed. How much medicine do we have left? Pang Dania knew the answer all too well. Not much. Even on the mountain, we cannot find any herbs. The medicinal plants up there have long since perished. Our remaining stock is minimal. Currently, the injured are receiving only the barest minimum of medicine. If they could be saved, we let them heal gradually. As Meng Qingshan continued his walk, he arrived at the storeroom. The medicine storage was desolate. Yet one of the grain storages was already half full. These supplies had been recently transported from Qingke City. Without a doubt, these rations would sustain them for over half a month. However, witnessing the soldiers wielding dull blades, Meng Qingshan resolved, "Haven't we discovered an iron mine? Let us send a team to excavate and forge our own weapons. Additionally, we shall dispatch 1,000 men to transport the injured to Qingke City. Those 1,000 shall remain there. Ensure they are trustworthy." For Yu Wei, 5 days was not a long time, but it was sufficient for her to complete her tasks. Thanks to the efforts in Chuyang City, she had entirely emptied the storeroom, leaving only the supplies on the 2nd floor and in the small supermarket storeroom. Oh, and there was still half a space filled with goods. Yu Wei transported all of it into storage, preparing to inform the citizens of Qingke City to purchase 10 days' worth of provisions before selling the last batch, readying herself to return to the modern world. However, before she could seek out Meng Jiwei approached her directly. Without delay, Meng Jiwei stated, "Boss, is it possible to procure some medicine here?" "You need medicine?" Yu Wei nodded and replied, "You may compile a list, and I shall bring some back during my next supply run." Hearing this, Meng Jiwei exhaled a sigh of relief. She felt a weight lift off her shoulders and, with a bitter smile, confided to Yu Wei, "I find myself at my wit's end. A group of severely injured individuals has been sent from Chuyang City. Their condition is far from stable. Moreover, only the severely injured were sent. Those with minor injuries remain in Chuyang City. While the Shilin Kingdom has lost their supplies, their emperor is not a fool, and food will soon be dispatched. Yet, I cannot expect any herbal support from our side. Our only option is to seek Yu Wei's assistance." Fortunately, Yu Wei readily agreed. Meng Jiwei, feeling a twinge of guilt she could scarcely suppress, asked, "Will this burden you?" "Not at all." Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively, showing no concern. If she were to secretly hoard her system, That would indeed pose a problem. However, she had made her situation clear to the nation. It was merely a request for medicine, and the nation would surely oblige. Yu Wei reminded her, given the urgency of time, I shall return swiftly. Please check what else you need from the supermarket, so you can purchase it promptly. Upon returning to the modern world, Yu Wei was immediately surrounded by people. After being compelled to demonstrate that she had not sustained any injuries, she learned from her mother that she had been absent for 10 hours. She had last crossed over around noon, and it was now 10 in the evening. Shall I prepare some dumplings for you? Her mother asked, concern etched on her face. Yu Wei playfully replied, just in time, it's not yet dinner in the other world, and I am quite hungry for your dumplings. This only deepened her mother's worry. She enlisted her father to ride the electric bike home, promising to bring back dumplings. Thus, only Yu Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang remained in the supermarket. Ruan Jiaoyang was the first to inquire, how did it go this time? It went quite well, Yu Wei replied, producing the weapon box and handing it to Hang Haoyan. After inspecting it, Hang Haoyan noted no guns were used this time, nor were any bullets fired, but the crossbow bolts show significant wear and will require replacement. Xiao Huai remarked, I have already scheduled a physical examination. After you eat your dumplings, we shall go. Yu Wei readily agreed, very well. With time to spare, Xiao Huai and the others turned on a recording device to listen to Yu Wei recount her experiences in the other world. Just as she began to describe the onset of the war in Chuyang City, her mother returned. Yu Wei swiftly ate the dumplings and updated her mother, continuing her tale on the way to the hospital. Upon arrival, she had just finished recounting her experiences. During this visit to the hospital, Yu Wei was more familiar with the process. After undergoing a series of examinations, she received her report an hour later. Xiao Huai, upon reviewing it, exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Yu Wei asked, her heart racing. You appear unscathed, she added nervously. Xiao Huai shook his head, saying, your muscle density has increased. Did you engage in any additional training aside from using the crossbow? Yu Wei scratched her head and replied, I do 20 push-ups each day, and I hold a plank for 2 minutes. Does that count? Xiao Huai responded, that can only be considered exercise. Recognizing the lateness of the hour, Xiao Huai suppressed his other thoughts and advised Yu Wei, you should return to rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow. This time, Yu Wei could remain in the modern world for 7 days. Compared to her previous visits, this duration was considerably more generous. Initially, Yu Wei had anticipated going to the base the following day, only to be taken to the training room instead. She once again endured the dual onslaught of mental and physical exertion reminiscent of her first experience in the training room. When she collapsed onto the floor once more, Yu Wei felt an unusual serenity. Even when Hang Haoyan carried her back, she did not resist. This time, however, she fared slightly better than before. She did not lose consciousness and, upon returning, received a thorough massage from Xiao Huai, allowing her to at least sit up. Xiao Huai remarked, your physical capacity has increased significantly. I can preliminarily attribute this to your travels. In this bout, you lasted 3.5 hours, nearly double your first attempt. It is important to note that even considering the time spent in the other world, only half a month has passed. The pace of this progress was astonishing. Yu Wei lounged in a chair for some time, concluding, so as long as I continue to traverse these worlds, I will become increasingly formidable. Indeed, Xiao Huai affirmed. Yu Wei's eyes lit up with anticipation. Does that mean I can forego training? Xiao Huai posed a question in response. Why do you think the system seeks to enhance your abilities? Is it merely to ensure you can protect yourself in ancient times? Yu Wei recalled, I nearly forgot. I will be venturing into other worlds. Does this imply that the worlds I will visit in the future will be even more perilous? Chapter 38. I shall establish a base for you on the first morning back. Yu Wei endured a rigorous ordeal. By the afternoon, she resolutely reclined in a chair, attending lessons. On the following day, she was full of vitality and engaged in normal training. During this period, she received her first dividend from state. Yu Wei brought back numerous items, part of which was reserved for research, while some with little research value were circulated in the market. To speak of nothing else, the unmarked gold and silver alone fetched a considerable amount. Observing her increasing balance, Yu Wei first transferred a 6-figure sum as pocket money to both her father and mother. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiaoyang had someone renovate and organize the second floor of their residence, making it more suitable for storage. It was not until the third day that Yu Wei, accompanied by Xia Huai and others, finally made her way to the base. This time, Yu Wei returned with dozens of boxes, submitting everything before handing in her assignments and participating in the meeting. The meeting primarily revolved around reports submitted by Xia Huai and others, as well as Yu Wei's oral presentation. 10 days was sufficient for Yu Wei to gather information from various individuals, piecing together a clearer picture of the other world. The place where Yu Wei arrived was the Yu Yin Kingdom, a land ruled by a foolish monarch, suffering from relentless famine. In contrast, the Shilin Kingdom, which waged war against Yu Yin, resembled a nomadic nation, with scarce cities and numerous tribes living a nomadic lifestyle. On the other side of Yu Yin, there lay a small nation named Haiyun, encompassing islands, rich in resources, with a flourishing economy and a formidable navy, known for its aversion to war and long-standing independence from conflict. Originally, Yu Yin occupied the most fertile plains, and compared to Shilin's nomadic existence, Haiyun's agricultural land should have been the most stable and powerful. However, natural disasters compounded by a foolish ruler led to a catastrophic downfall. After enduring for so many years, Yu Yin found itself in peril this year. The amiable Haiyun showed little interest in Yu Yin, while the belligerent Shilin had long been eyeing an opportunity. As soon as a chance arose, they swiftly charged in. Meanwhile, Yu Yin was embroiled in internal strife, with the foolish monarch and treacherous ministers exacerbating the situation. We deliberated and concluded that your current partner is quite commendable. Zhang Zhonghua, who spoke with Yu Wei, carefully explained that no country had a significant connection to the supermarket. It was merely that the Meng family had a good reputation, making collaboration less risky. From any perspective, an upright general is a considerable asset. Yu Wei shared this sentiment. She had a good rapport with Meng Zhuwei, thus she was willing to assist her. Moreover, the system was about to finalize the supermarket's location in Qingke City, which Yu Wei believed must have its rationale. To support a war effort, mere provisions and medicine were insufficient. Zhang Zhong would turn to Yu Wei and suddenly inquired what else was needed. Without hesitation, Yu Wei replied, "Weapons." Zhang Zhongwen nodded in agreement. Yes, weapons are also essential. Much like the dark period of humiliation for Huaxia, had their weaponry been more advanced, countless lives need not have been sacrificed. Next time, you should primarily bring more medicine. We have reviewed your list and have a general idea of what they need. Do bring more Western medicine, as it is more compact and convenient. As for weapons, we will do our best to prepare a batch for you. But with only 7 days, there may not be many suitable options. Not to mention, Huaxia already prohibits many types of weapons. An ancient battlefield weaponry is not the same as contemporary arms. The weapons commonly used in ancient battles were spears, not modern firearms, but rather long pole weapons or long-handled sabers. Currently, the quantity of items Yu Wei could transport was neither particularly small nor large. Long weapons had the drawback of occupying considerable space. Regardless of how much she planned to bring, there were individuals from the state considering the logistics. Yu Wei's primary concern was restocking snacks for the supermarket shelves. Secretly, she selected some of her favorite snacks and also brought back more instant noodles. However, there was still one matter left undiscussed during this meeting. What? Establish a base around my supermarket? Yu Wei was taken aback. Was that not inappropriate? Aren't bases typically established in sparsely populated areas? Her location hardly qualified. It would be troublesome to have to run back and forth every time. Zhang Zhongwu chuckled, reassuring her that they would not disclose it as an otherworldly research base, but rather use another name to control the flow of people. Fortunately, while Yu Wei's area was relatively lively, it was not in the city center, allowing for some operational flexibility. Yu Wei felt an unexplainable sense of awe. Once the base was established, her physical examinations and training could all take place within its confines, eliminating the need for constant traveling. Of course, even though Huaxia is a nation renowned for its infrastructure, establishing a base is not a task to be completed in a day or two. But it should not take too long either. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. By the time it concluded, Yu Wei felt rather dazed. The second half had devolved into discussions regarding the new base's establishment and various facilities, filled with many technical terms Yu Wei had never encountered before. She vaguely understood that they were striving to secure many rare instruments and facilities for her. "Xiao Yu, you did well on this assignment," Zhang Lao remarked, having approached Yu Wei at some point, smiling amiably. If those who studied under the elders had witnessed such a countenance, they would surely be astonished. When had the famously sharp-tongued and proud Zhang Lao become so benevolent? Yu Wei felt embarrassed. "I merely organized and recorded the information about Yu Yan. I did not do much else." Zhang Lao chuckled. "While attending classes is important, do not solely focus on training. You must also take time to relax. There's an auction tonight, primarily to auction off the items you brought back. Would you be interested in attending?" The term auction had previously only been encountered in novels by Yu Wei. Now hearing it, she felt a surge of excitement. "Can I go? Why not? The items being auctioned include your share. If you cannot attend, who else could?" Noticing her interest, Zhang Lao called for someone to bring a formal invitation and handed it to her. "Remember to bring Xiao Hang along. 7 o'clock tonight, at the Fan Chengding Phone Clubhouse." The entire 5-story clubhouse had been reserved for the event. The auction had been announced 3 days prior, attracting a large crowd. Furthermore, there were no significant restrictions on attendees. This meant that regardless of whether one was a billionaire or a millionaire, and whether or not they hail from Fancheng, anyone willing could attend. Of course, whether they could acquire their desired items was another matter entirely. In this context, Yu Wei's presence hardly garnered much attention. Accompanying her that day was only Hang Haoyan. She was dressed differently than her usual casual attire. Today, she wore a knee-length formal gown and high-heeled shoes, her hair curled, with half cascading down her exposed shoulders, accentuating her delicate skin. The attendees around her were dressed in elegant suits, their makeup impeccable, embodying the image of successful individuals. Yu Wei endeavored to maintain composure, hoping to avoid drawing too much attention. However, when she presented her invitation to the greeter, the attendant immediately pressed a call bell and bowed to Yu Wei. "Good evening, madam. Our top VIP room has been reserved for you. Please allow us to escort you there." In an instant, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to Yu Wei. Chapter 39. Truly valuable. The lighting around the clubhouse was bright, illuminating the girl as if her translucent skin could be seen through. Though she appeared somewhat youthful and unfamiliar, she remained unfazed under the multitude of gazes, casting a fleeting glance before turning away, clearly accustomed to being the center of attention. Despite her attire and jewelry being understated, some families indeed operated with a low profile. "Do you know her?" "No, do you?" "She is not from Fancheng, nor from Haishur." In truth, it was merely the sudden attention from those around her that startled Yu Wei, coupled with the unfamiliarity of her surroundings, leaving her uncertain of what expression to wear. She remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of others, who, having failed to recognize her, were not particularly surprised. This auction attracted a multitude of wealthy merchants from distant lands, including numerous international guests. Among them, there were billionaires who could not secure a VIP room. The fact that they did not recognize Yu Wei certainly did not indicate her ordinariness. It was rather a reflection of their own lack of discernment. Guiding Yu Wei was a gentle young lady clad in a qipao. "Madam, please follow me," she said. As Yu Wei entered, Hang Haoyan shielded her from many prying eyes, allowing her to relax. The VIP guests had a dedicated elevator, with their accommodations located on the 5th floor. Yu Wei navigated without encountering anyone else and smoothly entered the private room. Once inside, she straightened her back and then allowed herself to unwind, exhaling a sigh of relief. "How is it that I have a private room? Do you not like the room?" Hang Haoyan, with his straightforward demeanor, offered. "We can always move downstairs." "It's not that I dislike it. It's just unexpected," Yu Wei replied, curiosity piqued. "Are private rooms rare here? How else could I have attracted so much attention?" As the sole bodyguard, Hang Haoyan was well informed about the auction's details. There were only 10 private rooms in total. "Ah, no wonder I've drawn so much attention," Yu Wei realized, having occupied one of the limited rooms. Even if she claimed to be merely running a small grocery store, no one would believe her. A knock interrupted Yu Wei's tangled thoughts. Hang Haoyan opened the door to reveal the lady who had guided Yu Wei, pushing in a small cart. Beautifully arranged were freshly cut fruits, a dessert of mixed fruit and milk with ice cubes floating within and delicately shaped pastries. This is a small gift for our private room guests. We weren't sure of your preferences, so we brought a little of everything. If you desire more of anything, please ring the bell, and I shall bring you additional servings. Yu Wei promptly returned a smile, saying, "Thank you." The young lady smiled back, "You're welcome." After she departed, Yu Wei beckoned to Hang Haoyan. "You should join me for a bite." These treats were intended for two, and Yu Wei sampled the dessert first. Its vibrant colors and refreshing flavors delighted her. Each spoonful was sweet, yet not cloying. A harmonious blend of fruit and cream that felt like a delightful feast for her palate. Instantly enamored, she took another spoonful. This dessert was best enjoyed within half an hour, so Yu Wei settled into the plush comfort of a single sofa, savoring every mouthful while gazing through the one-way glass window. The auction took place in this establishment, primarily because its proprietor was a wealthy heir with a penchant for grandiose dreams. During the construction of this venue, he deliberately designed it to be hollow. The central glass ceiling allowed the daylight to illuminate the interior, and in the center, a large platform could be utilized for auctions. Originally, he envisioned building a grand auction house. However, given that his family was not in that line of work, constructing such a vast venue could lead to financial ruin. So he settled for a more modest setup to indulge his own whims. Little did he expect that actual auctions would be held here. In this auction, the most exhilarated individual was not Yu Wei, who stood to gain a substantial fortune, but rather the wealthy heir whose aspirations had been fulfilled. For this particular auction, he meticulously arranged every detail, even decorating the auction stage and hiring renowned bodyguards to encircle it, creating an imposing atmosphere. Yu Wei and her companions arrived neither too early nor too late. After finishing the dessert and sampling some pastries and fruits, the auction commenced. A striking woman, adorned in a long, strapless gown with cascading waves of hair, took the stage, holding a small hammer as she lightly tapped it against the podium. The crisp sound resonated throughout the hall. Her voice, transmitted through a microphone, connected to the venue sound system, reaching every attendee. "Welcome to this auction. I am the auctioneer, Millie. This event is initiated by the Xia family, with 1/10 of the proceeds designated to support the education of children in remote mountainous areas." After a brief introduction, Millie struck the hammer again, cheerfully stating, "Without further ado, I wish everyone the best of luck in acquiring your desired items. Let the auction begin." The first item up for bid was a half-human tall jade guanyin. The jade's translucence and the intricacy of its craftsmanship conveyed a profound compassion and empathy. Yu Wei recognized this piece. It had been presented by the Wang family. This guanyin, as rumor had it, was a gift to the Wang family from elsewhere. Yu Wei turned to Hang Haoyan beside her. "Didn't they seem quite fond of this guanyin? I believe they were studying the carving techniques, weren't they?" Hang Haoyan immediately inquired with Ruan Jiaoyang, and soon he received an answer. "It's because you brought back a golden jade Buddha, which features even more comprehensive carving techniques." Once they completed their research on this guanyin, they decided to auction it off. Yu Wei understood. Such a large white jade guanyin was indeed a rarity, especially with its ancient carving style. She observed as numerous individuals placed bids. The starting price was in the 7 figures, and it was swiftly climbing towards 8 figures. This was indeed a valuable piece. As Yu Wei touched her heart, she was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Initially assuming it was the previous young lady, she was surprised to find a familiar face entering. "Ruan Jiaoyang?" Upon seeing Yu Wei's astonishment, Ruan Jiaoyang explained, "I finished my matters and came to accompany you for the auction." Yu Wei refrained from probing further. However, she soon realized the advantages of having Ruan Jiaoyang seated beside her. He was well acquainted with the items being auctioned. With each item presented, Ruan Jiaoyang provided Yu Wei with detailed introductions. For those pieces whose value was not immediately discernible, he meticulously explained their worth. Not to mention, Yu Wei's understanding of these items expanded significantly. Observing the final sale prices, she discreetly touched her wallet, for she knew that after the sales were settled, 30% of the revenue would belong to her. Turning to Ruan Jiaoyang, Yu Wei inquired, "Can I also donate money? Where would you like to donate?" he asked. Yu Wei pondered for a moment before replying, "I wish to support the education of girls in the mountainous regions, ensuring the funds specifically benefit them. She recalled a news story about funding for girls that ultimately ended up in the hands of their male relatives, preventing the girls from attending school. As a woman, she instinctively felt more compassion for her peers. While it would be challenging for her to ensure every individual received support, she believed that if the government took action, it could be accomplished. Ruan Jiaoyang readily agreed. No problem. I will arrange for it. Thank you, Yu Wei said, her eyes sparkling. After a moment, she added, I also wish to bring some educational books to that area. Could you help me gather some suitable ones? Of course, he replied. After discussing other matters, Yu Wei focused intently on the auction, holding the item descriptions while listening to Ruan Jiaoyang's insights. By the time the auction concluded, 3 hours had passed. Yu Wei did not rush to leave, as she wished to avoid encountering others. However, unbeknownst to her, someone was already seeking her out. A young man with golden hair and blue eyes knocked at the door and politely inquired of Hang Haoyan. May I ask if Miss Ya is inside? I am Emerson, and I am quite fond of today's auction items. Would it be possible to have a word with Miss Ya? Chapter 40. A desire to befriend the mysterious Eastern girl. Emerson is the second heir of an old noble family from Wei country, one that has been in existence for over 5 centuries, currently standing as a significant power in Wei country. Within the private room, Ruan Jiaoyang quietly introduced Emerson to Yu Wei. Even as the second heir, he was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not have occupied a private room. However, how did he mistake me for a member of the Xia family? Ruan Jiaoyang pondered, estimating that he had uncovered some information but had not fully clarified the matter. In this auction, the Xia family served merely as a facade. Most people, however, were oblivious to this deception and genuinely believed it was organized by the Xia family. Outside, Imoshin noticed the lack of movement within and, rather than expressing anger, smiled and fluently spoke in Huaxia. I have heard that the Xia family wishes to engage in some business and is seeking partners. I wonder if our family might have the honor. Yu Wei caught a glimpse of the fleeting excitement on Ruan Jiaoyang's face. Yet, Ruan Jiaoyang replied, If you do not wish to meet him, I can ask him to leave. Yu Wei blinked. Do you want to collaborate with him? Ruan Jiaoyang candidly replied, The funds we have gathered today will primarily be allocated to foreign trade. In simple terms, it means earning money from foreigners. What they are auctioning is merely a stepping stone. Of course, while it serves as a stepping stone, they are also conducting legitimate business. It merely facilitates smoother transactions. Furthermore, they have so many items that they cannot continuously sell them within Huaxia. Distributing some abroad is advantageous. Earning money from one's own kind cannot compare to the joy of earning from others. However, Yu Wei was not a member of the Xia family and would certainly not meet with Imoshin. After a brief discussion with Ruan Jiaoyang, he soon rose and walked to the door. During this waiting period, Imoshin displayed no dissatisfaction and, upon seeing Ruan Jiaoyang, inquired gently, Is Miss Xia unavailable to meet with me? My lady is not Miss Xia. I apologize for the misunderstanding, Ruan Jiaoyang replied, appearing much more amiable than Hang Haoyan. He extended a box as a gesture of goodwill, saying, This is a small gift from Our Lady. Imoshin paused. She is not related to Miss Xia? Ruan Jiaoyang explained. My lady merely has a good relationship with the Xia family, which is why she borrowed Miss Xia's invitation to attend the auction. Imoshin, far from being upset, apologized instead. I am sorry. I was unaware. I should not accept this gift. May I invite your lady to dinner as an apology? Ruan Jiaoyang declined, stating, The gift represents my lady's intentions, and we have matters to attend to, so we must return. I see. Imoshin replied regretfully. Please convey my apologies. I am Imoshin. If you have time or need anything, feel free to seek me out. Imoshin indeed did not persist and soon departed. Having delayed for a while, Yu Wei was nearly the last to leave. Once back in the car, Yu Wei asked Ruan Jiaoyang, Should we inform the Xia family about today's events? I will report it. You need not worry, Ruan Jiaoyang reassured her. It is getting late. Let me take you home. Very well. The vehicle proceeded onward. Not far away, a discreet black luxury car slowly rolled up its window. The elegant Imoshin toyed with the small box in his hands and instructed the person beside him. Conduct a brief investigation. If it proves difficult, do not pursue it further. Just inform me. That girl was certainly not a descendant of the Xia family, for he had already reviewed the profiles of the Xia family's younger generation. Yet he sensed that she was not an ordinary individual and likely had an enigmatic connection to the Xia family. Imoshin withdrew from his thoughts and opened the small box, revealing a delicately carved jade ring, a glimmer of fondness flashing in his eyes. It was decided he would pursue friendship with this beautiful and mysterious Eastern girl. Setting aside other considerations, he merely hoped to persuade the Xia family to sell him more exquisite antiques. Huaguo possessed many beautiful antiquities, yet regrettably, many unique pieces were not available for sale and had already been collected. The prospect of acquiring so many this time was indeed gratifying. Unbeknownst to Imoshin's thoughts, Yu Wei returned to the supermarket, where Huaguo followed her upstairs and set up an iron-framed bed in the guest room next to Yu Wei's. However, she firmly refused any additional furniture. After all, she merely needed a bed and blankets for sleeping at night. Her other belongings were stored upstairs, and she could easily wash up there. Sharing a room was merely a protective measure. After a night's rest, it was the 4th day since their return. Time had swiftly passed the halfway mark. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Wei ventured downstairs, discovering that the large warehouse was already filled with supplies, 1/3 consisting of medicines, 1/3 of grain, and the remaining 1/3 of weapons. Additionally, the master bedroom upstairs was also filled with grain, and the downstairs grain and oil area and warehouse had been replenished. Now, all that remained was to fill her storage space. It seemed her storage capacity had indeed expanded with each traversal, for it had grown from 80 cubic meters last time to 300 cubic meters this time. Therefore, despite 1/3 of the warehouse being occupied by weapons, she would still manage to transport a considerable amount of grain. This time, she had placed all her vegetables and meat in the storage, allowing the second-floor room to be entirely dedicated to grain. In total, there were 10 cubic meters of meat, 5 cubic meters of vegetables, and another 5 cubic meters for personal items she wished to bring along. The final batch of supplies would await her on the day of her next traversal, as Huaguo would prepare her bed and blankets for transport. For now, Yu Wei maintained her routine of training in the morning and attending classes in the afternoon. However, on the 5th day, she received some disheartening news. "What? School is starting?" Huaguo asked. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Yu Wei managed an awkward smile. She had completely lost track of the date, having become disoriented by the intertwining of the two worlds. Furthermore, after returning, her focus had solely been on training and classes, causing her to forget that she was still a senior undergraduate. "I am merely reminding you that you need to register the next time you return," Huaguo added, considering a possibility. "If you do not return in time, we will assist you with registration, but it is best if you do it yourself." "Understood." After pondering, Yu Wei inquired, "What about my classes?" The first semester of senior year still required attendance for several courses, and she would need to attend classes for a month or two before beginning her internship. Classes were crucial for earning credits. Although she had secured a position, she still desired to obtain her university diploma after years of hard study. "You will attend your classes separately, and we will ensure you receive credits," Huaguo explained simply. "As for the internship, you need not worry. We will provide you with an internship certificate." Thus, she had no further concerns. Yu Wei sincerely remarked, "Indeed, it is delightful to have the support of the nation." The last 2 or 3 days continued to be filled with training and study. Once Huaguo had moved her belongings, the guest room became brimming with supplies. The clock's hands pointed to 10, and the outside world had plunged into darkness. Yu Wei accepted the weapon box handed to her by Hong Haoyin, smiling as she waved goodbye to them. "See you tomorrow." Chapter 41. Is there truly such a divine medicine? The morning sun bathed the city in warmth. Compared to half a month ago, Qingqiu's city had undergone a remarkable transformation. The population had increased. Although still thin and unwell, their spirits were markedly improved. The once chaotic, dilapidated, and dusty houses had all been thoroughly cleaned. The supermarket, which had been closed for 3 or 4 days, now glowed with light and through the glass doors. One could glimpse the interior scene. Standing at the entrance, Tiezhu exclaimed joyfully, "Shopkeeper, you have returned." Yu Wei, who had not yet opened the door, heard Tiezhu's voice, pulled open the door, and invited him in, asking, How long has it been? 3.5 days, Tiezhu replied. Yu Wei understood. Thus, the time-flow ratio between the two worlds had been established. Has anything happened recently? Yu Wei asked, stepping aside to allow Tiezhu to enter. Taizhu understood what Yu Wei was concerned about. The city of Chuyang had not fallen, and they were not lacking in food supplies. It seemed that Miss Meng had captured a few individuals in recent days, though he was unaware of their identities. Many matters were not easily discernible to Taizhu. His ability to gather such information without raising suspicion was solely due to his position as Yu Wei's shop assistant. Yu Wei nodded and inquired first, "Have you eaten?" "I had porridge in the morning," Taizhu replied with a shy smile. Before returning, Yu Wei had settled his wages, and with the benefits afforded to him as a shop assistant, he enjoyed a discount on purchases, which had been further relaxed, ensuring he had ample food. However, he only ate 2 meals a day, as he was only able to work half a day at most. "Very well. Please keep an eye on the shop and wait for the townsfolk to come for food," Yu Wei instructed, magically placing 2 bags of 50 jin of rice at the shop's entrance. Taizhu cheerfully took his designated position, but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Shopkeeper, do you need me to call Miss Meng?" "Yes," Yu Wei yawned, recalling the medicine she had brought and the severely wounded soldier she had heard about being transferred. "Hurry back and call me when you return." As Taizhu dashed out, Yu Wei reclined on the lounge chair behind the cash register, closed her eyes, and fell asleep almost instantly. Meng Jiwei was not at Mengfu. For Yu Wei, her 7 days in the modern world had been filled with training and classes, making time seem to fly by. Yet for Meng Jiwei, those days had stretched into a painfully slow 3.5 days. She had heard that the situation in Chuyang had reached a stalemate. A new batch of severely wounded soldiers had been sent over, and this time, their injuries were even more grievous. 2 had died on the way, and in recent days, 4 more had succumbed to their wounds. Many others were in precarious conditions. The makeshift hospital was filled with the injured, some missing limbs, others with horrific wounds, and some with gaping gashes in their abdomens. Their intestines hastily stuffed back inside by others. Their wounds had become infected, oozing yellow pus, and the air was filled with their cries of pain, mingled with the stench of decay. Yet, all they could offer was food, as Qingke City had no medicine. Meng Jiwei suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Despite her efforts and the assistance of young Master Zhao in arranging for a shipment of herbs, it was but a distant hope that could not quench the immediate fire of need. By the time the herbs arrived, how many would still be alive? Moreover, with the severity of their wounds, even with medicine, how many could truly be saved? If they were to be rescued, it would depend solely on the goddess's capabilities. She could not solely rely on the goddess in times of hardship. The goddess's assistance was a matter of goodwill. If she were unable to help, that was simply her limitation. Even for a goddess who had faced tribulations, there must be constraints. She could not indulge her desires without causing distress to the goddess. Meng Jiwei imposed restrictions upon herself as well as others. Fortunately, Qingke City had tacitly accepted her leadership, and her words were somewhat heeded by the others. Each day, she immersed herself in the care of the wounded, accompanied by a few maids with some medical knowledge, darting about with the sole military doctor who had come with them. "Miss, there's a fever here," a maid's voice rang out, prompting Meng Jiwei to rush over. Upon seeing the soldier, red-faced and burning with fever, she felt utterly powerless. The soldier, missing an arm, bore his pain and comforted her. "Miss, do not be distressed. At least I have had enough to eat these past few days, and I am content." Their wishes were simple. Although they feared death, they still sought to reassure Meng Jiwei. Her heart grew heavier with sorrow. When she heard Taizhu's voice, she was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Meng, I finally found you," Taizhu panted. Lately, Meng Jiwei had been so exhausted that her mind felt dulled. When she saw Taizhu, her first question was, "What brings you here?" Taizhu gleefully replied, "The shopkeeper has returned. She sent me to call for you." Meng Jiwei froze for a moment, then quickly realized what Taizhu had said. She sprang up, exclaiming, "I will go at once." When Meng Jiwei arrived, Yu Wei was awakening from her slumber, having heard their voices. After a brief nap of an hour, Yu Wei felt much more revitalized. "Jiwei, how have you become like this?" Yu Wei exclaimed in shock. Although the situation in Qingke City was dire, each time she encountered Meng Jiwei, She was always impeccably attired, clearly a noble woman. However, now she wore simple cotton garments, her sleeves tied up, her hair all bundled and wrapped in cloth, with dirt and pus stains adorning her sleeves and hem. She appeared anything but refined. "Boss, it is wonderful that you have returned." Yu Wei could not help but ask, "Will you be able to sell us medicine this time?" "If I did not have medicine, I would not have rushed to call you," Yu Wei replied. Yu Wei's eyes suddenly brightened. Yu Wei rose and said, "First, tell me what medicine you need." Yu Wei promptly listed a series of herbal names. Yu Wei, whose knowledge of traditional medicine was limited to Jining Hua and Tian Qi Rinshun, quietly opened the warehouse and gestured toward the shelf that occupied about 1/3 of the space, saying, "The herbs are all here. You can find what you need." "May I bring a few maids along?" Yu Wei asked, glancing at the shelves. Although the herbs were in disarray, she could still recognize some. With the help of a few maids, they could expedite the search for the necessary herbs. Yu Wei nodded in agreement. Yu Wei moved swiftly, but she made sure to have Yu Wei record the quantity of herbs she took. "I will settle the bill once I have delivered the herbs." "Wait," Yu Wei called out, "I brought quite a few anti-inflammatory medications. You should take some a try." "Anti-inflammatory medication? What is that?" Yu Wei, though anxious, knew that Yu Wei would not speak nonsense, so she patiently inquired. Yu Wei hesitated for a moment, then explained, "It is for treating inflammation. If the wounded have pus in their wounds or a high fever, it indicates inflammation, and anti-inflammatory medication is used for that." Yu Wei's hand trembled as she lifted her gaze to Yu Wei, incredulous. Is there truly such a miraculous medicine? Chapter 42. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Despite her skepticism, Yu Wei looked at Yu Wei, her expression clearly yearning for a more affirmative response. Yu Wei did not disappoint her. She nodded, "Yes, it is undoubtedly effective. Take it back and try it." As she spoke, she produced a large bottle of iodine complex, saying, "This is called iodine complex. It can be used to cleanse wounds and reduce inflammation." Yu Wei handed over 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, glancing at them and advising, "Do not take too much. 1 pill at a time, 3 times a day. It is best to observe for half an hour after administration. I do not know if they might have an allergic reaction." While she had chosen the type with the least likelihood of causing allergies, there was no guarantee of absolute safety. An allergic reaction could be fatal. Listening to Yu Wei's explanation, Yu Wei remained calm. "If we do not use medicine, they will die. With medicine, there is hope for survival. Fear not, goddess. I will take care to ensure the right people try it, and will clearly communicate the pros and cons." Yu Wei regarded her for a long moment before saying, "When you have time, come find me. I have a small gift for you." Yu Wei revealed the first smile she had worn in days. "All right." As Yu Wei departed, Yu Wei found herself unable to sleep. She leaned on the counter, her eyes vacant. Although she had not witnessed it firsthand, Yu Wei's demeanor had led her to infer much. Throughout history, war has been the most brutal of affairs. In this age of hand-to-hand combat and scarcity of medicine, it was all the more so. After a moment of despondency, Yu Wei straightened her posture. War was inevitable. Even with her miraculous supermarket and system, she could not claim to prevent the war of a world. There was no need for her to overthink. She simply needed to do all that was within her power. It was then that she remembered she had forgotten to mention the matter of weapons. Never mind. She initially carried only a modest amount of weapons, and even if she were to deliver more, it would likely be alongside medical supplies. Once the medicine took effect, Yu Wei would naturally seek her out. At this moment, in the wounded soldier's shelter, Yu Wei hurriedly departed and swiftly returned. Those who had never encountered a supermarket were perplexed, yet among the injured, 2 individuals who had previously visited the supermarket felt a flicker of hope upon learning that the proprietor had arrived. This hope surged to its zenith when Yu Wei gathered everyone and proclaimed that she had acquired a special medication with a high probability of healing wound infections. Before she could finish her statement, the 2 raised their hands, exclaiming, "Miss, I am willing to try the medicine." Yu Wei glanced at them, uncertain if she recognized them, but seeing their pallid faces, she distributed 2 pills to them. Subsequently, she primarily addressed those with severe infections. "While we have obtained a batch of medicine, to be honest, Your wounds have deteriorated too severely for us to guarantee a cure. If you're willing to try this medicine, you may do so. If not, I will still attempt to treat you with conventional remedies." One of the men, whose mind was clouded by fever, asked, "Can such a tiny pill truly heal us?" Meng Jiwei replied, "I'm not certain, but I believe its effects will be extraordinary." "Then let me give a try." The soldier, who appeared merely 17 or 18 yet had lost a leg, forced a smile. "If this medicine works, I can send some to the generals. If not, I'm already close to death, so I have nothing to lose." Meng Jiwei felt a warmth in her eyes and solemnly reassured him. "Even if you experience an allergic reaction, I will ensure that someone will do their utmost to save you." The soldier responded, "I believe in you, miss." As he accepted the small pill and swallowed it whole, the anti-inflammatory effects manifested remarkably quickly among this group, who had never consumed Western medicine. Within half an hour, their body temperatures had significantly decreased. After an hour, those who were only mildly feverish had already recovered, as long as they could reduce their fevers. Subsequent treatments would be easier. The traditional Chinese herbal medicines Meng Jiwei brought began to take effect, and she also experimented with iodine to clean the wounds, which proved to be even more effective. This peculiar colored solution was far gentler than liquor, yet seemingly more efficacious. "Truly a miraculous medicine," Meng Jiwei murmured, her eyes sparkling. Without hesitation, she entrusted the task to her subordinates and swiftly headed to the supermarket. Upon her arrival, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bring money. As Meng Jiwei rushed over, then turned to leave, Yu Wei called out, "Jiwei?" Meng Jiwei quickly explained, "I returned to get the money. Money is not urgent. I still trust you," Yu Wei replied with a chuckle, waving her hand. "Take these 2 boxes first. I don't know if it's enough, but if it's insufficient, you can return." Ultimately, her concern for the wounded prevailed, and Meng Jiwei bowed solemnly. "Thank you. I will distribute the medicine and return." After speaking, she embraced the 2 boxes and dashed off. Her speed astonished Yu Wei, who couldn't help but compare. Not quite a match. She wondered how Meng Jiwei could run so swiftly. Half an hour later, Meng Jiwei returned with people carrying a steady stream of boxes. Yu Wei barely caught a glimpse of the end. As each box was placed in the supermarket, she hastily raised her hand to halt the process. "Jiwei, what are you doing?" "I am unsure of the true value of this miraculous medicine, so I have brought all the valuables from my residence, shamelessly requesting you to provide me with more. I wish to send a batch to Chuyang City. Just 5 boxes, or rather, 3 boxes of medicine will suffice. To save space." Yu Wei had repackaged the medicines. Originally, each box contained only 2 trays, but now they were forcefully crammed with 3 or 4 trays. And even individual pills were squeezed inside. The boxes were filled to the brim. Thus, even with 3,000 injured soldiers, she had not exhausted the 2 boxes of medicine. Yet, only about a dozen boxes remained. Yu Wei chuckled helplessly. "Jiwei, have you forgotten? I will bring medicine because of you. So, at the very least, I must set a price you can afford in the long run." Meng Jiwei was taken aback. Yu Wei pondered and established a price for Meng Jiwei. "How about this? When you buy medicine from me, 1 box of gold, silver, or jewels can be exchanged for 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, or 5 boxes of iodine, or 5 boxes of bandages." The 3 items Meng Jiwei had brought were indeed these. It was better to bring a variety than to have too little. On the battlefield, these 3 types were the most commonly used medicines. Yu Wei, considering that she also had a goal of making a profit, did not set the price too low. Moreover, gold and silver were currently the least valuable. If Meng Jiwei ran low on funds, she could always lower the prices later. After all, it was entirely her decision. Yu Wei silently praised herself for her perfect persuasion. However, when she looked up, she saw Meng Jiwei staring intently at her. Her eyes reddened. Yu Wei hesitated. "Is it too expensive?" "Thank you." Although these words felt too light, Meng Jiwei struggled to find the right expression for her feelings. 1 box of medicine could save 1 or 2,000 lives. She composed herself. "I will shamelessly accept your kindness. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to command." Chapter 43. Who doesn't have a martial arts dream? Due to Yu Wei's insistence, only 10 boxes were brought in. The remaining boxes were carried back by the Meng family members. Upon opening the 10 boxes, they were filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jade artifacts. A glance revealed items similar to those sold at auction for 7 or 8 figures. Just one piece could purchase everything in her warehouse. Yu Wei led Meng Wei in the warehouse. What medicine do you need? I believe iodine and gauze are very useful for external wounds. You might want to take some. Meng Wei entrusted the decision entirely to Yu Wei. Please prepare what you think is best. After some deliberation, Yu Wei decided to exchange 5 boxes for anti-inflammatory medicine, 2 boxes for gauze, and 3 boxes for iodine. Thus, she would acquire 15 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, 10 boxes of gauze, and 10 boxes of iodine. Since she had previously taken 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, there were still 13 boxes left. The cardboard boxes containing the medicine were not heavy, but Meng Wei accepted them with utmost care. By the way, aren't you at war? Besides medicine, you must need weapons as well. I brought a few weapons this time. Would you like to take a look? Meng Wei's eyes lit up, and she eagerly followed Yu Wei. The weapons were stored behind a side door, and due to the warehouse being overly full, they had to navigate around it. Upon seeing the weapons, Meng Wei was taken aback and then filled with disbelief. Is this what you call a few weapons? On towering shelves, rows of guns were neatly arranged, with not a single gap in sight. There were at least 3,000 guns here. Although they appeared ordinary, Meng Wei could immediately discern that the tips were extraordinarily sharp. She couldn't resist asking, "May I give a try?" "Of course," Yu Wei replied, gesturing towards the adjacent door. Meng Wei, unable to contain herself, leaped forward as soon as Yu Wei opened the door, seizing the topmost gun and stepping outside to demonstrate a series of shooting techniques. The door opened to reveal a spacious courtyard, recently cleared and renovated, providing ample space for Meng Wei to showcase her skills. Ultimately, she thrust the gun against a basketball-sized stone, shattering it into pieces. The sound of applause echoed, and as Meng Wei turned around, she saw Yu Wei's sparkling eyes and her thumb raised in approval. "Ji Wei, you are amazing. Is this not inner strength?" Meng Wei blushed slightly. "I merely practiced some martial arts under my father's guidance, and, by chance, cultivated a bit of inner strength. I hope you do not find it crude. You are so impressive. Who could possibly find you crude?" Yu Wei's tone was resolute and left no room for contradiction. "Anyone who says so is clearly mistaken. If I had your skills, I would walk with confidence. If she had such abilities, she wouldn't have to confine herself to the supermarket, fearful of venturing outside. With options available, who would prefer to remain in one place?" Meng Wei was taken aback, gazing into Yu Wei's sincere eyes as her prior nervousness dissipated. Indeed, the divine maiden is a being beyond the ordinary, imbued with an aura of mystery and peculiarity. How could she ever adopt the antiquated notions of the rigid individuals residing within the imperial city of Yuyan? Meng Wei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she remarked, "If the boss is interested, we may engage in a discourse and refine our skills. Would you be willing to teach me?" Yu Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement as she readily acquiesced. "Ji Wei, thank you." Meng Wei, lacking the audacity to assume the role of Yu Wei's mentor, replied, "My Meng family possesses a few manuals on internal and external martial arts, which I can bestow upon you. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to seek me out. We are merely exchanging ideas. There is no need to speak of teaching or not." "My dear friend, you are truly generous," Yu Wei praised, giving a thumbs up. "As friends, we should be magnanimous. You provide me with manuals, and though I have little to offer in return, allow me to gift you this batch of weapons." Meng Wei was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head. "This is too extravagant." "Oh, come now." Yu Wei interjected, "In my view, your manuals are far more valuable than this batch of weapons, which merely totals 3,000. If I master your manuals, I would not hesitate to say they are worth 30,000. After all, she could learn what the people of Huaxia could learn." The concept of internal energy was unscientific yet undeniably useful. The state would certainly support her decision. Meng Wei was astonished by Yu Wei's lavishness. She could hardly fathom 3,000 weapons. "Very well, just ensure you accompany me in my training from now on." Yu Wei patted her shoulder, her mind racing with thoughts of easily leaping onto rooftops and exacting revenge on Hang Haoyan for every sparring match. She became increasingly exhilarated, asking, "Can we begin training tomorrow? Or rather, today?" "Yes, we can start today. I will have Qingqing organize these items while I retrieve the manuals." Before Lin Qingqing could finish counting the remaining supplies and assessing the financial situation of the citizens, she was hastily pulled away by Yu Wei. Upon arriving at the supermarket, she adjusted her attire and discreetly tucked away her pen before greeting Yu Wei. "How is the divine maiden today? I apologize for intruding." Before she could finish, Yu Wei interrupted. "There are weapons in the warehouse, along with the medicine at the entrance. Have someone organize them and send them to Chuyang City." "Huh?" Lin Qingqing was taken aback. "Are we sending them? But we are already short-handed." "We have enough to send the weapons and medicine," Yu Wei reassured her. "This is what they require, and we can manage. Managing the citizens of the city requires merely 1,000 personnel. As for the injured soldiers, with the divine medicine available, there is no need for a large guard. Let them hasten the process. They can return by nightfall without succumbing to fatigue." Lin Qingqing's hesitation vanished upon seeing the remarkably sturdy and sharp weapons. Without a second thought, she called for assistance to move them. This time, Yu Wei had brought 2,500 long spears and 500 polearms. Overall, crafting polearms was more intricate and material-intensive, as shaping high-quality steel invariably required more time. If the long spears left them astonished, the polearms captivated them utterly. The soldiers tasked with transporting the items could hardly tear their gazes away from the weapons on the cart, eager to touch them. Naturally, their utmost caution was directed towards the 38 boxes of medicine and bandages. Once everything was secured, they had precisely 20 carts loaded. The supplies in Qingkai City were plentiful, and the horses had been well fed, appearing somewhat plump. The sight of several hundred pounds of weapons swiftly disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Yu Wei and Yu Wei found themselves at the supermarket counter, one reclined in a lounge chair and the other perched on a plastic stool, engrossed in reading together. Although Yu Wei could recognize traditional characters thanks to the context, the martial arts texts were inherently convoluted, often devoid of any contextual clues. Additionally, points of acupressure and meridians were entirely unfamiliar territory for her. Fortunately, Yu Wei possessed a solid foundation and ample patience, teaching Yu Wei methodically, explaining each acupoint and meridian in turn. After guiding her through the internal cultivation techniques, Yu Wei advised, "You must first memorize the core principles of internal energy, then practice finding your focus and feeling it regularly. I stumbled upon this while training in external arts. Later, I will accompany you in practicing those as well." As she spoke, she suddenly noticed Yu Wei lost in thought. Even though Yu Wei was the divine maiden in her eyes, she adopted a more serious tone. "Boss, are you paying attention?" "I am listening," Yu Wei replied, her expression distant and uncertain. "I feel a gentle energy within me, and I can even control its flow. Just now I followed the circle you described, and it seems to have expanded a bit." Chapter 44. Dangerous injuries. Silence enveloped the courtyard. Even the sound of the wind seemed to echo distinctly. Yu Wei gazed at the petrified Yu Wei, her heart racing as she cautiously inquired, "Have I done something wrong?" "No, you haven't," Yu Wei reassured her, regaining her composure. "May I examine your bones and pulse?" Yu Wei readily consented, of course. To Yu Wei, examining bones felt akin to a massage, while pulse examination resembled the act of taking one's pulse. During this process, Yu Wei encouraged Yu Wei to continue channeling that energy as she felt it. After a moment, she confirmed, "You have indeed entered the realm of internal cultivation." "What?" Yu Wei exclaimed incredulously. "So that slight sensation I felt is truly internal energy?" Yu Wei affirmed, "Indeed." Yu Wei's excitement surged suddenly. If she could learn it, then so could the people of Huaxia. While not everyone would master it, even a fraction of the population could amount to tens of thousands learning the skill. The vast population base presented a remarkable advantage at this juncture. In Chuyang City, the prolonged conflict had left its inhabitants physically and mentally exhausted. Initially, the ample food supplies had instilled a sense of confidence. Yet as weapons dwindled and the severely injured remained unhealed, a shadow loomed over Chuyang City. "What? Have you all turned mute?" Qingshan surveyed the 7 or 8 armored generals around him, visibly displeased. "I I summoned you here to brainstorm solutions, not to witness your glum faces. A commander, approximately in his 40s, wiped his brow. I dispatched scouts, and the supplies are stored deep within the military camp. We cannot act. Another on the right expressed indignation. Our weapon losses are escalating, and the availability of boulders and timber diminishes. The court has shown no concern for us. Yet the army of Shilin has someone to oversee them. Each word dripped with resentment. Did Meng Qingshan harbor no bitterness? Certainly, he did. Watching soldiers succumb to infection from minor wounds, and observing citizens of Chuyang City starving to death on dirt, only to witness their tenacity and strength repelling enemy forces. Yet being relentlessly attacked again due to the enemy's court support filled him with rage. Yet his loyalty to the emperor was ingrained in his very bones, prompting him to suppress such thoughts. He simply stated, "At least we still have a chance. We have enjoyed the offerings of the people. Thus, we must protect them with all our might." The room fell into a heavy silence. They did not genuinely wish to neglect Chuyang City. If they truly did, they would not be angry. However, they found themselves utterly powerless. Even if they gathered the blacksmiths of the city to forge weapons for 8 hours a day, crafting a single satisfactory weapon required repeated hammering. Moreover, the blacksmiths had only ever forged kitchen knives and large pots, and their initial attempts at military weaponry resulted in subpar products. Without weapons, could they wield their bodies as shields? "General, the troops from Shilin are demanding battle again." A young soldier rushed in, kneeling to report. "Damn it, do they think we fear them?" A robust commander on the right slammed the table, exclaiming, "General, permit me, Lao Shi, to go forth. I shall offer the heads of the Shilin thieves as a tribute to my meteor hammer today. General, I too request to fight today. I will behead the enemy to honor our banner." Meng Qingshan observed the fury and indignation etched on the faces of those present, finally relenting. "Very well. Lao Datu and Zhang Sandan, you two shall confront the enemy. Remember, do not tarnish the reputation of the Meng family army." The subordinate obeys. The gates of Chuyang City, which had been closed for over 10 days, finally swung open. The troops of Shilin Kingdom, who had come merely to taunt and provoke the Meng family as forces, were taken aback by the unexpected challenge. After all, they had been avoiding confrontation for nearly 10 days. "Cowardly wretches, so you finally dare to show yourselves? What is this? Have you come to beg for mercy, crawling beneath your elders' trousers?" boomed a burly man with a thick beard, his laughter laced with mockery. The soldiers behind him echoed, "Shanting, kravel under trusers, kravel under trusers." Sure Datu, wielding his pair of meteor hammers, retorted fiercely, "Damn it, if you want to crawl under trousers, I old sure will oblige you. After I sever your head, I'll hang it beneath my trousers for a spin." The laughter of the burly man abruptly ceased, his expression darkening. "You seek death. Just say whether you dare to face me in battle." Without further ado, he charged forward. The art of shouting battle challenges is a psychological tactic, primarily aimed at demoralizing the enemy while bolstering one's own courage and confidence. Consequently, such confrontations are typically limited to the leaders of both sides. This was also the reason Meng Qingshan permitted his men to engage. Should they succeed, it would elevate their morale and await a turning point. Both Sure Datu and the commander of Shilin Kingdom rode forth, leaving a vast expanse for their duel while their respective forces remained behind. In the realm of warfare, fairness in combat holds little significance. Without the need for a signal, the two locked eyes and charged at one another. Sure Datu's meteor hammers relied on sheer weight, while his opponent wielded a long blade, which boasted the advantage of length. As the saying goes, an inch of length is an inch of strength. Yet, beneath the overwhelming weight of Sure Datu's hammers, the long blade struggled to find its advantage. Fueled by pent-up frustration, Sure Datu seized upon a fleeting opening, gaining the upper hand as he struck with increasing ferocity and confidence. His opponent retreated step by step until, with a powerful swing, Sure Datu sent him crashing to the ground. The enemy commander spat blood, feeling as though his chest had caved in. Sure Datu, riding high on victory, pursued relentlessly, aiming his hammer at the enemy commander's head. At that moment, a cold arrow whistled through the air from the crowd. Jean Sandan's expression shifted dramatically. "Old Sure, watch out." But the weight of the meteor hammer, combined with the exertion of his previous attack, rendered Sure Datu unable to defend himself. He managed only to brush the arrow aside, which, instead of striking his heart, lodged deep into his shoulder. "Damn Shilin," Sure Datu cursed, gritting his teeth against the searing pain as he swung his hammer down upon the Shilin commander's head. The satisfaction and relief on his face vanished, reduced to nothingness along with his consciousness. Zhang Sandan, having galloped to his side, tugged on the reins and delivered a swift blow to Sure Datu's horse, urging it towards the gates of Chuyang City. Meanwhile, Zhang Sandan brandished his spear to intercept incoming arrows, commanding his men to retaliate. Not only did the squad emerge from the city gates, but the soldiers atop the walls also drew their bows to rain arrows upon the enemy. The Shilin troops, unable to withstand the assault near the city walls, fled in disarray, leaving behind the body of their fallen commander. Yet, Meng Qingshan and his men could not share in the victory. The severity of Sure Datu's injury weighed heavily upon them. The Shilin scoundrels had used lotus arrows during their ambush. Despite the appealing name, these arrows were notorious for blooming like a lotus within the target's flesh, ensnaring muscle and making extraction a gruesome affair, requiring the removal of a significant amount of flesh. Worse still, Sure Datu's arrow had been driven deeper due to his earlier actions, complicating the retrieval process. "We have no medicine left. If we simply extract the arrow, the risk of General Sure developing a high fever is too great," the army medic stated solemnly. Yet, Sure Datu remained remarkably unfazed. "Extract the arrow as you wish. If I survive, I shall continue to crush those Shilin bastards. If I die, then 18 years later, I shall return as another hero." Silence enveloped the room, broken only by Sure Datu's muffled groans as he bit down on a cloth, the air thickening with the scent of blood. By the time they extracted the arrow, a chunk of flesh had been torn from Sure Datu's shoulder. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He managed a weak smile, but before he could utter a word, he lost consciousness. The medic, feeling his forehead, was alarmed. "General Sure seems to be developing a fever." "What?" Meng Qingshan's fists clenched tightly, sorrow filling his eyes. Everyone understood that without medicine, a fever could spell doom. "Damn Shilin!" Murmurs of anger and grief surged through their ranks. Just then, a young officer under Pang Daniu burst in, his face alight with joy. "General, Qingke City has sent supplies. There are medicines among them." Chapter 45. I am of the Meng clan. Meng Qingshan hurried outside to behold 20 laden carts. However, his initial glance did not fall upon the medicines. So many weapons? Even Meng Qingshan was taken aback, let alone the others. Had Sure Datu not been lying in bed, awaiting salvation, he would have been tempted to test them himself. Among the 20 carts, only one contained medicine, although each box was modest in size. 38 stacked boxes still appeared substantial. They had long been accustomed to the paper boxes, and despite their disappointment over the seemingly limited quantity of medicine, any medicine was better than none. Meng Qingshan waved his hand. "Set the weapons aside for now. Bring the medicine and follow me." Lu Shu hurried to keep pace. "General, these are divine medicines purchased by the young lady from the goddess. They work wonders against infections causing high fevers." "What?" Meng Qingshan doubted his ears. Lu Shu, however, offered a firm assurance. "These 13 boxes contain divine medicine. One pill taken 3 times a day is sufficient. We tested it in Qingke City, and the results were remarkable. The critically injured sent from Qingke City have mostly recovered." "General, does this mean Old Sure has a chance?" Someone ventured hesitantly. Meng Qingshan suddenly burst into laughter. "Excellent. Quickly, bring the divine medicine and come with me." Ultimately, the 38 boxes of medicine were gingerly carried inside. The anti-inflammatory medicine was administered to Sure Datu. Iodine was applied to cleanse the wound, and tightly packed, clean, breathable gauze was used for bandaging. By the time everything was taken care of, nearly half an hour had passed. Sure Datu, already robust, found his temperature stabilizing after taking the medicine, even beginning to decrease. The medic beamed with joy. "General, if this continues, General sure will not develop a fever." "Good, good, good," Meng Qingshan exclaimed thrice. This divine medicine, the size of a soybean, could treat over 1,000 or 2,000 individuals with just one pill, capable of alleviating high fevers. It was easy to imagine how many lives could be saved. "Dainyu, I recall that a year ago, when we fought against Shilin Kingdom, we brought back quite a haul, didn't we?" Pang Dainyu nodded respectfully. "Yes, General." Meng Qingshan gestured. "Prepare half of it for delivery to Qingke City as a token of gratitude to the goddess." Pang Dainyu was taken aback. "Half? We seized quite a bounty from Shilin Kingdom." He recalled how Meng Qingshan had even considered sending half to the imperial city, only to be thwarted by his daughter, leading to a stalemate between them. This half was no trivial matter. "Send it," Meng Qingshan replied, narrowing his eyes. "Have you forgotten? They also brought a plethora of weapons this time. Given the current situation in Qingke City, where else would the weapons have come from? They must have been provided by the goddess." Pang Dainyu, an honest and straightforward man, kept his silence. Once matters here in Shirda II were resolved, he followed Meng Qingshan to test the newly acquired weapons. He had nothing to say, even digging into his savings to send 2 crates of supplies. He had already emphasized to Lu Shu that this was a token of appreciation. In response, Meng Qingshan turned a blind eye. With 3,000 new weapons in hand, he did not hesitate to mobilize 3,000 troops for battle personally. The Shilin Kingdom, having received no word, was caught completely off guard. In their subconscious, they believed that Chuyang City would not dare to engage in combat. Consequently, under a lax defense, Meng Qingshan and his 3,000 men stormed into their main camp. The Shilin forces hurriedly organized a counterattack, but when they faced the Meng family army's broadswords with their long spears, their weapons shattered effortlessly. Before they could react, the broadswords of the Meng family army descended upon them, and heads flew into the air. Meng Qingshan's objective was clear: to seize the grain supplies. The 3 essential elements for war are men, weapons, and food, with food being the most susceptible to manipulation. Leading his 3,000 men, armed with exceptionally sharp broadswords and spears, they swept through deep into the enemy camp. Upon reaching the grain tents, over 100 men smashed small jars, shattering them and igniting the oil that spilled forth. Then, 100 more produced fire sticks and hurled them with force. In an instant, flames erupted. Meng Qingshan commanded a retreat. The 3,000 men swiftly turned around and charged back the way they came. The hastily assembled soldiers were thrown into disarray. Upon learning of the situation, the Shilin commander was furious. "Pursue. This general commands you to pursue. Since they have emerged, they shall not return." The 3,000 men were pursued by several times their number, but Chuyang City had already prepared for their return, with the gates wide open. Like arrows, Meng Qingshan and his men darted inside. Those who followed were met with true arrows. As the rain of arrows fell, the pursuers could only defend themselves. In that brief moment, not only did Meng Qingshan and his men break through, but the gates also slammed shut behind them. Any further attempts to breach the gates were thwarted. The people of the Shilin Kingdom outside raged in frustration, while Meng Qingshan's laughter echoed down the streets of Chuyang City. Hearing his laughter, the citizens joined in cheers, knowing that General Meng was the mightiest. What could the Shilin Kingdom possibly compare to General Meng? The streets were filled with shouts of Meng Qingshan's name, and for a moment, the entire Pu City celebrated together. In Qingke City, good news from Chuyang City, accompanied by the grain supply convoy, spread joyfully throughout the town. Even Yu Wei brought out half a pig. Today it's a special price, half a pig for a gold ingot, just right to treat everyone. Meng Wei did not refuse this time. All right. However, after taking the half pig, she arranged for 60 boxes of treasures to be sent over. Yu Wei was taken aback. "What do you want to buy?" "This is a gift from my father to you." Meng Wei spoke sincerely, hoping she would not refuse, stating, "This is our goodwill. My father is wealthy, so you need not worry about him being impoverished." Yu Wei was both amused and exasperated at such comments about her own father. Was this not squandering wealth? Yu Wei replied, "We were originally engaging in a fair trade. You have already paid. Meng Jiwei shrugged helplessly. Then you should speak to my father about it. I am merely following his orders. Ultimately, Yu Wei accepted the gift, grateful that the area for storing weapons had become vacant, or else she would have had no place to put it. Without the grain supplies, it was foreseeable that the Shi Lin kingdom could afford to hunker down for a while. Meng Jiwei was able to devote more time to training with Yu Wei. Yu Wei finally made progress in her agility training. As long as she had a pole to leverage, she could easily ascend to the rooftops over 3 meters high. However, amidst this tranquility, a horse and a bloodied man, carrying another unconscious bloodied figure, galloped to the gates of Qingke City. Stopped by the guards, the bloodied rider managed to utter, "I am a member of the Meng family. I seek Miss Jiwei's help," before collapsing from his horse. Chapter 46. The severely wounded Meng Jixing in the Meng family. Meng Jiwei, occupied with matters in Qingke City, was taken aback upon hearing the report. "Someone from the Meng family is looking for me?" Realizing something, her expression changed dramatically as she sprang to her feet. "Quick, bring him in." The only Meng family members who could have come to find her were those of their own lineage. The Meng family, having guarded the borders for generations, had lost many in battle. Despite having a legacy spanning over a century, only the main line of the family remained. Currently, only 3 individuals could be considered the true heirs: Meng Qingshan, Meng Jiwei, and her elder brother, Meng Jixing. Meng Jixing had been summoned back to the imperial city 3 years prior, when the new emperor ascended the throne. It was said to be the emperor's gracious decree, allowing Meng Jixing to avoid the perils of the border while preserving the Meng family bloodline. Yet, those in the know understood that upon his return, Meng Jixing would be a hostage. When Meng Jiwei learned of this, her brother was already on the road back to the imperial city. She had chased after him, intending to bring him back, but nearly got taken along with him. Their target had always been Meng Jixing ultimately. Meng Jiwei was left behind by her brother's clever maneuvers, but she had always worried about him. Her brother, at merely 19, had already earned the title of a minor divine general, a beloved commander among the Meng family army. Yet he had been forcibly recalled to the imperial city due to the new emperor's unfounded fears, stalling his promising future. Now, hearing of a Meng family member arriving, bloodied and battered, Meng Jiwei instinctively sensed that something was amiss in the imperial city. Perhaps it was not only Chuyang City that faced danger, but her brother was also in peril. However, no matter how she thought about it, Meng Jiwei could not have anticipated that one of the bloodied figures was, in fact, Meng Jixing, brother. Meng Jiwei's expression shifted drastically. "Quick, summon the doctor." Without a moment's thought about her brother being covered in blood, Meng Jiwei hurriedly lifted Meng Jixing down, feeling his light weight and the hardness of his bones. Trembling, she waited until she sensed a faint breath beneath his nose before tears began to fall. Meng Jixing bore numerous injuries, but the most severe appeared to be a penetrating wound to his scapula, surrounded by yellowish pus and blood. When the military doctor arrived and carefully cut open Meng Jixing's clothing, Meng Jiwei realized the gravity of his injuries. He had arrow wounds in his abdomen, knife wounds on his back, whip marks, and the skin on his legs was twisted and burned. Most alarmingly, there were significant wounds on his wrists and ankles, aimed at severing his tendons. In comparison, the other bloodied individual bore mostly superficial wounds, which were fresh and had yet to fester, making them easier to treat. "Dr. Liu, I entrust my brother to you." Meng Jiwei steadied her emotions. Dr. Liu replied solemnly, "I will do my utmost to treat the young general." Meng Jiwei stepped out of the room. Buckets of bloody water were carried out, initially filled with foul-smelling pus and blood. After half an hour, Dr. Liu emerged from the room, looking exhausted. Meng Jiwei could hardly contain her eagerness. "Dr. Liu, how is my brother?" Dr. Liu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "The young general has been injured for too long, which has compromised his foundation. His injuries are severe. He is currently too weak for me to do more than my best." His words were gentle, but for Meng Jiwei, it felt like a thunderous blow. She staggered back a step. "It cannot be, it cannot be. Dr. Liu, I beg you, please save my brother." Her eyes brimmed with hope. Yet Dr. Liu could not provide an answer. even if he possessed only average medical skills within the military. Not even the best military healer could guarantee success in such a dire situation. Moreover, by the time they sought further assistance, it would likely be too late. Notifying others and returning would take a considerable amount of time. As the light in Meng Jiwei's eyes gradually dimmed, she remained composed, clasping her hands and earnestly requesting, "I implore you, Lu Junyi, to do your utmost. Even if the outcome is dire, I shall not hold you accountable." Lu Junyi let out a heavy sigh. He had exhausted all his medicinal resources, concocting herbal remedies and administering divine medicines. Yet the young general had likely gone several days without sustenance and was now at the brink of collapse. He was uncertain if the young general even had a chance of regaining consciousness. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Junyi. "Miss, while I may be powerless, it does not imply that the goddess lacks the means. Since you are acquainted with her, could you possibly inquire about her assistance?" Indeed, Meng Jiwei felt as if she had clutched the last straw of hope. Without hesitation, she turned to leave, opting to traverse the rooftops directly towards Yu Wei's location. Qingke City had seen significant recovery, with the influx of injured soldiers providing numerous job opportunities for its citizens. Many had hidden away considerable wealth, and upon ensuring the city's stability, they rented homes and stocked up on provisions, unperturbed by the threat of theft, as daily patrols ensured safety. Consequently, Yu Wei had recently sold a considerable amount of grain, though the total was not excessively high. Overall, Taizhu was sufficient on his own. Yu Wei devoted her days to martial training and reading, occasionally indulging in historical documentaries curated by Ruan Jiaoyang, feeling enriched with each passing day. As the hour approached, she rose and said, "Taizhu, please watch the shop. I shall fetch dinner." Before she could finish her sentence, a figure burst into the supermarket, exclaiming, "Boss, I implore you to save my brother." Startled, Yu Wei's expression turned grave upon seeing Meng Jiwei's panicked demeanor. "What has happened to your brother? Please calm yourself. Do you require medicine?" Meng Jiwei struggled to maintain her composure as she explained, "My brother has sustained severe injuries. I have already administered the anti-inflammatory medication, but the doctor says he remains in a perilous state. His condition is too frail. Even if the high fever subsides, he may not survive." "Do not cry," Yu Wei said, handing her a tissue. Without hesitation, she declared, "Wait here. I will gather some medicine and accompany you." Meng Jiwei realized she was in tears and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." Yu Wei descended from the upper floor empty-handed. Once Meng Jiwei confirmed she had brought medication, she apologized and embraced her before swiftly returning across the rooftops. Experiencing the thrill of lightness, Yu Wei felt exhilarated. Upon reaching the courtyard, Meng Jiwei led Yu Wei into a room, where her gaze immediately fell upon a gaunt young man lying on the bed. The man, in his early 20s, bore a resemblance to Meng Jiwei, but appeared more rugged. Despite his sunken cheeks, a hint of handsomeness remained. His lips were pale, and his chest barely rose and fell. Had Meng Jiwei not claimed he was alive, Yu Wei might have mistaken him for a corpse. "You mean his greatest peril is his frail condition?" Yu Wei confirmed with Meng Jiwei. Lu Junyi promptly responded, "Yes, but in his current state, he cannot take anything." Yu Wei sighed in relief, saying, "If it's merely a matter of nutritional supplementation, I have a solution." She raised her hand, and two 20-inch medical boxes appeared beside her. As the boxes opened, they revealed many items unfamiliar to Meng Jiwei and her companions. Lu Junyi's curiosity was piqued as he gazed at the contents. Are these divine medicines? He wondered. Indeed, Yu Wei selected several nutritional agents, choosing protein from among the fats and other components. She attached a needle, recalling the lessons from Xiaohui, and began administering the protein mixture to Meng Jiwei. "Hold it steady. I have never injected anyone before, but I shall do my best." 5 minutes later, after puncturing Meng Jiwei's brother's hand a dozen times, Yu Wei switched hands and finally succeeded in administering the injection. Noticing the absence of blood and the proper flow of medication, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she explained to Meng Jiwei, "This is a nutritional injection. I will give him a protein shot first, followed by a fat one. Both are essential for his recovery." Yu Wei returned to rummage through the medical boxes prepared for her by Xiaohui, which contained nearly every conceivable medication, even radiation protection drugs, each accompanied by detailed instructions. She retrieved a hemostatic drug and handed it to Lu Junyi, instructing him to use it on Meng Jiwei's brother. Lu Junyi then proceeded to cleanse the wounds and apply the medication. But before he could bandage them, he noticed Yu Wei extracting various other medications. This is a painkiller, to be taken no more than 3 times a day. I will leave you 6 pills. This is a beauty thread, suitable for suturing any severe wounds. And this is a scar gel that can be applied once the scabs fall off. After much searching, Yu Wei produced a special medication. This is a wound healing enhancer. I only have 2, so I will leave 1 for you. If it proves insufficient, please let me know. Meng Jiwei watched in awe as Yu Wei continued to produce more and more unfamiliar items, each being administered to her brother. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you." The array of items was beyond anything she had ever heard of, undoubtedly the divine provisions Yu Wei had prepared for herself. "Why are you kneeling?" Yu Wei reached out to pull Meng Jiwei up, her expression earnest. "You are my friend, and I wish to save your brother, not for your gratitude, but because I cannot bear to see you in such sorrow." Meng Jiwei was taken aback. "Friend?" "Yes, friend," Yu Wei affirmed with a nod. Meng Jiwei had not anticipated that Yu Wei considered her a friend. She was merely an ordinary girl, while Yu Wei was a goddess. Did a goddess truly befriend someone like her? "Now, please take good care of your brother. Use the medications freely. I will leave you another pack of nutritional liquid and teach you how to change it. Changing the bandages requires no special skill, and removing the needle is simple." Yu Wei left behind a pack of cotton swabs and gathered the remaining medications. Before departing, she reminded Meng Jiwei, "If you need anything, do not hesitate to find me. I will be staying downstairs tonight. Even if it's the middle of the night, it is no trouble." Meng Jiwei gazed at Yu Wei with deep appreciation. "Thank you." Meng Jixing's injuries were grave. The 2 packs of nutritional liquids merely stabilized his condition. He showed no signs of awakening. However, the companion who had accompanied him stirred awake that very night. Upon learning of this, Meng Jiwei rushed to his room. The man, initially cold and guarded, relaxed upon seeing Meng Jiwei and scrutinized her intently. "You are Meng Xiong's sister?" Meng Jiwei nodded eagerly. "What happened? How did both you and my brother sustain injuries? What has he endured?" "I am Jing Lu, a wanderer. By chance, I was saved by Meng Xiong, and we became friends due to our shared values." Jing Lu introduced himself before asking, "May I inquire about Meng Xiong's current condition?" "He has sustained severe injuries, but for the time being, he is stable and should be out of immediate danger." Jing Lu relaxed slightly, shaking his head. "I am unaware of the specifics. All I know is that one day, Meng Xiong suddenly vanished. Together with a servant from the Meng household, I searched for him and eventually found a clue. We stormed into a concealed dungeon and rescued Meng Xiong, but in the process of covering our escape, the others perished. From there, the pursuit had continued. Meng Jixing had been in a precarious state at that time. He had only briefly awakened to instruct Jing Lu to seek Meng Jiwei in Qingke City before slipping back into unconsciousness. Thus, Jing Lu remained oblivious to the full extent of the events that had transpired. Meng Jiwei's fists were clenched tightly, yet she maintained an air of composure as she performed a deep bow towards Jing Lu. "Jiwei is deeply grateful to Brother Jing for rescuing my elder brother." "There is no need for such formalities," Jing Lu replied, clearly not one for excessive conversation. He shook his head and inquired, "May I see Meng Xiong?" Meng Jiwei led him to the adjacent room. Meng Jixing still lay there, devoid of vitality. As Jing Lu approached, he felt for his pulse, and the furrow in his brow eased slightly. Indeed, he was much better than before. However, Jing Lu's gaze swept across Meng Jixing's wrists and ankles. By the time he found Meng Jixing, it was too late. The tendons in his hands and feet had already been severed. Could a man as proud as Meng Xiong accept a life of helplessness? Jing Lu's injuries healed well. He visibly improved day by day. Yet, Meng Jixing remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yu Wei brought a total of 10 bags of nutrients, administering 2 bags each day for 5 days. Her needlework had become as proficient as that of a skilled nurse, yet Meng Jixing showed no signs of awakening. After the final bag of nutrients was administered, Yu Wei turned to Meng Wei and said, "This is the last one. I will not be coming back after this." "Very well," Meng Wei replied, having no objections. Since yesterday, Meng Xing had been able to consume some liquid food. If he could eat, he had passed a significant hurdle. Were it not for Yu Wei's insistence, Meng Wei would have been reluctant to use today as medicine, preparing for the possibility that Meng Xing would remain in a deep slumber for some time. Meng Wei was overwhelmed with joy when she heard he had awakened the following day. She rushed to his room and saw her pale brother propped against the headboard. With a soft sob, she rushed to the bedside. "Brother, how do you feel?" "I am fine, do not worry," Meng Xing replied with a gentle and reassuring smile. Though Meng Wei's eyes were filled with moisture, she reached out to gently touch his fingertips. Once warm hands were now thin and cold. "Brother, what has happened?" "Yet," Meng Xing was the first to ask, "how many people know that I am still alive, aside from you?" "Only a few of my maidservants and my friend Yu Wei are aware of your identity. Others know that someone from the Meng family has arrived, but are unaware it is Meng Xing." Meng Xing relaxed. "Then, aside from father, do not let anyone else know of my return." Meng Wei scrutinized him and suddenly asked, "Who could have made you so vigilant and harmed you?" "Wei," Meng Xing warned, "do not act impulsively." Confirming her suspicions, a surge of anger welled up within Meng Wei. "Is it not enough that they want you to languish in the imperial city? Why must they go this far? My Meng family has guarded the borders for generations, and few in the clan die peacefully. They're all buried in the borderlands. Why are they treating us this way? Why must we continue to protect them?" Wei. Cough, cough. As Meng Xing attempted to speak, he felt a tickle in his throat and began to cough. The strain aggravated his injuries, rendering him even paler. Yet his expression turned serious. "Do not speak thus. Brother, focus on recovering." Despite the multitude of grievances within her, Meng Wei found herself unable to voice them in front of her brother's pale face. "I'm going out for a while." Without waiting for Meng Xing to detain her, she dashed out. Uncertain of her destination or who she could confide in, she soon found herself in a supermarket. Yu Wei, observing her demeanor, suddenly grew anxious. "Wei, you wouldn't be considering." "Boss," Meng Wei replied, dispirited and bewildered. "What can I do?" Chapter 48. Why not simply rebel against them? After hearing Meng Wei's explanation in the neighboring courtyard, Yu Wei finally understood the situation. Meng Wei felt lost. The Meng family's principle is loyalty. Yet when those in power act inhumanely, must they remain loyal to such a figure, even if it means their demise, causing the Meng family to vanish from this world? She could disregard her own life, but she could not disregard the lives of her father and brother, the two people who have treated her the best in the world. Why must they endure such humiliation? "What do you intend to do?" Yu Wei asked. Meng Wei replied, bewildered. "I do not know, but I do not want to heed my brother's advice." Yu Wei clapped her hands. "Since they show no benevolence, I see the roots of the Yu kingdom are already rotten. Why not simply revolt against them?" Meng Wei widened her eyes in astonishment. Even knowing Yu Wei was a divine maiden, she did not expect her to utter such provocative words. How could this be? Meng Wei's mind went blank. Yu Wei spoke with conviction. "They're destined to lose their kingdom anyway. From what I have heard, the current emperor has already eliminated all his brothers, and he has no adult sons, nor does it appear anyone can rise to the occasion. In a short time, at most a decade, the kingdom will change its surname. So why not make it Meng? Throughout history, dynastic changes have been commonplace. It is not a war instigated by you. It is not a rebellion of your own making. They are forcing you to endure. Why must you continue to bear it?" Meng Wei ran off. Yu Wei watched Meng Wei freeze for a few seconds before her expression turned frantic. In a flash, she darted up to the rooftop, and soon her figure vanished from sight. She wore an innocent expression. Was it so wrong to speak a few truths? Is there a need to flee? Very well. She admitted that aside from her initial slip of the tongue, she had intentionally provoked Meng Wei, but she genuinely believed what she said. One cannot expect someone raised in a modern society to harbor much fondness for a feudal dynasty, especially under the rule of a tyrant. However, she also understood that Meng Wei might not be able to accept this notion, and as for Meng Wei's father, that was even more challenging to approach. Suppressing her restless thoughts, Yu Wei decided to respect Meng Jiwei's choices. Subsequently, she did not see Meng Jiwei for 2 consecutive days. Unable to bear the absence any longer, Yu Wei thought, even if Meng Jiwei disagrees, she must at least practice martial arts, right? If she were to train using traditional texts, wouldn't that be counterproductive? Therefore, early in the morning, as the supermarket opened, Yu Wei waved to Tai Zhu, who was preparing to clean. Run to the Meng residence and ask Miss Meng to come to me. After a pause, she added, if she does not wish to come, return by yourself. Tai Zhu was taken aback. His first reaction was disbelief. Who would refuse the invitation of a divine maiden? Why would anyone decline to visit her shop? However, he trusted Yu Wei's words and simply replied, understood. Yu Wei was uncertain if Meng Jiwei would come. She browsed through the manuals left by Meng Jiwei, trying to comfort herself. If worst came to worst, she would only practice what she had already learned and refrain from learning anything new. Surely, when she returned to the modern era, the experts would devise a strategy. Having come to this conclusion, Yu Wei felt more at ease. However, half an hour later, she encountered Meng Jiwei. Meng Jiwei did not appear well. Dark circles were evident beneath her eyes. Her complexion was pallid, yet her eyes shone brightly. Yu Wei sat up straight. She had an inexplicable feeling that Meng Jiwei was here to provide her with an answer. Indeed, Meng Jiwei stood before Yu Wei and inquired, "Boss, do the words you spoke a few days ago still hold?" "Of course, they do," Yu Wei replied, her eyes sparkling. "Have you made your decision?" "I will strive to persuade my father." Meng Jiwei took a deep breath. "I do not know how long it will take, but I will certainly try." Meng Jiwei's answer did not satisfy Yu Wei. Time is money, and compared to the unfamiliar Meng Qingshan, she had greater faith in Meng Jiwei. With a smile, she said, "Jiwei, have you ever considered leading this endeavor yourself, rather than insisting on convincing your father first?" Meng Jiwei's eyes widened. Yu Wei lowered her voice, laced with allure. "Jiwei, you must understand that your greatest advantage lies with me and an entire nation at my back. I am not well acquainted with your father, and compared to him, I would much prefer to continue collaborating with you. Do you not desire to become empress? I have heard your words. The Yin kingdom distinguishes between men and women in many aspects. However, if one were to rise above the masses, one could elevate women. Do you truly believe that women are inherently inferior to men? No, certainly not. Take Meng Jiwei, for instance. Although she deeply admires her elder brother, she has never considered herself weaker than him. What she lacks is age and opportunity. At 16, she believes that if she were to join the battlefield, she could become a junior general by the age of 19. Yet, due to her gender, she is denied this chance. Because she is a woman, the tyrannical emperor would not even select her as a hostage. Can a woman truly serve the emperor? Naturally. Yu Wei, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Allow me to tell you a story. The protagonist is Wu Huang, the only female emperor in history, whom I admire greatly, second only to Shi Huang. Thus, these 2 historical accounts are the ones she knows best." However, by the time Yu Wei concluded the tale of Wu Huang, over an hour had passed. After sipping some soothing tea, she smiled at the profoundly impacted Meng Jiwei and waved her hand, saying, "All right, you may return for now. There is no need to provide me with an answer immediately. Just let me know before I leave. However, if you still insist on persuading your father first, I will not hinder you. I shall assist your father as well." Meng Jiwei, in a daze, stood and walked outside. Suddenly, Yu Wei recalled something. "Oh? While I'm not in a hurry for an answer, I am quite eager to practice. Will you come tomorrow?" "I will," Meng Jiwei responded, coming back to her senses. She turned to Yu Wei, smiling. "I will definitely come tomorrow." Yu Wei felt relieved. As Meng Jiwei stepped out of the supermarket, she was greeted by a warm ray of golden sunlight. She walked into the light, each step resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. Qingke City had changed. It was unclear when it had begun, but the tasks being issued in Qingke City now included patrol duties. These tasks were not limited to either gender. The only requirement was that the participants must be young men and women, free from ailments. Most importantly, the rewards were substantial. When these tasks were first announced, the people of Qingke City were hesitant to accept them. However, once they discovered that the duties entailed patrolling within a 5-mile radius of the city, and did not require venturing far. Some began tentatively signing up. By the end of the day, they had encountered no danger and had received rewards far more generous than those from other tasks. Consequently, the 50 patrol slots available each day in Chinke City were eagerly snatched up. Even though participants could not sign up again within 5 days, the number of applicants far exceeded 50 each day. During this time, the people from Chuyang City had visited 3 times, depleting the granary supplies. Yu Wei was not anxious, as she intended to reserve the remaining provisions for Meng Zhuwei, contingent upon her providing an answer that aligned with Yu Wei's hopes. Unexpectedly, before Meng Zhuwei arrived, her brother Meng Zhixing came instead. "Divine Lady," he greeted, entering on a wooden wheelchair, appearing quite frail, though his eyes shone brightly. "Thank you for your help with my younger sister. May I have the honor of conversing with you?" Chapter 49. Meng Zhiwei's decision. Yu Wei took a seat opposite Meng Zhixing, assessing him. "You seem to be recovering quite well. Please forgive my appearance," he replied, taking a breath, his smile gracious and calm. "I owe my life to your divine medication. You may call me shopkeeper, just like Taizhu," Yu Wei replied with curiosity. "What would you like to discuss?" "About Zhu Wei," he said, fixing his gaze upon Yu Wei. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, she could sense a hint of scrutiny and probing. "I wonder what the shopkeeper has discussed with Zhu Wei, as she seems to have changed significantly lately." Intrigued, Yu Wei asked, "In what way has she changed?" With a hint of skepticism, Meng Zhixing thought that Yu Wei might be displeased or that she would disregard him, but he was surprised to find her focus lay elsewhere. It appeared she wished to train troops. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to share everything. Although it was just the beginning, Meng Zhixing had grown up in the military camp, and moreover, he had read a significant portion of the military texts alongside Meng Zhuwei. Thus, he could easily discern what his sister was up to. Yet, this realization only deepened his confusion. If Meng Zhuwei was concerned about Chuyang City, how many people could be trained in Chinke City? Even if they were trained, it would be of little use on a battlefield of thousands. However, upon hearing his words, Yu Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ah, perhaps she simply has a passion for it," Meng Zhixing replied. Yu Wei, realizing she had been too exuberant, cleared her throat and earnestly told him, "I have merely presented her with a new option. She is yet to decide, so it would be best to wait until she has made up her mind before you inquire further, or you could simply ask her directly." After a moment of silence, Meng Zhixing expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for keeping this secret from my sister." Yu Wei blinked. "Aren't you going to ask more?" "No need," he replied with a carefree smile. "As long as you mean no harm to my sister, that is sufficient." Having gone through such an experience, he had come to terms with everything. Living was the most important thing, and during this life, one should pursue their desires. For no one knows whether tomorrow or misfortune would come first. Meng Zhixing left in a hurry. Less than 2 hours after his departure, Meng Zhuwei arrived hastily. "Shopkeeper, did my brother visit earlier? He didn't say anything, did he?" "He didn't say much. Your brother is quite nice," Yu Wei commented. "He came to inquire about your situation, but I didn't share the question regarding your answer. I thought you would prefer to tell him yourself." Meng Zhuwei's body stiffened. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Yu Wei. "But my brother may not understand." "Zhu Wei, you should have faith in your family," Yu Wei encouraged. Believing that while Meng Jianjun might be difficult to discuss with, Meng Zhixing did not seem to be one to dwell on such matters. For a fleeting moment, Meng Zhuwei appeared lost before suddenly declaring, "I have made my decision." "What?" Yu Wei was taken aback. Meng Zhuwei looked earnestly at her. "Shopkeeper, please help me. I do not wish to let the tyrant harm my family any longer." Although Yu Wei had anticipated this response after hearing about Meng Zhuwei's military training, she was still elated to hear it. "Very well, I shall assist you." Meng Zhuwei did not linger long and stood up. "I will return to speak with my brother. If I can persuade him, it will be easier to convince my father. After all, given my brother's current condition, he must feel quite guilty. How could he refuse his brother's proposal?" Meng Zhuwei's gaze fell. Once she departed, Yu Wei glanced at her tasks. Task 4. Complete 666,800 transactions. Business had been brisk, and her tasks were steadily rising toward completion. Yu Wei was unaware of how Meng Zhuwei communicated with Meng Zhixing, but the following day, Meng Zhuwei informed Yu Wei that her brother had not opposed her intentions, though he had not explicitly agreed either. Meng Jiwei remained optimistic, since he did not oppose. It means he actually wishes to support me. Perhaps he is merely concerned that this path may be fraught with difficulties. That is wonderful, Yu Wei smiled. Then let us begin with Qingke City. First, we must increase the population, and I will do my utmost to assist you. However, without people, we cannot proceed. Meng Jiwei chuckled at her words, responding, "Rest assured, I will handle this. With you on our side, Qingke City will undoubtedly become the envy of others." Yu Wei laughed as well. "In that case, I shall not send the last batch of grain to Chuyang City. This time, I will sell it to you for a copper coin per pound." Agreed. Meng Jiwei did not refuse, promising earnestly, "I will not disappoint your expectations." Qingke City had an abundance of grain, and as it was transported there, the news of daily grain purchases spread. The territory of Qingyao Prefecture was vast, with numerous villages and towns. Although the calamity forced many to flee south and east, there remained a significant number who had neither the opportunity to leave nor the means to do so due to various circumstances. The news was disseminated by those who undertook the new exploration mission announced by Qing Xueqing. Typically, these missions comprise a combination of 5 soldiers and 5 civilians. The presence of military personnel instilled a sense of courage among the common folk. Furthermore, although these missions could take 2 to 3 days, they provided meals, albeit consisting merely of compressed biscuits and plain rice, yet in sufficient quantities to satiate one's hunger. Not only the civilians, but also the 2,000 soldiers of Qing Xueqing were eagerly vying for these tasks. For while civilians were limited to signing up once every 10 days, soldiers faced no such restrictions. However, what surprised Yu Wei and her companions was that the first to seek refuge were not individuals from the nearby villages or towns, but rather people from Heiyunshan. After a prior collaboration, both the Ming family and several others had developed a favorable impression of those from Heiyunshan. Yet, upon hearing that they intended to come to Qing Xueqing, Meng Jiwei could not help but inquire, "Is this truly the case? But why?" Baozi lifted his gaze and replied, "Because the divine maiden resides here." However, Qing Xueqing was not far from Heiyunshan, and, considering their semi-cooperative relationship, with Heiyunshan now classified within a safe zone, they could procure food at any time. Qing Xueqing also imposed no restrictions on their entry and exit. Although Meng Jiwei was aware that their motivations were not solely based on this, she refrained from pressing further, saying, "Very well, bring everyone here. I will find a way to register you all." Baozi's expression relaxed visibly, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Meng Jiwei smiled with your presence. Qing Xueqing will be more secure." Baozi was taken aback, realizing Meng Jiwei's intention, that she was willing to allow them from Heiyunshan to continue as a distinct force. In return, Baozi shared, "Recently, a few brothers have come to seek refuge with me. They mentioned that the Dog Emperor has dispatched envoys bearing a decree, expected to arrive in a few days." In Chapter 50, the timeline Baozi referred to was indeed just 2 days later. At that time, the people from Heiyunshan were settling in Qing Xueqing, where Meng Jiwei had allocated them a designated area to arrange their quarters. However, they were required to register with Lin Qingqing and clearly document any weapons in their possession. Baozi understood this well. It was only after the arrival of the Heiyunshan contingent that Yu Wei discovered that even the women and children there possessed some martial skills, making them a formidable collective. "This is splendid. We can seize this opportunity to stockpile some provisions," Baozi stated candidly. Yu Wei smiled. "As long as you do not exceed my prescribed limits, feel free to store as much as you wish." Each individual was permitted 2 pounds a day, averaging a maximum of 1 pound in reserve. Although Qing Xueqing provided porridge, Baozi held a certain pride, disdainful of competing with the destitute, preferring to reserve the charity for the elderly and children. It was during this time that Yu Wei realized the sheer number of Baozi's group, nearly 1,000 strong. On their first day, they overwhelmed Yu Wei's tasks, leaving both her and Tieju utterly exhausted. By dinner, Yu Wei had no desire to touch the pre-prepared meals and simply boiled water, resorting to instant noodles for sustenance. The following day, although Yu Wei was full of energy, Upon seeing the long queue outside, especially the familiar faces from He Baozi's group, her brow furrowed in distress. She opened the door to let Tieju in, then stood at the entrance with a trumpet in hand. "Is there anyone who can write? I need 2 notices for 2 pounds of rice." A girl's voice called out. "I can't." Yu Wei turned to see a girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, one of He Yunshan's people. Yu Wei beckoned her inside. The girl, though nervous, obediently followed. Tieju had already begun selling rice, and the customers were not in a hurry, curious about the notices Yu Wei intended to write. The girl possessed commendable penmanship. Even without a brush and ink, she managed to write clearly with a somewhat clumsy marker. Upon completion, Yu Wei handed her 2 pounds of rice. The girl took a deep breath, as if to bolster her courage, and asked, "Divine Maiden, may I apply for a job? I promise to work diligently." "Certainly," Yu Wei replied with a nod. The girl's eyes lit up. "Thank you. Go inform your family. Then come back to sign the contract. As for the wages, it will be the same as what you just wrote, 100 won a day, meals included." The girl exclaimed, "My parents are in line. I'll go tell them." She dashed out with the rice while the crowd around the supermarket continued to observe the notice. With so many people, there were bound to be those who could read. This way, each family only needed 1 person to purchase rice, provided they had household registration. The Divine Maiden was hiring laborers at 100 won a day with meals included. The first notice would significantly reduce the number of people queuing. Moreover, the latter clause was truly enticing, setting aside the daily wage of 100 won in meals. The opportunity to interact closely with the Divine Maiden was a prospect everyone desired. If they could win the favor of the Divine Maiden, it would be a tremendous opportunity. In no time, the crowd shifted their focus from purchasing rice to seeking employment. Yu Wei raised the trumpet again. "Do not rush. First, line up to buy rice. The interviews will commence shortly." Her words proved effective. The throng of people quieted down, and the preordained girl returned triumphantly. "Divine Maiden, my parents have agreed." Yu Wei instructed, "You will address me as shopkeeper, just like Tieju. Come here. I will teach you how to weigh the rice. By the way, what is your name?" "Yun Jiao." Yu Wei regarded Yun Jiao thoughtfully. She could read, and her name was elegant, quite distinct from the common names of flowers and grasses. It seemed she came from a family with a scholar. Moreover, she was quick to learn. After just 1 demonstration, she grasped it. With the electronic scale Yu Wei provided, she went to assist at the front. With an additional person, their efficiency markedly improved. That day, over 300 individuals queued, and by midday, they had nearly completed their tasks. Once they finished, Yu Wei descended with lunch, which consisted of steamed dishes. She prepared 3 large bowls of rice and 10 small bowls of vegetables. Each person received a bowl of rice, while Yu Wei took 4 bowls of vegetables for herself, 2 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. The remaining 6 bowls were to be shared between Tieju and Yun Jiao. The leftover dishes comprised 2 meat and 2 vegetable bowls with 2 soups, but upon observing Yu Wei's meal, Yun Jiao noticed that one of her meat dishes was stir-fried eggs with green peppers, while the remaining meat dish was braised pork. This was far too generous. Yun Jiao felt a pang of anxiety. On the contrary, Tieju, having spent more time with Yu Wei, understood her character well and asked Yun Jiao, "Do you prefer meat or fish?" Yun Jiao hesitated. "Meat." Tieju then offered her the braised pork, taking a piece of cabbage for himself, saying, "I do not like carrots. Can you eat them?" "I don't know." Yun Jiao shook her head. "Is this the red vegetable called carrot? I've never had it before." Tieju suggested, "Why not give it a try? If you dislike it, we can split it next time." Thus, Yun Jiao, somewhat bewildered, ended up with a portion of meat, a vegetable, and a soup, watching as Tieju began to eat. After a moment of hesitation, she followed suit. The moment the food touched her palate, she couldn't help but quicken her eating pace. The dishes were not only rich in flavor, but also exquisitely fragrant. She had never tasted anything so delicious before. By the time Yun Jiao realized what was happening, her bowl was empty. Tieju led her to wash their bowls and place them at the front. Yun Jiao, feeling uneasy, asked, "Will we eat like this every day?" "Yes, this is the shopkeeper's special treatment for us." Tieju, with the demeanor of a senior, stated therefore, "We must work diligently for the shopkeeper." Yun Jiao's expression also turned serious as she replied, "I understand." After a 1.5-hour lunch break, when Yu Wei descended, The number of individuals engaged in a thorough cleaning of the supermarket had increased from 1 to 2. Knowing that their efforts brought her peace of mind, Yu Wei did not intervene. As the time approached, Yu Wei glanced outside and was taken aback. The throng of people outside was dense, surely numbering over 100. If her memory served her right, the notice she had posted called for 2 individuals, not 20. Steeling herself, she instructed Yun Jiao, who could write, to sit behind the table with a water-based pen she was not yet accustomed to, preparing to record information. Then, she gestured to Tai Zhu, signaling open the door. We are ready for interviews. Chapter 51. Visitors from the Imperial City. There were many candidates for the interviews, but Yu Wei first eliminated the robust young men and young women, also selectively removing a portion of others. From the remaining group, she dismissed those who appeared too fierce, too unattractive, those whose eyes darted suspiciously, as well as those who were either too young or too old, and those who left her with a poor first impression. After this careful selection, only 13 individuals remained. Yu Wei asked them to return for a trial period the following day. 3 groups at a time, 1 group in the morning and another in the afternoon, thus allowing her to complete the trials in 2.5 days, coinciding with her intended return. They had no objections and lined up as per their previous arrangement for the trials. By the afternoon, she could retain 3 individuals. As they stepped forward, Yu Wei beckoned to Yun Jiao. Jiao, please teach them how to weigh. Yun Jiao immediately agreed, of course. Tai Zhu felt a pang of anxiety. Why was he not the one to teach, being the first employee? Yu Wei watched as they moved to another area to learn and called Tai Zhu over, lowering her voice. You have seen many people. Observe them closely. If anything seems amiss, be sure to inform me. Tai Zhu perked up, understood. While they busied themselves, Yu Wei utilized her free time to read books and watch documentaries. Since discovering her remarkable memory, she had been dedicating her leisure time to reading, and she was already halfway through the books she had brought, estimating she would finish them by the time she returned. Fortunately, most of the books she had brought were historical texts, allowing her to memorize them efficiently. The 2.5 days passed swiftly. After the final 2 trial candidates completed their work, Yu Wei first provided them with 50 coins, followed by a serving of clay pot rice, before noting down 2 names. The individuals retained were a woman in her 30s and a limping man in his 20s. Both were diligent workers. Despite his disability, the limping man possessed great strength, while the woman exhibited exceptional culinary skills. Yu Wei tested her cooking against a recipe and found the woman's dishes far superior to her own. The 2 chose to move into the adjoining room after work. Although the room only had a single entrance, it contained 5 habitable rooms, making it an adequate employee dormitory. With so few people, they could each have their own room. As the population increased, they would share rooms, accommodating 24 individuals in one. I am about to return. You need not come tomorrow. We shall discuss it when I return next time, Yu Wei announced. The expressions of Qian Shi and Li De, who had just been hired, shifted dramatically. Were they facing unemployment right after starting? This is a benefit I have reserved for you. During my absence, you will need to manage your own meals. Yu Wei waved her hand, and a bundle of rice, 5 large cabbages, a 2-pound piece of meat, and a set of oil, salt, and vinegar appeared on the ground. A 50-pound sack of rice would be sufficient for them for over 20 days. But we haven't even started working yet, Qian Shi said, visibly anxious. Yu Wei reassured her. I'm not giving this to you for free. During my absence, focus on learning to read with Jiao. Before I return, you should at least recognize 20 characters. Hearing Yu Wei's demand, they sighed in relief. Yu Wei then produced 2 pounds of meat, 2 cabbages, and a small packet of white rabbit candy, saying, Jiao, this is your overtime pay. They will rely on you a lot in the coming days. She also handed Tai Zhu a packet of fruit candies, adding, this is what I forgot to give you last time. Consider it a sweet treat. She reminded the 2, do not consume too many candies in one day. It can harm your teeth. Both Yun Jiao and Tai Zhu felt Yu Wei's regard for them, and Tai Zhu quickly vowed, I will learn diligently. I aim to master 50 characters. I will teach them well. Yun Jiao echoed earnestly. Yu Wei smiled. All right, you may return to rest. However, Tai Zhu, please run an errand for me and have Meng Wei come over. Remember to bring several people and at least 2 carts. Tai Zhu was quite familiar with finding people. Soon, Meng Jiwei arrived. After making her decision, Meng Jiwei became busier, yet she always answered Yu Wei's calls. Yu Wei smiled at Meng Jiwei. I am about to leave, but I have prepared a gift for you. Meng Jiwei was taken aback. Another gift? She had thought the previous batch of rice, priced at a copper coin per pound, was the gift. Follow me. Yu Wei led her into the storeroom. The once empty storeroom now held small packages of pre-prepared dishes on the left, along with an abundance of frozen meat, even an entire sheep. On the right, there were an assortment of common fruits, oranges, apples, bananas, and a whole cake. These are all for you. You can use them to nourish yourself and your brother. Meng Jiwei snapped back to reality. If Yu Wei had merely given her the items, she might have declined. However, upon mentioning her brother, she accepted the offering. Thank you. We are friends. I hope you will strive hard while I am away. Yu Wei replied with a smile, producing a small box. This contains some medicine I prepared for myself, with instructions on how to use it written on top. Thank you. Meng Jiwei responded, seemingly only able to utter those two words. She looked deeply into Yu Wei's eyes. You will return, right? Of course. Yu Wei smiled brightly. I have yet to see the empress with my own eyes. I hope you become the empress. Then I shall have an empress friend. Meng Jiwei felt a smile tugging at her lips. She lacked such confidence in herself, yet Yu Wei was always so assured. It was true. If a divine woman were determined to assist someone, even a person of little merit could be lifted to greatness. Meng Jiwei considered herself at least not without merit. I may be away for a longer duration this time. Next time, I will ensure I bring ample food and more weapons, leaving some in Qingke City. Understood. Meng Jiwei affirmed. I will seek a blacksmith and strive for self-sufficiency. Yu Wei blinked. You can acquire iron ore? There is an iron mine situated between Qingke City and Chuyang City. Meng Jiwei replied. An iron mine? You can mine there? Yu Wei expressed skepticism. Given the current emperor's evident distrust of them, how could they possibly have access to such a vital resource? This is something I discovered during the year my brother went to the imperial city, which is why we have kept it a secret, Meng Jiwei said softly. How wonderful it is to have an iron mine. Self-sufficiency ensures one is not at the mercy of others. However, it raised questions about Meng Jiwei's father, who had agreed to conceal it. Did this not imply he was not overly rigidly loyal? With the gifts delivered, Yu Wei prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, just as Meng Jiwei was about to leave, a figure rushed over. Miss, someone has indeed come from the imperial city. They just arrived in town, reportedly to deliver an imperial decree to the general. Chapter 52. I merely incited a bit of enthusiasm originally preparing to leave. Yu Wei delayed her departure. In the vicinity of Chuyang City, uncertainty looms. In contrast, should she wait through the night, she might ascertain any changes and prepare herself accordingly. The envoy bearing the imperial decree did not linger in Qingke City, swiftly exchanging for 2 horses before hastening toward Chuyang City, appearing rather anxious. After their departure, Uncle Liu also mounted his horse, accompanied by several men, to pursue them. Meng Jiwei remained in Yu Wei's supermarket, her fists clenched, having lost her usual composure. Care for a drink? Yu Wei inquired, gently tapping Meng Jiwei's hand with a chilled bottle of cola. The refreshing sensation jolted Meng Jiwei back to reality. She blinked and noticed Yu Wei holding a transparent bottle filled with a dark liquid, twisting the cap to release a chorus of bubbles. 2 glass cups were placed on the countertop, and Yu Wei poured 2 servings with a grin. Shall we see if you can finish it in one go? Meng Jiwei, surprisingly, lifted her cup and took a hearty gulp. Yet as the liquid hit her palate, her expression twisted in discomfort. The icy, tangy sensation left her mouth tingling, nearly causing her to spit it out. After a considerable struggle, she swallowed, only to be interrupted by a prolonged belch. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, not solely from the belch, but also from a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Yu Wei chuckled. Drinking cola does tend to induce belching, you see. As she too took a large sip and subsequently belched, Meng Jiwei's feelings of shame began to dissipate. Gazing at the remaining half-cup of cola, she felt conflicted. Although it was hardly ladylike, it seemed rather amusing. With no one else around, she succumbed once more and took a sip. Sipping slowly, avoiding the initial jolt, she found it more palatable. Noticing Meng Jiwei's furrowed brow gradually relax, Yu Wei smiled in triumph and topped off her drink. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of cola. After both indulged in 2 bottles worth, Yu Wei decided to halt, and Meng Wei appeared significantly more at ease. Since Yu Wei was also awaiting a result, Meng Wei opted not to return home, reasoning it better to stay here, where at least someone was by her side, making the passage of time feel swifter. Uncle Lu returned at 3 in the morning, bringing with him the news Meng Wei had been eager to learn. The imperial decree was one of reprimand. Firstly, it chastised Meng Qingshan for mobilizing troops to attack the Shilin kingdom without a military order. Secondly, it rebuked him for failing to discipline his son. According to the decree, Meng Zhixing had killed the son of an official in the imperial capital and, even after being apprehended, had severely injured and killed numerous guards before being rescued and subsequently setting fire to the prison of the Jingzhou Inn. The decree further questioned whether Meng Qingshan had orchestrated the rescue. Initially, the siblings had agreed to keep Meng Zhixing's transgressions hidden from Meng Qingshan. Given the looming threat from the Shilin kingdom, Meng Zhixing had wished to prevent his troubles from distracting Meng Qingshan. Yet now, with the decree issued, how could Meng Qingshan remain unaware of his son's predicament? He was well aware of his own childish actions. If he had not accepted the return to the imperial capital 3 years prior, he would not have obediently followed. Had it not been for Uncle Lu discreetly delivering a message, Meng Qingshan would likely have been genuinely enraged. Even now, he feigned anger, performing a theatrical display. He scolded Meng Zhixing for his impulsiveness, only to become animated in asserting that his son was certainly not a reckless individual. His outburst reached a point where the envoy delivering the decree had to soothe him. Meng Wei's expression darkened upon hearing Uncle Lu's account. "Is that all?" she exclaimed. Uncle Lu paused before continuing. "They have appointed a supervising general, and from now on, the general must heed the supervising general's commands in warfare." Were it not for being in Yu Wei's presence, Meng Wei would have surely been incensed enough to shatter 2 cups. What business did a supervising general have meddling in Chuyang City? Who among them possessed the knowledge of Chuyang City's circumstances? Who had as much experience battling the Shilin kingdom as her father? Moreover, why send a supervising general and not provisions? Judging by their actions, it seemed they were unwilling to send supplies. Observing Meng Wei's anger, Yu Wei encouragingly remarked, "Even if it's a supervising general, there are only 1 or 2 of them. For him to interfere in Chuyang City matters, he must be able to voice it." Meng Wei paused, and then her eyes began to brighten. "You're right. As long as he cannot intervene at his own volition, we shall be fine." After Meng Wei returned, Yu Wei chose to return to the modern world. The autumn sun remained relentless, yet the air conditioning in the supermarket provided a refreshing coolness. Yu Wei glanced at the clock beside her. It indicated 3 in the afternoon, meaning she had spent 15 hours in the ancient world, equating to half a month. Moreover, upon further inspection, she realized that her time in the modern world was still limited to 7 days. Could it be that her time in the modern world had now become fixed? This meant that each time she traversed back, only 3.5 days would pass in the other realm. Alleviating her concerns about lingering too long in the modern world and returning too late to find chaos awaiting her. Upon her return, without waiting for Xia Huai and the others to inquire, Yu Wei stated, "Can we convene the meeting a bit earlier this time?" "Certainly," Ruan Jiaoyang promptly replied. "The earliest we can meet is in 2 hours." Yu Wei quickly affirmed, "Then let it be 2 hours from now." Ruan Jiaoyang went to contact the higher-ups, while Xia Huai finally asked, "What has happened?" Yu Wei cleared her throat, feeling somewhat guilty, and vaguely replied, "You'll understand when the meeting begins." Observing Yu Wei's expression, it seemed she was not facing any dire circumstances or grievances, so Xia Huai refrained from further questioning. When the meeting commenced, she was utterly astonished. To create a female emperor? Zhang Zhonghua doubted his ears. Yu Wei maintained her innocent demeanor. "Natural disasters are beyond our control, but man-made calamities can be managed. Moreover, my collaboration with Meng Wei has been quite harmonious, and I have no desire to change partners." However, Zhang Zhonghua's gaze towards Yu Wei had shifted. Initially perceiving her as a timid and obedient child, he now recognized her audacity. Yet upon further reflection, he realized that such an undertaking was not entirely unfeasible. Exchanging glances with the others, he signaled to the dissenters to remain silent before saying, "Please, elaborate on the specifics." They were already familiar with the situation in the Yuyan Kingdom. This time, Yu Wei had returned with more information from her nocturnal discussions with Meng Jiwei, particularly as Meng Jiwei had recently learned a great deal from Meng Jixing. Sharing her insights, she detailed the current state of Qingke City and Chuyang City, alongside her interactions with Meng Jiwei. "I believe Yu Wei is an astute young woman. She possesses formidable martial skills, self-defense capabilities, and the ability to shoulder responsibilities. Given her intelligence and sense of duty, her minor shortcomings are negligible. After all, Meng Jiwei relies on her, while her reliance is on the nation itself." However, just as she was filled with joy, she heard Zhang Lao say, "Nevertheless, we cannot meet her. So many matters must first be learned by you, and then you can teach her." Yu Wei fell silent for a moment and asked cautiously, "Am I not allowed to bring books over?" Zhang Lao replied, "You may bring them, but you must also learn." "Very well then. After all, she needs to learn." With a clear path laid out for Meng Jiwei, Yu Wei felt quite delighted. Following that, she was ushered out of the conference room. In a single statement, she had significantly increased the workload for others. Yet once Yu Wei departed, they were predominantly filled with excitement. To intervene in the progress of a world was something they had never dared to imagine before. Their Huaxia has a recorded history of 5,000 years, yet there has only been one empress documented. Now, the opportunity to personally shape an empress. How could they not be elated? Psychology could be incorporated, and they could select strategists later. Summarizing historical battles would provide them with useful references. Additionally, they could gather military texts. Anything they lacked could be of assistance. As for weapons, since they were to intervene, they ought to select some suitable for their realm. Do not only think about warfare. Is the well-being of the people not important? The conference room erupted into debate. Yu Wei was oblivious to the situation that unfolded after her exit, nor did she know they were so excited they skipped dinner, hastily discussing a protocol before preparing individually. She first completed her physical examination, then returned home to dine with her parents, before finally succumbing to sleep. After staying up all night, Yu Wei slept an extra hour in the morning. It was not until sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating her face and quilt, that she reluctantly stirred. Snuggling into the soft covers, Yu Wei heard a knock at the door. "Wei Wei, are you awake?" Yu Wei lazily responded, "Yes, what is it?" Xia Huai reminded her, "Have you forgotten? Today is the start of the school year." Yu Wei exclaimed, "I really forgot." Fortunately, the university she attended was located in the same city, and it only took a little over half an hour to drive there. Today, Yu Wei hoped to maintain a low profile, so the only person accompanying her was Xia Huai. As for Hang Haoyan, his most significant regression was following her discreetly. He could find his own way, so Yu Wei did not refuse. Being in their 4th year, Yu Wei was thoroughly familiar with the registration process. The registration lasted 2 days, and today was the first day. After registering, she had no other engagements and could have returned directly. However, she heard someone calling her. "Wei Wei." Yu Wei turned around, her spirits lifting. "Xiao Ning, you came to register today too?" Zhao Ning dashed over, explaining, "Since I'm in Jiangxiang anyway, I thought I'd take advantage of the fewer people today." Zhao Ning curiously eyed Xia Huai and asked, "Who is this?" "This is my cousin, Xia Huai," Yu Wei smiled. "She came to visit me and was curious about my school, so I brought her along for a tour." "Oh, hello, sister. Zhao Ning krete tershuli." Xia Huai smiled back. "Hello." Seeing the exchange, Zhao Ning said with a grin, "I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back now. When she and the others arrive tomorrow, let's have a meal together." Yu Wei considered and replied, "All right." Her day wasn't fully booked, and she could certainly spare time for a meal. After registration, they headed to the training room. However, this time, Hang Haoyan noticed a difference. Previously, even though Yu Wei's physical abilities were on the rise, the improvement was gradual. Last time, he could easily overpower Yu Wei, but this time, he felt as though he could not even touch her. They sparred for half an hour, and he barely managed to land a few hits on her. Hang Haoyan halted his assault and beckoned Yu Wei. "Come, strike me." "Isn't that inappropriate?" Yu Wei protested. I can't win against you. Having internal energy was one thing, but Yu Wei had only begun to grasp lightness skills, and the rest she practiced were merely imitations without significant power. I want to test your strength, Hang Haoyan stated. Yu Wei hesitated for a moment, but was eager to try. Then you mustn't hit me? The roles of offense and defense reversed, but as Yu Wei had mentioned, she could not defeat Hang Haoyan. After testing Yu Wei's techniques, he paused. Have you learned other combat arts? Sort of, Yu Wei replied. This reminded her that she had something to present, something beyond gold and silver treasures. Hang Haoyan surmised. Is it the way you just evaded my strikes? Pretty much. Yu Wei restrained her excitement. This is lightness skill. An hour later, Yu Wei appeared in the base's conference room, holding the copy of the manual that Meng Jiwei had gifted her. She often brought back a plethora of treasures, and while they were valued, they did not warrant a meeting. However, this manual piqued everyone's curiosity. They had always thought martial arts were merely a fantasy, yet today, they were confronted with the possibility of realization. Yu Wei volunteered, I can demonstrate for you. Immediately, everyone left the conference room and followed her to the playground. Yu Wei glanced around and spotted a 4-meter-high climbing wall. Let's go over there. This area was originally designated for military training, and Yu Wei's presence attracted considerable attention. Observers watched in disbelief as she approached the climbing wall. She wouldn't dare to try it, would she? She's not one of our soldiers. That's a 4-meter wall, not a climbing area, and there are hardly any footholds. I know her. She hasn't even graduated yet. The murmurs barely reached Yu Wei's ears as she beamed at Zhang Zhonghua and the others. Watch closely. Chapter 54. Did you not usher me out of the conference room? A 4-meter climbing wall meant that Yu Wei, at a height of 1.65 meters, was still not even halfway up. Yet, those watching, whether openly or covertly, could only see Yu Wei leap with a burst of energy soaring over 2 meters high, allowing her to reach the top effortlessly. Her hand made contact with the summit in an instant, and with a gentle push off the wall, she floated backward, executing a forward roll and landing firmly on top. Everyone was astounded. Both her leap and the airy forward roll were sights they had never witnessed in reality. Especially the fact that Yu Wei achieved that 2-meter height without a running start. Wow! A chorus of awe erupted from behind. Zhang Zhonghua was equally astonished. Is there really lightness skill? Yu Wei gracefully descended from the 4-meter height, landing with hardly a sound. She nodded. This is merely an introductory level. Jiwei's lightness skill is even more formidable. She can run on rooftops without breaking a single tile. This truly is an extraordinary discovery. Zhang Zhonghua never anticipated that the world of famine would present such a significant surprise. Yu Wei chuckled. Then everyone can start practicing. Zhang Zhonghua pondered. Why didn't you present this yesterday? Yu Wei lamented. Was it not you who ushered me out of the conference room? Zhang Zhonghua explained. The matter of the manual is being studied by the experts. Your role, Yu Wei, is to recount what Meng Jiwei has taught you from memory for their reference. Within just 3 days, not only had the manual yielded preliminary results, but those practicing had also been selected. However, that is a tale for another time. After returning from the base, Yu Wei first took the initiative to learn first aid knowledge and common medicinal knowledge with Xia Huai for an entire afternoon, and handed over 2 medical kits to her for restocking before asking Xia Huai, if the tendons in the feet and hands are severed, is there a way to reconnect them? Xia Huai pondered carefully before responding cautiously. If someone with precision operates and sutures them properly, it should be possible to reconnect them. But it depends on the length of time since the injury. The longer the delay, the poorer the outcome. All right, Yu Wei sighed. It was not that she lacked effort, but medical skills are not something one can master in a short time. Meng Zhixing's limbs had long been severed, and to expect her to learn was a venture that could take an eternity, perhaps until his hair turned white. After all, one must not forget the temporal disparity between the two worlds. She was now entrenched in the ancient era, and her stay was extending. Xia Huai pondered. I could fetch some miraculous remedies for you. If his meridians are merely severed and not misaligned, they might prove somewhat beneficial. Yu Wei found herself at a loss, but she resolved to proceed in this manner for the time being. Soon, however, her spirits lifted. Although I lack the knowledge, I could certainly enlist the expertise of those from that side, couldn't I? Can you locate videos on performing surgeries to reconnect meridians? Perhaps there are other instructional materials that might be of use. After all, he is the brother of her dear friend, a truly exceptional individual. Though a return to the battlefield seemed unlikely, Yu Wei still harbored hopes that he might be able to stand and walk unaided. Xiaohui had no doubt that she could acquire these instructional videos, and given Yu Wei's specific requests, the saved videos would be tailored accordingly. She even prepared a high-capacity power bank and additional tablets, along with some fundamental medical texts. The following day, Xiaohui busied herself. While Ruan Jiaoyang continued to plan the surroundings, the supermarket was expanding further, and the base was under construction atop the existing structures. With no customers in the supermarket at the moment, Yu Wei was free from the need to supervise. In the morning, she trained with Hang Haoyan, adding ancient martial arts lessons from Meng Jiwei to her regimen. In the afternoon, she attended classes, dividing her time into two segments with a clear objective. The primary session focused on history, summarizing the cultivation of emperors, while the secondary session was self-imposed, revolving around foundational medical knowledge. By 5 in the afternoon, upon concluding her classes, Yu Wei changed her attire and set out with Hang Haoyan. Their destination was a hot pot restaurant near the school, the address of which Zhao Ning had already sent to Yu Wei, enabling Hang Haoyan to successfully reserve a table adjacent to theirs. Having previously resided in student accommodations, Yu Wei would only return home on weekends. The 4 girls in her dormitory shared a close bond. In addition to Zhao Ning, there was the adorable girl with short hair and a round face, seethe, and a quiet girl with long hair, Chang Jinjia. Upon entering the hot pot establishment, Yu Wei spotted Zhao Ning waving at her. Wei Wei, over here. Seethe and Chang Jinjia, not being locals, had also come from school with Zhao Ning and were already present. Xiao Ning, Seethe, Jinjia, Yu Wei greeted as she settled into the seat reserved for her. Are you really going to live at home this year, Wei Wei? Seethe couldn't help but inquire. Yu Wei nodded. Well, it's my senior year. We don't have many classes left. Their university only mandated that first-year students reside in the dormitories, allowing subsequent years the freedom to choose. However, the girls in Yu Wei's dorm maintained a harmonious relationship and preferred communal living. I thought we could attend classes together for another 2 months and discuss where to intern. Seethe pouted. Sharing the same major, they might even have the opportunity to interview together. Working alongside friends was undoubtedly preferable to going solo. Yu Wei cleared her throat. I've already secured my internship. How soon is that? Seethe expressed her astonishment. Chang Jinjia, intrigued, asked, where will you be interning? Yu Wei vaguely replied, for the formalities of internship. Formalities? Are you preparing for a civil service exam? Zhao Ning, returning with a bowl of dipping sauce, overheard the latter part of the conversation. Yu Wei responded, the pinnacle of a career is the civil service exam. Seethe remarked enviously, you seem quite confident. It appears you found a suitable opportunity? Yu Wei smiled proudly. Indeed, it was quite serendipitous. Chang Jinjia also expressed her envy, wishing to take the exam, though uncertain if she could achieve her goal. Seethe and Zhao Ning merely admired her, lacking a strong desire for the civil service exam themselves. Consequently, their conversation shifted back to enjoying the hot pot. The joy of hot pot lies in communal dining, allowing for a greater variety of dishes to be ordered. Among the 4, Seethe was not fond of spicy food, while Zhao Ning disliked it altogether. Conversely, both Chang Jinjia and Yu Wei relished spicy flavors. Thus, they opted for Inyang pot. Each dish was ordered in halves, and after tasting, Yu Wei concluded that the hot pot restaurant near the school had maintained its excellence for over a decade, surpassing her own culinary skills. If she were to remain in the famine world for an extended period, she would surely yearn for this taste. Suddenly, Yu Wei took out her phone and messaged Hang Haoyan. Upon seeing him depart and return with a message, she felt content. We've settled on it. Come to collect 30 portions tomorrow. Just as she set her phone down, Zhao Ning raised her eyebrows at her. What's this? Has our Wei Wei developed a crush? Chapter 55, Leaping Over the Railing. Zhao Ning's grin was mischievous, while Yu Wei wore a bewildered expression. What crush? The handsome young man in question, Hang Haoyan, was indeed striking. Zhao Ning suggested, should I accompany you to ask for his WeChat? Yu Wei attempted to clarify, I don't need that. Oh, come on. You've been staring at him for ages. When have you ever been so fixated on a guy? Zhao Ning teased, resting her chin in a playful manner, urging her to confess. Yu Wei, exasperated, shoved a piece of beef roll into Zhao Ning's bowl. Just be quiet. My focus is solely on my studies and my country. Zhao Ning persisted. Are you really not going to ask? If you're shy, I can do it for you. Just give me your phone. Yu Wei retorted. I fear you might discover that Hang Haoyin and I already have each other's contact information. Seeing Yu Wei's refusal, Zhao Ning raised an eyebrow. If you don't take action, I will. Yu Wei replied, then go ahead. And indeed, Zhao Ning did just that. Yu Wei watched her happily trot over, only for Hang Haoyin to glance in her direction. It must be said, she was quite innocent in this matter. Zhao Ning returned, her expression one of regret. He looks even better up close, she murmured, noting the visible contours of his abs through his shirt. Truly impressive. Unfortunately, she couldn't obtain his contact information. Yu Wei inquired, are you serious? A little serious, Zhao Ning smiled, but I think he's not someone I could attract. Yu Wei silently agreed, recognizing the reality of Hang Yanwang. As the group of girls indulged in laughter, they unwittingly cleared their plates. I feel like I could eat a bit more. Should we order a few more dishes? Seethe suggested. Yu Wei enthusiastically concurred. Absolutely. They gathered to order several more dishes, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Zhao Ning, puzzled, remarked, didn't we usually order about this much? Why does it seem insufficient this time? Yu Wei shyly smiled, aware that her appetite had significantly increased since her physical condition improved and she gained internal energy. She had already consumed more than usual. After placing another order, they ensured that everyone's favorites were included. Generally, Yu Wei had few dislikes, and the girls shared similar tastes, which made dining together a harmonious experience. After finishing their meal, they felt completely satisfied. Their dormitory tradition was to split the bill evenly. Zhao Ning went to pay, and Yu Wei transferred her portion to her. Chang Jianjia then linked arms with Yu Wei, suggesting, the nearby mall has started its sales. Shall we go check it out? Sounds good. I need to buy some skincare products. Seethe agreed. Zhao Ning grinned. Then let us go. Yu Wei, not wishing to dampen the mood, joined her friends as they headed into the mall. Upon entering, she felt as though it had been ages since her last visit, the shops now appearing somewhat unfamiliar. Indeed, the only store she had frequented recently was her own supermarket. Upon her rare visit, Yu Wei, now financially secure, eagerly indulged in shopping. She purchased an array of extravagant accessories that caught her eye, along with some daily necessities and delectable treats. Not only carrying them in her hands, but also buying items to pack for later. In one store, renowned for its delectable roasted chicken, she boldly ordered 10. As the girls continued their shopping spree, their excitement only grew. When Zhao Ning and the others regained their composure, they found themselves laden with numerous items. Have you become a little wealthy lady, Wei Wei? Zhao Ning teased, wrapping her arm around Yu Wei. Sister, the wealthy lady should sponsor me. Indeed, Yu Wei had recently come into some fortune. Come on, what do you want to buy? Today I'll cover everything, she declared with grandiosity. Well, then we shan't be modest? Seethe chimed in, equally enthusiastic. Chang Jianjia tucked her hair behind her ear. I happen to have a few items I've been hesitant to buy. After Yu Wei stored their purchases, the four girls resumed their carefree shopping. The three roommates jokingly urged Yu Wei to buy more, yet the items she acquired were relatively inexpensive. Zhao Ning bought a headband for 49, Seethe a 50 yuan planner, and Chang Jianjia a 38 yuan corner cake. Such modest gifts among friends were often exchanged. Yu Wei then purchased 4 cups of milk tea, and just as they divided the drinks, a piercing scream echoed from nearby. Instantly, a crowd gathered on the 3rd floor, gasps and shouts mingling in the air. What is happening up there? Zhao Ning's curiosity piqued as she glanced at the others. Shall we go take a look from a distance? All right, Seethe agreed, followed by Chang Jianjia. Yu Wei, having caught a hint of the commotion, did not decline. They made their way to a vantage point, observing from the 2nd floor. A child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, was being held aloft by a man exhibiting signs of madness, teetering on the edge of the 3rd floor railing. The child was terrified, crying out, while the man waved a knife threateningly, shouting, "You all stay back, or I'll drop him." What a monster, preying on a child. The initial excitement of Zhao Ning and her friends swiftly evaporated. Zhao Ning, seizing her phone, dialed the police. "Hello? I want to report an emergency." In truth, someone had already called for help, but police response would take time. The child's mother was nearly fainting, pleading, "Please let my son go. I'll be your hostage. Get lost." The man barked, threatening to release his grip. He stood in a recess of the corridor, the child blocking no one's view, leaving bystanders unable to intervene. The mall manager, witnessing the scene, broke into a cold sweat, urgently instructing staff on the lower level to clear the exhibition items and frantically searching for something, perhaps blankets or cushions, to mitigate the potential disaster. "Why is there a madman here today?" Su Sisi clutched Chang Jianjia's hand tightly. "That child will be all right, won't he?" "I don't know." Chang Jianjia replied, "We can only wait for the police." Yu Wei, catching a glimpse of Hang Haoyan signaling her, nodded slightly to reassure her friends. Someone will come to help. However, everyone interpreted her words as mere comfort. Meanwhile, Hang Haoyan stealthily ascended to the third floor, gradually closing in on the deranged man from an angle that remained unseen. As Yu Wei exhaled in relief, she witnessed the man, distracted by others' attempts to persuade him, become agitated, releasing his hold on the child's collar. The child's mother screamed and fainted, while onlookers' faces paled. Hang Haoyan lunged forward, but was too far to catch the child. Yu Wei's mind went blank as she instinctively leaped over the railing, propelled by instinct rather than thought. Sao ning skriamet vei. Chapter 56. The rescue. The screams echoed, causing many to shield their eyes, unable to bear the sight. After all, the mall's third and fourth floors towered higher than usual, and with inadequate cushioning below, a fall could prove catastrophic. Yet, soon the fearful cries transformed into exclamations of awe. They expected to witness two figures plummet to the lower level, possibly injured. Instead, Yu Wei leaped forth, catching the child in her arms. With one hand cradling the child and the other grasping a vertically hanging advertisement banner, she kicked off from the second-floor railing, using the momentum to glide down. Once she touched the ground, the crowd finally remembered to breathe. Incredible. Is she perhaps a special forces operative? Indeed, all Huaxia people possess martial prowess, exclaimed a foreign youth with wide eyes. Hang Haoyan, whose heart had been in his throat, felt relief wash over him as he witnessed Yu Wei land safely. In the next moment, he charged forward, pinning the deranged man to the ground. Despite the knife in his hand, the man posed little threat to Hang Haoyan. "Let me go," the man shrieked, squirming on the floor like a worm. Yet he could not escape Hang Haoyan's formidable grasp. The latter, fueled by personal animosity, showed no mercy. With a subtle exertion of force, the madman howled in agony. Meanwhile, Yu Wei and the rescued child exchanged wide-eyed glances, the child no longer crying, staring at her in awe until finally exclaiming, "Fairy sister?" Yu Wei was taken aback, unable to suppress a smile, relieved that the child had ceased crying. Just then, she found herself surrounded by a throng. The mall manager rushed down from the third floor, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, squeezing through the crowd to reach Yu Wei. Grasping her hand tightly, "Heroine, thank you for saving the child." Yu Wei was bewildered. Heroine? She found the entire situation perplexing. As the crowd swelled, she quickly interjected, "Where are the child's parents? Let us return him first." "Of course. His mother is on the third floor. Let me escort you to the lounge for some rest," the manager replied promptly. Yu Wei, unwilling to be gawked at like a spectacle, nodded in agreement. Inside the mall's employee lounge, Yu Wei awaited the child's mother, who soon arrived, supported by others. The mother, having previously fainted from emotional turmoil, was now visibly weak. Yet, upon seeing her child, an unexpected strength surged within her as she rushed forward to embrace him, her voice quivering. How? You're safe? Thank goodness." The boy, who had been tightly clutching Yu Wei's clothing, extended a hand to his mother, exclaiming with excitement, "Mom, the fairy sisters saved me." This revelation prompted the mother to kneel before Yu Wei. Thank you for saving my child." "Please don't do that," Yu Wei gasped, startled. Why were people from this world kneeling before her as well? Fortunately, the child's mother was not comparable to Meng Zhuwei. She could not bring herself to kneel for long. Yu Wei gently pushed the child into his mother's embrace, hold him tightly. I have other matters to attend to. With that, she turned to leave. However, upon opening the door, she was greeted by two police officers in blue uniforms. Oh, and Hang Haoyan, she noted, observing that the deranged man had been apprehended and was now being taken away. Please accompany us to provide a statement, the lead officer requested. Yu Wei did not refuse. She merely sent a message to her 3 roommates, instructing them to return home first. Upon learning that she was going to provide a statement, Zhao Ning and the others did not insist on accompanying her, only reminding her not to return home too late. Upon arriving at the police station, Yu Wei was originally supposed to separate from the others to give her statement, but before she could leave, a child tugged at her clothing. Fairy sister, are you leaving? Yu Wei gently patted his head and replied, Yes, I'm leaving. Don't be afraid. The bad man has already been apprehended. The child looked at her with wide eyes and asked, Will you come play with me again? Yu Wei smiled, When you grow up, I will come to find you. Your mother was scared today, but you are a little man and will protect her, right? The child immediately puffed out his chest, declaring, I am a little man. I will protect my mother. Good boy, Yu Wei said, pulling a piece of candy from her pocket. Share this candy with your mother. It will cheer you up. Goodbye. Fairy sister, goodbye. Watching the child's obedient demeanor, Yu Wei felt grateful that she and Meng Wei had learned lightness skills beforehand, allowing her to save the child today. In reality, Yu Wei did not need to provide a statement, given her unique identity in the presence of Hang Haoyan. Her involvement was merely procedural. The focus remained on the statements of the others. After leaving the police station and getting into the car, Yu Wei suddenly asked Hang Haoyan, Does today's incident with that man qualify as attempted murder? Hang Haoyan affirmed with certainty, yes. Only then did Yu Wei feel reassured. Those who would harm children deserve severe punishment. The presence of surveillance cameras in the shopping mall made it easy to investigate the matter. It was evident that the man, driven by personal grievances, had targeted the weaker women and children, wishing to disrupt their lives as well. If Yu Wei and Hang Haoyan had not happened to be there, even if the man had been apprehended, the child would still have been in danger. The surveillance footage clearly showed the man deliberately releasing his grip, solidifying the charges of attempted murder. He was sentenced to 13 years in prison, to be served immediately. Within the prison system, those who harm children occupy one of the lowest rungs on the social hierarchy. It is easy to imagine that his next 13 years would not be pleasant. However, these were merely future concerns. Even with irrefutable evidence, a certain amount of time is required to reach a conviction. The following day, Yu Wei rose early, first attending training before heading to rent housing to meet her father and mother. The 3 of them, accompanied by their close bodyguard Hang Haoyan, enjoyed a meal together before visiting the new house. Typically, the renovation of a house can be controlled within 3 months. But the workers hired by Ruan Jiaoyang were remarkably efficient. It had only been about half a month since the house was exchanged, and a rough shape had already emerged. The materials they used were formaldehyde-free, which, while beneficial, came at a high price. The advantage was that once the renovations were completed, they only needed to air the house for a day or 2 before moving in. Observing the progress, Yu Wei decided to take a leave from work to accompany her parents to explore furniture stores. Both her father and mother were frugal and nostalgic. They had some high-quality furniture they were accustomed to and did not wish to replace. Therefore, the furniture they needed to purchase was not extensive. They planned to add a dryer, a combined sweeping and mopping machine, replace a few quality and comfortable mattresses, and buy a larger refrigerator, using the smaller one for fruits and beverages. Other miscellaneous items could be gradually acquired over time. Yu Wei not only added items to the new home, but also refreshed the second floor of the supermarket with some new additions, such as an exceptionally comfortable mattress and a dryer in her room. Additionally, she procured various blankets of differing thicknesses. By the time they finished shopping, her bank account balance had barely changed. That evening, Yu Wei received exciting news. The first ancient martial arts testing class was set to commence the following day. Chapter 57. The 5th Transmigration, the ancient martial arts testing class, was launched at the base. The good news was that Xia Huai and the others beside Yu Wei had been selected as well. Naturally, Yu Wei would accompany them, as she was currently the only person of Huaxia descent who had studied ancient martial arts and possessed internal energy. She would serve as an honorary teacher, primarily available for others to consult if they encounter difficulties. Since no one in this world understood bone inspection, the selection process at the base was straightforward and rather brutal. They chose the top 100 individuals with the highest combat abilities within the base. Initially, they focused on practicing internal skills, but lacking Yu Wei's extraordinary talent. They could not cultivate internal energy in just a few hours and thus decided to begin with external techniques. It must be said that the chosen 100 were indeed formidable. While their internal skills were not immediately apparent, their external techniques were commendable. Yu Wei quietly practiced alongside them, even managing to dissect the last one or two techniques she had not yet mastered. Based on each individual's strengths, they began learning techniques that suited their interests or abilities. For instance, those with great strength learned sword techniques, while those with longer limbs studied spear techniques. Even the improvised weapons were of excellent quality. Yu Wei joined in the practice and felt that everyone was hiding their true capabilities. Coincidentally, the others shared this sentiment. Yu Wei appeared to be an ordinary college student, yet her learning ability was astonishing. What had initially seemed like a novice was now able to engage in exchanges after just 2 or 3 rounds of practice. Aside from these overtly aggressive external techniques, what delighted them the most was the lightness skills. Although lacking internal energy prevented them from soaring high. Some could jump 10 centimeters higher after 3 days of practice, and their agility in climbing walls improved significantly. This revelation sparked excitement among Zhang Zhonghua and the others, prompting them to report their findings up the chain of command, designating it as a priority. The higher-ups responded quickly, gathering personnel from another base to recruit those who had shown promise as instructors, along with expert commentary and specialized personnel for oversight. Huaguo and his companions had also grasped some essence of the techniques, but since they needed to stay close to Yu Wei, they did not leave. Unexpectedly, the night before Yu Wei's next transmigration, Huaguo suddenly appeared in her room. I feel a surge of energy. I'm unsure if it's internal energy. Yu Wei instantly sat up intrigued. Let me check. While she did not know how to inspect bones, she could determine whether it was internal energy. After her examination, her face lit up with joy. It truly is internal energy. In just 3 or 4 days, you've developed internal energy. Huaguo, you're undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy. Huaguo pondered. So this is internal energy, but it's quite minimal and not of much use yet. We could take it slow. Yu Wei maintained a positive attitude, as this proved her ability to cultivate internal energy was not solely due to the system. Because of this revelation, Yu Wei remained in high spirits right up until her next transmigration. Soon, even more delightful news arrived. During this transmigration, Yu Wei again sensed a momentary stillness in time and gained a hint of awareness. She could once more expand the area of her supermarket. However, this time, the area available for expansion was quite limited, confining her choices to the small supermarket and the small warehouse. Yu Wei recalled the vegetables and meats from the neighboring small supermarket and calculated that she could expand to a space of 500 cubic meters, leading her to a decision. In the blink of an eye, time seemed to shift. The last time Yu Wei left, it was already early morning. Therefore, this return occurred 3.5 days later, landing her in the afternoon. There was no sunlight outside, only a gentle drizzle that had just begun to dampen the ground. It's raining? Yu Wei stepped out of the supermarket, reaching out to catch some raindrops, smiling. It seemed the drought was indeed coming to an end. Although today brought only a light rain, perhaps heavier rains would follow. Shopkeeper, an excited voice called from nearby. The first to rush over was evidently Taiju. Yu Wei was astonished. Were you waiting for me outside again? He. Taiju felt a bit embarrassed as he touched his own head, recalling how long it had been since he last returned. This time, he was merely here to test the waters. Yu Wei responded with a soft affirmation, indicating that such intervals would likely be the norm going forward. Tieju's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed that everyone was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to work, suggesting they start by tidying up. Yu Wei reflected on the past week, noting that she had not taken the initiative to clean. Only her mother had mopped the floor daily. However, the supermarket was not particularly dirty, was it? Yet seeing Tieju's enthusiasm, she did not decline. Soon, Taiju led Yun Jiao, Li De, and the Qian family members, all dressed in employee uniforms and carrying buckets and cloths, their spirits remarkably high and strikingly noticeable. besides the clothes provided by the Meng family. Each wore an apron gifted by Yu Wei, emblazoned with the words Ping and supermarket. Once they had thoroughly cleaned the already tidy supermarket, Yu Wei also instructed Qianshi to take ingredients next door to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, she retained Yun Jiao's presence. Were there any recent developments in Qingke City or Chuyang City? Yun Jiao appeared a bit anxious, stating that while Qingke City was fine, there seemed to be some trouble in Chuyang City, as someone had apparently gone missing. Yu Wei was taken aback. Yun Jiao did not possess extensive knowledge, as these details were specially disclosed by the Black Leopard. After all, the Black Leopard had limited access to Chuyang City, so obtaining even a fragment of information was already quite impressive. Thus, they would have to wait to inquire with Meng Wei. As fate would have it, the first visitor to Yu Wei's supermarket, aside from the staff, was Meng Wei. Upon seeing Yu Wei, she greeted her with a smile, welcoming her back. Then she inquired about the similarities in the timing of Yu Wei's visits, suggesting that this pattern might continue. Yu Wei confirmed, which relieved a significant weight from Meng Wei's heart. 3.5 days may not seem long, but regardless of their circumstances, that duration could always be endured. Although Meng Wei did not wish to rely solely on Yu Wei, it was undeniable that Yu Wei was her source of confidence. What is happening in Chuyang City? Has something occurred? Yu Wei asked. Meng Wei was not surprised that Yu Wei was aware of the situation and shook her head, indicating someone had escaped. Yu Wei was astonished, and Meng Wei's expression grew grave as she explained that it was a spy who facilitated the escape. Meng Qingshan was no fool. She had also specifically mentioned Meng Zhixing's situation, and he would not allow himself to be hindered. However, despite his precautions against those from the imperial city, he had not anticipated their collusion with the spy. The crux of the matter lay not with the escaped individual. Even if they managed to recapture him, the Shilian kingdom would seize this opportunity to publicize the incident to the imperial city, where the authorities would undoubtedly retaliate. The phrase "no destruction." No establishment suggested that being manipulated by them might not be entirely detrimental. As for the events in Chuyang City, since Meng Wei was informed, Yu Wei chose not to interfere. Instead, she presented the item she had brought. Look, I have brought 2 batches of weapons. This batch is prepared for Chuyang City, and these are for you. The warehouse contained weapons occupying half of its space, similar to the previous time, comprising long swords and spears. There were a total of 5,000 long swords and spears, combined with the previous 3,000, providing Chuyang City with sufficient means for self-defense. The current batch was entirely designated for Chuyang City. For Meng Wei, Yu Wei retrieved 2 weapons from her space, a crossbow and a large sword. There were 2,000 large swords, while only 200 crossbow bolts were included. When you have time, transport this batch back. Qingke City shouldn't require a large number of long weapons for the time being, right? Meng Wei affirmed that they did not need them at present. She understood that Yu Wei could only carry a limited amount, and she appreciated Yu Wei's choice of short weapons for Qingke City. With this batch of weapons, Meng Wei's plans to arm Qingke City could proceed smoothly. Moreover, Yu Wei produced a box of charcoal along with several blueprints and manuals. It would be best for you to become self-sufficient. I cannot continuously bring these items for you. Unlike food, mineral resources take too long to replenish, and I cannot provide weapons indefinitely. However, with adequate charcoal and finished blueprints, you can refer to them to create your own weapons. As for the craftsmen, that is something you must figure out, even if it means training them from now on. Upon receiving the blueprints, Meng Wei's expression radiated delight. This is extraordinarily valuable. Having grown up in a military camp, she had seen numerous weapon blueprints and could easily recognize that one of the blueprints was for the crossbow bolt she held. This crossbow was smaller, lighter, and offered a comfortable grip. May I give it a try? Yu Wei guided her to the adjacent courtyard, where Meng Wei aimed at a blade of grass and fired a crossbow bolt. The bolt flew swiftly and accurately pierced the blade of grass. Meng Wei was thrilled, exclaiming that it was very easy to handle and lightweight. If they could ensure accuracy and distance, it would be immensely beneficial for them. Current crossbows were usually cumbersome, whereas the ones Yu Wei provided could be operated with one hand. Additionally, Yu Wei's crossbows could hold 10 bolts at once. and they were far superior to what they had previously used. I didn't bring many arrows, but you can compare and create your own, Yu Wei added, noting that these crossbow bolts could achieve nearly 100% accuracy within 100 meters. Meng Jiwei cherished them dearly. Immediately after, Yu Wei delivered another remarkable piece of news. I brought some books and videos about performing surgeries, which might be helpful for your brother's situation. I also brought some medicine specifically for him. Yu Wei raised her hands apologetically, explaining that she was not a doctor, so it would be up to her to find talented individuals to learn from her materials. Meng Jiwei looked up suddenly, her lips trembling, momentarily at a loss for words. Yu Wei smiled brightly, adding that the books and videos contained explanations and treatments for various minor injuries, encouraging her to have several people learn. I will certainly select the appropriate individuals, Meng Jiwei replied solemnly. She acted swiftly, and within half an hour, 10 individuals had gathered at Yu Wei's place. Among them were both men and women. Of course, Qingke City had few officially trained doctors. The one with the best medical skills was a military doctor who had returned from Chuyang City. The others were merely interested individuals, literate, steady-handed, or familiar with some herbal medicine. Yu Wei distributed the books, having brought 10 copies of a barefoot doctor's manual. Although simple, the manual was quite useful and had been popular several decades ago. Of course, more advanced texts were available, but Yu Wei had only brought 3 sets, which she entrusted to Meng Jiwei. They would only be understandable once the learners had grasped the basics. The new books emitted the scent of ink, filled with traditional characters. Thanks to the support of the state, it was remarkable that Yu Wei could organize everything so clearly within just a few days. As for the videos, Yu Wei had brought a tablet. The tablet was not password protected and contained almost no other applications. Step by step, Yu Wei taught them how to operate it, how to charge it with a power bank, and when she finally opened the videos for them, everyone was astonished. Is this a depiction of someone being confined? No. Yu Wei pondered for a moment and explained, you can understand it as a very realistic painting. But how can a painting move? Is this some divine technology? They were in awe, and upon seeing Yu Wei produce 10 tablets and 20 power banks, they regarded her with profound respect. The tablet had long been configured to display traditional characters, and the contents stored within the 10 tablets were essentially identical. Additionally, the 2 power banks were used interchangeably, allowing the depleted one to be recharged at the supermarket. Once everything was explained and confirmed that they had noted it down, Yu Wei distributed the tablets. Although each individual had their own tablet, they were determined to attend classes together, facilitating mutual assistance in addressing any gaps in knowledge. Naturally, this was of no concern to Yu Wei. She simply took the medicine intended for Meng Jixing back to Meng Jiwei, costing merely a copper coin. As she initiated this transaction, her heart raced, but once the deal was finalized, she felt an immediate sense of relief. Indeed, her instincts had not failed her. The restrictions imposed by the Wan GS supermarket system had been further relaxed, allowing her to set prices for a portion of the goods, rather than being bound to only high prices as before. The news of the supermarket's opening quickly reached others, and those with time rushed to purchase food. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they were astonished to discover that Yu Wei not only had food, but also sold seeds. Currently available were cabbage and radish seeds, limited to 1 pack of 100 seeds per person for just 1 copper coin. The moment this price was announced, everyone was taken aback. Seeds had not been considered particularly valuable before, especially vegetable seeds, which were far less expensive than grain seeds. However, that was in the past. Now, all consumables have been depleted. Furthermore, at a price of 1 copper coin per pack of seeds, it was already quite economical. Instantly, everyone raised their hands, eager to purchase additional packs of seeds. In addition, Yu Wei had set a regulated price for water. Previously, water was sold alongside food without a fixed price. Now, she priced it at 1 copper coin per barrel, approximately 10 liters, with no limit on quantity. This meant they could buy as much as they desired without worrying about having seeds, but no water to cultivate them. A long queue formed in front of the water tank. Fortunately, with Meng Jiwei's people assisting in maintaining order, the situation outside the supermarket remained calm. Seeing that her presence was no longer necessary, Yu Wei decided to practice her aim next door. However, As soon as she arrived, she detected a strong scent of blood. In the next moment, a gust of wind rushed toward her from behind. Chapter 59. The Young Assassin. Yu Wei's hair stood on end, sensing an imminent attack. The benefits of her previous sparring with Hao Yin manifested, as her body reacted faster than her mind. She swiftly lowered her head and twisted her waist, evading the attack. The assailant, surprised that she had managed to dodge, hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Wei turned to observe the attacker. The sight was rather grim. He appeared to be a youth, clad in black clothing, now darkened and dripping with blood. His hair was disheveled, and his face bore evident wounds and smeared blood, giving him a pitiful appearance. Yet, despite his disheveled state, Yu Wei could not forget that he had just attempted to harm her. Thus, without hesitation, she retreated a few steps. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The youth fixed his icy gaze on Yu Wei for a while, devoid of warmth. Just as she felt a chill run down her spine, he unexpectedly turned to leave. However, he stumbled and fell to the ground after only 5 steps. Yu Wei was startled and instinctively took a step forward, but quickly halted. Something was amiss. What if he was feigning unconsciousness? Based on their earlier encounter, it was clear that he was stronger than her. Despite his injuries, he had nearly struck her down. Yet, it seemed he did not intend to kill her, but rather to incapacitate her. Without further hesitation, Yu Wei decisively retreated and maneuvered around him, entering the supermarket. Her staff were ordinary individuals without martial skills, and she initially intended to seek assistance from the Meng family soldiers outside. However, from the corner of her eye, she spotted someone in line and her eyes brightened. "Mr. Jing." Jing Lu looked up and saw Yu Wei waving at him. "Shopkeeper, I am in line." Noting Jing Lu's formal demeanor, Yu Wei replied, "Could you assist me? You need not wait in line. I will personally procure items for you." Without hesitation, Jing Lu stepped forward. "What do you need?" Yu Wei allowed him to enter the supermarket, avoiding the crowd before saying, a suspicious individual entered the neighboring courtyard, seemingly quite skilled. "I am reluctant to confront him. Could you attempt to restrain him?" Before pushing open the courtyard door, Jing Lu remained vigilant, expecting a fierce battle. However, upon opening the door, he was left questioning his life choices. "Is this the person you meant?" Yu Wei nodded. In such a condition, he cannot be an ordinary individual. Although Jing Lu was speechless, he proceeded with caution. As he approached, the figure remained motionless, and the frequency of his breathing did not change, confirming that the individual was likely truly unconscious. Yet, as Jing Lu reached to check the youth's neck, the latter suddenly sprang up, launching a fierce attack. Jing Lu reacted swiftly, blocking the strike and countering without hesitation. The assailant fell back down with a thud. Without delay, Jing Lu produced rope, securely binding the youth before bringing him back to Yu Wei, stating, "Shopkeeper, this individual is certainly not ordinary. Even in unconsciousness, he instinctually attacked me, employing particularly ruthless techniques. Your decision to keep your distance was wise." Yu Wei paused momentarily before responding. "Since he poses a danger, please take him to Ji Wei. Although he attacked me, it seems he did not aim to take my life." "Understood." Jing Lu eventually returned with a bag of 10 pounds of rice, a cabbage, and a small piece of meat as a token of gratitude from Yu Wei. Upon returning, he first handed the youth over to Meng Ji Wei before preparing a meal and inviting Meng Jixing to join. As for the unconscious man, he was detained overnight, receiving preliminary treatment before being interrogated. This delicate situation unfolded next door to Yu Wei, nearly resulting in harm to her. Initially, Meng Ji Wei and the others suspected that this individual was targeting Yu Wei and the supermarket, perhaps sent by the imperial city or from the Shilin kingdom. However, after the interrogation, they realized their assumptions were incorrect. The individual had no connection to either faction. He was merely an assassin. Moreover, he was a traitor to the assassin organization. The disheveled state he was in stemmed primarily from being pursued by his former employers. Of course, this information was not derived from the interrogation. Assassins, by nature, are notoriously tight-lipped and unafraid of death. The deductions made by Jing Lu and Meng Ji Wei, combined with the information gleaned from the youth, led them to piece together a nearly accurate picture of the truth. Now, the pressing question arose: how to deal with this assassin? The youth appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, his face pale, as if deprived of sunlight. Although he was gravely injured, he seemed to recover swiftly, suggesting a unique constitution. Additionally, he was afflicted with a severe poison. In summary, he was burdened with multiple debuffs. However, given that he had no ties to Qingke City, Meng Yu Wei and the others had not considered executing him outright. Ultimately, Jing Lu proposed. Shall we first consult the shopkeeper? Moreover, the poison he has likely will not allow him to live much longer. Consequently, the youth was brought back to Yu Wei. After being cleaned up, he remained pale and firmly bound, yet his expression was devoid of emotion, as if being bound made no difference to him. Upon seeing Yu Wei, he displayed no change in demeanor. Are you inquiring about my thoughts? Seeking my decision? Yu Wei felt as though she had received a hot potato. She was no match for this person. Was it truly appropriate for him to be here? He was poisoned and likely had only 3 months left to live. Meng Yu Wei explained. Yu Wei fell silent. This individual appeared to be a minor. In modern times, he would still be in high school. Yet now, his life was on a countdown. Moreover, he had not harmed her prior to this. Knowing he was an assassin, Yu Wei understood that his combat abilities should not be underestimated. It was merely that he had a habit of not involving innocent people. Regardless, she could not bring herself to harm someone who had not crossed her bottom line. She stepped forward and asked the youth earnestly, I can release you, but you must leave Qingke City. Is that acceptable? The youth stared intently at Yu Wei, remaining silent. Yu Wei patiently continued. You can purchase food and daily necessities from me, but Qingke City is inherently unstable and chaotic. If you attract trouble, it would be detrimental. The youth spoke this time. You fear I might harm them. His tone was quite assured. Yu Wei sighed. You know, but it need not be voiced. The youth pressed his lips together and fell silent once more. Yu Wei persisted. If you do not refuse, shall I take it as your consent? The youth replied, I refuse. Yu Wei was taken aback. She found this assassin youth to be somewhat difficult to handle. If all else failed, should she return the ball to him? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the youth asked, You are a goddess. Do you have a way to cure my poison? Chapter 60. Remain the poison within the assassin youth was actually administered by their organization. To control these assassins, the organization had given them poison since childhood, requiring them to take an antidote every 3 months. Without it, they would perish in excruciating agony. During his rebellion, the assassin youth realized he would not live long. However, he no longer wished to be an assassin. He was the most formidable assassin within the organization, and his rebellion represented a significant loss to them, as well as a challenge to their authority. Thus, members of the organization relentlessly pursued him day and night. By the time he reached Qingke City, the assassin youth was already weary of being hunted. He no longer wished to run. He sought a place to hide, recover from his injuries, and then return to the organization with vengeance. Therefore, when he encountered Yu Wei, he intended to incapacitate her and coerce her into hiding him, ideally providing him with medicine as well. Unexpectedly, Yu Wei managed to evade him, and he collapsed, having reached the limits of his physical endurance. Truth be told, he was relieved that Yu Wei had not approached him while he was unconscious. After all, at that moment, he could not guarantee he would not harm her. Especially upon learning Yu Wei was a goddess, he felt even more grateful for that. Offending a goddess or injuring her was far from his intentions. What he hoped for was, as he inquired, whether she could cure his poison. As he looked at Yu Wei, a flicker of hope appeared in his eyes, prompting her to hesitate before ultimately responding, I do not know. I am not a healer. I can only say I may inquire. If I find another divine physician, can you assist me? The youth asked again. Yu Wei was taken aback and queried, Is there a divine physician capable of curing your poison? Perhaps, he replied. He had never inquired, but the divine physician he was aware of was the most renowned. However, he had never possessed anything that could sway the physician. Staring intently at Yu Wei, he stated firmly, If you can help me cure the poison, I can work for you for 10 years. Yu Wei felt a flutter of interest. She suddenly asked Jing Lu, Mr. Jing, what do you think of his martial prowess? Very strong. Few in this world can rival him. Jing Lu replied with a tone of regret. At such a young age, he possesses such skill due to the organization's disregard for their bodies, exploiting their potential. Yet, it also attests to the youth's exceptional talent. Had he been able to live normally and train properly, perhaps at this age, his abilities would be slightly weaker, but in the long run, he would undoubtedly reach greater heights in martial arts. What a pity. His body is likely already overexerted. Even if the poison is cured, his lifespan will probably be shorter than average. Upon hearing Jing Lu's words, Yu Wei felt a surge of determination. After a brief moment of hesitation, she asked the youth, "I cannot guarantee that I can save you. Are you still willing to try?" "I am willing," the youth replied coldly, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Yu Wei contemplated and said, "Very well, then you shall reside in the neighboring courtyard. Is that acceptable?" She referred to the one that had been burned. During this time, some reconstruction had taken place next door. Previously, it had been to prepare for hiring others for Yu Wei, but now it was convenient for the youth to move in. Yu Wei did not forget to inquire about the youth's name. "I'm called Yi Hao," he replied. Yu Wei responded, "Really, not surprising at all. Such a strong style of the assassin organization. I shall call you Xiao Yi from now on. If you wish to change your name, just let me know, and I will address you by your new name." Xiao Yi did not respond. After all, if the poison could not be cured, he would only have 3 months left to live. The name was inconsequential. If the poison could be cured, that would be a matter for another time. Although Xiao Yi was physically strong and recovered quickly, he was indeed gravely injured. After deciding to keep him, Jing Lu also moved in, sharing the same courtyard with Xiao Yi. This was also to keep an eye on him. Xiao Yi showed no reaction to this. When Yu Wei prepared ample medicine for him and explained how to use it, he gazed at her for a few seconds, then averted his eyes before she could meet his gaze. Xiao Yi spent 3 days in recovery. During this period, Jing Lu and Xiao Yi enjoyed meals at Yu Wei's place, leaving them quite satisfied, even considering seeking employment with her. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi demonstrated his sincerity over these 3 days. He entirely obeyed Yu Wei's instructions, refraining from venturing outdoors to interact with others, avoiding exposing his location, and not attracting members of the assassin organization. Moreover, when Yu Wei practiced her skills, he served as a competent sparring partner. Yu Wei did not even need to worry about his injuries, as he did not need to truly engage in combat. All he needed to do was evade. For 3 days, Yu Wei aimed to brush against the hem of his clothing, yet not a single hair was touched. One could say that some individuals are naturally gifted at evading others. 3 days passed, and Xiao Yi's injuries had healed significantly. Upon learning that Yu Wei needed to return to her side, to consult with her physician regarding the poison he had suffered, after which they could determine whether it could be cured, he and Yu Wei discussed implementing a second plan. "Are you not waiting until you're fully healed to go?" Xiao Yi's complexion remained pale, and his lips were devoid of color. His injuries could not be fully mended in just 3 days. "No need," Xiao Yi replied calmly. "I have only 2 months left. Seeking a divine physician will take at least half a month. Moreover, given my condition, even if a divine physician arrives, they may need time to study it." Yu Wei considered this and did not impede him. Before Xiao Yi departed, she prepared numerous supplies for him. Iodine and gauze were essential. Additionally, she included a few medicinal pills and food. Since he mentioned needing half a month, Yu Wei primarily packed him some compressed biscuits, along with small portions of oil and salt, a few loaves of bread, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and a handful of candies. Essentially, everything was prepared for simplicity and convenience. As for water, he could select the amount himself, so she did not pack much. In comparison, he brought more provisions for his horse. As he loaded the items onto the horse, Xiao Yi turned to Yu Wei and said, "If I do not return in 15 days, it means I have died. At that time, you may open this box. It will not disadvantage you." With that, he handed Yu Wei a wooden box. The box was small, no thicker than a palm, and appeared to hold little inside. Yu Wei answered earnestly, stating, "If you have not returned in 3 months, only then will I open it. There is no need for you to rush. I have already taken your blood and will still inquire on your behalf once I return." Xiao Yi remained silent, merely nodding at Yu Wei before mounting his horse and riding away. Watching him depart, Yu Wei casually placed the wooden box into her space. However, just as she was about to enter the supermarket, she suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves. Had Xiao Yi forgotten something? As she turned in surprise, she beheld a group of unfamiliar riders charging towards her, shouting, delivering the imperial decree. "Do not obstruct the way." Those who defy will face death without mercy. Chapter 61 Brother, you shall be my strategist. At the entrance of the supermarket, a queue of people was present as usual. The speed of the approaching riders was swift. They shouted only as they neared, leaving little chance for everyone to evade. The quick-witted had already managed to dodge, and some agile individuals even helped those beside them. However, the remaining dozen or so stood frozen in the middle of the road, dumbfounded. It seemed inevitable that someone would perish beneath the hooves when Jing Lu, having just exited from a neighboring courtyard, sprang into action, kicking the horse to save a person in one fluid motion. The lead horse stumbled, causing the following riders to be startled and instinctively rein in their steeds, but their speed made it impossible to stop in time. The hooves trampled upon the fallen leader twice. Yu Wei distinctly heard the sound of bones breaking. The people in the road were either lifted by Jing Lu or expertly kicked into positions of safety by those with better reflexes. Overall, the situation was manageable, with minimal injuries. The severely wounded were the riders. Yet, none present felt sympathy for them. Had it not been for Jing Lu's intervention, it would have been the civilians who suffered. At that moment, they certainly would not have reined in their horses, and their lives would have been in grave doubt. Seeking death, capture them all and execute them, shouted the man whose leg had been crushed beneath a hoof, rolling on the ground in agony. The remaining riders unsheathed their swords without hesitation. Yu Wei chuckled in exasperation. She was just about to call everyone into the supermarket for protection when she heard the sound of hooves approaching once more. A woman in a red dress leaned low over her horse, galloping towards them, reining in her mount and leaping down in one fluid motion. Such a commanding presence. I was not aware that you had the power to dictate the lives of the citizens of Qingke-Cheng. Meng Jiwei had arrived, eliminating the need for Yu Wei to step forward. Moreover, Meng Jiwei was not alone. Her squad of 50 had already surrounded the area, primarily encircling the riders, intentionally isolating the civilians. Who are you? The man with the broken leg, propped up by others, glared at Meng Jiwei, fully aware of his own disgrace and growing increasingly resentful towards her. I carry the imperial decree. Do you dare to defy it? Meng Jiwei smirked. So the emperor has sent you all this way just to execute a few innocent citizens of Qingke-Cheng? You dare. The man seethed with fury. However, any movement only intensified his pain, distorting his expression. Meng Jiwei suddenly smiled. It seems you're the one who is injured. Perhaps you should focus on healing. Who exactly are you? The man demanded arrogantly, though not entirely devoid of sense. Recognizing that Meng Jiwei was no ordinary person, he noted her calmness in the face of the decree, indicating her significant status. Upon hearing her name, Meng Jiwei, the man's demeanor shifted, pride swelling within him as he glared menacingly at her. Your father defied the decree. Your brother has harmed a member of the royal family and fled. And you, obstructing the imperial order. I see your family has long plotted treason. Such a heavy accusation fell upon her. In his eyes, Meng Jiwei should be trembling in fear, hastily apologizing. If she were to submit and hand over the one responsible for his broken leg, perhaps he might forgive her insolence. With this thought, his gaze towards Meng Jiwei became both intrusive and lecherous. Yu Wei, observing this, felt a wave of nausea rise within her, coupled with a fierce anger igniting in her heart. Who was Meng Jiwei? She was her first true friend in this foreign world, the chosen one to ascend as empress. This man was not only insulting Meng Jiwei, but was also desecrating her. In a sudden moment of clarity, Yu Wei drew a handgun, which she had used only once before, and aimed it at the man's leg, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A loud bang echoed, followed by a piercing scream. This time, the man's scream was more intense, laced with terror as he clutched his severely injured thigh, fearfully glancing at Yu Wei behind Meng Jiwei. Yu Wei smiled gently, blowing on the muzzle of her gun. My apologies, I missed. With that, her gaze swept over to the man's third leg. Every male present, one and all, felt an involuntary tightening in their trousers. Yu Wei, having already disengaged the safety, feigned nonchalance as she holstered her weapon, coolly stating, should you look at anyone with those filthy eyes again, the next bullet will pierce your brow. In that moment, the screaming man felt an overwhelming sense of uncontrollable dread and trembled into silence. Yu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Moved by Yu Wei's defense, Meng Jiwei seized the opportunity. Waving her hand dismissively, seized them. These individuals masquerading as imperial envoys are clearly up to no good. Take them back for interrogation. This group of 8 stood no chance against 50 elite soldiers. Moreover, after witnessing Yu Wei's display of firepower, they were left bewildered by her true capabilities and recognized the futility of resistance. Thus, they were promptly apprehended without further struggle. After ensuring the captives were taken away, Meng Jiwei calmed the surrounding citizens before bidding farewell to Yu Wei and returning. The earlier turmoil did not deter the townsfolk from purchasing their grain. When it comes down to it, the necessity of sustenance takes precedence. In fact, what astonished the most was not the riders, but the firearm Yu Wei had displayed. What on earth was that weapon? How could it inflict harm so swiftly? With their purchases in hand, the townsfolk returned, and the disturbances caused by the riders swiftly dissipated into obscurity. As Meng Jiwei returned, she happened upon the imperial decree resting upon Meng Jixing's lap. The decree had been confiscated, its bright yellow surface densely inscribed with text. Leaning closer, Meng Jiwei's fair face flushed with fury. That dog of an emperor! It was no wonder she cursed. The decree was filled with accusations directed at her father, General Meng, questioning his actions against the military supervisor, reproaching him for raising a fine son, and admonishing him for disregarding military orders. Ultimately, it demanded he surrender the tiger talisman and bring his son back to face justice. Or, should he be unwilling to part with his son, he should bring his daughter instead. Yet, the royal court was under the impression that Meng Jixing was dead. Clearly, they wished to eradicate the Meng family without leaving a trace of survival. Furthermore, at this time, despite minor losses, the Shilin kingdom had not truly determined victory or defeat. To replace the commander at such a juncture was utterly absurd, were it not for the concern for the suffering civilians. Meng Jiwei would have eagerly wished for the Shilin kingdom to march upon the imperial city and take down those with foolish notions. Brother, I hope you can support me. Meng Jiwei gritted her teeth. The dog emperor is clearly unwilling to leave us a path to survival. Let us carve out our own. Meng Jixing looked up and met his sister's fiery gaze filled with ambition. Yet, lowering his eyes, he could only see his own feeble hands. Jiwei, you need not seek my counsel. I am but a useless person now. Who dares to say such a thing? My brother is the most astute young general. Meng Jiwei sharply retorted, her eyes sparkling with hope. I wish for you to be my strategist. Chapter 62, Someone Approaches. It is no exaggeration to say that Meng Jixing's heart raced violently. Indeed, while he could no longer serve as a young general, he could still fulfill the role of strategist. His limbs were impaired, yet his mind remained unscathed. After years of diligent study, he immersed himself in military texts, analyzing historical battles. Beyond mere physical prowess, his intellect was immensely valuable. While others might not have considered a disabled person worthy of being a military strategist, it was his sister who proposed this idea. Nevertheless, his physical limitations might hinder her. If he were to serve as her advisor, would it inadvertently cause her distress? After all, a strategist, despite not requiring combat skills, could still become a burden if their health was compromised. Could he truly accompany the army on their campaigns? Meng Jixing found himself torn. Ultimately, his concerns for his sister and his feelings of inadequacy regarding his own condition prevailed. He wished to shield her from any danger. His sister was astute, and he could easily serve as her mentor without becoming a liability. Brother, please help me. Meng Jiwei interjected before his refusal could escape his lips. I seek to tread a path that no one has traversed before. Others may not support me, but you will, won't you? Meng Jixing was rendered speechless. Yet, her subsequent words ignited a flicker of hope within him. The goddess is willing to cultivate healers for us. She believes your condition might still improve. Xiao, he has sought out a divine physician as well. Brother, you cannot abandon hope at the outset. A tremor coursed through Meng Jixing's hand. The goddess will cultivate healers? Indeed, Meng Jiwei replied, recalling the explanations of Western medicine she had encountered on her tablet, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It is a miraculous art, and we possess ample medicinal resources. We surely have a chance. A sense of yearning welled within Meng Zhixing. Even if he could not fully recover, a slight improvement would suffice, enough for him to feed himself and perhaps stand with assistance occasionally. That would render him not entirely incapacitated. At that point, he would possess a degree of self-preservation. Very well, if I improve even a little, I shall be your strategist, he murmured. But if I remain as I am, when you depart from Qingke City, I will revert to being your brother. Is that acceptable? Agreed, Meng Yu smiled. She did not expect immediate transformation from him. This was sufficient. Even serving as her strategist in Qingke City would imbue him with vitality. Qingke City was tranquil, yet there was an underlying vigor in the air. With Yu Wei's support and weaponry, the city was well equipped. Previous missions had enabled Meng Yu to identify promising young recruits, both male and female, each with distinct strengths. Some women were strong enough to wield long swords, while men with less physical power possessed keen eyes and accuracy. Individuals of varying personalities and talents were divided into two groups, training together in martial arts. This arrangement was met with confusion by the Meng family troops from Chuyang City. However, military orders were paramount. Under Meng Jiwei's command, they had no choice but to instruct the chosen candidates from Qingke City. This initial group was small but selective, totaling only 300 individuals. While training together, they lived separately, but the proximity presented its own challenges. Fortunately, given the border's open-minded atmosphere, both genders exhibited a spirited disposition. Moreover, Meng Jiwei's leadership had garnered immense respect within Qingke City due to her recent endeavors. Thus, the integration of male and female trainees progressed, albeit with some initial hesitance. What mattered most was the favorable treatment of Meng Jiwei's soldiers. Just the meals they were provided each day were particularly delectable. Although Meng Jiwei was still somewhat inexperienced in training, with Meng Zhixing's guidance, her learning accelerated markedly. Simultaneously, Meng Zhixing encountered more exhilarating modern military strategies from the information on the tablet gifted by Yu Wei. Texts such as Sun Tzu's Art of War and the 36 Stratagems were conventional. Modern military interpretations and training manuals, along with Special Forces training standards, were all available. This knowledge ignited a ravenous desire for learning within him. He began to apply what he learned alongside Meng Jiwei, not only to train the 300 selected individuals, but also to enhance the capabilities of the Meng family troops remaining in Qingke City. However, 2 days later, another contingent arrived in Qingke City. Once again, they hailed from the imperial city, yet this time they traveled in carriages, accompanied by numerous guards and attendants, indicating their status was anything but ordinary. Indeed, they were not ordinary individuals. The visitors were royal heirs, and their purpose was not to engage with the Meng family, but to seek Yu Wei. As they arrived, Yu Wei and Meng Jiwei were practicing their skills next door, occasionally joined by Jing Lu. The commotion from the supermarket did not escape the notice of the 3 individuals possessing inner strength. Upon exiting, Yu Wei and her companions were met with the sight of Tai Zhu and Yun Jiao restrained off to the side. In an instant, Yu Wei's expression darkened, and the protective barrier was immediately activated, sending those guards unrelated to the supermarket flying away. What are you doing? Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper! Tai Zhu and the others, feeling a mix of relaxation, grievance, and surprise, looked at Yu Wei with hopeful eyes. Yu Wei observed them, noticing the imprints on their feet, the slap marks on their faces, and the swollen circles around their wrists, which only deepened her frown. She approached the supermarket entrance, gazing at the carriage outside, then turned to Jing Lu. Mr. Jing, could you assist me with a task? What sort of task? Jing Lu asked, eager for action. Although Yu Wei and Meng Jiwei did not recognize these individuals, he was familiar with the emblem on the carriage. This insignia had belonged to a group that had previously attempted to assassinate Meng Zhixing. With many comings and goings in Qingke City, Jing Lu, being a person of the Jianghu, maintained a discreet relationship with Meng Zhixing, allowing him to remain inconspicuous regardless of his location. The only individual needing to remain hidden, Meng Zhixing had grown accustomed to wearing a hood while outside, presenting himself merely as Yu Wei's guest. Thus no one connected the figure in the wheelchair to him. Now aware of the threat posed by the newcomers, Jing Lu felt no fear at Yu Wei's apparent intentions. Rather, he felt a thrill of anticipation. As expected, he heard Yu Wei declare, "Those who harm Tai Zhu and the others shall have their hands severed." Jing Lu's excitement surged. Excellent. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished into the supermarket. Outside, shadows flitted swiftly, and the air was filled with a chorus of anguished cries. The individuals who had just been thrown out were struggling to rise when they collapsed again, this time clutching their injured hands and wailing in pain. Jing Lu moved with such speed that by the time he returned to the supermarket entrance after carrying out his task, the guards outside had only just drawn their blades. "Impudent! Halt!" A fair, slender hand lifted the curtain, revealing a strikingly handsome man emerging from the carriage, his gaze landing on Yu Wei with a charming smile. Dressed in a purple robe, the man stepped down from the carriage, his tall stature and exquisite features captivating all. His deep, affectionate gaze fell upon Yu Wei, and he offered a smile akin to blooming spring flowers. "Ziyu pays respects to the goddess," he said, bowing gracefully. Meng Jiwei was momentarily entranced, but the next instant, she turned to Yu Wei, only to meet her calm, indifferent gaze. Yu Wei was a connoisseur of beauty, yet, unbeknownst to all, her protective instincts overshadowed her appreciation for aesthetics. Had it not been for the incident involving Tai Zhu, she would undoubtedly have admired the handsome man. Now, faced with an adversary, she would never waver in her resolve because of his looks. "And who might you be?" The heir of the Rong Wang, Chu Huan. Chu Huan, styled Ziyu, was a renowned beauty in the imperial city, the dream of countless young women. Yet he had always maintained his virtue, remaining unmarried despite approaching adulthood. Certainly, Yu Wei was oblivious to this information. Thus, she merely responded coldly, "What brings you here? Are you here to trouble me?" "Not at all," Chu Huan replied with remarkable composure, softly stating, "The emperor has learned of the divine maiden's presence in Qingke City and has specifically dispatched me to invite her to the imperial city. The emperor is prepared with rewards." Yu Wei crossed her arms and scoffed. "Have you ever seen a divine maiden concerned with mortal rewards? Let him keep his rewards for himself." Chu Huan remained unperturbed, bowing slightly and gently saying, "A divine maiden, possessing celestial grace, should naturally act according to her desires. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. My previous remarks were not my intention." The charming gentleman's gentleness was indeed disarming. However, Yu Wei had long been on guard and was far from being swayed by his charm. Her sole concern was, "You have injured my employee. How will you compensate? Haven't you already retaliated?" A young guard beside them protested, but Yu Wei ignored him, fixing her gaze on Chu Huan. "So you do not wish to compensate? Compensation is, of course, necessary." Chu Huan nodded. The guard appeared disgruntled, yet upon receiving a subtle cue from Chu Huan, he produced a wooden box. As an apology, he said, tossing it directly to Jing Lu. Jing Lu did not hesitate to open it, revealing 10 ingots of gold, each weighing 5 taels. Thus, it amounted to 50 taels of gold. Jing Lu, displaying a keen understanding, remarked, 50 taels of gold can barely buy 50 jin of rice. Is this all? The guard's expression darkened. However, at Chu Huan's indication, he retrieved another box. Tai Zhu and the others had initially no concept of 100 taels of gold until Jing Lu entered, handed the gold to Yu Wei. And then Yu Wei promptly distributed it to them. "You may divide it among yourselves." Tai Zhu nearly dropped the 2 boxes, his hands trembling. "Is this appropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it?" Yu Wei replied coolly. "This is merely the compensation for your injury." Yet Tai Zhu, being rational, understood that this compensation was given due to Yu Wei's influence and was not truly related to them. Just as he was about to decline, Yu Wei interjected, "I do not lack this sum." With the gaze of outsiders upon him, Tai Zhu straightened his posture and remained silent. "Very well. I cannot bring shame to the shopkeeper. What was merely 100 taels of gold? Even if it were to be given to the shopkeeper, it should wait until the outsiders had departed." With this thought, he carried the box to the side. Chu Huan, perpetually displaying good temperament, saw Yu Wei accept the gift and gently inquired, thus, "May the divine maiden forgive my earlier impetuousness?" Yu Wei replied nonchalantly, "What do you wish to purchase?" "I merely wish to befriend the divine maiden." Chu Huan softly replied, his eyes seemingly filled with affection as they lingered on Yu Wei. Yu Wei directly disregarded his gaze and, with no hint of politeness, stated, "I do not require friends." Chu Huan, undeterred, asked, "May I enter and browse?" "Yes," Yu Wei replied coolly, "but only you may enter." "My lord." Chu Huan's personal guard was dissatisfied, regarding Yu Wei with a wary look, as if fearing she would do harm to Chu Huan. "No harm." Chu Huan smiled at Yu Wei, addressing his guard. "The divine maiden is a person of another realm. Everyone in her eyes is the same. Allowing me entry is merely for convenience. There is no need for concern." Noting that Yu Wei did not refute him, the smile on Chu Huan's face grew more pronounced. Knowing of Yu Wei's existence, he had indeed made ample preparations. For instance, he understood that Yu Wei primarily sold items, and though her pricing was somewhat arbitrary, her main intention seemed to be assisting others. She was particularly amiable to those who came to purchase, especially Meng Wei, who frequented the shop. Chu Huan cast a casual glance at Meng Wei, but did not dwell on her. If wealth were to be measured, who could surpass the royal family? A mere Meng family did not warrant his concern. As long as he purchased more and spent more, would not the divine maiden then favor him? At that point, with the divine maiden's support, he would have a rightful claim. Concealing his ambitions, Chu Huan stepped into the supermarket. The variety of goods within was overwhelming. Initially, he sought merely an excuse to spend more time with Yu Wei. Yet upon seeing the plethora of items he had never encountered before, astonishment washed over him. "What are these?" Yu Wei, ever professional, patiently introduced each item as he inquired. "This is a lollipop, a type of hard candy, with different colors representing different flavors. This is bread, which can satiate hunger and is sweet in taste. This is shampoo, used for washing hair and leaves a delightful fragrance. This is a razor, intended for shaving." As he listened, Chu Huan's attention was no longer on Yu Wei. His heart and eyes were filled with the wonders of her shop. He deeply understood why those acquainted with Yu Wei revered her as a divine maiden. If the earlier conflict, with guards suddenly springing into action, was due to profound martial arts, the astonishing array of items before him could not possibly be found in their own Yu kingdom. No, even the most exotic objects from Haiyun kingdom were absent. Was she truly a visitor from beyond the skies? If that were the case, once he allied with the divine maiden, he would possess extraordinary advantages. "Do you intend to sell all of these?" Chu Huan's gaze softened, brimming with sincerity. It was as if he would instantly clear the supermarket should Yu Wei express a desire to sell. However, Yu Wei was not as he imagined. Her tone remained indifferent. "Selling is fine. Not selling is fine too." Chu Huan was taken aback, then smiled. "But I want them. Would you be willing to sell to me? What do you wish to buy?" "I would like to purchase some food and some daily necessities," Chu Huan replied with a smile. Yu Wei did not refuse. When Chu Huan had his men bring in boxes, her willingness to sell became even more apparent. A wealthy patron indeed, there were many fine items. Chapter 64. The Man in Black. Perhaps there were prior rumors. The items Chu Huan brought were all splendid. Upon opening the boxes, even Yu Wei, with her limited experience, could discern their considerable value. 10 boxes were delivered, filled with everything from clothing to gold and silver, from jewelry to jade, all enticingly arranged. Noticing Yu Wei's approving glances, Chu Huan finally felt reassured, and his confidence grew. He had no shortage of these items. He could scatter them liberally without a second thought. As long as they captivated Yu Wei, they would be worth it. Yu Wei, however, remained unaware of Chu Huan's thoughts. She merely estimated the prices and sold her items at a higher rate than she had to Meng Wei and the others. Observing from the sidelines, Meng Wei pretended not to notice. Whether Chu Huan was aware of this was of little consequence, as he would not turn against Yu Wei. With a significant profit made, Yu Wei chose not to engage in further conversation with Chu Huan. When she indicated it was time to bid farewell, Chu Huan did not press the matter, but departed directly. However, Yu Wei soon learned that Chu Huan had not left. Instead, he rented a residence in Qingke City at great expense, seemingly preparing to settle down. "Boss, you must be cautious," Meng Wei expressed her concern, particularly at night, insisting that no one be allowed entry into the supermarket. "I am aware. You need not worry about me," Yu Wei replied, glancing at her. I have my methods to attract attention. Just be careful in your movements. I feel so guilty, Meng Jiwei admitted. Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively. Did you not see? He is merely sending money my way. After all, she did not leave the supermarket, and if Chu Huan was willing to send money, she welcomed it. She had never been one to disdain an abundance of wealth. It was rather Meng Jiwei who needed to be cautious. This proved to be true. For the first 2 days, Chu Huan was quite well behaved, coming to Yu Wei's shop daily to check in, taking 2 or 3 boxes of fine items, and purchasing what he desired. However, on the 3rd night, the Meng residence was robbed. Fortunately, nothing was lost, as their defenses were stringent, and the thief was apprehended before getting far. However, that thief was no ordinary person. He had not been captured, only sustaining minor injuries. The following day, Meng Jiwei arrived at Yu Wei's place. Her purpose was twofold: to deliver a batch of power banks for charging and to wait for someone. The shopkeeper's gentle voice resonated, causing both Meng Jiwei and Yu Wei to turn simultaneously, their gazes landing upon Chu Huan. With an unchanged expression, Chu Huan smiled warmly, addressing Meng Jiwei. Miss Meng is also here. Young master, Meng Jiwei greeted him, then expressed concern. You seem unwell today. Have you encountered any troubles? In truth, it was not a significant matter. Chu Huan shook his head with a wry smile, explaining, it seems there was a burglar who entered my residence last night. I was caught off guard and in my surprise fell. That truly is unfortunate. There are not many doctors in Qingke City, and only Dr. Liu possesses commendable medical skills. Shall I ask him to examine you? Meng Jiwei offered enthusiastically, yet Chu Huan declined. There is no need. It is merely a minor injury, and the physician I brought can attend to it. That is good to hear. Meng Jiwei appeared to genuinely accept his words. Yu Wei observed their banter quietly, and only approached as Chu Huan began to express his intent to purchase items. Is this all you require today? Chu Huan did not rush to leave after making his purchases. Instead, he turned to Yu Wei and softly inquired, I have heard that the shopkeeper can restrict entry to others? Yu Wei did not deny this, merely replying, Did you not witness it firsthand on your first day in Qingke City? I have a request, and I wonder if the shopkeeper might consider it. Of course, I am willing to offer adequate compensation. Yu Wei responded, Please, go ahead. Chu Huan said softly, I wish to receive the shopkeeper's protection and hope for this opportunity. Are you suggesting that you want to stay in the supermarket? Yu Wei's expression could be succinctly described as incredulous. Chu Huan lowered his gaze, a flush rising on his pale face. I understand this may be somewhat presumptuous, but I fear the thief may return to my residence. Yu Wei chuckled. That is not permissible. No one can remain here at night. After all, she closed the shop every evening, and no one could ascertain whether this was indeed true. Chu Huan appeared disheartened. Is that so? I apologize for my impertinence. I hope the shopkeeper does not take offense. It seemed that Chu Huan merely wished to test the waters. If unsuccessful, he would depart. Yet Yu Wei still found it odd. She glanced at Meng Jiwei. I can't shake the feeling that he harbors ulterior motives. Meng Jiwei was taken aback by Yu Wei's description, involuntarily exclaiming, You truly dislike him. Yu Wei replied, He is your adversary, after all. Meng Jiwei paused. Looking at Yu Wei's self-evident expression, her heart warmed. I will ensure he is closely monitored. Additionally, I wish to purchase some items for my elder brother Jinglu. He will be quite busy in the coming days. Yu Wei did not hesitate, and led her through a nearby door into the adjacent fruit and vegetable supermarket. Although the supermarket was only 50 square meters, it was filled to the brim with goods. Boxes of fruits and long-lasting vegetables were stacked on the ceiling, while various produce adorned the counters on the floor. Inside the counters were shelves and fixed refrigerators housing assorted fruits and vegetables, maximizing capacity while maintaining the supermarket's appearance. Despite its modest size, the small supermarket boasted a 5-square-meter cold storage, which, though limited in area, reached a height of 4 meters, making it a considerable cold storage unit. Choose whatever you need. Yu Wei gestured. Thus far, only 5 families had visited this place, primarily because the prices of fruits and vegetables were high. Aside from offering Meng Jiwei a few bargains to help the citizens of Qingke City, Yu Wei had no intention of selling at this time. If any goods remained before her departure, she would sell them at a lower price. Until then, This was a means of amassing wealth. She did not exploit the common folk, but she could certainly do so with the noble families. How often do you bring the prince to this place? Yu Wei queried while selecting items. Yu Wei elongated her voice. When his interest in my supermarket wanes, I will keep him hanging for now. Yu Wei chuckled. Yes. Treat him like a donkey. Yu Wei and Yu Wei exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other without the need for words. Chu Huan soon realized he was being monitored. However, despite the military personnel's vigilance, there were still blind spots. You remain here to attract attention. Chu Huan donned a stealth outfit, and a figure resembling him, dressed similarly, respectfully clasped his hands and sat by the window, facing away while reading and writing. With silent grace, the cloaked Chu Huan slipped out. Once outside the residence, there were now 4 figures clad in black. 3 of them set their sights on the city lord's mansion. Soon, a commotion erupted within, while the 4th figure stealthily infiltrated the Meng residence. Chapter 65. Targeting Meng Zhixing at the city lord's mansion. The group captured last time for delivering the decree was being held. This group was not easy to eliminate, as they were the bearers of the decree and possessed complicated identities, potentially useful in the future. Yet, they could not be released. Hence, they were simply confined. However, confining them was one matter. Allowing their discovery was another. So when news spread that someone was approaching the city lord's mansion, many prepared for defense. Yet, the Meng family's precautions did not diminish. They merely lost one person, Jinglu. This absence allowed the cloaked figures to breach the premises. The Meng family in Qingke City was not particularly large. It comprised a 3-courtyard layout, for Qingke City was not the Meng family stronghold. Their main base was in Chuyang City. A smaller residence meant it was easier to find conspicuous places, such as the courtyard beside the main residence, which was heavily guarded. The black-clad figure stealthily approached, using exceptional martial skills without alarming the defenders. Once genuinely infiltrated, the figure became even more cautious. Though small, the courtyard was exquisitely designed. Sounds of coughing emanated from within, leading the black-clad figure to follow the sound. At that moment, a window was pushed open, and a young maid exclaimed, "Oh dear! Young master, do not open the window. Your health is fragile and cannot withstand the wind." "Not to worry," came a gentle and melodious voice from within. Close to the window, the black-clad figure silently shifted directions and finally glimpsed the scene inside. A sickly handsome young man, dressed in a white robe, sat in a wheelchair, exuding a warm yet sorrowful demeanor, while a 13 or 14-year-old maid fussed around him, and he could only smile patiently. "Oh dear, if you become unwell, how shall I explain it to the young lady? She has repeatedly instructed me to take good care of you." The young man's smile dimmed slightly, turning from warmth to melancholy. "My frail health is not a recent issue. Please tell Miss Meng not to waste her concern on this invalid. It is not worth it." "What is worth or not is up to the young lady's wishes," the maid insisted matter-of-factly. The sickly young man sighed and shook his head, falling silent. Even as the maid came to close the window, he allowed it without protest. The room fell into quietude. Outside, the black-clad figure observed the window for a while before silently departing. A mere invalid, enamored by a young lady of the Meng family, posed no threat. Inside the room, contrary to the black-clad figure's assumptions, there were not merely 2 people present, but 3. The young man who had been seated in the wheelchair now stood by the bed, his face pale and expressionless, straining to listen before softly stating, "They have left." Only then did Meng Zhixing's breathing return to its usual rhythm. He murmured in response, and with assistance, he was placed back in the wheelchair and wheeled to the desk. After suffering a severed tendon, he struggled to control his fingers, compelling the previously lively maid to silently turn the pages of the book for him. Page after page turned until a knock on the door drew Meng Zhixing's attention. "Come in, young master." The newcomer bowed with hands clasped. "What news from the city lord's mansion?" A band of petty thieves had committed their misdeeds, yet nothing else ensued. "Indeed, they were targeting me," murmured Meng Zhixing softly. Jinglu had previously discussed with him the matter of the markings on the carriage, and Meng Zhixing was acquainted with Chu Huan. After 3 years in the imperial city, he had become well acquainted with various dignitaries and members of the royal family. This familiarity had allowed him to discern that Chu Huan was not an ordinary individual. Thus, he had prepared in advance, and now, that preparation was proving invaluable. The situation was indeed precarious. Today was particularly dangerous. Had the cloaked figures burst into the room, they would have discovered something amiss. The following day, Meng Yu Wei took a man in a wheelchair for a stroll, ultimately arriving at Yu Wei's location. As she engaged in light-hearted banter with Yu Wei, Chu Huan arrived. He made no effort to disguise his intent, which was clearly directed towards Yu Wei, and his gaze upon her grew increasingly affectionate. Simultaneously, he exhibited a remarkable restraint, seemingly reluctant to overstep boundaries with Yu Wei. Ironically, such restraint only heightened her allure. Despite Yu Wei's cautiousness towards him, she could not deny that his current demeanor was undeniably charming. "I have heard that the shopkeeper here offers vegetables?" Yu Wei inquired, to which he responded affirmatively, expressing a genuine desire to purchase some. Chu Huan smiled with an air of resignation. He had not anticipated lingering here for so long, and the vegetables he had brought along were already consumed. His gaze lingered on Yu Wei, imbued with unspoken sentiment. However, Yu Wei feigned ignorance and turned to him, saying, "Then come with me." Upon opening the door, she addressed Meng Yu Wei. "Yu Wei, please wait a moment. I will fetch your medicine shortly." "All right," Meng Yu Wei replied, casting a glance at the man in the wheelchair, clearly relieved. Chu Huan's eyes inadvertently swept over the man in the wheelchair, and his suspicions diminished considerably. It was indeed the same man he had seen the previous night, leading him to wonder if the Meng family truly harbored no secrets. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. Moreover, the body of Meng Zhixing had never been found. He had always been a prudent individual. As long as the body remained undiscovered, he would never relax. After all, there was still Meng Qingshan to consider. As long as Meng Qingshan stood, the life and whereabouts of Meng Zhixing were matters of utmost significance. He was not as naive as the emperor, sitting on the dragon throne. Chu Huan's contemplative thoughts did not linger for long. Upon entering the small grocery store, his eyes were captivated by an array of fruits. Enormous watermelons, smooth-skinned pomelos, golden-hued autumn pears, plump lychees, succulent cherries, and gem-like grapes were all displayed, their colors intertwined, with many fruits being unfamiliar to him. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at a fruit. "Mangosteen. You eat it after splitting it open," Yu Wei explained, breaking one open for him to try. Chu Huan, feeling no need for formality, attempted to take a piece with his hand, only to be stopped by Yu Wei. "It is soft inside. It's better to use a spoon. Eating with a spoon keeps your hands clean and is more convenient." After tasting it, Chu Huan's eyes lit up delicious. The fruits he recognized appeared exceptionally fine, even surpassing those offered as tributes. Not lacking in wealth, he selected a few items of interest and even embraced 2 20-pound watermelons to take home. Yu Wei assisted in gathering his purchases without requiring them to be weighed. However, as the supermarket only allowed Chu Huan entry, he made 2 or 3 trips to carry everything out. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he cheerfully said, "Thank you for your trouble today, shopkeeper." "It is no trouble at all," Yu Wei replied, reflecting on the items she had just received, marveling at Chu Huan's generous spending, which had indeed filled her purse, a solitary good deed on his part. Noticing that Chu Huan was not in a hurry to depart, Yu Wei waved to Meng Yu Wei, saying, "Here, this is your medicine." With a flick of her hand, a small box appeared on the front desk. Upon opening it, 5 boxes of pills and 10 tubes of ointment were revealed. Chu Huan's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. As he beheld this scene, he pondered. If Yu Wei truly possessed some hidden capabilities, could they be of use to others? If not, could she assist in transporting items? Chapter 66. Disturbing the waters unbeknownst to Yu Wei, Chu Huan's gaze upon her had intensified with fervor. "Your Highness, I have a few matters of a feminine nature to discuss with Yu Wei. Could you kindly assist in escorting Mr. Qi outside?" Mr. Qi, of course, referred to the man in the wheelchair. Chu Huan appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled, of course. He placed his hand on the wheelchair and began to push. However, just outside the door, where Yu Wei and Meng Yu Wei could not see, he suddenly staggered, causing the wheelchair to tilt precariously, as if about to topple. Mr. Qi was startled, a look of panic crossing his face as he instinctively grasped the armrests, yet lacking strength, he could not stabilize himself. In a moment of desperation, he rose from the wheelchair, faltering for a couple of steps before regaining his balance. Turning back, he found Chu Huan steadying the wheelchair, an apologetic expression on his face. Mr. Qi, I lost my footing. Are you all right? I am fine. Cough, cough. Quite all right, Mr. Qi reassured, covering his mouth as he coughed several times before continuing. It is merely my own frailty. It has nothing to do with your highness. This is my first time pushing someone. I am relieved that I did not cause you to fall. Otherwise, I would not know how to face the shopkeeper and Miss Meng. Mr. Qi added, they did not witness it, so your highness need not worry. Chu Huan understood that Mr. Qi meant he would not disclose this incident to Yu Wei and Meng Wei. You are truly a good person. Chu Huan sighed in relief, and seemingly casually asked, by the way, Mr. Qi, are you a friend of Miss Meng? Mr. Qi's ears flushed slightly, but he maintained his composure, replying yes. The sounds outside the door did not penetrate into the supermarket. Yet Yu Wei and Meng Wei had witnessed the earlier incident through the surveillance cameras. A sense of dread settled within Meng Wei. Indeed, he harbored suspicions about me. You will have to trouble your brother to stay in my warehouse for a while, Yu Wei said apologetically, brushing her nose. Her claim that no one could stay here was a mere ruse to deceive Chu Huan. While he had been intent on probing her and Meng Wei, he was unaware that two guests had quietly entered the adjacent courtyard. As they departed, Yu Wei granted access, and the two guests entered the warehouse. Come out. They cannot enter now, Yu Wei said as she opened the warehouse door. Inside sat Meng Zhixing in a wheelchair, with Jing Lu standing beside him, arms crossed. As they emerged from the warehouse, Meng Zhixing coughed a couple of times, covering his mouth. Shopkeeper, I will trouble you for a while. As long as you are not inconvenienced, Yu Wei replied, opening the warehouse door. Her small warehouse, measuring only about 10 square meters, had been cleared out, leaving an empty save for a bed and a table. A moderately sized window allowed for ample light, making the space quite acceptable. Meng Zhixing had experienced various accommodations and found this one quite satisfactory. Although the lighting was somewhat dim, it was equipped with a wondrous invention known as an electric light, which, when switched on, illuminated the room as brightly as day. This is my spare tablet. It contains quite a number of videos for you to watch. Yu Wei indicated the nearby outlet. This is a charger. When it runs low on power, you can recharge it. Additionally, she provided a portable toilet and 2 buckets of water, one for washing and one for drinking. After surveying the surroundings, she assured, during the day, Jing Lu can keep you company. After I close in the evening, she will assist you with your hygiene. However, Jing Lu could not remain overnight. As for Meng Zhixing, given his current state, he posed no threat, which allowed Yu Wei to feel at ease. No need. I can manage alone, Meng Zhixing replied, glancing at Jing Lu. I will only trouble Jing Lu to check on me every couple of hours. Jing Lu readily agreed. No problem. Yu Wei generously granted Jing Lu a 12-hour access to the warehouse, allowing him the freedom to come and go as he pleased. As for the concern of items going missing, if someone attempted to pilfer, Yu Wei would receive a transaction alert. Moreover, the warehouse contained only a modest supply of provisions. Neither Yu Wei nor Meng Wei lingered for long. Ultimately, Meng Wei emerged from the supermarket, her face flushed, carrying a black bag filled with sanitary napkins. She felt too embarrassed to place the items on Qi Xiansheng and instead hurriedly carried them herself. Chu Huan appeared pensive. He re-entered the supermarket and suddenly inquired, Shopkeeper, what did Miss Meng purchase earlier? Is it intended for women? If it is something of good quality, I would like to acquire some as a gift for my mother. It is sanitary napkins, Yu Wei stated bluntly. Chu Huan looked puzzled. Sanitary napkins? Indeed. Or perhaps you refer to them, as you sure die here. They are used during menstruation and are far more convenient and hygienic than the current offerings for young women, Yu Wei explained. Chu Huan's face gradually reddened. He finally understood why he had been dismissed earlier in favor of Qi Xiansheng. Yet, driven by his curiosity and skepticism, he had directly asked. Avoiding her gaze, Chu Huan murmured an apology. Why apologize? Yu Wei replied. This is merely a necessity. She then retrieved several packages from a shelf, indicating This is for daytime use. This is for nighttime. This is for super long nights. And here are panty liners. Use the larger ones for heavier flow and the smaller ones for lighter flow. As Yu Wei instructed him on their use, Chu Huan's embarrassment intensified. By the end, Yu Wei feared he might spontaneously combust from blushing. Once she finished explaining and placed the items in his hands, Chu Huan almost fled. Yu Wei cheerfully called out, "When you return, let your mother try them. If she likes them, you can come back for more next time." Chu Huan fled in disarray. After he disappeared, the smile faded from Yu Wei's face. Chu Huan posed a complication for them due to his unique status. The tactics previously employed with the Imperial Decree team could not be applied to him. Even if rebellion was considered, public sentiment held great importance. Yu Wei did not wish for Meng Jiwei to bear the brunt of public scorn while contending with the tyrant emperor. After all, as a woman aspiring to ascend to that position, the challenges were already formidable. She could not afford to add further obstacles. Thus, it might be best to let Chu Huan depart of his own volition, or alternatively, enlist other instigators. Yu Wei lowered her gaze to her hands, a smile suddenly gracing her features. Since Chu Huan was aware of the uniqueness of her supermarket, might others in the imperial city also be informed? If not, that was inconsequential. She could still provide a nudge. With this thought, Yu Wei turned and knocked on the warehouse door. "May I come in?" "Please do," came the reply from Meng Xing, who was holding a pause tablet. Upon seeing Yu Wei enter, he nodded at her and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you need something from me?" "Indeed," Yu Wei nodded, a confident smile on her face. "Would you like to stir the waters?" Chapter 67. A surprise attack on Qingke City. When Yu Wei emerged from the warehouse, she was carrying a box of milk. She casually placed it near the front desk and opened it, calling out to Taiju and the others, Come, each of you take a bottle. Drinking milk helps you grow taller." Initially inclined to refuse, Taiju hesitated, swallowing his words. "Can it really help me grow taller?" "Yes," Yu Wei affirmed. Taiju promptly accepted the milk. Yu Wei distributed bottles to the others as well and opened one for herself. The subtle fragrance of pure milk enveloped her palate, and she soon finished, declaring, "Indeed, milk tea is still more delightful." The addition of a new person in the supermarket did not significantly affect Yu Wei. Meng Xing was a quiet individual, capable of enduring solitude. Since his arrival in the supermarket, aside from being assisted to bathe, he had not once stepped outside the warehouse. During the day, he was cared for by Jing Lu, and, at night, he managed to look after himself. With the passage of time, Yu Wei occasionally forgot that Meng Xing was even there. As for Meng Jiwei, she was parading around the city with her beloved Qi Xiansheng. Chu Huan maintained a daily visit to the supermarket, each time attempting to engage Yu Wei in conversation. However, upon sensing her disinterest, he would respectfully withdraw, bidding farewell. The initial supplies he had brought were nearly depleted, yet 2 additional shipments had arrived. According to Meng Jiwei, there were 2 or 3 courtyards in Chu Huan's residence being utilized as storerooms. This implied that Yu Wei need not fret about Chu Huan's absence due to financial constraints in the near future. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yu Wei inquired, "Do you truly possess such wealth? Look at the Meng family's fortune. It is substantial, not to mention that of the royal family." Meng Jiwei replied matter-of-factly, "They have plenty of money. Currently, he is still taking a slow approach to win you over." Yu Wei silently pressed her hand to her chest, exclaiming, "I detest you wealthy individuals." Yet, she realized that she, too, had become one of them. Well then, it is of no concern. Oblivious to Yu Wei's internal musings, Meng Jiwei excitedly shared some good news. Dr. Liu and Huaguo successfully performed surgery on a warhorse yesterday, and the results were quite promising. They are now preparing to operate on other injured soldiers. If all goes well, my brother will soon be treated. The excitement radiating from Meng Jiwei was palpable, prompting Yu Wei to smile in response. "Congratulations. Here, we lack many things, but we are certainly not short of injured soldiers. How many of the severely wounded lack limbs? How many bear significant injuries?" The key to treating Meng Xing lies in suturing techniques, which they can undoubtedly practice. Furthermore, I have brought them a considerable amount of medical supplies. Of course, the larger equipment is cumbersome to transport, but magnifying glasses and small surgical lights should suffice. Yu Wei could only marvel at the boundless potential of humanity. In such a short time, they had gained the confidence to attempt suturing, and the results were commendable. These severely injured soldiers had previously relied on their own resilience, the medications procured from Yu Wei, and time to heal their wounds. However, with proper suturing, the healing process could be significantly expedited. Coupled with their robust constitutions, those with gaping wounds would be able to rise and walk again by the next day, once stitched up. Although Yu Wei had brought some anesthetics, the quantity was limited, and most individuals had only received a small dose to alleviate pain, enduring the majority of discomfort on their own. Only in particularly perilous cases was a substantial amount of anesthetic employed to induce unconsciousness. Fortunately, this era already possessed medications like San, and once the support from Meng Jiwei's group arrived, conditions would improve considerably. Task 516, 782,000 transactions. This task was not particularly challenging, as Yu Wei was merely waiting for Xiao Yi's return. She did not actively pursue the task, allowing it to accumulate gradually. Qingke City had seen an influx of new residents, many of whom came from surrounding villages and towns. Unable to sustain themselves in their own villages, they had come to Qingke City, drawn by the promise of employment opportunities. Additionally, after sending several batches of severely injured soldiers from Chuyang City, a contingent had remained behind. Currently, the Meng family army alone comprised 4,000 individuals, 2,000 elite soldiers, and 2,000 new recruits. The population had surged from over 1,000 to nearly 6,000, alongside 4,000 to 5,000 injured soldiers. Had it not been for Meng Jiwei's desire for stable development, the number of civilians could have been even greater. The first batch of severely injured soldiers had largely recovered, capable of caring for themselves, and those without broken legs had even taken on small patrol duties, contributing to Qingke City. As the city thrived, Yu Wei was taken aback when, prior to Xiao Yi's return, Qingke City was unexpectedly besieged. It was a fateful night. In the dead of night, a knock echoed at the city gate. The guarding soldiers peered down and recognized that the few figures before them were clad in the Meng family's military attire. Hadn't they just visited the previous day? Why had they returned today? The soldiers above, not thinking much of it, casually inquired. The general proclaimed, "Let us prepare some supplies to launch a counterattack when the time comes." Upon hearing this, the soldiers above were invigorated. The prospect of retaliating against the Shilin kingdom banished their weariness. "Very well, I shall open the gates for you." In the darkness, he could not perceive the malevolence flickering in the eyes of those outside, as he merely called for the gates to be opened. The frequent visits from the people of Chuyang City had dulled their suspicions. However, as the gate creaked open, one soldier, who was not afflicted by night blindness and was even a skilled archer, carelessly glanced outside and caught sight of the blades glinting in the moonlight. It was not the standard long swords of the Meng family army, but rather a familiar curved blade. A chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end as he urgently shouted, "Quickly, close the gates! The Shilin scoundrels are outside." At the mere mention of the Shilin kingdom, everyone instinctively rushed to shut the city gate. The assailants outside, realizing their cover was blown, immediately revealed their ferocious countenance and shouted, "Charge!" A blade thrust through the crevice of the gate, wounding one soldier's arm. Yet he resolutely braced himself against the gate, resisting the onslaught from outside. Fortunately, someone quickly brought a bar to secure the gate, and once it was in place, the pressure from the outside lessened. Qingke City, being a border town, necessitated strong gates and walls, which meant the gate would withstand the assault for some time. Yet, the attackers, unable to see the end of their ranks, had prepared sturdy logs and began ramming the gate, leaving the defenders uncertain of how long they could hold out. "Quickly inform Miss Meng." In the Meng residence, the study was brightly lit by candlelight. Meng Jiwei abruptly rose, her palm pressed against the book on the table. "What did you say? There's a night raid on Qingke City?" "Indeed." The soldier knelt, his voice grave, "at least 3,000 of them. Miss, there is chaos within the city. Fighting has already broken out." As the maid rushed in, Meng Jiwei smiled. "Internal strife and external threats, are we? Bring me 300 Qingke soldiers. We shall test the fruits of our training." The Qingke army was the name Yu Wei had given to the troops she trained herself, derived from Qingke City, with the primary mission of protecting it. The selected 300 individuals were spirited and resilient, having performed admirably during training. Upon learning of the need to defend Qingke City, they wasted no time in arming themselves and charging toward the city gate. Initially, they had underestimated the enemy's numbers, believing there were only 2,000 to 3,000. But in reality, 5,000 had approached. Such a large force could not have been assembled in just a day. Nearly all the soldiers of the Shilin kingdom hidden within Yuyan had converged. Their intentions for attacking Qingke City were twofold: to flank Shuyang City and to target the supermarket and Yu Wei, the only child of Meng Qingshan. Achieving any one of these objectives would suffice. Yu Wei had already ascended the city wall. With a wave of her hand, a dozen individuals armed with bows and arrows, their arrowheads wrapped in oiled cloth, ignited them and shot them into the night sky. While the flames of the arrows did not reveal the full extent of the enemy's numbers, they illuminated the general vicinity. So many? Yu Wei's heart sank. She could not rely on Shuyang City for assistance. The attackers, bold enough to besiege, had certainly prepared to prevent any support from Shuyang City. Indeed, that night, the Shilin troops stationed outside Shuyang City simultaneously launched their own night raid, leaving the defenders there with neither the inclination nor the time to consider Qingke City. The darkness both complicated the attackers' assault and posed challenges for Yu Wei and her forces in defense. The crescent moon provided minimal illumination, insufficient to discern distant movements. However, they held the geographical advantage, as they were atop the city walls, allowing them to strike from a superior position. Furthermore, let us not forget that Yu Wei had supplied them with numerous bows and crossbows. Although the quantity of crossbow bolts was limited, Yu Wei's forces had crafted many usable ones in recent times, allowing them to be utilized without excessive restraint. As for the inability to see the enemy below, with 5,000 pressing at the city gate, it was unlikely they could miss their targets even with closed eyes. The attackers had been preparing for some time, and the defenders of Qingke City were filled with pent-up frustration, leading to a clash between the two sides. The enemy also bore bows and arrows, prompting Yu Wei to extinguish their torches, rendering the assailants unable to pinpoint their location. Once they had concealed themselves effectively, they could launch their own attacks from the walls. The sounds of anguished cries rose from below, while injuries among Yu Wei's defenders were relatively few, thanks to their preparedness with various medicinal supplies. Any severely injured individuals were swiftly taken back for recuperation, while those with minor wounds returned to continue defending the city. Although Qingke City did not possess the advantageous terrain of Shuyang City, defending was inherently easier than attacking. However, the chaos within the city necessitated the allocation of personnel to maintain order, as disorderly elements needed to be apprehended. The commotion awakened Yu Wei, who had been enjoying a deep slumber. She climbed out of bed, tousled her disheveled hair, and yawned as she descended the stairs, only to find Jing Lu guarding her door, while Meng Jixing emerged from the storeroom, hiding behind a shelf and speaking softly to Jing Lu, relaying messages. With Yu Wei managing the external attack and Meng Jixing controlling the situation within, order was somewhat maintained. However, the supermarket remained dark, and Meng Jixing, though inconspicuous in the shadows, appeared somewhat furtive from Yu Wei's perspective. What is happening? Yu Wei switched on a small lamp and confidently approached the door. Shopkeeper, Jing Lu greeted Yu Wei before continuing. The Shilin kingdom has infiltrated our vicinity and is attacking the city. Infiltrated? Yu Wei paused, then peered outside at the dim sky. At this late hour, an assault? Yes, Jing Lu explained, clearly aware of her confusion. The moonlight is faint, making it difficult for both the attackers and defenders. Doesn't that mean whichever side has better visibility possesses a greater advantage? Yu Wei remarked. Indeed, Jing Lu confirmed. Yu Wei promptly retrieved 3 massive flashlights. They were indeed enormous, each larger than her head, making it a struggle to carry 2 at once. Let me show you something remarkable. With that, she flipped the switch. Instantly, the entire street was illuminated. Jing Lu stood in astonishment, while Meng Jixing in the supermarket was also taken aback, his eyes brightening at the sight of the flashlights. This one has 2 settings: However, the brighter it shines, the more power it consumes. If set to maximum power, it lasts approximately 6 hours, while a softer glow can sustain for 5 to 6 hours. Are these for us? Jing Lu's eyes sparkled. Yu Wei replied without hesitation, "What are you thinking? These are merely on loan to you. Besides, even if I were to give them to you, where would you recharge them? Isn't this place capable of charging?" Jing Lu asked. Yu Wei chuckled. "You mean this place? What if I leave?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. Let your people take them. Just return them to me tomorrow." Jing Lu scratched his nose, falling silent. What Yu Wei omitted to mention was that the national government had been preparing solar-powered chargers, flashlights, and other supplies for them. However, given their inability to self-sustain or upgrade, the quality standards were set quite high, and thus they had not yet been delivered. Of course, the primary reason was that Yu Wei's storage space was limited, and they were prioritizing the transportation of more essential supplies such as food, medicine, and weapons. These three are for Yu Wei's emergency use. As soon as the 3 colossal flashlights arrived, Meng Jiwei immediately instructed her men to position themselves at 3 spots on the city wall where arrows could be dodged, and then she turned the lights downward. In an instant, the outside was illuminated brightly, temporarily blinding the soldiers of the Shilin Kingdom facing the city wall. In contrast, the situation on the side of Qingke City was not much better. They did not hesitate under Meng Jiwei's command. They swiftly took advantage of this moment to launch a direct assault. Although previously they could hit the enemy with blind shots, they could not control their accuracy. Consequently, many from the Shilin Kingdom suffered injuries, albeit minor ones. However, now, whether it was the Meng family army or the Qingke army, they unleashed all the pent-up fury without restraint. Arrows and crossbow bolts were shot without mercy, with 80% striking vital points. In a brief period, the casualties among the Shilin soldiers were severe. The leader of the Shilin Kingdom, with a sinister expression, unhesitatingly produced a signal flare and ignited it, causing a red firework to explode in the sky. Chapter 69. The water for extinguishing fires. I will cover it within 10 minutes of the red firework bursting. Multiple fires broke out in various places throughout Qingke City. The inhabitants began to busily extinguish the flames. Fortunately, Yu Wei's supermarket had previously sold water at a low price of just 1 copper coin per barrel, and due to the drought and famine, every household had stored a considerable amount of water. Upon seeing the fires outside, the people of the city united, bringing out the water from their homes to extinguish the flames. Therefore, these fires did not cause significant disruption and were quickly put out. Sitting at the entrance of a supermarket, Yu Wei felt it was quite fortuitous. If the water had not been priced so low, people would not have stored it, and the fires could have indeed caused considerable trouble. She felt quite pleased to see the Shilin Kingdom suffer a setback. In her delight, she waved to Jing Lu and said, "Have someone register later to note who used their water to put out the fires, how much they used, and I will reimburse them, plus each household will receive a gift." Jing Lu was taken aback, then joyfully clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, I will ensure a thorough investigation." Yu Wei yawned. Now that this method has been employed, there shouldn't be many tricks left, right? By the way, here are 2 walkie-talkies for you. Within a 20-mile radius, you can communicate with each other. Once you're done using them, remember to return them to me tomorrow. She handed the walkie-talkies to Jing Lu and Meng Jixing, then reminded Meng Jixing, "You should rest now. If there is anything they cannot handle, let Jing Lu call for you. Your health cannot withstand too much strain." "Thank you," Meng Jixing replied, observing the concern in her expression under the dim light, feeling an inexplicable stir in his heart. The events of the later half of the night did not disturb Yu Wei again. When she awoke the next day, she found that order had been restored within the city. Although the previous night had been terrifying for the citizens, having endured so many tribulations, they could treat the incident as past once it was suppressed and resume their lives. Outside Qingke City, only a field of corpses remained. The soldiers of the Shilin Kingdom had vanished, and on the ground lay some who were maimed or gravely wounded, barely clinging to life. But Meng Jiwei and her forces had not executed them. They merely dragged them into the city, providing a bowl of porridge each day and rinsing their wounds, bandaging them with their own clothing. Needed medicine? There was none. They did not have enough for themselves. Now, it all depended on their own resilience. The deceased were buried in hastily dug graves, while the living were interrogated about their origins and where they had concealed themselves prior to attacking Qingke City. Some remained tight-lipped, while others succumbed to pain and temptation, revealing their hiding spots when Meng Jiwei's forces offered to provide medicine. It was located on a certain mountain between Qingke City and Chuyang City. This was a remote mountain, devoid of villages at its base, allowing them to remain hidden without detection. Of the 5,000 people, most lived on the mountain, with only 500 or 600 occasionally descending to the villages or towns. Whether this would attract attention was uncertain. The recent famine had led many to come and go, providing them with perfect camouflage. Relying on these 500 or 600 individuals to procure supplies and gather intelligence, they remained secure on the mountain. The last group to deliver a message to Yu Wei was from this batch. This time, they acted because Chuyang City had been unable to conquer it for an extended period and, upon learning of Qingke City and the supermarket's assistance, they decided to take action. Who would have thought that they would lose nearly half their men this time, gaining nothing in return? After learning this information, Meng Jiwei immediately dispatched people to investigate the mountain they mentioned. As expected, it was already deserted. However, their hasty retreat indicated that many had indeed lived there previously. In the future, the search radius would need to be expanded and a message would be sent to Chuyang City to report on this incident. Meng Jiwei paused and then said, "Try to find their smuggling route." Although, according to their disclosures, the area was difficult to traverse, allowing only a maximum of 1,000 people to cross each month over the course of a year. That would amount to 12,000 individuals. Had they not recklessly exposed themselves this time, by the time there were over 10,000, both Qingke City and Chuyang City would have faced significant losses. Moreover, among the 300 Qingke soldiers chosen for the defense, 7 were severely injured and 1 had died. Although the casualty rate was low, Meng Jiwei still felt a pang of sorrow. It was evident that the remaining 200 soldiers who had seen blood possessed a different aura, already exhibiting a preliminary sense of fierceness. The second batch of recruits could begin selection. Meng Jiwei made the decision. This time, 1,000 more would be selected for the Qingke army, and she would inform her father that they could continue sending recruits. Meanwhile, Chuyang City was greatly angered and fearful upon learning that 5,000 had crossed over, and they had already dispatched personnel to search the vicinity, sending an additional group to defend the iron mines. On the side of Qingke City, many sought to apply for entry into the second batch of Qingke soldiers. Even a 50-year-old elder signed up, claiming he wanted to join the fire brigade, boasting of his excellent cooking skills and how delicious his large pot meals were. The elder was accepted on the spot after demonstrating his culinary prowess, as his large pot meal was indeed fragrant. This situation arose because after the war concluded, Meng Jiwei sent a significant amount of supplies to the widows and orphan siblings of the fallen soldiers, even providing the widow with a job, a relatively easy position that promised she would never be dismissed as long as she did not engage in deceitful behavior. This alleviated the concerns of many who had loved ones in battle. Besides the bustling activity at the Lord's residence, Yu Wei's supermarket was also thriving. The citizens who had used their water to extinguish the fires were overjoyed to learn that Yu Wei would reimburse them for the water they had used the previous night. Upon hearing that there would be gifts, they felt a mix of happiness and confusion, tinged with a hint of apprehension. However, under the organization of Lin, Qingqing, and Jinglu, they gathered together, forming a line to fetch water, and afterward, they came to Yu Wei to receive their gifts. Initially, they had hoped for food as gifts, but when they received apples, they were astonished. What is this? Apples, a type of fruit, and similar to peaches. You do not eat the core, Yu Wei instructed. The apples she presented were large, each weighing 6 or 7 taels, heavy in their hands. Is this also food? How beautiful! At that moment, they had never seen apples before. Yu Wei was taken aback and turned to Lin Qingqing and Jing Lu beside her, asking, "Had you ever seen apples?" Both shook their heads. Yu Wei understood. She enthusiastically pointed out, "You can bury the remaining apple cores and see if they will sprout." The climate here appears quite similar to that of Huaxia's northwest, where apples thrive splendidly. It's worth a try and it won't cost anything. Each person received an apple, and Yu Wei encouraged them to give it a shot. However, she also cautioned that there was no guarantee they would sprout. Once this group departed, Yu Wei handed an apple to Lin, Qingqing, and Jing Lu, along with an extra Chiuyu pear, as the peeled pear would certainly enhance the flavor. Just as Yu Wei was offering the pear, she heard Chu Huan's voice. "Shopkeeper, I just learned that there was an attack last night. Are you all right?" Chapter 70. The Divine Doctor. To be honest, Yu Wei found Chu Huan's concerns somewhat insincere. She replied nonchalantly, "I didn't hear anything last night. I only found out about it today. But it's nothing to worry about. Even if the city falls, my supermarket will remain unscathed." Chu Huan's gaze flickered momentarily, his demeanor becoming dejected. "Shopkeeper, do you harbor any misunderstandings about me? I was unwell yesterday and took medicine, which caused me to sleep soundly. However, my steward informed me that he had stationed someone nearby to protect the supermarket." He hesitated, swallowing the remainder of his words, implying that he was aware of Yu Wei's presence last night when she delivered the oversized flashlight. "Thank you," Yu Wei simply replied, without further elaboration. Chu Huan appeared even more disheartened. Yu Wei suggested, "Since you are unwell, you should return to rest. Qingke City is on the border and not particularly safe. If possible, it would be best for you to leave quickly. No one here can take responsibility if something were to happen to you." Perceiving Yu Wei's coldness, Chu Huan felt a deep sense of disappointment, silently gritting his teeth. The relationship he had painstakingly built had seemingly reverted to square one overnight. All the money he had spent seemed wasted. Was it simply because he had shown up last night, knowing that he was the son of a noble house? Could she not understand his position? Regardless, even if the city were to be breached, her supermarket would remain fine. Why was she so calculative? Fortunately, Yu Wei remained oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been quick to counter his claims about spending money, clarifying that it was merely a normal transaction. Where was the sense of superiority in that? At that moment, Yu Wei was unaware of his inner turmoil. She remained unmoved by his disappointment as she watched him leave. Once he had gone, Lin Qingqing beside her let out a sigh of relief. She whispered, "Shopkeeper, you don't believe him, do you? Last night, they were guarding the other side of the city gate. If we had faltered, they would likely have fled immediately." Yu Wei was not surprised at all. If Chu Huan truly cared about Qingke City, he would not have remained idle the night before. Nevertheless, he was remarkably composed and audacious. Despite Yu Wei making it evident that she was not fond of him, he continued to frequent the supermarket, capitalizing on the fact that she would not refuse customers. He even visited twice a day, spending at least 2 hours each time browsing the aisles. As long as he did not break anything, Yu Wei was indifferent to his presence. Eventually, Chu Huan arrived at the small storage room and pushed open the door. "Your Highness," Yu Wei, who had been engrossed in reading at the front desk, finally stood up. She observed Chu Huan attempting to open the door. "What do you want with my storage room?" "Isn't at the warehouse." Chu Huan pointed to the larger storage area, puzzled. "Isn't at the restroom?" "That's not it," Yu Wei replied. "Then I must have been mistaken," Chu Huan said, slightly embarrassed. "Where's the restroom then?" Yu Wei indicated toward the bathroom. Chu Huan entered the restroom and closed the door behind him. Shortly after, the sound of water could be heard. When Chu Huan exited, he happened to see Yu Wei coming out of the side storage room, and his eyes immediately fell on the stacked goods inside. He glanced briefly, smiled at Yu Wei, and smoothed his tidy attire. "I borrowed your space without permission today. My apologies." "It's nothing," Yu Wei maintained her indifferent demeanor. Chu Huan did not take offense. He wandered around the supermarket a few more times, engaging Yu Wei in small talk before finally leaving with his purchases. Once he departed, Yu Wei took her time and, when it was nearly dinner time, entered the main storage room. The main storage room was half empty, containing a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a person in a wheelchair, accompanied by Jing Lu. "You indeed know I've hidden here," Yu Wei stated. Meng Zhixing looked apologetic. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." "It's nothing," Yu Wei replied, narrowing her eyes. "You should return there tonight. This area is bustling, and it's better to prevent any leaks." "Understood." The matter of Meng Zhixing staying with Yu Wei was unknown even to Tai Zhu and the others, as they rarely visited the storage room. The items displayed outside were sufficient for them to sell. Therefore, once they had left, Yu Wei helped Meng Zhixing move back in. Since Chu Huan had come by today, he likely would not recklessly investigate tomorrow. As long as their suspicions were dispelled, they would encounter fewer troubles. This indeed proved true. Although Chu Huan continued to visit the supermarket both morning and afternoon, he no longer acted impulsively. It was only when Yu Wei noticed the time on the system that she realized she had been here for 20 days. The task had long been completed, and the stock in the warehouse was partly from Qingke City and mostly from Chuyang City. Both sides were now adequately supplied, and more importantly, Meng Jiwei's contacts had already delivered the first batch of goods. With food, medicine, and cloth, those who purchased vegetable seed from Yu Wei found their plants sprouting. As long as they sprouted, it proved they could be cultivated. Many were overwhelmed with joy, as this year they would finally be able to eat vegetables they had grown themselves. Qingke City was gradually getting back on track, and in recent days, the people from Chuyang City were also integrating smoothly, leading to a burgeoning atmosphere in Qingke City. How much longer will you stay? Meng Jiwei inquired when visiting the supermarket. I'm not sure. Yu Wei propped her chin up. I'll wait at most 3 more days. If Xiao Yi doesn't return within that time, I'll head back first and return when he arrives. In truth, she hoped to take Xiao Yi back for a more thorough diagnosis, as time would be even more limited by the next visit. The divine doctor's diagnosis would surely be immensely beneficial. Shopkeeper, a somewhat familiar, slightly hoarse voice suddenly called from outside. Yu Wei was taken aback, turning to see Xiao Yi jumping down from the cart. You're back, Yu Wei exclaimed joyfully. Her happiness intensified upon seeing an elderly man with a white beard being assisted out of the cart. Is this the divine doctor? Umph. The elderly man huffed, scrutinizing Yu Wei. Are you the goddess this lad spoke of? The one who can teach me celestial medical arts? Celestial medical arts? I wouldn't dare claim such a title. To my knowledge, those methods I mentioned have been utilized historically, Yu Wei responded candidly. The elderly man frowned. Show me. Yu Wei raised her hand, revealing a tablet. The elderly man's pupils constricted, and he began to believe Xiao Yi's words. The anger he felt for being compelled here dissipated slightly. When he saw Yu Wei open the tablet and display a surgical tutorial video, his irritation had mostly vanished. His eyes fixed on the tablet, shining with interest, he remarked, indeed, this was once utilized by a renowned divine doctor for cranial surgery. It's a pity the technique was not passed down. Remarkable, simply remarkable. After a brief 10-minute lesson, consisting of merely the simplest surgical tutorial, the elderly man grasped its essence. His expression turned serious as he clasped his hands to Yu Wei. I am Yu Chu, honored with the title of divine doctor by the world, yet I am acutely aware that the art of medicine is boundless. I humbly request permission from the goddess to study this medical art. Chapter 71. Tendons and ligaments? I have a method. It turns out to be the renowned Dr. Yu Chuan, Meng Jiwei exclaimed beside her. Though Yu Wei had never heard of this name, the fact that it was known to Meng Jiwei indicated its considerable fame. The doctor chuckled, stating, since I have brought these items, it is for your learning. Yu Wei shook her head, offering a somewhat awkward salute to the doctor, feeling admiration for his eagerness to impart knowledge. However, she was unaware of the doctor's visit and that he was bringing only foundational medical learning materials. If you do not mind, I will bring more next time, she added. You are welcome, Yu Chuan replied, his irritation dissipating. Nevertheless, he still regarded Xiao Yi with a scrutinizing gaze. Yu Wei shared her spare tablet with Yu Chuan, filled with freshly copied medical videos and texts, and allowed Dr. Liu and his colleagues to each take a portion. Simultaneously, Yu Wei voiced her request. Xiao Yi has been poisoned, and Jiwei's brother has severed tendons in his limbs. I would like to ask you to diagnose them. I will take your medical records back to my world, hoping to find a way to save them. Severed tendons, you say? I might have a way. We could try it out, Yu Chuan replied, stroking his beard casually. However, Meng Jiwei suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Do you really have a solution? While Yu Chuan was still processing his own thoughts, he was taken aback by Meng Jiwei's fervent grasp of his hand. Doctor, I implore you to save my brother. We are willing to negotiate any terms. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Yu Chuan's expression softened considerably, and he found her more agreeable. He stroked his beard again, saying, Let me first examine your brother, and I will share what I can do. I may have a method, but I cannot guarantee a cure. Just as Yu Wei thought Yu Chuan was being modest, he added, However, if I cannot heal him, then no one in this world can. Yu Wei felt she had spoken too soon regarding his humility. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Chuan cast her a sidelong glance, remarking, "Your methods do not count. You are not of this world." Although she was perplexed, it felt somewhat like an insult. Yu Chuan had some understanding of Xiao Yi's condition, but it was his first encounter with Meng Jiwei's brother. Upon seeing Meng Jiwei's brother, his eyes took on an odd expression. Yu Wei quickly interjected, "Do not overthink it. He is seeking refuge with me." "Oh, I am not overthinking," Yu Chuan replied, turning his attention to Meng Jiwei's brother for a thorough examination. His condition was grave, much like when Dr. Liu had initially struggled with it. The injury had lingered too long. The skin over the wound had already healed, complicating matters. Yu Chuan took his pulse and examined the wound, causing cold sweat to bead on Meng Jiwei's brother's forehead from the pain. However, he maintained his composure, answering all of Yu Chuan's inquiries. Once finished, Yu Chuan documented the symptoms and informed Yu Wei, in this case, "We will need to reopen the wound to realign the meridians and apply medicine for healing. Additionally, due to the previous mishandling, we will need to inflict a slight injury to the meridians to facilitate proper healing." Yu Wei, recording the information on her phone, nodded. "So there's a chance for recovery? I still lack some medicine. Could you check if you have any on your side? I am 70% confident I can restore him, but given the prolonged injury, he may only be able to walk afterward. If he wishes to become a little general again, that opportunity is lost." Yu Chuan spoke plainly, while Meng Jiwei's brother remained unfazed. "To be able to walk is already a testament to your remarkable skills. I initially thought I would be confined to a wheelchair. As long as he could walk, there were many possibilities for him." Yu Chuan regarded him with a look of appreciation, stating, "It will be fine. Your injury is not beyond repair. I have heard that the shopkeeper will return in 3.5 days. When she comes back, we can explore better solutions." The shopkeeper mentioned suturing your meridians, which is indeed viable. Calmly, Meng Jiwei's brother replied, "All right." What Yu Chuan did not say was that even if Meng Jiwei's brother fell short of 70%, with the right medication, he would improve significantly, at least no longer being completely unable to walk, albeit with reduced strength and limited endurance. When it came time to examine Xiao Yi, Yu Chuan's demeanor shifted. "Do I still need to ask for your presence?" Xiao Yi, accustomed to his sour expression, approached with a blank face. Yu Chuan placed his hand on Xiao Yi's wrist, marking his first detailed pulse examination. Previously, he had only discerned Xiao Yi's poisoning through his complexion and subtle signs. Upon feeling the pulse, he was startled. This poison is quite troublesome to handle. Xiao Yi showed no surprise, merely inquiring coldly, "Can it be treated? I need to study it further. Rest assured, even if it cannot be cured, I can alleviate your symptoms. You will not perish immediately." Yu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Yu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I must trouble you with Xiao Yi's case as well. I am a doctor. It is my duty," Yu Chuan gestured, urging. "Did you not say you would return to bring other medical texts and surgical videos? You should hurry back. Here, this is my written diagnosis." Yu Wei looked at the pages handed to her, feeling a mix of emotions. However, she was indeed waiting for Yu Chuan, and now she was genuinely stepping outside to hang a sign. Simultaneously, Meng Jiwei dispatched someone to inform the townsfolk that Yu Wei would be returning. She had come to procure supplies, and the grain quota had increased to 10 jin, along with vegetables, fruits, and a batch of meat being sold at a discount. Vegetables were priced at 5 copper coins per jin, fruits at 10, and meat at 20. However, there were limits. Families of 5 could purchase a maximum of 3 jin, while those with more than 5 could buy up to 5 jin. Even so, the lines were long. Weighing the goods were Yun Jiao and others, maintaining order and preventing individuals from buying multiple times, while Lin Qingqing recorded names from the resident registry. Yu Wei found it relatively easy. Of course, she reserved portions of vegetables, fruits, and meat for Meng Jiwei and others, particularly setting aside a generous share for the Qingke army and Meng family army. Yu Chuan stood within the supermarket, observing Tai Zhu and the others bustling about, while the queue outside was filled with smiling faces radiating joy and ease. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Yu Wei. All of this was brought forth by her, but equally so by Meng Jiwei. Dr. Yu, this is for you. It's not much, but do enjoy it when you return. A bag suddenly appeared before Yu Chuan. He focused his gaze, discovering it contained a couple of oranges, an apple, 3 bananas, a small package of oil and salt, half a chicken, and a sizable piece of meat. Yu Chuan paused for a moment before accepting it. All right, I shall consider this my reward. Chapter 72, Supermarket Upgrade Modern. When Yu Wei reappeared at the supermarket, a full day and night had passed. It was now a little past 3 in the afternoon when Yu Wei glanced at the time and was enveloped in a bear hug from her mother. Why did it take you so long this time? Wei, are you all right? I'm fine, Yu Wei reassured, patting her mother's back. Acknowledging that future tasks may require more time to complete. Her mother carefully scrutinized her, confirming she was uninjured and in good spirits, before relaxing. With plenty of time remaining, her mother did not delay Yu Wei and suggested, "Tonight, you four should come over for dinner. Your father and I will head back to prepare a meal that is sure to be delicious. Having spent so long in ancient times, I am craving your cooking." Mom and Dad, Yu Wei readily agreed. Her mother beamed, visibly relieved. Once her parents departed, Yu Wei went to undergo a physical examination with Xiaohui. However, to her surprise, the examination location had changed, now situated just 2 buildings away from the supermarket. The former 6-story building had been transformed, with the 5th floor becoming a medical office, yet the personnel conducting her examination remained the same. Upon completing the examination and receiving the report, Xiaohui estimated the data. Your physical condition has improved remarkably this time. This is something that Yu Wei herself has sensed. It must be attributed to my martial arts training, right? Xiaohui nodded in agreement. Yu Wei surveyed the building. So this floor will serve as the medical office for the base? The entire building is designated for that purpose, Xiaohui explained, though currently only the examination room has been relocated here. Yu Wei remarked, "This is indeed a significant undertaking. Since this is merely the examination room, I will need to trouble you with these items." With that, Yu Wei retrieved 10 5-milliliter blood samples from her spatial storage, along with the diagnostic report from Yu Chushini and her tablet containing 2 videos, one of poisoning and the other of a broken limb. Please assist me in delivering these. It would be ideal to have medication or a treatment plan. Understood. Xiaohui accepted the items and meticulously organized them before following Yu Wei outside. The day was still early, so Yu Wei decided to join Hang Haoyan in the training room to hone their skills. Surprisingly, the training room had also moved here, making it more convenient for Yu Wei. As for Xiaohui, he was occupied with delivering the items. When Ruan Jiaoyang saw that Yu Wei was unscathed, he continued with the base construction and managing Yu Wei's fund. Dinner was served at 6 o'clock, and Yu Wei had only trained with Hang Haoyan for an hour and a half. This time, they were evenly matched. Yu Wei possessed greater internal energy and had practiced ancient martial arts techniques with Meng Jiwei and Jing Lu, while Hang Haoyan had developed impressive agility and lightness skills, making him nimble even without internal energy. Furthermore, Hang Haoyan's strength surpassed Yu Wei's, and his techniques were more refined. These attributes cannot be acquired in a short span. However, after this training session, Hang Haoyan realized that if he did not cultivate internal energy by the time Yu Wei returned next, he would no longer be her equal. Over the next 7 days, we shall practice together. You require more combat experience. Yu Wei readily agreed. Of course, she recognized this as her weakness. Dinner was sumptuous. By the time Yu Wei and Hang Haoyan arrived, Xiaohui and Ruan Jiaoyang were already assisting in serving the dishes. There were only 6 people dining, yet Yu's parents had prepared a feast of 10 dishes. Wow, it smells delightful. Yu Wei inhaled deeply and urged them, "Please take a seat. I can hardly wait to eat." All right, Yu's parents chuckled. Once they began using their chopsticks, Yu Wei wasted no time and quickly dug in. Her parents observed in disbelief as she consumed 1 bowl of rice, then 2, and finally 3. Only after she paused after her 3rd bowl did they breathe a sigh of relief. Yet they couldn't help but glance at her abdomen. How can she eat so much when her stomach isn't even that distended? Oblivious to her parents' thoughts, Yu Wei indulged herself. After commencing her martial arts training, her appetite had significantly increased, and Xiaohui and the others could eat as well. The 10 dishes and a large pot of rice were ultimately devoured completely. "Are you all staying here tonight?" Yu's mother inquired, as there is ample space. The house they rented is quite spacious, with 4 bedrooms and a living room, allowing Hang Haoyin and Ruan Jiaoyang to share a room comfortably. Sure, I would love to sleep with Mom. Yu Wei readily agreed. Hang Haoyin and Ruan Jiaoyang had no particular preferences regarding their sleeping arrangements and nodded in agreement. Yu's mother beamed. Then I shall prepare the beds. We can manage on our own, Seethe interjected. However, Yu's mother pressed her shoulder down, insisting she sit back down. Preparing a bed is not tiring. I can handle it with your uncle, while you all rest from your daily busyness. With that, she hurriedly called for Yu's father to assist. Seethe felt somewhat helpless. Yu Wei chuckled. Just wait. I'll lend a hand. I'll wash the dishes. I'll sweep the floor, Ruan Jiaoyang offered. Hang Haoyin chimed in. Then I'll clean the windows. Thus, when Yu's mother finished making the beds, she was startled to find Hang Haoyin balancing on the windowsill, half of his body hanging out while diligently cleaning the window. She nearly broke into a cold sweat. We are on the 11th floor. Hang Huayan. Be careful not to fall. Seeing her expression, Yu Wei couldn't help but facepalm. Hang Haoyin replied, all right, but he continued cleaning the window before coming down. As he wiped away the footprints left on the windowsill and prepared to clean another window, Yu's mother, with surprising speed, rushed over and grabbed his arm. There's no need to clean the windows. Instead, why don't you help me with the beds? Yu's mother hastily concocted an excuse. Hang Haoyin was momentarily taken aback, but obediently allowed her to take the cloth from him and followed her into the room. Unable to contain herself, Yu Wei burst into laughter. Ruan Jiaoyang joined in. I wonder if we frightened Annie just now. Later, I'll have Hang Haoyin apologize to her. Apologizing isn't urgent. The main thing is to remind him not to engage in such dangerous activities. Yu Wei shook her head. Ruan Jiaoyang chuckled. But you should understand that this is not particularly dangerous for us. Yu Wei replied. That is indeed true. Just like her, even if she were to jump from the 11th floor, as long as there is some leverage, she could land safely. Considering my mother's psychological endurance, there's truly no need for you all to clean the windows. Yu Wei glanced at the window. It was evident that the cleaned areas were not as spotless as the uncleaned ones. Ruan Jiaoyang conceded. That's indeed the case. Fortunately, it was just a brief thrill. When night fell and it was time for bed, Yu Wei indeed slept with her mother. The two chatted for a long while until Yu's mother could no longer keep her eyes open and fell asleep. Only then did Yu Wei awaken the system. The latest system notification appeared before bedtime. The Wanjia supermarket system has been upgraded. Ping and supermarket LV1 LV2. The staff system is activated. Number of staff that can be hired. 1. Chapter 73. The regretful Zhang Lao. Due to their late-night conversation, Yu's mother rose somewhat late the following day. Yu Wei, however, awoke at her usual time. Primarily, after acquiring internal energy, her need for sleep had significantly diminished. While she could indeed enjoy more sleep, staying up for 1 or 2 nights posed little impact on her. She merely needed to catch up on sleep afterward. Upon rising, she first jogged several laps around the community, running over 10 kilometers to break a sweat, and conveniently bought breakfast on her way back. By the time Yu's mother awoke, it was just in time to eat. You all are up so early? Yu's mother felt a bit embarrassed. Yu Wei smiled brightly. We all need to exercise. They will be accompanying me to other worlds in the future, so we must first strengthen our physical condition. Yu's mother immediately agreed. Indeed. After breakfast, Yu's mother did not follow Yu Wei. She simply shared some good news. By the time you return next, we should be able to move into our new home. That would be wonderful. I want to grow some vegetables. Yu Wei smiled. Yu's mother chuckled. You still have time to grow vegetables? Oh, with my beloved parents around. You just need to help me take care of them a little. Yu Wei gestured with her fingers. Yu's mother waved her hand dismissively. Do you expect us to help you with that? Yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Yu Wei wanting to grow vegetables implied that she would be returning home more often, which was the best news for Yu's mother and brought her immense happiness. After leaving the rental house, Yu Wei first headed to the base. The area surrounding the supermarket was still undergoing renovations. Training and examinations could remain unchanged. Yet the items Yu Wei brought back from the famine world still needed to be stored at the base. Upon her return, her spatial storage had expanded significantly, now holding a full 1,000 cubic meters. Thanks to the unscrupulous Chu Huan, Yu Wei's space was now filled to only a small extent. After unloading the items, she filled 2 rooms to the brim. First, disinfect, and then properly seal everything. As usual, Yu Wei selected 2 of her favorite items to keep. By the way, Zhang Lao suddenly recalled that some of the items you sent earlier can now be taken back. Yu Wei exclaimed in delight. Really? Each time she had left behind 2 or 3 items, and including this time, she had a total of 13. Yes, 5 items can be taken back, Zhang Lao said, leading Yu Wei to another room. The most striking feature in this room was a set of ruby hair ornaments, precisely the ones Lin Qingqing had gifted her on her first visit. Yu Wei found this set remarkably beautiful and desired to keep it. Initially, this set was retained at the base for research on its craftsmanship. However, now that the study had concluded and with more jewelry available, it was no longer essential to keep this particular set. Besides the hair ornaments, the room contained a basketball-sized imperial green jade, a pair of unique warm jade believed to nurture the body, a pure gold money tree, and a box of quail egg-sized pink pearls. Yu Wei intended to gift 1 piece of warm jade to each of her parents, while the money tree would be displayed at home, as its golden appearance brings joy. The pink pearls and the hair ornaments would be kept for herself, as the pearls could potentially be fashioned into jewelry later. Finally, there was that large piece of jade. Zhang Yi, could you recommend a master carver to me? I wish to transform this piece of jade into jewelry. Zhang Lao readily nodded. Certainly. There is a master carver at the base. I will take you to meet her. You can discuss whatever you wish to carve with her. Thank you, Yu Wei replied. The carver at the base was a woman in her 40s, elegantly dressed in a qipao, exuding warmth and kindness. Her surname was Su, and Yu Wei addressed her as Aunt Su. Yu Wei recalled that she was a familiar face often seen in the conference room, though she had not realized that Ms. Su was a master carver. Hello, Aunt Su, Yu Wei greeted her politely. You have come to see me for something? Su inquit? Yes, I wish to have this piece of jade carved into jewelry, Yu Wei replied, taking the jade from her space. It was not the first time Ms. Su had seen Yu Wei produce items from thin air, yet she still found it remarkable each time. After a brief glance, she smiled and said, Of course. What designs do you have in mind? This piece of jade is substantial, and there are many possibilities. I would like a pair of bracelets for my mother and me, and a pendant for each of us 3. Also, please carve a figurine for my father, as he particularly likes Pichio. Yu Wei thought for a moment. The rest is up to you. Understood. I can have it ready for you in 2 months. How does that sound? Ms. Su offered. So soon? Yu Wei was astonished. Ms. Su merely smiled, indicating that had she not had other tasks at hand, it could have been completed even sooner. Yu Wei did not inquire further. She had handed over the jade, and now all that remained was to wait. After Yu Wei returned yesterday, she had submitted her video and diary to the base, which had already convened a meeting, and the results had been communicated to her. Thus, today Yu Wei was only meant to deliver and retrieve items. However, once her tasks were completed, she was in no rush to leave and instead turned to Zhang Lao. Zhang Yi, may I visit Zhang Daxiao? Without questioning her motive, Zhang Lao simply nodded, allowing her to follow him as they took a turn toward Zhang Zhonghua's office. Shall you? Do you need something? Zhang Zhonghua asked, swiftly finalizing a document as he spoke. Yes, I wanted to inform you that last night I discovered my system has been upgraded, and it seems I can now hire staff to accompany me into the other world. With a swift motion, the document in Zhang Zhonghua's hands was marred with a long scratch, clearly rendered unusable. Yet, he paid no heed to the document nor to the chair that had toppled over due to his sudden movement, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? Hire staff? Bring people to the other world? Beside him, Zhang Lao and the following Hang Haoyan shared the same astonished expression. Yu Wei, in contrast, remained the most composed, smiling slightly. Yes, I will be able to bring others with me, so I will not be alone there. Zhang Zhonghua laughed heartily. Excellent, that certainly eases our minds. Once his laughter subsided, he asked, Are there any requirements for those you will bring? It seems there are no specific requirements, Yu Wei replied, shaking her head. As long as I am willing, that is sufficient. Zhang Zhonghua inquired further, Can you dismiss and rehire someone? After posing this question, he noticed Yu Wei staring intently into the air as if observing something. After several seconds, she provided a negative response. I cannot initiate a dismissal. If one must be dismissed, it would be only upon the previous staff member's demise, allowing me to hire anew. Certain thoughts within Zhang Zhonghua had to be suppressed. Yu Wei heard Zhang Lao let out a long sigh beside her, and turning her gaze, she caught him expressing regret. I had hoped to accompany you on that journey. Yu Wei mused. I wonder how many others at the base share your sentiments. Chapter 74. Is the person in the video you? Since only one person can be chosen, and with the stipulation that they cannot be unbound unless they die, the selection must be made with utmost care. Firstly, this person must possess self-defense capabilities. Secondly, they should have certain professional skills that would be beneficial to Yu Wei. Furthermore, they must be mentally prepared for sacrifice, should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the other world. They would need to be willing to sacrifice themselves to ensure Yu Wei's safety. Besides these criteria, they must also align with Yu Wei's preferences. Selecting someone she does not favor would be unnecessary. To put it bluntly, among the multitude of talents in Huaxia, aside from Yu Wei, who is irreplaceable due to her system, no one else is entirely indispensable. Yu Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment. There is no need for such caution. Currently, I cannot actively dismiss employees, but that may change in the future. She had a gut feeling that as the system upgraded, her authority would expand. Ideally, once a selection was made, there would be no need to change it, and it would also depend on the type of talent required. Zhang Zhonghua chuckled. Take your time to consider. We will select around 10 individuals and finalize our choice later. All right. Yu Wei thought of Xia Huai. Her heart stirred. The decision on personnel did not need to be made immediately, as she had classes to attend that afternoon. Since it was Zhang Lao's class, Yu Wei left the base alongside him. However, she did not get off the vehicle with him, instead alighting early outside the school and walking in. As for Hang Haoyan, he continued to follow her from a distance. Zhang Lao's class was an elective for Yu Wei. She checked her phone for the classroom details, shouldering her bag as she made her way there. One could forget about elevators in university buildings, no matter how many floors one had to walk. Yet at this moment, even the prospect of climbing to the 16th floor posed no challenge to Yu Wei. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the surroundings seemed familiar, and unfamiliar faces were watching her. With a hint of suspicion, Yu Wei glanced around and noticed two girls blushing with excitement as they locked eyes with her. Is that her? It must be. I've seen her several times. I wonder if she's a senior or a junior, or perhaps one of our classmates. You should ask her. Why don't you ask? I am too shy. Aren't you the bold one? The fragmented whispers reached Yu Wei's ears, leaving her bewildered. What precisely was happening that she was unaware of? She was certain she did not recognize these individuals, and they were likely not from her graduating class. Despite being an ordinary female college student, had they mistaken her for someone else? She felt quite certain of it. Yet, a subconscious instinct urged her to quicken her pace, creating distance before the two girls could approach her. Once she reached the classroom, she found a seat by the window and finally relaxed. Yu Wei, you're taking this course as well? A boy in front turned to her. Yu Wei recognized her classmate, Wang Liang. She nodded and asked, why did you choose this course? Wang Liang smiled broadly, revealing his pearly whites, and, unable to contain his curiosity, cleared his throat to ask, may I ask you something? What is it? Wang Liang quickly pulled out his phone and opened a video. Is this you? Yu Wei focused her gaze on the screen, which began with a girl jumping off a railing in a shopping mall. The scene seemed eerily familiar. Yu's expression turned complex and incredulous as she asked, where did you get this video? Wang Liang, having deduced it was indeed her, exclaimed, is it really you? That's amazing. After showering her with praise, he explained, this video has gone viral on a certain platform. So, do you really practice martial arts? Are you one of those specially trained talents from the country? Is there a dragon team or a national security bureau involved? He lowered his voice conspiratorially for the last part. In response, Yu Wei wished to convey the following 6 points. She sighed, please don't make wild guesses. Wang Liang appeared slightly disappointed. Is it not true? Yu Wei paused for a moment. While there was no dragon team or national security bureau, it seemed she indeed was a special talent cultivated by the state. Yet, she concealed her unease from Wang Liang and said, I used to enjoy extreme sports, and that incident in the video was merely a coincidence. You are quite impressive. Wang Liang marveled. I had no idea you were into extreme sports. What do you do it? Can you take me along? I suddenly find myself very interested. Yu Wei politely declined. Such dangerous activities are not something I would want to take you to. Wang Liang pouted. What is wrong with you taking me just once? It's not like I will hold you responsible. You really think you're that capable? I believe you just got lucky not to fall. Yu Wei chose to ignore his comments and opened her book, feigning seriousness. Even if she wanted to retort, Wang Liang was too proud to admit defeat. Of course, he also understood that while Wei had a good temperament, she was not someone to be trifled with. So, he moved to a different seat, no longer sitting in front of her. Once he left, she took out her phone, contemplated for a moment, and typed in the name of the shopping mall. As expected, she found the video of herself. There were multiple angles, and many captured the crazed man as threats, with her appearing in various frames. She sent the video to Ruan Jiaoyang along with a question mark. Quickly, Ruan Jiaoyang replied, Ruan Jiaoyang, creating a buzz for you. Before they knew of Wei's ability to cultivate inner strength, they would certainly keep her in the shadows. However, now that they were aware of her talent, they no longer felt the need to conceal her. They did not wish for her achievements to be hidden until she grew old or passed away. Of course, they were still preparing for contingencies. And the fundamental reason for not deleting the video was that her previous act of saving someone could still be attributed to luck and chance. Since Ruan Jiaoyang and the others were in the loop, Yu Wei refrained from asking further questions. This was mainly because Zhang Lao had already entered the classroom, ready to commence the lesson. Zhang Lao's lecture was on history. Yu Wei had attended his solo history class and felt that while the intensive solo lessons were faster paced, this class's tempo was quite comfortable. Some of the content was familiar to her from self-study, yet Zhang Lao's method of teaching, which connected points to broader contexts, revealed other delights. The class concluded swiftly, leaving Yu Wei wanting more. Yu Wei, come here, Zhang Lao called after the class bell rang, having tidied his belongings. Yu Wei instinctively followed him. He did not walk far, handing her some of his items before asking, How do you find studying here? Quite comfortable, Yu Wei replied honestly. Zhang Lao hope fat. So you mean studying alone was uncomfortable? Yu Wei hurriedly denied. That's not what I meant. The two teaching methods served different purposes. Zhang Lao did not press further, but suddenly dropped a bombshell. I have a designated slot for a graduate student. Would you like to enroll? Yu Wei was taken aback. She had not noticed a girl around the corner of the staircase who turned to look at them upon hearing this. The prospect of pursuing a graduate degree had crossed Yu's mind long ago. She did not possess a particularly strong desire for further education. And given her family's good circumstances, her upbringing emphasized happiness over academic pressure. Thus, without a specific passion or goal, the thought of graduate studies had merely flitted through her mind before dissipating. Now, suddenly confronted with Zhang Lao's question, she paused, unable to provide a definitive answer. Can I think about it? Of course, but I need your answer within 3 days, Zhang Lao replied with a sidelong glance. You must understand, this is a unique opportunity. If you choose someone else's program, you'll have to take an entrance exam. What if I decide not to pursue graduate studies at all? Zhang Lao understood her implication without hesitation, chuckling. Do you think you can simply stop learning? We never know what the future holds. Studying history is most suitable for gaining insight. Yui's gaze drifted, pretending not to reveal her reluctance, and adopting a serious demeanor. I will give it serious consideration. Very well. Zhang Lao waved her off. You may leave now. Yu Wei hurriedly exited, but not far from the classroom. An arm suddenly blocked her path. Looking up, she saw a delicate girl wearing frameless glasses. The girl directly asked, Can we talk? Yu Wei was taken aback. 20 minutes later, in nearby milk tea shop, Yu Wei sipped on a lemon drink while the girl enjoyed a kumquat lemon tea, both seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows. The refreshing lemon tea dispelled the warmth, prompting Yu Wei to inquire, Do you know me? I don't, the girl answered decisively. She introduced herself. I am Xia Mingwei, a third-year student in the history department. Xia Mingwei? Yu Wei's sensitivity was piqued, recalling past assumptions about her being related to the Xia family. She tentatively asked, Are you from the Xia family? You seem to know about my family. Xia Mingwei was taken aback. She was certain that Yu Wei was not among the younger generation of the affluent family she knew. Looking further down the line, she found no connections either. Moreover, although she was not ostentatious, Her cultivated aesthetic sense made her realize that this entire outfit could not exceed 1,000 yuan. If her family were affluent, she would not dress so casually. Yu Wei pondered for a moment and replied, "If you are referring to the Xia family that recently held an auction, I have indeed heard of it." Xia Mingyue suddenly asked, "Have you ever been to an auction?" "Yes," Yu Wei confirmed. A look of confusion crossed Xia Mingyue's face. Although she had not attended that particular auction, she had overheard plans at home. In simple terms, those without enough wealth or special status were not granted entry. Yu Wei did not appear to belong to the wealthy category. So was she of special status? Several thoughts crossed her mind, but Xia Mingyue was not overly concerned with this. What intrigued her was something else. "I want to ask you how you managed to impress Zhang Lao and become his student." "Huh?" Yu Wei was once again taken aback. She had assumed Xia Mingyue sought her out due to the auction or some desire to connect or probe her. Instead, it was about Zhang Lao. "Do you wish to become Zhang Lao's student?" "Yes." Xia Mingyue's enthusiasm was unmistakable, her glasses unable to conceal the fervor in her eyes. "History is truly a magnificent art, and I wish to dedicate myself to it forever. Hence, I aspire to be Zhang Lao's student." Upon witnessing the subtle expression of Yu Wei, Xia Mingyue hastily added, "I won't compete with you for that direct admission quota. I only wish for Zhang Lao to be willing to accept students. It has been quite some time since he opened positions for students." Yu Wei inexplicably felt a sense of ignorance, akin to possessing a gem without realizing its worth. Touching the tip of her nose, she pondered for a moment and replied, "I can inquire on your behalf. Here's the deal. You provide me with your best research and assignments, and I will present them to Zhang Lao. However, I cannot guarantee that he will accept any students." "That will suffice. Thank you," Xia Mingyue responded, visibly delighted. It is worth noting that Zhang Lao holds a unique position and possesses an idiosyncratic personality. Xia Mingyue had struggled to find an opportunity to converse with him. As for confronting Zhang Lao directly, others had attempted this in the past, only to be dismissed outright, receiving no chance whatsoever. Conversely, those who did not confront him often earned the opportunity to vie for his mentorship. This occurred during the period when Zhang Lao was still accepting graduate students. Xia Mingyue chose this university precisely because Zhang Lao was affiliated here, occasionally allowing her to attend one of his lectures. Today was one of those days. "Let us add each other as friends," she suggested, and after they exchanged contact information, Xia Mingyue truly relaxed. She pursed her lips and said, "I will organize the assignments when I return. I'll send you the electronic version later and bring you the printed version tomorrow. I won't be at school tomorrow. Let's make it the day after." She continued, "I will collect the materials then and present them to Zhang Lao." Yu Wei contemplated her recent schedule. "All right," she agreed. And true to her word, on the third day, she arrived at school, headed to the designated tea shop, and collected Xia Mingyue's assignments. Reflecting on the impeccable electronic version sent by Xia Mingyue, Yu Wei felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. One could only say that her work was on a different level altogether. She was at the bottom tier. As she prepared to leave with the assignments, she heard Xia Mingyue hesitantly ask, "May I wait for you here?" Understanding her desire to learn the outcome, Yu Wei felt a bit conflicted. "I will likely be away for over 2 hours." "That's fine. I can wait." Xia Mingyue's eyes lit up instantly. "All right then," Yu Wei conceded. Even as she walked quite a distance away, she felt a lingering, burning gaze on her back. It is entirely normal for someone of Zhang Lao's stature to possess a modest abode within the school. Following the address given by Zhang Lao, Yu Wei located the place and, upon knocking, was greeted by a silver-haired grandmother with an amiable expression. "You must be Xiao Yu, right?" The grandmother smiled. "Old Zhang has been expecting you. You can call me Ming Nai Nai. I am Zhang Lao's wife." "Greetings, Ming Nai Nai," Yu Wei responded dutifully. Ming Nai Nai offered her a pair of new slippers, and after Yu Wei changed her shoes, she placed the fruit and milk she had brought on the table, smiling. "Grandmother, I wasn't sure what you like, so I just bought some fruit." "Oh dear, why are you being so polite?" Ming Nai Nai jai polite fuli. Just then, Zhang Lao emerged from the bedroom, scrutinizing Yu Wei before remarking, "What have you brought?" "It's an assignment from a junior. I thought it was quite interesting and wanted to show it to you," Yu Wei replied with a charming smile. "You are quite the good Samaritan. Have you finished your own assignments?" Zhang Lao asked bluntly. "Old Zhang, Don't be so harsh. Xiao Yu is still young. There's no need for such sternness. Ming Nai interjected, patting Zhang Lao's shoulder. I'll prepare some lunch. You two take your time to chat. Zhang Lao's tone softened as he replied. I can have a cafeteria send the meals. You needn't fuss. Since it's Xiao Yu's first visit, I will cook a couple of dishes, nothing too elaborate. Ming Nai said gently. Zhang Lao huffed in Yu Wei's direction, but did not refuse his wife's offer. Once they reached the study, Zhang Lao did not give Yu Wei a chance to speak and immediately commenced the lesson. Yu Wei set Xia Mingyue's assignment aside and diligently engaged in the class. A glimmer of satisfaction passed through Zhang Lao's eyes, and he began to lecture at an even quicker pace. Chapter 76. Oh, Xia, I wish to meet your sister. It is no exaggeration to say that after attending a single lesson with Zhang Lao, Yu Wei felt as though her mind had grown heavy, supporting her weighty thoughts. Her eyes glazed over. All right, it's time for lunch, Zhang Lao remarked with a hint of disdain, though his eyes clearly reflected admiration and satisfaction. Yu Wei's memory and comprehension skills left him astounded, providing a sense of fulfillment in teaching such a student. Therefore, when Yu Wei reached for Xia Mingyue's assignment, he did not decline. Let us eat first, and we can discuss it afterward. Lunch consisted of 5 dishes and a soup. 1 dish and the soup were prepared by Ming Nai, while the remaining 4 dishes were delivered from the school cafeteria. Yu Wei tasted the soup first, and upon its entry, her eyes brightened instantaneously. Delicious. This soup, appearing to be a simple mushroom and tofu concoction, was exceptionally flavorful. Not only the soup, but the mapo tofu was also remarkably delightful. Ming Nai hailed from Sichuan province and had a penchant for spicy food, although age had led her to prefer lighter fare. The dish she excelled at was indeed Sichuan cuisine. This bowl of mapo tofu even tempted Yu Wei, who typically did not favor Sichuan peppercorns, to scoop several extra spoonfuls into her bowl. Both Ming Nai and Zhang Lao, being of advanced age, generally preferred to eat only until they were moderately full. They watched in astonishment as Yu Wei cleared the remaining dishes and rice from the table. Ming Nai chuka. Eating well is good for your health. Zhang Lao glanced at her flat stomach before turning his attention to Xia Mingyue's assignment. What Yu Wei regarded as an extraordinary assignment was, in Zhang Lao's eyes, merely satisfactory. He had encountered countless students throughout his life, many of whom were exceptionally talented. Xia Mingyue's level was adequate, but not particularly remarkable. However, since it was Yu Wei who brought the assignment, Zhang Lao cast her a sidelong glance. Are you suggesting I accept her as a student? That ultimately depends on you, Yu Wei replied confidently. I merely agreed to deliver it. I never promised to persuade you. Zhang Lao's gaze at her momentarily resembled that of a shrewd merchant. Were Yu Wei privy to his thoughts, she would certainly protest. A merchant benefits from their dealings, while she was merely performing a good deed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lao stated, bring me another assignment from her. If it meets my satisfaction, I may consider taking on a graduate student, but only as a graduate student, not as a pupil. Yu Wei was unclear about the distinction between the two, but replied enthusiastically, certainly. Exiting Zhang Lao's residence, Yu Wei made her way back to the tea shop. However, upon reaching the entrance, she noticed Xia Mingyue seated across from someone with striking golden hair, a sight that inexplicably felt familiar to her. A sense of wariness washed over her, prompting her to pause. Just as she contemplated suggesting a different meeting place to Xia Mingyue, she saw her friend waving joyfully at her through the glass. Yu Wei entered the tea shop, only to hear Xia Mingyue impatiently assert, I told you, I don't know you, nor do I recognize any guests from the auction. I have things to attend to, so I cannot stay. Auction. Golden hair. These two elements swirled in Yu Wei's mind, and before she could connect the dots, she saw Xia Mingyue hastily rise and call out to her with delight. Senior. The golden-haired individual turned in unison. Well, it seemed she was indeed encountering an acquaintance she had yet to meet face to face. It was none other than Emerson, the person she had not met, but who had sent her a gift. At that time, Yu Wei had been mistakenly identified as a member of the Xia family. Of course, she later clarified the misunderstanding. To her knowledge, Emerson had indeed represented his family in signing some collaborations with Huaguo. But how did he find his way to the school? Beautiful lady, it has been a while, and I have missed you dearly, Emerson exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he approached Yu Wei, his gaze sparkling with enthusiasm akin to a friendly golden retriever. Yu Wei immediately denied his claim, wearing a confused expression. Sir, who are you? We have never met, yet you sent me a small gift. Emerson was astonished. I truly cherish that gift. Yu Wei offered an awkward smile. You must be mistaken. Xia Mingwei stepped directly in front of Yu Wei, standing a height of 7 meters, effectively blocking her. Clearly displeased, she stated, You disturb my friend. If you wish to inquire about the auction, seek my brother instead and do not harass me or my friend. I am looking for your friend. Emerson fixated on Yu Wei. Xia Mingwei scoffed coldly. The friend you seek is one I have only recently met. How could she possibly relate to the auction? Emerson hesitated. His earlier glance had only afforded him a view of Yu Wei's back and profile, dimly illuminated. He had navigated through the social circles of the Xia family, ultimately arriving at Xia Mingwei. Upon Yu Wei's entrance, he was momentarily thrilled, yet upon closer inspection, he felt she did not quite match his recollections. The absence of makeup on Yu Wei was one reason, while another stemmed from the tendency of Caucasians to experience a sort of facial blindness when observing Asians, and vice versa. Had it not been for the fact that they were in Huaguo, where Emerson's golden hair was strikingly apparent, and Yu Wei had diligently reviewed his profile and photographs, she might not have recognized him at all. The more Emerson hesitated, the less he believed Yu Wei was the person he sought. Yet he remained undeterred. Are you truly not? No, Xia Mingwei replied flatly. You may verify that I only became acquainted with her a couple days ago. This assertion left no room for doubt in Xia Mingwei's mind. Very well, Emerson lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Xia Mingwei. Your family is rather cold-hearted. I merely wished to make a friend and had no intentions towards that lovely lady, yet you refuse to inform me. Perhaps she simply does not wish to befriend you? Xia Mingwei retorted, her tone tinged with further disdain. Emerson appeared even more despondent, clutching his chest theatrically. I care not. If that beautiful lady will not be my friend, then I shall befriend you instead. I decline, Xia Mingwei asserted, and without allowing Emerson a chance to speak further, she took Yu Wei by the arm and circumvented him. Even though Emerson was somewhat of a dramatist, his gentlemanly manners prevented him from rudely obstructing their departure, leaving him to watch them leave helplessly. Then he pulled out his phone. Oh, Xia, I wish to get to know your sister. Rest assured, I have no designs on her. I simply heard she possesses profound knowledge in historical studies, and I wish to learn from her. Unaware of Emerson's ulterior motives, Xia Mingwei sighed in relief once they were a distance from the milk tea shop, and she immediately shifted her focus, asking, What did Professor Zhang say? Yu Wei retrieved her assignment, and, under Xia Mingwei's eager gaze, replied, He has assigned you a task to complete before you come to present it to him. If your work is satisfactory, he may accept you as a graduate student. Xia Mingwei beamed with joy and embraced Yu Wei tightly. Thank you, senior. She then glanced at her assignment, assuring Yu Wei, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. In Chapter 77, The Sixth Crossing, Xia Mingwei indeed completed her assignment in a single day. Initially, Yu Wei only attended Professor Zhang's private lessons every other day, but curiosity piqued. She inquired about Zhang's availability and promptly brought Xia Mingwei along. There was no way she could delay. She was to go to another world the following day, and any lingering questions would haunt her until her return. This time, the focus was on Xia Mingwei, with Professor Zhang first reviewing the assignment she had submitted. Truthfully, it was quite impressive, especially considering she had completed it in a mere day and night, evident from her dark circles indicating a lack of sleep. In the past, Zhang would have eagerly accepted a student of such caliber, and even now, it was sufficient for him to consider granting her a special admission. I will release a graduate student position. You may apply, Professor Zhang stated. Xia Mingwei instantly replied, I will surely pass. Yu Wei glanced between Zhang and Xia Mingwei, wanting to inquire if there would be only one applicant for the available position, but seeing both of them silent, she chose to refrain from speaking. As matters concluded, Yu Wei intended to leave when Zhang called out, Since you are here, come and attend my class. After a brief pause, he addressed Xia Mingwei casually. Since you have arrived, why not try a lesson? If you wish to reconsider, you may express it to me now. Xia Mingwei, with a serious demeanor, declared, I will never regret this. She then followed Yu Wei into a rigorous history lecture. While not devoid of humor, the class was indeed overwhelming. Yu Wei, cradling her head, gradually acclimated to the intense atmosphere and noticed the fleeting satisfaction in Zhang's gaze directed at Xiao Mingyue. It was clear to her that Xiao Mingyue's acceptance as a graduate student was assured. Upon exiting Professor Zhang's class, Yu Wei entered the vehicle of Hang Haoyan. Proceeding to the base, the 10 candidates had already been selected, 3 of whom were Yu Wei's acquaintances. Their presence alongside her was a testament to their capabilities, and their familiarity with Yu Wei served as an additional advantage. Among these 10 individuals, there were 2 women and 8 men. As Hang Haoyan arrived, he automatically took his position. The group stood straight, their expressions resolute, presenting a striking visual. Apart from Xiao Huai and the other 2, the remaining 7 were unfamiliar to Yu Wei. Zhang Zhonghua gestured for them to introduce themselves. My name is Xiao Huai. I specialize in surgical procedures and psychology, and I have begun cultivating internal energy. I am Hang Haoyan, proficient in combat and military training, and I am about to cultivate internal energy. I am Ruan Jiaoyang, skilled in financial management and military strategy. I am Xiong Xing, adept in computer science. Each person introduced themselves, showcasing unique skills, and notably, no 2 individuals possessed identical talents, with most exhibiting expertise in more than 2 areas. Yu Wei felt a surge of excitement upon observing each candidate, yet she was limited to selecting but one. Suddenly, the motivation to upgrade her system surged within her. However, upon recalling the unknown conditions for system upgrades, her enthusiasm waned. Perhaps it was best to take things slowly. As for her first choice, noticing Yu Wei's indecision, Zhang Zhonghua remarked, "Feel free to share your thoughts. There are numerous talents in that world. Others can be sought out. Individuals skilled in fields such as computer science may find their talents underutilized there. After some contemplation, I believe medicine is their weak point." Yu Wei paused before continuing. Additionally, this would allow me to learn traditional Chinese medicine. She had yet to encounter any herbal remedies capable of reconnecting meridians. Perhaps such knowledge had been lost, or perhaps the focus of development differed between the 2 realms. Very well, Xiao Huai shall accompany you, Zhang Zhonghua decided without hesitance. Xiao Huai had already begun cultivating her internal energy and could learn from that world as well. With the decision made, they proceeded to sign an employment contract. Upon choosing her candidate, Yu Wei suddenly found herself holding a parchment-like contract, the intricate text appearing cryptic yet understandable to both her and Xiao Huai. It essentially outlined an employment agreement, binding the employee to the supermarket and allowing them to accompany it across realms. Should the proprietor perish or the system enter dormancy, the employee would also become lost in the myriad of worlds. Moreover, the contract stipulated that for each crossing, the employee would earn 10 points, and accumulating 30 points would permit the exchange for varying levels of genetic enhancements. As the final reward was revealed, Xiao Huai's breath became noticeably lighter. In that moment, she confirmed that Yu Wei must indeed experience genetic enhancements with each crossing. The prospect of experiencing genetic enhancement herself spurred her into action, and without hesitation, she signed the contract. Even if it required 3 crossings to enhance her genetics, it was still an opportunity unparalleled by others. Is it signed? Zhang Zhonghua inquired, observing the ornate text that left him bewildered and slightly dizzy. Yu Wei nodded. It is complete. All right, let us pack up and head back, Xiao Huai. Make sure to bring everything you need. Yes. Xiao Huai turned to Yu Wei and asked, "Can I use the small storage room downstairs?" Of course. Yu Wei replied without hesitation. Upon returning, she cleared out the items within the storage room. Furthermore, she utilized her spatial abilities to transport a considerable amount of equipment inside, including an operating table and various medical instruments. The small storage room was transformed into a miniature surgical suite. Even the door was replaced. Xiao Huai nearly suggested placing a folding bed inside to rest at night, but Yu Wei promptly intervened. The advantages of choosing a same-sex roommate became apparent as Xiao Huai was able to share a room with Yu Wei. Yu Wei's room was spacious enough to accommodate her own one. 5-meter bed alongside Xiao Huai's one. 2-meter bed without feeling cramped. The next day, upon learning that someone could accompany Yu Wei to the other world, Yu Wei's parents were visibly delighted. They grasped Xia Huai's hands, repeatedly saying, "Once you arrive, please take good care of Wei Wei. Be cautious over there and avoid taking risks." Xia Huai responded amiably to each of their concerns. As the time approached, Yu Wei cheerfully hugged her parents' arms, saying, "All right, Mom and Dad, please stop holding on his sister Xia Huai's hand. We'll be back in just a day or two at most." Yu Wei's mother shot her a disapproving glance. If they spent 2 days here, wouldn't that mean Yu Wei would be in the other world for nearly 2 months? That was far too long. If you can return quickly, then do so. Don't waste time, do you understand? Her mother admonished. Yu Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Okay, I'll take my leave now. At 4:30 a.m., a small area of the street was quietly illuminated. Tai Zhu, who had been dozing at the supermarket entrance, suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Boss, you're back." Hearing the commotion outside, Yu Wei opened the door, and Tai Zhu rushed in, saying, "I knew you would return tonight." Before he could finish, he froze, staring at Xia Huai. "Boss, who is this?" Since her first visit, Yu Wei had often donned new-style clothing or song trousers, favoring attire that was both practical and harmonious with this world. Xia Huai had similarly adopted local customs, wearing song trousers as well. However, she maintained a straight posture, and even in warm hues, she exuded a sharp, spirited aura. "This is my assistant manager, Xia Huai. You could just call her Sister Xia Huai." Chapter 78. Please help me. Bring a cup of tea to my father. To see is to believe. Xia Huai had gleaned much information about this era from Yu Wei's reports, but none compared to experiencing it firsthand. At 4:30 a.m., when darkness was at its peak, only the faint light from the supermarket illuminated the sparse surroundings. Since working with Yu Wei, Tai Zhu had enjoyed good food and care, gaining some weight, but to Xia Huai, he still appeared malnourished. His face was pale, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. "Xia Huai, are you all right?" Yu Wei noticed her pale complexion, her expression filled with concern. "What's wrong? I felt a bit unwell on the way here," Xia Huai replied tactfully. It was more than discomfort. It felt as if she had been tossed into a washing machine on high speed. To put it mildly, when she first arrived, it felt as if her soul had not yet caught up with her physical form. However, upon witnessing the different scenery outside, she dismissed all feelings of unease. "Why don't you rest for a bit? I'll have a word with Tai Zhu and then come up," Yu Wei instructed her. Xia Huai, not wishing to appear strong-willed, nodded and ascended to the second floor. Upon seeing Xia Huai vanish, Tai Zhu was left stunned, nearly missing Yu Wei's instructions. "Did you understand?" Yu Wei inquired. Tai Zhu quickly regained his composure, responding, "I understand. I will definitely go find Miss Meng after dawn." Yu Wei replied, "I told you to go rest and that you don't need to wait for me at the door, especially at this late hour. If you don't rest well, how can you work tomorrow?" When he heard the latter part, Tai Zhu quieted down. He wasn't too afraid of hard work, but he knew he needed to perform well, not to disappoint the boss's expectations. However, the woman from earlier lingered on his mind as he returned to sleep. Yu Wei turned off the lights and also went upstairs. Unbeknownst to her, the door to the neighboring courtyard quietly closed. After a brief nap, she awoke at 8 o'clock. After resting, Xia Huai's complexion appeared significantly better. They washed up and went downstairs to find Tai Zhu waiting outside with breakfast. Qianshir's culinary skills remained consistently excellent. The buns were soft, with a fragrant filling, and though they were merely pickled vegetable buns, they were truly delicious. There's also congee, cooked to perfection with the rice grains blooming beautifully, creating a rich aroma. After finishing breakfast, Meng Jiwei arrived. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the quiet Xia Huai beside Yu Wei. She smiled and asked, "Boss, you're here? Who is this?" "Assistant manager, Xia Huai." Yu Wei introduced her succinctly. Meng Jiwei, having already suspected Xia Huai's origins, confirmed her assumptions and greeted her with cupped fists. "Meng Jiwei, a pleasure to meet you." "Hello," Xia Huai replied. Her gaze towards Meng Jiwei filled with curiosity and kindness. Meng Jiwei felt a sense of relief and then asked Yu Wei, "Boss, did you ask Tai Zhu to summon me for a specific matter?" "Indeed, there is something to discuss," Yu Wei began. "Where are Xiao Yi and the others?" "They are next door." Meng Jiwei indicated towards the area affected by the fire. Yu Wei suggested, "Let us discuss it while we walk." As they spoke, She instructed Tai Zhu and the others. You all can open the shop first. The people next door have been waiting. Upon seeing Yu Wei, Xiao Yi's eyes brightened. Meng Zhixing offered a warm smile. Yu Chuan subtly expressed anticipation, and Jing Lu visibly relaxed. Yu Wei did not keep them in suspense. We have tested Xiao Yi's poison and prepared the antidote, but it is not enough for complete detoxification. We will likely need to seek assistance from Yu Shini. She continued, there's also a treatment plan for young Master Meng's leg, and I've brought someone exceptional with me. Xiao Huai is an outstanding surgical doctor who can perform the operation to reconnect your meridians. Yu Shini's gaze shifted from Yu Wei to Xiao Huai, now burning with intensity. You are a physician from the celestial realm? Xiao Huai paused for a brief moment before responding, yes. Yu Shini humbly inquired, could you teach me how to perform surgery? There are some aspects I do not fully understand. Certainly, Xiao Huai replied earnestly. I would like to learn the medical practices here as well. I've heard from the boss that you're the most esteemed physician. Could you teach me? Yu Chuan, without hesitation, agreed, absolutely. His medical skills were nearing their limits, and after a decade of self-study, he knew he wouldn't achieve much more. With a mutually beneficial opportunity at hand, he was not foolish enough to let it slip away. Thus, Xiao Huai had already accomplished half of her purpose for coming here. Yu Wei provided her with all the materials she had brought from the modern era, which included Xiao Yi's blood analysis, special medicines, antidote serums, selected surgical videos, and surgical explanation books. Since Yu Wei had not anticipated selecting Xiao Huai, everything was thoroughly prepared. Now, it would serve as educational material for Yu Chuan. As they explained the effects of the medications and related topics, Xiao Huai attentively listened, with only Yu Chuan asking questions. The two began their exchange of knowledge. When Yu Wei glanced up, she caught Xiao Yi staring intently at her. She returned his smile and gestured. You said it would take 10 years. Xiao Yi replied solemnly. I will not go back on my word. Meng Zhixing, seated in a wheelchair, looked at Yu Wei, suppressing his excitement. Thank you. You're fortunate. It just so happens I can bring one person along this time, Yu Wei remarked casually. However, Meng Zhixing did not truly believe it was all mere luck on his part. After all, would Yu Wei have brought a healer if it were not necessary? The benefits of bringing Xiao Huai along are that the treatment matters do not require Yu Wei's oversight. The collision of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine often sparks unique insights, and with ready-made textbooks at hand, Yu Chu directly teaches Xiao Huai using Xiao Yi. Meng Zhixing is not exempt from this, as Jing Lu serves as one of the teaching materials, albeit a positive one. After her initial excitement, Meng Wei exchanged a few words with Meng Zhixing before departing with Yu Wei. The primary reason is that even if Meng Zhixing intends to treat, he must first prepare. Meng Wei cannot remain in a state of excitement without taking action, can she? As for Yu Wei, she has matters to discuss with Meng Wei, particularly concerning the supplies she has brought. She still carries half a warehouse of weapons, which has supplemented the arsenal of Qing K City, although not as extensively as last time, since the previous stock has yet to be exhausted. In addition, there are the usual provisions of grain and medicine, which must be transported in batches. The logistics of transport have been discussed between Meng Wei and Meng Qingshan. One concern Yu Wei has is whether Chu Huan has departed. He has not yet left. Upon hearing this, Meng Wei felt a twitch of her lips in exasperation. She knows he is reluctant to depart, aware that he will return in 3 or 4 days. Yu Wei could only remark on his perseverance. She then suggested, if he does not wish to leave, perhaps he should stay. Meng Wei relaxed her brows and eyes. That is our sentiment as well. He cannot exit Qing K City. Yu Wei gave a thumbs up. Meng Wei continued, in the days you have been away, the imperial city has issued 3 edicts summoning my father back. If he intends to return, he must pass through Qing K City. And I hope you can assist me by offering him a cup of tea. Chapter 79 sorry. It was my father who caused you harm. The issuance of 3 edicts signifies the emperor's firmness. To disregard the summons would be tantamount to rebellion. Meng Wei is uncertain whether Meng Qingshan wishes to return to the imperial city, but she will never allow her father to do so. Everyone knows that a hasty return could lead to dire consequences. While Meng Wei cannot ascertain Meng Qingshan's intentions, Yu Wei is even less certain. The predicament of Meng Qingshan being trapped in Qingke City raises questions about the safety of Chuyang City. The true danger lies in his journey to the Imperial City. After all, reaching Chuyang City from Qingke City takes merely 2 hours. The decree grants 7 days. And today marks the 2nd day. Meng Yu Wei has sent a letter to Chuyang City using the Meng family's secret correspondence, which also includes a note from Meng Zhixing. The message is the same, a hope that Meng Qingshan will not return. Yet on the 3rd day, Meng Qingshan arrived at Qingke City. Meng Yu Wei felt a sense of inevitability. Her father's habits of decades are difficult to change. Fortunately, he still cares for her and her brother, and upon arriving in Qingke City, Meng Qingshan wishes to meet Yu Wei. Upon their first encounter, Yu Wei thought to herself that Meng Yu Wei and her brother likely resemble their late mother. Meng Qingshan stands a towering 2 meters tall, with muscles developed from years of martial training, certainly resembling a double-door refrigerator. His handsome face, though attractive, bears the rugged charm of a warrior, contrasting sharply with the refined elegance of Meng Yu Wei and the scholarly grace of Meng Zhixing, the divine maiden. Meng Qingshan holds deep respect for Yu Wei, not only for her title, but also for the supplies she has provided that could sustain Chuyang City. Yu Wei admires Meng Qingshan in return. General Meng. Meng Qingshan chuckled in resignation. There is no need for such formality. Divine maiden, simply call me by my name. Yu Wei politely declined. I'm a friend of Yu Wei. While you are an elder, how can I address you so casually? Yu Wei is indeed fortunate. Although Meng Qingshan believes his daughter is remarkable, he is genuinely surprised that Yu Wei has taken notice of Meng Yu Wei. To this, Yu Wei can only say it is a delightful surprise triggered by luck and Meng Yu Wei's courage. Yu Wei has always been exceptional. Yu Wei extended her hand, asking, General, would you care to explore my supermarket? Meng Qingshan, naturally curious about the supermarket, did not refuse. He had seen some items mentioned in Meng Yu Wei's letters and had even tasted or used a few. However, most were unfamiliar to him. Merely hearing about them was insufficient to astonish him. Witnessing them firsthand left him profoundly impressed. This place is indeed miraculous, he marveled. Yu Wei, accustomed to the awe of newcomers, guided him around, casually handing him a loaf of bread and chocolate as gifts, and opened a bottle of soda. Would you like to try? The fizzy cola did not surprise Meng Qingshan, as Meng Yu Wei had mentioned it before, and he had even tasted it. The chilled cola was swiftly consumed, as he found it undeniably more enjoyable when cold. A stark contrast to the flavor of what Meng Yu Wei had delivered to Chuyang City. Yu Wei regarded him for a moment before asking, Are you returning to the Imperial City? He cannot avoid returning. Failure to do so would label the Meng family army as rebels. Meng Qingshan lowered his gaze, contemplating the bottle of cola. Do you think I am less decisive than Yu Wei? Yu Wei refrained from answering. Meng Qingshan chuckled. I have lingered too long. Having savored the cola, I must depart before it is too late. He finished the drink in one gulp. Yu Wei's eyes widened in surprise. I shall take my leave. Meng Qingshan smiled. I shall graciously accept today's gifts. Safe travels. Yu Wei did not detain him. Thank you for your kind words. Meng Qingshan exited. Yu Wei gazed at the cola bottle left on the reception desk and suddenly smiled. This General Meng is quite intriguing. His actions clearly indicate he is aware of the cola's potential issues, yet he still finished it. Does this not suggest he is not as blindly loyal as one might assume? Moreover, it seems his primary concern is not wanting the Meng family army to be branded as rebels. Contemplating Meng Yu Wei's plan, Yu Wei smiled again. This could be considered a form of tacit understanding, could it not? The imperial edict summoned only Meng Qingshan back, not forcibly recalling Meng Yu Wei. Thus, Meng Qingshan rode back to the imperial city accompanied by 3 or 4 individuals. The distance to the imperial city is not particularly far. Horseback, it can be reached in approximately 4 days. Meng Yu Wei watched Meng Qingshan depart from the city walls, mentally calculating the time. Yu Wei's small warehouse has now accommodated another resident, Meng Zhixing, while Yu Chu collaborates with Xia Huai to explore the convergence of Eastern and Western medical practices. As for the 2 remaining occupants, Xiao Yi and Jing Lu, they seem to have vanished from Qingke City. Night fell quickly. Qingke City does not enforce a curfew, yet few venture out after dark. Consequently, no one witnessed the shadows slipping into the building adjacent to the supermarket, eventually converging within. A total of 10 individuals, 5 carrying 5 others. Leading the group, Xiao Yi bore the unconscious Meng Qingshan. The earlier bottle of cola contained a sedative, and the drug was administered to Xiao Yi and his companions, allowing them to ambush Meng Qingshan and incapacitate him with ease. Dressed in black, they swiftly defeated the remaining 4, returning with their prize. It seems they sustained some injuries. Yu Wei observed the group. Only Meng Qingshan remained completely unharmed, while the others bore various wounds. Xiao Huai and Yu Chu quickly attended to their injuries, ultimately binding the 4 along with Meng Qingshan together. As for the location of their confinement, Meng Qingshan and Meng Zhixing remained in the small warehouse. The military cot Xiao Huai had prepared proved useful. The remaining 4 were too many to accommodate in Yu Wei's space, so they were instead placed in the dungeon beneath the city lord's mansion. However, it had been cleaned and was relatively comfortable. Yu Chu had specifically concocted a powerful sedative for someone like Meng Qingshan, endowed with internal strength, ensuring he remained unconscious until midday the following day. Upon awakening, he opened his eyes to find himself in a small room filled with peculiar instruments. In the dimly lit small room, the light from the small window did not illuminate it particularly well. Meng Qingshan noticed a shadowy figure seated in the darkness. His demeanor remained tranquil as he inquired, "Is this the place of the goddess?" "Indeed," came the reply. Meng Qingshan found the voice vaguely familiar and hesitated, asking, "Who are you?" Meng Zhixing maneuvered his wheelchair and turned on the light within. "Zhixing?" Meng Qingshan's eyes widened in shock. He beheld Meng Zhixing in the wheelchair, his hands appearing frail as he pushed himself forward. A man who could face death with indifference after sustaining numerous wounds now had reddened eyes. The descriptions on paper could never compare to witnessing the reality firsthand. He had believed sending his son to the imperial city would merely prevent him from becoming a junior general. Little did he realize that his son's life had been perilously close to being extinguished. Now, the once spirited child, lauded as the little war god, was reduced to relying on a wheelchair for sustenance. How difficult this must be for his proud spirit. Meng Qingshan trembled as he spoke. "I am sorry, Zhixing. It is my fault that you are in this situation." Chapter 80. Healing Dad. Meng Zhixing was taken aback by Meng Qingshan's apology. He gazed earnestly at his father and reassured him, "This is not your fault. It is the fault of those people. Do not bear their mistakes upon your shoulders. Had I not insisted on your return to the imperial city, you would not have." Meng Qingshan felt a twinge of pain as he saw Meng Zhixing comforting him. "But at that time, you could not refuse," Meng Zhixing replied calmly. "If you had declined, the label of traitor would have long been thrust upon our Meng family. Opposing the emperor at that juncture would not have been as prudent as it is now. Without natural disasters, the emperor had just ascended to the throne and could still maintain his position. Most importantly, there was no Yu Wei. Had we been branded as traitors then, our fate would undoubtedly have been dire." Meng Qingshan still felt a deep sense of guilt. Yet, Meng Zhixing reassured him, "My limbs can still be treated, so do not worry too much, father." "Treated?" Meng Qingshan asked in astonishment. "Yes, the goddess brought a physician, and with the presence of the renowned healer Yu Chu, I will eventually be able to walk normally again. However, that is merely the capacity to walk." Meng Qingshan understood that Meng Zhixing was offering comfort, yet he also recognized that achieving the ability to walk freely, given the current circumstances, was already quite commendable. Suppressing various emotions, he turned to Meng Zhixing and asked, "Have you considered what comes next after bringing me back? Why must we contemplate this? You were attacked on the way back to the imperial city, severely injured and missing. That is something they ought to be concerned about." Meng Zhixing's eyes flashed with cold determination. Meng Qingshan replied, "As for the 2 of us, they cannot locate us now, but they still have your sister." Meng Zhixing smiled. "Just wait and see. Among the Meng family, with 2 members missing, the remaining one has inevitably drawn much attention." Chu Huan, in a twist of fate, was in closest proximity. When he learned that Meng Qingshan had been attacked and was missing, he had harbored suspicions. Simultaneously, he recognized that an opportunity had arisen. Who in the Yu Yin kingdom would not covet the Meng family army? This army, led by the Meng family for generations, remained loyal only to the emperor and possessed remarkable combat prowess. It was merely that the current occupant of the throne was a fool. Had a more astute ruler been in his place, he would never have recklessly targeted the Meng family. If action were to be taken, it would be prudent to wait until the Meng family had dealt with the Shilin kingdom first. The Meng family army's strength had diminished by half with the loss of Meng Zhixing and Meng Qingshan. Nevertheless, this remained a matter of military power. With only one member left, Meng Jiwei's identity was inherently unique. Given the proximity of the situation, it would be a disservice to himself not to seize the opportunity. Hence, upon receiving this news, Chu Huan promptly visited the Meng family with gifts. Upon encountering Meng Jiwei, who appeared pale and devoid of vitality, Chu Huan knew his instincts had not led him astray. He presented the gifts and consoled her. Miss Meng, General Meng has merely been attacked and is currently missing. He will surely be fine. You must believe in him and take care of your own health. I have brought a century-old mountain ginseng. You should brew some soup with it. Thank you, young master. This ginseng is precious, and I cannot accept it, Meng Jiwei replied coolly. Zhu Huan di Saga. It is merely a century-old mountain ginseng. I have 300-year-old ginseng at home, though I did not bring it along. If you refuse, it implies that you look down upon my gift. That is not my intention, Meng Jiwei stammered. Chu Huan insisted, then please accept it. Noticing Meng Jiwei's silence, he softened his tone. Miss Meng, it is precisely during times like this that you must muster your strength. The Shilin kingdom is eyeing us hungrily, and with the Meng family army leaderless, as the only daughter of General Meng, you naturally must shoulder this responsibility. Thus, my gift is not solely for you. I have my own selfish motives, hoping you will embrace this burden. But I cannot do it. Meng Jiwei lowered her gaze, feeling despondent. I have never been on a battlefield. How can I lead so many people? Fear not. I will assist you, Chu Huan declared, his eyes glinting with excitement upon hearing her words. Yet, the more intense the moment, the more patient he became. Rest well. We can discuss the affairs of the Meng family army later. I shall not linger, but rest assured, I will send someone to search for General Meng. If we can endure this period, everything will improve. In just a few words, we became allies. Had she been an ordinary young woman, grappling with the loss of two loved ones and deeply affected, she might have been easily swayed by his words. Meng Jiwei remained silent for a while before saying, Thank you, young master. There is no need for thanks. I merely wish to contribute my modest efforts, Chu Huan responded, rising to take his leave. I shall return tomorrow to see you. Qing Feng, see the young master off. Yes, replied the nearby maid, clasping her hands respectfully as she escorted Chu Huan out. Once Chu Huan's figure vanished from view, Meng Jiwei's expression shifted abruptly. The previous melancholy and sorrow dissipated, replaced by mockery and sharpness. Returning to her quarters, she gazed into the mirror at her face, rubbing it with her hand in disbelief. This cosmetic is truly remarkable. It creates an illusion so seamless. This makeup had been applied by Yu Wei overnight. It was not so much makeup as it was a technique to pale her face slightly, darken her under eyes, and mask her lip color, rendering her appearance much more pallid and frail. Indeed, Chu Huan had failed to notice anything amiss. However, contemplating Chu Huan's intentions, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Such foolish aspirations. He desires the Meng family army, but is unwilling to invest, having never provided a single grain of food or a weapon. Now, he seeks to deceive her, using her as a stepping stone. He remains oblivious to who might truly be using whom. Recently, the atmosphere in Qingke City felt oppressive. The news of Meng Qingshan's attack and disappearance had somehow spread throughout the city, causing a sense of trepidation among the populace. Their ability to remain securely in Qingke City was due to the protection offered by Chuyang City against the armies of Shilin Kingdom. But now, with Meng Qingshan gone, what would happen if Chuyang City could not hold? What were they to do? In this anxious climate, more people flocked to Yu Wei to purchase food supplies. Currently, transactions were occurring at an astonishing rate, with hundreds taking place daily. Yu Wei estimated that within 5 to 6 days, she could complete her task. This efficiency surpassed her expectations. Meng Jiwei had rarely visited the supermarket lately, and Yu Wei had been quite busy herself. Aside from making his presence felt around Meng Jiwei, Chu Huan had not neglected his pursuits with Yu Wei. After dealing with Chu Huan, Yu Wei needed to assist Xiao Huai. The poison in Xiao Yi's body had begun to dissolve. The serum and other items Yu Wei had brought could dilute and neutralize the poison within him, effectively transforming it from super toxin to a mere potent one. After that, the medicinal concoction prepared by Yu Chu would follow. In modern society, while some medicines had weakened in efficacy, others had strengthened. The herbs required by Yu Chu had been partially supplied by Yu Wei, with additional contributions from the contacts of Meng Jiwei sufficient for Yu Chu's needs. Yatsu. He adopted a superior method of medicinal bathing. Although the process was painful, Xiao Yi's health undeniably improved. Moreover, the most pressing matter requiring Yu Wei's assistance was the impending surgery of Meng Zhixing, Chapter 81. Miss Meng, please receive the imperial decree. For Xiao Huai, performing surgery was merely routine. The absence of a sterile environment and assistance did pose some challenges, yet they were not insurmountable. Having previously been stationed with the army, she often managed emergencies without the luxury of ideal conditions or adequate support. After disinfecting the small storage area, she donned her surgical attire. In addition to Yu Wei and Xiao Huai, only Yu Chu and Dr. Lu entered the small space. The primary reason for this was the limited size of the area. Any more personnel would render it overcrowded. Yu Wei took on the role of an assistant. Her remarkable memory, enabling her to recall the names of every surgical instrument and commit the standard procedures to memory. Her spatial awareness ensured the surgical tools remained in a sterile condition. Meng Zhixing lay upon the operating table, the bright surgical lights somewhat blinding, and he could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Xiao Huai administered anesthesia, soothing Meng Zhixing with reassurances. Do not worry, just take a good rest, and you will feel better upon waking. All right. As Meng Zhixing felt a prick in the inner side of his elbow, a cold liquid coursed through his veins. Initially, he turned his head to observe the syringe in Xiao Huai's hand, but soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. Noticing his eyes close, Xiao Huai administered the remaining anesthesia. She then reached for the instruments. Yu Wei selected a surgical knife for her, and Xiao Huai inquired of Yu Chu. Doctor, are you ready? Ready, Yu Chu replied. Though still somewhat unaccustomed to the sterile attire, he nodded earnestly. Xiao Huai proceeded directly, incising Meng Zhixing's wrist. Blood spurted forth, yet Xiao Huai remained composed, immediately commencing suturing while swiftly explaining the procedure to Yu Chu. Yu Chu had recently practiced suturing techniques on severely injured patients from Qingke City, but he had not previously attempted such meticulous stitching, which was why he had hesitated to act. After observing Xiao Huai's suturing technique, he decisively stated, "Let me handle the other hand." All right. Xiao Huai promptly passed him a surgical knife along with the suturing needle and thread. Although Yu Chu's movements did not match Xiao Huai's speed, he worked efficiently. By the time he concluded his suturing, Xiao Huai had already completed half of the stitching on the second leg. He inspected his work, ensuring its integrity before asking Yu Wei, "Where are my medications?" Yu Chu had prepared pills and ointments for Meng Zhixing. The pills were placed directly in his mouth to dissolve, while the ointment was applied to his wounds. Once the last incision was stitched, treated, and bandaged, the minor operation was complete. It was easier said than done. In fact, over an hour had elapsed. Both Xiao Huai and Yu Chu were drenched in sweat. Now, they merely had to wait for Meng Zhixing to awaken, ensuring he adhered to his medication regimen and rested adequately until his wounds healed, after which they would assess his recovery. Both Xiao Huai and Yu Chu were confident that Meng Zhixing would be able to walk normally without issue. Qingke City had initiated the recruitment of the third batch of Qingke army. The first batch had returned from a 5-day excursion to Chuyang City, their demeanor having gradually aligned with that of the Meng family army after experiencing the ravages of war. 500 among the second batch of 1,000 had also gone to Chuyang City upon their return, while the remaining 800 stayed behind to train the newly recruited 2,000. There was no scarcity of food or land. Additionally, They had taken in a group of Meng family soldiers' families who had fled to Qingke City after Meng Qingshan's disappearance, thus doubling the city's population. Of the 2,000 in the third batch, a considerable portion were women. The women of the borderlands were inherently spirited, and particularly in times of danger. They possessed the means and resolve to protect themselves. Here, gentleness was not revered. Rather, it was regarded as foolishness, indicative of a lack of self-defense capability. The Meng family army did not enlist women, and thus these individuals found themselves under the command of Meng Yu Wei. From a young age, Meng Yu Wei had never considered herself inferior to her brothers, and after organizing the Qingke army, she became even more convinced that women were not any less capable than men. While it was true that most women might lack the physical strength of men, they compensated with meticulousness, resilience, and agility. Many tasks that women could accomplish were beyond the reach of men. Consequently, Meng Yu Wei discovered that pairing men and women into small teams yielded exceptional results. Since Meng Qingshan's disappearance, the situation in the Shilin Kingdom had remained tumultuous. With no clear leader, even the Meng family army was not united. Fortunately, Pang Dinyo had not left with Meng Qingshan, and due to his keen judgment of character, regardless of their personal ambitions or selfish motives, they still remembered his kindness. Thus, with Meng Yu Wei's handwritten letter in hand, Pang Dinyo was able to foster a semblance of harmony among them. However, Chuyang City had not initiated any offensive actions, primarily remaining in a defensive posture. This was due, in part, to Meng Qingshan's absence and the resultant low morale, as well as differing opinions among the ranks. Some believed that regardless of circumstances, the Shilin Kingdom remained the enemy, and they should resolve the threat posed by its soldiers first. Others felt their loyalty lay solely with Meng Qingshan, who had been betrayed by the despicable emperor, and they refused to safeguard the borders for him. Additionally, there were those who wavered, torn between gratitude and despondency, believing both the desire to confront the Shilin Kingdom and the wish to avenge Meng Qingshan were justified. The third wave of 2,000 from the Qingke army had returned from their expedition, yet the generals of Chuyang City had yet to reach a consensus. As the fourth batch of Qingke army was dispatched to Chuyang City to face the trials of war, the imperial palace sent forth another decree. This time, the decree was directed towards Meng Yu Wei, the last remaining member of the Meng family. "Miss Meng, please receive the imperial decree." The eunuch who delivered the decree spoke in a voice that was unnaturally high-pitched. However, Meng Yu Wei remained unmoved, showing no inclination to kneel and receive the decree. The eunuch's expression darkened. "Miss Meng, are you dissatisfied with me or with the emperor?" With that accusation leveled against her, Meng Yu Wei merely inquired, "Does the emperor have any news of my father?" "What do you mean by that?" The eunuch's eyes widened in displeasure. Before Meng Yu Wei could respond, another voice interjected. "Do not take offense, esteemed eunuch. Miss Meng is merely deeply affected by the disappearance of General Meng and wishes to inquire about him." Stepping forward was Chu Huan. The eunuch, evidently familiar with Chu Huan, softened his demeanor and bowed slightly. "Young master." Chu Huan smiled. "There is no need for formalities. Given Miss Meng's unique circumstances, it would be best to declare the decree forthwith. What do you think?" "Indeed, what the young master says is quite right." The eunuch could disregard Meng Yu Wei, but could not afford to offend Chu Huan. Moreover, he was not there to provoke Meng Yu Wei, but rather to deliver good news. Meng Yu Wei's status was about to rise considerably. Soon to be part of the royal family, he did not wish to truly offend her. In accordance with the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Meng Yu Wei, the legitimate daughter of the Meng family, possessing virtue and grace, is to be wed to the heir of the Rong Wang, Chu Huan, a match made in heaven. Upon finishing the decree, the eunuch gestured for Meng Yu Wei. "Miss Meng, please receive the decree." Chapter 82. May they not regret their decision. Meng Yu Wei nearly burst into laughter. Each word of the decree was a lofty bestowal, and even the expression on the eunuch's face conveyed that she had struck a jackpot. Beside her, Chu Huan displayed clear astonishment. "Is this a decree of marriage? For me and Miss Meng?" "Indeed, young master. The emperor noted your presence here and deemed it fortuitous that you could care for Miss Meng." The eunuch spoke with obsequiousness. Chu Huan turned apologetically to Meng Yu Wei. Miss Meng, I was unaware of this matter beforehand. He paused for a moment and quietly said to Meng Yu Wei, Yet this is indeed an imperial edict. Perhaps we should accept it and discuss further? We can devise a plan together. Meng Yu Wei lifted her gaze to the eunuch. My father is missing. If I were to accept this, I would also need to observe mourning. The eunuch, initially displeased and ready to retort, found himself silenced by Chu Huan's interjection. That is only proper. His Royal Highness is also sympathetic towards Miss Meng. This edict serves merely as a safeguard. There is no need for Miss Meng to be troubled. Even if marriage were to ensue, we need not rush into it. Seeing Chu Huan defend Meng Yu Wei, the eunuch swallowed his objection and merely echoed, What the young lord says is correct. Miss Meng, please accept the edict. The eunuch and Chu Huan, with their 4 eyes fixed intently upon Meng Yu Wei, left her with no choice but to accept the edict. Yet, a cold smile flickered in her heart as she thought of a certain matter. This decree would be accepted. She merely hoped they would not come to regret it in the future. At the moment news of the decree arrived, Meng Zhixing lay in bed, being fed by none other than Meng Qingshan, whose rough exterior belied a tender and attentive demeanor. Upon hearing of the marriage decree, neither the feeder nor the fed had any appetite left. What? A marriage decree? Is he out of his mind? Meng Qingshan was enraged, feeling that the emperor showed no regard for the Meng family. Even though he had only visited the imperial city once recently, he had heard of Chu Huan's name. Bestowing Meng Yu Wei to marry Chu Huan was tantamount to assuming there was no one in her family, leaving her vulnerable to the advances of Chu Huan's admirers once she arrived in the capital. Moreover, was it not common knowledge that his daughter had a betrothed? Surely they had overlooked this detail. Meng Zhixing closed his eyes briefly. He had recently received word that the waters in the imperial city had indeed become turbulent. Logically, they should not have the luxury to focus on the borders. Thus, the decree must be related to Chu Huan. Meng Qingshan, puzzled, asked, Why do you say that? Meng Zhixing replied, subtly indicating, I have a few friends who have recently been to the imperial city. Meng Qingshan, suddenly uninterested in his son's affairs, turned his focus upon Chu Huan, his brow furrowing. This marriage cannot take place. It truly cannot. Meng Zhixing concurred. Meng Qingshan looked at him. Is there a way? Meng Zhixing smiled. Father, you are currently confined here, after all. Meng Qingshan placed his porridge down. Do you still wish to eat? Meng Zhixing obediently replied, I was wrong, yet refrained from revealing whether he had a plan. Meng Qingshan rolled his eyes, realizing he would not receive an answer, and hastily finished feeding him before moving away in annoyance. As night fell, Yu Wei's supermarket closed its doors. Meng Yu Wei entered the adjacent courtyard and made her way into the supermarket. By this time, both Meng Zhixing and Meng Qingshan had already emerged. Concerned for Meng Yu Wei, Meng Qingshan asked, Yu Wei, are you all right? Meng Yu Wei, calm and composed, reassured, I am fine, father, you need not worry. You have endured grievances. Remembering the marriage decree, Meng Qingshan felt a surge of anger. Meng Yu Wei smiled gently. This may not necessarily be a bad thing. Meng Qingshan pondered. It had only been a few months since they last met, yet his son had undergone significant changes, and he could understand that. However, why did it seem that his daughter had changed as well? Could it be due to her brother's circumstances? A flicker of guilt crossed Meng Qingshan's eyes. As a father, it was his fault for not safeguarding them. Meanwhile, Meng Zhixing, having grasped Meng Yu Wei's meaning from a single phrase, saw a glimmer of realization in his eyes. Indeed, it is not a bad thing, as long as you're not affected. Meng Yu Wei chuckled softly, Brother, do not think of me as too fragile. Any advantageous opportunity should be seized. Meng Zhixing replied, Hearing you say that, I am reassured. Beside them, Meng Qingshan questioned, Have you two successfully deciphered a riddle? What exactly are you planning? Observing from the sidelines, Yu Wei was intrigued and raised her hand. Is there anything I can assist you with? While I cannot be present, I can provide resources or lend my intellect, perhaps even a double portion of it. As she spoke, she tugged at the corner of Xia Huai's clothing, who was holding a camera. Xia Huai interjected, Yes, we can help. The camera was primarily focused on Meng Yu Wei. Aside from discussing medical studies with Yu Chu, Huai's interest lay in filming Yu Wei. Unlike Yu Wei, who seldom visited the supermarket, Huai rarely returned during the day. In addition to filming Yu Wei, she also guided the training of the Qin army. Huai's public persona was that of Yu Wei's subordinate, assisting her in the supermarket's operation, which was indeed true. Therefore, the people of Qin City received her well. However, due to the information she provided, they understood she was not a divine being, which alleviated any pressure in their interactions. The Qin army readily accepted her guidance. Although Huai was not particularly skilled in military training, she had indeed trained herself. Moreover, as a physician, controlling training intensity based on individual physical condition was her forte. In this alternate world, the most valuable asset was Yu Wei, and Huai genuinely wished to assist. Yu Wei did not hold back, stating, "Indeed, there are matters in which I require your assistance." Yu Wei, intrigued, prompted, "Go on. I wish to borrow some items from you and purchase others." Yu Wei deliberated, mentioning several items, such as that miraculous device called a flashlight, along with crayons and water-based pens. Yu Wei readily produced each item and even included several extras, such as anti-inflammatory and pain relief medications. These supplies would enable Yu Wei to accomplish a great many tasks. She smiled at Yu Wei. "Thank you, boss." "No need for thanks." Yu Wei waved her off, adding earnestly, "Hurry and develop the population of Qin City. Population is paramount." "I will." Yu Wei nodded seriously. After Yu Wei departed, Zhixing sought to borrow or purchase additional items from Yu Wei, who generously obliged. She then inquired of Zhixing, "Do you have any friends skilled in business? I have several ventures that could be offered to Qin City. Besides population, economic development is also foundational." Chapter 83. Then let us not depart. Zhixing, indeed well-connected, presented 3 names when Yu Wei inquired. Each of these individuals was not only capable in commerce, but also trustworthy. One of them was even a subordinate. Yu Wei silently gave a thumbs up, realizing that Zhixing merely lacked luck. Had fortune favored him, she would not have been so committed to assisting him. At most, it would have been a regular transaction, providing what he needed without any elaborate schemes. Contemplating, Yu Wei produced a plan book. It contained methods for paper-making, sugar production, salt drying, the creation of honeycomb coal, and the production techniques for steel, an ancient simplified version. In this era, salt was controlled by the government, and sugar was also a precious commodity. Although paper was not as valuable as gold, its production remained complex, and prices consistently failed to decrease. Subpar quality paper often sold below market rates. Honeycomb coal, produced from coal, burned longer, allowing the creation of superior weapons and the purification of iron. Steel, being harder than iron, would grant them an advantage if they could refine and forge their own weapons. Papermaking would attract scholars, while sugar and salt would generate wealth. Honeycomb coal would benefit the northern populace, providing warmth with minimal resources, and steel would serve military purposes. While only 5 items were listed, they encompassed various aspects of preparation. In truth, Yu Wei had additional materials to share, such as methods for cultivating hybrid rice, improving carts, and water wheels for farming. However, these were not immediately necessary. Currently, the soil remains quite dry, and the citizens expend a considerable amount of water to cultivate a small patch of land, merely 2 or 3 square meters, for planting vegetables. This effort primarily aims to maintain a certain level of moisture in the surrounding soil, necessitating the use of 2 to 3 buckets of water daily for irrigation. Furthermore, the presence of Chu Huan is quite bothersome. Yu Wei does not mind him being aware of her uniqueness. Yet there are certain matters she prefers not to reveal in his presence, such as high-yield crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes. While she does not oppose the dissemination of high-quality seeds, having Chu Huan discover them would essentially alert the imperial city, leading to an array of complications far greater than her current concerns. Indeed, Chu Huan is quite a nuisance. The following day, when Chu Huan visited the supermarket, he noticed Yu Wei gazing at him intently for an extended period. Could it be that the prospect of an arranged marriage has instilled a sense of urgency in her? Previously, she seemed preoccupied with the risky endeavor of managing the substantial assets of the Ming family army. Yet now it seems there is an unexpected development. With a newfound confidence, Chu Huan approached Yu Wei and inquired, "Shopkeeper, are you upset?" Yu Wei was taken aback. "You can tell?" "Of course, I can," Chu Huan replied, his expression softening as he gazed at her. "The matter of the arranged marriage is not as I had envisioned. If it were possible, I would wish to decline. You can refuse, as you belong to the royal lineage. Even if you do, the emperor might merely be angered, right?" Chu Huan chuckled helplessly. "Had I known earlier, it would have been feasible. However, the imperial decree has already been issued, and I cannot defy it." Yu Wei retorted. "Then why are you here wasting my time with idle chatter?" Noting her silence, Chu Huan gently implored, "Please believe me, this situation is not what I desired either." Yu Wei, disinterested in his ramblings, directly asked, "When will you return?" Chu Huan, with a hint of earnestness, replied, "I do not wish to return. I only desire to stay here with you." "You say that, yet you still mention returning," Yu Wei exclaimed incredulously. "Stay here with me?" Feigning sincerity, Chu Huan responded, "I understand your feelings, and you should comprehend mine as well. I simply wish to be by your side." Yu Wei retorted, "What feelings? Perhaps the desire for you to leave?" Chu Huan smiled good-naturedly. "Do not be vexed. I harbor no affections for beastmen. This was merely an accident. I assure you, my heart has always been set on you, in the past and in the future." Yu Wei expressed her disgust. "You do realize that modern women are focused on their careers, with romance taking a back seat? Furthermore, as a divine woman, do you truly believe I would fall for a mere mortal like you?" Upon hearing this, Chu Huan appeared even more tender. "Then it is my honor." Yu Wei remained expressionless. "Leave?" Chu Huan smiled indulgently. "I know you are shy." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Wei activated the protective barrier. And in the next moment, Chu Huan was propelled from the supermarket. He was genuinely flung out, observing the figure that vanished into the building across the street. Yu Wei finally felt a sense of relief. Such absurdity. Why could he not share a fraction of that confidence with others? Surely, her attraction to such an individual must be a lapse in judgment. With a powerful nation backing her, her standards have risen considerably. "His martial prowess is impressive," remarked Xiao Yi, who had appeared beside Yu Wei without her noticing. She turned to him. "Indeed, he has concealed much. However, what I'm most concerned about is whether you can defeat him." Xiao Yi cautiously replied, "I have an 80% chance." "Then seek assistance from your Chu, the divine physician." "Yes." Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Yi paused to ask, "Should we frame someone else for the killing?" Yu Wei nearly choked in disbelief. "What killing? Did you not suggest that I capture him?" As a former assassin, Xiao Yi's instinctive thinking revolved around killing. Yu Wei sighed, "Merely capture him. I will leave the rest to Ji Wei and Meng Jixing. If they find him useful, they can utilize him. If not, let them handle it themselves." She was not particularly fond of taking lives. Xiao Yi maintained a stoic expression, simply responding, "Understood." Yu Wei inquired, "How is your poison? Has it been completely cleansed?" Yoshini mentioned it would take another half-month. Xiao Yi added, "However, my strength has already been restored, and I can undoubtedly complete the task. I'm concerned for you, not doubting your capabilities." Yu Wei felt that sometimes Xiao Yi's thoughts diverged significantly from her own. After a pause, she stated, "When the time comes, call Jinglu to accompany you for mutual support." Although she believed Jinglu's abilities were inferior to his own, and that he could manage alone, Xiao Yi obediently replied, "Yes." Xiao Yi moved swiftly. Yoshin Yi provided the medicine with equal decisiveness. Armed with the sedative, Xiao Yi stealthily infiltrated Chu Huan's residence under the cover of darkness. Assassination was his forte. Stealth and administering drugs were his most practiced skills. With the physician's generous supply of drugs, he utilized them liberally. As he advanced, he scattered the sedative, eventually dousing Chu Huan's room with a substantial amount. "Who goes there?" A sharp voice echoed from within Chu Huan's chamber. Having been discovered, Xiao Yi remained silent, not waiting for the drug's effects to take hold. Relying on the antidote he had consumed, he charged into the room. Behind him, Jinglu asked, "What?" His expression twisted as he hurriedly flew out to assist, blocking the swarm of dark guards emerging from the vicinity of the house. Chapter 84. The unhappy captive Chu Huan. It was known that their side had 2 individuals while the enemy boasted at least tenfold that number. The question arose, how could they emerge victorious? The answer was simple. Wait for the sedative to take effect. Both Xiao Yi and Jinglu were rare talents, and the sedative Xiao Yi had scattered began to work swiftly. While Chu Huan aimed to keep a few alive, the others fought with lethal intent. Jinglu appeared aloof, seemingly indifferent, yet his strikes were particularly ruthless. In the balance of power, Xiao Yi and Jinglu, though sustaining minor injuries, managed to eliminate a third of the Dark Guards, severely injuring two-thirds, and successfully captured Chu Huan. The ground was strewn with bodies, both living and dead. Jinglu discreetly stepped on a severely injured guard, releasing a small sigh of relief from the pressure of being pursued, then asked Xiao Yi, "What shall we do with the remaining ones?" "Whatever," Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Yu Wei had not specified, which meant there was no need for a particular solution. Jinglu favored this answer. "Shall I call someone to take over?" Both were quite pleased. Chu Huan, however, was not pleased at all. Despite inhaling the most of the sedative, he had yet to lose consciousness. He glared intensely at Xiao Yi, remaining silent. He was aware that Xiao Yi was affiliated with Yu Wei, and he yearned to inquire what she intended to do. She had expelled him during the day, only to have him captured at night. Did she harbor a love-hate relationship with him? Fortunately, Yu Wei remained oblivious to Chu Huan's thoughts, lest she be sickened by them. Chu Huan received no answers, as it was late at night, and Yu Wei wished to sleep. He was taken to the courtyard adjacent to Yu Wei's, where Xiao Yi had the audacity to knock on Yo Chu's door. "Who is it?" a gruff voice inquired. "Knocking at this hour, does one not know the elderly need their rest?" Yo Chu emerged with a dark expression. Xiao Yi pointed at Chu Huan, who was unceremoniously dropped on the ground. "He hasn't tea passed out, and you come to me because he hasn't tea?" Yo Chu's face darkened further. Xiao Yi corrected him. "He has inhaled a significant amount of sedative, but remains conscious." Impossible. Yo Chu immediately crouched down to take Chu Huan's pulse. Upon examining Chu Huan, Yo Chu's expression became quite peculiar. Realization dawned upon him. "Oh, it's you. Yo Shen-yi, you recognize me?" Chu Huan exclaimed, astonished. "How could he not remember? Your lack of memory is understandable. You were less than a year old at the time," Yo Chu replied, clicking his tongue. "Very well, this situation is rare, so I will give you some medicine." Chu Huan's complexion shifted. Seeing Yo Chu genuinely retrieve the medicine, he hastily remarked, "I still do not know whether it was my father or mother who knew the divine physician. Since you have saved me, I have yet to express my gratitude. Do not procrastinate any longer. For the sake of your face, take this medicine properly and succumb to unconsciousness. Perhaps I shall remember to plead for you tomorrow." Chu Huan, perplexed, responded, "You have come to my aid and even recognized me, whom you had only seen once as a child. Is that all amounts to a mere plea?" He was at a loss for words, yet after a brief silence, he obediently opened his mouth. Noticing Xiao Yi reluctantly retracting their eager hand from the medicine, he closed his eyes and promptly lost consciousness. The following day, as Yu Wei delivered meals to the neighboring room, she overheard Yu Chu, the divine physician, mention his acquaintance with Chu Huan. "The world seems rather small," Yu Wei quipped, her curiosity piqued. "Did you know his father or mother?" "His mother," Yu Chu replied. "She once bore the title of the most beautiful woman in the martial world, only to disappear from it later." He provided a brief explanation, framing it as a tale of love that led her to forsake the martial realm. While the martial world may appear bloody, the royal court is far more ruthless. Although Chu Huan's mother hailed from a second-rate family within the martial world, she was not favored at home. In the eyes of the royal family, her status was lowly. Even though Chu Huan's father managed to secure her position as the primary consort, it came at the cost of two secondary consorts entering the household 3 months later. The love between Chu Huan's parents was genuine. Despite the presence of several female figures in the household, Chu Huan's father spent 25 days a month in his mother's quarters, with only 2 days reserved for the study. As fate would have it, Chu Huan's mother became pregnant, but during her late pregnancy, she discovered she had been poisoned. The imperial physicians endeavored to treat her, barely ensuring the safe delivery of Chu Huan. However, she suffered severe hemorrhaging and nearly did not survive. Although she was saved, her health was irrevocably damaged. Worse still, she initially believed the poison was directed at her, only to later discover that Chu Huan had also been affected. Poisoning in a child is far more challenging to address, Despite the imperial physician's numerous attempts, they could only manage the symptoms, and, as time passed, the poison became increasingly difficult to resolve. It was due to Chu Huan's mother having saved Yu Chu once that she brought Chu Huan to take a gamble. Yu Chu administered several potent medicines, ultimately bestowing him with an immunity to toxins. The recognition of Chu Huan stemmed primarily from the unique pulse of someone immune to toxins after inhaling a narcotic, combined with the resemblance of his face to that of his mother. Yu Wei's interest was piqued. He resembles his mother? In truth, she was even more beautiful. Yu Chu remarked objectively. Her beauty was entirely independent of her family's status, yet it overshadowed many others. When Chu Huan awoke, he found Yu Wei eagerly inquiring, "Is your mother still in the imperial city?" "She has passed away," Chu Huan replied, lowering his gaze. Yu Wei paused, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. "I apologize. I was unaware." Chu Huan quickly added, "The royal residence is managed by 2 secondary consorts, but they have no authority over my courtyard, so you need not worry." Yu Wei, expressionless, stuffed a bun into his mouth. "If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall castrate you." Chu Huan's eyes widened. The other men present, ranging from their teens to their 30s, instinctively crossed their legs, feeling a chill. Yu Wei then turned to Meng Jiwei, asking, "Is this acceptable?" "Perfectly so." Meng Jiwei agreed wholeheartedly. Chu Huan was even more horrified. He glared at Meng Jiwei, momentarily abandoning his facade. Yu Wei produced a knife and smiled at him. "What do you think? Will you control your tongue, or shall I ensure you can never harbor thoughts of women again?" Chu Huan shook his head frantically. Yu Wei pondered. "You still refuse to heed my words? Very well, I shall act despite my disgust." Chu Huan's alarm grew, and he nodded vigorously. "Do you believe I am right? You absolutely refuse to submit to me? Fine, then brace yourself. Rest assured, divine physician Yu is here. You will not perish. I will ensure he tends to your wounds." As Chu Huan watched the knife draw nearer, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The bun Yu Wei had stuffed into his mouth was too tight for him to expel. At that moment, he cast aside all pretense and rubbed the bun against the ground, finally dislodging it. Without lifting his head, he implored, "Stop, stop. I yield. I will listen to you. I will do as you say." Chapter 85. Two choices. Silence enveloped the courtyard. Upon raising his head, Chu Huan noticed that Yu Wei had distanced herself from him, and the knife was no longer near. Yu Wei regarded him with a cold gaze. "I shall spare you this once." Chu Huan, belatedly recognizing the discord, pondered whether a divine being would truly resort to such actions. Yet, he dared not wager on it. He lowered his head, genuinely submitting. Yu Wei finally exhaled her frustration, tossing the knife back into her storage space. She turned to Chu Huan, stating, "I present you with 2 choices. First, to vanish from this world. Second, to follow our commands henceforth." Chu Huan, cautious, replied, "What do you intend to do?" "You will know once you make your choice," she responded. Chu Huan was reluctant to decide, yet he understood that failing to choose would likely lead to his demise. Despite reaching this juncture, he still did not wish to die. "I choose the second option." Yu Wei's expression softened with satisfaction. She turned to Yu Chu beside her. "I shall require your assistance in preparing medicine from now on." "No problem at all." Yu Chu readily produced a pill and placed it directly into Chu Huan's mouth. With a firm squeeze on his throat, the pill was swallowed involuntarily. Chu Huan coughed a few times, struggling to expel the medicine. He looked up. "Is this poison?" "Indeed, I had you, the divine physician, concoct it. It is entirely suitable for your constitution. Rest assured, your immunity to toxins will not counteract this poison," Yu Wei kindly explained. What could Chu Huan say? He had not anticipated encountering Yu Chu here, nor did he foresee his immunity to toxins failing in such a ludicrous manner. In that instant, he regretted his previous greed, unwilling to leave Qingke City. Had he departed, he doubted Meng Jiwei and the others would pursue him. Primarily, he had not expected the presence of so many capable individuals within Qingke City. However, now, regardless of any regrets, it was futile. Chu Huan took a deep breath, gazing at Yu Wei, and inquired, "So what do you wish for me to do?" "Assist us in dealing with the individuals from the imperial city." "You should be capable of that," Yu Wei replied with a smile. Chu Huan responded, "As long as they do not send individuals of special status, I can handle it." "Can anyone truly surpass you in status?" Yu Wei queried. I am a son of a noble family, not a prince. If a prince or someone of similar status arrives, it may be more challenging to fully control the situation. By saying that, you make me feel you are of little use, Chu Huan remarked, holding back. The princes and noble sons of the royal family were few, and those who would come to this border even fewer. The royal family itself was fundamentally corrupt. Otherwise, the reigning emperor would not be as he was. The emperor's demeanor reflected that of other royal descendants, indolent and fond of luxury, with no regard for the common folk. Among them, Chu Huan was relatively resilient and shrewd, which is why he had volunteered to come upon learning of the situation in Qingke City. Ultimately, he found himself ensnared here. Now, faced with the poison, Chu Huan became remarkably compliant, avoiding provoking Yu Wei and Meng Jiwei. When they discussed what he could do, he would affirm what he was capable of and diplomatically decline what he could not, seeking to avoid their disdain. Once their discussion drew to a close, Chu Huan cautiously asked, "Where shall I reside from now on? Do you not have a place to stay?" Yu Wei shot him a glance. Chu Huan immediately interjected, "Then may I invite Yu Shini to assist my subordinates?" Yu Wei had no objections. However, Meng Jiwei seemed to recall something. "Did you once pursue my brother?" "That is unfounded," Chu Huan promptly denied. Meng Jiwei sneered, "Yet the insignia remains here." Chu Huan, now quite indifferent, replied, "That merely represents the Roan Wangfu, not me." Meng Jiwei stared at him in silence. Chu Huan rubbed his nose and quietly confessed, "This matter should relate somewhat to my father, but was mainly instigated by my half-brother." Meng Jiwei did not indicate her belief or disbelief, but chose not to press him further. With Chu Huan's involvement concluded, he could not resist asking Yu Wei as he departed, "Shopkeeper, is it truly impossible for anyone to stay overnight here?" Yu Wei narrowed her eyes dangerously. "What are your intentions?" "I am merely inquiring," he hastily clarified. "Since we are now allies, I'm simply curious." Yu Wei dismissed him with disinterest. Yet, within Chu Huan's mind, an answer had already formed. Indeed, his earlier speculation was correct. Meng Jixing had not perished. He was likely concealed within Qingke City. Had he known earlier, perhaps he would have been poisoned and captured sooner. Looking around, it seemed his only option was to remain discreet. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Huan found it had been tidied up. The individuals he brought were not solely bodyguards. His personal maid, Butler, was among them. After discovering his disappearance, she acted with caution, leading others to bury the deceased and tend to the injured. Several gravely wounded individuals managed to await Chu Huan's return with Yu Chua. With Yu Chua present, at least their lives were preserved. Some suffered severe injuries, resulting in diminished martial prowess or permanent disabilities. Such was unavoidable. Given the circumstances, had Xiao, Yi, and Jing Lu held back, it would have meant their own demise. Chu Huan made no comment on this. He simply offered compensation to those severely injured and did not abandon them. He left behind medicine and prescriptions, and Yu Chua escorted Chu Huan back to the neighboring supermarket. This time, Yu Wei was absent. Only Meng Jiwei and Meng Jixing remained. Chu Huan was not surprised. "You have indeed survived. I'm afraid I have disappointed you," Meng Jixing replied flatly. Chu Huan remarked, "It would be a pity if you had died." Meng Jixing did not ponder whether this was sincere or feigned and plainly stated his demands. "I need you to convey several messages within the imperial city, and also assist me in acquiring a few unblemished identities." As Chu Huan listened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. He could not help but inquire, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Meng Jixing countered, "Even if you were no, what could you do?" Chu Huan admitted, "Indeed, there is little I could accomplish." Yet even contemplating the possibilities made him perceive Meng Jixing and his cohorts as mad. However, if he were in Meng Jixing's position, what would he do? Perhaps he might act even more recklessly. With this thought, he resolved his hesitations and asked, "Understood. Is there anything else?" "Not at the moment." Meng Jixing shook his head. Chu Huan turned to Meng Jiwei, appearing nonchalant. "Where are you headed? Shall I escort you?" "Do not overthink it, since you wish for me to remain here. At the very least, you should allow us to spread favorable rumors about our relationship, right? It is not solely my responsibility to relay messages back. Let us go." Meng Jiwei did not refuse. "I have some matters to discuss with you." Chapter 86. Taking a photograph since arriving in Qingke City, This marked Chuan's first entry into the Meng residence without feeling unwelcome. The Meng household was not large, and its inhabitants were few. Previously, Chuan had been mostly critical, but now he felt no such inclination. Following Meng Yu Wei into the residence, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "What do you wish to discuss?" Meng Yu Wei began. "Our betrothal was your request, was it not?" Chuan instinctively sought to deny it. "No, I want the truth." After a brief pause, Chuan touched his nose. "Well, in a sense, that is accurate, though I merely went with the flow." Meng Yu Wei had anticipated this. She inquired calmly, "Are you aware that I have a fiancé?" Chuan's expression conveyed his surprise. Meng Yu Wei smiled gently. "No need to worry. This information need not be shared with others. We do not have to exhibit a close relationship before outsiders. A cool demeanor will suffice. Oh, you may also show me some kindness, as long as it does not disturb me." Chuan felt that the demands of the world were indeed burdensome. To be courteous while also ensuring one does not disturb another seemed a tall order. However, recalling the poison he had ingested, he understood he could not extricate himself from the situation and could only acquiesce with a heavy heart. Thus, in Qingke City, a familiar sight emerged. Chuan, handsome and tall, attracting the attention of many young ladies, pursued Meng Yu Wei daily, even though she remained aloof, without a hint of displeasure. To the residents of Qingke City, despite being drawn to Chuan's appearance, they saw Meng Yu Wei's indifference as perfectly acceptable. Miss Meng was diligently working for the betterment of Qingke City. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful and talented, the only acknowledged friend of the Divine Maiden. Even if Miss Meng exhibited indifference towards Chuan, it was merely a testament to her self-control, not swayed by beauty, rooted in her excellence. This perception intensified when Meng Yu Wei introduced the miraculous potato. Now, as August waned, the weather was turning colder, making it difficult to cultivate potatoes, yet they were eager for the anticipated harvest. Although their soil was still recovering, each household could only cultivate a small plot. Upon hearing of the potatoes' astonishing yield, their spirits soared. This year, even without a bountiful harvest, they would save seeds for the following year. Fortune smiled upon them. Just as the potatoes were planted, the residents of Qingke City, who had expected to tend to their fields daily, were surprised by sudden rain. Initially, the sky darkened with light drizzle, which had become a common occurrence. However, this time, the rain intensified, drenching many who were too far from home. Yet, more pressing was the threat to their precious potatoes. The deluge was so fierce it could ruin their crops. In a flurry, they scrambled to dig up the potatoes, inadvertently bringing up 2 buckets of soil. Thankfully, each household had only managed to harvest 4 or 5 potatoes, so even if they were cut in half to sprout, the area occupied was minimal and 2 buckets sufficed. Gazing out at the torrential rain, although soaked, their hearts burned with excitement. Their land was about to revive. Perhaps due to the prolonged drought, this rain was fierce and relentless, lasting for days. The downpour ranged between heavy rain and torrential rain. Consequently, the number of customers at Yu Wei's supermarket dwindled significantly, as the heavy rain would leave anyone who ventured out completely soaked, even with an umbrella. Yu Wei, too, opted to remain indoors. Instead, she hosted a lively hot pot feast in the adjacent room. Frozen meats thawed, and Meng Qingshan showcased impressive knife skills, slicing the meat uniformly and beautifully. Tai Zhu and Li diligently washed vegetables, while Qian Shi prepared broth. Yin Jiao was busy washing and cutting fruits. Meng Zhixing, still recuperating, sat in a wheelchair nearby, observing. Xia Huai and Yu Chuan monitored his recovery and discussed treatment methods. Meanwhile, Chuan, keenly aware of the situation, assisted his maid in serving fruits, unwilling to merely wait for a meal while General Meng was diligently preparing meat. Indeed, Chuan had already met Meng Qingshan. He is an astute individual, demonstrating his perceptiveness after consuming poison. Upon encountering Meng Qingshan, he refrained from divulging any information about him, which slightly improved his circumstances. This slight improvement meant he could now partake in hot pot. Just as they were preparing, a person arrived with an umbrella, exclaiming, "I am late." "Not at all." Just in time, Yu Wei replied with a smile, urging him to change into dry clothes. After Meng Yu Wei emerged in fresh attire, Everyone had gathered around the two hot pot stoves, saving a spot for her beside Yu Wei, while Meng Xing occupied the opposite side. "Come quick. We were waiting for you to start." Yu Wei beckoned her. As Meng Wei took her seat, Yu Wei wasted no time in grabbing a meatball. "Shall I begin?" The perfectly cooked meatball was rich and spicy, providing immense satisfaction with every bite. As Yu Wei commenced her meal, the others followed suit. Meng Wei and Meng Shan sat on either side, assisting Meng Xing in selecting dishes. With the aid of the medicinal concoction, Meng Xing's wounds had nearly healed, enabling him to gradually help himself to food. However, he had to stick to lighter fare, thus opting for the mushroom soup hot pot, which was still delectable. "The tripe is ready. Quickly grab it before it overcooks," Yu Wei reminded, already taking a piece for herself. Naturally, hot pot should be accompanied by drinks. Meng Xing and the underage Tai Zhuyu and Jiao sipped milk, while Yu Wei and Meng Wei enjoyed low-alcohol cocktails and Meng Shan, Chu Huan, and Yu Chua indulged in the spirits Yu Wei had brought forth. These beverages were sourced from her supermarket, reasonably priced yet potent, possessing a higher alcohol content than the spirits typically available. Upon tasting, Meng Shan exclaimed, "What a fine wine." Yu Chua took a sip and turned to Yu Wei. "Shopkeeper, this isn't fair. Such good wine, and you didn't let me try it. If I don't drink, I'll forget," Yu Wei retorted confidently. Observing their expressions, Yu Wei chuckled. "All right, next time I'll bring even better wine for you, ensuring you never lack for drink." "Deal," Yu Chua replied. "I don't need too much. I have a surgery upcoming. Drinking excessively isn't good for my health." Yu Wei smiled. "You can always save some. After all, it's all for you." Yu Chua fell silent, secretly appreciating her thoughtfulness. Sharing food and drink draws people closer, especially with such potent liquor. Meng Shan became quite inebriated, embracing Meng Xing and weeping, "My son, I have wronged you. It is your father who failed to care for you." Chu Huan clung to Meng Shan's legs, wailing, "I know I was wrong, Meng Wei. Please plead for me with the divine lady. I only have a little ambition. I'm not a bad person." Yu Chua burst into laughter. "See? This is the consequence of overindulgence. Shopkeeper, don't you have that miraculous thing called a camera? Capture this moment." With a mischievous grin, Yu Wei agreed and brought out a Polaroid camera, taking several snapshots. Each person present received a keepsake. None anticipated that the first cohort of the Empress's inner circle would quietly assemble in such an unassuming courtyard. Chapter 87. I shall go to the battlefield with Chu Huan providing cover. Qingke City no longer required stringent control for development. It was during this time that Chu Huan grasped the source of Meng Wei and her companion's confidence. Indeed, they faced certain limitations in resources, yet with Yu Wei's presence, these deficiencies could be compensated, transforming disadvantages into advantages. After he clearly demonstrated his astuteness, he was exposed to more remarkable innovations, such as the modified portable crossbow, the enhanced catapult, improved water wheel designs, cement ratios and applications, and methods for breeding high-quality horses, among many others. Although Chu Huan had only skimmed the titles and catalogs, he was profoundly impressed. However, a comprehensive understanding was unattainable. Even Meng Wei's team lacked complete knowledge of all projects. Providing Chu Huan with information was also a strategy to engage him in labor, allowing him to choose a responsibility that, if executed well, would yield rewards. Chu Huan had many aspirations, yet being a wise individual, he selected the least hazardous task of cement mixing and road construction, proactively requesting Meng Wei to assign additional personnel to assist him. Once the cement ratios were mastered, producing it would not be overly challenging. The cement work would naturally commence in Qingke City, which, at present, was abundant in laborers. Even the severely injured soldiers sought employment, and thus, the non-hazardous task of laying cement roads was perfect for them. Chu Huan traversed every corner of the city, planning the most suitable order for the cement road layout. He then reviewed his plans with Lin Qing and commenced the project. Should the cement roads prove successful, they would also consider constructing buildings with cement. Additionally, Lin Qing proposed establishing a brick factory and a tile factory near Qingke City to provide ample job opportunities for its residents. This initiative would also serve the city's reconstruction needs, making self-production more efficient than purchasing from external sources. Lin Qingqing had some understanding of Meng Jiwei's vision, aiming to transform the border into an ideal stronghold, ensuring self-sufficiency in most resources. The establishment of a steel mill was imperative. It could be situated near the mines, simply requiring laborers for construction. The steel mill would necessitate both brick and cement structures, prompting Chu Huan to allocate a group of workers to assist. Furthermore, to smelt steel, suitable coal was essential due to the high temperatures required. With all these endeavors, it felt as though manpower was still insufficient. Ultimately, these factories would need to commence as small-scale operations. Qingkai City buzzed with activity, while Chuyang City managed to maintain a semblance of stability. However, within the realm of Yuyan, not all regions experience such tranquility. In recent years, Yuyan has been characterized by tyranny, with grain taxes soaring to 60%, leaving many unable to survive, resorting to selling their children to sustain their lives, seeking a path for their offspring. Coupled with a famine afflicting half of Yuyan, chaos ensued in various regions. The emperor of Yuyan was not one to empathize with the populace. His response to turmoil was simple: kill. Those who resisted would be subdued. Thus, while Meng Jiwei and her companions endured, uprisings began to emerge elsewhere. The first to rebel were the farmers. The demise of a dynasty often begins with a peasant revolt. An uprising of over 1,000 individuals in a county at the southern and northern borders marked the onset of Yuyan's decline. The initial rebels were unarmed, wielding only hoes and kitchen knives. Yet they swelled from a mere 1,000 to tens of thousands as the desperate sought to seize opportunities, at least to die with their bellies full. With death looming on all sides, they feared little of mortality. Nevertheless, since they lacked true leadership, the gathering soon faltered. At this juncture, another rebellion erupted, this time led by affluent locals. They rallied under the banner of overthrowing the tyrant, amassing significant support and seizing 3 cities within a month, even incorporating a portion of the initial rebels. Concurrently, uprisings began to surface in various locales. The entire Yuyan realm descended into chaos, with only the borders near Chuyang City maintaining a semblance of calm. The forces of Shilin Kingdom attempted to exploit the situation to infiltrate, yet they remained firmly repelled. Over the course of this month, Qingkai City experienced significant transformations. Currently, Qingkai City has a total of 15,000 individuals registered, with 8,000 serving as regular soldiers and 3,000 as reserves. The reserve troops are predominantly youthful, merely engaged in additional training. Among the remaining 4,000, a significant portion consists of maimed soldiers who have been rescued from the battlefield, while a small fraction comprises elderly individuals over 50, children under 10, and a few unfortunate pregnant women. It can be said that every citizen of Qingkai City stands ready to bear arms. The 8,000 regular soldiers have all witnessed the horrors of battle in Chuyang City, having engaged in fierce combat with the military of Shilin Kingdom. Naturally, casualties are inevitable, yet all remain undaunted. They have ventured into battle more than once, bearing scars that serve as reminders of their experiences. And they comprehend the profound significance of camaraderie, relationships forged in the crucible of war where lives are entrusted to one another. The morale of the Qingkai army, tempered by the fires of conflict, is strikingly distinct. With the support of the Qingkai army, Chuyang City can maintain stability. Moreover, several trusted commanders have learned through communications from the Qingkai army that Meng Qingshan is safe, allowing them to unite and suppress dissent, thus restoring normalcy in Chuyang City. At this juncture, Meng Jiwei proposed a significant course of action. She intended to journey to Chuyang City. This declaration was made while she was dining in a small courtyard adjacent to the supermarket. Following their first hot pot meal, it seemed as though an unusual switch had been activated, prompting everyone to gather for meals every few days. Even Chu Huan, after attending several gatherings, felt a noticeable integration with Qingkai City. Others had also lowered their guard around him. A month's time was sufficient for the concrete roads of Qingkai City to be laid. Now, even in torrential rain, the city remains pristine. They have effectively managed drainage, ensuring no fear of flooding, and Qingkai City is now firmly on the path to progress. However, Upon hearing Meng Wei express her desire to enter the battlefield, everyone was taken aback. Meng Qingshan was the first to object, declaring that it would be too perilous in Chuyang City. Meng Zhixing trembled slightly, but, having previously discussed matters with Meng Wei, slowly approached her, gently ruffling her hair, and said, "If you wish to go, then go." Zhixing. This was the first time Meng Qingshan had intensified his tone towards him since they had met. Yet, Meng Zhixing merely gazed at his father with calmness, responding, "Father, our ability to live comfortably here is due to the arrangements we've made and the presence of a shopkeeper. But what if we were to meet with misfortune? Yu Wei is quite capable. She should be able to protect herself." Meng Qingshan, confronted by Meng Zhixing's composed gaze, found it difficult to continue opposing. He was indifferent to the matter at hand, only concerned about his promise to the shopkeeper, Yu Wei, to remain for 10 years. Yu Chu rubbed his bloated stomach and languidly remarked, "Then I'll prepare some medicine for you to take along. Although the shopkeeper's miraculous remedies are excellent, I have some unique concoctions that are quite effective on the battlefield." Jing Lu set down his chopsticks and added, "I can accompany you." Meng Qingshan looked around and noticed no one voiced dissent. He couldn't help but glance at Yu Wei, who remained silent, only to see her produce a set of clothing, a bulletproof vest. "Wear this to ensure your safety." In Chapter 88, Gifts from Shilin Kingdom, Meng Qingshan's objections ultimately proved futile. He recognized that Meng Wei had trained the Qin K army, clearly aiming for something significant. However, he was no longer as spirited as in his youth, often wishing to close his eyes and not think too much. When the time came for Meng Wei to depart, he simply wore a stern expression and handed her a letter. "Deliver this to your Uncle Dainyu." After a pause, he added, "Return safely. Nothing is more important than your life. As long as you live, there will come a day when you succeed." "All right, I understand, father. Do not worry. I am not willing to risk my life in the hands of those from Shilin Kingdom." Meng Wei proceeded to Chuyang City with 5,000 Qin K soldiers, while the remaining 3,000, alongside 4,000 Meng family troops, could adequately defend Qin K City, not to mention the additional 3,000 reserve soldiers. Those who remained behind in Qin K City diligently trained themselves, striving to defeat more enemies in the next engagement. After Meng Wei's departure, the transactions with Yu Wei were taken over by Meng Zhixing and Lin Qingqing, with Meng Zhixing taking the lead and Lin Qingqing assisting. Lin Qingqing has now become the chief logistics manager, with a deputy manager being a young master from the Su family. The individuals who discovered Yu Wei's supermarket alongside Meng Wei hardly hesitated to align themselves with her. Even the most uniquely positioned young master, Zhao, stood by her side, actively persuading his family to support Meng Wei, with initial successes already visible. A portion of the supplies for Qin K City was provided by them. As for the Lin, Su, and Wang families, they're focused on expanding outward, with young Master Wang and young Master Zhao managing external trade. Following Meng Wei's journey to Chuyang City, they intensified their efforts to develop Qin K City, aiming to surprise her upon her return. As for Yu Wei, her mission was complete. However, concerned for Meng Wei's first experience in battle, she decided to wait for her return before heading back to the modern world. Upon arriving in Chuyang City, Meng Wei found the situation far from daunting. She had grown up under the watchful eyes of the city's commanders, forming bonds of camaraderie. Furthermore, with the support of Pang Dainyu and the assurance from Meng Qingshan's letter, despite some opposition, Meng Wei was not leading the Meng family army into battle. She had brought her own 5,000 soldiers. Thus, even if some harbored resentment and contemplated small schemes, it would bear little impact on her. In fact, when informed by General Pang Dainyu that she was to clear the battlefield, Meng Wei outright declined, stating, "General Pang, I have my own plans for this visit. Please disregard me." Pang Dainyu regarded her intently, asking, "Are you truly sure you don't require my assistance?" With a gentle smile, Meng Wei firmly replied, "I do not." "Very well, you are just like your brother," Pang Dainyu remarked. After a moment of realization, he quickly added, "I didn't mean." Pang Dainyu was unaware that Meng Zhixing was still alive, and Meng Wei was unfazed by his slip. It is of no concern. After confirming Meng Wei's intentions, Pang Daniu ultimately saw her depart with 5,000 troops, advising, if you intend to undertake anything, at least keep me informed. Should the need arise, I can provide support. Thank you, Uncle Pang. Meng Jiwei expressed her gratitude. That night, she vanished from Chuyang City, leaving Pang Daniu with a letter that contained merely 4 words, return in 3 days. Upon realizing Meng Jiwei had left the city, Pang Daniu pondered, what can I do? The only course of action was to help Meng Jiwei conceal her departure while spreading the word that she had gone to the mountains nearby Chuyang City to sabotage the pathways established by Shilin Kingdom. Although they had a general idea of where the passage was located, they had never found the time to address it, merely stationing guards nearby. Fortunately, those stationed there were Pang Daniu's trusted confidants. The fact that Qingke City had previously faced attacks also convinced certain individuals with ulterior motives of the veracity of Pang Daniu's claims. They lamented the impending destruction of the passage, but did not dwell on it. Consequently, when the Shilin Kingdom's main camp was ambushed, no one was prepared. The Qingke army, equipped with the weapons brought by Yu Wei and having undergone specialized training supplemented with vitamins, effectively overcame night blindness, eliminating 2 patrol teams and donning their uniforms before stealthily infiltrating the Shilin Kingdom's encampment. Subsequently, they allowed their comrades to infiltrate as well, culminating in the incineration of supplies and tents. The moment the supplies were set ablaze, the personnel of Shilin Kingdom quickly reacted. They had suffered multiple losses of supplies, but now they had become adept at protecting their provisions, with an increased number of guards surrounding them. Even when ignited, the flames were swiftly extinguished, and ultimately only 1/10 of the supplies were lost. The cursed people of Yuyin Kingdom. A young officer from Shilin Kingdom wiped the soot from his face and spoke in a deep voice to those around him. I will report to the general. You all continue to search for the arsonists. Yes, they responded in unison. The young officer hurried towards the main camp, encountering many individuals rushing back and forth to extinguish the fires. Several tents had been burned, and distant sounds of combat could be heard. However, before he could reach the main camp, he was met with chaos. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he seized a nearby person and inquired, what is happening? Why is everyone in such a frenzy? It's bad. The general, he is dead. His head is gone. The young officer felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What? A quarter of an hour later, Meng Jiwei had successfully withdrawn her team. She murmured, retreat. Each unit count your numbers and report back. Yes, they were already accustomed to coordinating in small teams, and the tallying proceeded swiftly. Soon, 5 captains reported to Meng Jiwei. In the 1st Battalion, there were no fatalities, 37 lightly injured, and 1 severely injured. In the 2nd Battalion, there were no fatalities, 16 lightly injured, and 2 severely injured. In the 3rd Battalion, there were no fatalities. They spoke rapidly, their reports clear. 5,000 men, and not a single life was lost. The most severe injuries had been treated. With the medicine from Yu Wei and Yu Chu, their lives were at least preserved. Meng Jiwei finally smiled. Excellent. Now, those uninjured take turns carrying the severely injured. We will march swiftly back to Chuyang City. Yes, in the dead of night, a yellow firework exploded outside Chuyang City. Upon seeing this signal, a waiting soldier felt a jolt of energy and immediately pulled a nearby comrade, saying, you guard here. I will find General Pang. Hey, you'll be punished if you run off. His companion tried to stop him, but to no avail. Moments later, he saw Pang Daniu hastily approaching and promptly setting off a yellow firework of his own. Soon, a throng of people appeared outside the city walls. Pang Daniu squinted and, upon seeing the foremost figure, could not help but laugh. Quick, open the city gates. As the gates swung open, Meng Jiwei was the first to step forward. She took a cloth bag from a nearby person and handed it to Pang Daniu, saying, Uncle Pang, I've brought you a gift. What gift do you have for me? As long as you're not injured. His words were cut short as he carelessly opened the bag and met the sight within. Chapter 89. A gift for you. Inside the bag lay a severed head, its lifeless eyes staring back at Pang Daniu. He fell silent for a moment before asking, This is a gift? Meng Jiwei smiled. Uncle Pang, you can decide whether you like this gift or not. I like it. Pang Daniu replied without hesitation. This was the head of the commander from Shilin Kingdom. How could he not appreciate it? He burst into laughter. Wonderful. Truly, you are the daughter of a general, displaying remarkable grace. After the praise, he remembered to ask, you weren't injured, were you? Just a minor injury. Nothing serious, Meng Jiwei replied. But the severely injured I brought back will need your assistance in settling. No problem. Pang Daniu prioritized the matter, asking directly, what is the situation over there? Is there room for us to act? The chaos should have temporarily subsided, and given the darkness, it is not an opportune moment. Perhaps we can wait until dawn. Meng Jiwei indicated the bag. This gift can also serve a greater purpose. You're right. Noticing the fatigue etched on Meng Jiwei's face, Pang Daniu urged. You should rest first. Will you participate tomorrow? Meng Jiwei replied, of course I will. I orchestrated the chaos. If I do not partake, it would be a great loss. Pang Daniu, unaware of her thoughts, nodded. All right, I understand. I will send someone to summon you. Ensure you take time to account for your people. It's already been accounted for, Uncle Pang, rest assured. Tomorrow, I will organize everyone properly. Pang Daniu was somewhat taken aback, but did not press further. Thus, when he later learned that Meng Jiwei had brought back as many people as she had taken, he was left utterly astonished. But that was a matter for later. For now, Pang Daniu hurried to gather the other commanders and discuss plans for the next day. Meanwhile, Meng Jiwei, who had scarcely slept in the past 2 days, returned to her room, instructing the Qingke army to rest well, and as soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber. Meng Jiwei felt as though she had just fallen asleep when she was awakened. Splashing cold water on her face finally roused her. Upon her arrival, she discovered everyone present, waiting for her alone. The way the commanders looked at Meng Jiwei had shifted. They were now aware of her remarkable feat even more astonishingly. Someone returned with the news that not a single member of the Qingke army she had taken out had perished. These accomplishments compelled the commanders to regard Meng Jiwei with newfound respect. Military matters may be intricate, yet they are also simple. If you possess strength and can earn their allegiance, you have triumphed. Time was of the essence. And Pang Daniu briefly discussed their plans with Meng Jiwei before leading the troops out of Chuyang City. This time, the Qingke army set out with 4,900 men, leaving only a few dozen lightly injured individuals to care for the severely wounded. The others, unimpeded by minor injuries, fervently insisted on accompanying the mission. In this battle, Meng Jiwei and the Qingke army astonished Pang Daniu and his men. Though they were fewer than 5,000, they exuded the presence of over 10,000. The forces of Shilin Kingdom could not withstand their assault and were forced to retreat step by step. Nevertheless, they did not recklessly advance. They remained acutely aware of the positions of others, never overextending, and Meng Jiwei, as every command was executed with precision. The discipline exhibited by the Qingke army evoked envy among Pang Daniu and the others. It was not that they lacked discipline, but witnessing the Qingke army made them realize that discipline could be rhythmic, with even a commander capable of directing the movements of 10 soldiers. Remarkable. Such coordination yielded exceptional results. If only the Meng family army could achieve the same level of discipline, how formidable they would be. It is worth noting that the Qingke army had only been established for just over a month. This battle, marked by the severed head of the Shilin Kingdom's commander displayed upon the Meng family military banner, dealt a devastating blow to the morale of the Shilin Kingdom. Furthermore, the Meng family army had come prepared. Even if the leaders of Shilin Kingdom suspected something, some still harbored a sense of false security, believing that the Meng family army, having also lost its commander, would not be so bold. Most importantly, there was discord among them. None would submit to the other. Thus, with the Meng family army and the Qingke army joining forces, they drove the Shilin Kingdom's troops into a state of disarray, ultimately pushing them back 30 miles and capturing several thousand enemy soldiers. It was a resounding victory. Upon returning to Chuyang City, Pang Daniu began preparations for a celebration, focusing on providing extra rations, distributing additional steam buns, and a couple of side dishes of pickles to improve the meals of those who had been subsisting on compressed biscuits. Everyone feasted joyfully. After the meal, the head of the Shilin Kingdom's commander, along with the corpse of a deputy commander slain during the pursuit, was publicly displayed outside the gates of Chuyang City. The Shilin kingdom suddenly settled down. Initially, Pang Danyu and his men remained vigilant. But it was only after Yu Wei sent people to investigate that they discovered that internal strife had erupted within Shilin kingdom. The root cause lay in the conflict between the two nations. When faced with formidable enemies at Chuyang City and hindered by treacherous advisors and inept rulers, who could only watch as they were worn down, it was inevitable that some would insist on continuing the fight. Now, Chuyang City has remarkably undergone a transformation, leading to the condemnation of a certain faction of individuals. A group of critics has emerged, lamenting that had they known earlier, they should have acted with more decisiveness. They even insinuate that those who wish to prolong the situation might be spies. Regardless, chaos has erupted among them. In the midst of this turmoil, no one has come to the borders, and they have neglected to attack Chuyang City. Yu Wei and her companions seized this opportunity to charge forth, delivering another blow that forced their adversaries back by 10 miles before retreating. Going further would invite peril. With the internal strife in the Shilin kingdom, the crisis surrounding Chuyang City has been alleviated. Yu Wei spoke to Pang Danyu, expressing the need for vigilance against the Shilin kingdom in the future before taking her leave. Pang Danyu patted her shoulder and asked her to extend his regards to the goddess and the general. The others in the room, aware that Meng Qingshan was in Qingke City, also requested that she send their greetings. Yu Wei and her group returned swiftly, taking with them a number of severely injured individuals as well as several hundred civilians. Unfortunately, the recent influx of people from Chuyang City to Qingke City had already depleted their numbers, but Qingke City managed to send some individuals back, bringing with them supplies of grain and seeds. After the heavy rains, they returned to Chuyang City to commence its reconstruction. Furthermore, the cement flooring from Qingke City was also prepared to be laid in Chuyang City, which could even be applied to the city walls. The exchanges between these two cities have fostered a growing familiarity. Yu Wei rode her horse, accompanied by 10 others, back to Qingke City. When they arrived, breakfast had just concluded. Rather than heading to the city lord's manor or the Meng family home, her first stop was Yu Wei's supermarket. Dismounting with grace, Yu Wei strode into the supermarket, where she locked eyes with the already alert Yu Wei, who smiled and said, "Boss, I have returned safely." "You are amazing," Yu Wei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with a beaming smile. "We have heard all about your exploits over there. Everyone says you are formidable." Yu Wei's expression softened at her words. "Are you preparing to leave?" she inquired. Yu Wei nodded. "Yes, now that you are back, I can rest easy." With a playful glint in her eye, Yu Wei replied, "Just in time. I have a gift for you, and I hope you will not refuse." Curiously, Yu Wei asked, "What is it?" "Surely it isn't a human head?" Yu Wei replied calmly, "Iron ore." Chapter 90. Discovery of New Functions. The weather had turned considerably cooler after several rains. Yu Wei cleared the supermarket, locked the door, and then, alongside Xia Huai, followed Yu Wei outside. To acquire the iron ore, Yu Wei knew she had to venture out herself. Otherwise, waiting for Yu Wei and her team to transport, it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, which Yu Wei deemed unnecessary. It would be far more efficient for her to make the trip. Consequently, Yu Wei summoned a team to protect them. The group consisted of only Yu Wei, Xia Huai, Yu Wei, and Xiao Yi, who served as Yu Wei's bodyguard. This was Yu Wei's first time leaving Qingke City after numerous travels. The city now boasted cement roads that lent a neat appearance, but the outskirts remained desolate. Even after the rain, the wild grass had not yet sprouted. The exterior was a barren expanse of yellowed earth. Yu Wei sat atop her horse, riding alongside Yu Wei, who held her horse's reins and instructed her in the art of horseback riding. Thankfully, Yu Wei's agility made it easier, and the horse Yu Wei had chosen for her was gentle in temperament, making the learning process quite manageable. The iron or mountain was approximately 3 hours away at a leisurely pace. During this time, Yu Wei transitioned from initial excitement to casual conversation, ultimately succumbing to boredom and discomfort. She murmured, "Next time, I must bring a cart." Yu Wei, intrigued, asked the cart, "A horse-drawn carriage?" Xia Huai gestured towards the road. It will still be bumpy. However, it could indeed save time, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Yet, a single cart occupies considerable space. Yu Wei pondered. Could we not also bring a motorcycle? Can you ride one? While Yu Wei was adept at riding a small electric scooter, she had yet to ride a motorcycle in such terrain. Huaguo replied, "It is feasible, but riding a motorcycle on uneven ground may not be very pleasant." Yu Wei made her decision. "Then let us bring a motorcycle." She considered the advantages. Once we are on the motorcycle, who could possibly catch us? The thought made her exclaim in frustration. Had she thought of this sooner, she could have dispensed with her worries for this trip. Huaguo agreed, "All right. We can fit a motorcycle into the supermarket without much hassle. Once we arrive, we can clear a little space to accommodate it." During their 3-hour journey, Yu Wei dismounted and walked for half an hour. Upon finally reaching the iron or mountain, the thought of riding back filled her with dread. Yet, the sight of heaps of iron ore rekindled her enthusiasm. Although the current operations relied solely on manual labor, they had devised their methods. And given the steady influx of workers, their consumption of iron ore was considerably less than their output. You could take all of this. Meng Jiwei gestured towards the expanse of iron ore. Yu Wei confirmed. "All of this is for us?" "Indeed." Meng Jiwei nodded, explaining. "We have no need for such a surplus, and we still have a substantial amount stored elsewhere." She referred to the newly constructed steel mill adjacent to the iron or mountain. Although it was merely a factory in name, it occupied about 200 square meters and featured a cement structure that appeared distinct. Within, activity thrived as the first batch of honeycomb coal had just arrived, where seasoned blacksmiths guided eager young apprentices in weapon forging. Given the scarcity of blacksmiths in this era, iron was not a resource readily accessible to ordinary folk. The weapons of the Ming army were supplied through the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War, especially since Yu Wei had introduced them to steel refining techniques. They were diligently learning, resulting in minimal consumption of iron ore. Yu Wei accepted without hesitation. This time, she had intentionally cleared her storage space, relocating her possessions to a warehouse. With a mere wave of her hand, vast quantities of iron ore vanished. To her astonishment, she discovered that she could still see the supermarket and warehouse from her current location. An idea struck her. The once empty warehouse, now occupied only by a few boxes, was filled with iron ore. Yu Wei felt a surge of excitement. In her own space, combined with the large warehouse, she had managed to store a significant amount of iron ore. Satisfied, she declared, "That's enough, thank you. I should be the one thanking you." "This is merely our goodwill," Meng Jiwei responded earnestly. "Currently, I only possess iron ore, but if I were to acquire gold or silver mines in the future, I would share at least half with you." Unquestionably, Yu Wei was intrigued by this prospect. However, she restrained herself and sincerely said, "As long as you can trade with me fairly, there is no need for gifts." Meng Jiwei merely smiled. There was no need to quarrel over details while the items were still unaccounted for. Yu Wei paid little mind to this, pulling Huaguo aside to whisper, "Do you think we could find oil or similar energy sources here? Oil is a vital energy resource, yet its consumption is limited. Certain countries have profited immensely from it." Yu Wei wasn't solely motivated by profit. Securing a reserve of energy would also be advantageous. "We need to conduct an exploration," Huaguo contemplated. "Next time, we can bring some equipment and have their people assist with the survey. If there is oil, we can discuss the next steps. If not, there is no need to overexert ourselves." Yu Wei found this suggestion agreeable. After concluding their whispered conversation, Meng Jiwei completed her inspection. She tested the weapons forged at the steel mill. Although few in number and inferior to those brought by Yu Wei, they still possessed a crushing advantage compared to those of other nations. That was more than sufficient. Once everything was settled, Meng Jiwei called out to Yu Wei, "Boss, we should head back now." Yu Wei grimaced at the thought of the 3-hour horseback ride ahead. She covered her face and exclaimed, "Why do we have to go back? If only we could leave from here." Just as Meng Jiwei was about to chuckle and suggest that she could arrange for a carriage, she noticed Yu Wei's eyes brighten. "Huaguo, come here and lead me." Without a hint of hesitation, Huaguo stepped forward to assist Yu Wei. With a radiant smile directed at Meng Jiwei, Yu Wei said, "Jiwei, be careful on your way back. I shall take my leave now. See you in 3 days." Meng Jiwei instinctively replied, "All right, I will be cautious. Goodbye." In the next moment, Yu Wei vanished. Meng Jiwei blinked, momentarily dazed, but then she smiled. This was indeed for the best. It ensured her boss's safety. She understood that this goddess sister, slightly older yet more innocent than herself, cherished her life dearly. Perhaps since descending to the mortal realm, she had but one life to live. Naturally, she wished for her goddess sister to thrive until the time came for her to overcome her tribulations and return to the celestial realm, never again to suffer in the world of mortals. Yu Wei was anxious. She feared that upon returning to the modern world, she might find herself in a supermarket again. Fortunately, that did not occur. As she opened her eyes, she found herself behind a front desk, with Xia Huai beside her. "You're back?" Wan Jiaoyang inquired. Then his expression shifted as he noticed Xia Huai. "Are you all right?" I'm fine," Xia Huai retched slightly. Her complexion pale, yet her spirit seemed relatively intact. Wan Jiaoyang, puzzled, asked, "What happened to you?" "It's the after effects of time travel," Xia Huai replied, her face still wan. What she did not mention was the intensified discomfort she felt this time after traveling outside the supermarket. Yu Wei helped her sit down and poured her a cup of warm water. "You should rest for a moment." "No, well, I'm feeling unwell. I need to get a checkup to see how much the after effects have impacted me." In the end, Yu Wei could not persuade Xia Huai otherwise. However, Xia Huai did not push herself too hard and allowed Hang Haoyan to carry her to the examination room. The doctor in the examination room was taken aback. "What happened?" "She mentioned it's the after effects of time travel. Please examine her," Hang Haoyan summarized. The doctor promptly began the examination on Xia Huai. Yu Wei stayed behind, concerned for Xia Huai's health. If it were merely temporary discomfort, that would be manageable. Otherwise, she would need to find a solution. Thankfully, the results of Xia Huai's examination were available shortly. After reviewing them, the doctor sighed in relief. "She's fine. There are no injuries. It appears she couldn't withstand the pressure of time travel, akin to motion sickness. She has time travel sickness." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Wei patted her chest, relieved, "Thank goodness. If it had caused any bodily harm, I wouldn't have dared to bring you along." Xia Huai immediately asserted, "I can overcome this." "All right, you should rest," Yu Wei insisted. "I will handle my examination first, so take it easy." Once Xia Huai was comfortably lying down, Yu Wei walked next door with the doctor. Wan Jiaoyang glanced at Xia Huai and teased, "What is this? After a trip to another world, you've become so obedient?" Xia Huai retorted, "How can she say that when I was literally pressed down by Yu Wei? I barely had the strength to resist." While her discomfort played a part in her compliance, it still felt absurd. Deep down, she yearned for the opportunity. With 3 instances of time travel, she could enhance her genetic makeup. She wondered what transformations awaited her. Yu Wei's examination results indicated that her physical fitness continued to improve. In addition to increased bone density and muscle mass, her eyesight had transitioned from nearsightedness to a vision comparable to that of a sharpshooter. This meant her weight had steadily risen, yet her physique appeared largely unchanged. In fact, due to the balanced distribution of muscle, she seemed slightly slimmer at first glance. However, beneath her delicate muscles and slender wrists lay immense, explosive power. Yu Wei's punching force now surpassed world records, showcasing the rapid growth of her strength. Moreover, this measurement was without the utilization of internal energy. Should she employ it, the force would be even more formidable. Upon her return, she still had a week at her disposal. Following her checkup, Yu Wei promptly reported on the iron mine, receiving a response from Zhang Zhonghua that someone would arrive the next day to transport the iron ore. As for today, it was Yu Wei's free time. With her strength having reached an extraordinary level, her sparring sessions with Hang Haoyan had adopted a new standard. Previously, she aimed to strike Hang Haoyan. Now, she focused on controlling her strength, ensuring that her strikes would only leave him with a flush rather than bruises. Yu Wei insisted that any marks on Hang Haoyan were purely unintentional. Each time she returned from time travel, her power would increase. In the past, when her strength was still weak, she hadn't noticed it much. However, during their recent spar, after an unexpected surge of energy caused her to dislocate Hang Haoyan's arm, she quietly withdrew her hand. Hang Haoyan remained unfazed, effortlessly resetting his arm. Yu Wei cleared her throat, I should practice with something else for now. That works. While Hang Haoyin was not afraid of pain, he had no inclination towards self-harm. Yu Wei's method involved balancing eggs, using 2 small, boiled eggs as if they were walnuts. She aimed to keep them intact without focusing her attention. If they remained unbroken, it would signify success. If they broke, well, she could always eat them. Her parents and Hang Haoyin could also help stockpile them for the base. Boiled eggs, peeled and chopped, stir-fried with some green peppers, made a delightful dish. The first pair of boiled eggs in Yu Wei's hands lasted merely 5 minutes. However, as time passed, she managed to extend that duration. Yet while sleeping, she dreamed of being buried under a pile of eggs. The following day, Yu Wei had no desire to see an egg again. Fortunately, the team arriving to transport the iron ore came early, allowing her to evade the egg balancing technique and instead focus on transferring the iron or using her spatial abilities, sparing them the effort of hauling it from the warehouse. Additionally, the items she had brought back were conveniently taken away as well. With the space and warehouse now empty, Ruan Jiaoyang busied himself contacting others to confirm the quantity of supplies to be sent. Yu Wei quickly interjected, "Please add a motorcycle for me, one suitable for off-road travel. You can discuss the specific model with Xiaohuai." "All right," Ruan Jiaoyang simply asked, "Should it be placed in your space or the warehouse?" "In the supermarket, please, so it doesn't occupy other space." Yu Wei shook her head. Ruan Jiaoyang gestured, "Understood. I will arrange for it to be delivered on the last day." Once these tasks were completed, Yu Wei resumed her regular routine of attending classes, training, and dining with her parents. In comparison, Xiaohuai was even busier. If it weren't for Xiaohuai staying with Yu Wei each night, Yu Wei would have suspected that Xiaohuai had been deprived of sleep. Previously focused on surgery, Xiaohuai was now learning from Yu Chu, actively seeking knowledge in internal medicine and other fields. Moreover, her studies in traditional Chinese medicine required her to engage with modern practitioners to expedite her learning. She also diligently practiced ancient martial arts, training her internal energy and external skills, while taking time to mentor a few prodigies who had barely tapped into their internal strength. Knowing the extent of Xiaohuai's daily commitments, Yu Wei mused, "Despite my own diligence in class, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of guilt for being idle?" As Yu Wei contemplated her life choices, deep within the dense forests along the border of Huaxian, Myanmar, a team of 7 clad in camouflage, their faces smeared with paint, stealthily escorted a man and a woman, fleeing through the woods. The pair consisted of a woman in her 30s and a middle-aged man in his 50s. The 2 individuals had exerted themselves to keep pace, yet still found themselves lagging behind. When they could no longer endure, they heard the captain's order to rest. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow and suggested, "Xiao Su, perhaps you should just go ahead and take the supplies back. I will feel at ease then. I am older and cannot keep up with you all. Do not let my presence hinder your progress." "Dr. Chung, you are integral to our mission," the captain of the Lai Lang team replied with a serious expression. "Just take Xiao Zhang back. She has been working with me on experiments, and I assure you, she understands everything." Dr. Chung replied calmly. The woman referred to as Xiao Zhang furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "Teacher, if anyone should return, it should be you. I can stay behind and create false trails to mislead them. You are still young and possess great potential." Dr. Chung thumped his leg, insisting, "It is I who am holding you back, not you holding me back." Just as the atmosphere became tense, the team's communicator interjected with excitement. "Captain, we have received orders from above. We are to hold out for one more day, and tomorrow a mysterious benefactor will come to our aid." Chapter 92. A mission awaits? Inside the supermarket, Yu Wei turned to glance at Hang Haoyin, then at Xiaohuai, and finally at Ruan Jiaoyang. After a considerable pause, she inquired, "So, are we going on a mission?" "It is Xiaohuai and I who will undertake the mission. You and Ruan Jiaoyang do not need to accompany us." Hang Haoyin corrected her. Yu Wei replied, somewhat speechless, "Is there really a difference? I plan to go with you regardless." Hang Haoyin felt there was a significant difference. You will not cross the border. Within the country, whatever occurs remains within a controllable range. However, the situation changes dramatically beyond our borders. The dangers there stem not only from people, but also from the environment. The reason we need you to come along to the border is that the items we're bringing back are sensitive. We require your spatial abilities. Once we make contact, you and Ruan Jiaoyang can leave normally while the others divert all attention. Otherwise, possessing those items would render us helpless. Yu Wei pressed her lips together and stated seriously, I understand that it is dangerous out there, and I know you both must go. Therefore, you must exercise caution. We will, Hang Haoyin assured her with a softening gaze. Xia Huai also smiled. You must have faith in us. We are now the two strongest in terms of internal energy aside from you. So there is still me. Yu Wei retorted. While her martial prowess was considerable, she refrained from insisting on accompanying them to the border, recognizing that mere physical strength does not guarantee victory. After all, modern society is one dominated by firearms, and her current capabilities cannot rival those. Moreover, Yu Wei lacked experience in jungle survival. If she were to go, she might end up being a liability. After much contemplation, Yu Wei urged them to rise. Come, let us practice some lightness skills. With improved agility, they would be safer. Xia Huai and Hang Haoyin did not refuse. As the best practitioner of ancient martial arts among them, Yu Wei's willingness to invest time in their training was met with their enthusiasm. Even Ruan Jiaoyang, who had yet to develop his internal energy, joined in. After an intense 3-hour session, Yu Wei was utterly exhausted, while Xia Huai and Hang Haoyin still had energy to spare. Yu Wei quietly returned to gather some delicious food prepared by her parents before boarding a plane with Xia Huai and Hang Haoyin. However, they did not sit together and pretended not to know each other. Upon disembarking, Yu Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang headed to their prearranged hotel, while Xia Huai and Hang Haoyin sought out official contacts. After a brief nap at the hotel, Yu Wei awoke at dawn, had breakfast, and heard Hang Haoyin ask, shall we go out for some fun? Although this region is near Myanmar, its picturesque scenery and mild climate make it a delightful place, thus fostering a thriving tourism industry. Yu Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang, posing as a young couple on vacation, were not only curious since it was Yu Wei's first visit, but also agreed to venture out. The sun's ultraviolet rays were intense, so Yu Wei applied sunscreen and carried an umbrella. She opted to leave her sun-protective clothing behind due to the heat. Despite it being September and students having returned to school, the area was bustling with people. Pretending to be a couple, Yu Wei linked arms with Ruan Jiaoyang while holding a refreshing cup of iced milk tea. That flour pancake stand looks enticing. Shall we try it? She suggested. Sounds good, Ruan Jiaoyang replied, assuming his role of acquiescing to her every whim. After purchasing 2 pancakes, one for each, Yu Wei took a bite and found it soft and sweet. She immediately turned back to the vendor. Boss, please give me 20 of each flavor. Package them up. We're taking them now. That's 100 in total. Can you finish them? The vendor inquired. Yu Wei smiled brightly. I'll bring them home for my relatives and friends. All right, but these flour pancakes can only last 3 days. They're freshly made and not sealed for long storage. That is fine. We'll be back tomorrow, Yu Wei assured. The vendor worked quickly, preparing 10 packets with 2 of each flavor. With 10 bags in hand, Yu Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang headed to their rented vehicle, actually placing the items into her spatial storage, and continued their shopping excursion. It was indeed a delightful experience when one did not have to consider prices. Yu Wei acquired numerous local delicacies, utilizing the convenience of the car for storage. When she glanced at her balance, she noticed it had increased due to a recent distribution of funds. The individuals watching us have left, Ruan Jiaoyang whispered. You can buy a bit more now. Prompted by Ruan Jiaoyang's discreet reminder that their vehicle might not accommodate anymore, Yu Wei perked up, embarking on another shopping spree. She did not stop until her purchases filled 3 cubic units of space. Checking the time, she remarked, is it about time? Yes, it is. Let us move to another location, Ruan Jiaoyang replied, producing 2 tickets. We have half an hour. We can drive there just in time. Yu Wei excitedly followed him. Their destination was a botanical garden, which, being September, was not overly crowded. However, with no blooming flowers to admire and the maple trees yet to turn fully red, it was somewhat lackluster. Still, it was undeniably beautiful. Nature holds a certain magic, and the subtle beauty it reveals is captivating. Yu Wei took out her phone and began snapping photos. Immersed in the world of plants, she failed to notice an individual approaching from around the corner. Moments later, she collided directly with the person. Ouch! Yu Wei fell to the ground, her small bag tumbling beside her. Ruan Jiaoyang gasped and immediately crouched down to assist her. Wei Wei, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, are you okay? The other person exclaimed, stumbling slightly, but managing to remain upright as they rushed to help Yu Wei. You do realize you were reckless, don't you? Couldn't you see someone was coming? Ruan Jiaoyang rolled his eyes, pushing the stranger's hand away. Don't touch my girlfriend. I wouldn't want you to accidentally knock her over again. Liang, Yu Wei called out, prompting him to reluctantly quiet down. Embarrassed, Yu Wei smiled at the girl. I apologize. Liang is just overly anxious. I also wasn't paying attention. It's not solely your fault, and I should apologize as well. But your hand is red, the girl replied, shaking her head as she bent to pick up Yu Wei's bag and handed it back to her. Would you like me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Sure, Ruan Jiaoyang immediately agreed. Yu Wei tugged at him, flexing her wrist. I'm fine. It's just a bit bruised, no skin is broken, and there is no need for a hospital. As Wei Wei observed Ruan Jiaoyang's disapproval, she gently grasped his hand and playfully remarked, Liang, I haven't finished examining these plants yet. The teacher has assigned me homework. Shall we take a moment to complete it? I assure you, I'm quite well now. See, I no longer feel any pain. Ruan Jiaoyang scrutinized Wei Wei for a few seconds before shaking his head in resignation. All right, but if you feel any discomfort, you must inform me immediately. You're the best. Liang, Wei Wei beamed brightly. Having reassured her boyfriend, Wei Wei glanced at the group opposite them. I will go ahead and play now. You all enjoy yourselves too. Goodbye. As Wei Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang departed, Xiaohui lowered her gaze and softly suggested, let's leave quickly. Meanwhile, after walking a distance, Ruan Jiaoyang discreetly shivered off the goosebumps that had arisen. In his entire life, no one had ever sweetly coaxed him like that, and his first instinct was to feel unaccustomed to it. However, after a brief moment of distraction, he returned to the persona of a caring boyfriend. Once their activities concluded, he insisted on accompanying Wei Wei to the pharmacy to check her hand. Upon returning to the hotel, Ruan Jiaoyang received a phone call. Hello, we are 10086, and we have a new package for you at 68 yuan. Thank you, but I'm not interested, he declined. Yet his expression turned grave as he turned the phone toward Wei Wei and said, we are being monitored. Chapter 93. There are guns. The closer one approached the border, the more chaotic the surroundings became, with people of various backgrounds mingling. Here, it was not surprising to witness amounts like 500,000, whether from the underworld or those smuggling in from neighboring areas. The involvement of Xiaohui and Hang Haoyan in this matter, along with Wei Wei's presence, underscored its significance. Thus, it was not entirely unexpected that Wei Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang had drawn attention. However, neither Ruan Jiaoyang nor Wei Wei felt anxious. This was primarily because Wei Wei had already stored their belongings in her space, no matter what means were employed. It was inconceivable that anyone could possess a magical space capable of concealing items beyond detection. After a brief exchange, Ruan Jiaoyang informed Wei Wei about the presence of a listening device in their room. Wei Wei nodded and exclaimed, Oh dear, I forgot to bring my flower cakes. I was hoping to have a box to enjoy. Shall we go retrieve it? Ruan Jiaoyang had no objections. They exited, taking only the room card and Wei Wei's purse, leaving their luggage behind. Ruan Jiaoyang had rented the car for 2 days, and someone would return it after they drove to the airport tomorrow. Thus, all their purchases remained in the hotel. Wei Wei rummaged through the room, retrieving a box of flower cakes. After locking the car, they ascended together. However, upon reaching the elevator, they discovered it was out of order. What is going on? Why is the elevator broken? Are we expected to climb to the 11th floor? Wei Wei expressed her dissatisfaction. Meng, we ask for your understanding. We are in the midst of urgent repairs, and it should be operational within half an hour. Would you kindly wait on the sofa and have some tea? The front desk attendant smiled apologetically. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wei Wei conceded, All right, we shall wait. Please come this way. The front desk attendant guided them to the lobby sofa and hurriedly poured them tea. The tea was clear and fragrant. Wei Wei then requested, Could you bring me a pack of tissues? I wish to enjoy some flower cakes. Of course, the attendant replied graciously, also providing wet wipes. As Wei Wei opened the box of flour cakes and began to eat, the attendant stood by, ready to assist with any further requests. Wei Wei shared the flour cakes with Ruan Jiaoyang, but he was not particularly fond of their sweet flavor, consuming only one before stopping. After she ate 5 of the remaining 9, she realized she could not finish the last 4. Just as she began to pack them up, she heard the front desk attendant's stomach rumble. Surprised, she looked over to see the attendant blushing. "I apologize, I haven't had dinner." "How can you skip dinner?" Wei Wei pondered, then suggested, "If you don't mind, I can give you these flour cakes." "That is too generous. I can't finish them anyway." "It would be a waste if you don't take them," Wei Wei insisted, pretending to toss them away. "No, please don't," the attendant exclaimed, quickly accepting them. As her fingers brushed against Wei Wei's hand, a palpable sensation of connection lingered. "Thank you so much." "No need for thanks," Wei Wei replied, inquiring, "Do you work the night shift?" "Why haven't you had dinner?" "My colleague was feeling unwell, so I came in early to cover for them," the attendant explained with an embarrassed smile. "That makes sense. Next time, make sure to keep some snacks in your bag, just in case," Wei Wei advised. "I was planning to order takeout," the attendant replied earnestly. "Once this rush is over, I can finally rest." As their conversation concluded, the elevator was finally repaired. Wei Wei waved to the front desk attendant. "I must take my leave now. Please enjoy your rest," the attendant smiled warmly. The elevator ascended directly to the 11th floor, where 3 other individuals also disembarked to their respective rooms. Upon entering their own room, Wei Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang discreetly surveyed their surroundings. The good news was that there were no new listening or monitoring devices. The bad news was that the previous listening device remained. Uncertain whether it had been planted by the individuals they suspected, Wei Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang opted not to act hastily. Instead, they cautiously scanned the room for any surveillance equipment, behaving like an ordinary couple. Afterward, they each took turns washing up and preparing for bed. The room featured a large bed, and with the warm weather, Ruan Jiaoyang simply covered himself with his clothing while Wei Wei took the blanket. They lay in bed, engaging in light-hearted banter typical of young couples. "These flour cakes are truly delicious. I wonder if we can buy more tomorrow if we wake up early. Buying so many would be wasteful if we can't finish them. We could give some away. I think 10 should suffice." "No, wait. Now, we only have 9. That barely covers my parents, your parents, my teachers, and my friends." "All right, we'll go buy some tomorrow. If we can't find them, we can always change our flight to a later time." Ruan Jiaoyang replied with a hint of exasperation and affection in his tone. The girl responded softly, "You are the best." In reality, they were lying in bed, communicating through their phones. Tomorrow, they were likely to reschedule their flight, as the situation appeared troubling, requiring them to remain vigilant and ready to assist if necessary. As for charging head first into the fray, that was out of the question. The 2 scientists involved in the rescue were crucial, and so was Wei Wei. Ruan Jiaoyang could never allow her to take such risks. As expected, the flour cakes did not make an early appearance at the market, and Ruan Jiaoyang rescheduled their flight, treating Wei Wei to a stroll to the morning market. Surprisingly, the morning market was quite charming. Wei Wei purchased some long-lasting items, opting for packaged goods that could last at least 7 days, thus allowing her to buy more without worry. At worst, someone might mutter about the excess baggage fees she'd incur for bringing these items home. Ruan Jiaoyang received intermittent updates, confirming his concerns that Xia Huai and their companions were not in favorable circumstances. The primary issue stemmed from a certain gang in the area, which had begun to disrupt their operations furiously. Even when they managed to make contact with the authorities, safety was not guaranteed. The officials dispatched to assist were being closely monitored, after experiencing 3 car accidents and 5 injuries from falling debris. Xia Huai abandoned the meeting and sought an opportunity to leave instead. Fortunately, Wei Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang were present, wielding higher authority, and directly contacted another group for assistance. Once they connected with the new team, Ruan Jiaoyang expressed his intention to depart. "We have only 3 hours until our flight. We must head to the airport." "All right," Wei Wei replied reluctantly. "Is it really not possible to buy more items?" Ruan Jiaoyang resolutely informed her it is no longer feasible. "Even if we pay more, we cannot transport it back." Acknowledging that waiting here would yield no results, Yu Wei in resignation, boarded the plane. However, as she entered, someone unexpectedly collided with her. "I apologize," the individual said, to which Yu Wei shook her head and replied, "It's all right." Yet, turning away, she discreetly gestured to Ruan Jiaoyang. "There's a gun." In that moment, it was no exaggeration to say that cold sweat nearly broke out on Ruan Jiaoyang's brow. His first instinct was to wonder if they had been exposed or if those individuals had discovered Yu Wei's unique status. But he quickly dismissed that thought, recognizing that the collision had been purely accidental, and the person had hurried away, evidently preoccupied with other matters, hardly sparing Yu Wei a glance. In recent times, what could have drawn such attention? Seizing the opportunity before takeoff, Ruan Jiaoyang silently signaled to Huaguo. "Ruan Jiaoyang, where are you?" Huaguo, "In the city." Ruan Jiaoyang, "Is everyone in the city?" Huaguo, "Two individuals have boarded the plane." Ruan Jiaoyang, "Huaguo, what's wrong?" Ruan Jiaoyang, "What a coincidence, we just boarded the plane as well, and we just spotted someone with a gun." Huaguo, disguised as a female researcher, nearly lost her composure. Gritting her teeth, she sent the flight details. Ruan Jiaoyang, "One flight." Huaguo, she rubbed her temples, hesitated for a moment, then pressed her phone. "Disembark, halt the flight, and hide." They contacted the airport, claiming there was an issue with the plane that would delay its departure, hoping this would not raise any suspicions. After a 2-minute pause, Ruan Jiaoyang messaged again. "Proceed with takeoff as scheduled. There are only 3 individuals, and we can manage." Manage? They were armed. Ruan Jiaoyang seemed to sense her apprehension. Yu Wei is carrying a gun, and on the plane, who would dare to fire? It was not a time of famine, and there were no mercenaries to contend with. Moreover, with only 3 individuals boarding, it indicated their uncertainty about the presence of threats on this flight. Perhaps they merely harbored suspicions. However, if the flight were to be canceled, they would undoubtedly realize something was amiss with the passengers on board. Ruan Jiaoyang and Yu Wei would once again become targets, and the 2 hard-earned individuals they had managed to escape with would be at risk. It was better to take off and seize the opportunity. Once in the air, even if they were discovered, it would no longer matter. Huaguo came to the same conclusion. Thus, she acquiesced to the plan. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Flight XX." The announcement echoed through the cabin as flight attendants made their rounds, ensuring everyone was seated and buckled in. Yu Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang found themselves seated in economy class, fitting their roles as a graduate student and her freshly graduated boyfriend. Coincidentally, one of the armed individuals sat right next to Ruan Jiaoyang, while another occupied the last row of economy class, and the third was in business class. The 2 men in economy class were scanning the surroundings, clearly searching for something. As a flight attendant passed, she inquired, "Sir, are you looking for something? If it's not urgent, you might want to wait until after takeoff to look for it. Please ensure you are seated during takeoff." "Indeed," the man replied. "I'm searching for my wife and her lover. They've eloped and are on this very flight." Yu Wei perceived the flight attendant's expression at that moment to be one of disbelief, as if she were taken aback by such an outrageous claim. Even the passengers seated nearby couldn't help but glance over, particularly at the man's head, wondering if he was indeed telling the truth. Yet the man remained unfazed. After all, he was not truly the wrong party, and he paid little heed to the curious glances from those around him, merely sweeping his gaze across, hoping to identify any unusual reactions. The onlookers seemed to revel in the spectacle, their curiosity piqued. It appeared that the 2 individuals in question were not aboard this flight, leading to speculation that they might have taken a different route. No, the man's gaze suddenly fixated on a couple seated nearby, a man and a woman, who were completely oblivious to their surroundings. Despite the uproar surrounding the alleged infidelity, they showed no interest in the unfolding drama. The man's excitement surged. They had dispatched numerous individuals across different flights, trains, and other modes of transport, but most would only serve as mere distractions. Capturing the intended targets would not merely be a matter of travel. It would be a significant victory, granting him whatever he desired. With a thrill coursing through him, he subtly signaled to his companion. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiaoyang grasped Yu Wei's hand. While it appeared to be an intimate gesture between a couple, he was discreetly tapping a specific rhythm on her palm. Positioned next to the man, He had been observing his expressions and had now also taken note of the duo the man was eyeing. The good news was that there were only 2 individuals in economy class. The bad news was that there was still one in business class. The crowd on the plane was large, and a single misstep could lead to hostages being taken, leaving them vulnerable. Ruan Jiaoyang's intent was clear. He signaled for Yu Wei to remain cautious. Yu Wei quietly retrieved something from her belongings and handed it to him. Ruan Jiaoyang felt it. It appeared to be 2 pills, and he was puzzled. Yu Wei explained, "Take these. They are an antidote. I will use a sedative shortly." This was a concoction she had been curious about, never anticipating it would be put to use in such a scenario. Ruan Jiaoyang touched his nose, advising Yu Wei, "Close your eyes and rest for a bit. Once we're airborne, you'll feel better." The pills were silently swallowed. Yu Wei responded with a faint acknowledgement, resting her head on his shoulder. In reality, she had already crushed one of the pills in her hand, enveloping its effects in her internal energy and blowing it towards Ruan Jiaoyang and the armed man beside him. The flight attendant completed her checks and returned to her position. The plane jolted slightly, beginning its slow taxi. The gentle bumps felt like a cradle, and soon, those around Yu Wei began to yawn, realizing their fatigue. With several hours ahead of them, they decided to close their eyes and drift off to sleep. The man beside Ruan Jiaoyang also yawned, rubbing his face, pondering how he had managed to become drowsy after a sleepless night. The plane's speed increased, and suddenly the nose of the aircraft lifted, ascending rapidly. A wave of pressure pushed against their backs, the ascent causing a dizzying roar in their ears. Those feeling unwell began to reveal their discomfort, while others seemed unaffected. The man beside Yue shook his head, questioning whether he was simply aging or if his body was failing him. How could sitting on a plane cause such discomfort? Leaving him dizzy? Yue subtly withdrew her gaze, rubbing the silver needle in her hand, ensuring the sedative was thoroughly applied before placing it back in her belongings. As the cityscape outside shrank, the plane pierced through the clouds, emerging into a vista of fluffy, cotton-like formations. The aircraft stabilized, no longer in a nose-up position. The man unfastened his seatbelt, standing up. Simultaneously, his accomplice rose from the back. Even the individual from economy class made their way towards him. Ruan Jiaoyang muttered in a tone neither loud nor soft. "Why are so many people heading to the restroom? Isn't there a line? I should hurry and wait my turn." He then stood up as well. The moment of change arrived in an instant. The two men suddenly seized the opportunity, one hand pinning down the passenger on the aisle while reaching for the man and woman inside. Prepared, Ruan Jiaoyang lunged forward, blocking the assailants with his arm. The man's expression shifted. "Who are you? A cop?" Old 3. Emerging from the economy class, the last individual reached for his lower back and drew a firearm, commanding, "Don't move, or don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 95, Silence, or I'll force-feed you bullets. The sudden aggression of the two men, followed by Ruan Jiaoyang's intervention and the third man's gun draw, transpired in a mere 10 seconds. The passengers on the plane processed the unfolding chaos before erupting into belated screams. Silence. Whoever dares to speak again will find themselves on the receiving end of my gun. The third man, irritated by the noise, barked his command. Clutching the weapon with a fierce demeanor, none dared to wager that it was merely a toy. The screaming passengers instinctively covered their mouths, silenced by fear. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiaoyang had already engaged in combat with the two assailants. As previously noted, those capable of providing protection for Yu Wei were not to be trifled with. Despite their individual strengths varying, they shared a common trait. They were fighters. The two men before him could only be considered 1.5 fighters, as the one sitting next to them had already been significantly weakened. Thus, Ruan Jiaoyang found himself holding his own against both adversaries. The innocent passenger, initially overwhelmed, had curled into a protective ball. The third man, witnessing the ongoing struggle, became incensed. "Cease this at once. If you continue, I will fire." His gun was already aimed at Ruan Jiaoyang. Yet, Ruan Jiaoyang did not spare him a glance. Instead, he seized the moment when the other two men relaxed, launching a fierce attack that rendered one unconscious. A fleeting shadow of malice crossed the third man's face as he prepared to pull the trigger. But then a woman from the far right of Yu Wei's row stood up. "Stop. Aren't you looking for me?" The third man instinctively turned his gaze in her direction. Yu Wei's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, she spun and delivered a swift kick that struck the man's wrist. A faint cracking sound echoed, and the agony coursing through his wrist caused the gun to slip from his grasp. A delicate hand deftly caught it and slipped it into her bag, which was actually a space for concealment. She then tossed the bag under the seat and unleashed a punch towards the man's nose. The third man had only just recovered from the shock of his wrist injury when he saw Yu Wei's assault and instinctively raised his hand to block. The collision of her dainty fist against his robust hand drew gasps from the onlookers. To any observer, it was evident that this time, Yu Wei was at a disadvantage. The disparity in strength between men and women was glaringly apparent, especially considering their stark size differences. Yu Wei stood at a mere 165 centimeters slender in frame, while the third man loomed at nearly 190 centimeters, his muscular physique evident even through his clothing. He shared this belief, fully confident that his earlier misstep had led to his surprise injury. Now, with one punch, he was certain Yu Wei's wrist would shatter. The mere thought of this potential filled his eyes with excitement. However, that fleeting thrill was abruptly transformed into disbelief as their fists collided. Before he could react, Yu Wei seized the opportunity, recognizing her lack of combat experience, especially in confrontations that required more than just light sparring. With determination, she pressed forward, raising her leg and landing a decisive kick between the third man's legs. In that instant, a sound akin to cracking eggs reverberated. Surrounding men instinctively clutched their groins. Faintly aware of the pain, struck in the most vulnerable area, the third man let out a harrowing scream, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he glared at Yu Wei. Despite the excruciating pain, he managed to draw a knife, aiming to strike Yu Wei. "Be careful," someone nearby instinctively cried out. The spectators watched as Yu Wei swiftly evaded and seized the man's wrist, applying a crushing grip. Another scream erupted as the already fractured bone in his wrist shattered under her grip. Not content with merely breaking his wrist, Yu Wei grasped his arm and, with a forceful tug, elicited another cry of agony from him. "My apologies, I've never dislocated a human arm before. I'm not particularly skilled at it," she said with feigned sincerity, though her grip exhibited no hesitation. After several attempts, she finally discerned the technique, successfully dislocating his arm. With both arms and legs incapacitated, even his jaw dislocated, Yu Wei finally felt a sense of relief. This should render him incapable of retaliation. Yet, when she looked up, she noticed the expressions of those around her, an amalgamation of unease and fear, alongside Ruan Jiaoyang's bewilderment. Yu Wei stood, inquiring, "Should I dislocate the arms and legs of those two as well? Do you need my assistance?" Ruan Jiaoyang paused momentarily before responding. "Go ahead. Now." More eyes were fixed on him than ever before. However, Yu Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang paid no mind to the onlookers as they methodically incapacitated the remaining assailants, dragging them to a more spacious area. At this point, the flight attendant emerged, glancing at the three incapacitated men before casting a wary glance at Yu Wei, and then said, "Shall we take care of these three?" "No. Please assist in adjusting their positions so they can sit with us," Ruan Jiaoyang declined. The attendant refrained from pressing further, feeling a twinge of apprehension herself, and hurriedly sought to rearrange the seating. Fortunately, the other passengers were equally fearful and were more than willing to comply. The three men were bound and dragged to the front, where Yu Wei administered a sedative to ensure they would remain unconscious until the plane landed. Meanwhile, Yu Wei and Ruan Jiaoyang took seats on opposite sides of the aisle, with two more individuals joining them, the previously standing female researcher and Dr. Chung. With their identities laid bare, they approached and settled next to Yu Wei, directly across the aisle. The female researcher adjusted her glasses and quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "It's the least we could do." Dr. Chung sighed deeply. "We owe our safety to you. Otherwise, we might not know how things would unfold. Given their temperament, they would have inevitably stepped forward, mistaking us for someone else. Besides, the items had long been taken away, so even if they had perished, it wouldn't have been in vain. We can't let others suffer because of us." Yu Wei smiled. "That's precisely why we came. Observing the two beside her momentarily stunned, Yu Wei cheerfully produced 2 pieces of chocolate. Would you like some sweets? It might lift your spirits. The woman, who had never shown much interest in such treats, found herself unexpectedly accepting the chocolate. Yu Wei's chocolates were milk chocolate, rich in creamy sweetness, with a barely perceptible bitterness. Indeed, there were no what-ifs. The reality was that they had successfully escaped. Moreover, there were those aboard the plane who had come to their rescue. This time, they had truly returned to their homeland. The weight upon their hearts began to lift. When Yu Wei next glanced over, she noticed that the two had settled into a steady breathing pattern. She paused, retrieving 2 blankets from her bag to cover them, and gazed at their faces, etched with profound fatigue, unable to suppress her reflections. They had devoted their hearts to their country, and the nation had not abandoned them. This was a mutual endeavor. Now, all that remained was to see if Xia Huai and the others could extricate themselves swiftly. They had but a day and a half left in their 7-day return. Chapter 96, The 7th Crossing. On Xia Huai's side, the situation was somewhat more favorable than Yu Wei had anticipated. Their primary concern had been ensuring the safety of Dr. Cheng and the others. Once Dr. Cheng and his companions successfully departed, evading their pursuers became considerably easier. It was at this juncture that Xia Huai and her team received a message from Ruan Jiaoyang. The individuals have been captured, and the gold has safely arrived. Xia Huai exhaled in relief. She murmured, "They are safe. We can withdraw directly." Each of them possessed self-defense capabilities, ensuring mutual support as they dispersed, blending into the crowd and adopting new identities. Some individuals boarded airplanes, while others opted for high-speed trains, and a few even embarked on self-driving excursions. Xia Huai and Hang Haoyan, traveling together on the high-speed train, attracted curious glances due to their male-female pairing. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident to Hang Haoyan that they were not Dr. Cheng, and thus, their presence garnered only fleeting attention. The journey back via high-speed rail lacked a direct route, stretching over 10 hours. By the time they returned to Jiangsheng, it was already early the next morning. With Xia Huai absent, Yu Wei moved into her rental accommodation, and Ruan Jiaoyang secured a room, assuming the role of protector for Yu Wei. When they finally reunited with the well-being of Xia Huai and Hang Haoyan, Yu Wei exhaled in relief, inquiring about their situation. Xia Huai was only aware of the outcome, oblivious to the preceding events. "We handed the person over," Yu Wei remarked, raising her hands in a gesture of uncertainty regarding subsequent developments. Unbeknownst to Yu Wei, after transferring both the individual and the weapon, the receiving party appeared quite irate, albeit not directed at Yu Wei and her companions. Ruan Jiaoyang noted that changes were imminent in the area near Myanmar, yet this bore little relevance to Yu Wei. With a cheerful demeanor, she announced, "We are moving today. Will you rest or join us?" Xia Huai was taken aback, moving. "Indeed, our new place is finally renovated," Yu Wei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The pace of the renovations had truly exceeded her expectations, and she had even conducted a test the day before, confirming the absence of formaldehyde. One could indeed assert that high-quality materials justify their cost. That evening, she planned to venture into another world, making her available to assist with the move. Fortunately, the new location was not far, and Yu Wei possessed a spatial ability that had yet to reach its limit. Although only about 20 cubic meters of space remained, it was more than sufficient for moving. Most of the items in the rental were already packed, and Yu Wei placed them into her spatial realm before precisely timing her arrival at the new residence. The new apartment, located on the top floor, was already furnished with numerous pieces of furniture. Yu Mama directed everyone, some carrying fish, others oil, and a few hauling rice, along with a small bundle of firewood, each item laden with symbolic meaning, representing abundance, security, and prosperity. Yu Wei wholeheartedly embraced her mother's ceremonial spirit, contributing a charm for wealth and prosperity. Once the rituals were completed, Yu Mama instructed Yu Wei to place the remaining appliances in their designated spots while urging Yu Papa to hastily unpack and categorize the brought items. The new apartment featured 5 rooms and 2 living areas, with Yu Papa and Yu Mama occupying the master bedroom, while the largest secondary room was allocated to Yu Wei. This room also boasted an en-suite bathroom and an expansive balcony with excellent natural light. The remaining 3 rooms were designated as guest rooms, ensuring that when Xiao Huai and the others visited next time, they would not have to share accommodations. Organizing the new space proved to be a time-consuming endeavor. As time pressed on, Umama quickly urged Papa to prepare dinner, assuring him she could handle the tidying up. Clothes were first bundled and placed into the wardrobe, while bedding had already been sorted into sets for each room. Next came the task of washing and cutting vegetables and fruits. In the end, Yu Wei unveiled the pure gold wealth tree, placing it in the living room, surveying it with satisfaction and nodding. It truly looks splendid. It is indeed beautiful. Where did you acquire it? You should have bought a pair for symmetry, Umama replied, equally enamored with the wealth tree. Beyond its exquisite appearance, the tree's color resembled that of real gold, exuding an aura of opulence. I brought it back from another world, Yu Wei casually remarked. Next time, I'll keep an eye out for more wealth trees to bring back. From another world? Umama exclaimed, her voice rising in astonishment. What is it, dear? Yu Wei questioned, puzzled by her mother's reaction. Is this really genuine? Umama said. It is undoubtedly real, Yu Wei affirmed. Umama, clutching her chest, murmured, such a large piece of gold? Is it gold-plated silver? Yu Wei shook her head, firmly asserting, it is pure gold. Otherwise, I would not have bothered. Umama immediately grew anxious. Such a valuable item should not be casually left here. I will buy a safe to store it. Yu Wei chuckled, Mom. I specifically brought it home to display. How will I admire it if it's locked away? That one tea do. What if it gets stolen? Umama protested. Yu Wei patiently responded. That one tea happened, and even if it did, there would be someone to handle it, right? Xiao Huai. Indeed, Xiao Huai confirmed, reminding Umama. Everyone living around here is one of us. You need not worry. No thief would dare approach. Only then did Umama recall this fact. Surrounded by their countrymen? That alleviated her concerns. Not to mention a single wealth tree. Even 100 would pose no issue. With the matter of the decorative wealth tree settled, Yu Wei peeked into the kitchen, asking if anyone needed assistance. Hang Haoyan, who had already been helping, pondered, I don't require any help. Ruan Jiaoyang smiled. You all should take a moment to rest and enjoy some fruit. We will be finished soon. Papa called out, Daughter, I forgot to buy wine. I have some, Yu Wei replied, glancing at her spatial realm, which contained various bottles occupying 5 cubic meters. Then it's settled. You can sit back, no matter how large the kitchen is. It would be cramped with you in here, Papa said. Yu Wei touched her nose, half-jokingly questioning if she was being dismissed. She accepted the fruit platter from Ruan Jiaoyang and skipped over to join Umama on the couch to watch television. The dinner was a lavish spread, featuring 10 dishes and a soup. Yu Wei showed no restraint, devouring 5 bowls of rice until her stomach felt full. Once the meal concluded, she glanced at the time, pushing herself up and declaring, Dad, Mom, I'm heading to the supermarket. I still have items to collect. We'll accompany you. Papa and Umama responded, also rising. Oh no, that's unnecessary. You still have to tidy up. Please continue. I'll return in a couple of days, and I will be staying again. I want to sleep in the warm, sun-kissed bedding. Yu Wei insisted. All right, Papa and Umama conceded. Upon reaching the supermarket, a delivery truck awaited her arrival. The 20 cubic meters, which had been empty during the move, was now about to be filled. Additionally, the motorcycle and gasoline Yu Wei desired were all prepared. The adjacent small grocery store had a spacious area that was infrequently used, where Yu Wei parked the motorcycle along with the repair kit and 3 30-liter barrels of fuel. The motorcycle's tank was relatively small, generally holding around a dozen liters, with low fuel consumption. With these 3 barrels, along with a fully stocked tank, Yu Wei was well equipped for her adventurous pursuits. Time slipped away. As the countdown dwindled to single digits, Yu Wei turned to Xiao Huai. Prepare yourself. We are about to transition. Xiao Huai nodded in acknowledgement. Yet before she could utter a word, she felt the world spin, colors swirling past her in a dazzling blur. Chapter 97. A copper coin's worth of oil and salt. Preparation proved futile. As they traversed through the process of crossing worlds, Xiao Huai's immediate reaction was one of nausea and discomfort. Yu Wei supported her, gently patting her back and offering a cup of warm water. Once Xiao Huai sipped the water, appearing somewhat better, Yu Wei felt a sense of relief. Thank you, Xiao Huai murmured, her face pale with gratitude. Yu Wei shook her head. No need for thanks. It's just good to see you feeling better. Huaguo shrugged off her discomfort. I'll adapt in no time. All right then, Yu Wei responded, reassured by the knowledge that their passage had occurred in a safe location. This journey allowed Yu Wei to set her worries aside. Her greatest fear had always been that they would return to the very place from which they had traversed. Yet, it seemed that the supermarket remained the primary destination for their descent. This time, they returned in the early hours of the morning. After a few hours of rest, Yu Wei and Huaguo opened the door at 9 o'clock. Taizhu and the others had already been waiting for a while. Upon seeing Yu Wei, Taizhu grinned and exclaimed, "Store owner, deputy store manager, you're back. How have you been these past few days?" Yu Wei nodded and invited them inside. Taizhu continued, "All is well, though many have returned to Chuyang City. It is said that it is no longer dangerous there." "That is good to hear," Yu Wei replied with a nod. Taizhu stole a glance at Yu Wei, his lips moving slightly before he fell silent. Yu Wei did not notice. As she called out to Taizhu, "You and Jiao should set up a stall outside the supermarket. I have brought back a substantial amount of goods. Everyone should come to purchase or collect some." Taizhu, not wanting to linger on anything else, hurriedly went to assist. This time, Yu Wei had deliberately brought back a significant quantity of potatoes. Previously, she had underestimated the need, resulting in families in Qingkai City receiving only 2 potatoes each, let alone those in Chuyang City. With the temporary cessation of hostilities, it was time for Chuyang City to begin its recovery. In addition, she had also brought salt and oil, all in small portions. Each portion cost a single copper coin, with a limit of 1 per household of no more than 5 people. Those exceeding the limit could purchase 2. Salt and oil were relatively expensive, and the people had endured hardship, now reluctant to part with their coins. Buying salt meant that they would collectively purchase a single package, dividing it among themselves to last for several days. However, a prolonged absence of oil and salt would lead to weakness in their bodies. Yu Wei needed to bring a substantial amount of weapons and grains, leaving little room for oil and salt. Thus, she could only assist minimally. Nevertheless, this was enough to ignite a festive excitement among the citizens of Qingkai City. No, it was a thrill surpassing that of the new year. A portion of salt was roughly 1/10 of a package, and the oil was contained in small bottles of 50 milliliters. If used sparingly, each portion could last half a month. Lin Qingqing, tasked with maintaining order, was well acquainted with the process, and the queue had become accustomed to it, even taking the initiative to uphold order. Once they acquired their oil and salt, many began to consider purchasing 2 tails of meat or 2 eggs to complement their meals. 1 egg cost 2 copper coins, and a pound of meat cost 25 copper coins, making their expenses roughly equivalent. Yu Wei had fresh meat from the recently slaughtered pigs in her space, although it was not abundant. At this moment, she produced half a pig, and Lita stood guard at the stall, cutting pieces as people requested. Though it was merely half a pig, it weighed 120 jin, appearing slightly fatty to Yu Wei, yet deemed exquisite by the citizens of Qingkai City. The rich fat content meant they could prepare a sumptuous meal without needing to use the oil they had just purchased. Some families, blessed with abundance, boldly requested a pound of meat. For instance, Huaguo purchased a pound. Yet, there seemed to be an unspoken consensus among the crowd. Even those with ample resources typically bought only a pound, refraining from excess. More often, they made small purchases. Yu Wei's eggs also sold quickly. Before long, she heard someone inquire, "Can these eggs hatch into chicks?" This question stirred a commotion among the crowd. Chicks, in times past, when they could scarcely afford to raise even a single animal, such thoughts were inconceivable. However, now with a stable food supply and after a few rains, grass began to sprout, making it feasible to raise chickens. If they could rear the chickens, it would lead to eggs and eventually more chickens. I am unsure, but if you wish for chicks, I can bring some special hatching eggs next time. I can bring not only chicken eggs, but also goose and duck eggs. You can raise whatever you desire. Thank you, divine maiden. Thank you. The citizens outside expressed their joy. These simple folk only wished to cultivate a few acres of land and raise some livestock. For bringing them such hope, Yu Wei received their heartfelt gratitude. No queue lasts forever. The half pig had been sold out, and the other half was brought out, leaving only a pig's foot and about 10 jin of meat. It was at this moment that Huaguo emerged, asking, "Divine Maiden, can I purchase this last bit?" "Certainly," Yu Wei replied, having no desire to reclaim it. Moreover, she held a favorable impression of Huaguo. She had heard from Meng Jiwei that Huaguo had led his men to join the Qingke army during its recruitment. The men from Heiyun Mountain were inherently sturdier than ordinary citizens, and after training, their strength had only increased. Furthermore, Meng Jiwei had no intention of breaking them apart. The group from Heiyun Mountain consisted of 127 men, all assigned to the same unit. Consequently, Huaguo returned the favor by obeying military commands dutifully. By the way, Huaguo had now risen to the position of Qian Fuzhang, one of the highest-ranking individuals within the Qingke army. Meng Jiwei had privately informed Yu Wei that Huaguo was genuinely capable, with 8 out of 10 of his subordinates among the 100 leaders in their 1,000-man unit. This was not due to favoritism, but was genuinely earned through merit. After giving him the meat, Huaguo purchased a large bottle of oil and some vegetables before taking his leave. Once Yu Wei concluded her tasks, Meng Jiwei arrived almost precisely on schedule. "Boss, I want to buy an ice cream." Meng Jiwei was sweating profusely. Yu Wei handed her a vanilla ice cream, then playfully asked, "Why the rush?" "There's much to do," Meng Jiwei replied, her eyes sparkling. "I need to prepare thoroughly so that I can bring my father back." Yu Wei was taken aback, asking, "Have you made up your mind?" "I have," Meng Jiwei stated resolutely. "I don't want my father to truly disappear. Why should those people squander freely while my father must hide? Besides, they have no time to concern themselves with him now." In Yuyan, there were already 8 factions of rebels. According to Chu Huan, the emperor was furious, and the atmosphere in the royal city was one of fear. Even Chu Huan's father had withdrawn, closing the doors and refusing to intervene. Yu Wei inquired, "Are there many refugees in other areas?" "Yes," Meng Jiwei replied, exchanging a knowing smile with Yu Wei. Chapter 98. The Wild Motorcycle Experience. What does Qingke City lack now? Certainly, it is people. With the groundwork laid, Meng Jiwei's next task is to accept more refugees and work towards gaining the allegiance of the Meng family army. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it is for her. Additionally, Yu Wei did not forget to bring out the surveying equipment she had specifically prepared. "Jiwei, I have a matter to discuss with you." "Go ahead," Meng Jiwei responded without hesitation. "I will agree to whatever it is." Yu Wei was momentarily taken aback. Half amused, "You don't want to hear what I have to say first?" "You wouldn't harm me," Meng Jiwei replied earnestly. Yu Wei paused, then helplessly shook her head. "Fine, even if you agree, you must listen carefully." Meng Jiwei sat up straight, her hands resting on her knees, exuding an unexpected air of innocence, a stark contrast to her current role as the city lord. Yu Wei collected her thoughts and smiled, saying, "It's not a significant matter. My nation wishes to purchase some energy resources from you, so I brought the surveying equipment. If we locate energy resources, can we negotiate?" "Of course," Meng Jiwei responded promptly. "I will send someone to search immediately." Yu Wei sighed. "Aren't you going to ask me what price I am willing to pay?" "I can offer you half," Meng Jiwei replied with utmost seriousness. He gently rubbed her forehead and stated, "I have brought several types of surveying instruments. Some are designed for oil exploration, while others are for mineral detection. Although you are currently unsure how to handle the oil, simply take note for the future. As for the minerals, we can discuss the pricing later." Meng Jiwei, expressing her opinion, revealed her lack of any objections. Without further inquiry, Yu Wei proceeded to present the surveying instruments to Meng Jiwei, instructing her to organize personnel based on the size and operation of the devices. Meng Jiwei acted swiftly, and within half a day, a team of 20 individuals appeared before Yu Wei, consisting of the team leaders and their subordinates. Utilizing a projector, Yu Wei set up a white screen in the adjacent courtyard under the cover of night to demonstrate how to operate the surveying instruments. "I recommend that each small team only uses one instrument. You can cross-compare results. Certain minerals and oil deposits exhibit distinctive characteristics, so you need not physically carry the instrument step by step." The vivid instructional video captivated their attention as they absorbed the information, including how to identify mineral veins. Honestly, even without the surveying instruments, the methods taught for detecting mineral veins proved exceedingly practical for them. Notably, one individual among them, who already possessed expertise in mineral surveying, felt enlightened, finally understanding why specific plants thrived near certain mines. After a concentrated 3-hour training session, Yu Wei equipped each team with a tablet and a solar power charger, instructing them on their usage. The videos they had just watched were saved, allowing them to review the material if necessary. Once the tasks were assigned, they set off. These 10 teams, originally responsible for security patrols, merely expanded their vigilance and patrol areas, now encompassing both Chuyang City and Qingke City, while also scouting the surrounding towns. With only 2 cities, the territory felt rather limited. Meng Jiwei's ambitions were stirring. Having delegated the responsibilities, Wei refrained from further involvement. She fulfilled her promise to deliver medical texts and wine to Yu Chu, as well as sending wine to Meng Qingshan. Meng Qingshan and Yu Chu quickly bonded over the tasting of the wine. Yu Chu sampled it delicately, while Meng Qingshan indulged heartily. With the space cleared, Yu Wei placed the motorcycle and fuel inside, no longer occupying the fruit and vegetable supermarket space. Iron Pillar and the others were now capable of managing the supermarket independently. Sparing Yu Wei from worry, she merely needed to open and close the doors at designated times. After Xiaohua arrived, she and Yu Chu began exchanging knowledge, leaving no time for idleness. Yu Wei once again felt the anxiety of being swept away by the tide of activity. Fortunately, there were no formidable mentors in this world, and since her crossing had afforded her ample time, there was no need for haste. If necessary, she could extend her stay by a month solely for the purpose of learning, as only a little over a day had passed in the modern world. She truly considered herself a little genius. However, her desire for a brief respite was interrupted when Meng Jiwei announced, "I am going to Chuyang City." Yu Wei, sitting up with surprise, exclaimed, "Why are you going again? Are we avoiding conflict?" Meng Jiwei pressed her lips together and replied, "My father will be returning soon. I wish to spend more time with the Meng family army before he leaves." Yu Wei understood, realizing she intended to cultivate a closer relationship with her father. She offered a thumbs up and boldly said, "Go ahead, just let me know if you need anything." Meng Jiwei smiled and added, "I don't need much, but I wanted to ask if you would like to visit Chuyang City. Is the city you saved?" Inspired, Yu Wei felt a surge of longing. Now that she knew she could return to the modern world from a great distance, coupled with the motorcycle as her escape tool, she considered the visit quite feasible. Furthermore, if she went, she could deliver the needed supplies to Chuyang City in one trip. Meng Jiwei was taken aback, not expecting Yu Wei to think of that aspect first. She replied earnestly, "However, when you consider whether to go, you need not factor that in. Without you, we would still need to transport food, treating it as training for them. I will discuss it with Xiaohua." Yu Wei certainly could not go alone. Meng Jiwei understood and responded affirmatively. When Xiaohua arrived for dinner that evening, Yu Wei broached the subject. Xiaohua, who had been preoccupied with acupuncture techniques, paused for a moment before inquiring, "To Chuyang City?" "Yes. Just to have a look." Yu Wei nodded, resting her chin on her hand. "However, it depends on whether you have time. It is only because I have the motorcycle that I dare to consider this now. Otherwise, I would only be able to visit on my way back. If you want to go, then let's go." Xiaohua shook her head. "Perfect timing. Zhang Lao and the others wanted me to bring back more battlefield photos and videos. I will treat it as a day off for myself." Yu Wei smiled. "Good, but don't push yourself too hard. I will extend my stay here by a week to allow you to study properly." "All right," Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. At this moment, neither Yu Wei nor Xiaohua anticipated that their stay would extend not just by a week, but by 2 months. Following their previous visit to the iron mine, it was Yu Wei's second venture outside the city. Merely 3 or 4 days had passed, yet the once barren yellow earth now bore a hint of verdant hue. Meng Jiwei had originally prepared a horse for Yu Wei, but her enthusiasm to try the motorcycle prevailed, leaving Meng Jiwei to lead the horse. Upon the motorcycle's emergence, Meng Jiwei's eyes widened in awe as she beheld the dark, robust off-road motorcycle. "What is this? It's stunning. Isn't it beautiful?" Yu Wei thought highly of Meng Jiwei's taste. This model was favored by both her and Xiaohua. "This is a motorcycle capable of swift travel. If you like it, I can have Xiaohua take you for a ride later." Yu Wei generously offered. Xiaohua nodded, but it might be a bit bumpy. No matter, I want to try. Meng Jiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. For now, Yu Wei was the first to mount the motorcycle. Are you steady? Xiaohua inquired as she started the engine. Yu Wei responded, "Em steady." With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life and shot forward. In an instant, Yu Wei felt her body lift off the seat. Chapter 99. Chuyang City. The shock of riding the motorcycle for 5 minutes would take at least 5 hours to subside. Though swift, the 5-minute journey saw Meng Jiwei and the others on horseback take 15 minutes to catch up, and it was quite the ordeal for Yu Wei. Throughout those 5 minutes, she felt as though she never truly settled into the seat. Had she not clung tightly to Xiaohua's waist, she feared she might have been thrown off the motorcycle entirely. When Meng Jiwei and her party finally caught up, Yu Wei was sitting on a nearby rock, slowly regaining feeling in her legs. Xiaohua, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, casually supporting the motorcycle with a cool demeanor. "Did you wait long?" Yu Wei asked. "About 15 minutes, Meng Jiwei replied, astonished. "That was incredibly fast," Yu Wei remarked. "If the cement road were completed, it could be even quicker." Meng Jiwei's admiration for the motorcycle grew more fervent. Yu Wei turned to Xiaohua. "Can you ride it again?" Without hesitation, Xiaohua hopped back on the motorcycle and nodded at Meng Jiwei. "Want to give it a try?" "Absolutely," Meng Jiwei replied, dressed in riding gear, making it easy for her to mount. Yu Wei approached Meng Jiwei and cautioned, "Make sure to hold on tightly to Xiaohua's waist and be careful. The motorcycle can get quite bumpy." Meng Jiwei obediently wrapped her arms around Xiaohua's waist. As Yu Wei mounted her horse, Xiaohua said to her, "We'll take a quick spin and then return to find you." "Sounds good." He waved them off, and with a deafening roar, the motorcycle sped away as she urged her horse into a slow trot. The 20 or so personal guards selected by Meng Jiwei watched with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation as the motorcycle vanished from sight. This remarkable machine inexplicably stirred their blood. In just over a minute, Yu Wei heard the roar of the motorcycle once more. From a distance, it sped back with 2 riders, and as it approached, Xiaohua executed a sharp turn, coming to a smooth and stylish halt. In contrast to Yu Wei's weak knees, Meng Jiwei's cheeks flushed with excitement after her experience on the motorcycle. For the first time, she boldly made a request for herself and Yu Wei. "Boss, can I buy this motorcycle next time?" Yu Wei sighed, aware that motorcycles require gasoline, which they could not use for long. Meng Jiwei felt a twinge of disappointment. After a moment's thought, Yu Wei suggested, "However, if you can find oil, perhaps you could have a continuous supply of gasoline. I can also provide you with an electric motorcycle, but it would require some solar panels. Though charging might be a bit cumbersome." She believed that all difficulties could be overcome. Instantly, hope flickered in Meng Jiwei's eyes as she declared, "I will send someone to find oil." She also desired the solar panels, as ambition is essential. Yet for now, she possessed nothing and refrained from expressing further. The motorcycle was merely an experience. Although Meng Jiwei's guards were envious, they understood the scarcity of gasoline and contained their desires, silently standing guard around them. Even with Yu Wei's slower pace on horseback, they arrived at Chuyang City after nearly 4 hours. Compared to Chuyang City, the walls of Qingke City appeared particularly delicate. The towering and robust walls of Chuyang City bore numerous scars from battles, with deep and shallow gashes from swords and the blackened marks of smoke, all testament to the storms it had weathered. It resembled a great beast, scarred yet silently protective, grand, reserved, and gentle, yet exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Yu Wei gazed at the city walls, profoundly moved, while Xiaohua quickly regained her composure and began filming with her camera and DSLR. She captured not only the walls, but also the layout within and the views from atop them. Meng Jiwei patiently accompanied Yu Wei as they explored Chuyang City, sharing her intimate familiarity with every blade of grass and tree. Her gentle narration recorded alongside the video. Yu Wei glanced at Meng Jiwei, whose eyes sparkled with love for her child at home. After completing their tour, Yu Wei's curiosity was satisfied, and Xiaohua had gathered ample material. Yu Wei turned to Meng Jiwei. "Aren't you busy? You should go." "All right, you won't be going back today?" Meng Jiwei inquired. Yu Wei checked the system and, knowing she could control the protective shield there, replied, "We won't return. We might as well record the evening scenery. Then you should stay at my place." Meng Jiwei suggested as the three parted ways. Though Yu Wei and Xiaohuai's attire did not quite match the atmosphere of Chuyang City, Meng Jiwei's tour openly displayed their status. People observed them discreetly, but none dared to approach. Regardless of the time or place, war remains a most burdensome endeavor. Severely injured soldiers have been brought to Qingkai City, while numerous lightly wounded individuals filled the streets. A glance revealed that at least 8 out of 10 bore some bandages. The prolonged conflict had rendered Chuyang City somewhat desolate, as no one had the heart to tend to their homes or streets daily. After wandering the streets, Yu Wei and Xiaohuai's final destination was the military camp. The camp was easy to locate, especially since they had passed it several times before. Following their previous route, it was not difficult to find, yet upon arrival at the entrance, they were halted. "No entry for civilians in this military area," 2 young soldiers stated, all the while secretly scrutinizing Yu Wei and Xiaohuai, unsure which of them was the goddess who had saved them. Would their words anger the goddess? Nonetheless, it was their duty, and should the goddess be displeased, they would face the consequences. "I'm looking for Meng Jiwei. Is she inside?" Yu Wei, oblivious to the young soldier's anxiety, considered the checkpoint a normal procedure and gave it little thought. "Miss Meng is inside," one soldier replied officially. "I will inform the general and Miss Meng. May I have your names?" "Yu Wei," she said. Xiaohuai added. Upon hearing their names, the soldier's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a serious expression, he clasped his fists and said, "Please wait here." He then dashed away. "Hey, how could you run off and leave me alone to guard this spot?" the other soldier exclaimed, feeling the pressure of facing a goddess alone. Feeling Yu Wei's gaze upon him, he straightened his back, becoming even more rigid, too intimidated to move. Yu Wei whispered to Xiaohuai, "Their discipline is quite strict. No wonder they are formidable." Xiaohuai quietly agreed. That is why they can defend Chuyang City. The nearby soldier thought, were the goddess and her companion discussing? Am I not standing tall enough? Is something wrong? Will someone rescue me from this tense atmosphere? Soon, help for the young soldier arrived. Meng Jiwei strode over, her previous tension melting away like spring snow, replaced by a smile. "What brings you here today?" "We had no idea where to go, so we came early," Yu Wei replied, touching her nose. "I hope I did not disturb you." "Not at all," Meng Jiwei reassured her. "Your timing is perfect," though Yu Wei was puzzled. Meng Jiwei did not elaborate, but instead addressed the 2 soldiers guarding the camp before leading Yu Wei and Xiaohuai inside. With Meng Jiwei's guidance, they smoothly entered the military camp. Having seen modern bases and their training, Yu Wei compared them to the military camp in Chuyang City, which appeared older and more rudimentary. Nevertheless, the soldiers trained with the same seriousness and dedication, and even with the current lull in hostilities, none slacked off. Despite Yu Wei's support, they still looked quite thin. Feeling a surge of compassion, Yu Wei pulled Meng Jiwei aside and quietly asked, "I have a business proposition. Are you interested?" "What is it?" Meng Jiwei replied, puzzled, unsure what business Yu Wei could conceive while touring the camp, especially since they had already delivered the weapons. Yu Wei whispered, 1 copper coin for a pig, 2 copper coins for a sheep. Would you buy?" Meng Jiwei turned, her expression shifting. She was unaware of how much Yu Wei had brought or her plans, as she had never considered such a notion before. But now, hearing Yu Wei's proposal, Meng Jiwei hesitated. "This is too much. You are at a disadvantage." "Not at all. You have given me so much." Yu Wei smiled softly. "This is precisely what I intended for you." From a moment she crossed over. She had brought back many valuable items. This latest batch of pigs and sheep was specifically purchased for them. She pursed her lips. "It will be easier when I am not carrying weapons." "Boss, what are you saying?" Meng Jiwei looked earnestly at her. "You may consider gold and jewels precious, but what you provide us is far more valuable. Whether it is food and weapons in times of crisis, or the seeds and new medical knowledge you have given us, as well as cement and water wheels, that surpasses all." Yu Wei was taken aback. Meng Jiwei's sincerity struck her deeply, making her realize that this was indeed her perspective. And the truth was it was so. Although Yu Wei had not explicitly stated it, Meng Jiwei mused that both the hardy and drought-resistant potato varieties and the plump, delectably soft sweet potatoes must surely be the fruits of the labor of many individuals on Yu Wei's side. Just one of these varieties could compel Meng Jiwei to invest her entire fortune. How much more so, then, when Yu Wei had so generously offered them? Furthermore, Yu Wei had previously hinted at the superior wheat varieties she would bring in the future. These treasures were far more significant than lifeless gold and silver. Even if she were to deliver meat, there was no rush. Meng Jiwei first guided Yu Wei through the military camp. The vast encampment, housing 100,000 troops, was immense. The soldiers, save for the commanders, were generally not permitted to leave freely. Their abodes consisted of tents, each accommodating a dozen to 20 individuals, with comrades residing in the same tent. They shared meals and training, fostering a profound camaraderie. However, Meng Jiwei did not lead Yu Wei too close. Lightly clearing her throat to whisper, "This is, after all, a place where a multitude of men reside, and currently, there is a shortage of water," resulting in a somewhat unpleasant odor. Yu Wei understood. It was a space occupied by a group of unbathed men. Even from a distance, she caught a whiff of the emanating scent and had no desire to subject herself to such discomfort. Yet, Huaguo inquired, "May I take a look?" "Just one or two would suffice." After a moment's hesitation, Meng Jiwei responded, "All right, then I shall accompany Miss Xia." "Very well, I shall wait here for your return." Yu Wei waved her hand. As she observed Meng Jiwei and Huaguo depart, Yu Wei busied herself by moving slightly to the side, where she could see a formation of soldiers engaged in training. Armed with long spears, they shouted in unison, performing simple moves such as thrusts and upward jabs. Yet, due to their synchronized movements, even the simplest actions carried a formidable presence, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Instinctively, Yu Wei took out her phone and recorded a video. Just as she lowered her device, an irate voice interrupted her. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you not aware that women are forbidden from entering military camps?" Turning, she encountered a man with a beard obscuring his age, his eyes glowering at her. His demeanor was far from welcoming. Yu Wei cast him a disinterested glance, ignoring his presence. The bearded man, feigning displeasure before, was now genuinely incensed. "Speak. Who are you? Do you dare to refuse an explanation?" Yu Wei adopted a haughty tone, exuding an air of superiority. "I am the third-rank Guei Day General. I oversee military affairs, and your reluctance to disclose your identity suggests you may be a spy." The bearded man's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting as if he were about to lunge at her. Yet, Yu Wei had encountered high-ranking officials in modern times and had faced the intimidating presences of Ming Qingshan and Xiao. She felt no trepidation in the face of his aggression. With a cold smile, she retorted, "A third-rank general can command military matters? I was unaware that the other third-rank and second-rank generals of the Ming army had vanished. Perhaps you were responsible for their disappearance? You are audacious." The bearded man, surprised by Yu Wei's rebuttal, drew his sword in anger. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Wei produced her firearm, swiftly disengaged the safety, and fired a shot at his feet. The deafening crack startled even the training soldiers, who turned to see the commotion, none more so than the bearded man, who now found the gun's muzzle aimed directly at him. "Do you wish to engage in combat with me?" His complexion paled. Just then, Meng Jiwei rushed over, anxiously checking Yu Wei for injuries. Upon confirming her safety, she glared at the bearded man and said, "Guei Day General, I am uncertain what transpired today that compelled you to provoke the goddess into revealing her protective artifact." The bearded man blurted out, "She is a goddess?" As he spoke, his gaze instinctively darted to Huaguo, who had followed closely behind. Meng Jiwei's eyes hardened. "I will certainly report today's events to General Pong and the others. However, before that, Guei Day General, I challenge you." The thought that Yu Wei had nearly been harmed while under her watch ignited her fury. She was acutely aware that some harbored ulterior motives, especially since, apart from Pong Dainyu and a few trusted confidants of Ming Qingshan, no one else in the army knew that he was still alive. They disdained her simply for being a woman, filled with the notion that women cannot be generals, even looking down upon her own Qingxue army. Originally, Yu Wei intended to proceed cautiously, but now she could no longer endure such disrespect. The bearded man's expression shifted. Fighting is not permitted in the army. Yu Wei provoked him further. Surely, you are not attempting to refuse me? How is it that you dare to bully a weak woman, yet shy away from confronting Yu Wei directly? I understand now. You realize you cannot match her prowess. So you seek to undermine her through me, do you not? Moreover, your claim that fighting is prohibited suggests it is acceptable to draw your weapon against me. Is that not so? The bearded man found himself cornered. Yu Wei turned to Yu Wei and Huaguo. You two should step back for a moment. Once I conclude this match, I will resume showing you around camp. Very well, let him witness Yu Wei's might. Yu Wei patted her shoulder encouragingly. Yu Wei felt a warmth in her gaze, but turned back to the bearded man, her expression becoming as frigid as ice. If the Ming army could serve her father and respect her brother, why could they not heed her as well? If their only reason for contempt was her gender, then let them forever be unable to underestimate women. Where there was no path, she would forge one. Once, there were no female generals, yet there had also never been a goddess. One day, she would ascend the throne. She could not afford to show weakness to those who bore ill will toward her at this moment. Drawing her sword, she pointed it at the bearded man. I implore you, Yu Wei General, accept my challenge. Chapter 101 Victory. In the training grounds, soldiers not currently engaged in drills gathered, including those with injuries. At the forefront stood a group of armored commanders. Pang Danyu's expression was particularly grim, not only due to the disdain shown toward Yu Wei, but also because he found their foolishness in provoking Yu Wei intolerable. Although they were comrades in the same camp, Pang Danyu could not help but feel disdain for certain individuals. Apologies, goddess. My management has been lacking. He directly approached Yu Wei to apologize. Others displayed expressions of shame. Yu Wei shook her head. You are you, and he is he. Do not overthink it. Pang Danyu felt a deeper sense of shame. The goddess was so understanding. Yet some remained ungrateful. It should be noted that Yu Wei was their savior. Had it not been for the food, water, and weapons she provided, how many of them would still be alive? Pang Danyu vowed, I will ensure this matter is dealt with properly. Yu Wei remained silent. In the training ground, the expansive arena featured a towering general on one side and a slender woman in riding attire on the other. To any observer, the woman appeared weaker. Yet on the stage, it was the bearded general who felt the greater tension. He was coerced into this position. He was uncertain of Yu Wei's combat prowess, but he knew that if he won in such a public setting, it would yield him no favor. The old general and the young general had perished. And here he stood, bullying the last remaining member of the Ming family, a mere girl. If he lost, the consequences would be dire. No, he could not possibly lose. What achievements did Yu Wei possess? Merely luck, having unexpectedly slain the general of Shilin Kingdom alongside her companions. Yet all were aware of the goddess who stood behind her. The wealth of treasures she possessed required no elaboration. If she could not succeed with such resources, it would be the height of absurdity. With these thoughts in mind, the bearded man's resolve solidified. Regardless of the outcome, winning was preferable to losing, and it would serve to prove to the goddess whether Yu Wei was truly worthy of her investment. Yu Wei, who had been inexplicably scrutinized, felt a surge of confusion. She looked at Huaguo with suspicion and asked, Is he provoking me? Does he wish for me to engage him in combat? Huaguo replied, It should not be the case. Huaguo regretted her knowledge of psychology and whispered, Just ignore him. That won't do. He cannot bully Yu Wei. Yu Wei said with a serious expression, Yu Wei is under my protection. Huaguo chuckled softly. While they murmured, Yu Wei had already switched her sword for a gun. Brandishing her firearm, she pointed it directly at the bearded man and said, I seek your guidance. General Gueda, the bearded man wielded a large knife and scoffed, Today, I will teach you that a woman should stay at home to support her husband and raise children. Yu Wei dismissed his words and, with a swift flick of her silver gun, charged forward. Like a startled swan, graceful and agile as a soaring dragon, these words became a vivid scene before Yu Wei. Although Yu Wei was aware of Yu Wei's prowess with a sword, she had never witnessed her on the battlefield, nor did she realize that her marksmanship was even more extraordinary. Before the duel commenced, everyone assumed she would be at a disadvantage, Yet once it began, it became evident that she would triumph. Even Pang Daniel was unaware of Meng Ji Wei's remarkable skills. It was no exaggeration to say that even Meng Ji Xing at this age could not match her capabilities. No wonder she was able to infiltrate enemy lines and claim the head of their commander. Miss, go for it. Miss, victory is assured. The Qing Ke army was stirred with excitement, especially the female soldiers who felt their anger rise in response to the bearded man's slander. However, they knew they could not defeat him, leaving them flushed with agitation. The male soldiers of the Qing Ke army were equally exhilarated. Regardless of gender, all soldiers of the Qing Ke army were comrades, and they naturally wished to defend their fellow soldiers from contempt. They had fought together so many times, forging bonds akin to siblings despite different parents. Yu Wei's eyes sparkled as she turned to Xia Huai, enthusiastically suggesting, "Shall we learn marksmanship as well? How did I not notice this before? Surely, the military has superior techniques." Xia Huai agreed, indeed, while each had their own thoughts below the stage. The battle above remained unchanged. The bearded man's confidence dwindled as he was relentlessly overpowered. Meng Ji Wei maintained her composure throughout, seizing every opportunity to launch decisive attacks without mercy. The more they fought, the more the bearded man struggled to accept the reality that a girl half his age was now dominating him before the entire military. Where was his dignity? With a clang, the bearded man felt a jolt in his hand and looked down to find his knife had fallen to the ground, trembling like his own humiliation. Meng Ji Wei stood triumphantly, her gun poised just an inch from the bearded man's brow, declaring, "General Gay, I thank you for the lesson." "Ah, Ji Wei, you are so impressive. You are amazing," Yu Wei shouted, capturing the moment with enthusiasm. The Qing Ke army echoed Meng Ji Wei's name loudly. Pang Daniel's furrowed brow relaxed, and he exchanged appreciative glances with those around him. Even the Meng family soldiers were astonished, their gazes toward Meng Ji Wei now filled with warmth. In the military camp, admiration for strength was palpable. As Meng Ji Wei showcased her prowess, respect naturally followed. The bearded man stood on the training ground, his mind blank. He heard the cacophony of voices calling Meng Ji Wei's name and witnessed the admiration in the eyes of his fellow commanders directed at her. Thus, he realized he had indeed lost, defeated by a girl in front of so many. This young girl had effortlessly stepped over him. In this moment, he forgot that it was he who initiated the conflict and sought to harm Yu Wei, provoking Meng Ji Wei. His mind was consumed with anger towards Meng Ji Wei. If not for her abandoning the goddess in place, how could he have misunderstood? If she had heeded his warning, would he have acted so rashly? All of it was Meng Ji Wei's fault. Women should remain at home to support their husbands and raise children. Why did she come to the military camp? She even recruited so many women into the Qing Ke army. If women enlisted, who would bear children? Ji Wei, you are so incredible. You protected me, so I shall present you with a gift. I know you care for your comrades in arms, and today, I shall sell you 400 sheep and 600 pigs at the price of 1 copper coin per pig and 2 copper coins per sheep, so everyone can enjoy a hearty meal. The loudspeaker broadcasted the announcement across the military camp. After a brief silence, soldiers inside and outside the training ground erupted in exuberant cheers. 1,000 livestock meant each person could at least receive 2 taels of meat. Everyone realized this was brought forth by Meng Ji Wei. Miss, the Qing Ke army and the Meng family army joined together in earnest sincerity as they called out her name. Meng Ji Wei turned, surprised, to see Yu Wei smiling at her. Since they were already doing good deeds, they ought to ensure those deeds bore greater fruit. Meng Ji Wei also smiled, feeling a swell of emotion within her. Witnessing the goddess's kindness, how could she not consider the goddess's well-being in all matters? They exchanged smiles, but suddenly, Meng Ji Wei noticed Yu Wei's expression transform into one of terror and anger as her voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Ji Wei, get down. Chapter 102, Protection. As Yu Wei's voice echoed, Meng Ji Wei sensed a gust of wind. Her instinct for danger propelled her body into action faster than her mind, and she rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding an attack from behind. As she tumbled on the ground, her peripheral vision caught sight of the bearded man, and her heart raced with alarm, swiftly followed by anger. Yet, there were others even more furious. Suddenly, several figures joined the stage, and without hesitation, Pang Dinyo delivered a kick to the bearded man, sending him flying 3 meters away. The bearded man crashed heavily to the ground, a muffled groan escaping his lips. "Chunlu, what are you doing?" Pang Dinyo reprimanded the bearded man. The bearded man, General Gui de Chunlu, felt a constricting pain in his chest as he looked up to see the anger, indifference, and disappointment in the eyes of his former comrades. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he belatedly realized the gravity of his actions. This was indeed a sneak attack. She plotted against me. Chunlu instinctively thought to drag Meng Yu Wei into the water, gritting his teeth in fury. It was Meng Yu Wei. She schemed against me, wanted to step over me to win people's favor. Pang Dinyo delivered another kick, filled with disappointment and anger. "Have you considered what you are actually saying? We have fought together for so many years." Despite having instigated the conflict with Meng Yu Wei, Pang Dinyo had only been angry at the time. Now, he felt a chill in his heart. How could he not know Meng Yu Wei's character, having watched her grow up? Moreover, although Chunlu was not as close to Meng Qingshan and the others, he had also seen Meng Yu Wei grow up. How could he so recklessly slander her, especially in such a public setting? If his accusations were believed, how would Meng Yu Wei cope? She had yet to integrate into the military, held no official position, and was now implicated in harming a military leader. Such a charge was insurmountable for anyone, regardless of their surname. Did I say something wrong? Otherwise, why would today be so coincidental? Chunlu insisted, growing more convinced of his stance. Meng Yu Wei's expression turned increasingly frigid, and just as she was about to speak, she heard Yu Wei's voice. The loudspeaker amplified Yu Wei's words, drowning out Chun Lu's furious retorts. "Have you forgotten? If not for your reckless provocation of me, Yu Wei would not have challenged you to defend me. Did Yu Wei provoke me by pressing your head down?" Chun Lu froze momentarily. He then retorted, "She purposefully left you behind. She deliberately plotted against me to provoke you." Chun Lu, Pang Dinyo lamented. Despite the earlier incident where Chun Lu was dragged down, it was conceivable that Meng Yu Wei could leverage her status as the daughter of Meng Qingshan to shield Chun Lu's tarnished reputation alongside them, which would certainly have been preferable to the current situation. Confrontation is one thing, but how could they involve Yu Wei? His words were evidently meant to sow discord. If the divine maiden truly believed him, what would become of them? Meng Yu Wei's heart skipped a beat as she turned to Yu Wei and quickly clarified, "I did not." "I know you didn't," Yu Wei retorted, her voice loud enough for all to hear. "Why would I heed the words of someone who dislikes her rather than my own trusted friends in this realm? I am not foolish." Observers murmured in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Yu Wei's point, suggesting that General Gui Da's words should not be taken at face value. Suddenly, they heard Yu Wei's tone soften. "Are you attempting to incite me against Yu Wei? To make me angry with her? It is for Yu Wei that I remain in Qingke City. If I were to believe your words and leave for another place to open a shop, I presume you would not mind, would you?" Chun Lu was still processing this, while Pang Dinyo was already sweating profusely. He quickly interjected, "We have no such intention and do not suspect that this is your or Yu Wei's doing. Is that so?" Yu Wei sighed. "I once held great admiration for your Meng family army, but now." Pang Dinyo, without hesitation, kicked Chun Lu again and said sternly. Chun Lu attempted to harm others during the challenge and, after its conclusion, even plotted a sneak attack. According to military law, he shall receive 80 strokes of a rod and have his rank stripped. After a pause, he added, "The general is absent, so I cannot overstep my authority. Therefore, Chun Lu shall receive 100 strokes and will be stripped of his command, confined until the general returns to render judgment." With that, Pang Dinyo looked expectantly at Yu Wei, who instead turned to Meng Yu Wei. "Yu Wei, what do you think?" General Pang is quite fair. Meng Yu Wei had no objections. Yu Wei reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, I have no objections either." Pang Dinyo breathed a sigh of relief, as did Chun Lu, who perceived that despite Pang Dinyo's anger, he was somewhat looking out for him. Who knew how Meng Qingshan was faring now? Rumors of his disappearance circulated, and if he did not return for a long time, would they continue to detain Chun Lu? Once the divine maiden left, Wouldn't everything be easier to handle? He had not anticipated stumbling on a mere girl. And now 100 strokes would at least leave him with a sore backside. He would remember this day. As Chun Lu was taken away, Pang Dainyu inquired of Yu Wei, will the divine maiden be observing the punishment? Not interested, she replied. The coldness and anger that had adorned her face moments ago, now replaced by a smile. What I mentioned about celebrating still stands. General Pang, would you mind if Ji Wei took me to the kitchen? Not at all. Pang Dainyu shook his head. Enthusiastically, Yu Wei turned to Meng Wei. Come on, Ji Wei. I wonder how skilled the cooks are here at making large portions. I would like to try. All right. As Meng Wei and Yu Wei's figures disappeared, Pang Dainyu's smile faded, and he scowled. What are you still doing here? Get to training. The soldiers below scattered in a rush. Some trained, while others returned to nurse their injuries. Yet, they gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing the events that had just transpired. Whether it was Meng Wei's overwhelming victory or Yu Wei's promise of extra rations. These were topics that delighted them. They expressed gratitude towards Yu Wei and held admiration for Meng Wei. The divine maiden had indeed provided them with additional provisions out of consideration for their lady. Their lady was a friend acknowledged by the divine maiden. She had defeated General Gueda. How remarkable was she? Such conversations quickly spread throughout the Meng family army within a single day. As for Chun Lu's slanderous remarks, no one paid them any mind. If the divine maiden did not believe them, certainly they would not, for no one could deceive her. Thus it must be General Gay does fabrication. It was previously unknown just how much gossip circulated within the Meng family army. Yet no one dared to bring it before Yu Wei. However, she noticed that when she arrived at the kitchen, the cooks were all quite animated upon seeing her. After she presented them with mutton and pork, their excitement intensified. In unison, they exclaimed, "Thank you, divine maiden. Thank you, young lady." Yu Wei was taken aback and waved her hand. All right, I have delivered the goods. You may proceed with your preparations. The lead cook, suppressing his excitement, asked, We would like to roast a whole lamb for you. Do you enjoy it? No, Yu Wei replied, shaking her head. The cooks were initially disappointed. But then Yu Wei earnestly stated, Since these are gifts for you, please distribute them well. I have no intention of competing for food with you. However, I am indeed interested in your roasted whole lamb, so I will be counting on you today. As her words fell, 3 noticeably smaller lambs appeared on the other side. In Chapter 103, as her privileges expanded, Yu Wei produced not only 3 lambs, but also a large piece of beef. She gestured for them to cut it into cubes, threading them together with small pieces of cabbage to roast. The cooks were astonished at her generosity in providing beef and asked cautiously, Is this beef? Yes. Yu Wei nodded, smiling. Where I come from, cows are not regarded as such a rarity, and besides, this is not a plow cow, but rather a beef cow. The cooks, unfamiliar with a world where cows were of little importance, regarded her with even greater reverence. They repeatedly assured, We will ensure the meat is well skewered. Thank you for your trouble. Yu Wei paused and added, If you can't manage it in time, it's all right. Could you assist me tomorrow? Of course. The cooks quickly nodded. Yu Wei then left behind a substantial amount of seasonings, sending an entire box containing 4 large bottles of oil and salt along with a large bag. She mentally noted that these 2 items were likely complementary for purchasing pork and lamb, and was pleasantly surprised to see them actually given away. It seemed her privileges had indeed expanded. Yu Wei felt a surge of joy. This delight only grew as she beheld the skewered beef later that night. The roasted whole lambs, 3-month-old lambs, were a gift for purchasing so many, and she thought it best not to let them go to waste, so she brought them along. In the evening military camp, bonfires were ignited everywhere. Pots of meat stew and thick porridge bubbled in the center, wafting their enticing aromas. The previously appealing fragrance of rice was now overwhelmed by the rich scent of meat, a dominance that made everyone unable to resist swallowing. Since Yu Wei's arrival, they had never lacked food, yet, due to limitations, they often consumed compressed biscuits. It was not that they disliked the biscuits. Rather, who could resist the allure of meat? Outside the main tent, Yu Wei, Meng Wei, and Pang Dainyu gathered around a bonfire. Before Yu Wei lay 3 nearly roasted whole lambs, with a cook assisting her in grilling beef skewers. True to their military training, the cooks excelled in roasting meat. The aroma of the roasted lamb wafted through the air, alongside the powerful fragrance of the beef skewers. As five-spice powder, cumin, and sesame oil were brushed on, the scent grew even more intense. Pang Danyu and the others felt regret for sitting with Yu Wei. Though they had meat stew, its aroma was overshadowed by the fragrant roasted meat. If they appeared too greedy, would it tarnish the reputation of the Meng family army? Yet it was hard to resist. One could become quite ravenous from extended period without meat. The fragrance of the roasted lamb intensified, and the cook sliced into the meat, lifting one of the roasted whole lambs. Divine Maiden, the roasted whole lamb is ready. Thank you. Yu Wei softly expressed her gratitude. The second lamb was also presented, but when it came to the third, Yu Wei smiled and said, "Please serve it to General Pang and the others. One of these was originally meant for them." Certainly. The cooks complied obediently. Pang Danyu and the others were taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be? These are your possessions. We have already benefited from the 1,000 livestock. It is merely a small lamb. You need not concern yourselves with it, for it holds little significance to me." Yu Wei remarked as she sliced a piece of meat and took a bite, her eyes lighting up instantaneously. It was delectable. The lamb carried a hint of the distinctive mutton flavor, yet under the careful preparation of the chef, this flavor was not at all off-putting. Rather, it enhanced the unique taste of the roasted whole lamb. She set aside the second lamb and smiled, saying, "You need not worry. I have 3 and have only divided one with you." "Not at all," Pang Danyu responded, shaking his head vigorously. The beef skewers, grilled on site, were also quite delightful. Yet they failed to evoke the same astonishment that the roasted whole lamb had. Consequently, of the 200 skewers of beef, Yu Wei retained 100, distributing the remainder generously among the chefs, leaving 2 skewers for each of Pang Danyu and his companions. In addition to the beef skewers, she also shared a quarter of the roasted whole lamb with them, encouraging them to partake as they pleased. "Thank you, Divine Maiden," the chefs expressed their gratitude, astonished that they had received such sustenance. They eagerly promised that should the Divine Maiden desire anything in the future, they would gladly assist, as they had a knack for culinary skills. "Very well. Once I have finished the roasted whole lamb, I shall request your aid in roasting again," Yu Wei replied without hesitation. Watching the chefs depart, she noticed the meat broth and porridge had also reached perfection, and she served herself a small bowl. The porridge had thickened beautifully, as the rice oil had been extracted over time, rendering it especially fragrant and sweet. The meat broth contained a generous amount of meat, allowing each person to receive a bowl of broth along with 4 or 5 pieces of meat. Yu Wei sampled it, though the communal meal had a rustic flavor. It was nonetheless delightful. This meal had not utilized the oil Yu Wei had provided, as the fat from the pork had already rendered the broth delicious. After consuming a bowl of this rich broth, even Pang Danyu and his companions felt compelled to sigh in satisfaction. The sheer contentment was indescribable. The roasted whole lamb revealed to them for the first time the remarkable culinary skills of chefs. Pang Danyu and his companions did not hoard the roasted whole lamb. Each received a piece the size of a palm before they began to share. Naturally, a single roasted whole lamb could not be divided entirely, so the distribution began with the leaders and those who had previously rendered great service, each receiving a portion. The pieces varied in size, some being as large as a fist, while others were a quarter of that size. Once divided, the lamb bones were picked clean. As for Yu Wei, she not only shared with the chefs, but also bestowed portions upon Xiaohui and Meng Zhiwei. Astonishingly, the 3 of them finished 3/4 of the roasted whole lamb. This feat astonished even Yu Wei herself. After letting out a satisfied burp, she conferred with Xiaohui. "Shall we have them roast a few more to take back with us tomorrow?" "Sound good," Xiaohui replied. Thus, the following day, Yu Wei returned to the kitchen brigade. The moment the personnel saw her, they greeted her warmly. "Divine Maiden, what brings you here?" "The roasted whole lamb was exquisite yesterday. I shall be departing from Chuyang City this afternoon. Do you have the time to roast a few more for me?" Yu Wei inquired. "Absolutely." The chefs responded without hesitation. Yu Wei beamed. "How many can you roast for me?" They deliberated briefly before providing a number. "We can roast up to 20. After all, they were also responsible for the meals of the entire Meng family army, and to manage 20 would require them to allocate their best chef specifically for Yu Wei's request. Thank you very much. Yu Wei expressed her gratitude as she presented them with 20 lambs, 7 of which were young lambs and 13 were adults. Divine Moiden. These lambs are quite large. Perhaps the young ones would be more palatable. Someone voiced their concern. Yu Wei waved her hand dismissively. No matter. Please proceed with the roasting. Throughout the morning, Yu Wei awaited the roasted whole lamb while leisurely strolling through the military camp with Huaguo. Following the previous day's events, no one obstructed Yu Wei or Huaguo, and some even boldly greeted her. When they realized that Yu Wei was not angered, but rather responsive to their greetings, their excitement was palpable. After gathering ample materials, the 20 roasted whole lambs were ready, and Yu Wei left half a lamb for the chefs before preparing to return. Meng Yu Wei, feeling a bit uneasy, offered, "Shall I accompany you?" "No need. We can return faster on our own." "Don't forget what I have." Yu Wei waved her hand. Meng Yu Wei's lips twitched. "Did you not express disdain for that divine object?" "It is not that I dislike the motorcycle. Rather, the roads here are in such poor condition that I intend to return and urge Chu Huan to expedite the construction of the cement road between Qingke City and Chuyang City." Yu Wei's expression turned serious, for there is a saying, to become wealthy, one must first build the roads. Chapter 104. The arrival of the first batch of refugees. To become wealthy, one must first build the roads. As Yu Wei dismounted from the motorcycle, she reaffirmed this conviction. After pausing outside the city for a considerable time, she finally stowed away the motorcycle and walked towards the city with Huaguo. Those who spotted Yu Wei in Qingke City were taken aback. Some bold individuals greeted her, while the timid merely observed her from afar. Yu Wei did not visit the supermarket first. Instead, she sought out Chu Huan. Since his forced transition from darkness to light, Chu Huan had been busily occupied for most of his days, primarily at the city lord's residence. This location, which he had previously visited multiple times, now posed no threat to him. It was indeed a curious blend of emotions. When Yu Wei searched for him, her heart was uncertain, yet upon finally encountering Chu Huan, she exhaled in relief. "Chu Huan, shopkeeper?" Chu Huan no longer regarded Yu Wei with that greasy, amorous gaze, which made her view him more favorably. Consequently, her demeanor softened. "I have a matter to discuss with you." "Speak." Chu Huan invited her to sit before he continued. "The cement is limited. I hope to prioritize the construction of the road from Qingke City to Chuyang City. Road construction is not a task that can be completed in a day or two." Chu Huan pondered, "and it requires a substantial workforce." Yu Wei smiled knowingly. "We shall soon have no shortage of labor." Chu Huan was taken aback. Nevertheless, he assured her, "I will commence road construction immediately. If we have sufficient manpower, I guarantee completion within half a month." After contemplating for a moment, Yu Wei inquired, "You haven't encountered any issues, have you? Should any problems arise, feel free to consult me or Huaguo. We will assist with what we know. Currently, there are no issues. I merely need to utilize the cement effectively, which doesn't require much mental effort." Chu Huan replied with a smile. Yu Wei felt reassured. "Very well. Continue your work. By the way, this is a gift for you. Please share it with Lin, Qingqing, and the others." As she spoke, Yu Wei produced a roasted whole lamb. Chu Huan was momentarily taken aback. "You're giving this to me, just like that? What else would you prefer?" Yu Wei hesitated. "Should I properly package it for you?" She had already laid it on a large piece of oil paper. Did she need to procure an oversized takeout box? "Not at all," Chu Huan stammered. "I will ensure Lin, Qingqing, and the others receive their fair share." When Chu Huan commenced the road construction, Yu Wei observed with interest. He had recruited laborers through tasks issued by Lin Qingqing, and many of the reserve soldiers and injured members of the Meng family army had signed up. Having already gained some experience from previous road work within Qingke City, Chu Huan's greatest challenge was to plan the route effectively. In fact, while working on the section near the city gate, he rode a horse to survey the area beyond Chuyang City. He then compared the terrain maps of both locations to finalize the route. Concurrently, Chu Huan dispatched individuals to Chuyang City, intending to work from both ends to save considerable time. Most importantly, the people Yu Wei mentioned finally arrived on the 5th day of the road construction. They came in droves, all emaciated refugees. Yu Wei did not rush to let them into the city. Instead, she first ensured that none were afflicted with contagious diseases, providing them with alcohol for disinfection before allowing them to enter Qingke City. Upon entering, the refugees were astonished. They had all been driven to this point by months of drought and famine, left with nowhere to turn and no land to call home. Uncertain whispers had reached them, suggesting that Qingchuecheng was a refuge for the displaced. Yet it was also fraught with peril. The decision to venture there was left to their own discretion. After weighing their options, they concluded that struggling for survival in Qingchuecheng was preferable to waiting for death. Moreover, who could deny the integrity and valor of General Meng from Yuyan Kingdom? Surely conditions would be more favorable there. The harrowing tales of cannibalism they had encountered on their journey spurred them onward. Along the way, they unexpectedly received a modicum of support. It was this small assistance and sustenance that had brought them to this place. Upon entering Qingchuecheng, they were struck by the thought, is this a paradise? The roads, paved with an unknown material, were wide and smooth. Although the attire of the passers-by bore many patches, each face radiated warmth and vitality. Contrary to Yu Wei's perception of the citizens of Qingchuecheng as typically gaunt, the refugees found them robust and well-fed. Their own condition, however, raised concerns. Would they have enough to eat? No, mere satisfaction was unnecessary. Being half full would suffice. Are you newcomers? Someone cheerfully inquired. Do not fall behind. Your arrangements will be made shortly. Hurry, once you reach Qingchuecheng, everything will be well. All right. The group hesitated momentarily before hastily lowering their heads and following along. This batch numbered just over 2,000. For Lin Qingqing, this constituted a considerable workload, her pen nearly igniting with the speed of her writing. Fortunately, several individuals assisted her as she incessantly queried. Name, place of origin, how many family members remain, any missing relatives? Families were registered together. After completing the registrations, they queued for a bowl of porridge, assured that someone would guide them to their designated locations afterward. The prospect of receiving porridge upon arrival invigorated everyone, and they dared not delay. When the bowls of thick, fragrant porridge were finally in their hands, the tension in their hearts eased. The rich stickiness of the porridge compelled them to drink eagerly. The warm porridge, with its sweet flavor, brought tears to their eyes. All drank while shedding tears. After finishing, they instinctively licked their bowls clean, returning them with a simple rinse before hastily distributing porridge to those behind them. After 2 hours of diligent registration, Lin Qingqing exhaled deeply. She addressed her companions. Do you all understand your tasks? Each of you is responsible for 100 individuals. Keep a vigilant watch and do not let the goddess and Sister Ming down. Yes, rest assured, Sister Qingqing. They replied in unison. Over 20 individuals, each with their own objectives, sprang into action. Lin Qingqing opened the door to a courtyard, revealing 100 people jostling within. Raising her voice, she commanded, silence, please. Listen to me. Instantly, the crowd quieted, some gazing timidly at Lin Qingqing. She continued, since you have chosen to come to Qingchuecheng, we are more than willing to accept you. However, we have our own rules. We do not admit those who commit crimes or partake in cannibalism. Furthermore, in Qingchuecheng, no one eats for free. All must work to earn their keep. If anyone wishes to leave, you may speak now, and I shall not hinder your departure. Silence enveloped the crowd. The enticing porridge had captured their hearts. Lin Qingqing nodded, stating, since none of you wish to leave, an opportunity to work presents itself. Road construction. This offers 3 meals a day and a daily wage of 101. Those interested, please come forward to register with me. In the next moment, hands shot up throughout the courtyard. I will. Chapter 105. A portion of the gold mine for you, following the arrival of the first group of refugees. For additional batches came in succession over the course of 2 to 3 days. This brief interval was sufficient for them to become adept at road construction, enabling them to assist those who arrived later. Initially, the refugees had eagerly volunteered solely for the promise of 3 meals a day. After all, 100 ones seemed insignificant. However, upon discovering that diligent work would grant them access to high-quality, plump rice at the price of 10 won per pound, they began to appreciate the true value of that 100 won. Each refugee was assigned a 1-month probationary period. If any issues regarding their character arose during this time, their applications for residency would be summarily rejected. Conversely, if they passed the scrutiny, they would secure their household registration in Qingqiuecheng. Due to the overwhelming number of newcomers, this registration encompassed not only Qingqiuecheng, but also the surrounding areas. They were informed that while they currently resided in Qingqiuecheng, they might eventually be relocated to nearby towns and villages once the surrounding dangers have been quelled. Additionally, each would receive a plot of land along with provisions for seeds. Since most of these refugees were accustomed to subsisting from the earth, the prospect of land and seeds was met with unanimous enthusiasm. They even began to anticipate their future lives, which fueled their diligent labor. As the workforce grew, Chu Huan divided them into 3 teams. He segmented the route from Chuyangcheng to Qingqiuecheng into 5 sections, each team responsible for one segment, ensuring that they would ultimately connect seamlessly. Concerns arose regarding potential difficulties for locals traversing the route. However, they were not strictly adhering to official paths, and most would rely on foot travel, leaving ample space for movement. The combination of ample manpower and favorable weather, along with their earnest efforts, allowed the road to be completed in a mere half-month. When Yu Wei learned of this, she was astounded. Is it truly finished? 6 meters wide and perfectly flat? Indeed, Chu Huan affirmed, I have inspected it. Although some deviations occurred due to the segmented construction, the impact is negligible. It merely required slightly more cement, which is an acceptable trade-off for the time saved. However, the final touches will take some time to complete, so it cannot be used just yet. That's fine, we can wait. Yu Wei replied, her excitement unabated. Once it is ready, please inform me. I wish to try it out. It is only 25 kilometers, and with the road being flat, a motorcycle should easily reach 60 kilometers per hour, right? That means it can be traversed in under half an hour. It will be far more convenient than before. Chu Huan nodded affirmatively. Yu Wei observed the sun-kissed Chu Huan, appreciating his rugged charm, yet felt a hint of shyness. She rummaged through her space, producing 3 apples, 5 bananas, a pig's leg, and a chunk of pork weighing roughly 3 pounds. You've worked hard recently. This is a gift for you as thanks for your assistance. Originally intended for herself, she felt no trepidation in offering it now. Chu Huan paused momentarily, then smiled. Thank you, goddess. With the road completed, fewer workers would be necessary. Chu Huan selected the most skilled and strongest individuals from the road construction teams and extended job offers to them at the cement factory. No one declined. Being invited to the factory signified that they had secured their household registration in Qingqiuecheng ahead of time. Henceforth, they too would be able to purchase rice at the rate of 10 copper coins per pound. As for the others, many chose to enlist in the Qingqiu army. Some were filtered out while others remained. Since their arrival at Qingqiuecheng, more than half a month had passed for some, while others had only been there for about 10 days, with considerable time still needed before their registrations would be formalized. Fortunately, there was much work to be done in Qingqiuecheng. The demand for labor was high, and there would certainly be no shortage of tasks available. Moreover, most of the work provided at least one meal. Not only that, although they could not afford rice priced at 10 per gene, they managed to purchase it for just 20 copper coins, albeit limited to half a gene per day, barely sufficient for sustenance. In such circumstances, the majority remained quite composed. However, among the multitude of displaced individuals, there were inevitably a few rotten apples. Thieves, swindlers, those who harassed young maidens, preyed upon the vulnerable, and seized job opportunities. The most egregious were those who attempted to abduct unattended children for nefarious purposes. The latter category warranted no further contemplation. They would be apprehended and executed publicly. As for the others, their punishments would be commensurate with the severity of their offenses, forced labor or consignment to the mines. Allowing anyone to escape was out of the question. What if they divulged the state of Qingkai City to others? After a thorough sweep and decisive actions, order was restored in Qingkai City. The influx of displaced persons gradually transformed into the Qingkai army, enabling better governance of the city. The provisions offered by Qingkai City fostered a profound sense of belonging among the inhabitants. Portions of the city walls were repaired with cement. and half of the cement roads in Chuyang City were also restored, while the walls facing Shilin Kingdom received some minor repairs. These massive fortifications did not require complete reconstruction, as they were inherently robust. Lin Qingqing began dispatching personnel to the surrounding towns and villages affiliated with Qingke City for cleanup and reconstruction efforts. Simultaneously, she sent out a contingent of those who had neither joined the Qingke army nor possessed any particular skills, focusing solely on agriculture. Starting from the town nearest to Qingke City, they aimed to gradually revive the economies and villages of other areas. It was during this period that Yu Wei, who was overseeing the supermarket and witnessing the incremental reconstruction of her hometown, received delightful news. They had discovered a new vein of ore. This new vein was a gold mine. Although small, it held the promise of substantial wealth for Qingke City. Upon learning this, Yu Wei promptly sought out Xia Huai. "Shall we go see it? I have yet to witness a gold mine." Xia Huai emerged from her sea of knowledge, massaging her temples. "A gold mine? They are indeed fortunate." "Yes," Yu Wei lamented. "It's a pity they have yet to find oil." "Take your time. They will surely uncover it eventually." Xia Huai reassured her. In such a vast nation, hidden resources are undoubtedly abundant. Yu Wei merely expressed her astonishment, already feeling quite elated. Xia Huai, slightly bewildered from her recent studies, was more than willing to accompany Yu Wei on her outing. Thus, the two reached a consensus. After informing Tai Zhu to manage the supermarket diligently, Yu Wei and Xia Huai departed the city. Naturally, the newly discovered mine had not yet been linked by cement roads. However, the good news was that the gold mine was located not far from Qingke City, just adjacent to Heiyu Mountain. Yu Wei was eager to inquire about the thoughts of the Black Leopard, having been neighbors with a gold mine for so long. Unfortunately, the Black Leopard had accompanied Meng Jiwei to Chuyang City, leaving Yu Wei to suppress her mischievous curiosity for the time being. The motorcycle sped along swiftly, and Yu Wei soon arrived at the gold mine's location. The Qingke army was already stationed there, and Yu Wei beheld the excavated gold ore. The mine ore did not shimmer with the same brilliance as the gold Yu Wei had previously encountered. It contained some impurities and appeared somewhat dull. The leader of the guarding Qingke soldiers recognized Yu Wei and was quite excited. "Goddess, what brings you here?" "Just came to take a look." Yu Wei grinned at the chunks of gold ore. "May I take a piece with me? I've never seen one before." "Of course." The leader immediately replied. "Miss, you may take half of the mine or as a gift." Chapter 106. A suspicious man Meng Jiwei had once mentioned that the mines would yield half to Yu Wei. Yu Wei had taken this as a jest. She sought the mines and various resources, though she did not wish to take them without merit. Currently, Meng Jiwei needed these resources more than she did, and even if she were to exchange her own resources, there would be no pressure. However, she had not anticipated that Meng Jiwei was serious this time. Yu Wei refrained from discussing this matter with a junior officer of the Qingke army, as it would serve no purpose. Instead, she deftly sidestepped the topic. "One piece is sufficient for me." She selected a chunk the size of a basketball and placed it into her space, preparing to take it home for examination. Since she was already there, Yu Wei decided to present a large bag of masks to them. The mine tunnels are likely to be dusty. Wearing masks will be better for your health. However, do not stay for too long, and it's best to rotate shifts regularly. "Understood. I will report this matter," the young leader responded promptly. Yu Wei entered the mine tunnel for a brief inspection, but did not venture deep inside. The moment she stepped in, the young leader appeared anxious, repeatedly advising her that the tunnel was newly excavated and not particularly stable, cautioning her against taking risks. Therefore, after a cursory glance, Yu Wei retreated. She held a fist-sized piece of gold ore, freshly extracted by her own hand. Upon seeing her finally emerge, the young leader sighed in relief and quickly said, "It's getting late. Would you care to stay for the night, goddess?" "No need," Yu Wei shook her head. "I'll take a stroll nearby and then return." She aimed to collect photographs and data of the gold mine to analyze upon her return. It was also suggested by Xia Huai that the terrain of this world bore similarities to certain regions in Huaxia. If the mineral vein data proved comparable, she could utilize modern topographic maps to locate similar areas and search for additional veins, potentially achieving greater efficiency. Yu Wei informed them of her intention to ascend the mountain. However, the young soldier dared not allow Yu Wei and Huaguo to ascend alone. He promptly assigned 5 soldiers to accompany and protect them. Yu Wei did not protest. Since they were stationed there, they had already surveyed the surrounding area and were undoubtedly more familiar with the environment, thus facilitating data collection. Data collection encompassed various aspects: terrain captured via drone, while plant and soil samples would need to be gathered manually. The presence of 6 additional individuals meant that Yu Wei was relieved of any physical exertion. Shielded in the middle, Yu Wei felt inexplicably like she was on a leisurely mountain excursion. Silently dismissing this notion, she accepted the samples from Huaguo and placed them into a dedicated container in her space. The gold mine was quite expansive, but thanks to Yu Wei's enhanced physical abilities and proficiency in agility, she traversed it with relative ease. By the time they completed their exploration, the sun had dipped toward the west, casting a radiant glow across the horizon. Yu Wei waved to the 6 young soldiers. "Thank you for your assistance today. It's getting late. Let me treat you to some dinner. We want tea return to the city. Please take care." With that, she handed over a bag of buns. The young soldier hesitated, saying, This is our duty. You need not give us anything. But you will surely have no dinner upon your return, will you? Worry not. It's nothing extravagant. Just take it," Yu Wei insisted. The young soldier attempted to decline, but Yu Wei firmly pressed it into his hands. He clumsily accepted it. Upon glancing back, he noticed a peculiar, beast-like black object materializing in the open area. Meanwhile, Yu Wei and Huaguo had already mounted it. Yu Wei waved to him, saying, "We'll head back now. You all should return as well." Huaguo, composed and steady, advised, "Be careful." With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life and surged forward. The 6 Qingke soldiers stood in stunned silence. Is this the legendary black iron beast that has been circulating rumors in the military? They had just witnessed it firsthand. It was undeniably exhilarating. If only they could experience it for themselves. Completely unaware that the motorcycle had ignited a longing in many, Yu Wei clung tightly to Huaguo's waist, silently counting the seconds, eager to reach Qingke City. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Wait, stop for a moment." Huaguo complied, halting the motorcycle and turning to look at Yu Wei. "Are you feeling unwell?" "Not at all." Yu Wei had long anticipated the power of the motorcycle. She called for a halt, not due to the motorcycle itself, but because she had fleetingly perceived something peculiar moments ago. Disembarking from the motorcycle, she discreetly rubbed her backside before pointing toward the grove they had just passed. It seemed as though someone was there. Someone? The first reaction of Huaguo was that the individual must be heading toward the gold mine. After all, this region's most precious asset was indeed the gold mine. Yu Wei shared the same sentiment. Let's investigate. If we do not encounter anyone, so be it. However, if we do, we cannot allow such a danger to linger here. To avoid detection, the motorcycle was concealed and the 2 proceeded on foot. Fortunately, Yu Wei had called out just in time. The motorcycle had not ventured too far, and after a mere 3 minutes, they reached the location Yu Wei had indicated. Huaguo glanced around but saw no one. Yet, she would not doubt Yu Wei's instincts. Her voice was grave. Could it be that someone is hiding? Suddenly, Yu Wei's ears twitched, and she turned to one side, suggesting that perhaps the individual had left. "Never mind. Let us return and inform the others. It is getting dark, and we should head back." While saying this, she was covertly signaling to Huaguo. Having honed her light-footedness, Yu Wei could now move without leaving a trace. As for Huaguo, she had undergone modern military training and was equally adept at stealth. Their footsteps grew fainter as they distanced themselves. Meanwhile, the man concealed in the underbrush let out a sigh of relief. The strange sounds and swift movements had only allowed him to glimpse 2 shadowy figures without clear faces. Now, hearing their voices, he dared not even breathe. This unprecedented sight could very well be the manifestation of a supernatural being. He was reluctant to act rashly, aware that scholars were often favored by such entities, and he was indeed a scholar. He did not seem like a spy. A voice suddenly called from beside him. Panic surged through him as he leapt up. You, I'm not a scholar. Please do not pursue me." "What scholar?" Yu Wei observed his scholarly robes and retorted, "If you claim not to be a scholar, perhaps you should change your attire." Though worn, it was evidently a scholar's robe. "Do not let your guard down," Huaguo cautioned. Yu Wei concurred. His presence here was indeed suspicious, so we should take him back. The man attempted to flee, but Huaguo swiftly closed the distance and pinned him to the ground. Yu Wei, seizing the opportunity, produced a rope to assist Huaguo in binding him. With an additional person in tow, they could not return by motorcycle. Thankfully, the motorcycle had traveled quite a distance, and they were only about 5 miles from Qingke City. Yu Wei and Huaguo did not retrieve the motorcycle, opting instead to lead the man back on foot. The sun had fully set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The man's complexion turned pale as he followed in a daze, his mind consumed with the fear of being devoured by a supernatural being. He lamented the arduous journey he had undertaken, believing he would find safety within General Meng's domain, only to realize that perhaps he would have to wait until the next life to achieve his ambitions. The encroaching darkness mirrored his despondent mood. Just as he wallowed in self-pity, he suddenly spotted a beam of light illuminating the previously dim path ahead. Startled, he opened his mouth to speak, only to catch sight of the city walls. The city walls? Could it be an illusion? The man was incredulous. As he drew nearer, he realized it was no mirage. He had indeed arrived at the city gates, and emblazoned upon the walls were the 3 characters he sought: Qingke City. By this time, night had fallen, and the city gates had closed. Weighing his options for seeking help, he heard the woman guiding him call out, "It is us. Could you kindly open the gate?" "Goddess? Why have you returned at this hour?" "We will open the gate immediately." The man, who had just sought assistance, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Goddess?" Chapter 107. Meng Wei returns. The manner of one's entrance can alter many things. For instance, Yu Wei descended upon Qingke City with the presence of a supermarket, silently and mysteriously, earning their admiration as a benevolent goddess. In contrast, the man encountered her in the wilderness, associating her with the strange and enigmatic sounds of the motorcycle, leading his thoughts to the realm of wild spirits. This left him momentarily dazed upon hearing her referred to as a goddess. No, he was aware that Qingke City had a goddess, yet he had not anticipated her to be so astonishing. Nevertheless, if these two were indeed goddesses, then the peculiar items they carried, capable of illuminating the surroundings, could be explained as divine artifacts. Upon reflection, the dark object he had seen earlier, which had moved with remarkable speed, was certainly not of this world. Various thoughts raced through the man's mind, converging into a singular realization. He was safe, no longer at risk of being captured to serve as a husband to a bandit or a feast for a monster. Had Yu Wei known the man's thoughts, she might have been tempted to pry open his mind to uncover his musings. Fortunately, she remained oblivious. Upon entering, she handed the man over to the guards of Qingke City. "We apprehended this individual near the gold mine. Please investigate him." "Understood." The guards' expressions became serious, their gazes towards the man filled with suspicion. The man opened his mouth to explain, "I am not a bad person. I have come to seek refuge with General Meng." Silence. The soldier's face turned stern, indicating that there would be a time for him to speak. The man obediently fell silent. The following day, after a restful night's sleep, Yu Wei received news that Meng Wei had returned. Upon her arrival, Meng Wei first visited the Lord's residence, convening a meeting with Lin, Qingqing, and others. The meeting primarily focused on recent developments in Qingke City, such as road construction, the gold mine, the resettlement of refugees, and the results of investment attraction, as well as the man who had been captured by Yu Wei. Meng Wei had other matters to address upon her return, merely suggesting, "You may interrogate him. I will make a trip to the supermarket first." "Very well." Lin Qingqing nodded, entrusting the matter to Chu Huan, confident there would be no issues. Nearby, Chu Huan interjected, "Am I perceived as a particularly ruthless individual? You hand over the interrogation to me?" However, in the presence of Meng Wei, he refrained from voicing any objections and even enthusiastically agreed. After all, she was his direct superior. When Meng Wei arrived at the supermarket, Yu Wei was at the front desk, engrossed in a documentary. Upon seeing Meng Wei, she merely lifted her hand in greeting. "Yu Wei, you are back?" "Yes." Meng Wei's expression softened as she smiled. "I have missed the hot pot from here. I wonder if I can buy a meal to treat you?" "Of course." Yu Wei raised her hand. "Then I shall take care of the drinks and fruits, to celebrate your first success. Yu Wei chuckled. You truly have faith in me. Yu Wei grinned. It's a mutual understanding. In truth, Yu Wei merely recognized that, given Yu Wei's character, she would not return without achieving her objective. Indeed, both Yu Wei and Yu Wei understood that Yu Wei's return was primarily to retrieve Qingshan. With the increasing number of rebels, the presence of Chuyang City had dwindled significantly. Additionally, with Chu Huan around, many prying eyes were deterred. Thus, even if Qingshan were to appear now, it would not have a substantial impact. Let us go, prepare for the feast. Yu Wei beckoned Yu Wei, offering a package deal. Just one golden leaf. Come. Let us choose the ingredients together. Pick whatever you desire. The neighboring fruit and vegetable supermarket had recently seen few customers, and the shelves remained well stocked. As for the meat, Yu Wei allowed Yu Wei to select her preferences, as she had fresher options within her storage space. Yu Wei was quite unreserved, selecting a considerable amount of vegetables, particularly lotus roots and potatoes, as well as kelp, all of which would be delightful when cooked in a hot pot. Additionally, she chose some sausages, which she had grown fond of after trying them just once. Yu Wei inquired about Yu Wei's choices, which included watermelon, cherry tomatoes, and grapes for dessert. She also picked up lemons, passion fruit, and honey to concoct a simple beverage. There was a packet for sour plum soup as well, perfect for brewing a refreshing drink. Lin gathered a good number of items, and even with ample space, Yu Wei opted to push the supermarket cart herself. The cart, brimming with goods, exuded a sense of accomplishment. The supermarket was open as usual today, and Yu Wei did not call upon Tai Zhu and the others for assistance. Instead, she asked the Qian family to help with the preparation of ingredients and cooking. She planned to share the meat and vegetables with them, so they could enjoy hot pot at the supermarket without hindering the opening of their shop. Although fewer people were available to help, once the hot pot was ready, the atmosphere was still lively and bustling. Yu Wei contributed half a roasted lamb, which, when taken from her space, emitted a tantalizing aroma and was still warm to the touch, making it utterly irresistible. Is this the handiwork of old Su? It smells divine, Qingshan remarked as he sliced a piece of roasted lamb. Yu Wei blinked and replied, I have never inquired about his name. He is merely an elder who knows how to roast. Qingshan chuckled. Old Su indeed has a remarkable talent for roasting lamb, though he hasn't done so in quite some time. The gathering consisted of hearty eaters, and after a single hot pot meal, they consumed all the ingredients, even adding 2 or 3 handfuls of sweet potato starch before feeling satisfied. Once they finished, everyone rolled up their sleeves and began to tidy up. Then, Qingshan, holding a cup of yogurt, suddenly asked, Have you decided to send me back? Yu Wei smiled. Indeed. The imperial city is too preoccupied with its affairs to concern itself with us, and my brother is recovering well. Father need not remain here to oversee things. Qingshan snorted, too fatigued to address her subtle intentions. Was he truly here to oversee? He was clearly imprisoned here, yet he remained silent, for it was a result of his own indulgence. He felt a twinge of curiosity about Yu Wei's true intentions. As for Yu Wei's aspirations regarding the Meng family army, in Qingshan's view, as long as she possessed the capability to earn their recognition, that would be her merit. They had only 2 children in their family. Meng Zhixing had been harmed, and if Yu Wei harbored ambitions and could protect herself, it would be advantageous. Having been brainwashed multiple times by Meng Zhixing, Qingshan remained blissfully unaware of how much his thoughts had shifted. Father, have you heard that Qingke City and Chuyang City have constructed new roads? Qingshan straightened up. Indeed, are they truly like the concrete roads outside? Have they extended so far? Yes, Yu Wei replied, her face lighting up as she recalled the smooth journey back. I have tested it. If we use a carriage, it can reduce the travel time between the 2 cities by 1/3. This implies that the transportation of grain and supplies between the 2 locations would be expedited. Father, I wish to ask for your assistance with something, Yu Wei stated, revealing her most pressing desire. Please help me write a few letters. Just a few letters? Qingshan expressed skepticism. Yu Wei smiled innocently, of course. They are merely a few letters. A quarter of an hour later, as Qingshan began to write, he realized the truth. His daughter was not merely requesting a few simple letters. These letters, while written as correspondence, were, in essence, veiled threats. The recipients were the officials and deputies of the nearby cities, conveying the essence that Chuyang City and Qingke City had stabilized, and she had regained her life. She expressed her relief that they had not abandoned the common folk during their flight. Consequently, she had acquired valuable resources and was willing to discuss sharing them. However, due to the mysterious origins of these resources, their input was required for further deliberation. Lastly, should they disagree, she wished to inquire about the recent attack she had endured in the vicinity and whether they possessed any information regarding it. As Meng Qingshan wrote, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. "I am still a missing person." Meng Wei replied, "I am aware, which is why I suggested they come inquire about the news." While Meng Qingshan appeared disapproving, he ultimately allowed the letters to be completed. Once the letters were in hand, Meng Wei conferred with Meng Qingshan. "Shall we retrieve you first?" Meng Qingshan responded, "As you wish." That very evening, a cold-faced youth appeared outside Qingke City, carrying a slumped figure. The city guards initially assumed he was seeking refuge in Qingke City, but during the inspection, a member of the Meng family army who had previously encountered Meng Qingshan recognized him and promptly reported to Meng Wei. Others cautiously assisted in lowering Meng Qingshan. Watching the accompanying youth with scrutiny, "Who are you? What brings you to Qingke City?" This person was severely injured in the mountains. "My master rescued him while foraging for herbs. After he regained consciousness, my master mentioned Qingke City, and since I was to venture out for training, my master instructed me to return him." The youth spoke expressionlessly, standing silently after his explanation. The soldiers, unsure of the validity of his claim, softened their demeanor towards him. When Meng Wei arrived, they eagerly informed her, "Miss, the general is still unconscious for some unknown reason." "Dr. Liu, please check on my father," Meng Wei urged anxiously. Dr. Liu was among the few who knew Meng Qingshan's whereabouts, as he had also assisted in overseeing Meng Zhixing. However, he was skilled at maintaining his composure. His expression turned grave as he hurried to examine Meng Qingshan. Afterward, he relaxed his furrowed brow. "The general was indeed injured previously, but he has recovered well, so there is no cause for alarm. His current state of unconsciousness may be due to something he ingested." The youth, still expressionless, added, "He refused to ride the same horse as me, and I did not wish to walk, so I added a bit of calming medicine to the food I gave him." The onlookers observed that two men riding the same horse would certainly be unusual, and if that had been the intention from the start, no one would have agreed. When they laid the general down, his face remained flushed for quite some time. Meng Wei continued the conversation. "May I ask how to address you?" "Young hero?" "Xiao Yi," the youth replied. Meng Wei smiled. "Thank you, Xiao Yi, for returning my father. Since you have saved him, you are a friend of Qingke City. If you do not mind, perhaps you would consider staying in Qingke City for a while, allowing me the opportunity to repay your kindness." "Himeme, Xiao Yi koldi acknowledged." Meng Wei was unfazed by his demeanor. Hearing his agreement, she cheerfully said, "Then please follow me." Xiao Yi accompanied Meng Wei to the Meng residence. Once inside, Meng Qingshan soon awakened. He had merely ingested calming medicine, which would only induce a deep slumber, and Xiao Yi's claim of bringing him back was simply from 3 miles away in the mountains. Thus, Meng Qingshan felt no discomfort. He glanced at Xiao Yi beside him, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had not anticipated that Meng Wei would choose Xiao Yi as his half-savior, especially since Xiao Yi did not appear to be a person of goodwill. Thankfully, he had fabricated a non-existent master. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to justify. However, Meng Qingshan surmised Meng Wei's reasoning for selecting Xiao Yi, primarily due to his unique identity. Now that he was half a benefactor to Meng Qingshan, it was only natural for him to remain in Qingke City, and it was above board. No one would harbor animosity towards him due to Xiao Yi's cold and awkward demeanor. That divine maiden would consider everyone's interests. As for Meng Qingshan, he too played the role of a severely injured individual who had finally been retrieved, successfully deepening others' impressions of him. He then proceeded to Chuyang City. The Meng family army was aware of Meng Qingshan's return and everyone felt a wave of relief. To the Meng family army, Meng Qingshan was their unwavering pillar of support. As long as Meng Qingshan is present, it seems that nothing instills fear. As for Meng Wei, she did not hasten to accompany Meng Qingshan to Chuyang City, for she awaited several guests, the officials and vice officials from nearby counties. They arrived in Qingke City on the third day following Meng Qingshan's return, merely a day after receiving the news. Upon entering Qingke City, they were utterly astonished. The smooth cement roads, the vibrant and lively populace, the orderly houses, and even a few eateries lining the streets, along with the enticing aroma wafting from the porridge kitchens, all surpassed their expectations. Despite being a region most severely afflicted by calamity and war, nearly breached by the Western Lin Kingdom, it had now developed to such an extent. Could it truly be attributed to the so-called Divine Maiden? Was that not merely a fabrication concocted to attract others? With these doubts in mind, they entered the city lord's mansion. Upon not encountering Meng Qingshan, they felt a slight relief, yet simultaneously harbored some dissatisfaction, believing that only Meng Wei's presence indicated a lack of regard for Meng Qingshan. However, they would soon realize their error. Although Meng Wei was indeed younger than them, a young tiger is still a tiger, not something the common folk can easily resist. After some polite exchanges, Meng Wei spoke directly. "You have all witnessed the changes in Qingke City. I wish to share these with you, but on one condition. I hope you will stand with me in Chuyang City, as we are neighbors. If you are willing, I shall ensure you receive benefits. What say you?" Some found Meng Wei's demeanor rather presumptuous. One, expressing discontent, inquired, "Does General Meng know what you are doing today?" To which Meng Wei replied with a smile, "Are you asking if my father is aware? I understand the intentions of Miss Meng and General Meng. I do not wish to be entangled in such matters. Rest assured, I shall turn a blind eye, provided you do not involve me." Another, possessing clearer insight into the situation, spoke more delicately. "That may not be permissible." Meng Wei softly called out, "Brother." Meng Xing emerged from behind the screen. After a long period of recuperation, he could walk as normally as any other, at least to an unknowing observer. His movements bore no signs of abnormality. He could walk, even manage short bursts of jogging, albeit not with the same agility as before. His visage was well known in the vicinity. Among the visitors, some recognized him and involuntarily exclaimed, "Young General Meng? We thought you were dead." "Indeed, others believe my brother had perished, but now that you know he is alive, what will you do?" Meng Wei spoke softly. A chill of apprehension swept through the others present. Chapter 109 Development. Forced to the precipice. All present shared a similar sentiment, with perhaps only Meng Wei and Meng Xing in good spirits. Through both temptation and coercion, these seasoned politicians had no choice but to acquiesce. A smile graced Meng Wei's face. "Please do not be angered. I am acting for everyone's benefit. We now possess many valuable resources thanks to the Divine Maiden, and I sincerely wish to share them with you." She clapped her hands, and goods were promptly presented. These are potatoes and sweet potatoes yielding 1,000 pounds per moo, suitable as staple foods, and the potatoes can also serve as seed. Here is some high-quality paper, crafted as instructed by the Divine Maiden, at a remarkably low price, along with sugar and a method for drying salt. She briefly introduced each item, concluding with, "As you can see, our city boasts cement roads, which we have also utilized to construct the route from Qingke City to Chuyang City, enhancing travel speed." Undoubtedly, the sheer quantity of offerings stirred their hearts. One tentatively asked, "Are these truly for us?" "You are now among our own. Naturally, they are yours," Meng Wei replied with a smile. Yet some remained skeptical, questioning, "Must we not provide anything in return?" "No," Meng Wei reassured them warmly. "Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety, and the Qingke army will protect you." The assembly thought, what a refreshing perspective on usurpation she possessed. Yet, at present, they could only begrudgingly accept, for they had indeed come and found themselves unwillingly aboard this ship of thieves. Had they known, they would have refrained from attending. What could Meng Wei possibly do to them if they had not come? To this, Meng Wei merely smiled. "Not come? In that case, I would resort to more forceful measures. After all, one must first offer courtesies before resorting to military action. Yet by such a time, if they wish to maintain their positions, they could forget about that. The opportunity to pledge allegiance was extended solely because they were not truly corrupt officials, and regardless of their abilities, they had not oppressed the populace. Moreover, some among them were indeed quite capable. These individuals did not rush to depart. Instead, they accompanied Meng Wei to Yu Wei's supermarket, where they were left astounded by the offerings, since they were now among allies. Meng Wei purchased the remaining potatoes from Yu Wei, intending for them to take back, along with 2 skilled agriculturists to teach the locals how to cultivate. Furthermore, Meng Wei kept them to discuss the expansion of the Qin army and the reception of refugees. She had already accepted a considerable number of refugees. However, if more were to arrive, even with Chu Huan's protection, it would attract attention. Yet with the neighboring counties to provide cover, it was just right. Additionally, there were few people within their city, slightly better than when Yu Wei first arrived in Qin City. Although there was space to accommodate refugees, they faced a food shortage and everyone was struggling to make ends meet, unable to support many. Nevertheless, Meng Wei remained unconcerned. No matter. I shall arrange for food supplies to be sent to you. Although it may not be particularly palatable, it shall suffice to sustain life. As for these potatoes, plant them diligently, and I will grant you a quota within the permissible limits to gather refugees. Understood. With someone willing to take responsibility, they felt emboldened. Ultimately, they arrived with a mere dozen individuals and returned with 500. Across the 2 cities, only 1,000 Qin soldiers were dispatched. However, this 1,000 was a crucial first step. They escorted 20,000 pounds of grain into the city, immediately initiating the distribution of porridge. Once trust in the Qin army was established, they began recruiting soldiers, with the prior distribution of porridge laying a solid foundation, and the local officials extolling the virtues of the Qin army. Many began to tentatively seek enrollment. Subsequently, all observed the favorable treatment extended to the soldiers. As a result, even more citizens willingly joined the ranks of the Qin army. Following the stabilization of the situation, the personnel of the Qin army began to circulate, with some heading to Qin City while others journeyed to Chuyang City. The officials in charge now comprehended the true significance behind Meng Wei's assurance of ample food supplies. Indeed, the provisions were consistently sufficient, and they were of the finest quality. Was this the power of the divine maiden? Furthermore, they had planted the potatoes, and though due to scarce water resources, each household could only cultivate 3 or 4 plants, they had witnessed the potatoes sprouting. The faster they developed, the greater the resources they required. With so many inhabitants in Qin City, and after the establishment of cement roads connecting to Chuyang City, the latter citizens frequently visited. Consequently, Yu Wei's task was swiftly accomplished. Task 7. Conduct 999,810,000 transactions. The remaining 2 were reserved for Meng Wei to clear her inventory. Moreover, after securing the allegiance of the neighboring 2 cities, the dispatched individuals finally discovered an oil field. Yu Wei immediately went to investigate with Huaguo. However, their lack of expertise in this area limited them to capturing the surrounding environment through photographs and collecting samples to take back. There's an 80% probability that there is oil beneath the surface. Yet, the methods for further exploration and extraction require thorough research at home. Although Yu Wei's space is vast, it is impractical to transport all necessary machinery. It would be most advantageous to discuss a mining approach suitable for the current era. Once extracted, even if the oil isn't refined, she can handle that process herself upon returning. The very thought of this prospect filled Yu Wei with exhilaration. She hurried to find Meng Wei, exclaiming, "I must return. I plan to clear out the supermarket, so please take a moment to consider what you might need." Returning already? Meng Wei was taken aback, as it felt to her that Yu Wei had not been there for long. Yu Wei nodded, her excitement palpable, saying, "We should have found oil, and we need to discuss the extraction methods." "Very well," Meng Wei replied, putting away her belongings. "Could you wait for me a moment? We've also extracted a significant amount of iron, ore, and gold. Please take some back with you." Yu Wei hesitated. "Is that really necessary?" "Why not? Meng Jiwei insisted earnestly. Consider it a gift from me. You've endured much in your travels, and I should contribute in some way. Yu Wei was tempted to argue that she hadn't suffered, but Meng Jiwei's resolve prevailed, and ultimately, she selected a few items. However, after finishing her selection, Yu Wei contemplated and told Meng Jiwei, "Next time, I want to bring back these items. I notice people skilled in bamboo weaving, nut carving, and embroidery. I wish to learn these crafts and take them back with me. If there are any surplus, I can purchase them at fair market prices." Of course, Meng Jiwei thought, feeling deeply moved. This request was not merely for her own gain, but rather an opportunity for the citizens of the city, a chance for their livelihood. "I will encourage others in the neighboring cities to produce more. Rest assured, I will have Qingqing supervise the quality to ensure no one takes advantage." "All right," Yu Wei responded. Before departing for the iron and gold mines, she hesitated, asking Huaguo, "Perhaps you should stay here. Otherwise, the journey may be exhausting for you." "I will accompany you," Huaguo replied firmly. "I came here for you. How could I possibly wait alone?" Though her initial transition was challenging, she remained determined to protect Yu Wei. "I wonder if things will improve after this next journey," Yu Wei mused, concerned about the effects of repeated transitions. "Absolutely," Huaguo reassured her. "Besides, our intention in bringing back these resources is for the benefit of our country. So do not feel guilty. Let's hurry. Time is of the essence. With more people involved, our material needs will only increase." Chapter 110. Good friends should attend class together. The iron and gold mines filled their space and warehouse to capacity as Yu Wei and Huaguo returned to the modern world. Predictably, Huaguo appeared pale and wretched. Fortunately, she had chosen not to eat beforehand, allowing her to feel slightly better. After consuming a cup of warm water, they proceeded for a medical examination. The results indicated an increase in Yu Wei's muscle density. In contrast, Huaguo's examination yielded surprising results, revealing an enhancement in her skeletal endurance, likely due to the transitions. Though she felt weak, she was nonetheless grateful for the improvement. "There's nothing to worry about. Just take the time to rest." The doctor reassured Huaguo, though he expressed concern for Yu Wei. He looked at her helplessly, stating, "Miss Yu, your physical capabilities exceed all known data. I can no longer provide accurate training recommendations. This data did not pertain to internal strength. Even if others cultivated their internal power, physical enhancements had limits. To be able to confront danger unarmed required not only skill, but also the potency of internal energy." The doctors speculated that one day, Yu Wei might possess the strength to face threats without weapons. Furthermore, her rapid progress was alarming. If not managed properly, it could pose a danger to her well-being. How is this even possible? Just 10 days? At this rate, you could improve 3 times in a month. Hearing this, Yu Wei felt a sense of relief. "Are you worried that I won't have time to adapt to my newfound strength? No problem. I can remain in the other world longer," allowing Huaguo more time to learn. The doctor replied, "Forget about that for now." After exiting the examination room, Yu Wei prepared for a meeting but was approached by Ruan Jiaoyong, who informed her, "Everyone has moved over here now." Yu Wei was startled. "Is the flow of time here normal? I was only gone for a day or two." Ruan Jiaoyong chuckled. "Everyone has been working hard." "Very well. I suppose I should trust in the strength of our nation." This turn of events benefited Yu Wei as she submitted her findings. She began with the gold mine, stating, "This is the gold mine we discovered. Meng Jiwei requested half, but I did not wish to take it without offering something in return. So I brought back a portion as gifts." "That is only fair," Zhang Zhongguo agreed, noting that they had already contributed significantly. "Do take back more." Yu Wei continued, "Additionally, we believe we have discovered an oil field, though I'm not entirely certain how it can be extracted, so I will need your assistance." "Is it truly an oil find?" Zhang Zhongguo laughed heartily. "Splendid. The formation of oil requires many years, and Huaxia possesses few oil fields due to geographical reasons. As oil typically forms in lakes and seabeds, it is a non-renewable resource. The presence of oil opens up numerous possibilities for development. Although this particular oil field may not be substantial, its significance is profound. With an oil field, there is also natural gas, and it can foster technological advancements, ultimately strengthening the nation and allowing for expansion beyond its borders." Zhang Zhongguo became restless, declaring, I will immediately have a battle plan drafted. You can take it with you. Let us outline a strategy for 30 years. Considering Ms. Meng Jiwei's age, 30 years should be feasible. They had taken resources from Meng Jiwei's jurisdiction and must repay them manifold. There are many resources to be found beyond the sea. Although they may not witness that day, Meng Jiwei and her people would. Since she was present, Yu Wei was promptly engaged in a meeting regarding the system, her physical condition, and the research on the other world. The videos and information Yu Wei brought back had been thoroughly analyzed, and even Meng Jiwei had been studied. However, the specific findings were not disclosed to Yu Wei. She was simply informed that Meng Jiwei was indeed intelligent and sincere. They also mentioned her shortcomings. The crux of the matter was that while Meng Jiwei could serve as a general or a city official, she lacked the maturity required to govern a nation effectively. Nevertheless, this was not an insurmountable issue. They possessed a tailored educational curriculum designed for Meng Jiwei, ensuring she would achieve mastery. In response, Yu Wei declared, "Good friends should endure challenges together while joyfully learning." Meanwhile, far away in the other world, Meng Jiwei shivered, sensing a chill creeping up her spine. She touched her collar and murmured, "It has grown cooler. I suppose it's time to put on some warmer clothing." After the meeting concluded, Yu Wei returned home. She no longer felt the need to remain at the supermarket daily, as there were always individuals stationed there during her absences. She could simply return home. Upon arriving home, Yu Wei was greeted by a lavish spread of dishes. Feeling quite famished, she promptly took a seat to indulge in the feast. Huaguo, who had been deprived of sustenance for an extended period due to her time-traveling adventures, was even hungrier and found her appetite piqued by the delightful aromas wafting through the air. After finishing her meal, Yu Wei settled onto the sofa and recounted the events of her recent journey to her parents. This was not a formal report. She spoke only of the aspects that intrigued her most, discovering that she spoke at length about Meng Jiwei. It was evident that their bond was indeed strong. Yu Mama teased, remarking that she could find good friends anywhere she went. Yu Wei touched her nose and chuckled. "Jiwei is truly remarkable, and she is even younger than I am. By the time I visit this time, Jiwei will be celebrating her 18th birthday. Mom, how about accompanying me tomorrow to select a gift for her? You should also bring a gift for me. She has taken care of you quite a bit during your time there." All right. They both agreed on this plan, but the next day, Yu Wei rose early to attend her classes. In her current state, her focus was somewhat scattered, but upon learning that she would be in the same class as Zhao Ning, she felt a rush of excitement. When Yu Wei entered the classroom, she saw Zhao Ning waving enthusiastically at her, calling out, "Wei Wei, Zhao Ning." Yu Wei approached and took a seat beside Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning lamented, "It has taken so many days since the semester began for us to finally share a class." Yu Wei smiled. "I was busy with my internship. But you can't skip classes just because of an internship, right?" Zhao Ning murmured. "Anyway, you've become quite mysterious after the summer break." Yu Wei chuckled softly. Not wanting to delve into too much detail with Zhao Ning, she simply produced a small gift from her bag. "Here, as a little present for you." A square box appeared before Zhao Ning, who looked taken aback. "But it's not my birthday. Why are you giving me a gift?" "I received my paycheck, and it was quite substantial, so I prepared small gifts for all three of you. Please help me deliver the others when the time comes." Zhao Ning desert. "You really are busy now. Will you still be able to join us for the graduation trip we planned?" They had already agreed to go on a trip together. Yu Wei pondered for a moment. "I will try my best. Graduation is still a ways off, and if it's a short trip, it might be feasible." Zhao Ning did not press further and lifted the small box, asking, "Can I open it?" "Of course," Yu Wei nodded. When Zhao Ning opened the box, her hand trembled slightly, and she turned to Yu Wei, her lips twitching. "Wei Wei, you must be joking. This can't possibly be real gold, right?" Chapter 111. The 8th time, traveling Yu Wei laughed at Zhao Ning's reaction, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "This is indeed real gold, but do not worry. It is not expensive. It is a bracelet made by a friend who did not even charge me for the labor." She spoke the truth. This bracelet was brought directly from the other world, crafted for her by Meng Jiwei, who had not asked for any payment in return. She had merely gifted some food and fruit in exchange. Zhao Ning exclaimed, "Do you know how precious gold is right now? This delicate bracelet must weigh at least 2 or 3 grams, not to mention the cost of craftsmanship." Even if you didn't pay, you surely owe someone a favor. Look, I have one too. Yu Wei raised her hand, revealing a gold bracelet adorning her wrist. It was a slender piece intricately carved with tiny flower buds, which upon closer inspection turned out to be sunflowers, quite charming. Zhao Ning's bracelet featured stars, reflecting her love for the night sky. The other two gifts were also unique. Zhao Ning grumbled, "You can't just give such an expensive gift. We can't afford to repay you." "No need for repayment. Just accept it," Yu Wei laughed. Seeing Zhao Ning finally accept the gift, she helped her put it on. Zhao Ning's fair complexion made the gold appear even more radiant, and she was enamored with it. Just then, their teacher entered, prompting them to hush and focus on the lesson. After class, Yu Wei intended to visit Zhang Lao. Zhao Ning looked at her longingly. "Whenever you have time, let us know in advance. A new clay pot noodle shop has opened outside the school, and it's delicious. We should go together next time." "All right." On her way to Zhang Lao, Yu Wei sent a message to Xia Mingwei, inquiring if she was around. She learned that Mingwei had gone home to celebrate her grandfather's birthday and was currently not at school. So, was she the only one attending class today? Yu Wei momentarily lost her focus when suddenly, someone sprang in front of her, extending a hand toward her. Reacting instinctively, she grasped the person's arm, pivoted, and tossed him aside. With a yelp, a foreign man Yu Wei recognized landed on the ground. "Emerson?" she exclaimed in surprise. Lying on the ground, Emerson grimaced. His previous gentlemanly demeanor vanished, replaced by a pained expression. I merely wish to greet you. I apologize. I'm not accustomed to sudden closeness." Yu Wei offered an apology, but felt no substantial guilt. After all, she was hardly familiar with Emerson, and it was only natural to be startled when he unexpectedly approached her. Emerson, however, bore no anger. He rose from the ground, dusting himself off. Yet, unable to reach his back, he cast a pitiful glance at Yu Wei. Could you help me brush off the dust from my back?" Yu Wei, feeling a pang of sympathy for his earlier fall, obliged. Emerson flexed his arm and, feeling a twinge of pain in his back, gazed at Yu Wei in amazement. You are incredible. Is this a form of Huaguo martial arts?" That was a classic back throw. Yu Wei was at a loss for words. Emerson's eyes sparkled with delight as he continued. "Well, you do know Huaguo martial arts, right? Could you teach me? I've always been fascinated by it. Jiuyin by Guzhua and a Go Bang Fa. They're so impressive and cool." Without exaggeration, Yu Wei felt that Emerson now resembled a tail-wagging puppy. The thought sent shivers down her spine. She shook her head. "I do not practice Jiuyin by Guzhua, nor am I familiar with the Go Bang Fa. Furthermore, sir, we are not well acquainted. Just because you know Ming Yue's brother does not imply we share a close relationship. I hope you will refrain from bothering me." Although her tone was polite, Emerson appeared deeply affected by her words. "Can we not be friends?" Yu Wei forced a smile. "Are you trying to use me to get closer to Mingwei? I advise against it. Besides, I am quite busy and not interested in making new friends." Hearing Yu Wei's blunt words, Emerson lowered his head, looking crestfallen. "All right, I'm sorry for bothering you." Yu Wei nodded slightly. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and walked away. Emerson watched her retreating figure with a lingering sense of longing, while Yu Wei showed no inclination to look back. Once she disappeared from sight, his disappointment vanished, and he raised an eyebrow, touching his face. "Is my appearance unappealing? It shouldn't be." Earlier, as he wandered the campus, many girls had expressed excitement at seeing him, with some even asking for his contact information. It must be Yu Wei's issue. Did she not fancy his type? He wondered if he could seek assistance from someone else. Nevertheless, this Yu Wei seemed even more enigmatic than Xia Mingwei, igniting his curiosity further. Unaware of Emerson's musings, Yu Wei returned home and reported the incident concerning him. Naturally, with the backing of her country's authorities, it was only prudent to report any suspicious individuals. With their intervention, Emerson's movements within Huaguo were thoroughly monitored. The good news was, it appeared he had not uncovered Yu Wei's unique identity. The bad news was, he had indeed fixated on her. Xia Huai reassured Yu Wei, "Do not worry. We are working on a way to send him back to his country. Furthermore, within Huaxia, he will not dare to act recklessly. We will remain vigilant to ensure he does not trouble you." Yu Wei expressed her unwavering trust in the state. "Well, that reassures me. Currently, she attends few classes at her school, opting instead for self-study, and some courses have been conveniently waived for her, sparing her from examinations. This arrangement has certainly alleviated some of her burdens. Ivoasan was indeed obstructed, failing to appear before her thereafter. Observing the expanse of her space, Yu Wei set out to procure various items she desired. The larger her space, the more room she could allocate for herself. Her space has now expanded to 5,000 cubic units. Without hesitation, she reserved 200 cubic units for her possessions, leaving the rest to be planned by the state. This time, Yu Wei intended to linger longer in the alternate realm, as she sensed that her opportunities to traverse this world might be limited. However, Shen's education remained ongoing, and collection tasks were far from complete. Therefore, she brought an array of technologies with her, not only those related to oil extraction, but also information and methodologies for other precious metals, and most crucially, greenhouse cultivation techniques. With these greenhouses, it would be possible to cultivate crops during winter. Since the alternate world had already received rain, normal agricultural practices could commence, and preparations for greenhouses could begin. Additionally, she brought along a set of compulsory education materials, meticulously compiled by the state, tailored for the individuals of this era. This curriculum encompassed language, mathematics, science, nature, astronomy, agriculture, animal husbandry, and medicine, sufficient to nurture a generation of technological pioneers. As her space gradually filled, Yu Wei indulged herself in shopping, even taking Shang and her mother on several outings. Moreover, Yu Wei discovered that she had developed a new sensitivity. This time, she could expand the supermarket storage capacity, increasing it to 3 times that of her previous warehouse. Naturally, the state seized this opportunity, promptly selecting a suitably sized new warehouse and filling it to capacity. Once everything was prepared, Yu Wei bid farewell to her parents. Watching the system's countdown transition from minutes to seconds, dwindling from 2 digits to 1. However, at that moment, a figure sprinted in from outside. Countdown, 32. In the final second, an item was delivered into Via's hands, and she instinctively tightened her grip, catching fragments of words. Poison, research. Chapter 112. The merchant once again. The familiar sensation of retching washed over her. This time, however, Shawad appeared to be slightly improved, no longer requiring Yui's support. Once she felt somewhat better, Yu Wei opened the door. It was daytime, and someone was waiting outside, but to his surprise, it was not Teju, but Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, come in. Yu Wei welcomed her, and Zhao Zhao obediently entered, greeting her as sister shopkeeper. Where's Teju? He had some matters to attend to, and Zhao Zhao replied vaguely. Yu Wei cast her a puzzled glance, contemplating some unfavorable possibilities. Has he run into trouble? I told you, if you encounter any issues, you can always tell me. No. And Zhao Zhao looked even more troubled. However, sensing Yui's frown, she hesitated before revealing Teju went to train with the reserve army. Yu Wei was taken aback, her mind blank for several seconds before she asked, That's it? You're not upset? Yin Zhao Zhao tentatively inquired. Why would I be upset? It's a good thing that he wants to train and improve his abilities to protect himself. If you wish to train too, you may. But we are your employees, and Zhao Zhao stammered. I merely hired you. I haven't bound you to me. So if you wish to resign to pursue other opportunities, that's perfectly fine. Moreover, now that the supermarket has stabilized, we don't require so many people on guard. You can alternate shifts between morning and afternoon, but if you only work half a day, I will only provide 60% of the wage. Yun Zhao Zhao was taken aback by Yu Wei's response. She stared at her in disbelief, and after a moment, realization dawned upon her. Indeed, the deity had never imposed any particular demands on them, as long as they communicated with her openly, what could not be said. Thus, Teju's desire to enlist in the army need not be postponed any further. As for herself, she was not suited for military service due to her frail constitution, but she had an interest in medicine. Perhaps she could pursue that. Yun Zhao Zhao's moment of distraction did not go unnoticed by Wei, who smiled softly. I will speak to Zhu about it. All right. Yu Wei inquired, have you eaten? Yes. Anchan prepares our meals at regular intervals, Yun Zhao Zhao replied. Yu Wei produced a cupcake. A small gift for you. Take it home and enjoy. Thank you. Shopkeeper Yun Zhao Zhao accepted the charming little cake, reluctant to eat it. Having finished her previous tasks, Zhao Zhao decided to remain at the shop. Meanwhile, She, feeling better, made herself a bowl of instant noodles for lunch, complete with marinated eggs and sausage, a sumptuous meal. After eating, she went next door to find Yu Wei waited for Meng Zhiwei. Just as in every previous instance of her traversing here, Yu Wei would invariably set aside whatever she was doing to visit Yu Wei first. This time, upon her arrival, Yu Wei sensed something different about her. Once Yu Wei was seated, Yu Wei curiously asked, "Has anything happened recently?" "Nothing." Meng Zhiwei paused. "Why do you ask? You seem a bit different." Yu Wei attempted to articulate her perception, feeling that Meng Zhiwei now exuded a greater sense of composure and authority. Meng Zhiwei's eyelashes fluttered as she grasped a small bottle of cola, twisting it open with a soft fizz. Her tone was casual, almost merging with the sound of the bubbles. "I killed some people." Yu Wei paused. Meng Zhiwei's nonchalant demeanor belied the gravity of her words. Yet he sensed that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. However, noticing Meng Zhiwei's expression, she refrained from probing further and instead cheerfully produced the cupcake. "I brought a delightful cake. I hope you like it." "Thank you." Meng Zhiwei took the cake, scooping a spoonful with a fork and placing it in her mouth. The sweet yet not overly rich flavor enveloped her senses, easing her previously tense demeanor. She smiled at Yu Wei. "It's delicious." Yu Wei grinned. "Isn't it? I also brought some hot pot broth from a fantastic restaurant my friend and I discovered. When you have time, let us cook it together and invite Chuan and Lian Qingqing over for a gathering." "Sounds good." Meng Zhiwei felt his intent to comfort her, and indeed, she felt reassured. Once Li's mood had settled, Wei broached the main topic. "This time, I brought a substantial and diverse assortment of items, including a proposal for you to review." Meng Zhiwei nodded, picking up the proposal. It detailed greenhouse cultivation of potatoes and sweet potatoes to increase food reserves, along with courses on governance and history, as well as the feasibility of a 6-year compulsory education system. The mere mention of these 3 subjects left Meng Zhiwei trembling with astonishment. The greenhouse could directly address their current food shortages. After all, Yu Wei had brought early maturing potatoes that could be harvested in just 2 months. This meant they could gather another batch of food before the depths of winter. Furthermore, the tailored courses were precisely what she needed. It was not that she was entirely ignorant, but there was certainly room for improvement. And then there was the matter of compulsory education. A 6-year program could ensure literacy among the populace, and judging by the outline charts, it would entail 3 years of literacy followed by 3 years of advancement, covering various disciplines that could effectively cultivate a pool of talent. As Yu Wei gazed at Yu Wei, she saw the latter's smile and fell into thoughtful silence. After a moment, she solemnly declared, "I will not let you down. The textbooks for compulsory education are rather numerous. Later, you can have someone take them back. As I only brought you 2 sets, you can find a way to replicate them when the time comes." Yu Wei remarked as she handed over 3 tablets and 3 large power banks. "Here, this contains all your courses, with each video accompanied by a brief description. You may first explore which aspects pique your interest." Meng Zhiwei replied affirmatively, ensuring to keep everything well organized. She then discussed with Yu Wei the quantity of provisions to purchase. With the addition of 2 more counties, the population had not significantly increased. However, it was anticipated that refugees would soon arrive, alongside several batches of merchants in a few days. Yu Wei understood, asking, "Are they coming for the goods I have here?" Meng Zhiwei nodded, inquiring whether Yu Wei would like to meet them. If not, she would deter them. "Of course I would like to meet them. Look at all the goods I possess." Yu Wei gestured towards the items in the supermarket, stroking her chin. "Moreover, I believe many people will be fond of my medicines too." While she felt a twinge of guilt about taking Meng Zhiwei's money, she had no qualms about profiting from others. After all, if her goods were sold at high price, they would ultimately end up in the hands of the nobles. Yu Wei felt no shame in profiting from them. Instead, she relished the idea. Meng Zhiwei felt a sense of relief and smiled. "Very well. I shall have someone guide them here." What Meng Zhiwei referred to as a few days was, in fact, merely 2 days. During the conflict in Chuyang City, even if the merchants had heard rumors about the goddess, they would not dare approach. After all, they were unaware if there truly was a goddess and her miraculous shop at the border. Furthermore, even if there were, given the instability of the border, they risked losing not just their goods, but their lives should they make a significant purchase only to be invaded by the Shilin kingdom. Hence, despite the curiosity that lingered, it wasn't until now that anyone had arrived. The scene they envisioned of Qingke City was far from what they encountered. The bustling crowd and the vigilant guards created an impression of orderliness. Upon entering, they were halted. "Where are you from? What is your purpose? Where are your travel permits?" A young man, round-faced and plump, resembling a charming dumpling, smiled and responded, "We are merchants. Having heard of the goddess and her heavenly wares, we wish to purchase some." After presenting the travel permits, which were indeed valid, the guard relaxed slightly. "I shall lead you." Chapter 113. This is their opportunity. Externally, the most striking feature of the supermarket was undoubtedly its expansive glass walls and doors. The transparent glass allowed passers-by to effortlessly discern the shelves brimming with unfamiliar goods. Additionally, the concrete pathway beneath their feet was a novelty. Were these truly gifts from the goddess? 5 merchants arrived, traveling in a group to better withstand the potential threats of bandits and refugees along the way. However, they soon grew wary of one another. The goddess's shop was not vast, and the items within were certainly limited. They were now competitors. Cooperation on the return journey did not imply they should concede ground now. In business, it was the capable who prevailed. Consequently, the onlookers witnessed both young and older men hastily jostling their way inside. Goddess, a man with a thick mustache, around 40 years of age, rushed towards Yun Jiao, exhibiting politeness and reverence. Having heard of the goddess's fame, he was indeed impressed upon meeting her. The others behind him expressed their frustration at being outpaced. Yun Jiao, confused, interjected, "I am not the goddess, merely a shop assistant for her." The mustached man, perplexed, felt a sense of foreboding. This premonition peaked when Yun Jiao pointed towards Yu Wei behind the cash register, declaring, "The goddess is over there." The mustached man stood in stunned silence, his spirit seemingly escaping him. Meanwhile, Yu Wei smiled. "Are you here to purchase items?" "Indeed." The plump young man eagerly inquired. "What do we buy?" Yu Wei began to explain. "Everything in the supermarket is available for purchase, except for the provisions, which I must reserve for Meng Zhuwei." The plump youth chuckled. "We do not require provisions. We do not have enough hands to transport them. Surely other items must hold greater value?" As merchants, they naturally sought to maximize their profits. In agreement, Yu Wei instructed Yun Jiao to showcase the items in the supermarket. They hurriedly followed, even the mustached man who had previously feigned disinterest. Some goods resembled those they had seen before, yet the packaging was entirely different. For instance, the chestnuts were cooked, peeled, and contained within a wondrous pouch, capable of lasting several months. The more they observed, the more their excitement grew. "Liuli!" someone exclaimed in astonishment. The transparent Liuli cups were casually displayed on the shelves, seemingly ordinary, yet enchanting. Among them were not only clear Liuli, but also multicolor varieties. Yu Wei had sourced these colorful cups, finding them appealing enough to place on the shelves, and they now captivated the others as well. "I only desire this set of cups. The rest are yours to choose," the plump young man declared. "Yang Xiaodi, your greed is evident. How can you take all the Liuli cups for yourself?" Another protested. Yun Jiao was not surprised by their disputes over the goods. She dutifully introduced the items and, once finished, allowed them to negotiate amongst themselves. Given that they were in Yu Wei's shop, their discussions were relatively restrained. They refrained from escalating to violence and even muted their voices when they grew too loud. However, Yu Wei, now possessing inner strength and enhanced physique, could still faintly hear their conversations. They contested over the glass cups, then the flashlights, and subsequently the salt and sugar. The former two were miraculous, while the latter two were precious commodities. Listening to the prices they debated, Yu Wei realized she was poised to earn a substantial profit. Perhaps out of respect for her goddess status, they waited until they had concluded their negotiations before approaching Yu Wei. "Goddess, may we purchase flashlights, Liuli cups, and other items?" The plump young man was the spokesperson. His rotund figure reminded Yu Wei of the initially visiting young Master Wang, prompting her to smile, of course, but As the plump young man braced himself, Yu Wei continued with a light chuckle. I also have other items. Would you be interested? What items? The plump young man was taken aback by the goddess's unexpected approach to sales. Yu Wei replied, a medicine effective against infections and high fevers, inexpensive white paper, and honeycomb coal. The border residents were working tirelessly, akin to being invigorated by a tonic, resulting in an abundant yield of various goods, such as honeycomb coal. Winter had yet to arrive, yet a significant stockpile had already been accumulated, with production ongoing. They could not afford to slow down, as they feared losing their jobs if they ceased working. With merchants from out of town arriving, it was an opportune moment to export some of the surplus. Such a miraculous medicine exists? We beseech the goddess to grant us some. The plump young man, without hesitation, began to flatter. With a wave of her hand, 10 boxes of medicine appeared on the table. She divided the 2 boxes of medicine, advising, the medication in the blue box is most effective for fevers caused by external injuries, while the yellow box contains medicine that works best for cold-induced fevers. The dosage is twice daily after meals, taken with warm water. The boxes are exquisitely crafted, and upon opening, the pills within reveal themselves to be vibrantly colored, unlike anything they had ever seen. This is indeed a miraculous remedy. Each box contains 30 pills. Those present trembled as they held the medicine. The plump young man immediately called for 10 boxes to be brought in, declaring, I understand that the value of this miraculous medicine cannot be measured in gold or silver. Yet this is all the wealth I can muster. I beseech the divine maiden not to refuse. The plump man was far too insidious, his flattery laden with unspoken implications. The others glared at him, eager to offer their own contributions. Divine maiden, I have 12 boxes, along with a jade ruby inherited from my ancestors. I possess golden garments. As boxes of goods were carried in, Yu Wei watched as the supermarket was about to overflow, her lips twitching slightly. With a thought, she stored everything into her spatial realm. Seeing the boxes vanish in the blink of an eye, the plump young man and his companions were momentarily stunned. Their gazes toward Yu Wei now filled with greater reverence. Yu Wei paid no mind to their looks, instead producing plain paper. This paper is made in Qingke City. I present it to you, and you may negotiate the price with Qingke City. Additionally, there is honeycomb coal, which burns longer and produces less smoke, making it ideal for winter use. The plump young man asked, May I touch this paper? Certainly, Yu Wei nodded. He gently caressed it and found it smooth and pleasing to the touch. Based on his extensive experience with paper, he discerned that its quality was exceptional and would not bleed ink. How could such fine paper be so affordable? Yu Wei pondered, no more than 50 won per stack. The plump young man's eyes widened, exclaiming, I want it. Previously, they had to pay at least 200 won per stack for paper of this quality from other places, sometimes even more. Now, with a reduction of 3/4 in the procurement cost, he would not hesitate to transport it back. The others clamored, We want it too. You may negotiate with the city lord's mansion, as I only have these items and medicines in the supermarket. Yu Wei reminded them once more. They calmed slightly, but simultaneously, a thought crossed their minds. Could it be that this paper is produced by the people of Qingke City? How is it possible to create such high-quality paper at such a low price? Their journey here was already rather risky, and many had mocked them for traveling such a distance, with their families disapproving. Yet now, it seemed that this risk was entirely worthwhile. This was their opportunity. Chapter 114. The library has been completed. The negotiations between the merchants and Qingke City proceeded smoothly. Naturally, there were disputes over profits, with one party aiming to sell at a higher price while the other sought to drive the price down. However, as Qingke City is under the jurisdiction of the Meng family army, and with Yu Wei present, they were somewhat apprehensive. Overall, the atmosphere remained relatively peaceful. As for the undercurrents swirling among the 5 merchants, Lin Qingqing and her companions chose to remain oblivious. Fortunately, the workers in their factory were diligently focused, ensuring both quality and quantity, even voluntarily working overtime. They would not return home until it was too dark to continue. In response, Yu Wei mused, Is this too much? In any case, Yu Wei could only tentatively discuss with Lin Qingqing the possibility of raising their wages. Lin Qingqing had no objections. Although they were in the early stages of development, their hard work was ultimately aimed at providing a better life for the common folk. However, this needed to be balanced. Even with overtime, they must not exhaust themselves. To elaborate, due to the citizens' tireless efforts, they now had ample stock of every item, even if supplying 5 families. The quantities were considerable. The plump young man tentatively inquired, "Did we arrive too hastily? How much can we expect next time?" Lin Qingqing replied, "You may place orders, and I will ensure you receive a suitable quantity." "That sounds agreeable." The plump young man pressed further, "As we are among the first merchants to arrive, might we receive some priority? I do not ask for exclusivity. I simply wish to have the first chance to purchase the quantity we need." "This is acceptable." Lin Qingqing readily agreed. Selling to whom is still selling. Besides, they were indeed the first batch of merchants, so what harm is there in granting them a slight privilege? "By the way, Miss Lin, we would like to inquire if we can purchase more of the divine maideness medicine next time." This is the most crucial question. Though they had not tried Yu Wei's medicine, they had heard rumors in Qingke City. Not to mention the medicine for cold-induced fevers, there were many injured individuals. They had encountered numerous disabled persons on the streets, and upon inquiring, they learned that these were mostly severely wounded from the battlefield. Most had survived after taking the medicine provided by Yu Wei. Those who did not survive did, so not because of fever, but due to their grievous injuries, which even miraculous medicine could not remedy. It is easy to imagine the benefits this miraculous medicine could bring them, not in monetary terms, but as a means to ascend the social ladder. Lin Qingqing did not immediately agree, but said, "I will inquire on your behalf." "Then we thank you, Miss Lin." The items to be purchased had been finalized. The only remaining task was the transaction. They had prepared well in advance, bringing ample gold and silver. Unlike their dealings with Yu Wei, where the items were unique and uncertain for future procurement, their transaction with Qingke City was aimed at the future. Therefore, the prices of these items were reasonable, and they had sufficient gold and silver to spare for more purchases from Yu Wei. As they departed, they felt a deep sense of reluctance, yet their funds were depleted, and they could not afford to indulge in the supermarket further. Before leaving, Lin Qingqing sent them off with a smile. "We plan to expand production in the future, and if you do not mind, please help us spread the word. After all, even if more people come, it will not affect your share, will it?" The plump young man understood. "What Miss Lin says is true. We naturally hope for your prosperous development, so that we may purchase even more affordable paper and honeycomb coal from you in the future." This batch of merchants left behind a substantial sum of money for Qingke City. Subsequently, Lin Qingqing distributed bonuses to everyone in the factory, with amounts ranging from 301 to 2 taels. This was truly a windfall, and everyone was elated, leading to even greater efforts in their work. Now, the townsfolk were no longer solely focused on joining the military. Their physical capabilities may not have been sufficient, but working in the factory posed no issue. After all, it was still a contribution. Furthermore, another group prepared to engage in farming. Yu Wei had brought materials for constructing greenhouse shelters, which could be fashioned into simple versions on-site using local resources. As long as someone tended to them, the impact would be minimal. These ready-made greenhouses could cover 50 mu of land. Thus, they began the dual task of planting on this 50 mu plot while constructing new greenhouses. Those older individuals who did not meet the military standards but could farm found a path forward. One by one, they went to the city to obtain new household registrations, and each family received either 1 or 2 mu of land. If they desired more, they would need to purchase it, though the prices were reasonable. In an instant, Qingke City saw a significant reduction in its population. In addition to the 2 other cities, many individuals voluntarily ventured into rural villages. Some, possessing a modest amount of gold and silver, have now resumed normalcy, purchasing 2 to 3 acres of land, which, combined with the share of 1 acre, amounts to a substantial plot. Specialized personnel assist in constructing greenhouses. All that is required from them is a labor fee of 30 won per acre, along with material costs. A group of 5 can erect greenhouses covering approximately 3 acres in a single day, for a total of 90 copper coins, though this sum is insufficient for equitable distribution. The local lord's residence covers most of the labor costs, making their contribution more symbolic. The farmers who have received land only need to focus on tilling the soil. Within merely 10 days, numerous greenhouses have sprung up around Qingke City, and the first batch of potatoes has already been planted. Lin Xingqing calculated that if the potato cultivation proceeds successfully, each acre could yield over 1,000 jin, combined with their purchases of grain from elsewhere. They could sustain themselves until the autumn harvest. They are no longer entirely reliant on the provisions supplied by Yu Wei. Moreover, there is encouraging news. More merchants have begun to arrive. The factory has expanded, as has its output. Paper and honeycomb coal were originally intended for affordable distribution, and they can definitely meet demand in large quantities. Others have also expressed interest in cement roads. However, Lin Xingqing firmly declined this proposal, stating that their current workforce is insufficient to manage construction on their own site. Perhaps in the future, when they have the capacity, they could consider renting out construction teams. The implication was understood, as everyone is astute enough to realize that the formula for these projects cannot be purchased. Thus, with a sense of regret, they departed. From the second batch onward, Yu Wei ceased to sell them medicine. After all, it was essential for people to recognize that those who arrived first would receive the lucrative rewards. Such differentiation would lead them to appreciate the merits of Qingke City, and they would likely gravitate towards it in the future. This minor matter did not trouble Yu Wei, who was more than willing to assist. However, they all patronized her supermarket, purchasing various goods, both consumables and necessities, contributing significantly to her revenue. Among these patrons, one individual was notably absent, Taizhu. Long before, he had expressed a desire to join the military. Although he appeared youthful, he was already 16. Previously slight in stature, he thrived under Yu Wei's care, growing over an inch in a short span. Had it not been for Yu Wei's timely provision of calcium tablets, his bones might have remained fragile. Consequently, he initially felt too embarrassed to discuss his aspirations with Yu Wei. Eventually, encouraged by Yun Jiao, he mustered the courage to speak to her. Even with Yun Jiao's support, upon hearing Yu Wei's enthusiastic endorsement of his military ambitions, his eyes brimmed with tears. In that moment, he almost reconsidered his decision. Yet, Yu Wei shot him an incredulous glance, expressing disdain. What is so appealing about being a clerk here? If you lack ambition, earning a little money here may suffice. But since you aspire to achieve something greater, go forth and carve your own future. One day, you will marry and raise a family. Taizhu ultimately departed, carrying a small gift of medicines from Yu Wei, which included 10 anti-inflammatory pills, 5 cold medications, and 20 pain relievers, neatly contained within a box no larger than half a palm. With tears in his eyes, he set off to enlist. Before leaving, he recommended 3 commendable orphans to Yu Wei, who, upon consideration, decided to employ them, as she had no shortage of provisions. Simultaneously, Meng Jiwei brought Yu Wei delightful news. Their Guangsha library had been completed. Chapter 115, A Timely Gift. The Guangsha Library, named after the phrase in the Guangsha Qianwan Jian, Wtiansha Hanshi Juhuan Yan, was a name that Yu Wei spontaneously suggested when Meng Jiwei inquired. The essence of the name reflects the hope that this library will serve as a sanctuary for scholars. Upon understanding this sentiment, Meng Jiwei embraced it wholeheartedly. The Guangsha Library stands 5 stories tall, covering approximately 500 square meters, though currently, only the first floor is filled with books, leaving the upper 4 levels vacant. Fortunately, constructing the library was a straightforward task. Chu Huan, being astute, quickly completed the building after watching the instructional videos on construction that Yu Wei provided. After its completion, they laid wooden flooring, creating a comfortable atmosphere. The wooden panels, seamlessly fitted, emitted no harmful formaldehyde, leaving only the pleasant scent of wood in the air. While the library was easy to build, sourcing books proved more challenging. Meng Jiwei filled it with all the books from her home, while the Lin and Zhao families contributed their collections. Even the officials from neighboring cities, recognizing its significance, donated books. Yet, it still fell short of sufficiency. Furthermore, a portion of these volumes consisted of compulsory education texts and electronic books from Yu Wei's tablet. However, the latter could only be transcribed by the scholars themselves, which they accepted gladly. The prospect of acquiring additional books filled them with joy, especially as these were from Yu Wei's collection. The artistic books were categorized, historical texts were detailed with illustrations, and the biology books, though complex, left them in awe. The physics and chemistry texts appeared almost otherworldly, while the poetry, diverse in form, was undeniably beautiful. The novels, too, captivated their interest. The last category was the novels characterized by melodrama, fantasy, or futuristic themes, each leaving a profound impact on the readers. Even the most mundane romantic stories revealed glimpses of their current tranquil lives or introduced them to formidable weaponry, the likes of which they could scarcely imagine. Some were aware that Yu Wei possessed such weapons. They speculated whether the mechas and immortal cultivation depicted were indeed real, yet they dared not inquire of Yu Wei. Now, these books were meticulously organized within the library, although certain volumes related to modern governance were excluded. This specific collection had already been filtered, meticulously copied by Meng Jiwei's trusted aides, and was currently housed in her study. Upon the library's completion, Meng Jiwei announced its opening to all, welcoming nobility, commoners, and servants alike. Access required a nominal fee of 1 copper coin per day, allowing individuals to remain for the entire day, provided they did not exit. For those wishing to transcribe texts, they could purchase high-quality paper and pens at remarkably low prices within the library. The revenue from this copper coin fee would primarily fund library maintenance and the hiring of guards and librarians. Naturally, for the time being, the city lord's residents would subsidize these costs, but that may not always be the case. For now, Meng Jiwei and her associates preferred not to initiate a lending system, as management would prove too cumbersome. The announcement of the Guangsha Library sent shockwaves throughout the entire Yuyan kingdom. The emperor, in a fit of rage, swept his documents from the table, his expression contorted in fury. What does the Meng family mean by this? Were they plotting? Are they trying to win the hearts of the people? The grand eunuch quaked in fear, but felt compelled to advise, "Your Majesty, please do not succumb to anger." A teacup was hurled at his forehead, blood trickling down as the emperor bellowed, "Rebellious ministers, all of them, issue a decree to execute the Meng family." The grand eunuch, not daring to voice further complaints, grimaced, "Shall I summon the generals?" "Do so." Seizing the opportunity, the grand eunuch hastily exited, observing his distressed demeanor. The junior eunuchs were alarmed. "Master, what is wrong?" "Hush, it's nothing. Just stay here and guard this entrance. If anyone attempts to enter, stop them." The grand eunuch sighed, pressing a cloth to his forehead, and hurried out of the palace. Neither Meng Jiwei nor Yu Wei were aware of the emperor's wrath. Even if they did, it would hardly concern them. What they cared about more was how many people had entered the Guangsha Library and what those individuals thought of it. In both Qingke City and Chuyang City, there were not a few literate individuals. However, the number of true readers was rather limited. After all, this was a border area, where martial prowess was often prioritized over scholarly pursuits. Furthermore, the costs associated with education were indeed substantial, and with the ongoing plight of fleeing refugees, many had departed. Nevertheless, a significant number were still willing to spend a few coins to browse. The first floor, spanning 500 square meters, featured a reception desk on the right upon entering, which was also the payment area. To the far left, there was a staircase leading to the upper levels, while 2 rows of long tables and benches were arranged from the entrance to the staircase, providing spaces for readers. Aside from that, the rest of the area was lined with bookshelves, densely packed with volumes. The books were displayed upright, with their spines clearly labeled, making them easily identifiable. After a thorough inspection, everyone was astonished. The sheer number of books was staggering. Someone cautiously pulled out a book to examine it, revealing neatly written traditional Chinese characters that contained fables. Those with limited literacy could still decipher some of the content through guesswork. Most importantly, these books were different from those they had previously encountered, with small symbols separating the text, making it seem as though they could comprehend an entire book. In this regard, Yu Wei, who contributed the function of punctuation, remained an unsung hero. Not only did she provide punctuation, but also pinyin, simplified characters, and even English resources for them. Individuals like Lin Qingqing, who possessed a natural aptitude for languages, were already able to communicate in English on a daily basis and were self-studying other minor languages. Yu Wei remarked that she truly did not understand how they managed to carve out time for their studies. What Yu Wei could do was provide various materials to facilitate Lin Qingqing's accelerated growth. After all, due to oil, Yu Wei had brought back a 30-year long-term development plan, and she anticipated that if it reached across the ocean, foreign languages would become useful. Yu Wei was also quite busy during this time. Thus, she momentarily forgot that she had once captured someone. When the individual was brought before her by Lin Qingqing, she suddenly recalled and inquired, "How did you bring him here? Is he not a problem?" "No problem," Lin Qingqing added. "He's neither from Shilin country nor has he harmed the Meng family. As long as he doesn't belong to either of those categories, he is very welcome in Qingke City." Yu Wei pondered, then why was he released only now? "Because we were short on manpower before, I had him assist with numerous tasks," Lin Qingqing admitted somewhat shyly. Yu Wei couldn't help but smile. However, she ultimately granted Lin Qingqing some grace, simply asking, "What brings you here this time?" "The first reason is that seethe wishes to meet you. He claims to have great admiration for the goddess. The second reason is that, given how much seethe has assisted me, I intend to present him with a gift that he can choose from the supermarket." Yu Wei understood and gestured for them to proceed with their browsing. Lin Qingqing cheerfully beckoned to Yun Jiao, saying, "Jiao, please take him around for a bit." As for herself, she only expressed her excitement to Yu Wei after seethe had walked a little further away, exclaiming, "Shopkeeper, seethe hails from the seethe family. The same one from the old tales, which flew into the Wang seethe family." After visiting the Guangsha library, he mentioned that he would have the seethe family send people to establish a presence here. Was that ambition? No, that was a timely assistance. Heaven knows how long Lin Qingqing had gone without proper rest. Her dark circles could rival those of a panda. If the seethe family could send a group to help manage things, she would be overjoyed. As Qingke City underwent significant transformations, the influx of merchants and refugees grew increasingly substantial. Meng Wei, after successfully sprouting her potatoes, made a decisive resolution. Before the first snowfall, she would gain full control over the entire Qingyao prefecture. Confidence radiated from her face. Yu Wei smiled and encouraged, "Then go for it." Meng Wei proactively informed Yu Wei, "The merchants who have come to our side have established cooperative relationships with us. They are able to procure sufficient grain, and the first batch of traded grain has already arrived." "That is wonderful," Yu Wei sighed with relief. As for Meng Wei's plans, she simply wished her success while also providing her with 2 boxes, a password-protected medicine chest the size of a household first aid kit, and a suitcase of 20 inches. She looked at Meng Wei and said, "You know the password. Do not open this box unless absolutely necessary." Yu Wei referred to the larger box. "However, if you're in life-threatening danger, do not hesitate to utilize what is inside." Although Meng Wei was unaware of the contents, she solemnly promised, "If I'm not in danger, I will certainly not open that large box." Yu Wei smiled. "You may use that small box as you wish." Meng Wei chuckled. "Have you forgotten? You have provided me with a plethora of medicine." Yu Wei smiled silently. The medicines contained within were far more diverse than those she had supplied. Human hearts are inherently biased. She could not provide such a vast array of medicines. She could only offer Meng Wei one portion. The following day, Meng Wei set off. In Qingke City, Yu Wei occasionally assisted Lin Qingqing. Although she was not particularly adept at managing a city, she could help review documents and handle minor tasks, summarizing them for Lin Qingqing to keep her informed. Initially, Lin Qingqing felt quite anxious about Yu Wei's assistance. However, after a few visits, her concerns subsided. Primarily, Yu Wei would stay for at most half an hour before returning to her own affairs. By her own account, Yu Wei merely sought to observe ordinary matters and gain understanding. Occasionally, she would take photographs of Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing transitioned from surprise to calmness over time. Moreover, she realized that Yu Wei's daily visits were mainly to check for news from Meng Wei. Even though she was aware of the goddess's high regard for Meng Wei, she could not suppress her envy each time she observed their interactions. Were it not for the goddess's inability to wield special powers in the mortal realm, she would have surely waved her hand to elevate Meng Wei to success. being a woman herself and a close friend with whom one could share their life. Lin Qingqing had already surmised some of Yu Wei and Meng Jiwei's plans. However, she believed she lacked the qualifications to ascend to the highest positions and felt no interest in such an elevation. On the contrary, she hoped to become an indispensable female official under Meng Jiwei's command, aspiring to pave a broader path for women. Thus, she recognized that it was far better for Meng Jiwei to progress step by step than for Yu Wei to disregard everything and elevate her to the highest position. Therefore, she later thought that Yu Wei must have had good intentions. In reality, Yu Wei had not contemplated so deeply, thinking to herself, what good intentions? She simply lacked the capability. Unless she directly transported advanced weaponry, how could she place someone directly on the throne? Even with advanced weaponry, she could not guarantee that those wielding it would remain loyal to Meng Jiwei. If they rebelled, would that not be akin to shooting oneself in the foot? In any case, Lin Qingqing viewed Yu Wei through a lens of admiration. The vast expanse of Qingyao Prefecture was sparsely populated, with cities generally distant from one another. Furthermore, Meng Jiwei did not send military intelligence or news daily, and the reports she did send were all positive. For instance, she had captured a city without deploying troops because the city lord was a fan of Meng Qingshan, or when citizens voluntarily opened the city gates. It was because the local official was exceedingly greedy and corrupt. Those instances where she had a fight were merely brushed over, as they were private letters written to Lin Qingqing. Military reports, of course, were formal communications. 2 copies of the official report were sent, one to the Qingke City Lord's office and the other to Meng Qingshan. Consequently, Meng Jiwei received 2 replies, one from Meng Qingshan and another from Meng Qingxing. The days of warfare are undoubtedly arduous, as Yu Wei can discern from the nuances of the text. Yet, this is an inevitable path for Meng Jiwei. All she can do is engage in discussions with Meng Jixing, offering suggestions on how to transform the border into Meng Jiwei's most steadfast support. The greenhouses constructed by Lin Qingqing and young Master Su's men are impressive. Although they require daily supervision for heating, it poses no challenge for them. The potatoes have sprouted, and the quality wheat has also germinated. They have mastered the composting method Yu Wei introduced, using manure to enrich the soil, which has become soft and fertile. The vegetables planted outside the greenhouse have also thrived. While the yield of potatoes remains uncertain, the sprouting rate exceeds 90%, sufficiently attesting to the quality of the seeds. Meng Jiwei's journey has been relatively smooth, primarily because the reputation of the Ming family army resonates throughout the border, and many have benefited from Meng Qingshan's kindness. Although Meng Jiwei leads the Qingqiu army, the presence of Meng Qingshan behind her deters many from overstepping their bounds. Furthermore, they perceive this as Meng Qingshan testing Meng Jiwei, unaware that those who administer the captured cities are fiercely loyal to her. They will protect Meng Qingshan, but only as the former Ming family army would have shielded Meng Jiwei. Upon Meng Jiwei's return, the first snowfall gracefully descends. Dressed in a down jacket and a fluffy hat, Yu Wei beams with joy as she waves to the returning troops, exclaiming, "Jiwei, welcome back." The iron-willed Meng Jiwei, now exuding a commanding aura, smiles upon seeing Yu Wei in her peculiar attire. Allowing her horse to trot to Yu Wei, she finally halts, dismounting gracefully, her red cloak trailing behind her. In the next moment, she finds herself holding a warm object. Your hands are freezing. Warm them up. Didn't you mention wanting to eat hot pot? I have everything ready. Shall we go together? Meng Jiwei laughs heartily. Absolutely. Yu Wei, brimming with excitement, declares, to celebrate your triumphant capture of Qingyao Prefecture, today, every soldier of the Qingqiu army shall enjoy a bowl of steaming lamb soup. Meng Jiwei is well aware of Yu Wei's intent to bolster her reputation, her expression softening further. Thank you. Let us go. I'm feeling a bit chilly. Yu Wei suggests, noticing her clutching a hot water bag. Shall I return and wait for you? Very well. With Meng Jiwei's victory, the citizens of Qingqiu City rejoice, welcoming her with open arms. Yu Wei is escorted back to the house by Xiaoyi. The hot pot broth in the neighboring courtyard is already simmering as Meng Qingshan, Meng Jixing, Chu Huan, Youchu, and Xiao Huai gather. Before long, Meng Jiwei arrives with Lin Qingqing and others. The room is filled with laughter around a large pot. Congratulations, Miss Meng, on conquering Qingyao Prefecture. Chu Huan raises his glass with a smile. Meng Jiwei nods slightly, replying with a smile, I appreciate everyone hosting me today. I shall drink this toast first. After downing a cup, Meng Jixing refills it, admonishing, don't rush, eat first. Indeed, let us dine first. The lamb hot pot is steaming, and the group engages in lively conversation. Occasionally, Meng Jiwei recounts tales from the battlefield, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. When discussing how the citizens of the captured cities not only welcomed the change, but also found their lives improved, her pride swells. Yu Wei's eyes twinkle with delight. Passionate, bold, resourceful, and devoted to the people, she strides confidently towards becoming the empress. Qingyao Prefecture is merely the beginning. Chapter 117. The potatoes are ripe. While it is stated that Qingyao Prefecture is just the beginning, expansion cannot continue at this moment due to the onset of winter. The winters at the border are frigid, often accompanied by heavy snowfall. The day after Meng Jiwei's return, Yu Wei rises to find snow piled deep enough to reach her calves. Having grown up in a southern city, Yu Wei gasps in excitement as she dons her snow boots and steps outside, leaving a deep footprint in the pristine snow. Feeling a moment of guilt before her enthusiasm overcomes her. In her hometown, winter snow rarely exceeds 10 centimeters. Though she had heard of a snow disaster when she was 2 or 3 years old, when the snow had reached knee-high. However, she was too young to remember those moments, only possessing photographs as remnants of that memory. Now, witnessing such a blanket of snow, she rushes out with glee. Thanks to her heightened constitution, Yu Wei is not particularly afraid of the cold, yet she bundles up in her fluffy attire and begins crafting snowballs. One snowball gradually grows larger as she rolls another small one to place atop the bigger one. She then retrieves 2 longan fruits, a carrot, a red scarf, and a red hat, creating a classic snowman beside the supermarket. Hey, shopkeeper, aren't you cold? Yo Chu, peering over the wall of the adjacent courtyard, shivers, pulling his hands into his sleeves. Would you like to come play? Yu Wei invites, unfazed by the cold. Yo Chu quickly waves his hands. No, thank you. Enjoy yourself. Very well. She proceeds to build another snowman to her left, initially aiming to create a panda, but ending up with a less recognizable form. Though it may be somewhat unappealing, she reassures herself that cuteness is key and chuckles to herself. As she delights in her snowy escapades, Yo Chu, being older, lacks such enthusiasm, but upon the arrival of Yun Jiaojiao, she eagerly joins Yu Wei in snowman building. Yun Jiaojiao, with her deft hands, crafts a charming little rabbit that looks adorable, though her hands turn red from the cold. Yu Wei retrieves a hot water bag from her space and hands it to her. Warm your hands first, then you can play with gloves. Yun Jiaojiao obediently warms her hands before donning gloves to join Yu Wei. The snow continues to fall as they play, both becoming covered in white. However, Yun Jiaojiao's excitement and Yu Wei's indifference to the cold lead them to create a representation of the 12 zodiac animals, placing them on either side of the supermarket. Of course, Yu Wei merely rolls the snowballs while Yun Jiaojiao shapes them. Just as they're lost in their fun, Aunt Qian calls from over there, shopkeeper Jiaojiao. It's time for dinner. All right, Yu Wei exclaims, Xiaohuai, hurry and call them out for dinner. In the yard of Yo Chu and others. Xiaohuai responds and leads Yo Chu, Xiao Yi, and Jinglu outside. The 3 have been residing next to Yu Wei, partly for her protection and partly for convenience, as well as for the delightful food. Since Yu Wei wholeheartedly supported Aunt Qian's cooking endeavors, she has brought numerous supplies to the Qian family. Recipes, instructional videos, complete sets of spices, and even seeds for seasoning and methods of preparation have all been shared. In summary, Yu Wei generously shares her resources from her space with Aunt Qian, resulting in a remarkable improvement in Aunt Qian's culinary skills. Yo Chu, lured by the delicious food, has no desire to leave. After a lively meal, everyone savors hot tea and drinks, lounging comfortably in the reclining chairs Yu Wei provided, unwilling to move. Their bellies round and satisfied. When Meng Jiwei arrives, she finds the courtyard filled with people lounging beneath the snow. A flicker of amusement dances in her eyes as she relaxes, saying, "You are all so fortunate, living in leisure." Isn't that the case of the capable bearing more burdens? Yochu raises an eyebrow, clearly noting that Meng Jiwei has not come seeking him for medical assistance. Meng Jiwei smiles and replies, however, I cannot claim I am not seeking you, for I come bearing good news. Good news? Now you have piqued my curiosity. As the excitement surged, Meng Jiwei's smile deepened. The first batch of natural gas has been successfully collected. What? Yu Wei was taken aback. Although she had indeed brought some equipment, it consisted of only 2 sets of the simplest instruments due to their compact size. Hence, while she had provided Meng Jiwei with instructional videos and protective gear, she had not anticipated such a swift collection of natural gas. There was even a possibility that some of it might go to waste. Nevertheless, her primary focus remained on oil. Thus, if any natural gas were wasted, it could not be helped. The ability to collect gas exceeded Yu Wei's expectations. Meng Jiwei promptly had 2 tanks of natural gas brought forth, and Yu Wei produced a gas stove. Upon discovering it was indeed functional, she gave Meng Jiwei a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly have talented individuals under your command." However, Meng Jiwei was more intrigued by the gas stove. So, this is essential? Yes, Yu Wei replied, producing 3 stoves. These are for you. I will bring more next time. Meng Jiwei then inquired, could you teach us how to make one? I can indeed, and I will bring the instructions next time, but I'm unsure how well you can manage the batteries. The gas stove also requires batteries. A small electric spark is necessary to ignite the gas. We will strive to learn, Meng Jiwei declared earnestly. As you mentioned, I have many capable people here. Perhaps someone among us can manage it. Even if no one in our generation can accomplish it, future generations may very well succeed. Yu Wei agreed, indeed. I will ensure to bring you all the necessary materials. With this thought, Yu Wei felt a surge of enthusiasm. Are you interested in entering the steam age? She realized she had been lacking ambition, having not considered this possibility. With oil available, it was the perfect opportunity to develop the industrial revolution of the steam age. Yet, why had no one suggested it to her? Could it be that they had not thought of it either? Certain influential figures behind her seemed to respond. No, we are not going to remain stagnant. Indeed, the 30-year plan we entrusted you with mentioned the ideas of the steam age. However, since Meng Jiwei had not ascended to the position of empress, all they could provide were mere concepts. Offering too much could lead to complications during times of chaos. Others did not have a Yu Wei to supply them with the appropriate machinery. When the time came for extraction, it would be a matter of life and death. Natural gas was incredibly convenient for cooking, but with only 100 gas tanks brought by Yu Wei, the supply was insufficient. Therefore, Meng Jiwei distributed the stoves primarily among the affluent families. For those living in poverty, using coal briquettes was more practical for both cooking and heating. This year, every household had stockpiled 200 to 300 briquettes, and their homes had been well maintained. Even if some families possessed only a single set of cotton clothing, they could remain warm and comfortable indoors. As for going outside, wearing that one set of cotton clothing would suffice. Time was still too short. Meng Jiwei had already discussed with Yu Wei the plan to start cultivating cotton in the following year, as well as raising ducks. After all, she had tried it herself, and duck down was incredibly warm when used as insulation in clothing. She also intended to gather insights on the materials used for down jackets, aiming to create their own highly windproof and warm jackets to withstand the winter. Yu Wei wholeheartedly supported this idea. In the north, the snow fell densely. Consequently, a group of individuals remained vigilant at the greenhouses, fearing they might collapse under the weight of the snow. Fortunately, when the greenhouses were initially constructed, considerations had been made for the northern winds and snow. With people on guard to clear the snow, the greenhouses remained unharmed. Occasionally, there would be overcast or sunny days, only to be followed by more snowfall. As the snow reached Yu Wei's waist, she finally received the good news she had been waiting for. The potatoes were ripe. Chapter 118. What are you doing here? The task of tending to the potatoes fell to a group of seasoned farmers. While they may not have expertise in other areas, farming was their forte. After studying the characteristics of potatoes through videos, their minds were solely fixated on whether the yield could reach 1,000 gen per mu. Thus, upon discovering the potatoes were ripe, They immediately sought out Meng Jiwei. The first to approach was Meng Jiwei, followed closely by the farmers who dared to follow her to Yu Wei. Yu Wei, equally excited, exclaimed, "Right? Let's go take a look." Recently, she had been engrossed in newly revised books, now featuring punctuation marks. At least she could comprehend them. However, she still read from right to left and top to bottom, rendering her somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, in this era, some books were genuinely fascinating, and she had collected a number of handwritten texts. Reading was enjoyable, especially when paired with other activities. Moreover, Yu Wei was genuinely curious about the potato yield. Without a word from Meng Jiwei or Yu Wei, no one dared to recklessly dig up the potatoes. Yu Wei merely glanced at the system's time, confirming it was nearly time, and observed the potato leaves above the soil, which appeared quite healthy. She turned to Meng Jiwei, asking, "Shall we dig them up to take a look?" "Let us dig." Meng Jiwei nodded. 2 small shovels were soon in their hands. Neither of them was one to be pretentious. They squatted down and began to dig. Those surrounding them watched with eager eyes as the two gradually unearthed the outline of a potato, their excitement growing. When a potato plant was finally unearthed, everyone was astonished. Although the potato seedlings appeared small, the root system bore an impressive 13 potatoes. The largest was even larger than Yu Wei's fist, while the smallest was still half the size of her fist. Holding the potato felt heavy in their hands. It seems the soil isn't very fertile. Hence they are slightly smaller than what I have seen before. Yu Wei commented, "But they are indeed ripe. This is already quite remarkable." Meng Jiwei waved her hand, directing, "Let us dig up a moo of potatoes first. I want to weigh them and see how much we have." "Understood." The farmers, adept at digging, soon arrived. Initially slow, they quickly found their rhythm, managing to unearth a potato plant with just 2 shovels. Meanwhile, the guards follow behind, collecting the potatoes, brushing off the soil, and carefully placing them in baskets. With so many hands, the entire moo was harvested in just 10 minutes. At this point, the baskets were piled high. Yu Wei produced a large scale for weighing the produce, instructing them to place each basket on it. As the weights were recorded, Yu Wei diligently noted them down with a calculator. A total of 1858 gene. The astonishing quantity brought tears to the eyes of the old farmers. "If only we had such quality seeds earlier, my son and elderly wife would not have perished." Yu Wei found herself at a loss for words. To her, this yield did not seem particularly high. Yet to them, it was enough to express gratitude to the heavens and to her. Kneel before her. Yu Wei quickly darted behind Meng Jiwei, exclaiming, "I dislike it when people kneel to me. Please do not." Meng Jiwei, who had just been astonished and amazed, now felt helpless and face-palmed. "Help the old man up." Immediately, a guard, regaining his senses from the shock, rushed to assist the elderly man. However, Meng Jiwei herself was equally excited. "Gather all the potatoes. Let everyone with time lend a hand. Let those from the surrounding villages come help as well." With a single command, no one was unwilling. Even if it meant helping the farmers for free, they were eager to participate. The bustling harvest of potatoes commenced. Meng Jiwei borrowed Yu Wei's large scale and continued with her calculations. Under the name of Qingke City, they had cultivated 300 moo, with yields varying between 1,600 to 2,000 gene per moo, averaging about 1,800 gene, which amounted to over 500,000 gene of grain. As for the farmers' potatoes, their yield was slightly lower, but even the least produced 1,400 gene per moo. Such a bountiful harvest was enough to leave them in awe. The more they harvested, the more exhilarated they became. In just 3 days, they had gathered all the crops. Seizing the favorable weather, they dismantled the greenhouses. It was not that they intended to cease planting. Rather, Yu Wei had previously mentioned that cultivating potatoes could be detrimental to the soil if done too frequently. Another reason was that the harsh winter was fast approaching. Despite the snow already reaching waist height, the temperatures had yet to plummet to their lowest. They were reluctant to risk the precious materials they had procured for constructing the greenhouses from frost or the weight of the snow. People from Chuyang City had also sent word that they had achieved a bountiful harvest. Yu Wei felt a sense of relief. It was no surprise that her decision to bring a warehouse full of potatoes as seed grain had borne fruit. Upon hearing the news, her mind was finally at ease. Glancing at the ample supply of oil in her space, she turned to Meng Jiwei and said, I must return for a while. All right. Yu Wei nodded in agreement. With a smile, Yu Wei added, next time, I will bring you all winter coats. You won't need my grain anymore. I could sell winter clothing just as well. Sure, Yu Wei teased, but don't make them too expensive or we won't be able to afford them. I think I should come up with something good to sell. Otherwise, you won't need me much longer, Yu Wei replied, astonished. Yu Wei glanced sideways and softly said, we will always need you. Even if we can fill our stomachs with potatoes, we will still crave rice, so feel free to bring some along. We will still buy it, so there is no need to worry. Yu Wei sensed that Yu Wei might have guessed something, but she said nothing, merely smiling and saying, all right, then next time I'll fill my smaller warehouse. If there are any leftovers, do bring extra. Many people might come next year, Yu Wei suggested after a pause. She then gently inquired, will you wait until winter passes to return? Of course not. I will come as usual, Yu Wei chuckled. If it weren't for the intention to bring them winter coats, she hadn't planned on returning at this time. The weather was inconvenient, and she was unsure how long she would stay on her next visit. But it was indeed time for her to make a trip back. Then come with me to fetch the gifts, Yu Wei said with a smile. Outside, the snow was thick, but within Qingke City, there was always someone clearing the roads daily. Thus, Yu Wei found her journey quite comfortable. Upon reaching the warehouse, Yu Wei opened the door. Inside were exquisite embroidered handkerchiefs, well-tailored cloaks, a bed crafted from Huangli wood, cabinets, various recorded books, extremely rare dyes, and even a beautiful little white cat. Where did this cat come from? Hearing Yu Wei question someone nearby, Yu Wei realized that the cat was not intended for her. However, upon spotting her, the little cat meowed and scampered over, affectionately rubbing against her calf. Such a friendly little kitty. It must be petted. Yu Wei could not resist and immediately scooped the kitten into her arms. The cat purred contentedly, and after a moment of petting, she handed it over to Yu Wei, saying, I cannot transport live creatures. It's better left with you. Having confirmed that everything around was intact, Yu Wei breathed a sigh of relief and said, that works. I will release it after winter. After saying this, she paused, feeling a bit perplexed. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but she felt that the little cat had glanced at her just then. Yu Wei managed to store everything from the 2 warehouses into her space, with the space still filled. She had also placed several items in the 2 warehouses behind the supermarket. When returning, Yu Wei tucked the cat into her down jacket. The cat struggled fiercely, but was eventually subdued. The little cat thought, if it weren't for being stranded in this foreign realm, how could I be humiliated by a mere mortal? The disgruntled cat almost fell into despair. Upon arriving back at the supermarket to hand it over to Yu Wei, the cat struggled even more. Then, when Yu Wei was not paying attention, it dashed into the supermarket and disappeared from sight. Yu Wei called out a few times, but did not come out. Ultimately, she had no choice but to say, little cat, I entrust you to her. After I leave, it should remain here. You can find it when you come in. Yu Wei nodded in agreement. Yu Wei called for Huaguo to return and then clicked to go back. Once she became accustomed to the familiar disorientation, she hurried to support Huaguo. Just as she was about to inquire about Huaguo's well-being, something caught her eye, and she froze. What are you doing here? Chapter 119. Little Tiger? What surprised Yu Wei was the snow-white kitten. She was certain that aside from herself and Yu Wei, she could not bring back any other living creatures. The only exception was fertilized eggs, which were caught between living beings and food. Thus, she had previously brought a batch to Yu Wei, allowing her to distribute them so that the people of Qingke City could keep a chicken or duck at home. However, this little cat was no ordinary creature. Yu Wei mumbled to herself, could it be that my permissions have expanded, allowing me to transport living animals? She was puzzled. Meanwhile, the cat, perched on the front desk, glanced outside and felt a wave of disappointment. This was not its world. Yet, the opportunity to return lay with this human. When Yu Wei turned her gaze back, the cat's expression returned to innocence as it tilted its head and mewed, scampering down from the desk to rub against Yu Wei's calf. Suddenly, it felt a tightening grip around its neck, its body lifted off the ground, its limbs dangling helplessly. The little white cat, in disbelief, was quickly wrapped in a piece of clothing. Let us take it to check, Yu Wei said. The little white cat wanted to struggle. But Yu Wei's grip was surprisingly strong. Although she merely restrained it, she left no room for escape. Yu Wei warned, "Don't move. I can't control my strength right now, and it would be unfortunate if I hurt you." She intended it as a mere caution. However, under her threat, the little white cat immediately ceased its movements. Yu Wei remarked, "Why does it seem so understanding?" She eyed it suspiciously before proceeding to the health examination room. Although the doctors primarily conducted health checks for humans, they had no issue performing a simple check on a cat. Yu Wei brought the kitten in, mainly out of concern that it might carry any viruses from the famine world or struggle to adapt to modern life. The results, however, revealed that the little white cat was in remarkably good health. The doctor, however, wore a perplexed expression. "You say this is a kitten?" "Yes," Yu Wei replied. "It even meows." "But it's a tiger," the doctor exclaimed. Yu Wei was taken aback, comparing the size to her palm. "It's only slightly larger than my hand. How could there be such a small tiger? Even a newborn tiger wouldn't be this small, would it? Besides, despite its size, this little one doesn't seem like a newborn." The doctor rubbed his face. "Perhaps it's a dwarf tiger? Its health indicators appear quite normal, even better than those of a typical young tiger, but it is indeed a little tiger." Yu Wei stared at the grooming little creature and asked, "Are you a tiger? Not a kitten? Then why do you meow?" The little white cat ignored her. Could the act of being cute be considered meowing? It was more like a tiger knowing it must lower its head under the eaves. If it were a full-grown tiger, let alone bringing it back, even daring to approach, it would be an entirely different matter. The doctor chuckled helplessly. "What do you expect it to understand? Since it isn't a cat, you must consider its future. It can't just be casually adopted." "Adopted?" The little white cat perked up its ears, looking at Yu Wei in disbelief. It was furious, a woo. Its voice was a mix of cuteness and indignation, and after fluffing up, it became an adorable little white fur ball, even more charming. Yu Wei felt quite taken by its cuteness. However, the little white cat felt utterly betrayed. It toiled diligently to attach itself to Yu Wei. Was it merely to have her find a master to care for it? It had already made sacrifices, binding itself to her and that peculiar supermarket, only for her to cast it aside. What a fickle woman. To think she wished to abandon it, when had it a majestic Baihu white tiger ever endured such humiliation? Well, indeed, it had been subjected to incessant grievances. Although it was a divine beast, it was born into a mortal realm, forced to shrink to a size smaller than a cub, resembling a kitten, to sustain its dwindling energy. The mortal plane could not provide the power necessary for its growth. Without strength, it could not leave, and without the ability to depart, it was left to languish, continuously depleting its meager reserves of power. Just when it believed it would perish in this diminutive world, it sensed a different aura. After much effort, it finally located Yu Wei, yet now, "Oh, please do not cry." Yu Wei was startled. She picked up the little white cat, no, the little white tiger, and gently patted its head, saying, "All right, let us discuss this. I brought you here, and I will take responsibility for you." The little Baihu looked at Yu Wei with its glistening eyes, filled with doubt. Yu Wei reassured, "Truly, you can understand my words. Cannot you? So let us have a proper discussion." The little Baihu relaxed a bit, rubbed its tears against Yu Wei, and nodded modestly. "Ow." Yu Wei began, "You know that tigers and kittens are different, do you not? In my world, kittens can be kept as pets, but tigers cannot be privately owned." The little Baihu became anxious. "Ow." Yu Wei continued, "Please allow me to finish. Seeing that you have calmed down, I will explain. I have stated that I will take responsibility for you. Therefore, I will first inform you of the kind of life you would have if I were to turn you over to the state for their care. If you still do not like it, then I will formally adopt you. Is that agreeable?" The little Baihu remained reluctant. "Ow. I will not like anyone else. I only like you." Unfortunately, Yu Wei could not comprehend this. Noticing that the little Baihu did not seem overly opposed, she decisively declared, "All right, then you shall stay with me at the supermarket for now. Tomorrow, I will take you to see what other little tigers experience." The little Baihu grumbled, but, reassured by Yu Wei's words that it could remain if it did not like what it saw, kept quiet. Onlookers, including Huaguo, thought the little tiger seemed rather peculiar. They wondered about its intentions in approaching Yu Wei and whether tigers could truly be trained. Initially, Yu Wei had preferred to stay at her new home after returning. But with the addition of a little tiger, she had not gone back. She called her father and mother, who without hesitation rushed over, directly purchasing groceries and preparing a meal on the second floor. The kitchen on the second floor was well equipped, making it convenient for her parents to cook. After Yu Wei had eaten, they finally had the opportunity to see the little tiger she had spoken of. Upon seeing it, their immediate impression was, indeed, it was a little tiger. It was about the same size as a kitten, yet undeniably striking. Aside from Yu Wei, the little Bai Hu was not fond of others touching it, and Yu Wei had given it the nickname Xiao Bai. The little Bai Hu, unable to resist, accepted this name. For Yu Wei had said it could choose its formal name, while the nickname should simply be catchy. Since it was a little tiger, it could not eat cat food. Yu Wei had initially bought it some raw meat, but the little Bai Hu showed more interest in the cooked dishes. After inquiring, she allowed it to try the food. It was delightful, and the little Bai Hu ate with great joy. However, it did not consume too much, as Yu Wei had not provided an abundance. After it finished, she took it for checkup. Once assured that its health was unaffected, she prepared a more substantial meal for it. She watched in astonishment as the little Bai Hu devoured an entire bowl of food. Yu Wei remarked, a little tiger with a big appetite. But where does all this food go? Yet, it was precisely this that confirmed to Yu Wei that Xiao Bai was indeed different from ordinary tigers. The following day, Yu Wei rose early. After breakfast, she donned a backpack, positioning it in front of her, and once the little Bai Hu was inside, she joined Xia Huai in the car. They were headed to the zoo. This time, Yu Wei visited the provincial zoo. The city had smaller animal parks that lacked tigers, but the provincial capital was not too far away, just a 20-minute high-speed train ride. They drove to the train station, boarded the train, and were met by someone upon arrival, who escorted them to the zoo entrance. Being a weekday, the zoo was not crowded. They headed straight to the tiger enclosure, and upon arrival, first entered the monitoring room. This area was dedicated to the tiger habitat, designed to replicate a natural environment. Here they housed 2 tigers, one male and one female, who typically played on the hills or in the water pools, fed fresh raw meat daily. Yu Wei had already unzipped her backpack, allowing the little Bai Hu to peek out and observe. Upon seeing the size of the tiger enclosure, the little Bai Hu expressed disdain. When it heard about the raw meat, it promptly retreated, disappearing from view. Yu Wei noted, this behavior clearly indicates refusal. She reached in to pat its little head, saying, your kin are inside. Do you not wish to see them? The little Bai Hu turned its back to her. Yu Wei playfully patted its rear, causing the little white ball of fur to puff up in surprise, turning back to look at Yu Wei in disbelief. Had it not been for its thick fur, Yu Wei would have seen its skin redden with embarrassment. The little Bai Hu, in a fit of indignation, nipped at Yu Wei's finger but instinctively softened its bite, resulting only in 2 minor indentations on her finger. Yu Wei winced slightly, but, seeing that her finger remained unbroken, felt no anger. Instead, she lightly tapped the little tiger's head and admonished, do not bite. After a pause, she asked, will you truly not take a look? Would you prefer to wander in the great forest instead? If you do not wish to go, then so be it. Before the little Bai Hu could express its anger, it noticed Yu Wei changing her tone. It was taken aback, yet Yu Wei merely stroked its head. Such a small creature, how would it survive deep in the forest? Never mind. To accompany her was already a stroke of fate. With the backing of the state, caring for a little tiger from another world was not insurmountable. Moreover, it was intelligent. Even after its earlier outburst, it had not truly bitten her. Yu Wei believed that with clear communication, as long as it did not bite people, there was nothing that could not be reconciled. Although she would not leave the little Bai Hu there, since she had come to the provincial capital, Yu Wei decided to indulge herself by purchasing some delicious treats. This area was renowned for its various delicacies, and she ordered in bulk. Naturally, she stored the excess in her spatial pocket. As for the little Bai Hu, it always ate hidden away in the car. Otherwise, passers-by might mistakenly think Yu Wei was mistreating a cat. It was at this moment that the little Bai Hu discovered the existence of so many delightful foods in the world. After a delightful outing, with both Yu Wei and the little Bai Hu satisfied, they returned home. Upon returning, Yu Wei first headed to the training room. Having been delayed, training was rescheduled for the afternoon. After a brief hour post-meal, it was the perfect time for practice. Yu Wei controlled her strength as she sparred with Hang Haoyan. With countless repetitions, Yu Wei had developed a certain mastery over her strength. Moreover, having spent over 2 months in the other world, her prior abilities had coalesced, and her internal energy had advanced further. This internal energy also aided her in controlling her strength. After an hour of sparring, Hang Haoyan was visibly sweating, while Yu Wei also glistened with perspiration. Fortunately, the good news is that only 3 areas on Hang Haoyan's body have turned blue, indicating that Yu Wei can effectively control her strength. "We shall practice again tomorrow," Hang Haoyan stated. Yu Wei hesitated for a moment. "Wouldn't that take up too much of your time?" Just as Hang Haoyan was about to dismiss her concern, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Do you mind training with others?" "I have no objections," Yu Wei genuinely replied. Hang Haoyan then said, "I will ask around, and if I receive any updates, I shall consult you again." "All right." Hang Haoyan acted swiftly. What he referred to as asking was merely a matter of having dinner, after which he returned to inform Yu Wei of his intentions. It was only upon his explanation that Yu Wei comprehended his plan, which was quite straightforward. Hang Haoyan had recommended individuals who had cultivated their inner strength or excelled in martial arts. Among them were some who, due to their proficiency, exhibited considerable pride. Hang Haoyan believed that, as a senior, he could help them maintain their composure. Yu Wei expressed no objections, stating, "You can arrange it as you see fit. I will strive to control my strength to avoid injuring them." Hang Haoyan noted that as long as they suffered no severe injuries, minor ones were acceptable. "This is also an opportunity for you to acclimatize to group combat," he added. The next day, 20 individuals, both men and women, accompanied Yu Wei for training. They were full of vigor, viewing her with a mix of admiration and eagerness to engage. However, it was the eagerness that prevailed. One young man proposed, "Shall we take turns?" "No need," Hang Haoyan interjected. "Did I not inform you? The goal now is to practice my response to group attacks." Yu Wei signaled for them to come at her all at once, asserting that even if they all attacked together, they might still be unable to defeat her. "Miss you, do not underestimate us. If we join forces, it will not simply be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2, retorted one of them. Yu Wei commanded succinctly, "Come here." The 20 individuals exchanged glances, establishing a silent understanding before charging at Yu Wei. Despite the apparent chaos of 20 against 1, their coordination was remarkably effective. Apart from an initial awkwardness, they quickly adapted at a superlative pace. The primary challenge lay in harmonizing their respective martial arts techniques. Nevertheless, they soon realized that Yu Wei was neither provoking nor belittling them. Rather, it was evident that collectively they struggled to even graze her. On rare occasions, they did manage to confront her directly, but the result was always the same. A punch colliding with her own would leave them feeling as though their bones had been rattled, while Yu Wei remained unfazed. Was this truly a level attainable by humans, or had her internal power reached an extraordinary peak? They felt a sense of frustration. They considered themselves among the gifted. Yet 20 of them could not best a single Yu Wei. 2 hours later, the ground was strewn with the 20 individuals, and Yu Wei wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling invigorated by the activity. Your endurance is commendable," she remarked kindly. "Are you all right? I've summoned a doctor. Please ensure you all get checked, and do not allow me to inadvertently inflict any serious injuries." The last part she uttered softly, yet several present, having cultivated their internal strength, could hear her clearly. Their expressions conveyed a collective sentiment. They were unable to muster any semblance of emotion, utterly drained, incapable of lifting even a single finger. In fact, they were so incapacitated that they could not even concern themselves with the potential embarrassment of being bested by a single individual. They needed assistance to return home. Consequently, all 20 were carried on stretchers to the medical room. After their examinations, it was confirmed that their primary issue was merely exhaustion, with no serious ailments. As for the bruises and swelling, they often sustained such injuries during their own training, so there was no cause for surprise. Once it was established that there were no significant concerns, Yu Wei embraced her freedom. Each day, at least 20 individuals would train, concluding with a multitude of them sprawled on the ground. Initially, the medical staff were anxious, and those who had been incapacitated by Yu Wei felt a sense of shame. But eventually, such thoughts dissipated. Each individual began to ponder whether they could coordinate more effectively to endure longer under Yu Wei's prowess. However, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and with little progress made, Yu Wei prepared to depart. Before her departure, Huaguo presented her with some items. These included samples and medical records from Yu Shini, intended for further examination to devise a means of recovery. Yu Wei carefully stored the items in her spatial compartment. Very well, let's be off. Chapter 121. The Ninth Journey Through Time in the Modern World. It was still late autumn, with warm weather allowing Yu Wei to don short sleeves. In stark contrast, the world of famine was in the depths of winter. Though 3.5 days is not a long duration, Yu Wei sensed the temperature had become even chillier. Her first action upon arrival was to change her attire upstairs. Once clad in thermal wear, a sweater, fleece-lined wide-leg pants, and a down jacket, she finally felt as though she was experiencing a proper winter. To be fair, the current temperature was merely -20 degrees, not reaching the extreme lows of -30 or 40 degrees heard of in certain northern cities during her time in the modern world. Nevertheless, it was undeniably cold. Holding a cup of hot milk tea, Yu Wei exhaled deeply. Huaguo, you appear to be much improved. During this journey, while Huaguo's complexion remained pale, he no longer exhibited the previous signs of nausea. Huaguo squeezed his hands, a smile of excitement gracing his face. Yes, I feel much better. It seems I have adapted somewhat. Yu Wei blinked and patted his shoulder reassuringly. You will continue to improve. Indeed, upon their last return, they had chosen a time, and this time they arrived just after 3 in the afternoon. Yu Wei opened the door to find Jiao Jiao and Li Dao awaiting her outside. Along with them were a brother and sister pair and a young boy. The brother, at 14 years of age, had refrained from enlisting to care for his 11-year-old sister. The young boy, 13, opted not to join the military as he wished to pursue his education. Yu Wei provided generous compensation and resources, and he hoped to save enough to attend school. Ideally, he aspired to pass the imperial examination and establish a private school someday. They were quite astute. Having introduced themselves upon arrival, Yu Wei held no objections to their ulterior motives as long as they worked diligently. During their free time, they were free to engage in their own pursuits. In fact, Yu Wei had prepared a set of books for the young boy and had requested Yu Chu to teach him to read. The instruction was solely focused on literacy. Yu Chu, devoted to medicine, could read but had no knowledge of writing or governance. Fortunately, the boy's current need was merely to learn reading. He dedicated half an hour each day to this endeavor, as Yu Chu could only spare that much time. However, his excellent memory allowed him to practice writing during the remainder of the day, purchasing paper and ink. Each day, he invested at least an hour and a half in writing practice, sometimes extending it to 5 hours. This dedication spoke volumes, as Yu Wei could see his handwriting improving significantly. As soon as the door opened, they rushed to assist, and soon customers began to arrive. During winter, many tasks became impossible, leaving people idle at home. Fortunately, food was not scarce, alleviating their anxiety. The influx of customers was partly due to the knowledge that Yu Wei had brought cotton clothing. While they could make cotton clothing, a skilled seamstress cannot work without materials. They were delighted to learn that Yu Wei had indeed brought cotton. All of her cotton had been vacuum-packed, each portion weighing a pound and compacted to the utmost extent. Additionally, she had brought some fabric. Naturally, she also had finished cotton clothing and down jackets with her. Outside the store, the prices Yu Wei had set were already displayed. Cotton is priced at 30 won per pound, and the fabric is already pre-cut, enough to provide a single piece for a man of average height at 40 won. A complete set of cotton clothing would require approximately 34 pounds of cotton, which translates to around 160 won if made by oneself. This approach can save several won. However, ready-made cotton clothing costs merely 200 won, thereby sparing one the trouble of crafting it themselves. As for down jackets, they are significantly more expensive, with Yu Wei directly ordering 5 taels for each piece. After all, down jackets are not intended for the common folk. Affluent individuals would hardly mind the 5 taels. Moreover, Meng Jiwei remarked that one could order 100 taels of gold, and there would be buyers ready to offer gold for them. I cannot exploit the people of King Niazao, can I? If merchants from other regions arrive, the price can be adjusted. Yu Wei was eager, planning to negotiate with them to sell to wealthy families. Meng Jiwei replied that there was no need to wait for others, as the Wang family was already involved in the clothing business, and she would later ask Wang Dabai to come over. Yu Wei genuinely felt that Meng Jiwei was wholeheartedly working to help her earn money, which she appreciated immensely. To make money, one must adopt a long-term perspective and seek profits from outside. Not to mention, she had heard that in the imperial city of Yuyan Kingdom, there were plenty of wealthy individuals who spent lavishly. Since they would spend money anyway, why not let it be spent from her hands? Meng Jiwei was among those who were not lacking in money, yet Yu Wei gifted her a down jacket. Nevertheless, Meng Jiwei waved her hand and ordered 20 sets. The down jackets were also compressed. Yu Wei inquired about the height and weight and retrieved the corresponding sizes one by one. Aside from a down jacket gifted by Yu Wei, the others looked quite similar. As Meng Jiwei observed Yu Wei unpacking her down jacket, which quickly fluffed up from its compressed state, Yu Wei hung it up and cheerfully suggested that it could be aired out for added fluffiness. Meng Jiwei marveled at the effectiveness of this compression method. Yu Wei agreed and presented her with a set of compression bags and a manual pump, explaining how to use them. Delighted, Meng Jiwei left with her new items. Business was thriving at Yu Wei's place. Since Yu Wei mandated that each individual purchasing cotton clothing had to register and could not buy more than one, the queue moved slowly, but the customers showed no signs of impatience. After all, once one person was served, they could purchase for their entire family. When they finally received the cotton clothing, they were all astonished by its thickness and the softness of the fabric, which felt warm and comfortable even against the skin. Although the style differed slightly from what they were accustomed to, they found it quite satisfactory. As for the cotton and fabric, some individuals were still keen to buy, as there were no limits on the quantity. One person inquired whether they could sell cotton clothing if they made it themselves. Of course they could, as Yin Jiaojiao had already informed Yu Wei, smiling as she added that making clothing was labor-intensive and might not yield significant profits. No worries, the customer was quite pleased. It sufficed that adults could purchase cotton clothing, while children could not wear such large garments, making it more economical for them to make their own. The materials would allow them to craft at least 3 sets from the fabric meant for 2. Consequently, they bought 6 sets of fabric and 15 pounds of cotton to take home. The extra 3 pounds of cotton were intended to be sewn into their quilts. This marked the beginning of a trend, and many people flocked to buy fabric. In truth, Yu Wei had also brought children's cotton clothing, but she did not adjust her prices. After all, the circumstances were different, and modern children's clothing was often more expensive. Moreover, some would opt for ready-made garments. Since she had only brought a limited number of children's clothes, she was not in a rush. If necessary, she could always sell them elsewhere. Even in winter, the merchant caravans could find ways to travel. Outside, the hustle and bustle continued as Yu Wei went next door to slice a watermelon, savoring a spoonful with satisfaction. Though it was winter, the supermarket was air-conditioned, maintaining a temperature of around 15 to 16 degrees, making watermelon perfectly enjoyable. She even took out some iced milk tea and had a sip. While drinking cold beverages is not beneficial for health, it brought her joy. After another sip, Yu Wei glanced at the system. Task 9. Trade 45, 250, 000 times. It seemed she would have to stay for quite a while. She rose and headed next door. Yu Chua sat comfortably in a rocking chair, watching the snow. Initially bored, his eyes lit up upon seeing the vial of blood and the diagnostic tools in Yu Wei's hand. "Have you brought the materials?" he asked eagerly. "Rest assured, last time it was merely a matter of time. This time, I will definitely develop the antidote." Chapter 122. New Year Yu Chua was a medical enthusiast. While not as overtly obsessed as some, he exhibited profound interest in studying new and peculiar toxins. The 3 vials of blood and the preliminary diagnosis Yu Wei had brought previously had kept him occupied for over half a month before he ventured out. He had only left then because he had exhausted the blood supply. However, he had managed to devise a method of suppression, which, according to Yu Wei, proved quite effective, though it still could not neutralize the toxin. Thus, she had brought more blood this time. Of course, she could only bring a maximum of 10 vials, each containing 5 milliliters, which she had collected over several days. After all, the patients were fragile. Currently, Yu Wei provided him with just one vial, as her space could preserve it, making it more convenient to supply him with fresh blood once he had used the first one. Yu Chua had no objections to this arrangement. During this winter, the citizens of Qingke City and Qingmiazhou enjoyed a prosperous season. The cotton and cotton clothing brought by Meng Zhuwei allowed most of them to brave the harsh winds and snow outside, while the cold briquettes kept their homes warm. Additionally, she had brought rice along, although they could usually boil a pot of porridge with potatoes and cabbages to fill their stomachs. They occasionally desired a taste of luxury and variety. More importantly, Yu Wei had also brought a substantial amount of meat. Each time, the meat was exceptionally fresh, with only 10 pounds displayed in the supermarket at once, replenished only after selling out. Wealthy citizens would often buy 2 to 3 tails of meat to enjoy a richer meal every week or 10 days. This meat was sold at low prices exclusively within Qingmiazhou and was not permitted to be taken outside. As the new year approached, families flocked to buy meat, purchasing anywhere from 1 to 10 pounds. Thanks to the ample supply of meat brought by Yu Wei, they could meet the high demand. Thus, on New Year's Day, every household in Qingke City enjoyed meat dishes, and radiant smiles adorned their faces, reflecting their hopes for better days ahead. Naturally, Yu Wei was not spending the new year alone. Setting aside Xiaohuai, Yu Chua had nowhere else to go. Xiao Yi was similarly solitary. And even Chu Huan counted as single. Meng Zhiwei and Meng Zhixing also joined. "Aren't you all going to Chuyang City?" Yu Wei inquired, puzzled by Meng Zhiwei's choice. Meng Zhiwei smiled, explaining that her father would arrive later and that Uncle Pang and the others were guarding Chuyang City, allowing her father to take a few days off. Yu Wei observed that although only she and Xiaohuai had come to this world, their New Year's Eve dinner was shared by a large group. Aunt Qian had already prepared the New Year's Eve feast for Yu Wei days in advance. Initially, Yu Wei thought she had made too much, but it turned out to be just right. During lunchtime, they casually snacked, and everyone busily prepared for dinner. An hour before dinner, Meng Qingshan arrived, bringing along someone Yu Wei recognized. "Shopkeeper, did you bring a lamb this time?" "I have brought the chef." Yu Wei's eyes brightened. "Yes, I did. But is it too late to roast them now?" Meng Qingshan smiled. "We can eat them while keeping watch tonight." Yu Wei found this to be quite reasonable. She then brought out 3 lambs. Lao Lu, a master in roasting whole lambs, confidently declared, "I can handle 10 lambs at a time. Feel free to bring out more." "Shopkeeper," Yu Wei replied, "then I want to be polite." With that, 7 more lambs were added to the pile. Lao Lu retrieved a selection of his meticulously crafted seasonings from his bundle, while also rummaging through the kitchen, which was replete with an abundance of ingredients. His movements were swift and deft as he prepared the whole roasted lamb, and to everyone's surprise, Meng Qingshan joined in to assist, displaying a surprising level of expertise. Noticing Yu Wei's gaze, Meng Qingshan smiled smugly. "Do you find it curious? I had always thought his roasted lamb was exceptional, so I learned from him. When the children were younger, I often prepared it for them, though I still fall short of Lao Lu's skills." Yu Wei pondered. If I were to ask him for the recipe, would he be willing to trade it with me? Meng Qingshan confidently replied, "Lao Lu would certainly be open to it. He holds great appreciation for Meng Zhiwei and would likely give her anything she desires. However, I secretly hope you could exchange a recipe or 2 with him, as he truly enjoys cooking." Yu Wei responded, "No problem. Aunt Qian has some, and I still have a few books left." The culinary diversity of Huaxia is remarkable. Aside from some secret seasonings, many recipes can be easily found online. Yu Wei brought these along. However, certain ingredients have yet to reach this area, so she could only bring seeds. Indeed, as Meng Qingshan had suggested, Lao Lu did not inquire further and immediately set about writing down his secret recipes. Yu Wei chuckled. "Let us eat first. There is no rush. I'd like to learn a bit from you." Yu Wei was not a culinary novice, yet her talent in cooking was rather limited. Consequently, while preparing the second batch of lamb, even though she followed Lao Lu's instructions meticulously, her marinated lamb turned out entirely different. Lao Lu sampled a small piece, chewed it briefly, then spat it out in silence. This indicated that his previous teachings to Meng Qingshan had not been as detailed, as Meng Qingshan had produced superior results. Yu Wei interpreted his expression and nervously asked, "Is it unpleasant?" It was not entirely inedible, but certainly did not meet the mark of being delicious. Yu Wei relaxed. That's good. Now, let us move on to the next step. Lao Lu hesitated, ultimately choosing to remain silent. He could not fathom Yu Wei's remarkable disposition. Perhaps it stemmed from her divine nature? In truth, it was simply because she had a camera pinned to her chest, determined to record the entire process. Thus, she harbored no obsessive desire to master cooking, which naturally spared her from disappointment. As anticipated, during dinner, they did not enjoy the roasted lamb. However, the lavish array of dishes on the table rendered the absence of the lamb insignificant. It is worth noting that the dishes were not solely prepared by Aunt Xian. Many were brought by Yu Wei from the modern world. As her space expanded, so did her provisions, with much of it designated for food. Consequently, she presented an assortment of snacks that cluttered the table. After finishing one dish, they promptly moved on to the next. A dozen individuals, along with a small white tiger, gathered around a large table, too lazy to separate into smaller groups. Those unable to reach certain dishes would simply call out for them, and no one was polite. Not only Meng Qin Shan, but even Yu Wei found herself enlisted for assistance multiple times. Moreover, the drinks were plentiful, from dinner to late-night snacks. They consumed countless jars of liquor until dawn. Apart from Yu Wei, Yu Chu, and Xiaohuai, the others were quite intoxicated. In fact, Yu Wei had also indulged a bit too much. Her cheeks were flushed, and her reactions slightly delayed. Yet, compared to the others, she remained comparatively lucid. Ultimately, it was the intoxicated yet serious little E who dragged everyone into the house one by one. Meng Jiwei and Lin Qingqing squeezed in together, while the other men found a few to pair off with. The slightly tipsy Yu Chu added several honeycomb coals under the calm, leaving an appropriate ventilation hole before returning to sleep. Oh, and he did not end up sleeping alone. He shared a room with little E, albeit on separate beds. When Yu Wei awakened, it was already 4 in the afternoon. She experienced no hangover symptoms and quickly ate 2 bowls of rice. Once her stomach was satisfied, she opened the door to her supermarket. The little white tiger leaped to her side, its tail wagging, observing the fresh snowfall on the road. Yu Wei crouched down to pat the little white tiger, saying, "Let us go check next door." The Haven Tea demolished it, have they? Chapter 123. Entering Spring Good News. The neighboring house had not been destroyed by a horde of drunken revelers. Bad news. The drunken individuals were still quite disoriented. Yu Wei sighed in exasperation as she glanced at Yu Chu, who wore a look of schadenfreude, and asked, "Do you have any remedies for sobering up?" "We do. But who will prepare the soup?" "I will," Xiaohuai replied thoughtfully. "The ingredients you provided should qualify as traditional medicine, right?" Yu Chu, curious to see if Yu Wei would personally brew the soup, clicked his tongue and jotted down a recipe for Xiaohuai. The ingredients for the sobering soup were quite common, readily available in Xiaohuai's small pharmacy. Oh, the pharmacy was actually Yu Wei's former small storage, which now also housed a cabinet for traditional Chinese medicine. Although the space was limited, the drawers were compact and numerous, allowing for a variety of medicinal herbs. Thus, Xiaohuai quickly located the necessary ingredients. Once the sobering soup was prepared, each person received a bowl. It must be said, this recipe from Yu Chu was indeed effective. After consuming a bowl, the most heavily intoxicated individuals regained their senses, albeit still slightly dazed. Yu Wei immediately exclaimed, "Dr. Yu, may I purchase this recipe from you? I would be willing to give it to you. It's not particularly valuable." Yu Chu waved dismissively, even adding, "If you want, I can write down all the recipes I know for you to take home." Yu Wei's eyes lit up. "Then I cannot let you go unrewarded. How about this? Come to my supermarket and take whatever you want as long as I have it." Yu Chu thought for a moment and accepted without hesitation. "All right, I'll make a point to visit every day." This arrangement would only benefit him personally, whether in terms of food or other necessities, and would not affect Yu Wei in the slightest. Perfect. He also intended to stock up on more liquor and some iodine solutions, as although Yu Wei provided the recipe, they lacked adequate means for proper sealing, so her resources were far more convenient. Today was the first day of the new year, traditionally a time for paying New Year visits. However, no one would be visiting in the afternoon. Hence, those who came to visit Yu Wei would do so on the second day. Consequently, many visitors arrived. Not only did Meng Jiwei's family come, but Chu Huan also made an early appearance, with Lin Qingqing and others arriving in succession, including the Black Leopard. Even Yu Chu and Little Yi brought gifts from next door. The supermarket quickly filled with people, prompting Yu Wei to move 2 or 3 shelves into her space to create more room. The gifts they brought were not particularly numerous, but were heartfelt. Little Yi gifted a sharp dagger, which was even more exquisite and durable than the military knife Yu Wei had brought. It fit comfortably in her hand. Yu Chu presented her with beauty recipes, including those for skin whitening and nourishing bath for the skin and hair, as well as painless, healthy weight loss recipes, all used by the concubines in the palace. Yu Wei remarked, "You all certainly know how to play this game." Nevertheless, she graciously accepted them. Meng Jiwei gifted her 3 books of secrets she had recently discovered. The others also made sure to avoid duplicating each other's gifts, resulting in Yu Wei feeling quite delighted with the presents she received. When it came time for her to return gifts, she pondered and decided to select from her space. She didn't possess any exceptionally rare or precious gifts, so she simply opted to give more food. The culinary delights of the Huaguo are undeniably appealing. This gathering for New Year greetings brought everyone joy. Some villagers also came to offer their New Year wishes to Yu Wei. However, while they claimed it was a visit, Yu Wei felt it was more akin to making offerings. Several individuals placed various offerings at the entrance of Yu Wei's supermarket, including a few steamed buns, a bowl of braised cabbage with vermicelli bought from her store, an apple, and 2 pears. The scene left Yu Wei both amused and bewildered. She was overwhelmed by the number of people who came to leave their gifts, rushing in and out without allowing her a moment to react. In her exasperation, Yu Wei sought out Meng Jiwei and procured several dozen sheep. Drinking lamb soup in winter is particularly comforting, but it would require their assistance for the day. What trouble could it be? Once the lamb soup is prepared, I shall partake as well, Meng Jiwei replied with a smile. Lao Lu volunteered to lend a hand, excelling not only in roasting whole sheep, but also in making delicious lamb soup. With the condiments provided by Yu Wei, the soup, though not enough to serve everyone generously, was undeniably delectable, whether sipped directly or enjoyed with rice. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, people of all ages gathered, reveling in the warmth of the lamb soup. After the New Year, although snowfall diminished, the cold remained biting. Yu Wei's stock of cotton clothing and cotton itself was nearly depleted, attracting not only the residents of Qingke City, but also soldiers from Chuyang City. Overall, Yu Wei's supplies were still insufficient. Fortunately, Meng Jiwei and her companions had prepared additional provisions, allowing them to manage adequately. The chill intensified as the snow melted, yet many ventured outside clad in warm, thick cotton and down jackets. As the snow began to thaw, a light snowfall occurred, followed by complete melting. The soft earth revealed its moisture, suggesting a revival of vitality. In the distance, the mountains and nearby fields appeared rejuvenated, with tiny green shoots emerging after the snow's retreat. The earth, ever so accommodating and gentle, seemed to come back to life after enduring harshness for over half a year. The elderly farmers, deeply attuned to the land's condition, wore uncontainable smiles. Even before the appropriate time, they eagerly turned the soil, finding solace in the anticipation of planting as spring approached. Yu Wei's business flourished anew, as she possessed a wealth of modern, hybrid seeds. Some of these seeds could only yield a single harvest before diminishing in productivity, while others could be replanted repeatedly, significantly outperforming local varieties despite potential declines in yield. Consequently, a multitude of people flocked to purchase seeds, particularly the hybrid rice which, despite being a one-time crop, promised substantial harvests. Meng Jiwei promptly disseminated this information, encouraging anyone interested to come and buy, assuring them that even a single harvest would provide ample sustenance for their needs. Sweet potatoes and potatoes were also available, both of which could be saved for future planting, making them more advantageous than the hybrid rice. With some potatoes already reserved for seed, they would not need to procure too many. Expanding sweet potato cultivation proved even easier, as they could be buried to sprout and then simply inserted into the soil once the vines emerged. In theory, a village could purchase a few sweet potatoes and distribute them among themselves. Meng Jiwei and her associates considered this strategy, allowing Yu Wei to sell without concern as they would self-regulate the quantities available. As a result, Yu Wei observed her tasks rapidly accumulating, though the daunting total of 50,000 was not immediately achievable. Fortunately, she remained unperturbed. During this time, she also procured a batch of fertilized eggs, including chicken, duck, and goose eggs, which Meng Jiwei arranged to have hatched, enabling Yu Wei to sell the chicks directly and preventing potential wastage from those unfamiliar with incubation. Yu Wei accepted this proposition with delight. By the time the chicks hatched, the land had been thoroughly prepared, with some areas even set up for greenhouse cultivation. And the first batch of crops had been sown, while the second batch followed suit. Meanwhile, Meng Jiwei became increasingly busy, leaving Yu Wei without sight of her for several days. Thankfully, she had Xiao Yi to practice martial arts with, so she did not cling to Meng Jiwei. Additionally, Jing Lu and Meng Jixing became scarce in the adjacent courtyard since Meng Jiwei's increased workload began. As for Meng Qingshan, he returned home early after the new year. Regarding Yu Wei, Meng Jiwei periodically sent individuals to assist her, be they skilled embroiderers or court officials proficient in etiquette, all of whom were exceptionally talented. Engrossed in filming videos and honing her skills, Yu Wei was taken aback upon hearing rumors that the tyrannical emperor, disregarding Meng Jiwei's engagement, had forced a marriage upon a solitary woman, stirring public outrage. Chapter 124. How does one survive summer without cold beverages? The matter of the forced marriage had slipped from Yu Wei's mind, primarily because Chu Huan no longer posed a threat, while they had been discreetly developing their resources. Unexpectedly, this issue erupted into the open. Yu Wei was certain that it was Meng Jiwei and her companions who had exposed it as a means of challenging the tyrant emperor. Yet, she could not comprehend the timing of this revelation. After some contemplation, she sought out Chu Huan, who, being absent from Meng Jiwei and Meng Jixing, was likely the most informed about such matters. Indeed, upon hearing Yu Wei's account, Chu Huan covered his face, uncertain of how to express himself. He cleared his throat, stating, "The situation is rather chaotic. This winter, while Qingyao Prefecture enjoyed tranquility, other regions faced dire straits. The winter season had always been harsh, particularly for those who had fled from disasters, lacking even shelter from the elements. In contrast, the border region celebrated the new year with homes that had been repaired to withstand heavy snow without leaking. They had ample cotton and clothing, enough to eat, and a little silver for trade. Yet outside, individuals were fighting tooth and nail over a bowl of wild vegetable porridge. More alarmingly, not far away, the affluent and powerful were discarding bowls of meat and vegetables, even into filthy ditches, with no thought of sharing a meal with the destitute. Under such circumstances, the desperation for food would only fuel rebellion. Consequently, chaos reigned. How many wealthy families truly maintained their integrity? They merely understood that remaining in lower positions sometimes proved more advantageous. Now, with the emperor of the Yin kingdom digging his own grave, they had no intention of sacrificing themselves for him. Instead, they casually offered assistance, elevating several individuals in the process. Should they succeed, they would remain powerful families, with the added prestige of having contributed to the emperor's downfall. Moreover, the emperor's greatest betrayal was his attempt to seize the wealth of these families, which had flourished for centuries. The emperor viewed himself as the son of heaven, disregarding the common folk and the aristocracy alike. In this context, the nobility would not exercise patience towards him. They sought a puppet, but not a foolish and arrogant one. Had Meng Jiwei previously revealed her forced marriage, it would have been dismissed as mere ridicule. However, the circumstances had shifted. This incident had become a weapon for the aristocracy to strike against the emperor. They extolled Meng Qingshan's contributions, highlighted Meng Jixing's unjust plight, and emphasized the struggles of Meng Jiwei, the vulnerable woman. Then, Chu Huan, as expected, was branded with the label of coveting beauty and humiliating the Meng family's daughter alongside the emperor. Yu Wei, curious, inquired if this was the reason for his discontent. In this world, who does not desire a good reputation? Indeed, Chu Huan was angry, but it was directed towards the aristocracy. However, a single remark from Yu Wei deflated him like a punctured balloon, extinguishing his ire. She said, "But weren't you initially here with that intention?" Chu Huan replied, "My apologies. I've been here for so long that I've forgotten my original purpose." He had indeed formed pleasant relationships with everyone, and as for his poison, the method of its onset had been altered. Now, most of the toxin had been suppressed, and he merely needed to consume a pill every 6 months. He even knew that Meng Jiwei regarded him as half one of her own, previously discussing the possibility of curing his affliction. However, due to his unique status, the antidote would not be administered unless he pledged allegiance to Meng Jiwei. Yu Wei paid no heed to Chu Huan's unease. She merely pondered the current situation, murmuring, "So there are still many people who have not yet taken the stage?" Having been here for so long, Chu Huan was aware of their sentiments. He cleared his throat lightly, stating, "After all, it's not something that can be resolved quickly. It requires a process. Are you feeling anxious?" "Not particularly," Yu Wei replied with a hint of worry. "I cannot stay here for too long either. Although it seems that after completing my task, the system allows me to linger as long as I wish, my supplies will eventually run out, right? Besides, remaining here without the freedom to explore can be rather tedious." "Then let's find a way to provoke them," suggested Chu Huan. Yu Wei tilted her head to look at him. "Do you have a plan?" "A slight one." "Chu Huan imlit supli. What do you desire?" he asked earnestly. "If Meng Jiwei ascends to power, I have no interest in the position above. If possible, I would like a new identity after all is said and done. Wealth, status, a modicum of power. In summary, as long as I do not rebel or commit heinous acts, I wish to live freely and be protected. Honestly, that is a treatment I desire as well," Yu Wei admitted. However, upon reflection, she realized she already enjoyed such privileges in the modern world, which brought her some peace. Yet she was puzzled. "Can't you directly discuss this with Jiwei?" Chu Huan, with an expression of sincerity, flattered. "Only someone like you, who understands human nature, can discern the truth in my words. My status is indeed peculiar, and sometimes this lineage can be a burden." After a pause, he confessed, "I also wish to request your assistance." "All right," Yu Wei replied. For her, the matter was quite simple. She merely conveyed a message to the Meng residence and the city lord's manor, and Meng Jiwei made time to visit the supermarket. She then relayed Chu Huan's situation. Upon hearing Yu Wei's words, Meng Jiwei exhibited a peculiar expression. "Does he have such confidence in me?" Yu Wei chuckled. "Shouldn't he have confidence in you? The Meng army still has 80,000 men, and you command several thousand of the Qingke army. Moreover, the steel factory has already produced qualified weapons. Research on penicillin has yielded results, and potatoes and sweet potatoes have begun to be cultivated. By the year after next, you will achieve self-sufficiency in grain, and the Guangxiao Library has attracted numerous visitors. Compared to others, your advantages are substantial." Meng Jiwei was certainly aware of this. However, Chu Huan is still of royal blood. Thus, he seeks my help in speaking on his behalf. Yu Wei chuckled lightly. He fears that you may not believe him. Very well, Meng Jiwei conceded. She understood that Chu Huan was subtly expressing his determination. After all, he dared to approach the goddess, indicating his sincerity. "I will discuss this matter with Chu Huan." Meng Jiwei looked at Yu Wei and promised, "As long as he is truly uninvolved in the pursuit of my brother. If he does not betray me, I will be lenient towards him." What exactly was discussed between Chu Huan and Meng Jiwei remained unknown to Yu Wei. Yet she knew that within a couple of days, Chu Huan joyfully approached her to express his gratitude. Moreover, he remarked, "Shopkeeper, I will soon return to the royal city. I don't know when I can come back. You won't forget me, will you?" Yu Wei smiled brightly. "I won't forget you. After all, you have provided me with substantial revenue as a major client." Chu Huan was moved. "I too will not forget you, nor will I forget the cola, hot pot, and ice cream." Hearing him enumerate a long list of names, Yu Wei comprehended his intentions and sighed. "Choose what you want to eat yourself. I will gift you 20 items. If you desire more, you must purchase them yourself." "All right." Chu Huan, having achieved his aim, merrily went to select items. Of course, he did not limit himself to just 20 items. He purchased others as well. He had no choice but to resort to cunning, as his funds were insufficient, and the next shipment had yet to arrive. Moreover, he was genuinely enamored with the snacks, fruits, and meals available at Yu Wei's place. After gathering everything he could afford, Chu Huan made an effort to draw his reluctant gaze away. "You must be tired. Allow me to treat you." Yu Wei offered him a bowl of dessert. Naturally fond of sweets, Chu Huan did not hesitate, gratefully accepting it without considering taking it away, instead savoring it in the supermarket's pleasant temperature. Chilled and delightful, it sent a shiver down his spine, yet it was utterly refreshing. This time, he vowed to return within 3 months at most. Otherwise, how could he survive the summer without icy drinks? Chapter 125. Taking initiative. When Chu Huan departed, he did not specifically come to bid farewell to Yu Wei. Consequently, it was not until the following day that Yu Wei learned of his departure. She shook her head helplessly. "I had intended to gift him something, but it is of little consequence now." Meng Wei, curious, asked, "May I know what it was?" Yu Wei waved her hand, and a small refrigerator about waist-high appeared before her. "I just borrowed this from Yushini. It charges in the sunlight, and in summer, it can certainly make ice without any issues." This was what Yu Wei had prepared for Yu Wei, as some medicines required specific storage temperatures. Preparing a few small refrigerators was also for his convenience. However, the solar power devices she brought could not sustain appliances with high energy consumption. The refrigerator she had brought was the best among them. With a high stored capacity and rapid charging, it could provide power for about 3 days after 8 hours of sunlight. It could store energy for up to 15 days. Of course, if it rained or was overcast for more than 15 days, recharging would be necessary. Nevertheless, this was meant for Yu Wei. For Chu Huan, even if he could not recharge for 15 days, he could surely consume everything inside the refrigerator, right? Upon hearing Yu Wei's words, Meng Wei's first reaction was, "Are there any more of these refrigerators?" Her second reaction was, "Chu Huan has certainly missed out on a good item." Yu Wei, intrigued, asked, "Do you want one too?" "Absolutely," Meng Wei responded without hesitation. "Who wouldn't want one? I am also concerned that if you are not around in the future, it may not be as easy to enjoy icy drinks. While storing ice in the cellar is feasible, it is indeed cumbersome. Yu Wei's refrigerator is far superior." "All right, I will bring a few for you next time." After a pause, she continued, "If that is the case, you should send someone to learn how to repair the solar panels. Even if they cannot manufacture them, being able to repair them will suffice for their use. This would also benefit Yu Wei." Previously, she had only prepared equipment for Yu Wei, not thinking about this. She had planned to leave several sets of solar panels for him, to replace when damaged, as Yu Wei only practiced medicine and lacked expertise in scientific research. However, Meng Wei had many subordinates, and surely a few of them would possess such skills. Fortunately, Yu Wei had various videos on her tablet, and she pulled up a video on repairing solar panels, transferring it to one of the tablets before handing it to Meng Wei. She also revealed a piece of information. "If you are able to repair solar panels, or even manufacture them, I can bring you some suitable items, such as small electric scooters, as well as materials related to the steam age." Yu Wei had previously provided Meng Wei with some of this information and reminded her, "Do not forget to have people study the materials I gave you before. They are indeed valuable." The steam age led to the invention of the locomotive, a significant leap in human progress. If railways are established, it would make a substantial difference for Meng Wei and her companions. Of course, infrastructure will require considerable time to develop, but with high-yield crop varieties, even if fewer individuals are engaged in farming, they will still have ample food to sustain them. When transportation becomes advanced, both domestically and internationally, they will have opportunities to explore beyond their borders. However, it appears that maritime vessels will be of greater importance for overseas journeys. At this point, Yu Wei lamented that she regretted not bringing resources related to ships. Nevertheless, it is not a final visit. She can bring them next time. There are numerous tasks to undertake. The items Yu Wei brought have acted as a catalyst for Meng Wei and her group, propelling them forward. While others maintain the pace of traditional ancient development, Meng Wei and her companions are making leaps. Furthermore, one should not underestimate the wisdom of ancient people. Oftentimes, their perspectives were limited, or they simply had not thought beyond their confines. Yet, every era has its geniuses. The Guangsha Library has gathered many talents for Meng Wei. Upon discovering that the Guangsha Academy is truly open to everyone, the scholars, especially those from humble backgrounds, felt a strong affinity towards it. Some scions of noble families criticized the Guangsha Academy and were subsequently blacklisted and expelled from Qingke City, barred from entry. The scholars, upon seeing the library's collection, were filled with insatiable thirst for knowledge, especially when they discovered books that were previously inaccessible to them. Initially, their excitement was sparked by the unique manuscripts contributed by Yu Wei and her peers, but later they were further exhilarated by the books brought by Yu Wei. Those wondrous pieces of knowledge captivated many students interested in physics, mathematics, and other fields, immersing them in the library's resources. After their exploration, they learned of another piece of news. The second floor housed even more profound texts, but entry required contribution points. They instinctively assumed this meant monetary payment. However, upon learning how to earn contribution points, they were taken aback. There are 3 ways to earn contribution points. The first is to copy or donate books. Naturally, they do not need to purchase paper and ink, but the copied texts must be donated to the library. The second method is to teach. By enlightening students in various towns and counties of Qingniazhao, designated educators can earn certain amounts of contribution points, provided they do not mislead the students. Misleading them would result in a deduction of points. The third way is to make a genuine contribution, whether through published poetry or articles accepted by the library, or by solving problems and conducting research. These efforts count toward contributions, yielding a certain number of contribution points. Ultimately, the more widely disseminated and beneficial the contributions are, the greater the points awarded will be. Once this rule was established, everyone accepted it without complaint. Those with discernment recognized that contribution points essentially represent the value of good deeds. It was only reasonable that one must engage in virtuous acts to access the second floor. To illustrate the usefulness of their contribution points, the library allowed them a glimpse of the second floor. Although it currently has few books, they are of high quality. Each individual may ascend for half an hour, selecting texts of interest to them. Just as they became engrossed, the time would expire, leaving them reluctantly to depart. Accessing the second floor requires only a modest 100 contribution points. Attending a single class earns 5 points, while copying a book provides 3 points. Thus, with a month of classes, one could easily ascend to the second floor. What are they waiting for? In no time, Qingniazhao was inundated with teachers. The 6-year compulsory education system has been implemented in Qingniazhao. The initial cohort of children sent to study is small, yet neither Yu Wei nor Yu Wei is disheartened. Progress must be made step by step. Moreover, many have been inspired by the books left behind by Yu Wei, leading to the creation of more efficient hoes, improved looms, and enhanced sericulture techniques, resulting in greater silk production. Meanwhile, Yu Wei has been immersed in the Meng family army, focusing on steering its direction. Previously, during Meng Qingshan's absence, she had spent considerable time with the Meng family army and had gained their preliminary approval. Now, with Meng Qingshan's endorsement, under his permissive gaze, she gradually began to take command of the Meng family army. Subsequently, she led them into battle against the Shilin kingdom. Yu Wei learned of this news only when Meng Qingshan came to procure supplies. It was a good development, as it would deter the Shilin kingdom from taking action, allowing them to address internal matters. Meng Qingshan chuckled, saying, "You are just like this individual said." Yu Wei replied, "Of course, we share the same teachers. If I had known earlier, I would have sent a gift." Yu Wei expressed her regret for not having been informed. Wasn't it her intention for me to convey that? She wants you to know that she has yet to utilize the gift you previously sent her. So do not worry. She will take good care of herself. Chapter 126. Negotiation. Previously, the situation was still within Qingniazhao. In Yu Wei's eyes, although it was warfare, it felt akin to fighting among kin. Moreover, since the entire Qingniazhao is a border region, she did not require any additional resources to assert dominance through the Meng family's reputation or her own capabilities. However, when it comes to the Shilin kingdom, Yu Wei was far less courteous. Unable to breach the city walls? Bombard them. Want to besiege the Qingke army and Meng family army? Simply drop bombs. Although the quantity of grenades and explosives was not extensive, Yu Wei did not need to deploy many at once. In essence, These explosives served more as a deterrent to the enemy. A seemingly small object can unleash such tremendous power, leaving them astonished. Moreover, Meng Jiwei not only dropped bombs but also warned the soldiers of the Shilin Kingdom. Should these divine objects be unleashed upon you, do assess whether your bodies are as sturdy as the city walls. In terms of troop strength, the Meng family army and Qingke army are no less formidable than theirs. In terms of weaponry, they are superior. Regarding armor, they also hold an advantage. And with these small yet potent divine objects, it is no wonder that the soldiers of the Shilin Kingdom found their morale waning in the face of such threats. Under these circumstances, Meng Jiwei's advance was hardly a daunting task. The cities of the Shilin Kingdom are relatively few, as they lean toward a nomadic lifestyle. The absence of fortifications posed some challenges for Meng Jiwei and her forces, as the Shilin people, familiar with the terrain of the grasslands, could easily evade capture. However, Meng Jiwei did not intend to eradicate them completely at this juncture. Thus, upon receiving news of the Shilin Kingdom's willingness to negotiate, she maintained her composure for a few days before agreeing to meet. In warfare, it is customary not to harm envoys. This principle is generally upheld. Consequently, the negotiators from Meng Jiwei's side were not fearful of losing their lives. They merely worried about their ability to persuade her. You are not accustomed to the lands we inhabit. If you were to guard our territory, it would only serve to constrain your military strength. Surely, you have your own troubles back in your realm, Yinghua? Meng Jiwei raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Indeed, the Yuyin Kingdom is rife with troubles. And I too find it vexing. I believe your Shilin Kingdom is quite appealing, spacious, and sparsely populated. Although most of you are nomadic, it is not impossible to cultivate the land." The envoy probed, "Does General Meng wish to seek refuge with us?" The title of General Meng momentarily startled Meng Jiwei. Yet she smiled and replied, "Do you truly believe I would ally with Shilin?" The envoy stammered, "Well, I was merely inquiring." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling indignant. "If you disdain Shilin, why occupy our territory?" He was acutely aware that his question was indeed foolish. Despite the enmity between Shilin and Yuyin, it was not the emperor of Yuyin who harbored the deepest resentment toward Shilin, but rather the Meng family. For generations, the Meng clan had perished on the battlefields against Shilin, with few able to live to old age. Meng Jiwei's grandfather, her uncle, and her aunt had all met their demise at the hands of Shilin. After all, these cities belong to our Shilin Kingdom, and we wish to reclaim them. General Meng may set a price. We could discuss it amicably. Since I have conquered this land, how can it be claimed by your Shilin Kingdom? Meng Jiwei displayed a smile that lacked warmth and sincerity, merely a perfunctory gesture. The envoy's brow twitched with frustration. He had spoken at length, yet Meng Jiwei remained reticent. He could not ascertain what Meng Jiwei truly desired. Nevertheless, despite their nomadic lifestyle, the cities along the borders held significant importance. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to negotiate. Fortunately, before he reached his breaking point, Meng Jiwei finally relented. "It is not impossible to negotiate. I harbor no fondness for your Shilin Kingdom, yet I do not intend to conquer you." She silently added in her heart, "At least not at this moment." The envoy sighed in relief. "So what do you mean? Since I have already conquered these lands, they rightfully belong to me, and I wish to engage in trade here." Meng Jiwei stated her intent. The envoy countered, "Is that not akin to refusing to return what is ours?" Meng Jiwei discerned his thoughts and offered her first genuine smile. "Do you truly see no distinction?" "No, the difference is substantial. Over at Shuyang City, you still have a few spies, do you not? You must be aware that we possess a divine maiden, along with many other valuable resources." As she spoke, Meng Jiwei clapped her hands, and several items were brought forth. "This is honeycomb coal, which burns at least twice as long as ordinary coal without the noxious fumes, perfect for warmth in winter. This is a high-yield crop, known as Hongshu, which I can sell to you. And this is a pill developed by our divine physician, effective for those suffering from cold-induced fevers." Each of these three items caused the envoy to gasp in astonishment. What did they fear most in their geographical location? Naturally, winter. In the past, the Shilin Kingdom often targeted Shuyang City just before winter. As being nomadic, they required more food during that season. Lacking their own crops, they resorted to plunder. Yet the envoy was shrewd. He questioned, "Will you truly sell us the hongshu and pills?" "Certainly," Meng Jiwei replied with a smile. "I will only sell you the finished product of hongshu, not the seeds. As for the pills, while I will sell them, I will also impose a limit on the quantity." Even so, this was enough to captivate the envoy's interest. He composed himself. "What do you require in return?" "Our most pressing need is horses," Meng Jiwei stated. Before she could finish, the envoy exclaimed, "Impossible!" The greatest advantage of Shilin Kingdom was its superior breed of horses. They would never relinquish such an asset. "Then we seek sheep and cattle. For cattle, we require those over 3 months and under 2 years. We are willing to purchase at market price. Regarding sheep, aside from the lambs traded by the common folk and the batch I require monthly, my main interest lies in sheep's wool, which I can procure at a price that will not disadvantage you." "Sheep's wool? Do you genuinely desire that?" The envoy suspected a trick. Yet, when Meng Jiwei affirmed, "Indeed, sheep's wool. Every pound of dried wool can be exchanged for a pound of coarse grain," he could not help but feel tempted. They possessed a breed of long-haired sheep, their wool abundant to the point of being a nuisance. Were it not for the nobility's fondness for woolen products, they would not keep such sheep. The issue was that the wool was difficult to process. Only a small portion of the fleece was clean and usable. However, Meng Jiwei specified dried wool, not clean wool. The envoy inquired, "What if we cannot clean it?" "That is of no concern," Meng Jiwei replied nonchalantly. "I am aware that you have a breed of long-haired sheep. My only stipulation is that you do not retain the clean fleece, but only provide us with the long hair." "That will certainly not be the case," the envoy replied, though he felt a pang of regret. He pressed on, "What use do you have for this wool? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just relay the message back and see if they are willing to engage in this trade." After a brief pause, Meng Jiwei added, "Oh, by the way, we also have a potent liquor. I will have you take some back along with the honeycomb coal. The other 2 items will depend on your sincerity." The envoy adopted a serious demeanor. "I kindly ask General Meng to await my news." Chapter 127. Conditions for peace talks. The envoy returned to negotiate. Meng Jiwei was not anxious. She was busy reorganizing the populace of these cities. She had never resorted to killing indiscriminately. Her blade was never turned against the common folk. Those she executed were either spies hidden from Shilin or individuals who committed heinous acts. As for the citizens of Shilin, she was neither overtly friendly nor cruel, but rather indifferent. In these border cities, the presence of Yuyin citizens elicited her much more kindness. She offered them shelter, facilitated their return, and provided protection for their businesses. If they encountered issues, they could always seek assistance from the Qingke army or the Meng family army. As long as they had indeed been wronged, regardless of the severity, someone would advocate for them. Of course, some sought to malign the people of Shilin. But once Meng Jiwei's faction uncovered the truth, they would not hold the Shilin citizens accountable, though their own would receive minor punishment. As for disputes arising between the 2 sides, apologies, they would certainly side with their own. Would there be unfairness toward the Shilin people? Regrettably, the Yuyin and Shilin kingdoms have been enemies for centuries. They could not foster closeness with the people of Shilin. Maintaining such a semblance of fairness was already their utmost limit. Fortunately, the Shilin people bore no resentment for this treatment. In fact, they were quite grateful. Initially, they assumed they would be slaughtered. After all, should the Shilin army ever breach Chuyang City, they would undoubtedly engage in pillaging and destruction. Even though Chuyang City had not fallen for many years, the surrounding towns and villages had often been ravaged by the Shilin forces. Now, the fact that Meng Jiwei's faction treated their Shilin citizens as ordinary folk was already a great relief to them. The envoy returned after 5 days. When he arrived, he found Meng Jiwei, who appeared rather impatient. "You find this amusing, taking so long to deliberate over such trivial matters?" The envoy grumbled internally. "You certainly need not take so long. You must be terrified of the Yin Emperor now, right? We still have to relay messages back home. Achieving such speed is already a testament to our efficiency." Furthermore, Meng Jiwei's offerings were enticing. Each item was unfamiliar, yet essential to them. "Our king wishes to inquire, how much of what you propose can you provide us?" The envoy asked first. Meng Jiwei raised her hand, displaying 3 fingers. The messenger's expression shifted dramatically. 30,000 jin? Too little. It should be 300,000 jin. Meng Jiwei interrupted him, stating, starting next year, I can sell you 300,000 jin of grain annually. The messenger was taken aback, unable to remain seated. Is that true? It is important to note that the population of Shilin Kingdom is significantly smaller than that of Yuyin Kingdom. They usually have other sources of food. If they receive this 300,000, it would indeed suffice for their winter needs. Even when they attempted to rob in the past, they could not secure such a quantity. He paused, then asked, wait, did you say next year? What about this year? This year, 10,000. Noticing his disbelief, Meng Jiwei replied coolly, you know that we suffered drought last year. I cannot allow my people to go hungry just to supply you. The messenger, feeling despondent, pleaded, can't you offer a bit more? 10,000 jin seems rather scant. Meng Jiwei retracted her hand, saying, if that is the case, let us revert to 30,000. No, you cannot undermine us like this. It's not fair. The messenger, despite his frustration, had to endure it. For after reporting this to his superiors, he heard them insist on maintaining this trade route. As long as the trade route was preserved, they could ensure their people were well fed, alleviating concerns about raising their young and allowing for population growth. With more young growing up healthily, their military would expand, soldiers would be well fed, and the army would grow stronger. Given time, they would undoubtedly become formidable. At that point, what would the Meng family be? They would rely on the resources of the Meng family to sustain their own army. Ultimately, the messenger conceded to the 10,000 jin of grain. In truth, their psychological price was only 15,000. It mattered not if this year fell short. Next year's double quantity would be a delightful surprise. Furthermore, Meng Jiwei had also mentioned that the grain was not limited to just sweet potatoes, but also included rice and wheat. Naturally, each type bore a different price. The offered quantity merely represented their purchasing eligibility. It was time to discuss various prices. For this, Yu Wei was unnecessary, as Lin Qingqing and young Master Wang had already arrived, joining forces to engage in a protracted price negotiation with the Shilin Kingdom. Besides what Meng Jiwei had mentioned, they had brought additional items to sell, albeit most were limited in quantity. The messenger expressed, can't we have a bit more? These items are quite tempting, especially the grain seeds and vegetable seeds. They're only offering us a small amount, and reportedly, they are second-generation seeds that are not as effective. Although they anticipated being guarded against, after hearing about the yield of the first-generation seeds, they found it difficult to refuse. Various discussions continued for nearly half a month. Lin Qingqing and young Master Wang employed all their skills to negotiate down the prices on the opposite side while maintaining their own prices. Overall, they managed to secure a price slightly above what would be normal in a bountiful year. This meant that if the common folk sold grain to them, they would earn a considerable profit. Moreover, they would no longer need to worry about a lack of meat in the future. Once negotiations concluded, Meng Jiwei stationed a couple of thousand troops in the cities she had captured, leaving young Master Wang to oversee procurement and the establishment of shops. For at least the next 3 years, the trade caravans would be under their control. Once stability was achieved, the citizens and small merchants of King Yizhao could engage freely. By then, concerns about the Shilin Kingdom turning against them would be unfounded. After all, 3 years of nurturing would reveal how the Shilin Kingdom would fare. With the contract established, the 2 cities conquered would belong to Meng Jiwei. The Shilin Kingdom, despite being tempted by Meng Jiwei's valuable offerings, hesitated to sever ties, opting instead to develop quietly. Meng Jiwei understood that they would not genuinely abandon their desire to retaliate. In fact, her offerings might incite even greater greed. But what of it? With the Qingke army and the Meng family army present, the Shilin Kingdom was hardly a threat. While the Shilin Kingdom was currently not trading grain with them, they did have honeycomb coal. With the weather turning colder, the honeycomb coal was particularly useful. Once they brought back a batch, they would become more compliant and eagerly anticipate the grain trade in 6 months. Additionally, the number of sheep farmers was on the rise. Traditionally, horse rearing was an official matter, while the common folk raised whatever they could to sustain themselves. Currently, long-haired sheep were especially popular. Families with newborns of this breed profited significantly. As for Meng Jiwei, she had returned to Qingke City. After 2 months away, she returned with a scar on her face. However, rather than detracting from her beauty, the scar added a touch of valor. Remember to apply this medicine daily. It will help prevent scarring. Yu Wei presented 2 vials of medicine. Meng Jiwei casually remarked, "Scars are not a concern. They are badges of war." Yu Wei sighed, "I do not deny that scars can possess a certain charm, but the face is part of the body. Caring for your face is akin to caring for your body. There is no distinction. Scarring is acceptable, but if it hypertrophies, it will itch with every change in weather." Meng Jiwei found Yu Wei's words reasonable. "Thank you." Yu Wei reminded her, "You still have other wounds, right? Since you have the time now, make sure to apply the medicine properly. By the way, Dr. Yu has good medicine as well. Inquire with him." "Okay." Meng Jiwei gazed at Yu Wei, her eyes softening. Although Meng Jixing and Meng Qingshan cared for her, being men, they lacked such attentiveness. Yu Wei's concern made her feel as if she had gained an elder sister. In Yu Wei's presence, she could always relax. "I may need to wait a while longer before I can openly raise my banner in the imperial city." Yu Wei, cradling a cup of milk tea, nodded in agreement. Indeed, having a legitimate claim is crucial. "In that case, let us push someone else forward." She winked at Meng Jiwei, her expression encouraging. "Just right. Let us earn some money to recoup our losses." Chapter 128. Welcoming feast in spring, not only did the old farmers begin tilling the fields, but even the Qingke army and Meng family army engaged in agriculture. The Meng family army had always practiced military farming, but due to climate, soil quality, and grain variety, their efforts had been merely average. However, the situation was different now. Although the climate remained constant, methods existed to improve soil quality. Additionally, the grain varieties were significantly diverse, and they had also learned how to construct greenhouse shelters, allowing them to cultivate their own crops. A vast expanse of plains behind Chuyang City had been repurposed as military farmland. Before winter, they had enriched the soil, and following the heavy snowfall, it was visibly darker in color, a testament to the effectiveness of Yu Wei's soil nurturing techniques. Spring arrived, bringing tranquility. The Shilin Kingdom had temporarily quieted. An internal strife within Yuyan Kingdom, be it rebellion or otherwise, held no relevance to King Yizhao. Even the most confident individuals dared not act against King Yizhao, knowing the Meng family army was present. As summer approached, Chu Huan finally returned. His intended 3-month absence had extended far beyond. Having gained several pounds during his time in Qingke City upon his return, he not only lost that weight, but appeared significantly more gaunt. He seemed somewhat dejected. When Yu Wei saw him, she was startled. "What happened to you?" "Nothing much." Chu Huan sighed. He spoke in a low tone. "My father had a hand in the pursuit of Meng Jixing. While he is not the main instigator, he was indeed involved. Although the Prince of Rong had many daughters in his household, it was undeniable that he favored Chu Huan above all. He felt remorse towards Chu Huan's mother, and after her passing, his desire to make amends for Chu Huan intensified. However, Chu Huan harbored an unbridgeable chasm within his heart, leading to frequent clashes between them. While he enjoyed a reputable status outside, he remained indifferent to the Rong Wang's counsel, eschewing both martial and literary pursuits, instead choosing to vex the Rong Wang at home. Yet, despite this, the Rong Wang was still his father, and Chu Huan could not entirely disregard him. Complicating matters, the Rong Wang became entangled in the affairs concerning Meng Jixing. Yu Wei observed Chu Huan's despondent demeanor and inquired, "What do you wish to do?" "I do not know," Chu Huan murmured. "What I do know is that Meng Jiwei cherishes her father and brother above all else. Given her brother's current plight, will she allow those responsible to escape unscathed? Yet, if she does not, must she witness her blind father perish before her eyes?" "You mentioned that he is merely a pawn," Yu Wei reflected. "Since he is not the mastermind, there remains room for negotiation." After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "The silver lining is that Meng Jixing is still alive. Setting aside everything else, if you genuinely assist Yu Wei, it should be feasible to ensure her father's survival. However, Chu Huan may need to make considerable sacrifices." After all, Yu Wei was well aware of the fury Meng Jiwei felt upon discovering Meng Jixing's situation. Recalling Meng Jixing's circumstances, Yu Wei's gaze toward Chu Huan momentarily turned frosty. Suddenly, she asked. When you first arrived in Qingxue City, were you in search of Mingjixing? Chu Huan, feeling pressured, nodded. Indeed, that was the case. Noticing a shift in Yu Wei's expression, he quickly added, do not misunderstand. My intention in searching for him was not to kill him. I admit that I did entertain the idea of having him under my control, but I truly had no intention of taking his life. He paused, muttering, I am not as foolish as my uncle, who, despite having a valuable hostage, recklessly chose to eliminate him, inadvertently ruining everything. Yu Wei found this statement believable. As Chu Huan claimed, he was not so naive. Yu Wei questioned, when you say your father is a pawn, what do you mean? It means he has condoned and tacitly permitted my half-brother to pledge loyalty to the emperor. Chu Huan responded with a sardonic smile. He was, in fact, awaiting Mingjixing's demise, anticipating his uncle's self-destruction, which would present him with an opportunity. As for why he did not act sooner, it was simply because the Rong Wang was born of a lowly official's daughter and had no maternal family power to rely upon. Surviving and growing up in such adversity was already commendable. The current emperor, though mentally unstable and ruthless, only indulging in pleasure, had a devoted mother who diligently planned for him, enabling him to ascend to the throne. Chu Huan was uncertain about his motivations for pursuing Mingjixing. Was it to thwart his father's schemes, to preserve a sliver of hope for his foolish father, or merely a manifestation of his own greed? Yu Wei glanced at Chu Huan, whose expression was fraught with complexity, and refrained from offering solace. She was not a victim, and discussing such matters felt futile. Nevertheless, she believed Chu Huan's assertion of not intending to kill Mingjixing was likely true. Over the course of their interactions, she had come to see him as not entirely devoid of ethics. Otherwise, Yu Wei and the others would not have accepted him. Regardless of Chu Huan's internal turmoil, he had to address the matter at hand. Furthermore, upon his return, he had sought out Yu Wei, as there were numerous matters requiring his attention. Soon, someone arrived to summon him, Lin Qingqing. As the current logistics supervisor and someone familiar with Chu Huan, she promptly called out, have you finished speaking with the divine maiden? Gulmei, return with me. After the handover, you shall enjoy a few days of leave. Chu Huan glanced at the seemingly uninvolved Yu Wei, pursed his lips, and stepped outside, his demeanor akin to that of a condemned man. Whether Chu Huan had divulged Mingjixing's circumstances to Yu Wei remained unknown to her. She merely arranged a welcoming feast for him. Truth be told, it was a self-indulgent act. Having gained a reputation, she directly borrowed Master Lu, the roast lamb expert, from Qiang City, knowing Aunt Qian was indispensable. After some contemplation, she decided on a buffet-style banquet to be held at the city lord's residence, as her small courtyard adjacent to the supermarket was far too cramped. The guest list was extensive. Any officers from the Ming family army in Qiang City were welcome, as were those with positions in the city lord's residence, and even those in the Qingxue army, even if only a 100-man captain could join. As a result, attendance swelled. As for the servants of the city lord's residence, Yu Wei deliberately reserved additional ingredients for them, allowing them to prepare their own meals once the festivities concluded. However, during the banquet, their assistance would still be required. This grand gesture deeply moved Chu Huan. Innkeeper, you truly hold me in high regard. Yu Wei crossed her arms, declining Chu Huan's enthusiastic embrace. If you have the time, please take the opportunity to carefully select candidates for the inner and outer courtyards. You will oversee who enters where. Understood, Chu Huan readily agreed. The inner and outer courtyards were nearly identical. However, due to Yu Wei's presence, Yu Wei and her companions had become far more cautious, deliberately separating themselves. Those they did not fully trust were kept at bay. Additionally, Mingjixing's identity had yet to be revealed and thus required concealment. Fortunately, others had no objections to this arrangement. A roast whole lamb was a requisite for the buffet, with most of the dishes prepared by Aunt Qian, while Yu Wei primarily handled fruits and beverages. The entire spread was sumptuous. Yu Wei and her companions were experiencing a buffet for the first time and found it quite delightful. As everyone jovially feasted, Yu Wei added to her roast lamb supply, thanks to Chef Lu's enthusiastic contributions. While Aunt Qian was skilled, she could not rival Chef Lu's expertise in roasting whole lambs. Yu Wei felt quite satisfied. although she noted with dismay that her supply from the modern world had diminished slightly. She calculated silently that there was no need for concern. She could indulge for quite some time. After all, her storage space had expanded to 10,000 cubic units, of which she had reserved 500 for herself. Having hosted a banquet for over 1,000 guests, she had only consumed 1/10 of her supply. It was worth noting that she primarily enjoyed the roast lamb and the culinary skills of the city lord's chefs, not rushing to consume the modern dishes or Aunt Xian's creations, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Once satiated, Yu Wei did not hasten to depart. Instead, she sipped on sour plum soup while admiring the lively atmosphere of the city lord's residence. A wave of nostalgia washing over her. Reflecting on her arrival a year prior, when the place had been suffocated by desolation, she marveled at its transformation. Indeed, humanity is the most resilient of beings. While lost in thought, Yu Wei suddenly heard commotion from a distance. Soon, she saw someone entering from the outer courtyard. Bending to whisper to Meng Zhixing, "Young master, we have captured 3 individuals." In the next moment, Yu Wei witnessed Meng Zhixing lift his gaze, their eyes locking. Chapter 129. The divine maiden should ascend to the heavens. Yu Wei was aware that the city lord's residence had a dungeon, but this was her first visit. The dungeon resembled her expectations, a dim and oppressive place. However, contrary to her assumptions, it was unexpectedly clean. Noticing Yu Wei's surprise, Meng Zhixing couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you astonished that I brought you here?" "No, I'm surprised by how clean it is inside," Yu Wei replied, shaking her head. Meng Zhixing remarked, "If it weren't this clean, I wouldn't have brought you in." Yu Wei suddenly found this reasoning quite compelling. Although she considered herself unremarkable, both Meng Zhixing and Chu Huan, as well as He Baozi and Tai Zhu, treated her with a distinct regard. They certainly would not present her with anything excessively vile or dark, let alone extend an invitation for her to witness such things. Earlier on the road, Meng Zhixing had spoken to Yu Wei, who understood that during this banquet, they had apprehended a few unruly individuals. After capturing them, they did not make a fuss, but rather discreetly delivered them to the dungeon of the city lordess manor. Meng Zhixing had come to check on things after finishing his meal, and since Yu Wei appeared to be free, he invited her along. "So, did you already anticipate capturing a few individuals?" Yu Wei inquired. Meng Zhixing cleared his throat, feeling slightly guilty. "We prefer to be prepared." Yu Wei genuinely was not angry. She merely found it puzzling why these individuals could not be completely apprehended. Meng Zhixing chuckled softly. Perhaps they were once caught cleanly. But there will always be those who cannot resist temptation. Not everyone can withstand a lure. Yu Wei looked bewildered, but isn't Shilin kingdom unsuitable for them? Meng Zhixing paused, then quietly replied, "Who says these individuals must be swayed by Shilin kingdom?" Yu Wei's eyes widened as she realized. "Is it the emperor of Yuyan kingdom?" Meng Zhixing nodded and shook his head. "Not necessarily him, but likely individuals from their side. Being on the border has its drawbacks. Even if some individuals are placed in the imperial city, information will always have a delay. And after all, he has only spent 3 years in the capital. So his subordinates have not yet reached significant positions. In fact, when he was pursued last year, he already lost a wave of them. Therefore, it is already commendable that his remaining subordinates can relay some news back promptly." Yet, Meng Zhixing could discern much from this. He told Yu Wei, some harbor deep resentment towards Shilin kingdom and would not work for them. However, they do not possess the same aversion towards Yuyan kingdom. They perceive it as their own country and thus do not find their actions unacceptable. Yet for Qingke City, they are all traitors. Where is the distinction? Yu Wei understood, shaking her head in resignation as she spotted the captured individuals. To be honest, one of them looked rather familiar. It seemed he was among the first batch recruited into the Qingke army. Yu Wei recalled the faces of several from that group, as they were few in number and had received much kindness from her. She had provided them with a considerable amount of supplies, and with merely a few hundred of them, a half-pig could afford them 2 or 3 meals. Goddess, please save me." Upon seeing Yu Wei, the man immediately became excited, rushing forward to kneel before her, hoping she would assist him. Yu Wei lowered her gaze and asked him, "Why did you betray Yu Wei?" "Goddess, I did not betray the young lady. Please believe me." The man insisted, looking quite justified. I only sought to benefit the young lady. As a woman, she will eventually need to marry, and marrying into royalty is not a bad thing, is it? Yu Wei, forcing a smile, replied, should Yu Wei be grateful to you then? The man seemed embarrassed. That is unnecessary. I only wished for her well-being. Very well. Yu Wei laughed in exasperation. I was unaware that the rules of your army permitted underlings to dictate the actions of their commanders. Previously thinking this man was purely wicked, it turned out he was both foolish and venomous. Yu Wei turned to Meng Zhixing. Do not bring this man before Yu Wei. It would only disgust her. Meng Zhixing, equally disturbed, paused and suggested, shopkeeper, perhaps you should leave for now. Let him remain alone in his repulsiveness. It would be embarrassing if Yu Wei were also disgusted. Yu Wei waved her hand. Since I am here, let me see how you conduct your interrogation. Meng Zhixing tried to be tactful. Our methods may be somewhat extreme. Yu Wei considered this. Having grown up in a socialist environment, the ancient methods of torture were not something she could bear to witness. After all, even when watching dramas with her father about resisting oppression, she could hardly bear to see the heroes being tortured, knowing it was merely a performance. Therefore, after pondering, she inquired about the location of the interrogation room and proceeded to set up 3 cameras, ensuring every angle was captured. She reminded Meng Zhixing not to drop the cameras before departing. Once Yu Wei left, Meng Zhixing revealed a cold glint in his eyes. He coldly commanded, bring the individuals out. We should not waste the goddess's artifacts. Thus, it would not merely be an interrogation of those 3. In the end, Yu Wei did indeed retrieve the 3 cameras herself. Inside, it had already been cleaned, but being underground, the air circulation was poor, and she could still smell the metallic scent of blood. Yu Wei tried to suppress her thoughts on the source of the blood as she collected the cameras. Hastily making her way outside, Meng Zhixing walked slightly slower, and when he emerged, he found Yu Wei waiting for him, surprised. Why are you still here? I was waiting for you. Yu Wei could detect a hint of blood on Meng Zhixing as well, and offered him a piece of chocolate cake. Care for a bite? Meng Zhixing was puzzled but accepted it. Thank you. The chocolate cake, with its mildly bitter sweetness, was more to Meng Zhixing's liking than mere sugary sweetness. The piece was not large, and as they stood beneath the wall, finishing it, Yu Wei casually stored the remnants in her space. She then asked, feeling better? Meng Zhixing was taken aback. Why do you ask? Yu Wei, with a lollipop in her mouth, replied, I just sensed you were in a bad mood. After all, we came out together. If you were unhappy upon returning, I would feel responsible. Meng Zhixing chuckled lightly and sincerely said, Thank you. No need for thanks. We're friends after all. Yu Wei beamed brightly, giving him a thumbs up. Besides, I think you're incredibly impressive. Your perseverance and character are not qualities found in ordinary people. In the future, your good days are still ahead. The girl's smile was radiant. Meng Zhixing felt a weight within his heart lift slightly. If the goddess deemed him remarkable, did that not affirm his worth? The goddess truly was exceptional, but perhaps too exceptional. Meng Zhixing suppressed the fluttering feelings in his heart, displaying a smile. You are right. In the future, as my sister achieves success, I shall be a significant contributor, and surely there will be benefits for me. Yu Wei nodded, fully agreeing. Exactly. So be more confident and cheerful in the future. If you ever feel down, as long as I am in this world, you can always seek me out. And let us not forget, I have plenty of delicious food to share. After all, this was someone who had the courage to rise again, even after suffering severe injuries. Yu Wei's admiration was genuine. Meng Zhixing chuckled softly, replying affirmatively. All right. Yu Wei handed him some more candy. Let us go. If we don't return soon, Yu Wei will worry. Meng Zhixing lowered his gaze, slowly following behind her, allowing a small thought to quietly draw closer to her shadow. This was sufficient. A goddess should indeed remain exalted in the heavens. Chapter 130. The arrival of the fiancé, Qingyao Prefecture began to develop steadily. On the surface, they fashioned themselves into an impregnable fortress. Initially, a few individuals could still be bribed, but as time went on, no one would engage with them. Concurrently, several uprising factions unexpectedly gained a mysterious benefactor. This enigmatic benefactor imposed no other demands, but focused on providing them with provisions and other necessities, as well as offering suggestions. with the ultimate aim of elevating their status in the future. After all, they are merely lowly merchants without any notable reputation. If they could become imperial merchants in the future, that would be ideal. Those who are chosen tend to lack intellect or insight, yet possess an abundance of confidence. Upon hearing such words, they found themselves believing them. Moreover, with the presence of astute individuals nearby, they realized that not only had their lives improved, but also the territories they controlled were being well managed. They experienced the joys associated with cleverness, and since the selected individuals were not malevolent, their appointed agents quickly established a firm foothold. It must be said that although Meng Yu Wei and Meng Zhixing harbored some ulterior motives, they did not indulge in the vice of using innocents as stepping stones. Their assertion of sending aids was genuinely for the purpose of assistance. Were they to venture down a perilous path, they would lend a hand. Observing those with potential, they gradually relied on their appointed agents, leading to a subtle form of submission, which they ultimately incorporated into their fold. Of course, they did not divulge their true intentions. However, provisions, weaponry, talent, and education gradually improved. It was predominantly claimed that these were purchases. As for the sources of the goods, King Yazao has already gained a reputation for its fine offerings. Beehive coal and inexpensive paper, though not actively marketed, saw an increase in trade caravans. These caravans took away a significant amount of products from King Yazao, enhancing its reputation. Were it not for the presence of the Meng family army and the Qingke army, many would likely seek to seize a piece of the pie. It can only be said that having soldiers lends one a sense of strength. Regarding the emperor's reprimands about the sudden emergence of the Qingke army, Meng Qingshan simply drafted a response. The essence of his message conveyed: "My dear daughter is merely indulging in play. Surely, your majesty would not be so petty as to hold this against us." The Qingke army, composed of both men and women, lacks formal ranks and does not require provisions, as we do not engage in activities outside of King Yazao. It is merely a precaution against any advances from the Shilin kingdom. In truth, the emperor had not supplied provisions to the Meng family army for over a year. What would he do? He could only throw down documents, shatter teacups, and break various objects in frustration. As for severing ties with Meng Qingshan, he dared to do so last year, as there were no rebels within Yuyan kingdom. Now, with unrest brewing, even if the emperor were foolish, not all his ministers would be devoid of wisdom. The world had descended into chaos, and suppressing those unruly elements had consumed much of their energy, let alone pressuring the Meng family. Initially, when Meng Qingshan was attacked and went missing, they believed it was a deliberate act. However, upon his return, unharmed and without grave injuries, they began to suspect it was perhaps a self-staged event. But at that time, they dared not act. Now, they dared even less. Therefore, regarding the Qingke army, the emperor could merely issue a few edicts to scold them. But he dare not take real action. As for being scolded, that was hardly painful. Moreover, each reprimand became an opportunity for them to garner sympathy, highlighting how long it had been since the emperor had replenished the Meng family army's ranks or supplied provisions. The common folk, though uneducated and perhaps naive, understood the simple truth. The Meng family army were heroes, their protectors. When the Meng family army faced grievances, while they may not be able to protect them, at the very least, they would not hinder them. Thus, as the emperor continued his tirades, the reputations of the Meng family army and the Qingke army only flourished, particularly as news spread that King Yazao had taken in many refugees. Individuals who had once been separated from their families contemplated heading to King Yazao, which had become the safest and most peaceful place. Consequently, before Meng Yu Wei and her companions even commenced their plans, the population within their territory began to swell. With more people, the wasteland was being cultivated, and although they could not grow wheat or rice, they directly planted sweet potatoes and potatoes, as they had retained some seeds. Once these tasks were completed, they could assist in repairing city walls, houses, and constructing villages. There was no shortage of work. Yet, even in the vast expanse of King Yazao, only so many could be accommodated, as some areas remained inhospitable. After discussions, Meng Yu Wei and her group began recruiting soldiers within their territory. Unbeknownst to anyone, A portion of the Qingke army had quietly vanished. The rise of dynasties is splendid yet diverse, while their decline, upon closer examination, follows a familiar pattern. Yu Wei, noticing the locals donning cotton garments and a flurry of snowflakes descending, realized that winter had returned. She had spent nearly a year in this realm since her arrival. Even though a day here equated to merely an hour in the modern world, it had already been over 10 days. She found herself longing for home. However, glancing at the supplies in her possession, she sighed. It was best to remain patient. There were still resources to be consumed and tasks to attend to. It is essential to note that the studies of Xia Huai and Yu Chu were at a pivotal moment. After more than a year, she had finally laid a solid foundation in traditional Chinese medicine, and now was learning crucial knowledge. It was prudent to absorb as much as possible while resources were plentiful. She could endure a little longer. Moreover, she was uncertain how long it would be before Meng Jiwei's ascent to the throne. After all, she had been the one to elevate her to the position of empress. She wished to witness Meng Jiwei's coronation. Amidst these musings, Yu Wei managed to suppress her yearning for her family. However, remaining here was not without its advantages. Taking advantage of the time differential, she diligently practiced her internal energy daily, and her abilities had reached a level comparable to third-rate experts. According to their assessments, she possessed the equivalent of 10 years' worth of internal energy. When she attained 30 years of internal energy, she would be considered a second-rate expert, and 50 years would mark her as a first-rate expert. Regardless, Yu Wei was unaware of the origins of these standards. She only knew that Meng Jiwei was currently at a second-rate level, while Jing Lu and Xiao Yi had reached first-rate status. Oh, and Yu Chu was also at a third-rate level. Yu Wei later learned that Yu Chu was quite capable in combat. To this, Yu Chu remarked, "Do you think all those medicinal herbs I collected came from nowhere? I sought them myself. How could I amass such a collection without knowledge of pharmacology and martial arts?" Yu Wei responded, "So you, esteemed elder, only practiced a third rate for the sake of good medicine, just enough to protect yourself, correct?" However, according to Meng Jiwei, Yu Wei's internal energy, developed over the past decade, was extraordinarily high for her innate talent. Her year of practice equated to 2 or 3 years of effort by others renowned for their martial prowess, hence her classification as an extraordinary talent. Yu Wei felt her increasing internal energy manifest as a newfound lightness, enabling her to jump higher and farther, as well as an increase in strength. Additionally, she learned to wield hidden strength. Recently, the martial arts manuals collected by Meng Jiwei had greatly delighted Yu Wei. She diligently practiced those that piqued her interest, while merely skimming through those she found less appealing, just enough to grasp the basics. In summary, Yu Wei's life remained vibrant and bustling. Furthermore, she was relieved to see that Xiao Yi's health had gradually improved, though his foundational skills had suffered damage. He was in a better state than before and could slowly begin martial training. After all these years, Xiao Yi's sole remaining passion was martial arts. Even with his injuries, he was overjoyed to engage in training. Having spent ample time in Qingke City, Yu Wei included him in her activities, and Meng Jiwei and her companions recognized his value as a helper. Meng Jixing, in particular, noticed Yu Wei's care for Xiao Yi and made an effort to look after him as well. Over time, this led to subtle changes in Xiao Yi's character. At the very least, he no longer dismissed everything with indifference. He had developed a bond with others, particularly with Meng Jixing. Yu Wei felt a significant sense of relief. As soon as Meng Jiwei ascends to power, Meng Jixing will occupy the most unique position. Given their connection, Xiao Yi is akin to possessing a talisman that ensures immunity. As long as he refrains from engaging in treasonous acts, he is certain to live a life of tranquility. Following the first snowfall, the temperature at the border began to plummet once more. However, in comparison to last year, after cultivating a wave of cotton this year, they can now be self-sufficient in winter clothing. Furthermore, the frequent exchanges of the merchant caravans have enriched the entire King Yazao. In the span of just 1 year, aside from their own consumption and trade with Shilin Kingdom, Meng Jiwei has also stockpiled a considerable amount of grain. Due to the cultivation of potatoes, they managed to harvest twice this year. Consequently, Meng Jiwei hinted that they might take action next year. However, before the snow reached Yu Wei's knees, she received news that Meng Jiwei's fiancé had arrived. Chapter 131. The young pup Yu Wei had never met Meng Jiwei as fiancé, who existed solely in her imagination based on hearsay. She had heard Meng Jiwei mention how they had used this information to ensnare the emperor, yet she never anticipated meeting this fiancé herself. Of course, this fiancé was not seeking Yu Wei. He was there for Meng Jiwei. He appeared quite disheveled, as if he had endured significant hardships. It was Lin Qingqing who discreetly shared this information with Yu Wei. Yu Wei, intrigued, asked, even if her fiancé has come, "Why did you seek me out?" Lin Qingqing pursed her lips and, after a long pause, whispered, "I just don't like that person." Yu Wei replied, "Why?" She cleared her throat and softly responded, "It's not necessary for you to like him. It's enough that Jiwei does. Besides, even if Meng Jiwei doesn't like him, it doesn't matter. He is merely a fiancé. She will still be the empress. While she may not indulge in a harem of 3,000 handsome men, having a few charming and intelligent men around is quite normal." However, upon seeing the gloom on Lin Qingqing's face, Yu Wei recalled her admiration for Meng Jiwei and, having browsed through numerous online narratives, developed a somewhat skewed conjecture. She gently reminded, "Qingqing, Jiwei has her own life. It wouldn't be wise for you to harbor excessive possessiveness over her." "What possessiveness?" Lin Qingqing was puzzled. "I simply don't like that person. I believe Jinglu Ge is more suited for Meng Jie." Yu Wei was taken aback. Thus, it seemed she had misunderstood, feeling a flush rise to her cheeks. Yu Wei quickly shifted the focus of the conversation, asking, "So do you think he is unattractive, has a bad character, or is there something wrong with him?" "I don't know." Lin Qingqing lamented, striving to convince herself. "Perhaps I just don't like him appearing under the title of Meng Jie's fiancé. Meng Jie certainly doesn't need a fiancé right now. A woman's identity is inherently sensitive. Having an additional fiancé may lead to misguided thoughts from others. Moreover, can this fiancé truly accept Meng Jiwei's transformation?" Previously, even when Meng Jiwei was praised for her boldness, it was within the confines of societal expectations for women. The current situation is entirely different. Yu Wei understood. "You are actually concerned for Jiwei, aren't you?" Lin Qingqing nodded, emphasizing, "I still feel that his arrival at this time is somewhat strange. He might bring trouble with him." At that moment, Lin Qingqing was unaware that her words held a prophetic weight. Yu Wei, influenced by Lin Qingqing's remarks, became curious about Meng Jiwei's fiancé. Therefore, when Meng Jiwei visited the following day without her fiancé, Yu Wei turned back to inquire, "You truly did not bring your fiancé with you?" "No." Meng Jiwei shook her head, chuckling. "Why are you suddenly interested in my fiancé? Is it not curiosity?" Yu Wei retorted, "I genuinely have no idea what kind of person would be worthy of you." Meng Jiwei laughed. "I'm even more uncertain about who could be worthy of you." Yu Wei touched her nose, feeling shy to admit that she was once an ordinary university student, just another face in the crowd. It was only after acquiring a system that she began to stand out. However, who said that a lucky break could not be considered talent? After all, one must have good fortune. Noticing Yu Wei's curiosity about her fiancé, Meng Jiwei proposed, "How about I bring him along to the hot pot gathering in a couple of days?" Initially, she had not intended to bring him, but upon reflection, it seemed a good idea to let Yu Wei see him. Yu Wei nodded in agreement. "Sounds good." After a pause, she couldn't help but ask, "Did he come specifically to find you?" Meng Jiwei did not conceal the truth. "Not exactly. He is seeking refuge and has come to me for help." Yu Wei was taken aback. To be engaged to the Meng family, his background must be quite remarkable. How did he end up in such a predicament? Seeing Yu Wei's confusion, Meng Jiwei elaborated. Her fiancé's name was Zhang Chengfeng, and the Zhang family was indeed a significant family, primarily known for their integrity. Moreover, the Zhang family had a custom that dictated no concubines could be taken until the age of 40 without children. Meng Jiangjun had facilitated the connection, as the Zhang family held the Meng family in high regard. Although they considered the Meng family somewhat brash, they respected their contributions in guarding the borders. They might have doubted whether a Meng woman could fulfill the role of a matriarch, but they sincerely sought a marriage with their legitimate second son, who was reputed to be a prodigy, handsome, and intelligent. Meng Jiangjun believed that the second son would be a suitable match. Thus, a verbal engagement was established. However, Meng Jiangjun insisted that once they matured and had met and interacted, they would formalize the engagement, which is why the imperial court remained unaware of Meng Jiwei's fiancée. Had they known, they would have granted a decree to bestow a marriage upon him. Now, Zhang Qingfeng had come to Meng Jiwei because his branch had fallen into calamity. His father and brother had been captured by his uncle, and he had narrowly escaped when he accidentally rolled down a mountain while fleeing. With no other options, he sought help from Meng Jiwei. Quite fortunate. Indeed, Yu Wei remarked. Meng Jiwei smiled. Perhaps someone orchestrated his arrival. Yu Wei responded, puzzled, what do you mean? Meng Jiwei replied with a hint of detachment. After all, the news of my fiancé's existence had only recently spread, and he arrived almost immediately. How can one dismiss such a coincidence? Yu Wei sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared, yet the pivotal question remained. So, will you take charge? Of course I will, Meng Jiwei replied with a subtle smile. After all, that is my former fiancé's family, and the Zhang family has many talented individuals. Not to mention, both my fiancé and his elder brother are exceptional talents, supported by their lineage. If I could attract them, Meng Jiwei's eyes sparkled with ambition. All right, Yu Wei conceded. That is a true empress's mindset. As long as they are talented, she need not fear the trouble, for they will work for her. When the hot pot gathering arrived 2 days later, Yu Wei met the fiancé, satisfying her curiosity while marveling at how youthful he appeared. At merely 18 or 19, he indeed possessed a fair complexion and charming features, embodying the essence of a scholarly gentleman. His slender figure donned a scholarly robe that exuded an air of refinement, complete with a dimple when he smiled, an appearance that easily endears him to others. Yu Wei mused that if this young man were to be transported to the modern world, he would undoubtedly be showered with affection from the older sisters. In a moment of distraction, Yu Wei beckoned them. Come, sit down. Please eat freely. Do not hold back. Zhang Qingfeng glanced at Meng Jiwei and, upon receiving a nod from her, approached Yu Wei with a bashful smile. With both hands, he respectfully presented a box, saying, Goddess, this is a token of gratitude for me. I hope you will accept it. Yu Wei, puzzled, asked, a token of gratitude? Zhang Qingfeng pressed his lips together, replying, Thank you for coming and preventing the invasion of Shilin Kingdom. I'm also grateful for your presence here, which has safeguarded the border and ensured the safety of General Meng and Miss Meng. I have a request to make. His words were rather intriguing. Seeing his determination, Yu Wei accepted the box, saying, All right, I will accept it. Have you eaten from his pot? If not, you should consult Ji Wei about what to eat. Zhang Qingfeng, understanding the hint, held back his words and responded, Okay. Chapter 132. Return after the hot pot. Zhang Qingfeng quietly followed Yu Wei and Meng Jiwei to a nearby grocery store. Yu Wei led them to a small supermarket that specialized in fruits and vegetables. She casually pulled out 3 stools and said, Let us sit and talk. Meng Jiwei was relaxed, while Zhang Qingfeng appeared tense. They took their seats beside and opposite Yu Wei, with Zhang Qingfeng feeling even more anxious as he sat across from her. He stole glances at Meng Jiwei, as if her presence granted him the courage to discuss the matters at hand with Yu Wei. Yu Wei did not rush him, but patiently awaited his words. After a considerable pause, he finally gathered his thoughts and whispered to Yu Wei, Goddess, I have decided to transcribe all the books in my family and donate a copy. Yu Wei raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't this be a matter you discuss with someone else? Although the library was my suggestion, I didn't involve myself much in its construction or implementation. I understand. Zhang Qingfeng clenched his fists. I wish to express my sincerity and request your permission to purchase some medicine to take back for certain individuals. Yu Wei inquired with skepticism. Who instructed you to buy the medicine? Or was it your own decision? It was them who asked me to buy it. Zhang Qingfeng admitted honestly. They also wanted the prescription, but knowing my limitations, they only requested that I bring back 100 pills. Yu Wei nodded in understanding. I can sell them to you. It's not just for your sake, but also for Ji Wei's. Since she brought you here, it implies she has some plans in mind. Thank you, goddess. Zhang Qingfeng expressed his gratitude, visibly moved. Miss Meng was right. You are exceptionally kind and will not deny my request. Yu Wei waved her hand. Here are the medicines. Take them. I'm not counting them. Just make sure you have enough. Zhang Chengfeng received the medicine with care, nodding earnestly. All right. After obtaining the medicine, Zhang Chengfeng did not linger for long and departed. However, while he arrived alone, he returned with companions, the most significant of whom was Jing Lu. Yu Wei sighed, observing the mist outside. I wonder when they will return. The snow is heavy in winter. Traveling may prove difficult. They might not be back until next year, as it will take time to resolve matters over there. Yu Wei turned to Meng Jiwei. You could have gone with them, you know. The Zhang family is located in Jiangnan, where the climate is more pleasant. You would be more comfortable. I'm fine. Meng Jiwei smiled and asked, how long do you plan to stay here? I'm not sure. Perhaps 2 to 3 months, or even 4 to 5 months. Yu Wei calculated, but could not provide a definite answer. Meng Jiwei murmured, a few months, huh? What? Yu Wei did not catch that. Meng Jiwei chuckled. Will you come back next time? Of course. I still have unfinished business, Yu Wei replied enthusiastically. I want to see you conquer the Yuyan kingdom and even the other 2 kingdoms until you reach the other side of the ocean and become a world power. She thought mischievously, especially about the 8 particular nations she intended to mark for early eradication, particularly on certain days. She wished she could bring back artillery to obliterate them. Calm down, she reminded herself. The situations on both sides may not be identical. Regardless, if I wish to avoid invasion, I should first invade elsewhere. Yu Wei ultimately returned in April of the following year. By that time, the snow had melted, and she brought back a warehouse filled with 250 square meters of oil, along with various iron and copper ores newly discovered in Qingyao Prefecture. Upon seeing the modern architecture outside, Yu Wei felt a sense of disorientation. You're back. A familiar voice called from behind. Turning, she saw Ruan Jiaoyang and Hang Haoyan. Having not seen them for over a year, though they had not changed much, Yu Wei felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Xia Huai was in slightly better condition than her, with a paler complexion, nodding at the two. Ruan Jiaoyang stepped forward. We had no idea you were returning at this time. Should I call Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu to come over? I'll go back, Yu Wei replied, unable to resist the urge to see her parents after a year and more apart. Ruan Jiaoyang hesitated but did not stop her. Thus, Yu Wei boarded the car and returned home. Her father and mother were not at work. They spent their days tending to their garden. Besides their rooftop, which they had been allotted for planting, they also had a significant area in the yard outside. When Yu Wei arrived home, they were busy turning the soil on the first floor. Dad, Mom. Suddenly hearing her voice, they were momentarily stunned. When they turned around, Yu Wei had already rushed over, hugging them tightly. Dad, Mom, I've missed you so much. Hey, we're covered in dirt. Wait a moment, don't get too close. Her father and mother quickly said. Yu Wei dismissed their concerns. It's fine. I'll just take a shower later. I've been away for a year and a half. Don't you miss me? Her parents' hearts softened instantly. How can we not miss you? Over a year has passed there, and it's been more than half a month here. If we hadn't kept ourselves busy, we wouldn't know how to get through this time, they admitted. Even though they knew Yu Wei had the support of a system and a supermarket, they still felt fear for her well-being. However, they would not express these worries to her. Being the one to venture into another world and be away from family for such an extended period was her choice. As parents, they only wished to comfort her. All right, you're back, and that's what matters. Her mother gently patted Yu Wei's back. We know our daughter is engaged in important work. There's no need to worry about us. After you have finished reading about us, you may attend to your own matters. Return to accompany us once you are done. Yu Wei's eyes glistened with a hint of sadness as she playfully pleaded, Please, can you accompany me, Mom and Dad? Chapter 133, A Desire to Accomplish More Ultimately. Under Yu Wei's charming antics, her father and mother accompanied her to the health examination room. It was merely a checkup, nothing too private, and after the examination, Yu Wei did not rush to other places but instead returned home with her parents for a good rest. It was only upon waking the next day that she took the items from her space to the designated location. After more than half a month away, Yu Wei had given the medicine and treatment plan provided by Yu Chu to Xia Huai the previous day for delivery to the base. In addition to the medicine, various recordings and documentation had also been sent over, and even the supermarket storage had been cleared out. Today, Yu Wei intended to deliver the remaining items from her space. During this period, the base had relocated from the outskirts to near the supermarket, which had become a hub of activity, filled with military personnel and researchers. This area was now regarded as the safest place in the city. After emptying her space, Yu Wei filled out a form, primarily to select the items she wished to bring next time. Once she completed her tasks, she returned to her parents' side, having missed them dearly during her extended absence. In fact, she chose online classes to stay close to them. Fortunately, Professor Zhang and the others were understanding and did not mind her absence from in-person attendance. However, during the first 2 days of her return, her parents were quite enamored with her presence. Yet by the 4th day, her mother, noticing Yu Wei trailing behind her like a shadow, glared at her after nearly colliding for the 3rd time. "What are you doing? Have you nothing to do now that you're back? I knew you would just cause trouble here. Hurry and attend to your own affairs." "My task is to keep you company, Mom," Yu Wei retorted playfully. Her mother replied curtly, "I do not require your company. I have plenty of vegetables to tend to and no time for play. Off you go." Yu Wei, feeling a twinge of disappointment, pondered, "Has it only been a short time? Am I no longer my mother's favorite?" Her mother confirmed with a dismissive wave, "Indeed. Weren't you supposed to be training? Now hurry along, return for dinner and sleep." Yu Wei had no choice but to acquiesce. Turning back reluctantly, she found no sign of her mother wanting her to stay. Thus, she made her way to engage in sparring. Alone against a group, during her time in the ancient realm, she had little else to do but practice martial arts daily. Not to mention, her internal strength far surpassed others, and having trained for over a year with a master, her proficiency was unmatched. They all practiced the same external techniques, yet the outcome was merely a matter of who could endure against Yu Wei longer. After defeating a number of opponents, she switched to another batch. After 5 rounds, drenched in sweat, she left a trail of defeated individuals behind her. The soldiers she faced were undeniably talented, yet now they questioned their own genius as they struggled against a single individual. Were they not all training in the same ancient martial arts? How was it that she seemed to possess an extraordinary advantage? Unaware of their thoughts, Yu Wei emerged invigorated, while others began to clean up the fallen. After refreshing herself with a shower and changing clothes, she returned to her supermarket. The once empty space had been replenished in no time. Although she had spent the past few days with her mother, she had not been idle. As her space was now nearly full, the items she sought had already been delivered. This time, she carried fewer miscellaneous items, primarily documentation and certain instruments that could not be produced in the ancient era. They had also gathered all materials from the steam era for Yu Wei to take back. The focus was on documentation, enabling Meng Jiwei to lay the groundwork for future developments. The urgency stemmed from Yu Wei's intuition. "I feel that I may only be able to traverse to the past 1 or 2 more times." This subtle instinct, difficult to articulate, was accepted by both Yu Wei and Zhang Zhonghua. Additionally, Yu Wei received good news. The individual she had sent blood samples to the other world had been saved. The combination of modern medicine and ancient Chinese medicine had successfully resolved the previously daunting poison. Furthermore, Yu Wei's space had expanded to 20,000 cubic units, with 2,000 units reserved for her personal use, allowing her to bring whatever she desired. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, she intended to remain until Meng Jiwei ascended as empress. After careful consideration, she opted to bring some medicinal items that could not be crafted in the ancient era, a variety of food and fruits, and a selection of powerful weapons as a backup. Finally, she set aside seeds, specifically for Meng Jiwei, encompassing trees, flowers, fruits, and grains, anything she could find. She also gathered a substantial amount of medicinal herb seeds. By the conclusion of the 7th day, Yu Wei, with her space and supermarket brimming, once again traversed to the other realm. As dawn broke, the sun just peeking over the horizon. The modern world was in late autumn while the other world enjoyed early summer, with temperatures similar enough to avoid a wardrobe change. Yu Wei alongside Xiaohuai opened the supermarket door and waved to Yun Jiao, who was waiting outside. Jiao. Yun Jiao hurried over, her smile radiant. "Shopkeeper, you have returned. Has anything happened during your absence?" "No," Yu Wei replied. "Only Xiao left 3 days ago, mentioning some business that might take 5 days. Yu Wei nodded in understanding. "All right, I see." Yun Jiao quickly entered to start tidying up. The other children followed suit, eager to assist, observing their industriousness. Yu Wei propped her chin on her hand. How are your classes? We attend class every evening and take it very seriously, Yun Jiao affirmed earnestly. Yu Wei nodded approvingly. Good. Focus on your studies, save your earnings. Having some wealth will safeguard you. Although her intentions were caring, Yun Jiao's expression suddenly shifted. Hesitant, she looked to Yu Wei and quietly asked, Why do you say that, shopkeeper? Are you leaving soon? Not for a while. If I were to leave, I would certainly inform you in advance, Yu Wei reassured with a smile. Yet, Yun Jiao remained only slightly comforted, her lips pressed together as she murmured, I understand. However, her spirits remained low. She was well aware that as a goddess, Yu Wei could not remain indefinitely. But why so soon? Why did it feel like she would depart again? Disappointment welled up within Yun Jiao. Just then, a small cake appeared before her, palm-sized, exquisite, and exuding an enticing aroma. Don't be disheartened. Here, enjoy something delicious to lift your spirits. Upon looking up, Yun Jiao was met with Yu Wei's beaming face. Realizing she had been cheered up, the young girl blushed. Stammering, she said, I didn't mean to. I was just calling everyone to join in. I prepared enough for all of you. Yu Wei smiled. This time, I brought a lot of delicious treats. Tonight, we shall have a special feast. Yun Jiao paused, then smiled shyly. All right. The goddess would eventually leave, and she should not ask for more. She only wished to do a little more for her. Chapter 134. Go. Aid the king. At this point, Yu Wei's presence in Qingke City held little significance for the chaotic state of the Yu Yin kingdom. Qingyaozhou has long been occupied, with its citizens leading a stable life, and everything progressing in an orderly manner. The additional information brought by Yu Wei seemed somewhat premature and was not yet needed. After consulting Yu Wei, Meng Jiwei decided to leave it with her instead of taking it away. The instruments, aside from those related to oil, were also stored with Yu Wei for the time being, as they could not be studied yet. The summer heat was intense, but Meng Jiwei and her group had stored quite a bit of ice. With ample electricity on Yu Wei's side, she managed to freeze many ice blocks daily, ensuring that no one lacked ice. Furthermore, the watermelon seeds given by Yu Wei earlier in the year had thrived, yielding a considerable harvest. Although they were not as large as modern watermelons, they were still quite satisfactory. Yu Wei was eager to taste these watermelons, which had been grown without pesticides or chemical fertilizers, to see if they would be more delicious. Additionally, the grapevines she specifically brought had been planted last year and were now bearing fruit. A large grape trellis had been erected in the neighboring yard, adorned with clusters of grapes, each the size of a thumb and growing splendidly, though their size meant they were fewer in number. Nevertheless, there was enough to eat. As the weather grew hotter, the watermelons ripened first. While modern watermelons can reach sizes larger than basketballs, these were only half that size, weighing around 6 or 7 pounds. As soon as the knife touched the skin, the watermelon cracked open, revealing its crispness. The sweet aroma of the watermelon wafted through the air. Without any hesitation, Yu Wei took the more intact half and began scooping it out with a spoon. She called over Yun Jiao to cut the remaining half so they could share it. One bite brought Yu Wei immense satisfaction. She had chosen excellent seeds, and the watermelons had been nurtured well. Although the winters here were cold, the spring and summer sun were splendid, producing perfectly sweet watermelons. She devoured her half in one go, ensuring that the leftover rind was not carelessly discarded. In the neighboring yard, Aunt Qian and her family raised 2 pigs and 5 chickens, and the watermelon rind was excellent for feeding them. After finishing the watermelon, Yu Wei immediately told Yun Jiao to buy more, urging that any extra ripe ones should be brought back. After a pause, she inquired if Yun Jiao could select them. I can't, Yun Jiao laughed, revealing her small white teeth. But it doesn't matter. They all know I'm buying for you, so they will choose ripe ones for me. Yu Wei felt reassured. Many people in Qingke City were growing watermelons, and upon learning that Yu Wei wanted to buy, they brought their larger and more beautiful fruits to her without requiring Yun Jiao to collect them one by one. Some even refused payment, but Yu Wei insisted, and they ultimately accepted the money, allowing her to acquire numerous watermelons, which she stored in her space. Additionally, she suspended several watermelons in the well water next door. These chilled watermelons were refreshing without freezing one's teeth, enhancing the sweetness of the fruit. Everything was perfectly arranged. After savoring the watermelons chilled in well water, Yu Wei began freezing her own daily. Each day, she froze several, keeping aside one or two for consumption, while the rest were stored. When the grapes ripened, she collected them from various places. Surprisingly, neither watermelons nor grapes were sold outside Qingke City. Aside from internal consumption, Yu Wei had monopolized the harvest. Of course, they all kept seeds for future planting. The remaining seeds were carefully collected, with plans to plant more for Yu Wei next year. The same went for the grapes. Seeing Yu Wei's delight, everyone prepared to plant a few poles in their yards, anticipating an abundant grape harvest in a couple of years. Summer swiftly passed. As the watermelon vines withered and even the seeds were harvested, autumn arrived. The wheat in the fields transformed from green to a bountiful golden hue, and the extensive fields of potatoes and sweet potatoes had already yielded a significant harvest, with a second batch of potatoes even planted. During the harvest, everyone felt immense joy. Though tiring, they relished the hard work, especially with the Qingke army assisting them. With this wave of wheat harvested, all fields would be sown with a second crop of potatoes. After a busy half-month, everything was completed just before the rain. The crops that needed harvesting were gathered. Those that required drying had been dried, and the fields that needed tilling were already replanted. This year, with abundant seeds and additional cleared land, the harvest was even greater. The supply of potato seeds to every village in Qingyao Zhou left Meng Jiwei astonished upon hearing the total yield, despite her mental preparation. Excluding the amount traded with Shilin Kingdom, their stored grain and tax surplus filled several warehouses. Not to mention, there would be another wave during winter. It is important to note that their tax rates were quite low, currently at 30%, but they were only collecting 10%. This leniency was due to everyone just starting to settle down and facing hardships, and Meng Jiwei had no intention of exploiting them. The same applied to the wheat. Previously, the self-sourced wheat seeds yielded around 200 to 300 pounds per mu, which was considered a good harvest. Now, thanks to Yu Wei's superior seeds, even under average field conditions, they yielded at least 300 to 400 pounds, and in some cases, even 700 to 800 pounds. This meant their harvest had at least doubled or tripled. After paying the 10% tax, they could not only keep enough grain for themselves, but also sell a substantial amount. It's noteworthy that they were not only growing wheat, they also cultivated potatoes, which yielded a minimum of 1300 to 1400 pounds per mu. Meng Jiwei purchased these grains at slightly below market price, allowing the citizens to earn silver while avoiding exorbitant costs for external purchases. Of course, the batch Meng Jiwei bought was solely for military provisions. Another batch intended for trade with Shilin Kingdom was to be handled by Lin Qingqing and young Master Wang, priced at market rates. After all, selling food to Shilin Kingdom commanded at least double the market price. Ensuring her people did not suffer losses was only fair. With an ample supply of food, Meng Jiwei was poised to take action externally. Since Yu Wei first arrived in this world, 2 years had passed. Meng Jiwei had transformed from an orphan into a leader who commanded the respect and loyalty of the Meng family army. Aside from Meng Qingshan, she was the most admired figure among them. Now, Meng Qingshan had made clear his intentions for the succession, recognizing Meng Jiwei as the future leader, even following her guidance. Some within the Meng family army had begun to sense the shift. However, there were still dissenters. Yet, neither Meng Jiwei nor Meng Qingshan openly acknowledged the matter. Even if they wished to express their thoughts, they found it difficult to articulate. More importantly, the situation in Yuyin Kingdom was chaotic. Aside from the emperor and Meng Jiwei, there were various factions, and even excluding the fleeting rebel forces, 5 factions remained, with the weakest controlling 5 cities. Furthermore, the emperor was utterly hesitant to deploy troops. His most trusted force was the Hulong Guard surrounding the imperial city, comprising 50,000 troops. As the rebels encroached upon various regions of Yuyin Kingdom, they seemed to have developed an unspoken understanding, refraining from attacking each other for the time being. However, after a period of tranquility, some were poised to strike. For one individual was now a solitary figure, seeking vengeance for the loss of all his kin at the hands of the emperor. Meng Jiwei contemplated the situation, smiling lightly as she turned to Meng. Ji Xing, shall we go together this time, brother? A cold glimmer flickered in Meng Ji Xing's eyes. Of course, I shall establish my own name. Chapter 135. The call to arms. Sometimes it is unnecessary to ponder whether the sovereign truly requires support. In any case, compared to the insurgents, Meng Jiwei and her cohort appeared to be publicly aligned with the emperor. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the emperor harbors trust in them. However, the items he has cast aside clearly indicate his skepticism. Nevertheless, does his belief or disbelief make any difference? Meng Jiwei is indifferent, as are her companions. Although Qingyao Zhou is not in close proximity to the imperial city, the army's advance is swift, taking merely a little over 10 days to reach the capital. With 100,000 troops at the city's gates, despite their professed loyalty, it is evident how anxious the emperor must feel. Meng Jiwei's call to arms is merely the beginning. Gradually, others have also declared their intent to support the sovereign. The atmosphere in the imperial city is tumultuous, rife with complex factions that would deter ordinary individuals from attempting to intervene. Yu Wei stands guard in the supermarket, gazing at her task with a resigned sigh. Task 10, Trade 5, 873, 210 times. As time progresses, the task grows increasingly daunting. This is still manageable, as the citizens of Qinke City have become accustomed to purchasing small items from her, accumulating over time. Were it not for the incomplete nature of this task, Yu Wei would have joined Meng Jiwei to witness the events firsthand. Fortunately, Meng Jixing has brought along a camera and a video recorder, as well as several high-capacity memory cards, assuring her of ample documentation. Even if he lacks time to film, it is of no concern. Yu Wei would not place all her eggs in one basket. She has also sent Xiao Yilong, as well as Chu Huan, who departed before the army set off. They serve as her recording partners. Lin Qingqing and the others are still engaged in developing the rear, acquiring information about the imperial city solely through the intelligence they receive. For instance, once the troops supporting the emperor arrive outside the capital, their strategic positions differ due to the order of their arrival. Naturally, Meng Jiwei occupies the most advantageous position. Furthermore, she commands the largest contingent among the loyalists. Although the emperor reluctantly acknowledges their intentions, he has provided no provisions, leaving them to fend for themselves. Anticipating this, Meng Jiwei has brought ample supplies, having taken over 10 days on the journey. Yet, some were caught unprepared, forced to procure food at the last moment, which appeared rather awkward. The openly rebellious factions have also begun to falter, primarily intimidated by Meng Jiwei's Qinke army. Whether intentional or not, Meng Jiwei and her troops have maneuvered past several factions, their disciplined Qinke army standing in stark contrast to the disorganized rebel forces. Within the imperial city, the emperor has been in a state of fury for days. As the number of incoming troops increases, his anxiety escalates. Eventually, he heeds the counsel of a senior eunuch and issues an edict. Since they claim to be loyalists and seek such recognition, they shall not directly assault the capital. Instead, they will be dispatched to confront other insurgents, thereby depleting their strength. The emperor finds this reasoning sound. Thus, he issues a decree directing them to engage the rebellious factions, labeling them as traitors. Others are less enthusiastic, as they came with the intention of striking at the very heart of the issue. However, Meng Jiwei is eager to comply. She is the first to act, leveraging her numbers to divide her forces into three and head directly for the positions of the three insurgent groups. Yu Wei contemplates and asks Lin Qingqing, if I recall correctly, these three are the ones you have been supporting, right? They have backed 7 or 8 rebel factions in total. The rest have either been too cruel, too foolish, or too arrogant, ultimately meeting their demise. Only these 3 remain, now entirely under their control. Thus, Meng Jiwei's willingness to heed the decree stems from their painstakingly cultivated influence, which must not fall into the hands of others. This time, Meng Jiwei does not exhibit extraordinary prowess. She engages in a tug-of-war with the 3 insurgent factions, exchanging blows. As her forces have split into 3, no one perceives anything amiss, especially since the rebels occupy the advantageous terrain and boast considerable numbers. Moreover, it is understood that Yu Wei does not command the Meng family army. They are aware of this fact. How formidable can a freshly trained army be after merely 2 years? Their initial concerns prove to be wholly unfounded. Gradually, others begin to triumph over the insurgents. Of course, the territories previously held by the rebels become theirs. Upon learning of this, the emperor destroys a considerable amount of property in his rage. Once some individuals have freed their hands, they attempt to target Yu Wei's objectives, but she swiftly thwarts their efforts. In fact, she seizes control of the 3 insurgent factions almost concurrently. To the outside world, she reports some minor losses, yet in reality, neither the Qingke army nor the insurgents have sustained any damage. It is only after Yu Wei secures these 3 locations that others realize the strategic significance of these sites. One location directly connects to Qingyao, establishing a pathway to the imperial city. The other 2 are vital economic points. One features the largest river, while the other is in proximity to Huaguo. However, having captured the cities, they hesitate to provoke Yu Wei, although they may dismiss the fledgling Qingke army. The Meng family army is still in play. It is said that over the past 2 years, the Meng family army has spontaneously recruited soldiers, having once dwindled to 60 or 70,000, now bolstered to 150,000. This suggests that many of those they once scorned have sought refuge in Qingyao and subsequently enlisted, correct? Many now harbor regrets. They seem to have inadvertently facilitated the population growth in Qingyao, resulting in the formidable army they now fear to confront. Yet, how can Qingyao sustain such a vast populace? Were it not for the numerous individuals sent who either disappeared or were intercepted, they would not find themselves in such a quandary. The troops rallying to support the sovereign do not converge directly near the imperial city. Instead, they recuperate at the locations they have conquered. At this juncture, another edict from the emperor arrives, essentially praising their resolution of the situation and announcing a celebratory banquet in their honor. The edict explicitly states that they are permitted to bring 20 individuals into the imperial city. Although Yu Wei outwardly displays no reaction upon receiving the edict, she swiftly discards it onto the ground, scoffing at the emperor's cowardice for imposing such a limit of merely 20 people, as if he believes that fewer numbers would tilt the odds in his favor. Meng Zhixing casually approaches, seemingly unintentionally stepping on the edict. Do not let your guard down. He is not to be underestimated, but there are others to consider. His downfall was not solely due to the emperor. The emperor was merely a catalyst. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashes in Yu Wei's eyes. I know, brother. I will not spare any of those individuals. Meng Zhixing replies coolly, leave those to me, observing the resolve etched on her brother's face. Yu Wei suppresses her wrath. Very well. Brother, let us proceed to the imperial city at once. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Chapter 136. The Imperial Banquet. As Yu Wei and her companions make their way to the imperial city, others also embark on their journeys, each harboring their own confidence, unafraid of being suppressed by the emperor. In simpler terms, those who dare to rise in support of the sovereign at this juncture must possess their own hidden strengths. Publicly, they have indeed brought only 20 individuals, but who knows what lies beneath the surface. Yu Wei and her group are uniformly assigned to the relay station. Even though a portion of them resided within the imperial city, they were still hastily arranged together. The term hastily arranged is certainly not misplaced. Despite the spaciousness of the imperial city's post station, they were still allocated to share accommodations, with even a single courtyard hosting 2 groups of people. The courtyard occupied by Yu Wei and her companions was shared with another esteemed family. Yu Wei was unfamiliar with them, and they had not encountered her before. However, they were aware of her reputation, as she was the sole female leader among the numerous loyalists in this endeavor. Yet, what piqued their interest was not Yu Wei as a female leader, but rather Meng Zhixing, Master Meng. A young man from across the courtyard expressed evident surprise upon seeing Meng Zhixing. Meng Zhixing turned to glance at him and nodded slightly. Yusan Gongzi. Yusan blurted out, didn't they say you? he abruptly halted, suppressing his words and coughing several times before stating, "Apologies, I was merely taken aback. It is good to see you unharmed." However, Yusan was left even more perplexed. If Meng Zhixing was present, why was Meng Jiwei the one receiving accolades? Was he deliberately paving the way for his younger sister? Meng Zhixing nodded slightly. "I may trouble you in the coming days. As long as you do not find us a nuisance, there is no animosity between us, and it would be quite agreeable to coexist here for a few days. Wouldn't it?" Meng Zhixing smiled. "I sincerely hope so." A consensus was reached, and they proceeded to divide the rooms among themselves. Nevertheless, despite the spaciousness of the courtyards, the number of rooms was limited. After allocating 7 rooms, Meng Jiwei found herself alone in one, while Meng Zhixing shared a room with Xiao Yi. Others were grouped together in 3s or 4s, residing with familiar companions. The arrangement was similar for the others across the courtyard. Once the rooms were set, the occupants from the opposite side departed, claiming they wished to explore. In contrast, Meng Jiwei's group remained composed within the post station, seemingly quite obedient. The emperor had permitted their entry, but had not summoned them, at least not publicly. They had been neglected for 6 or 7 days, with no audience forthcoming. Initially, this was of little concern to anyone, yet as time passed, some began to grow restless. They sent messages to the emperor, hoping for a prompt meeting. Yet, the emperor consistently evaded their requests. Even Yu San, who had grown familiar with Meng Jiwei and her companions, lamented, "Is he trying to keep us here indefinitely? After all, we are meritorious subjects." All were cunning individuals, aware that even if their intentions were dubious, their words now bore a veneer of righteousness. Meng Jiwei smiled. "We are but subjects. Must we not heed the emperor?" Yu San chuckled. "Miss Meng is quite amusing." Meng Jiwei offered no response. "Thank you for your compliment." Yu San seemed to lose interest in the topic, inquiring, "Speaking of which, is it true that a divine maiden has emerged at the border?" Indeed, Meng Jiwei's gaze softened suddenly. Yu San looked at her in surprise, aware that despite her seemingly pleasant demeanor, she had been aloof in their recent interactions. Yet, upon mentioning the divine maiden, her defenses seemed to fade. Yu San's curiosity was piqued. "May I inquire what kind of person the divine maiden is? How could I possibly assess the divine maiden?" Meng Jiwei shook her head, pausing before adding, "Yet, it is thanks to her that we have the present King Niuzhao." Yu San's expression deepened momentarily. He smiled. "I wonder if I will have the chance to meet the divine maiden?" "You shall." Meng Jiwei suddenly laughed. "Perhaps soon. The divine maiden will arrive here." Yu San's face brightened. "That would be splendid." However, upon returning to his chamber after parting ways with Meng Jiwei, he was met by his lord, and his demeanor turned grave. "My lord, if the divine maiden arrives, it may prove detrimental to us. The divine maiden is merely a means to gather support." His lord dismissed the concern, seemingly unconcerned. If a divine maiden truly existed, why would she not come at this moment? With her decree, we would be beyond reproach. Yet, Yu San sensed otherwise. Feeling it was more likely they wished to shield the divine maiden from entanglement in such perilous matters, perhaps to protect her purity. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by his lord. "Enough. If you are intrigued by the divine maiden, I shall assign you to oversee King Niuzhao in the future. You may investigate at your leisure." Yu San understood his master's character well. He swallowed his words and murmured, "I was merely overthinking." His lord remained indifferent to such trivial matters, focusing instead on the subordinates who had settled down, commanding them to expedite their tasks. "Whether the young emperor meets with us depends on how well you execute your duties." Each of them brought forth their own skills. The only one remaining steady was Meng Jiwei, who even hoped they could prolong this situation a bit longer. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it would be for her. After all, she needed ample time for her people to silently infiltrate without drawing attention. Meanwhile, others would worry about their troops running low on supplies, but they had brought sufficient provisions. Yet the delay did not last long. The various machinations at play were beyond what the emperor could manage alone. He merely enjoyed the advantage of sitting on the dragon throne, but when faced with real confrontation, he was insufficiently equipped to contend. Moreover, as time progressed, many families that had initially stood behind the emperor to reap benefits had begun to withdraw their support. Only those with no options left were stubbornly pressing forward, eager to take a gamble. Thus, on the 11th day of their arrival in the imperial city, the long-awaited palace banquet finally commenced. When Meng Jue entered, she brought along only Meng Jixing, Xiao Yi, and Jing Lu, leaving the others behind. In contrast, some had brought in as many as 20 individuals. Moreover, those entering the palace were prohibited from carrying weapons. Naturally, Meng Jue did not bring swords or daggers, but instead carried a few round walnuts to play with. The matron in charge of the search found it rather absurd, but did not confiscate her walnuts. A fleeting smile crossed Meng Jue's eyes as she caressed the walnuts in her hand, her fingers gliding over a golden bracelet peeking from her sleeve. The bracelet, adorned with various gemstones, appeared exquisite and opulent. Unbeknownst to anyone, one of the gems served as an activation button. Today, she hoped not to rely on the divine maiden's powerful weapon. As she pondered, Meng Jue followed the lead of a young palace maid for quite some distance. Glancing back at Meng Jixing, "Brother, are you well?" "I am fine." Meng Jixing did indeed feel a bit fatigued, but he was unwilling to reveal any weakness at that moment. Meng Jue pressed her lips together, directing her gaze towards the maid leading the way. "Please, do hasten." The young maid, head bowed, complied, yes. Meng Jue walked beside Meng Jixing, discreetly supporting his arm to share some of his burden. Meng Jixing, though reluctant, did not refuse his sister's kindness. Upon arriving at the palace where the banquet was to be held, Meng Jue released her hold, ensuring that no one noticed how Meng Jixing had required her support throughout the journey. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on Meng Jixing's forehead as he took a deep breath, stating, "Let us proceed inside." Meng Jue revealed no concealment of her cold demeanor. "Indeed, we ought to enter and greet those friends we have yet to meet." Chapter 137. You shall be my empress. The imperial palace was resplendent. As the center of the realm, it was the most opulent place imaginable. Even without a desire for sightseeing, Meng Jue could not help but notice the surrounding grandeur and the wealth of exquisite items as they entered. If these splendid treasures could be brought back to the divine lady, how delightful it would be. No one knows that Meng Jue harbors such thoughts, just as no one anticipated encountering Meng Jixing here. Previously, only Yu San had met Meng Jixing. Although Yu San and his companions shared the same disdain for the emperor and his court, they did not spare Meng Jue and her allies either. After all, it was they who had leaked the news of Meng Jixing's release in the imperial city. Consequently, some individuals hastened to exert their influence, urging the emperor to summon them. Thus, when they beheld Meng Jixing standing there unscathed, it was nothing short of a nightmare for them. One person could no longer contain himself. Meng Jixing, do you acknowledge your sins? With a loud crash, a wine cup was hurled. Meng Jue, who had just taken her seat, rose abruptly. Dressed in an exquisitely ornate palace gown, her beautiful visage resembling that of a favored and delicate noblewoman, her expression was unexpectedly frigid. "Are you questioning my brother?" The man broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, Meng Jixing was not alone. Behind him stood an army of 100,000. Though it was said that Meng Jue led the group, who could discern whether this was merely a ruse? The man contemplated retreating, but Meng Jue had no intention of yielding. She calmly stated, "I would like to inquire of you all, how is it that my dear brother arrived in the imperial city only to leave grievously wounded? How could he wander for over a year before returning to Qingyao Prefecture? Might any of you provide me with an explanation?" The officials in the imperial city silently cursed Meng Jue for lacking any semblance of feminine gentleness. However, they only dared to mutter their insults in hushed tones. A portion of them, notably those who had harmed Meng Jixing, seethed with rage and fear. Yet before they could devise a response, the emperor made his entrance. Regardless of their internal sentiments, those present outwardly accorded the emperor the respect he commanded. With the emperor's arrival, the earlier tensions seemed to dissipate. Meng Jue took her seat once more. Upon settling in, the emperor surveyed the assembly. The officials were of little concern to him. He recognized them all. His primary focus remained on Meng Jue and her loyal faction. Conveniently, they were all seated together, and with a mere glance, the emperor could discern their identities. However, his gaze lingered upon Meng Jue, and he found himself unable to look away. There was no doubt that Meng Yu Wei was a stunning beauty. When such beauty is nurtured by power, it becomes utterly breathtaking. This was a daughter of the Meng family. Had he known of her exquisite beauty earlier, he might have summoned her to the palace long ago. But it was not too late now. Observe how she rushes to him in times of peril. Surely she is concerned for him. The Meng family has always been fiercely loyal, and he deemed the Meng daughter the most trustworthy of all. The emperor regarded Meng Yu Wei with a smile he believed to be charming and affable. You must be the daughter of General Meng? General Meng has not mentioned to me that his daughter possesses such beauty and sincerity. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have summoned you to the imperial city much sooner. His words were laced with clear innuendo and familiarity. Meng Yu Wei nearly crushed her wine cup in response. With a cold demeanor, she replied, I am accustomed to the wild. The borders suit me far better. She was so repulsed that she no longer even referred to herself with the honorific typically reserved for noble women. The emperor, however, appeared undeterred. Chuckling meaningfully, it is still not too late. Meng Yu Wei directly faced him, her voice calm. You are correct. Should I marry the heir of the Rome Wang, I may indeed find myself in the imperial city more frequently. The emperor responded, I had almost forgotten that matter. This was, after all, a situation he had orchestrated. Even though the news of Meng Yu Wei's betrothal had previously stirred significant gossip, the emperor regarded it merely as hearsay. What a betrothal! Could one defy imperial edicts? All blessings, be they thunder or rain, are bestowed by the sovereign. At this moment, the emperor's gaze fell disapprovingly upon Chu Huan. Across from him, Chu Huan remarked, Miss Meng, do you still remember that we are allies? You would not leave me in such a predicament, would you? The emperor chose not to engage further with Meng Yu Wei, instead dismissing Meng Zhixing from his attention. He occupied his high position, exchanging a few pleasantries with those present. Having ruled for several years, he was capable of such trivial courtesies. After delivering a barrage of insipid and inconsequential remarks, he noticed that no one truly responded. The emperor appeared somewhat vexed but managed to restrain himself. As the banquet drew to a close, he suddenly declared, Miss Meng, please stay. I wish to discuss matters concerning the borders. The expressions of the others varied, many casting their gazes directly upon Chu Huan. Chu Huan protested, I am merely a tool. I am not the one wearing the green hat. Moreover, did he truly expect the emperor to persuade Meng Yu Wei into compliance? Such a notion was utterly laughable. However, witnessing Meng Yu Wei's determination to remain, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Under the watchful eyes of many spectators, he approached Meng Zhixing. Will you truly leave her here alone? You may also stay. Meng Zhixing's mood was far from pleasant. Chu Huang grimaced slightly. What can I do by remaining? If she does not wish to stay, who would dare to stop her? Let us not forget, I have already delivered the people to you. The people he referred to were those he had positioned within the palace, individuals utterly loyal to him alone. Handing them over to Meng Yu Wei would ensure their unwavering allegiance. As for his own position, upon arriving in the imperial city, many would be watching him. It was far better to entrust them to Meng Yu Wei. This was also a gesture of his sincerity. Meng Zhixing understood all too well. He was merely frustrated with the royal family and their machinations, especially the emperor who coveted his sister. He spoke coolly, you should wait outside. If my sister gives the signal, act decisively. It makes little difference. As for those stationed outside, one must bear in mind that there were 3 rebel armies and the second contingent of the Qingke army arriving from Qingyao Prefecture. Did they truly believe the Qingke army consisted of only a mere 100,000? That was merely for show. Meng Zhixing envisioned the direst of outcomes, while Meng Yu Wei remained engrossed in the emperor's performance. Miss Meng, please take a seat. Within the palace, the emperor occupied the main seat, while Meng Yu Wei disregarded his subtle invitation, opting instead for the first position to his left, out of his reach. The emperor's expression darkened momentarily, yet soon after, he softened his demeanor. I am aware that the Meng family has always been loyal to the throne. You are the first to rally for the kingdom, and I recognize your sincerity and devotion. Meng Yu Wei offered a nonchalant smile devoid of emotion. It is good that your majesty is aware. The emperor continued, for this reason. I am quite moved. As you know, I currently have no empress. I believe your status and kind disposition make you well suited to be my empress. I have been betrothed to the heir of the Huaguo. The emperor dismissed this. I could issue an edict to annul the engagement. Yu Wei found it difficult to accept the emperor's unreliability, witnessing his casual dismissal of promises as if they were inconsequential. After a lengthy pause, she finally said, I need to consider it. Strangely enough, the emperor did not appear angered. Instead, he nodded. That is acceptable. However, as he spoke, he suddenly rose and approached Yu Wei. You will give this serious thought and not disappoint me, will you? As he spoke, he attempted to grasp Yu Wei's hand. She deftly evaded him, revealing no panic or other emotions, merely stating, we shall discuss this later. To her surprise, the emperor was not only unfazed by her evasion, but seemed to develop an insatiable desire for conquest. Unable to contain his yearning, he boldly declared, You shall reside in the palace. There is ample space for you here. Yu Wei contemplated for a moment and indeed decided to stay. Very well. The emperor's gaze upon her grew increasingly fervent, yet he restrained himself, refraining from haste. Since the beauty wished to engage with him, he would indulge her. Chapter 138. The final task completed in the dead of night. Yu Wei's silhouette flitted through the shadows like a wraith, passing several palaces until she finally located the person she sought. This particular palace was remote and desolate. Upon entering, she immediately spotted a frail woman seated by the window. She refrained from making any sudden movements, choosing instead to observe from a tree that afforded her a clear view. Moments later, a delicate-looking little girl, appearing no more than 3 or 4 years old, entered the room, calling out in a sweet, childish voice, Mother, Ronger wants to sleep. Will you accompany me? The woman's dazed expression softened, yet bore a hint of complexity. Ronger, be a good girl and go to sleep by yourself. No, Mother, your hands are cold. Let's sleep together, and I will warm your hands. The child's large, dark eyes brimmed with concern. The woman's heart softened. All right. She raised her hand to close the window, but in that instant, she noticed a figure stealthily slipping inside. Instinctively, she positioned herself protectively in front of the little girl. Who are you? What do you want? Your Highness, Shu Fei. Yu Wei made no attempt to conceal her identity, presenting her face openly. I have come to discuss a business proposition with you. You are Yu Wei? Shu Fei recognized her with surprise. Do you know me? Yu Wei inquired, astonished. I have met your elder brother. He is a good man, Shu Fei replied earnestly. I wish to express my gratitude to you. The specifics remained unspoken, and Yu Wei did not press for details. She merely smiled. Since you know my brother, that is even better. He is here as well. Even if you do not trust me, surely you can trust him to some extent? Shu Fei gently caressed the child's head. Ronger, go to sleep now, all right? Mother will speak with this lady. The child, understanding, nodded. All right, please come quickly, Mother. Yu Wei extended a package. Some delightful pastries for the little princess. Let her enjoy them. Upon receiving Shu Fei's nod, the child accepted the package and departed. Once the child was gone, the smile faded from Shu Fei's face. Since you have found me, you must be aware that I am not favored. I may not be able to assist you with your intentions. This matter you will certainly help with, Yu Wei stated, locking eyes with her. I wish for the little princess to ascend to the throne. Shu Fei's hand trembled as she firmly rejected. Ronger is a girl. Is the little princess truly a girl? Yu Wei countered. Shu Fei closed her eyes momentarily and replied, Since you are aware of certain matters, you should know that I do not wish for Ronger to be involved in such affairs. Even if I can ensure you and the little princess are presented to the world under the one family name, allowing her to inherit the one lineage and preserve its legacy, would you still refuse to cooperate with me? Shu Fei lost her composure, unable to restrain her curiosity. What do you mean? But how is that possible? The emperor would never permit her to leave. Furthermore, as Ronger possesses royal blood, she could never bear the one surname. Yu Wei tapped her finger on the table. Your Highness, at present, the little princess is of royal blood, but in time, that may no longer be the case. I merely seek a gentler approach, and knowing of your existence, I wish for a mutually beneficial arrangement. But if she ascends the throne, can you tolerate her? Yu Wei replied, Naturally, I can. I would not fear her. The little princess is but 3 years of age. while I am already 17, 14 years her senior. I do not believe I would be outmatched by a mere child, especially considering she may not even favor her own surname. Am I wrong? Xu Fei rested her forehead on her hand. You must allow me to think this over. Meng Jiwei chose not to elaborate further, knowing that her strategy was secure. The emperor harbored a measure of patience for Meng Jiwei. This patience compelled him to seek her daily. Even if he could not touch her, he found it delightful. Yet, he was still the emperor, and his patience had its limits. Soon, he grew impatient. Tomorrow, I shall issue 2 decrees, one to annul your engagement to Chu Huan, and the other to declare you empress. However, Meng Jiwei suddenly interjected. Could the second decree be postponed? I wish to retain some semblance of reputation. The emperor rejected her request. I do not wish to wait. Meng Jiwei responded softly. But one decree would not hinder my relationship with your majesty. Are you implying that the emperor has taken an interest? Meng Jiwei replied. Is his majesty willing? The emperor displayed a triumphant smile. Then, my dear, you must ensure that I receive some benefit in return. Meng Jiwei gracefully approached him, lifting a nearby teacup to offer him a sip. The emperor noticed her cool demeanor and the calluses on her fingertips as he drank from the cup. The sensation of her fingertips against his skin was unlike that of other beauties, tender yet with a hint of roughness, inciting his desire for conquest. Yet, Meng Jiwei had already risen. Tomorrow night, I shall present you with a surprise. Very well, the emperor mused, his mind occupied with the delightful possibilities ahead. He refrained from pressuring Meng Jiwei, departing with excitement for the following evening. Once he left, Meng Jiwei meticulously washed her hands 3 times, feeling slightly more at ease. She chuckled coldly, summoning a palace maid. You go inform them that the emperor has suffered a stroke. The news of the emperor, not yet 30, having suffered stroke, reverberated like thunder, stunning all. The lustful emperor had many offspring, yet the eldest was merely 10, while the youngest was still not a month old. Many harbored ulterior motives, and both inside and outside the palace, individuals began to take action. Those with princes contacted their families, preparing to seize the opportunity, while those without princes or sufficient family support remained quietly in their own palaces. Chaos erupted within the imperial palace. Amidst the external struggle, Meng Jiwei stood before the emperor. Does your majesty like this gift? The emperor's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment as Meng Jiwei beckoned the head eunuch, who approached with trepidation. Presenting a decree. Your majesty, you have suffered a stroke and can no longer govern this nation. Please sign this abdication document. I absolutely refuse to yield to you. This rebel. The emperor's words came out slurred, saliva dripping from his lips. Meng Jiwei smiled. I have no intention of claiming the throne for myself. Let the 5th prince take it instead. But the 5th prince has passed away. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as Meng Jiwei produced a figure. Look, here is the 5th prince that Xu Fei has given you. The emperor was incredulous. Had he known that Xu Fei bore him a son, he would have treated her with far greater esteem. The frail Xu Fei caught the emperor's eye, and he regarded her with a glimmer of infatuation. She remained as beautiful as ever, deserving of the lengths he once went to in order to bring her into the palace despite her prior engagement. Observing the 3- or 4-year-old child, he saw a striking resemblance to himself. This was indeed his son. Xu Fei had borne him a son. Did she still harbor feelings for him? The emperor longed to inquire, but Meng Jiwei, growing impatient with his delay, commanded the guards to press his hand onto the document, sealing it with the imperial jade seal. The emperor, caught off guard by a sudden stroke, had never considered hiding the seal. Moreover, with the head eunuch having betrayed him, what could he do? Your majesty, the emperor attempted to speak, but Xu Fei had no intention of addressing him, turning solely to Meng Jiwei. You promised to protect Rong-er. Rest assured, Meng Jiwei assured, stroking Rong-er's head, as long as he does not seek rebellion, I shall protect him. What do you mean? The emperor wished to ask, but no one paid him any heed. Meng Jiwei instructed the head eunuch. You will remain here and attend to the emperor. After some time, I shall release you. The head eunuch trembled. I am willing to serve the new emperor. Meng Jiwei pondered for a moment. We shall discuss this later, not fully rejecting his offer. The grand eunuch let out a sigh of relief, while Meng Jiwei busied herself with the affairs at hand. She decisively determined the ascension of Chu Rong, setting the date for 5 days hence. The dragon robe would simply be altered from an existing new one, while the attire for others would be kept minimal. Neither Meng Zhuwei nor the Shufei cared much, and neither did Ronger. When the palace gates opened, the decision had already been solidified. The others who came to support the king were, of course, unwilling to concede defeat so easily, only to find themselves encircled. Subsequently, they were invited by Meng Zhixing to witness the divine treasures bestowed upon them outside the city. The fist-sized devices could create deep craters if hurled at a person. They would leave nothing but pulverized bones. Moreover, they saw that their own followers were likewise surrounded. The Qingke army, along with the 3 rebel factions they had come to confront, and the hidden members of the Qingke army, all made their presence known. They understood that the tide had turned against them. Furthermore, Meng Zhixing promised that if they surrendered now, their previous insurrections would be overlooked, and they would be credited for their efforts in supporting the king. Weighing their options, they begrudgingly acquiesced. On the day of the ascension, they were mere spectators. The little one, not yet 4 years of age, followed the ceremonial officials with solemnity. Even with the simplifications, it was still quite exhausting. 15 days later, the little one abdicated in favor of Meng Zhuwei. Those who had come to support the king were left in disbelief. Was it not Meng Zhixing, a woman as emperor? Meng Zhixing was more than willing, in fact exceedingly so. The deposed emperor even requested Meng Zhuwei to issue an edict stripping him of his Chu surname, adopting the Wen surname instead to inherit the Wen family legacy. Meng Zhuwei consented and even conferred upon him a marquis title. As for the Shufei, she too was returned to the Wen family, bestowed the title of a princess. The other inhabitants of the harem, as long as they were obedient, would certainly retain a life of ordinary wealth and comfort. Those who defied orders met their demise. Upon Meng Qingshan's return, those who hoped to witness a father-daughter feud were left disheartened. Meng Qingshan joyfully assumed the title of Taishang Huang conferred by Meng Zhuwei, while Meng Zhixing became a prince and the minister of war. Everything was meticulously arranged. The chaos in the imperial city subsided upon the arrival of Meng Zhiwei's people. More importantly, Meng Zhiwei decided to relocate the capital to Qingke City. Though there were dissenters, their objections proved futile. Once they arrived in Qingke City, they understood the rationale behind the move. The location was vastly superior to the imperial city. Meng Zhiwei observed the relocation. Watching as the elegantly dressed, yet spirited Meng Zhiwei gave her a thumbs up from the 3rd floor of a tea house. Meng Zhiwei returned a smile to Yu Wei. The hidden task was completed, and a countdown for score calculation began, requesting the host's patience. Chapter 139. How was it created? Relocating to Qingke City posed no difference for Meng Zhiwei. She was more familiar with it and harbored a deeper affection for the city she had single-handedly constructed. Moreover, in her eyes, although Qingke City was not as prosperous as the former imperial city, its development was merely a matter of time. After all, concrete roads began here, and once railways were laid, it would become a central hub. However, before all that could be achieved, Meng Zhiwei's foremost task was to revitalize the domestic economy. The deposed emperor had squandered vast amounts of wealth, which could not be replenished overnight. Additionally, there were the rebel forces and loyalist armies. Although they had all bowed their heads under Meng Zhiwei's firm hand, who could truly discern if their submission was genuine? Future confrontations were inevitable. Fortunately, Meng Zhixing bore half of these responsibilities. While his health was currently fragile, his intellect remained sharp, and he had a better understanding of these individuals, making it easier to resolve matters. Moreover, Qingke City's greatest advantage lay in the array of resources and production techniques it possessed. Not to mention, the mere willingness of Meng Zhiwei to share agricultural seeds astounded others. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, superior wheat varieties, and rice, alongside paper-making techniques, improvements in agricultural tools, cement, brick-making technology, salt production, and sugar refinement. There was nothing they could not accomplish in Qingyao Prefecture. Much of their technology paled in comparison to what was available here. Only certain traditional and specialized methods had managed to surpass Qingyao Prefecture. Yet what good were they? Those specialized and traditional methods were exorbitantly priced and hardly comparable to what Meng Jiwei offered, which could be widely utilized to amass great wealth. They felt disheartened. At that moment, Meng Jiwei summoned everyone for a meeting. "You are all heroes, and I understand your ambitions," she stated. Clad in a black gown, the color she had chosen for her dragon robe, "I do not wish to stifle talent. Hence, I have come to discuss our future endeavors." The ministers expressed their trepidation, acknowledging their roles as loyal subjects. "Your Majesty, we are indeed devoted. Please do not doubt our sincerity," Lu Boho replied, visibly anxious. "Indeed, we hold unwavering loyalty. May your Majesty see it," the head of the Su family added with a bow. "We shall serve your Majesty with all our hearts," stated Lu Taifu, trembling as he expressed his loyalty at the age of 70, his beard white. Meng Jiwei sighed in exasperation. "I'm not testing you. I merely wish to show you a map." With that, she clapped her hands, and 4 individuals entered, taking center stage as they unfurled the scroll. The flexible white cloth revealed shapes that captured the attention of all present. "This is our Huaguo." Meng Jiwei pointed to the green section in the center and then to a small red area nearby. "This is the Shilin Kingdom." She then gestured to the blue section on the other side. "This is the Haiyun Kingdom." These 3 interconnected nations occupied a lamentably small area on the entire map. Meng Jiwei continued, "Beyond the towering mountains to the west of Shilin Kingdom lies other nations. Surely some of you have heard of them?" The eldest Lu Taifu nodded. "I have heard tales, though their authenticity is uncertain." "It is indeed true," Meng Jiwei confirmed, having not only listened to Yu Wei, but also sent inquiries to the Shilin Kingdom to verify the information. She traced her finger across a vast area of ocean blue and directed attention to the distant continent. Beyond the ocean lies a multitude of continents, many of which harbor untapped mines and gemstones. I hope that during my reign, the footsteps of our Huaguo can tread upon those lands. Rather than scheming over this modest territory, would it not be more enticing to explore those regions? If you can conquer that land, I shall grant you half for your own endeavors, whether it be to raise armies or pursue other ambitions, provided you always remember that you are subjects of Huaguo. Meng Jiwei's promise was impossible for the others to refuse. Although those places were far away, who would not desire such bountiful riches? Moreover, Meng Jiwei's implication was clear. They could establish their own dominions. Had they not longed for this very opportunity? Instantly, their words became more heartfelt. "Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace. We shall certainly remember that we are all subjects of Huaguo. Even if we venture across the ocean, we will not forget our roots." Meng Jiwei was satisfied. "You all return and diligently study various fields of knowledge. Those who are to train soldiers should do so. There are vast lands awaiting your conquest." Huaguo. Upon learning this name, Yu Wei felt a mix of emotions, both touched and exhilarated, with a hint of guilt. After all, this was Meng Jiwei's dynasty, yet it coincided with her mention of her country's name. Nevertheless, it was undeniably exhilarating. Upon learning that Meng Jiwei intended to recruit others, Yu Wei pondered her strategy and enlisted the assistance of Lin Qingqing, presenting a modest gift. The offering comprised a solar-powered flashlight, a few common medicinal pills, and a random assortment of snacks, all neatly contained within a small box. Yet, those who received it were utterly astonished and promptly secured the items, treating Meng Jiwei with utmost caution and respect. Although the contents were few, they were indeed extraordinary. This gesture signified Yu Wei's allegiance, affirming her position behind Meng Jiwei. Confrontation was futile, and Meng Jiwei's charm was undeniable. Despite any advantages conferred by gender, it proved inconsequential. Even Meng Jixing and Meng Qingshan, who might have been more inclined to seize opportunities, showed no desire to contest. They lacked the means. It can be said that the Meng family is truly exceptional. Most families would not allow their daughters to ascend to power. They simply did not comprehend. Yet, there was no necessity for their understanding. Initially, Meng Jiwei, as the sovereign, felt somewhat inexperienced, but she quickly adapted, having benefited from a modern educational guidance provided by Yu Wei. What situation was not encompassed within that instruction? In the beginning, those loyal to the crown feared that Meng Jiwei might distrust them due to their ambitions. However, as they found themselves tirelessly engaged in labor, often overwhelmed, they realized that any apprehension or barriers were mere jest. They were clearly being utilized as laborers. Ironically, despite their discontent, they were eager for the new technologies. Who would not desire smooth cement roads? And what of the invention of paper? Would they prefer to procure it from elsewhere? Furthermore, with libraries established even in Qingyao Prefecture, was it feasible to resist such advancements? Even if Yu Wei granted them limited access, the books still required individuals to transcribe them. As for grains and various vegetable and fruit seeds, the suitability of cultivation demanded thorough research. The more they toiled, the more they recognized the wealth of resources Yu Wei possessed. Most crucially, after years of hard work, they finally felt proficient in their endeavors, having crafted decent rubber tires, cultivated grains, and practiced military drills. Yet, the production of iron tools remained firmly under Yu Wei's control. While salt production had eased, weaponry stayed in the hands of her trusted allies. They believed their territory was adequately developed, only to discover that Qingyao Prefecture had established railway connections. Initially oblivious to the concept of railways, they soon received an invitation from Yu Wei. Frankly, Yu Wei was an excellent ruler. While at times she exhibited a tendency towards autocracy, she was not bloodthirsty and generally welcomed earnest suggestions, even if she chose not to adopt them, without resorting to rash anger. Consequently, they had developed a certain trust in her. When Yu Wei summoned them, they indeed attended. There, they beheld the lengthy tracks and the 5 steam locomotives. The steam trains, capable of high loads, swift speeds, stability, safety, and comfort. How were these marvels even constructed? Chapter 140. Leaving a mark in history if the trains astonished them, then the steam engines operating within the factories left them utterly incredulous. The steam engines could significantly liberate human labor, accomplishing tasks beyond human capability. Such inventions, once revealed, could indeed be deemed miraculous. Moreover, Yu Wei introduced a new marvel, the steamship. With a smile, she pointed to one of the vessels, stating, "We have tested it on the rivers, and it performed admirably." The steam engine on the ship could similarly free human effort while also mitigating specific challenges. Not to mention, the ships were constructed of iron, far sturdier than their wooden predecessors. Various navigational instruments for maritime travel, such as compasses, humidity gauges, and temperature testers, were in abundance. Yu Wei's invitation was primarily aimed at showcasing these innovations and selecting a naval force. Many aspired to train a navy. However, only those residing near the coast truly benefited, as they already possessed naval forces and merely needed additional training. Yu Wei had already provided everyone with the methods for training a navy, distributing them equally. Consequently, some individuals quietly practiced by the riverside. Returning to the main point, the Navy training was straightforward: ships versus ships, soldiers versus soldiers. The competition involved both the modification and piloting of vessels, as well as naval combat capabilities, all of which could be distinctly evaluated. As for the judges, they would be Yu Wei and her entourage, along with a group of common citizens. Yu Wei gathered everyone in the newly constructed Imperial Palace's council chamber and directly proclaimed, "I wish for each of you to provide a naval force for competition. The victorious team shall be rewarded with 5 grand ships constructed at my behest, along with the opportunity to embark on overseas expeditions. The defeated may purchase shipbuilding manuals from me, allowing them to construct their own vessels in the future, and upon meeting standards, they too may set sail." Pausing, she surveyed them. "I understand that not everyone is suited to lead a navy, but we have other territories to conquer, do we not? The situation in Shilin Kingdom has stabilized under my guidance. Thus, the lands beyond Shilin can be entrusted to you. Is it not the most expedient way to achieve merit and expand our territory?" Yu Wei was not a miser. She had previously rewarded contributions of all sizes. Now, they harbored no doubts regarding her statements. As for Yu Wei managing the affairs of Shilin Kingdom, they could comprehend her reasoning. Given the complex ties between the Ming family and Shilin, with only 3 members remaining in the Ming family, were they not also the product of Shilin's machinations? However, one bold individual dared to inquire, "Your Majesty, you currently have no heirs. Might you consider the matter of succession? Initially, they relished the prospect of Yu Wei having no successor, as it allowed for their own ambitions. Yet, they were sensible. If Yu Wei intended to release them, they had no desire to quarrel over trifles. They merely sought to prompt her consideration. Furthermore, they sensed that Yu Wei possessed treasures left by the goddess. And though the goddess had departed, it was conceivable that she had already bequeathed gifts to Yu Wei. For instance, regarding the railway, was it not true that Yu Wei had it prepared long before they became aware? Even if the ships were within their grasp, the fuel required was diesel, as well as natural gas. Diesel, too, necessitated oil processing, thereby rendering them somewhat constrained. As for producing diesel themselves, not to mention the challenges of locating oil fields, they lacked the machinery available to Yu Wei. Without machinery or methods, how could they proceed? These core technologies were undoubtedly firmly under Yu Wei as control. However, her generosity was noteworthy. Although she retained command over the technology, she was willing to share some resources. As she stated, the first-place team would have access to a substantial quota for purchasing diesel and natural gas, provided it did not exceed half of what Yu Wei currently possessed. The remaining half would be allocated for the railway. Besides, she was preparing to extend the railway network. Indeed, once the situation in Shilin was resolved, the expansions would commence. The naval competition was quite simple: one ship against another, and one soldier against another. The contest involved the modified ships and their navigation skills, alongside the soldiers' combat capabilities, each easily compared. The judges would include Yu Wei and her entourage, supported by a group of citizens. The contrast is quite evident. The common folk's verdict can grant participation awards to every participant in the naval contest, typically consisting of provisions. However, the true judges of merit are only Yu Wei and her associates, along with the esteemed shipbuilders. The competition is straightforward. The first 3 days focus on modifications. The fourth day tests navigational skills, and the fifth day assesses naval combat prowess. At the conclusion of the 5 days, the victor emerges, and Yu Wei directly hands over the vessel to them. Although the ship is equipped with a diesel engine, it can also be rowed manually and has sails to harness the wind. 5 grand vessels, laden with purchased diesel and natural gas, depart along the river. Some others, occupied with various matters, acquire the shipbuilding manual and take their leave. A few, with time to spare, choose to remain in King Yazao to gain knowledge, particularly aiming to secure priority in railway construction. Meanwhile, Yu Wei readies herself for a decisive move against Shilin Kingdom. 3 years have elapsed since her ascension, and both the Dawazhao and Shilin Kingdom have undergone significant transformations. Unable to procure horses from Shilin, they resort to acquiring cattle, sheep, and wool, resulting in an abundance of livestock among the Shilin populace. Once they began purchasing grain from Yu Wei, they ceased their raids on Dawazhao, primarily out of fear. Should they initiate an assault on Dawazhao, they would be merely 2 or 3 cities away from the imperial capital, effectively threatening their dominion. However, with Dawazhao relocating its capital closer to them, they refrain from rash actions. Moreover, human nature tends toward inertia. Yu Wei not only sells goods, but also actively sends people to establish a 3-year compulsory education program, which includes living expenses. As they become well-fed and literate, they naturally begin to value their lives, a perspective instilled by the people of Dawazhao. Gradually, while the ruling class in Shilin may harbor ambitions, the common folk have increasingly relinquished theirs, believing that being adequately nourished and self-sufficient is the pinnacle of existence. Regardless of the nation, the needs of the populace are remarkably similar. This gentle yet pervasive influence has effectively tamed them. Consequently, when news of Yu Wei's campaign against Shilin reaches them, they offer no resistance. Instead, they feign ignorance and turn a blind eye to her advance. Some minor officials from Shilin even express a willingness to defect to her side. Coupled with the maps discovered by Yu Wei's merchant expeditions over the years, she cleverly avoids heavily garrisoned areas and heads straight for the imperial city of Shilin. There, she deposes the emperor, who is preoccupied with frivolities, and exacts retribution on those who previously plotted against the Meng family, leading her forces in a swift strike. Once the region is secured, she renames Shilin and incorporates it into Dawazhao. She then addresses the Xie and Lu families, stating that their fates now lie in their hands, hoping they will expand Dawazhao's territory to its fullest, thereby ensuring their names are etched in history alongside hers. Chapter 141. With child. 5 years later, 8 years have passed since Meng Yu Wei ascended the throne. Having become empress at the age of 18, she is now 26. 8 years is ample time for her to solidify her position. In the last 5 years, the territory of Dawazhao has expanded rapidly. Haiyun Kingdom has long submitted, and recognizing this, Meng Yu Wei graciously grants the ruler of Haiyun the title of Marquis, allowing him to govern his lands. Intriguingly, following his elevation, the Marquis requests that a title be conferred upon his eldest daughter. Meanwhile, a contingent has set sail across the ocean, successfully claiming a portion of land. In keeping with her previous assertions, Meng Yu Wei asserts that half of the newly acquired territory belongs to them, while she assigns personnel to manage the other half. They have also ventured into the mountains beyond the former borders of Shilin. Currently, Meng Yu Wei's concern lies in moderating their rapid expansion, lest the population fails to keep pace. Although everyone is now well-fed and clothed, and she vigorously encourages widows to remarry and promotes female independence, the reality remains that it takes time to conceive, bear, and raise children. While the societal norms of this era differ from those of later times, where one must be 18 to be considered an adult and over 20 to embark on a career, the 6 years of compulsory education require children to study until the ages of 12 or 13. Thus, the first generation born after Meng Yu Wei's establishment of the nation has yet to complete their compulsory education. Regarding the recruitment of individuals from other nations, while Meng Yu Wei does not reject them, it must be noted that without sufficient time for indoctrination, they may still engage in disruptive actions, as evidenced by recent events, all of which have been quelled. Ultimately, the majority possess sound judgment. A mere glance at their past hardships compared to their current lives under Meng Yu Wei's rule is enough to garner widespread contentment. Those who remain disgruntled are primarily those who once enjoyed privileges that have since been curtailed, thus struggling to adapt. Additionally, a segment of the population, characterized by misguided loyalty, is of little concern to Meng Yu Wei. Initially, there was pressure regarding the succession of the empress, but as Meng Yu Wei grew weary of such entreaties, she opted to adopt several children, both boys and girls, who are now 11 and 8 years old. These were chosen for their intelligence and have since displayed remarkable abilities, each with their own distinct talents. Meng Yu Wei and her family do not prioritize lineage. Even Meng Qingshan and Meng Zhixing are indifferent, with the latter also adopting 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters, preparing them to inherit the Meng name. What more could they ask? Should they insist that Meng Yu Wei bear her own children? It is well known that childbirth is fraught with peril, and although there are individuals in her harem, they are all under precautionary measures. Before departing, Yu Wei had provided her with ample contraceptives and a few emergency pills, ensuring she could manage her conception timing and avoid consuming any concoctions that might induce coldness and discomfort. Excessive consumption of such remedies leads to coldness, dysmenorrhea, and general malaise. However, even the most effective measures carry a minuscule failure rate. During the annual banquet, Meng Yu Wei took a bite of her favorite fish, only to be overwhelmed by its pungent taste, leading to a bout of retching. This banquet, being a royal affair, drew the attention of all present. Immediately, a wave of panic ensued. Quickly summoned the imperial physician. While they were in a frenzy, Meng Yu Wei remained composed, waving her hand dismissively. "I am quite well. I merely have a slight loss of appetite, a frequent occurrence of late." Upon hearing this, aside from those who were truly concerned, some attendees wore expressions of peculiar intrigue. The physician arrived, and upon examining her pulse, his countenance shifted, prompting him to take her pulse several times more. This reaction caused Meng Zhixing to worry. "Imperial Physician Wang, what afflicts Her Majesty?" "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You are with child," the physician declared after a moment of hesitation. An uproar filled the grand hall. Meng Wei was momentarily taken aback, though she did not exhibit the same overt surprise as others. She simply sought confirmation. "You are certain I am truly pregnant?" "Without a doubt," he affirmed. As the deputy head of the Imperial Hospital, even if he was not specialized in obstetrics, he was certainly adept at detecting signs of pregnancy. Meng Wei instinctively felt that revealing such news at the banquet was rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, having already disclosed it, she offered no further comment, merely stating, "Very well. Indeed, good news. Reward him." Once the physician received his reward, Meng Wei waved her hand. "Let us continue the banquet, esteemed guests. Qing Yan, please remove the wine and unsuitable dishes from my table." Perhaps it was due to Meng Wei's remarkable composure that others exchanged glances before ultimately regaining their calm. However, the banquet today concluded significantly earlier than usual. Moreover, both Meng Qingshan and Meng Zhixing chose not to leave the palace immediately, remaining within the confines of the imperial residence. Mingwang Palace, which served as Meng Wei's sleeping quarters, was where she had already exchanged her dragon robe for more comfortable attire and footwear. Seated at the head of the table, she had one brother on each side, with Meng Qingshan and Meng Zhixing positioned beside her. With an expression of exasperation, Meng Wei reassured them, "Brother, father, I truly am fine. It is merely a child after all. Although unexpected, it does not warrant my distress." When interacting with her family, she preferred to abandon the airs of a sovereign, allowing a rare display of languor and fatigue to surface. This sight only heightened Meng Zhixing's concern. "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Fortunately, Meng Wei shook her head and chuckled lightly. "I didn't even realize I was pregnant until now. What do you think?" How could Meng Zhixing respond? He had never experienced pregnancy himself, nor did he possess a wife, nor had he witnessed anyone close to him in such a condition. The only vague memory he had was of their mother during Meng Wei's gestation, when she appeared quite unwell, plagued by nausea and an inability to eat, leaving a lasting impression on the young Meng Zhixing. Meng Qingshan scrutinized him for a moment before confirming that Meng Wei was indeed well enough to inquire, "Will you keep this child?" Instinctively, Meng Wei touched her abdomen, admitting, "I do not know." Initially, she had not desired a child, fully aware that a woman's journey to motherhood often traversed perilous paths. Moreover, she was not only Meng Wei, but also the empress of the Duozhou dynasty. Should anything happen to her, the hard-won stability of the realm would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Additionally, having already nurtured a successor, the question of whether to keep this child was ultimately inconsequential. If you do not wish to keep this child, you must decide soon, as the months progress. The risks to your health will increase, Meng Qingshan advised sincerely. As for the continuity of the Meng lineage, he barely concerned himself with Meng Zhixing, let alone Meng Wei. "I will give it careful consideration," Meng Wei promised. Even though Meng Qingshan and Meng Zhixing were her kin, neither spent the night in the palace. Perhaps aware of her pregnancy, Meng Wei found herself more easily fatigued. Upon returning to her chamber, she was supported by someone. "Your Majesty." She looked up to see a man clad in comfortable and soft undergarments, his handsome features striking. "I have instructed them to replace the foot-soaking herbs with plain water. Allow me to assist you with your ablutions." "Very well." Meng Wei closed her eyes slightly, permitting him to tend to her feet. Yet, when she lay down on the bed, she noticed the man lingering, hesitating to join her. Lifting her eyelids, she inquired, "What is the matter?" The man, who had been intently gazing at Meng Wei's abdomen, quickly diverted his gaze. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "I merely did not anticipate that your Majesty would be with child." Meng Wei, unfazed, replied, "No form of contraception guarantees absolute efficacy. Its sudden occurrence is indeed unexpected. Therefore, it is not a matter of your Majesty's leniency towards anyone. This child carries a 1/5 chance of being yours, does it not? But, your Majesty, will you truly keep this child?" Chapter 142. I have returned to see you. Many pondered whether Meng Wei would choose to keep this child, yet few dared to inquire. Even during court sessions, aside from assessing Meng Wei and striving to avoid burdening her further, they lacked the courage to press the matter. What if their encouragement to retain the child provoked her contrary instincts, resulting in her decision to relinquish it? After all, they genuinely wished for Meng Wei to keep the child. Setting aside other considerations, what if the divine maiden were to return in the future? Although her adopted daughter bore the Meng surname, the prospect of the divine maiden encountering Meng Jiwei's bloodline would undoubtedly foster goodwill. Consequently, Meng Jiwei spent several days enjoying a sense of comfort. Regarding the decision of whether to keep the child within her womb, she had reached a conclusion. I will keep this child. When Meng Jiwei uttered these words, only 7 individuals occupied the hall: Meng Qingshan, Meng Zhixing, and her 5 consorts. Among these 5, there were familiar faces such as Jing Lu, her former fiancé, and the son of Pang Daniu. The remaining 2 included a former prince of Haiyun Kingdom, whose appearance was not unlike those of the Dawazhao people: black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, albeit adorned in clothing of exotic flair. The last individual was the brother of the young master who had accompanied Meng Jiwei from the beginning. Despite the young master's corpulent appearance, his brother was remarkably handsome. While Meng Jiwei did not harbor a particular fondness for male beauty, she was a normal adult woman and did not dismiss her own desires. Her only stipulation in choosing was that their temperaments should be uncomplicated and sincere. Furthermore, she had no interest in only children or those from excessively powerful families. Among this group, only Pang Daniu's son possessed a somewhat unique status. And as for the former prince of Haiyun Kingdom, although he was indeed special, he enjoyed little favor and was a displaced prince who had later been retrieved, having actively sought to establish rapport with Meng Jiwei. He had even distanced himself from Haiyun Ho. Upon hearing Meng Jiwei's declaration, the 5 men expressed their excitement. Is it true? Your Majesty, are you truly willing to keep this child? Yes, Meng Jiwei replied, gazing at them. I do not know whose child this is among you. If any of you are concerned about that, or desire your own offspring, I can allow you to leave. I will not go. Jing Lu crossed his arms, stating calmly, I have nowhere else to be. Pang Xiaogongzi fervently shook his head. I do not want anyone else. I only like you, sister. The young master from Haiyun Kingdom pressed his lips together, irate. Where else does your Majesty think I could go? The fiancé gritted his teeth. I will not leave. Your Majesty has said that as long as I do not depart, I will not be dismissed. Young Master Wang, San spoke gently. There is no need for me to carry on the family line, and besides, as long as it is your Majesty's child, I will cherish it. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to young Master Wang San, exclaiming, What a green tea! They all began to voice their loyalty, insisting that they did not care about the child, but rather that they only cared for the child of Her Majesty, whom they would absolutely care for, learn to cook for, and prepare everything in advance. Meng Jiwei felt a headache coming on. Stop! The 5 men fell silent, their eyes fixed on Meng Jiwei. Amused, she remarked, I merely wanted to inquire. If none of you are averse, then it shall be so. However, I must be clear, I will only carry this one child. Even if there are further unexpected occurrences, I will not keep them. After all, she was certain this time's surprise was indeed unforeseen. What of the next? If she did not close that door, she could not predict whether she might embark on a path of frequent childbirth. Furthermore, she was merely contemplating the prospect of desiring a child and had received assurances from all the physicians in the Tai hospital. They confirmed that her health was robust, and at the age of 26, she was fully developed and at her peak, making this pregnancy unlikely to pose significant complications. Of course, Meng Jiwei did not make a definitive statement. As long as my body can tolerate it, I will keep it. If my body cannot, I will not. This much everyone had anticipated. An unborn child of uncertain parentage would never outweigh Meng Jiwei's esteemed position in their hearts. Fortunately, as Meng Jiwei had indicated, her health was sound. And with the entire Tai hospital overseeing her, even the ministers had become more compliant due to her pregnancy. Thus, the initial 3 months passed smoothly. Given Meng Jiwei's physical condition, she was able to practice martial arts and ride horses even during the initial 3 months, albeit at a leisurely pace. After 3 months, she became entirely unrestricted. As the empress, she faced no threat within the palace. No one would dare to harm her or her child. The imperial chefs spared no effort in preparing her favorite dishes, leaving no room for discomfort. As for the emotional fluctuations often associated with hormonal changes during pregnancy, They posed no issue for her, as she possessed a strong psyche and no one sought to trouble her. By the 4th month, Meng Jiwei's once firm waist began to reveal a subtle curve, which became more pronounced by the 5th month. The imperial physicians deliberated and expressed some concern, suggesting that her appearance hinted at the possibility of twins. If it were a single fetus, Meng Jiwei's robust health would pose no concern. The physicians could manage her diet and exercise to control the baby's size. However, if it were twins, the situation would become significantly more precarious. With 5 months already passed, a miscarriage could inflict considerable harm on her body. Fortunately, Meng Jiwei's health remained excellent, and even in the case of twins, there was a 90% likelihood she could deliver them with relative ease. Moreover, the palace still housed a surgical room left behind by Yu Wei which, although primarily designed for single use, could accommodate a cesarean section. As for the surgeon, it would undoubtedly be Yu Chu, though not a part of the imperial medical ward. He had remained in Qingke City and would certainly assist Meng Jiwei. Knowing this assurance, Meng Jiwei decided to continue nurturing the 2 children. As time gently flowed into the 7th month, Meng Jiwei's belly had grown quite large. She frequently experienced backaches, and had it not been for the moisturizing lotion she applied, she would have already developed stretch marks. Even now, her official documents were largely reviewed by several of the imperial consorts and Meng Jixing, with the little ones eagerly assisting. One day, while Meng Jiwei was resting during the afternoon, she suddenly heard a faint sound. Initially, she should have felt anger, but for reasons unknown, she opened her eyes. Before her stood a familiar face, one she hadn't seen in a long time, but which seemed unchanged. No, in fact, she looked even more beautiful. Years ago, when Meng Jiwei was 16 or 17, she claimed to be 21, yet now at 26, she appeared to still be just 21. Boss, am I dreaming? As an empress, Meng Jiwei had not lost her composure in quite some time. Yu Wei, who had initially accompanied Meng Jixing to take a look at her and planned to leave until Meng Jixing awoke, blinked at the sight. Observing the pregnant Meng Jiwei, whose aura had grown robust, yet at that moment displayed a hint of vulnerability, Yu Wei unhesitatingly stepped forward and embraced her. It's me. I have returned to see you. In Meng Jiwei's realm, 8 years had passed. However, for Yu Wei, less than a year had elapsed. During this year, Yu Wei had not merely idled at home. She had traversed 2 worlds. One was a realm of beastmen, and the other was a galactic world. In the beastman world, she primarily facilitated their integration and development, aiding them in evading a catastrophic flood and ensuring their survival. As for the galactic world, it was devoid of plant life. Without flora, they were teetering on the brink of extinction. Yet, Meng Jiwei had brought back a plethora of modern plants from the beastman world, and combined with the many plants that already existed, she successfully traded these with the inhabitants of the galactic world, enabling them to cultivate their own flora. They thus retreated from the brink of annihilation. These 2 worlds had bestowed upon Yu Wei numerous points and elevated her to level 8, granting her the ability to revisit worlds she had previously explored. For Yu Wei, the most significant aspect was her elevation of the empress, Meng Jiwei, so she chose this place as her first destination. She felt her arrival was timely. The perils of ancient twin births were formidable. Even though Meng Jiwei's health was commendable, Yu Wei was not inclined to take chances. Do not fear. I have brought valuable items with me. You will be fine, Yu Wei reassured, gently stroking Meng Jiwei's hair. In that moment, Meng Jiwei, who had always prided herself on her resilience, felt a wave of relief wash over her. While she could accept any outcome, the sight of Yu Wei instilled a greater sense of confidence within her. Perhaps it was the memories of Yu Wei solving all difficulties in the past that fostered such trust and comfort. Yu Wei retrieved a palm-sized device from her space and instructed Meng Jiwei to lie flat, then placed it against her belly. Soon, a photograph emerged from the device. Yu Wei presented the image to Meng Jiwei, exclaiming, "Jiwei, look, these are your 2 babies." The picture, clearer than a typical 4-dimensional image, still lacked perfect clarity. After all, depicting a baby too sharply at this stage might not yield the best appearance. The faces of the 2 infants were distinct, their eyes closed, appearing quite obedient. They were a pair of sisters. Yu Wei, brimming with excitement, remarked, I believe the one on the left resembles you more. What do you think? How can one discern that from such a small detail? Meng Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Wei retorted confidently. How can you not see it? Look at the nose and mouth shape. They clearly resemble you. Meng Jiwei laughed again, saying, as long as I know they are sisters, I feel reassured. Yu Wei understood her sentiments and chose not to dwell on the topic further. Instead, she produced 5 vibrant, fist-sized fruits resembling cherry tomatoes, along with a vial of medicine. Consume one of these fruits every 10 days. They are beneficial for your health. Save this medicine for when you go into labor. It will assist in your delivery. Meng Jiwei grasped Yu Wei's hand tightly, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability. Will you not wait until I give birth before returning? I cannot watch over you every day. Yu Wei replied, I have other matters to attend to, and I wish to see how you all are developing. She gently patted Meng Jiwei's back. And even though Meng Jiwei appeared older than her, Yu Wei still saw her as the younger sister she once knew. Do not worry. I will return as soon as you go into labor. Very well. Meng Jiwei was not genuinely weak. Knowing that Yu Wei would return provided her with peace of mind. Typically, twin pregnancies do not reach full term and often result in early deliveries. However, with Yu Wei's fruits, Meng Jiwei felt she could likely wait until her due date. After consuming the fruits provided by Yu Wei, she noticed a marked improvement in her physical condition. The previous aches and pains in her back had nearly vanished, and her heavy belly felt lighter, as if her capacity to bear weight had increased. Even the imperial physician who checked her pulse remarked that her condition was healthier than that of many able-bodied men, alleviating any worries for the time being. Furthermore, it appeared that the fetuses were also in good health. In summary, she had no need for concern. With her mind at ease, Meng Jiwei felt invigorated and began to address the backlog of state matters. Although she had assistance from others, her unique status meant there were numerous issues that required her direct decision-making. Observing the current state of affairs, Meng Jiwei felt it was time for change. Thus, she proposed the establishment of a council. Selecting a few military generals and civil officials, she aimed to assemble a council cabinet comprising talents from various fields to manage specific governmental affairs. Of course, selecting the right individuals was an art in itself, with checks and balances as a primary consideration. She first chose a few opposing figures, followed by those with a more diplomatic approach, and then some traditionalists, ensuring that they all possessed commendable character and a genuine intent to serve the populace. While this concept was simple to articulate, implementing it required considerable effort. Fortunately, by the time Meng Jiwei was 9.5 months pregnant, everything had settled into place. The temporary implementation of the parliamentary cabinet continued. However, Meng Jiwei also stated that they would attempt this for 3 months, and if any insurmountable issues arose within the parliamentary system, it would be dissolved. Consequently, numerous memorials could be dispatched. The parliamentary cabinet consisted of 9 individuals who would visit the imperial palace daily to review memorials, though they were not permitted to take them home. Nevertheless, none expressed reluctance towards this arrangement. As the due date approached, with merely 10 days remaining, Meng Jiwei went into labor. The pain did not fluster her. Instead, she calmly instructed, summon the midwife and imperial physician. You know what to do. Send word outside the palace to summon my father and elder brother. Aside from my father and brother, as well as the divine maiden and her attendants, no one is permitted to enter my chamber. On this day, Meng Jiwei would exert every effort to safeguard herself, irrespective of how unlikely it was for others to pose any danger. Even the 5 individuals from the harem were barred from entering. They had long been informed by Meng Jiwei and, at this moment, chose not to intrude. They were undoubtedly anxious and expectant, while the child remained concealed within her womb. Would it become apparent after birth to whom the child resembled? How delightful it would be if the child were his. All 5 of them harbored this thought. Meanwhile, Meng Jiwei experienced increasingly frequent contractions. Though she was adept at enduring pain, fatigue began to set in. With the assistance of the palace maids, she donned comfortable attire, awaiting dilation while addressing Yuchua. Physician Yu, I must trouble you today as well. Your Majesty should speak less to conserve energy. Yuchua checked her pulse, stating that she appeared to be in good condition and suggested she eat something while she could. Meng Jiwei did not refuse. She endeavored to consume more, enduring waves of pain, and felt as though a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Upon checking, it had only been half an hour, and she was merely 6 dilated fingers along. Deciding to divert her attention, she had someone bring a stack of memorials to review. It was then that Yu Wei returned. Learning that Meng Jiwei was in labor, Yu Chui used the long-range intercom provided by Yu Wei to communicate with her. However, Yu Wei had ventured quite far, so her return took some time. Upon witnessing Meng Jiwei reading memorials while in labor, she found it both amusing and exasperating. "Jiwei, you need not exert yourself so much." Hearing the familiar voice brought Meng Jiwei momentary disorientation. Upon raising her head and truly seeing Yu Wei, she could not help but smile. "You have returned?" "Yes, I have returned." Yu Wei grasped her hand, asking if she had consumed the potion she provided. "I have." Meng Jiwei reassured Yu Wei. "I feel perfectly fine. There is nothing to worry about." Meng Jiwei spoke truthfully. Her health was robust, and with the aid of Yu Wei's provisions, her labor proceeded smoothly. Within an hour and a half, both children were born. 2 daughters, one weighing 5 pounds and 1 ounce, and the other 4 pounds and 9 ounces. Though the infants were not particularly heavy, their skin appeared soft and fair, devoid of any wrinkles. Moreover, Meng Jiwei herself felt remarkably well post-delivery, experiencing no tearing and able to walk freely a mere half-hour after giving birth. She then consumed a yellow fruit given by Yu Wei, finding her body even more comfortable. To put it plainly, it felt as though she had not given birth at all. Had it not been for the slight roundness of her abdomen, one would hardly notice any impact. That slight roundness would soon diminish with some exercise. Upon examination, it became evident that her internal recovery had progressed to approximately that of 6 months post-delivery. As for her physique, that was a matter for her to address. Meng Jiwei was, of course, unconcerned about this. What delighted her most was the exceptional gift Yu Wei had brought: lifetime contraceptives. This product, from the interstellar realm, posed negligible risk to health, and notably, there existed corresponding antidotes. Should she wish to conceive, it was entirely feasible. Yu Wei left Meng Jiwei 10 contraceptive pills and 5 antidotes, and without hesitation, Meng Jiwei consumed one of the contraceptive pills. Gazing at her 2 children, who bore a striking resemblance to her, she softly declared, "I do not wish for any other children. Having them is sufficient. These 2 children are clever and resemble me so much." This way, it also circumvents the potential for the 5 royal husbands' factions to ascertain the children's paternity, thus averting any ambitions that might arise. Chapter 144. The Next World. All future worlds only 3 days after the birth of the 2 little princesses. Meng Jiwei had already resumed handling memorials. One little princess was named Meng Zhao, and the other Meng Chun. The 2 infants, born with soft, fair skin, became even more adorable after 3 days of nurturing, exhibiting no signs of wrinkling. However, at 3 days old, their sole activities consisted of eating and sleeping, each assigned a wet nurse and attended by 5 or 6 palace maids, requiring no additional oversight from Meng Jiwei. In truth, Meng Jiwei had little time to spare. Instead, it was Yu Wei who found it amusing, opting to remain in the palace to visit the infants at least 5 times a day. Yet, considering the young age of the infants, they were still too small to entertain, and gradually, Yu Wei ceased her visits. She chose to accompany Meng Jiwei to court instead. Fortunately, many officials in the court were already acquainted with Yu Wei, and upon seeing her accompany Meng Jiwei, they exhibited even greater caution. Although Meng Jiwei had resumed court attendance ahead of schedule, she had no intention of abolishing the parliamentary system. Rather, she sought counsel from Yu Wei to further refine it. She soon discovered that this approach alleviated much of her burden. As for concerns regarding the division of power, the military authority remained firmly in Meng Jiwei's hands. Expanded to a formidable 30,000 troops in the Qin Ke army, which served as her foundation. Furthermore, she commanded a swift army equipped with the trump cards Yu Wei had left her. Though consisting of merely 1,000 men, each was fiercely loyal, with 700 dispersed across the nation, serving as her eyes and ears. Of course, these informants were not meant to surveil officials, but rather to ascertain the implementation of Meng Jiwei's policies and to monitor for any excessive corruption among officials. Yu Wei did not remain at Meng Jiwei's side continuously. She would only visit occasionally. During her second visit, the two little ones had already reached the age of 3. Both children, resembling their mother, possessed delicate and beautiful features, and Yu Wei observed that they bore no striking resemblance to the 5 men from Meng Jiwei's harem. The 5 royal husbands were indeed very fond of the 2 little ones, including several children Meng Jiwei had adopted, who also cared for them. They had grown up enveloped in love. Upon seeing Yu Wei, the 2 little ones rushed over excitedly, each clinging to one of her legs. "Are you the divine maiden aunt? Divine maiden aunt, you are so beautiful." Yu Wei was utterly charmed by the 2 children. "You are both extraordinarily adorable." The children, with their heads held high and shy smiles, asked, "Divine maiden aunt, will you take us out to play? Mother Empress has no time. We want to go out to play." "Very well." Yu Wei, utterly smitten by the children's sweetness, readily agreed. Meng Jiwei felt reassured about Yu Wei, having no concerns about potential dangers for the 2 little ones. However, she did express other worries, cautioning, "Zhao Zhao and Chun Air can be quite mischievous and boisterous. Should you find yourself fatigued, simply return them." Yu Wei glanced at the 2 well-behaved children and smiled, understood. She would not be taking just the 2 children. She also brought along several members of the Swift Army, particularly those with the best lightness and martial skills. They soon discovered that while the 2 infants had ample energy, Yu Wei possessed even greater stamina. With a spacious area and an abundance of resources, she produced a large gliding wing and took the 2 children soaring from a cliff approximately 30 to 40 meters high. Upon encountering a parachute, she used a hovercraft to leap from 2 to 300 meters in the air, each child secured on her back. Upon reaching the seaside, she utilized oxygen tanks to dive with the 2 children. Over the course of 3 months, they traversed nearly every corner of the Dawazhao. 2 young cubs frolicked joyfully each day, closing their eyes and shutting down for slumber come nightfall. 3 months later, when Yu Wei returned the cubs to the palace, they clung to her legs, refusing to let go. "Auntie, when will you come again?" they inquired. "I do not know, but I shall strive to come sooner." "How does that sound?" Yu Wei replied, gently caressing their heads. "Will you take us to play next time?" they asked. "Indeed, I have left the glider for your mother. If you wish to play, you may ask her. I have also prepared some small gifts for you," Yu Wei assured them. The cubs, though reluctant, obediently bid her farewell. Meng Jiwei, observing their exchange, chuckled, "You have never played with me. It seems being young is indeed preferable." "It was not that I dared not roam at that time," Yu Wei retorted confidently. "If you wish to join me in play, I shall take you when you have the time. We could go see what lies beyond the sea." Initially, her complaints were playful banter, yet upon hearing Yu Wei's words, Meng Jiwei felt a genuine excitement. From then on, Yu Wei maintained a consistent frequency of visits over the next 2 to 3 years. Occasionally, she would present some unique items, primarily from Meng Jiwei and her 2 daughters. Any surplus was given to her adopted children, and even to Meng Jixing and other ministers. Speaking of which, Meng Jixing's limbs had completely healed. He was now able to return to the battlefield, but had chosen to withdraw, no longer wishing to fight. By the time the 2 cubs turned 15, Meng Jiwei passed the throne to her second daughter, who was indeed her adopted daughter. This young lady was intelligent, calm, and decisive, a qualified heir capable of commanding respect. As for her other adopted children, they naturally assumed various responsibilities. While nurturing these individuals, she carefully struck a balance, encouraging competition without allowing malicious rivalry. She instilled the idea that they were all siblings, a family. Expressing themselves and vying for power was acceptable, but under no circumstances should they resort to underhanded tactics. These adopted children were inherently of good character, and with Meng Jiwei's guidance, although they may have experienced some rivalry and personal emotions during their power struggles, none felt entitled to the throne, nor did any harbor intentions of rebellion. Most importantly, Meng Jiwei's biological daughters remained placid. What right did the others have to disrupt the peace? As for Meng Zhao and Meng Chun, they had likely been whisked away by Yu Wei on various adventures, exposing them to many wonders previously unknown. One enjoyed exploring, while the other was captivated by the treasures Yu Wei presented, engrossed in research. Neither held any interest in the throne. After all, They were well provided for, lacking neither wealth nor power. Surely, their elder siblings ascending the throne would not treat them poorly. Pursuing their passions was far more appealing. History would later denote the Hua dynasty as the commencement of Huaguo's ascent. Agriculture, industry, and education flourished during this period, propelling Hua centuries ahead of other nations into the Steam Age and establishing it as a global powerhouse. Centuries later, as Huaguo transitioned to a democratic system, it soared to even greater heights. The X-country, once marked by Yu Wei, and XX country could hardly keep pace. In the present day, the territory of Huaguo extended far beyond the Jingji independence, encompassing an entire continent. Even the lands across the ocean, though not officially part of Huaguo, acknowledged a shared ancestry. The interactions between both sides remained notably amicable. In the current reality, the time flow between the modern world and the famine world differed significantly. Upon completing her task, the time was fixed at 1 hour in the modern world, equating to 1 day in the alternate realm. Decades in ancient times translated to mere months in the modern context. After bidding farewell to Meng Jiwei and her 2 daughters, Yu Wei celebrated her 26th birthday. Returning to the modern world, she understood that her visits to the first world would become infrequent. The contemporary world had undergone a remarkable transformation. The martial arts teachings from the famine world had been implemented, with physical exercises now a staple in the curriculum for primary and secondary school students. The extraordinary fruits and plants from the beastman world not only enhanced physical well-being, but had also been incorporated into several vital medicines, curing ailments previously deemed untreatable. Technological advancement from the interstellar era had propelled progress significantly, leading once dismissive nations to adopt a more subdued demeanor as they found themselves unable to compete. "How long until you depart?" inquired a strikingly handsome young man with white hair as he approached Yu Wei. "In a couple of days. I shall spend a few more days with my parents," she replied, extending her hand to Baihu. "Come, let's return." Baihu frowned. "Are you going to turn me into a cat again? You know I'm not a cat anymore. When will you let me meet your parents?" Yu Wei tilted her head, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Is it not because you are still a minor? I simply have not caught up in strength. Otherwise, even by our divine beast's age standards, I would already be considered an adult." Yu Wei responded, "Oh, I'm only 26. Baihu, whose age was calculated in 4 digits, retorted with a pout. Yu Wei raised an eyebrow at his sulkiness. "But you do indeed appear underage. Do you truly wish to present yourself before my parents in this form?" Baihu, in the next instant, transformed into a cat. The white cat spoke. "In the next world, we shall visit a higher realm. I will certainly catch up in cultivation, so no one will think I am younger than you." Yu Wei agreed. "All right, this time you may choose. We have a magical world, a cultivation world, and a demon world. Which will you choose?" "Cultivation, cultivation." "Hey, do not move around so much. How did you end up selecting that?" "I had mentioned returning for dinner." The voice faded, and both the human and the cat vanished. In the cultivation alternate world, at the foot of a mysterious sect, an extraordinary supermarket appeared silently.